You're useless. Those words from my fiancé activated the almighty system within me. Martial arts? I can perfectly replicate them with a single glance. Cultivation realm? A single card can grant me an instant upgrade. She thought she was stepping into the world of a genius, but I, with a single step, crossed into the realm of a god. While she was still congratulating herself on joining a special forces unit, I was already considering which of my sisters-in-law to name as my goddess queen. At the entrance of Yunjiang Martial Arts University, Lu Rushuang stood on a flying sword, hovering in midair, looking down at me with an expression I had never seen before. Lin Chen, I've already completed the graduation assessment ahead of schedule and even qualified for the War Dragon Special Forces. Her voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. We are no longer people of the same world. After we get married, you can come and see me once a year. The joy and anticipation on my face froze, inch by inch. See her once a year? I waited a long time before I found my voice. You're saying, after we get married, we can only see each other once a year? I don't want to waste my time, she said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. My father is still in prison, and I have a mother and younger siblings to support at home. My value is on the battlefield. I will not have your children for at least 10 years. My mind buzzed as if a thunderclap had exploded within it. Over a year ago, I had run away from an arranged marriage and came to Yunjiang, just in time for a beast tide to assault the city. Lu Rushuang's father, Lu Qi, became a war criminal because he had illegally sold military arms, almost causing the defensive line to collapse. She found me and said that if I could save her father, she would marry me. The moment I saw her, I fell for her. I not only saved her father but also invited 3 top-tier experts to take her as their disciple. I used countless heavenly treasures to cleanse her meridians and marrow, forcibly turning her mediocre talent into that of a genius. That's what led to today, a first-year student graduating with the 99th rank in the entire country, hailed by others as a contemporary prodigy. And the result? What's with that expression? Lu Rushuang frowned. It's not like I'm refusing to marry you. As the sole heir of the Lin family, you're still a second-rate martial artist after all these years, completely useless. Only I can help you carry the Lin family's banner and protect the title of King of the Northern Border. What's wrong with waiting 10 years? King of the Northern Border? I sneered internally. I finally saw it clearly. Her wings had grown strong, her future was bright, and she now looked down on me, her so-called useless fiancé. She had forgotten who had lifted her from the daughter of a criminal to the height she stood at today. She had forgotten that 3 years ago, my Lin family's 3 marquises and 7 heroes had all died on the battlefield in a single day, leaving me as the only seedling. She had forgotten even more that my 7 stunningly beautiful sisters-in-law, for the sake of the Lin family's lineage, had all resolved to remarry. To me, it was precisely because I couldn't accept this that I had run away. I never expected that my sincere heart had been fed to a dog. I looked up towards the north, my heart filled with regret. Grandma, I was wrong. I shouldn't have run away from the marriage. Just then, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for seeing through the trial of love. The almighty lexicon system has been successfully bound. The system will issue missions. Upon completion, you will receive lexicon cards to enhance the host's abilities in all aspects. Legendary grade potential individual, Lu Rushuang, has been detected. System mission triggered. Defeat Lu Rushuang to obtain 5 legendary grade lexicon cards. A futuristic screen appeared before my eyes, and my chaotic mind instantly calmed down. So, you turn your back on me after you've made it? You repay kindness with ingratitude? If I can place you on a pedestal, I can just as easily stomp you into the mud. Let's just leave it at that. Lu Rushuang gave me a disgusted look. As she turned, her attitude did a 180, and she spoke gently to the young man beside her, Senior Su Zhang. Let's go. The young man immediately reached out and took her wrist. Shameless. Young Master Lin is still right here, and you're already getting handsy with another man. A voice from the crowd, my childhood friend Xiaoping, couldn't take it anymore and roared in anger. If you don't want to marry him, just say so. Young Master Lin's 7 sisters-in-law are all waiting to marry him. Her intentions exposed, Lu Rushuang dropped the act. Humph. So what if I've fallen for Senior Su Zhang? If Lin Chen had half of Senior Su Zhang's talent, I would marry him immediately. And 7 sisters-in-law? In his dreams. Besides me, what fool would marry him? Enough. My eyes turned glacial. This marriage is off. You, Lu Rushuang, are unworthy. What did you say? She couldn't believe her ears. My gaze was like a blade, my expression like a sword. I roared, who the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right to look down on me? Get the hell down here. The moment the words left my mouth, Lu Rushuang's body trembled as if suppressed by an invisible force. The flying sword beneath her feet clattered to the ground, and she fell with it. Lin Chen, how dare you? Asterisk slap. Asterisk. Before she could finish, a crisp, loud slap landed on her face. Everyone was stunned. You dare hit me? She stammered, holding her face, her eyes filled with rage. I moved forward and grabbed her by the neck. Who do you think you are? You are nothing but the daughter of a war criminal. Not a genius, and certainly not a prodigy. Just a criminal's daughter. Those simple words shattered all her pride. Tears streamed down her face as if her life had been reverted to its original state. Lin Chen, let go of Junior Liu. Su Zhang, seeing the situation, tried to step forward. I shot him a cold glare. A deep fear instantly rose within him, and his feet froze involuntarily. Everyone knew I was useless, but no one dared to truly offend the Lin family. I pulled Lu Rushuang closer, staring into her eyes. Did you really think I, Lin Chen, can't live without you? You, Lu Rushuang, are just a slave who sold herself to this young master, a tool for my Lin family to bear children. Do you understand? Well said. Chao Peng laughed loudly. What a piece of work! If not for young Master Lin pleading with the state preceptor using his King of the Northern Border title, your Lu family would have been executed long ago. That good-for-nothing father of yours nearly caused the fall of Yunjian City by selling military arms. It was young Master Lin who, for your sake, ordered us never to mention it. Did you really think your talent was what people admired? Hearing this, Lu Rushuang was completely dumbfounded, looking at me in disbelief. It doesn't matter anymore, I said, my grip gradually tightening, passing judgment on her life. What matters is that you have already sold yourself to me. From this moment on, if I want you to be a dog, you will be a dog. If I want you to die, you will die. She coughed continuously from the pressure, unable to resist despite her cultivation. The Lin Chen who used to only try to please her had become a stranger, terrifying and unrecognizable. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completely defeating your opponent in spirit and presence. The mission has been perfectly completed. Rewards are being distributed. The system screen appeared again. 5 shimmering golden cards floated before me, seemingly invisible to others. It's already done? A sense of anticipation filled me. Young Master Lin, any tighter and she'll die, Chao Peng reminded me in a low voice. I snapped back to reality and threw Lu Rushuang aside. I seized the opportunity, waving my hand to grab the 5 golden cards and stuff them into my pocket. I crouched in front of her, patting her cheek hard, my expression mocking. Lu Rushuang, I gave you a chance, but you were useless. From now on, just be a good little dog and slowly repay your debt. With that, I picked up the flying frost spirit sword from the ground and walked away, laughing. You, surnamed Lin. Lu Rushuang scrambled up, unwilling to give in. The flying frost spirit sword, you can't take it. It's mine. Yours? I looked at Chao Peng playfully. Chao Peng understood immediately and sneered. Lu Rushuang, whose business is the Golden Cauldron Pavilion. It's my Chao family's, and my grandfather was one of the guards of the old king of the northern border, Master Lin. The sword's edge was sealed by my grandfather himself, and I personally applied the grime to make it look old. Also you idiot, would think you found a treasure and get a good score on the graduation assessment. All of this was ordered by Brother Chen. It was you? Lu Rushuang looked as if she had been struck by lightning, staggering back, staring at me in disbelief. All her lucky encounters were arranged by me? She murmured to herself, doubting herself for the first time, but still unwilling to accept it. I don't believe it. My 3 masters all said I was a once-in-a-century martial arts genius. My mentor, Qin Yiru, also said I would surely become a goddess of war in the future. Ha ha, Chao Peng was amused. Then do you know what mentor Qin Yiru's relationship is with Brother Chen? Just as he finished speaking, a tall, graceful woman walked over quickly. It was indeed Qin Yiru. Lu Rushuang hurried to greet her, Mentor Qin. However, Qin Yiru completely ignored her, excitedly grabbing me by the collar, her eyes looking like she wanted to devour me whole. Eldest sister-in-law, you, don't be like this. I panicked under her gaze. The words eldest sister-in-law made Lu Rushuang's eyes widen, completely lost. Qin Yiru, a senior mentor at Yunjiang Martial Arts University, a future goddess of war, was my eldest sister-in-law? How many times have I told you? Call me Yiru. Qin Yiru grabbed my ear. Your eldest brother is dead, and you still call me sister-in-law? You want me to be a widow for life? The Lin family is full of heroes. How did it produce a coward like you? Come on, we're going to carry on the family line right now. With that, she started dragging me away. Lu Rushuang suddenly snapped back to reality, blocking her path, her beliefs crumbling. Mentor Qin, where are you taking him? As Lin Chen's fiancé, you don't even know I was once his sister-in-law? Qin Yiru's attitude turned cold, glaring at her. To bed, of course. Or should we do it in front of you? Lu Rushuang's entire body trembled. My concern and attention towards you were all because Lin Chen liked you. Qin Yiru looked down at the collapsed Lu Rushuang. Do you know what it means to kill with praise? I disliked you from the very beginning, but since Lin Chen liked you, I could only help you. Later, when I realized you didn't have him in your heart and even felt he wasn't good enough for you, I came up with a plan. I constantly praised you, built you up. And what happened? You really did become arrogant and look down on my Lin family? Shin Yuru's words were like a knife, completely dissecting Lu Rushuang's false pride. The Lin family is a family of martyrs. 3 marquises and 7 heroes died in a single day. As the eldest grandson's wife, I failed to leave an heir for the Lin family. I am guilty. Shin Yuru's voice echoed in everyone's ears. For the Lin family, my 6 sisters and I are all willing to remarry Lin Chen to continue the family line. But this coward actually ran away from the marriage and fell for an ungrateful woman like you. My face darkened. My 7 sisters-in-law were all far superior to Lu Rushuang in talent, beauty, and family background. But they were my sisters-in-law. How could I dare? Lu Rushuang, now you know why I built you up to the heavens. Shin Yuru smiled faintly. Because I, Shin Yuru, want to marry Lin Chen. I have been waiting to marry him. Eldest sister-in-law, stop talking nonsense. I quickly pulled her back. Grandma has already agreed. Shin Yuru grabbed my ear again. If Lu Rushuang dumps you, you must choose one of us 7 as your wife. Otherwise, Grandma will disown you as her grandson. I was utterly speechless. So all of this was my sister-in-law's doing. Don't get emotional. It's your fault for having bad taste, Shin Yuru said with a triumphant smile, then linked her arm with mine, leaning tightly against my shoulder. Go, go. I kicked Chao Pan lightly. Help me make a list for Lu Rushuang. She's free when she has paid off her debt. Yes. Chao Pang accepted the order excitedly. Let's go home, Shin Yuru said, holding my arm, ready to leave. Yuru, I haven't been feeling well these few days. I'm on my man period. I shivered and made an excuse. It's fine, as long as I'm not on my period, it won't affect anything. She whispered in my ear with a wicked smile. I'll make you stand up straight. I almost choked on my own saliva. Just then, the school's alarm blared. A security guard rushed out, shouting, Mentor Chin, the graduation assessment team is under attack by demonic beasts and needs immediate rescue. My chance. I was overjoyed. Yuru, the rescue is urgent, go quickly. You're coming with me. She gave me no chance to escape, wrapping her arm around my waist and leaping into the air. Leaving the city, we quickly found the assessment team being chased by demonic beasts. The situation was worse than expected. There was a high-level demonic general equivalent to a 6th-tier golden body realm expert. Aiken, you stay here, Shin Yuru said, putting me down, regretting bringing me along. Be careful, I nodded seriously. Watching her charge into the battlefield, a desire for strength surged within me. I immediately took out the 5 legendary grade lexicon cards from my pocket. My destiny changes now. System, activate the legendary grade profession card. Congratulations, host. You have randomly obtained the new profession healer. The talent is legendary grade. Although it wasn't a combat profession, a healer was the core of any battlefield. I immediately opened the second card. Legendary grade martial arts card. Obtained the unique martial art infinite copy. Game breaking. This meant I could instantly copy any opponent's martial arts. Legendary grade talent card, used. Martial arts talent upgraded to legendary grade. A feeling of enlightenment washed over me. My physique and spirit underwent a world-shaking transformation. Legendary grade experience card, opened. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 6th tier experience. Upgrade the healer realm to the 6th tier, I said without hesitation. I could train martial arts myself, but high-level healers were a rarity in the entire dragon country. A vast power surged into my body. I could feel a wondrous healing energy flowing within me. The last card was a legendary grade experience trial card, which could randomly grant me the experience of a 7th tier Esper for 1 hour. This was my life-saving trump card. My fate was successfully rewritten. I immediately walked towards the battlefield. Lin Chen, stop. What's a useless person like you doing here causing trouble? Lu Rushuang and Su Zhang had arrived on their swords at some point, still looking down on me with that same arrogant attitude. I couldn't be bothered with her. Just then, the battle situation changed abruptly. A junior demonic general, taking advantage of Shin Yuru being tied down, broke through the defensive line and charged towards the injured in the rear. Su Zhang's face turned pale with fear. Junior Rushuang, let's go. Lu Rushuang also prepared to turn and flee without hesitation. But I rushed towards the 3 heavily injured junior mentors at top speed. Lin Chen, what are you doing here? Go! Mentor Meng struggled to push me away. I think I should count as a high-level healer, I said, shrugging. Stop joking. Another teacher grabbed me anxiously. If I leave, you all will die. I shook off his hand and roared instinctively at the approaching demonic beast. The Lin family is here. No monster shall pass. At that moment, I finally understood why my grandfather and father would rather die than retreat. Heal. Recover. I formed hand seals, and a massive healing power surged towards the 3 mentors. Their injuries recovered at a visible rate. Everyone was stunned. Mentor Meng, go! I pulled him to his feet. Vile beast, die! Mentor Meng roared, snapping back to his senses and charging forward. I smiled in satisfaction, shouted, and spread the power of a 6th-tier healer across the entire battlefield. My body slowly rose into the air, sacred and noble. What the hell is going on? Shinjiro, in the distance, was so shocked she nearly fell from the sky. A 19-year-old 6th-tier healer. This kid was hiding way too much. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She gave a wicked smile. Zhuge Mingyue, Shangguan Shangnan, you have no chance. I have the home field advantage. I'll get my hands on this boy tonight. The addition of a healer instantly turned the tide of battle. Morale soared, and the injured had infinite healing. With no worries about the rear, Shinjiro unleashed terrifying combat power, finishing off all the demonic generals in a few moves. After the battle, she dragged the corpse of the high-level demonic general over, threw it on the ground in front of me, and said with a teasing gaze, Lin Chen, consider this my betrothal gift to you. We'll consummate the marriage when we get back to the city. I backed away in fear. Eldest sister-in-law, this is improper. What did you call me? She raised her fist. Big sis Yiru, I'm a student, you're a mentor. A student-teacher romance is not good. You think I won't beat you just because you're a 6th-tier healer? She said smugly, linking her arm with mine. My man, Lin Chen, is a 6th-tier healer. The surrounding mentors were all dumbfounded. Just as Shinjiro was about to forcibly drag me away, several cars sped over from the distance. The doors opened, and 2 stunning women got out first. One wore a cheongsam, intelligent and elegant. It was second sister-in-law, Zhuge Mingyue. The other wore a dress, sexy and enchanting. It was fourth sister-in-law, Dogu Feishue. I was overjoyed. My saviors had arrived. You little rascal, they can't save you even if they're here. Shinjiro saw through my thoughts and said with a wicked smile, if we can't make it back to the city, the wilderness will do just fine. With that, she hoisted me onto her shoulder and charged into the wilds. Ah, second sister-in-law, fourth sister-in-law, save me. I had never dreamed she would be this wild and could only cry out for help. Shinjiro, where do you think you're going? Zhuge Mingyue and Dogu Feishue were shocked and immediately used their movement techniques to give chase. Eldest sister-in-law, the fallen old city district ahead is dangerous. I said helplessly. Dangerous my ass. I just killed their leader. I'm definitely getting you tonight. She answered. Before your eldest brother died, he entrusted me to protect you and marry you. As long as I'm watching over you, you won't get hurt. I was about to die from her bizarre logic. Behind us, Zhuge Mingyue formed hand seals and cast a wind riding formation on Dogu Feishue. Dogu Feishue's speed skyrocketed, and she soon blocked our path. Sister Yiru, it must be tiring carrying little brother Lin Chen. Why don't you take a rest? Dogu Feishue said with a smile. Get out of the way. Shinjiro warned her bluntly. Second sister-in-law, fourth sister-in-law, eldest sister-in-law is going to do it too. I seized the chance to speak, but Shinjiro covered my mouth. Oh, Dogu Feishue, being sharp as attack, gave a thumbs up. Sister Yiru, you work fast. But since little brother Lin Chen has already seen through Lu Rushuan, isn't what you're doing a bit unfair? Zhuge Mingyue also caught up, a faint smile on her face. We agreed to compete fairly, based on our own abilities. Forcing the issue like this is going too far. I was confused. What was wrong with these sisters-in-law? They weren't like this before. Since you already know, then I've claimed him. What can you do about it? Shinjiro took a stance, actually preparing to fight. Don't fight. I panicked and blurted out, there are demonic beasts. The moment the words left my mouth, the ground began to tremble, and dust filled the air. I wanted to slap myself. This is bad. Shinjiro's face changed. We're surrounded. Thousands of demonic beasts swarmed in from all directions, including 3 high-level demonic generals and 9 junior ones. This horde of demonic beasts is heading for Yunjiang base city. There must be a lord-level demonic beast behind them. Zhuge Mingyue's face grew grave. A great battle was imminent. Zhuge Mingyue immediately set up a 3 talents 7 stars formation to protect us. But there were too many beasts, and maintaining the formation consumed a massive amount of her energy. Her face quickly turned pale. My heart ached for my second sister-in-law, and I immediately infused her with my healing power. This is? Zhuge Mingyue looked back at me in surprise. Oh my god. Dogu Feishue had a sudden realization. I get it. No wonder you ran the moment you saw us, Sister Yiru. You already knew about little brother Lin Chen's hidden ability? You kept such a huge secret from us because you were afraid we'd compete with you. Shinjiro shot her a frustrated glare. Dogu Feishue smiled triumphantly. A 6th-tier healer. Sister Yiru, I'm sorry. This man, I'm determined to snatch him away.
In the bright room, a woman in a deep black uniform stood with her arms crossed, her expression cold.
Suchin calmly put away his mask and said lightly, "Patrol officer, is breaking into a private residence part of your duties? I'm very sorry. I was worried there might be residual evil puppet insects here, and since you hadn't opened the door for a long time, I was concerned for your safety and had no choice but to break in. For the damage caused, I will take responsibility, so please don't file a complaint against me." The cold woman suddenly apologized, even bowing slightly. However, her expression remained unchanged throughout, like a person with facial paralysis. Upon hearing this, Suchin stepped out of the card-making room and immediately twitched his mouth. He saw that the old rolling shuttered door had been broken through, leaving a large hole that looked extremely tragic, as if it were crying out to him, "Speak for me." "Sir, I really didn't mean to do it. How much do you want?" The cold patrol officer followed him out and, upon seeing her handiwork, her ears turned red. "It's not about the money. I feel my personal safety has been threatened." Staring at the damaged rolling shutter door, Suchan rubbed his forehead. How much could a door be worth? The real loss was that his privacy had been violated. "Sir, would 10,000 be enough?" A sudden voice came. Suchan froze, then turned to look at the cold patrol officer, his brows slightly furrowed. "I said, it's not about the money, 100,000. The cold woman interrupted without hesitation. "Ahem. It's not really about the money, mainly, the patrol officer's attitude is very good." Suchan coughed lightly, his gaze on her growing a bit warmer. She was a money-spending child, he had to keep her around. "Well, Mr. Suchen, how much do you know about the evil puppet insects?" The cold patrol officer, Longya, took out a communication terminal and began recording. "Well, I don't know much, just that it's related to cult members." Patrol officer, about the repair costs. After answering the question, Suchin pointed at the rolling shutter door. Seeing this, Longya directly added him to her contacts and then transferred the money to him. Glancing at the balance in his account, Suchen felt refreshed and smiled. "Patrol officer, everything I know has already been sent to Xiongzhuang. If there's nothing else, it's getting late." Longya nodded lightly, putting away her communication terminal, her tone serious. "My name is Longya, an intern patrol officer. If you have any issues, you can notify me first. As long as I can achieve merit and get promoted, there will be benefits." After saying this, Longya walked out of the shop and quickly disappeared into the night. A rich woman? Out here to experience life? Looking at the severely damaged rolling shutter door, Suchen's eyes were deep. "I just wonder if she recognized the zodiac mask. It seems I need to be more careful in the future. It's best to set up a secret room." With this thought, a smile crept onto Suchen's lips. He was worried about not having money, even needing to buy the materials for making skin cards in batches. This 100,000 was like a timely rain. With the color materials ready and the spiritual materials in hand to make the humanoid skin card effective, I still need the most crucial material, the transformation grass powder. I'll go to the market tomorrow. Ordering online is too expensive. Having made his plans, Suchin glanced at the damaged rolling shutter door, sighed, and moved the items from the counter to the card-making room, then began a night of meditation. The next day, just after Suchen finished washing up, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Manager, it's bad. The shop has been robbed." Creak. Suchen opened the door, casually, taking the bag from Rin Xiaoxiao's hands, and lazily said, "I didn't bring my key yesterday, so I broke it myself. I need to go out today. I'll give you 1,000 to fix the door, and the rest is yours." "Oh, manager, you're too careless. You can call me next time." Looking at the battered rolling shutter door, Ren Xiaoxiao quietly complained. How had she never noticed how violent the manager was? Suchen didn't respond and stepped towards the west side of Kai City. The Kaijiang Academy is located just west of the city center, or he remembers a street often bustling with small vendors selling various card-making materials at relatively low prices. Although some are genuine and others are fake, he has a discerning eye and need not worry about distinguishing the counterfeit goods. It was rush hour in the morning, and Suchen chose not to take a vehicle, as he could no longer afford the expensive flying machines. After spending half an hour on foot, he finally arrived at his destination. It was just 8 in the morning, yet the street was already filled with people coming and going. While it wasn't overcrowded, it was enough to prove the liveliness of the place. "Hey, brother, want to buy some spiritual materials? Fresh 1-star spiritual materials. Hey, brother, how about that character card? Black silk swimsuit, pick one, satisfaction guaranteed. Little brother, want to try your luck with a few blind box skill cards? High probability, good quality." The vendors at the street corner called out to Suchen as he approached. When the second vendor flashed a knowing smile, Suchen walked up to the stall and quietly asked, "Uncle, do you sell transformation grass powder?" The vendor, a man in his 40s with a mustache, shook his head upon hearing the request. "Brother, it's best to buy such things through official channels, don't get scammed. However, if you really want to buy it, go further in, there's an old man at the end of the alley who should have some." "Thank you." After receiving the information, Suchen thanked him and quickly walked toward the end of the street.
Soon, he spotted a short old man lying in front of a stall, squinting as he dozed. Upon seeing Su Chen, the old man slowly sat up and said blandly, "What do you want to buy?" "Transformation grass powder," Su Chen stated decisively, his eyes filled with anticipation. The old man frowned at the mention of the powder and replied, "Out of stock, but I have news." "How much for the news?" Hearing that it was out of stock, Su Chen felt a bit disappointed, but the mention of news lifted his spirits. The association's marketplace sells transformation grass powder by the bottle for as much as 200,000. In the market, it can be bought in bulk, but the price is still not much cheaper. If he could get his hands on some transformation grass himself, he could save a significant amount of money. 1,000 for the news, the old man said as he displayed a payment code. Seeing this, Su Chen was straightforward and scanned 1,000 over. In the 96th rift space, someone spotted a large amount of transformation grass in the Misty Valley, which is the territory of the poison fog bees and is very dangerous. Once the money was received, the old man promptly displayed the information on the screen. After getting the news, Su Chen nodded and left. A tall, thin man at a nearby stall watched Su Chen's retreating figure with a slight smirk. "Seventh Master, do you think this kid will go to his death?" The old man found a comfortable position to lie down and replied indifferently, "I only sell news, but old six, let me give you a piece of advice. If you walk by the river often, how can you avoid getting your shoes wet? Haven't you made enough enemies by causing trouble in the rift space?" The man named Old Six shrugged dismissively. "Seventh Master, you can't blame me. Our team's target this time is also the Misty Valley, right? In our line of work, fellow practitioners are enemies, it just depends on whose luck is better." After saying this, Old Six's gaze had already turned cold. In the rift space, everyone is a hunter and anyone can be prey. The law of the jungle is the truth. 96th rift space? Transformation grass in the Misty Valley? Back at the shop, Su Chen saw Xiong Zhuang, who had come with friends and immediately sought his advice. After hearing him out, Xiong Zhuang exchanged a glance with his friend, revealing a look of hesitation. "What's wrong, uncle?" Su Chen asked calmly, though he had his suspicions. "The value of transformation grass is high, and with so much talk, Xiong Zhuang, as a mercenary, surely wouldn't miss out." "We're going there too," Xiong Zhuang's friend suddenly chimed in, "because there's an entrance to a material secret realm there." Su Chen felt a bit surprised. In the shop, in the world of 10,000 cards, the sources of card-making materials are diverse. But mainly, there are three types. One is the material secret realm, the second is the mythic ruins, and the third is nature's bounty. The mythic ruins are generally too difficult and are basically out of reach for the public. Nature nurtures, but it also relies heavily on luck. According to the association's unreliable statistics, over 80% of card-making materials come from the material secret realms. "Uncle, can you tell me what type it is?" After a moment's thought, Su Chen continued to ask. Although the materials from the secret realms would not exceed rare quality at most, if the quantity was sufficient, it could still be a considerable fortune. He felt a bit tempted. "I'm not sure, it's a new material secret realm. Little brother, I advise you not to go. The rift space is not like other places." Xiong Zhuang shook his head and kindly advised. He hadn't intended to tell Su Chen, but his teammate had already mentioned it. Now he could only find a way to remedy the situation. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was about to respond when Ren Xiaoxiao's voice came from outside the shop. "Shopkeeper, is this your stuff?" Su Chen cast an apologetic glance at Xiong Zhuang and stepped out of the shop. When he saw the special glass bottle in Ren Xiaoxiao's hand, he was momentarily stunned. The crystal clear glass bottle was filled with a light white powder, and the label on the bottle had been torn off and replaced with the printed words Su Chen. This was exactly the transformation grass powder he needed. "Shopkeeper?" Ren Xiaoxiao leaned closer, presenting the glass bottle to him. Su Chen snapped back to reality, glanced around, and after not finding any familiar figures, he forced a smile and asked, "Xiaoxiao, have you seen any suspicious people, like someone very beautiful?" Ren Xiaoxiao shook her head, frowning slightly. "No, shopkeeper, I came over right after I finished eating, and I didn't see anyone suspicious. This street was already remote, and usually, no one passed by. It was mostly just people coming to buy cards. If there were really the kind of person Su Chen mentioned, she would definitely remember." Su Chen held the glass bottle, a hint of melancholy crossing his eyes. "Shopkeeper, let's eat first. I ordered fried ribs, sauerkraut fish, and spicy potato shreds. Each one is delicious." She displayed the bag in her hand, smiling brightly. Su Chen nodded with a smile, and as he re-entered the shop, he had already made up his mind. "Uncle, I've decided not to go." His main goal was the transformation grass powder. Since he already had it, venturing into the rift space would be redundant. It would be better to seize the time to create a skin card and then go to the duel hall to battle for badges. That's fine. His name is Li Shu. You can call him Uncle Li. He'll take care of your business in the future." Xiong Zhuang nodded, introducing his friend to Su Chen. The two placed an order for 20 perfect quality 1-star Vortex cards and then took their leave. Ren Xiaoxiao watched the two leave and whispered, "Shopkeeper, Uncle Xion looks quite fierce." Su Chen, savoring the food, chuckled at this. "Xiaoxiao, you can't judge a book by its cover. Uncle is a very straightforward person. Well, beastly face, human heart." Upon hearing this, Ren Xiaoxiao leaned against the counter, looking at Su Chen with curiosity. "Shopkeeper, what kind of person do you think I am?" "Diligent, emotional, eager to learn," Su Chen replied without hesitation, the words spilling out. Ren Xiaoxiao's delicate face flushed slightly as she murmured, "Shopkeeper, I was just moved." In the past, when she encountered cardmakers, they never treated her so equally. Only the shopkeeper was strangely devoid of the arrogance typical of cardmakers. I need to make a skin card later. Please take notes," Su Chen said, quickly finishing his meal, his gaze already focused as he began to conceive the skin card in his mind. Skin cards, generally speaking, do not require too much card-making skill but rather emphasize the outpouring of inspiration. However, they are categorized into regular skin cards and special skin cards. Regular skin cards are suitable for most battlefields and are a versatile type. Special skin cards, on the other hand, are only suitable for specific environments and are a single-use type. But as long as the environment matches, the combat power increase they provide far exceeds that of regular skin cards. Su Chen decided to design a regular skin card for everyday use. However, with too many ideas, he found himself entangled in indecision. Even after finishing his meal, he still couldn't sort out his thoughts, caught in a dilemma of choices. "Manager, have you thought it over yet?" As she helped tidy up the lunchboxes and wiped down the counter, Ren Xiaoxiao looked at Su Chen, who was frowning in deep thought. "Manager, you really don't need to rush, take your time." Hearing this, Su Chen snapped back to reality and smiled at Ren Xiaoxiao, saying, "Xiaoxiao, I have too many ideas, you help me choose one." "Ha?" Ren Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. Did she hear that wrong? Too many ideas? Seeing her reaction, Su Chen extended 2 fingers to pull out the card and presented it to her. "What do you think we should conceptualize after seeing this?" Ren Xiaoxiao looked closely, her gaze instantly captivated. And she couldn't help but exclaim, "Manager, it's so cool. The aura is so unique." The white divine beast on the cliff gazed into the distance, as if pondering. Its handsome appearance made one forget the mundane. Can you answer my question?" Su Chen's lips curled up. The he had imagined was primarily characterized by its grace and agility. Strength is temporary, but being handsome is a lifetime affair. Making the character card both cool and powerful was what he truly aimed to achieve. Ren Xiaoxiao began to think seriously, occasionally glancing at the card. After a long while, she cautiously raised her eyes to look at Su Chen and tentatively asked, "Manager, since the body is primarily white, how about associating it with snow?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow, and noticing Ren Xiaoxiao's expression, he immediately lowered his head and said, "Manager, I was just rambling. I don't understand. Please don't be angry." She knew that her limited card-making knowledge was hardly impressive, and she needed to study hard to earn the manager's approval. "No, this is actually quite good." Su Chen's sudden voice surprised Ren Xiaoxiao. She looked up at him, seeing his eyes sparkling like stars, completely immersed in his own world, and opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She suspected the manager was saying this on purpose, but she had no evidence. However, did the manager really have that many ideas? Could she have just a little bit? She wasn't greedy. If she could have 1/3 of the manager's inspiration, she would be grateful. Xiaoxiao, get ready to take notes. Coming back to reality from the world of ideas, Su Chen's lips curled into a smile. Since the first skin card of Bai Zhe was humanoid, he decided to keep it simple. Mainly because he was indeed short on resources and couldn't produce more skin essence. Entering the card-making room, he took out the prepared skin essence one by one and added transformation grass powder to each bottle. Once everything was ready, he nodded at the nervous Ren Xiaoxiao and picked up the spirit pen, filling it with the white skin essence, and began to splash it freely onto the card's surface. "Is this snow?" Seeing this scene, Ren Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows slightly. She had read that when making skin cards, it was best to first depict the main character, with the environment coming second. But the manager was so skilled, he shouldn't be making mistakes, right? Holding on to this thought, Ren Xiaoxiao focused her gaze. She saw that as the spirit pen moved across the white card surface, a green cliff began to appear. Following that, in the distance below the cliff, a gentle river emerged. Surrounding the river were scattered villages, with busy figures faintly visible. On the cliff, high above, stood a figure in white, facing the wind, resembling a fallen immortal. In that moment, spiritual energy began to flow, and the entire scene transformed from static to dynamic, as if the main character had come to life. In a daze, Ren Xiaoxiao found herself in the world depicted in the painting, facing the back of the figure in white. Snowflakes fell gently, blanketing the earth. The ground was wrapped in silver, beautiful yet cold. However, the figure on the cliff felt none of it. The changing seasons of the human world were merely a change of scenery to him. He stood on the cliff, looking down at the land, as if eternally watching over something. "Manager?" Ren Xiaoxiao couldn't help but whisper. In an instant, the scene before her vanished, various lights gradually receding, ultimately revealing a card that emitted a faint spiritual glow. The figure in white on the card exuded a vague sense of loneliness, as if high above the world. The entire scene was dynamic and beautiful. Ren Xiaoxiao stared blankly, seeing the luminous card, murmuring, high-quality skin card. Su Chen extended his long, fair fingers, picking up the card. Let's call it Snow White in White. Snow White in White, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The seasons cycle endlessly. In the village by the marsh, an ancient story is passed down. During heavy snow, the white marsh will take human form, watching over the marshland. Type, skin card, for illusion use only. Quality, high description, dressed in white, stepping through the wind and snow. Who does this intent protect? Gazing at the card, Su Chen used his mental power to probe, receiving all the information from the card. As he expected, the quality was high, just right. Skin cards are inherently precious. Among the 5 qualities, low, medium, high, super, and supreme, super is 1 in 10,000, and supreme is roughly equivalent to legend. Even high-quality cards are rare. Characters with high-quality skin cards usually come from wealthy or noble backgrounds. Su Chen felt satisfied with his inspiration, which could exchange for a high-quality card. Wow! Manager, can I take a look? Coming back to her senses, Run Xiaoxiao stared at Su Chen, her eyes sparkling. High-quality skin cards, this kind of spirit card, she had only seen in videos or advertisements. Being this close for the first time was a novelty. Is this the true strength of the manager? Indeed, the manager is always above her expectations. Su Chen tilted his head, seeing her eager expression, nodded, and handed over the skin card. Thank you, manager. You're so kind. Ren Xiaoxiao took it seriously, carefully examining the skin card, her eyes filled with curiosity. Su Chen sighed, starting to tidy up the table. Although he might not use these skin essences next time, every little bit adds up. Once he has more skin essences, he might have the chance to create a super card. After all, in his past life he had often stayed up late due to the card designs in this game. Every drop of sweat had almost turned into memories in his mind. These memories have now become his inspiration reservoir. Ah, manager, it's late. I should head back. After enjoying the view, Ren Xiaoxiao glanced at the time and was suddenly alarmed. She hurriedly bid farewell and jogged towards the academy. Looking at the evening glow in the sky, Su Chen put away the skin card and smiled gently. Making cards, time really does pass too quickly. In the central part of Kaijiang City, in a standalone villa of Bidian residents, an old clock quietly recorded the passage of time. With its ticking sound, in the luxuriously decorated room, a proud young man leaned against a genuine leather sofa, half closing his eyes, enjoying the tranquility of time. After listening to his subordinate's report, he opened his narrow eyes, his gaze cold as a snake, suddenly shooting out, enveloping the 2 people in front of him. Did Fu Qian really say that? Tianli and Tianhan nodded in unison. Brother Tianfu, outsiders are like this, unreliable. Tianfu nodded slightly at the words, but a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. After all, he was an association commissioner. How could he be afraid of a kid who was expelled from the academy and had his 3-star card maker qualification revoked? Indeed, he couldn't rely on trash. What has he been up to lately? Tianfu found a comfortable position to lie down, casually inquiring. In the city, killing was definitely not an option, but that kid had some card-making talent. He absolutely couldn't let him have the chance to rise. He's so poor he can only eat noodles on the street. Trying to find ways to make money, but he doesn't have many customers. Tianli respectfully answered in a low voice, a hint of pride in his tone. Once the pride of the Kaijiang Academy's card-making department, he had fallen to this state, which they could say was their doing. This gave him a sense of accomplishment. So what if he was a genius? In front of their background, he could only be dusted off, living like a dog. I thought he would continue to make a fuss. In the end, didn't he just obediently submit? Tianfu scoffed, holding the crimson skin card in his hand, his eyes filled with disdain. This is the consequence of offending him, reputation in tatters, family fortune gone. Thinking of this, Tianfu looked at the 2 and asked, did Li Qingying accept my gift? Tianli and Tianhan exchanged glances, and finally, Tianli gritted his teeth and said, senior sister Qingying threw the gift into the trash can and told you to get lost. Damn bitch, what's she pretending for? She's already been played by him and still acts so high and mighty? Tianfu's face turned angry, cursing incessantly. Seeing this, Tianli quietly reminded him, brother Tianfu, since the head of the family asked you to make contact, it means her identity is not as simple as it appears. Tianfu suppressed his anger, resting his chin on his hand and said, you're right. The head of the family told me she is the 7th princess of the merfolk, using the alias Li Qingying. Upon hearing this, both Tianli and Tianhan were taken aback. The strength of the merfolk ranks among the top 100 among the myriad races. Especially in the ocean, their advantages become even more pronounced. In the boundless sea,
They jointly manage resources with several other major water races, which are abundant. If their clan could marry into the merfolk, their strength would surely rise to another level. Considering this, Tianhan stepped forward and respectfully suggested, "Brother Tianfu, matters of the heart cannot be forced, but even if she is a princess, there are times when she is not in control of her own fate. The Hidden Dragon Cup event is currently under the scrutiny of various forces. As long as you achieve a sufficiently excellent ranking and then present gifts to the merfolk to express your intention for marriage, the merfolk king will likely agree." Upon hearing this, Tianfu frowned and nodded, then his brow relaxed. "Tianhen, you're right. I'll deal with that damn bitch later. The urgent matter is to prepare for the Hidden Dragon Cup. So, you two keep an eye on him. If he leaves the city, send someone to kill him." Tianli and Tianhan exchanged glances and grinned. "Brother Tianfu, you can rest assured. A self-righteous brat who doesn't even have a character card. If they wanted to deal with him, wouldn't it be easy? It's just that the city has strict regulations, and they can't act, otherwise they would have resolved it long ago. That's best. You two can leave now." Tianfu rubbed his forehead, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Once the two left, he put away his casual expression, his face showing a hint of reverence. "Master, is there something wrong?" An old, eerie voice echoed in his mind. "Tianfu, I need more blood from spirit card masters, preferably from those of lower realms." Tianfu frowned tightly and replied, "Master, the blood in the hospital is already insufficient." "Then kill. Go to the rift space and kill. Without enough blood, how can you become stronger? Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. A general success comes at the cost of countless bones. If you want to become the head of the family, there is still a long way to go." The old, eerie voice gradually took on a seductive tone. Upon hearing this, Tianfu nodded heavily, bloodshot eyes revealing hints of madness, black worms resembling fluff emerging from his forehead. "Rest assured, Master. I haven't forgotten. I'll control the puppet to kill right away." "No, this time you go personally. I have a bad feeling lately. Something beyond our control is being born in the dark." "Yes, Master." As night fell, the villa was empty. The moon was obscured by dark clouds, and the place was already cold and silent. In the patrol office, a secret meeting room was brightly lit. Recently, traces of the evil god's followers have frequently appeared in the rift space. Based on the information provided by the mercenary Xiong Zhuang and my own investigations, it is preliminarily determined that the target of the evil god's followers is low realm spirit card masters. Once targeted, all their blood will be drained and sacrificed to the evil god's malice. Tonight, Xiong Zhuang will head to rift space number 96. According to past data, the probability of him being targeted again is 100%. Therefore, I will send someone to follow him, like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This team will be led by me personally. Please cooperate. As soon as the woman finished speaking, a chorus of voices rang out in the meeting room. "Yes, Director Lang." The next morning, Su Chen finished instructing Ren Xiaoxiao, who had arrived early, and then walked briskly towards the north side of Kaijiang City. Kaijiang City, as the capital of Kaijiang Prefecture, not only is there the only top-tier academy within the mansion, but there is also the Spirit Card Duel Hall, Sangling Duel Hall. So many people. The closer they got to the duel hall, the more people there were, almost all in groups of 3 or 5, engaged in heated discussions. Su Chen looked at their vibrant and spirited demeanor, feeling an infinite sense of emotion. Flowers may bloom again, but one cannot return to youth. At this moment, can he still be considered young? He thought he should be. After all, at 19, it was the time to venture forth. "Hey, buddy, where did you buy that mask?" A familiar voice came from beside him, and Su Chen focused his gaze. The speaker was a young man wearing headphones. Handsome in appearance, but his lively eyebrows somewhat undermined his charm, making him seem a bit cheeky. "Why so surprised?" "That's right, I am Chui Woody. Do you know me?" Chui Woody put away his headphones, his eyebrows bouncing comically. "I don't know you." After some thought, Su Chen shook his head seriously. "No worries, it's not too late to know me now." Chui Woody, feeling at ease, patted Su Chen's shoulder. "You're here to challenge that Sangling 10 talents too, right?" "Sanling 10 talents?" Su Chen looked at him in confusion. What kind of title was that? He had never heard of it. "No way, buddy, are you sure you're here to challenge? You don't even know this?" Chui Woody rubbed his nose, feeling quite helpless. In this day and age, is there really someone who comes to challenge without knowing their opponent? Is this recklessness, ignorance, or absolute confidence? Tell me about it. Su Chen gazed at the vast Sangling Duel Hall ahead, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. The entire Sangling Duel Hall resembled a giant silver bowl turned upside down, yet the protruding wing-like edges added a touch of sharpness. From a distance, it looked like a sprawling winged giant tiger, giving an indescribable sense of shock. Under the morning sun, at its entrance, the crowd surged, adding to the lively atmosphere. The Sanling 10 talents refers to the 10 guardians of the Sanling Duel Hall, except for the first.
talent belonging to the main hall. The other 9 talents come from different branch halls and can be said to be the strongest among the pure white ranks of the branch halls. To facilitate our challenges, the Sunling 10 talents have long been internally ranked. How about that? Isn't it very user-friendly? Chui Woody looked at Su Chen, smiling as he asked. Returning his gaze from the dual hall, Su Chen gently nodded and calmly said, as soon as he finished speaking, before Chui Woody could retort, a challenger nearby scoffed. Buddy, the character card of the first talent is of legendary quality, with a complete set of attached cards. Winning against him? What a daydream. Sigh. Everyone wants to win against the first talent, but the reality is, even the 10th talent is hard to defeat. When the myth doesn't emerge, who can compete? The voices rose and fell, all expressing the strength of the first talent of the dual hall. Seeing Su Chen in silence, Chui Woody patted his shoulder, encouragingly saying, Buddy, the first talent is the darling of the Tsangling dual hall, lacking for nothing since childhood, carefully nurtured. We can't compare. But this is just a temporary lead. Wasn't our ancient Qian's emperor initially behind others, only to rise unexpectedly in the end? Upon hearing this, Su Chen turned his head to look at Chui Woody, who nodded emphatically in encouragement. Buddy, where did you buy that mask? Chui Woody, intrigued, stared at the fox mask on Su Chen's face. How did he not think of that? Wearing a mask to maintain an air of mystery. Then defeating the 5th talent in one go, sparking discussions and captivating countless girls. I bought it by the roadside. Let's go in first. Looking at the dual hall so close at hand, Su Chen felt inexplicably calm. There was no excitement about entering the mansion's competition at all. Wait, the Tsangling 10 talents are coming. Chui Woody pulled him aside, joining many challengers to look towards the steps of the square. Under the brilliant morning sun, 10 young men and women dressed in blue dual uniforms walked over slowly. With each step they took, people around began to shout in unison. Songling 10 talents, the most talented of the cold palace. Songling's various seats, the most fearsome of the cold palace. Many challengers looked at the cold and stirring young man at the forefront of the 10, listening to the fervent shouts of the fans, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Dude, wouldn't it be great if I were Song Han? Hearing the cries of numerous girls, Chui Woody wore an envious expression. This was what a prodigy deserved. Wherever he went, cheers erupted one after another, basking in the adoring gazes from all directions. Not so good. The more this happens, the harder it is to step down. Gazing at the cold young man, Su Chen spoke in a flat tone. Hey, dude, that's a problem for after losing, at least it's fun now. Watching the 10 pass by, Chui Woody activated his auto-targeting, staring intently at a girl's long legs. Those legs are both fair and long, a delight to behold. Suddenly, among the 10, the girl with long legs sharply turned her head, her piercing gaze sweeping towards the 2. Chui Woody quickly withdrew his gaze, and as he locked eyes with Su Chen, he became the target of the girl. You've got guts. Say that again. The cold reprimand instantly silenced the entire entrance. Su Chen remained silent while Chui Woody broke out in a cold sweat beside him. Lin, let's go. The cold young man, Song Han, cast a glance at Su Chen, his expression devoid of any ripples. Got it, bro. The girl, Song Lin, shot a fierce glare at Su Chen before joining the others. For a moment, whispers erupted at the entrance, and many cast strange looks their way. Dude, sorry about that. I'll treat you to a big meal later. Chui Woody's lowered voice came through, and Su Chen shook his head slightly. It's nothing. Just go in. Alright, dude, your temperament is not much worse than my dad's. Chui Woody praised as he followed him into the duel arena. The interior of the duel arena was quite spacious, with 10 metallic platforms standing in the center. On each platform stood a guardian, the same 10 from before. The audience on both sides never ceased their cheers, creating a fervent atmosphere. Dude, this challenge is divided into virtual challenges and real challenges. The virtual challenge uses a duel simulator to replicate card data and duel on a virtual battlefield. Most people use this method now. Of course, if you want a real challenge, that's also possible, but the arena master has to be present. Chui Woody's explanation was just right. Upon hearing this, Su Chen teased, why not call it a turf war? Now it's a challenge? Dude, I know my own weight. A turf war requires a challenge, first show. Chui Woody chuckled awkwardly, then glanced at the cold young man on the platform, his expression serious. Dude, to be honest, my brother challenged him a few days ago and narrowly lost. His combat awareness is very strong, extremely strong. In our Kaijiang prefecture, if there's a myth, his character card is the pure white level 1. Su Chen nodded slightly, his expression calm. Brother Chui, who do you plan to challenge? Chui Woody's gaze shifted to one of the platforms, and he said in a low voice, Fifth show, I want to win with tactics. After saying that, he curiously looked at Su Chen. What about you, dude? Upon hearing this, Su Chen walked straight towards the first show, which had no challengers. Chui Woody stood there, staring blankly at his back, his calm voice echoing in his ears. I find it troublesome, so I'll just take the first show. Brother Chui, I'll be right back. Son Ling duel. Hall. In a room rich with ancient charm, the aroma of tea was strong and the atmosphere was tranquil. The external noise seemed to be isolated by the projection screen, leaving only the images of the 10 platforms. Beside the tea table, the arena master, Sung Tiancheon, dressed in a deep blue training outfit, his face clean-shaven and fair, was leisurely sipping tea. Opposite him sat a man in a blue uniform, with thick brows and big eyes, looking quite righteous. Senior brother, it seems Song Han's strength is well recognized. On the platform where Song Han stood, no one challenged him, forcing him to close his eyes and rest. The man in the blue uniform took a sip of tea, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. As a special envoy of the alliance, overseeing the Pure White Cup event in the Kaijiang prefecture of the ancient Qian kingdom, he could naturally see that his disciple lacked the same level of deterrence. Kang Tianqian set down his teacup, glanced at his son, and shook his head, saying, Guchun, Honor has yet to encounter a true prodigy. This is actually not a good thing. A legendary quality character card seems unattainable for ordinary people. Yet, in front of those low-key prodigies, it is merely a stepping stone. Between myths, there is still a gap, let alone between legends and myths. Without entering the legendary realm, seeing a myth is like a frog sitting in a well, gazing at the sky. Once in the legendary realm, seeing a myth is like a mayfly looking at the starry sea. The gap between legend and myth, by estimation, is at least a hundredfold in combat power. A legendary quality character card, with all its attached cards, can barely contend with a myth quality character card that does not use any attached cards. Honor has been taught by him since childhood, although he knows there are greater heights beyond. His pride has swelled after not encountering anyone for so long. He fears that during the national competition, Honor might be defeated and thus lose his spirit. A true prodigy? Brother, if my disciple cannot be considered a prodigy, how many people in this world can be called prodigies? Special Envoy Guchen toyed with his teacup, his gaze once again fixed on the screen. In my view, you are being too harsh, brother. Appropriate encouragement is what will allow my disciple to go further. He suddenly set down his teacup, staring intently at the masked youth approaching the arena, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Just then, a plain voice echoed in the room from the screen. Su Feng, the real challenge. Tap. Kang Tianqiang set down the teacup he had picked up and looked at Guchen with a smile, saying, Guchen, something is happening. Guchen slowly stood up, smiling slightly. Since he dares to challenge my disciple, he must have some confidence. Brother, let's go take a look. That's only right. Kang Tianqian picked up the guild master badge from the wall, fastening it to his chest, and strode out with Guchen. In the duel arena's competition area, whispers never ceased. Someone actually dares to challenge Hangu? The red-haired youth standing on the second arena spat out a toothpick, his tone flippant. What are you saying? The second prodigy, that delicate kid from 3 days ago, didn't he just challenge? Defending. The arena is inherently boring, it's still a virtual battle. It's rare to see a real fight. I bet he can last 3 moves. The third prodigy, a tall and thin youth with long bangs, looked at the spotlighted masked youth, his tone somewhat playful. His character card was also of legendary quality, and he had fought against Song Han's character card, lasting 10 moves. This achievement earned him the title of the third prodigy. 1 move. A cold-faced girl, arms crossed, stood upright on the arena, her long, fair legs attracting quite a few gazes. Upon hearing the girl's words, both the second and third prodigies fell silent. As the fourth prodigy, her identity was extremely special. She was Song Han's younger sister. Due to this identity, Song Ling was considered the most formidable presence among the 10 prodigies. I believe brother Song Han will defeat his opponent in 1 move, just as sister Song Lin said. While everyone on the arena fell silent, the petite 7th prodigy nodded earnestly. Just then, a commotion arose in the arena. A few people focused their attention, their expressions solemn. Next to the guildmaster is the Alliance Special Envoy, right? Yes, I heard that the resources from our prefecture will be handled by him. Wow! Another handsome uncle. The 7th prodigy exclaimed exaggeratedly, looking adorable, then clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. I really want to beat him into a pig's head. Hearing this, the second and third prodigies exchanged glances, both showing a hint of helplessness. Ahem, everyone, let's continue. It's just a real battle. Can't we all want to see it? Gu Chen, stepping forward, looked at the halted arena battle with a smile. He had said it before, that spirit card duels must be real battles, they are the most captivating. Unfortunately, the prefecture competition had just begun, and it was necessary to have real battles. Everyone exchanged glances, but no one spoke, their eyes following Gu Chen and Song Tianqian's footsteps. Under the gaze of the crowd, the two quickly arrived at the first arena. Su Feng, challenging the first show. Song Han, a real challenge, right? Gu Chen glanced at Su Chen, then looked at Song Han, a faint smile always on his lips. Su Chen nodded politely, ignoring the questioning looks from the crowd. Song Han crossed his arms, not even lifting his eyelids, his tone flat. Commissioner, you can start. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen stepped aside and said seriously, Director, please release the dual field. The dual field is a special area that, once released, transfers the covered region to a subspace, but the Images and sounds from that area can still be received by those in the original space. Real battles in the duel arena usually employ this kind of field. Song Han, and this young man, remember, harmony is paramount. Song Tianxiong slowly walked onto the first arena with Su Chen closely following. After seeing the two prepare, Song Tianxiong took a sky blue card from the card box and casually tossed it. In an instant, the card transformed into a dazzling blue light, covering the entire arena. As the light gradually receded, the area of the arena was transferred to a subspace. Here, the energy of the card rendered the surroundings into a high cliff against a clear sky and the wind created by the fields. Energy felt incredibly real. Below the cliff was an endless sea of clouds. In a daze, the spectators thought the two had reached the summit of the clouds. Many onlookers had already taken out communication devices, ready to record the battle. According to convention, as the director, I still need to introduce the competition rules. Best of 3, the same type of auxiliary card can only be used once. To put it simply, in 3 matches, no matter how many skin cards you have, you can only use one skin card, and it can only be used once. Other types of auxiliary cards, such as field cards, synergy cards, mount cards, equipment cards, etc., are the same. Any questions? Standing between the two, Song Tianxiong's attitude was serious, without a hint of perfunctoriness. It was well known that Song Han was his son, but as the director, this was something he had to handle. Therefore, he could not afford to be the slightest bit lax to avoid misunderstandings. Director, understood. Su Chen, standing with his hands behind his back, seemed to exude an air that, in the eyes of the crowd, even slightly surpassed Song Han across from him. Same. Song Han took out his card box and replied. His expression was stern, his gaze calm, as if nothing in the world could move him. Upon hearing this, Song Tianxiong nodded lightly and used a card to exit the area. Almost as soon as he left, the cliff area that had formed from the arena rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the two were 1,000 meters apart. The cliff loomed like a floating bridge above the sea of clouds, spanning the horizon with grandeur. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Song Han at the right end of the sea of clouds lightly raised his right hand, a glimmer of cold light slipping between his 2 fingers. This was unmistakably a card, its frame adorned with 9 gradually fading spirit patterns faintly flickering, hinting at its level, pure white 9 stars. On the card's face, a 6-winged giant tiger in blue and green stood atop an ice cliff facing the raging wind and snow, roaring towards the sky, exuding unmatched might. In an instant, the entire duel arena was abuzz with discussion. Is this the 6-winged Ice Wind Tiger King? Wow, just looking at it is impressive. No kidding. A legendary quality character card. Plus, it has dual ice and wind attributes, with combo skills. The Cold Palace is so cool. Quick, get a close-up. Make sure to capture it clearly. Above the sea of clouds, the high cliffs of the horizon, this duel field is really nice. Come on. Place your bets. From 1 move to 10 moves, hurry up and bet. The duel arena was in an uproar. Yet, above the sea of clouds in the duel field, it was incredibly tranquil. Only the gentle breeze brushed past, blowing wildly. The cold-faced youth threw the card forward. The dazzling blue and green colors converged into a massive 6-winged Tiger King. The left wing, transformed from the blue wind, surged with wild energy. The wings on the right side shimmered like blue ice crystals, exuding a chilling energy. The azure and blue patterns that spread from the base of the wings to its entire body were faintly visible, adding an air of mystery. The king character on the giant tiger's forehead, combined with its mismatched beastly eyes, exuded an imposing presence. Roar! Following its instinct for battle, it threw its head back and roared at the sky. The powerful sound waves sent ripples through the sea of clouds. The numerous challengers outside the arena seemed to be caught in the moment, awed by the giant tiger's majesty, holding their breath in anticipation. Just then, Su Chen pressed 2 fingers to his forehead and softly said, Fiancée. Whoosh! A gust of fresh wind swept by, and above the sea of clouds, a white beastly silhouette quietly appeared. It was entirely snow-white, standing in midair, its wise eyes gazing down at the sea of clouds. Its long and proportionate body defined beauty, its agile tail flowing like clouds, dancing lightly in the wind, while its folded wings added a touch of composure. It neither roared nor released any imposing aura, it simply hung silently in the air, as if merging with the surrounding world, radiating a sense of tranquility. So beautiful. So cool. Really stunning. Damn. This character card could easily win the award for the most beautiful character card of the year. Maybe it looks good but is useless? Outside the arena, discussions erupted, some praising, some belittling, and others envious. Director, what do you think? Gu Chen gazed at the white beastly silhouette and smiled slightly. Although there was no illusion and he wasn't present at the scene, he couldn't discern the true combat power of this white beastly figure. Yet, he had a faint premonition that this character card was at least of legendary quality. Song Tian glanced at him, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes, but he still teased, I'll watch standing. Then I'll sit and watch. Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then took out a chair from his storage card and sat down to watch. His actions did not attract much attention, as the atmosphere in the duel arena was tense. Aren't you going to use a support card?
Song Han,
who had been silent, finally looked directly at Su Chen after seeing the white beastly silhouette. In his view, the character named by Zay had the qualifications to battle against his card.
No need.
A faint voice carried on the wind.
Song.
Han's expression froze slightly. Only then did he realize that the masked youth across from him had eyes as calm and unperturbed as his own from beginning to end.
So arrogant, isn't it?
This is the six-winged Ice Wind Tiger King.
A standout. Among legendary cards.
Putting strength aside, it fits the theme quite well.
Is that guy who called for bets still around? I bet on one move. I bet on one move too. Count me in.
The arena erupted into noise once more due to Su Chen's words. Song Han was completely unaware that his expression had turned cold.
Su Chen's seemingly arrogant words pierced his pride like a needle.
He had been taught by the director's father since childhood that there were always greater heights in greater people, and he had always suppressed his pride, maintaining humility. Yet, after all these years, he had not found a worthy opponent for his character cards. To him, this pure white cup event was just another dull competition.
I hope you can let me enjoy myself.
After staring at Su Chen for a long time, Song Han snapped his fingers.
Roar!
The six-winged Ice Wind Tiger King let out a furious roar, its six wings unfurling simultaneously as it spiraled upward. In an instant, the azure and blue energy transformed into a terrifying hurricane, enveloping the chilling air, forming an ice wind tornado that stirred the clear winds of the high cliffs and churned the sea of clouds for miles.
The entire
center of the battlefield was covered by this magnificent ice wind tornado, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression.
So strong. Combination skill ice wind tornado. Going straight for the big move. Looks like it's just one move. So cool.
The crowd outside exclaimed in awe, while Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes calm as a lake, seemingly separated from the chaos, unaffected by the fierce winds. Seeing his demeanor, everyone was astonished and hurried to look at the white beastly silhouette in the sky. Once they looked, they all widened their eyes in disbelief.
How is that possible?
The red-haired youth showcased his second skill, watching as the figure flickered in the fierce wind. Gradually approaching the six-winged Ice Wind Tiger King, his eyes filled with doubt.
This was a combination technique that could rival a major move. How could it be so easy? Incredible.
The youth with long bangs displayed his third skill,
uncertainty flickering in his eyes. The power of the ice wind tornado was undeniable. None of the 10 of them could withstand it.
Brother will win. The fourth skill, Song Lin, clutched her clothes, her pearly teeth lightly biting.
What an impressive character.
The petite girl showcased her seventh skill, gazing at the white beast shadow in the storm, her eyes sparkling.
It's getting close to the center of the tornado. Someone shouted, and the eyes of everyone in the arena fixed on the white beast shadow.
The fierce wind formed a tornado, resembling a giant dragon swirling and roaring. The white beast shadow, appearing particularly small before this tornado, remained completely unaffected.
Clearly like a leaf in
the vast sea,
yet always able to sail against the wind. Clearly like floating duckweed in the rain, yet always able to turn danger into safety.
Clearly like a small boat on a great river, yet always able to face the wind and rain.
It's agile.
Steps were like playing a game, sometimes darting left, sometimes drifting right.
It seemed to always find the weak points of the ice wind tornado, just as it was about to break through the range of the ice wind tornado. Roar! The six-winged
Ice Wind Tiger King let out a furious roar, its wings glowing with two colors of light, energy transforming into ice blades and wind blades, all gathering around it, aiming at Baizé.
Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of wind blades and ice blades formed a net of blades, rushing towards Baizé.
However, amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, the white beast shadow spread its wings, its speed suddenly soaring. It transformed into a series of afterimages in the air, appearing in an instant to the right of the six-winged Ice Wind Tiger King. At that moment, it used no technique, gathering spiritual power in its mouth to form a light sword.
Slash! A 3-foot light sword. The chill was overwhelming. It precisely
sliced through the throat of the six-winged Ice Wind Tiger King, the terrifying spiritual power directly pouring into its body.
Roar!
The six-winged Ice Wind Tiger King howled to the sky, raising its giant claws to strike at Baizé.
But just
before the collision, its entire body suddenly shattered into a ground of spiritual light, reassembling into a card, flying into the cold fingers of Song Lin.
And Baizé, under an irresistible force, also transformed into a card, landing between Su Chen's two fingers. First round, Baizé wins.
Large characters slowly appeared in mid-air, announcing the end of the first round of the match. The scene of Baizé holding the sword blade, cutting through the Tiger King's shock, was
deeply etched in everyone's minds.
Until this moment, the crowd outside, feeling their scalps tingle, awoke from their dreams, staring intently at the card in Su Chen's hand.
So strong. Why do I feel like this is a quality crush? Is it just my illusion? You're not the only one feeling this way.
On the arena, the second skill youth swallowed hard, glancing at the silent Song Lin not far away, tremblingly said, "This card seems to be of mythic quality."
This statement
traveled far, and those who heard it were all struck with shock.
When myths do not emerge, who can rival?
This was the highest praise for a top-tier legendary quality character card. But once a myth appears, that legendary quality is merely a
Stronger defeated opponent. Not absolutely, this should be a skill that can sense weaknesses.
From the intensity of the performance alone, it does not constitute an absolute crush.
The third skill, youth with long bangs, after the initial shock, calmly analyzed.
Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded repeatedly after some thought. Just as the third skill said, this battle did not constitute an absolute crush, which did not quite align with the legendary mythic quality. They were not the only ones thinking this. Sung Han, above the clouds, suppressed his shock and stared at the calm Su Chen, saying coolly, "What an impressive skill to sense weaknesses, sir. I will not hold back any longer."
Su Chen placed one hand
behind his back, twirling the card with the other, calmly encouraging, it's worth a try.
Without using any auxiliary cards, could Bai Zhe defeat a top-tier legendary quality character card that had all its auxiliary cards out? This was a question worth his practice. Above the turbulent sea of clouds, high cliffs span like a bridge, the scenery vast and magnificent, yet it paled in comparison to the duel that was about to unfold. The crowd outside held their breath, their eyes fixed on Song Han as he took out a dozen spirit cards from his card box, spreading them like a peacock fanning its tail. In an instant, whether in the duel arena or the competition field, the atmosphere became tense. At a certain moment,
a gentle breeze swept across the sea of clouds, a whistling sound brushing past their ears.
Song Han moved.
He threw out a character card, and the six-winged Ice Wind Tiger King in shades of blue and green descended once more.
Roar! It let out a furious roar, as if sensing Song Han's determination, its fighting spirit soaring. Battle Spirit card, Tiger of the Trap Duel. Whoosh!
A light red spirit card flew from Song Han's palm, transforming into a thin layer of blood color that enveloped the Tiger King.
In an instant, a fierce aura spread around the Tiger King. It fixed its gaze on the enemy ahead, crouching low and growling, a bloodthirsty intent flickering in its heterochromatic eyes. Skin card, Wind Howling. Ice Dome. The blue and green spirit card scattered into two-colored spirit light, coalescing into a giant tiger phantom, which roared skyward before leaping up and merging with the Tiger King upon landing. In that moment, a blue-green horn sprouted from the Tiger King's forehead, and beneath the thin blood color, blue and green patterns intertwined, forming ice-blue markings. Its aura suddenly surged to more than 10 times its original strength. Song Han's voice did not cease. Cooperation card, 100 Beasts following. Roar! Awooh!
An ice crystal-colored spirit card flew from his hand, scattering into a field of spirit light, conjuring phantoms of 100 beasts that surrounded the Tiger King, exuding an
intimidating presence. Domain card, Hurricane Snowfield.
As the last card shot out, snow suddenly began to fall over the entire sea of clouds. The cold, fierce wind roared like a giant, stirring the sea of clouds into tumultuous waves. With the four powerful auxiliary cards unleashed, the crowd outside fixed their eyes on Su Chen, eager to see how he would respond. But to everyone's surprise, Su Chen made no unnecessary movements, cleanly and decisively throwing out a character card. Just as before, standing with his hands behind his back, his calm demeanor, amidst the biting wind and snow, appeared even more extraordinary. His pure white attire was quite fitting for the scene.
"Your Excellency, aren't you going to use any auxiliary cards?"
Seeing Su Chen summoned by Zhe without any further action, Song Han clenched his fists, a surge of anger igniting within him.
What was this? Disdain? Contempt? Humiliation? There's no need, you've only played 4 auxiliary cards.
A faint voice echoed through the biting wind and snow, resonating across the sea of clouds. Observing Song Han's face, which appeared somewhat ferocious from clenching his fists tightly, the crowd outside suddenly felt a twinge
of sympathy.
"He's looking down on him too much." Someone voiced the thoughts of the crowd. 4 auxiliary cards were played, yet the opponent did not play a single one. This was nothing short of humiliation.
He will pay for this. The second contestant crossed his arms, staring intently at the scene. The third contestant nodded slightly, saying, with a tenfold increase in battle power, unless it's of mythical quality, defeat is certain. Brother won't lose. The fourth contestant clutched his clothing tightly, biting his lip as he watched everything unfold. So arrogant. The petite girl, the 7th contestant, covered her mouth and sighed softly, though a hint of amusement sparkled in her eyes. Just then, the transformed 6-winged Ice Wind Tiger King moved. Roar! With a tiger's roar, the wind and snow danced wildly. The Tiger King spread its 6 wings, exuding an air of invincibility, its eyes shining with spirit light, countless ice wind blades generating within its exclusive domain. Roar! Another tiger's roar. The ice wind blades were dense, like a rain of arrows, all shooting towards Bai Zhe. At the same time, the Tiger King's 6 wings moved in unison, 8 terrifying ice wind tornadoes enveloping the area, including Su Chen. It only needed to grow stronger slowly, and it could win this round by defeating the Spirit Card Master himself. Beautiful! Attack the Spirit Card Master directly. Upon witnessing this scene, someone the crowd immediately praised. Since it was a Spirit Card Master duel, how could the Spirit Card Master just stand by? This was how it should be fought. It was worth watching. So arrogant, he must lose now? After that auxiliary card enhancement, the Tiger King's attack range is enormous. Let him be arrogant, he's going to take a fall now. For a moment, as they gazed at the raging ice wind tornado, the crowd buzzed with discussion. However, in the face of
Such a dire situation, the panic that most expected to see did not manifest on the masked youth. Amid their astonished gazes, Suchen stepped forward slowly, his eyes piercing through layers of wind and snow, landing on Songhan. How did it come to this? He asked softly, ignoring the ice wind tornado sweeping toward him, extending his hand forward as a spirit card, predominantly white, fell between his fingers. It's too late. Way too late. Why think of using the auxiliary card now? Where were you before? That's right, his character is still dodging the ice wind blades. How could he possibly return to protect him? Something's off. 8 parts out of 10 are definitely off. Observant spectators outside the arena focused on the card's surface, gasping in surprise. Someone filming suddenly spoke up, answering their confusion. Humanoid skin card. As this was said, everyone in the arena felt puzzled. The humanoid skin card could only allow the character card to take on a humanoid form, but it had no effect on the current battle situation. The spirit cardmaster, without the protection of a character card, was no different from a fragile target. Just watch, the answer is about to be revealed. Ku Chen, who had been sitting, stood up at some point, fixated on the screen. 8 roaring ice wind tornadoes surged toward the youth, yet he remained calm, as if choosing a moment. Look at Baizé, someone shouted, and the crowd's gaze shifted. They then noticed that Baizé, hiding from the ice wind blades above, was enveloped in a thin layer of spiritual light, darting toward Su Chen's location like a shooting star. Countless ice wind blades rained down upon it, yet only dimmed the spiritual light. As the glow swirled, the thin layer of spiritual light restored itself, its strength evoking a sense of despair. At that moment, everyone suddenly solidified a certain guess. Even so, you still lost this round. Songhan, witnessing this scene, wore an indifferent expression. But as soon as he spoke, his pupils suddenly constricted, his eyes reflecting an unforgettable image. Su Chen raised his right hand, flicking out that auxiliary card. In an instant, white spiritual light materialized, coalescing into a humanoid phantom hovering above Su Chen's head. Under everyone's watch, Baizé instantly vanished from its original spot, forming a line of spiritual light, like an unchanging river of stars flowing toward Su Chen. Whoosh! The 8 ice wind tornadoes converged, forming an even larger ice wind tornado. The ice blue hue obscured the crowd's view, preventing them from seeing what was happening at the center of the storm. Just as they widened their eyes, trying to break through the snowstorm's obstruction to see the situation inside, clang! A white energy sword blade shot out from the storm, vanishing in an instant. Sizzle! The 6-winged ice wind tiger king in the air suddenly burst forth with spiritual light from its neck. When the crowd focused, they were left dumbfounded. The small white energy sword blade, seemingly insignificant, lodged in the giant tiger's neck, yet caused the spirit card to disintegrate. Boom! Before the crowd could regain their senses, the terrifying ice wind tornado was torn apart from the inside. In that moment, the wind stopped, the snow stopped, a figure in white hung in the air. Standing with hands behind his back, surrounded by energy sword blades, like a deity quietly overlooking the giant tiger's dissolution. The entire sea of clouds and the entire duel arena, even Songhan looking up, became his backdrop, merely to reflect that transcendent intent. The sea of clouds was silent, only a gentle breeze passing through. The arena was deathly quiet, the crowd plunged into an inexplicable shock. A summoning card could also be used as a disguise card? Is this the power of mythic quality? Tap, tap. Songhan stepped forward slowly, picking up the dim character card, looking up at Su Chen with a complex expression. I lost. You won. The quiet sea of clouds, the gentle wind carrying the voice, drifted far away. Songhan listened to the echo of his own voice, a look of relief spreading across his face, his eyes not dimming but brightening a few degrees. He finally found that person beyond the ordinary. Su Chen descended through the air, gazing at the words revealing victory and defeat in midair, his expression calm. Mythical quality is inherently stronger than legendary quality. The reason he could win was not due to skill, but entirely based on stats. The only duels that could truly make him face reality would be in the provincial or national competitions. Let me reintroduce myself, Lord Su Feng. I am Songhan, the chief of the Tsongling Duel Hall. As the duel field gradually dissipated, Songhan walked up to Su Chen, revealing the first genuine smile he had shown in many years. Well, see you at the provincial competition. Su Chen nodded politely, and after the duel field vanished, he stood on the arena, looking at the silent competition hall, calm and composed. Director, can I have the badge now? A soft inquiry pulled everyone's thoughts back from shock. Director Tsong Tianxiang stepped onto the arena, gazing at Su Chen, his eyes still reflecting traces of astonishment. He had seen character cards of mythical quality before, but a character card that could summon and transform was something he had never encountered. The legendary emperor who established the ancient Qian also possessed such a mystical character card. Could this young man before him be a descendant of that emperor? Suppressing various speculations, Tsong Tianxiang took out 10 badges, placed them in a gift box, and handed it to Su Chen. Young man, please take good care of the badges. The provincial competition will be held in half a month. Su Chen nodded as he accepted them, confirming their accuracy before slowly walking down the arena. As he passed through, the crowd parted, and the looks directed at him were tinged with a hint of reverence. When Su Chen walked past Chui Wuti, he nodded in acknowledgement and quickly left, showing no signs of reluctance. On Arena 1, as he watched Su Chen's figure disappear at the entrance of the duel hall, Song Han sighed at the girl who had appeared before him without him noticing. Sorry, Lin, I disappointed you. Mythical quality was just too powerful. At the same level, even the six-winged Icewind Tiger King had no chance of winning. He was convinced. No, brother, you are already very excellent. Song Lin shook her head, biting her pale lips, and said nothing more. That scoundrel was so formidable that even her brother had lost. She had nothing more to say. She could only hope that in the provincial or national competitions, some spirit card master could temper this person's sharpness. Sigh, there's nothing to be done. The opponent is too strong. The second show approached, stroking his vibrant red hair, sighing. A character card of mythical quality he didn't even have the courage to challenge. After all, no matter how hard he tried, it would only be self-humiliation. The compatibility must be over 60%, otherwise, it wouldn't be so strong even after transformation. The third show leaned in, his eyes filled with amazement beneath his long bangs. Spirit cards at the pure white level rarely exceed 60% compatibility. Even among their Song Ling 10 shows, only the first show, Song Han, had a character card compatibility exceeding 60%, allowing him to fully unleash the card's power. This mysterious young man named Su Feng, aside from his mythical quality character card, was also a prodigy in his own right. He is indeed very strong, but I wonder what he looks like. The petite seventh show spoke with a smile, her seemingly obedient expression hiding a hint of mischief. Such an excellent spirit card master should be useful to silence her family. She needed to find an opportunity to hire him at a high price. Hopefully, the face behind that mask was equally outstanding. The provincial and national competitions are divided into individual and team events. If all goes well, some of you should collaborate with him. The sudden voice startled the few discussing, and they hurriedly looked towards the source, respectfully bowing to Gu Chen. Seeing this, Song Tianxian was about to say something when the arena suddenly became extremely noisy. Ha 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 ha, I struck it rich. The boisterous laughter was particularly jarring, and everyone turned to see a relatively handsome young man in the center of the arena, laughing maniacally as if he had won the lottery. It's him. Song Lin's expression turned slightly cold upon seeing this person. The scoundrel's friend had set up a private gambling den in the duel hall's arena, which was simply a disgrace to the place. TSK, these two, they must have made an agreement. They probably made quite a bit, huh? The second show clicked his tongue in wonder, a hint of envy in his eyes. As duel hall trainees, they were explicitly forbidden from participating in such matters. He's got it all. Third show looked at the unruly Chui Wuti and recalled Su Chen's calm demeanor, a hint of confusion in her gaze. You guys say that Su Feng is so powerful. Why? Is he hanging out with him? As soon as she finished speaking, Song Lin answered without hesitation, a lecher like him, is it strange to have such friends? Song Lin is right. Third show was momentarily at a loss for words and could only awkwardly smile and nod. Yet, she resolved in her heart to keep her distance from girls in the future, to control her eyes and mouth, lest she be resented for a lifetime. Alright, once we're done chatting, return to your positions. Song Han, follow me. Song Tianxiang suddenly spoke, and everyone returned to their places, while Song Han followed him away. On the first arena, Gu Chen thought for a moment, took out his communication terminal, and made a few changes to the already established document. Kaijiang Mansion No. 1 seed player. Su Feng, under suspicion, character card, by Zhe, unknown mythological character card, summons dual-use illusion. Status, identity in question, temporarily set. This is getting more and more interesting. After recording, Gu Chen looked at the crowd in the arena, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. In the area under his jurisdiction, the emergence of such a peerless talent could at least secure a spot in the top 10 of the national individual competition, right? By then, a promotion and a raise wouldn't be a dream. I hope there will be some surprises. The overall strength of Kaijiang Mansion is decent domestically, but looking at the entire league, it's still too far behind. With these thoughts, Gu Chen walked down the arena towards the observation room. Time quietly passed, and the duel hall's confrontation, after being recorded into a video and uploaded online, was just beginning to spark heated discussions. The topic was rapidly fermenting at a speed that neither the parties involved nor the uploader could have anticipated. Approaching noon, Su Chen hurried back to the shop, only to find Chui Yuxiu there as well. Ah, the manager is back. Run. Xiao Xiao, who had been playing a staring game with Chui Yuxiu, brightened up upon seeing Su Chen and stepped out from behind the counter to greet him. Manager, I've already bought the food, just waiting for you to come back and eat. Su Chen felt warmth in his heart, smiled and nodded, then turned to look at Chui Yuxiu, who was wearing a sour expression. Yuxiu, what brings you here today? Su Chen, you want me to investigate, clearly just trying to use me, making me get scolded by the old man. Chui Yuxiu snorted coldly, her fondness for Su Chen plummeting once again. Oh, is that so? Su Chen didn't feel the slightest embarrassment at having his true intentions exposed. He casually replied and opened the lunchbox, preparing to enjoy his meal. Seeing his attitude, Chui Yuxiu grew angrier and couldn't help but ask, Su Chen, don't you have any intention of apologizing? Treating me like a fool, making me pay for the noodles. And you even swiped the mask I found. Su Chen was taken aback, recalling that he had indeed left in a hurry that night and hadn't settled the bill. After hesitating for a moment, he offered one of the 2 boxes of rice and presented the chopsticks. Yuxiu, if you don't mind, let's share a meal and ease the tension. In this world, there's no hurdle that can't be crossed. If there is, just eat well and go to sleep. Put. Ren Xiaoxiao beside them couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. In an instant, Chui Yuxiu's face darkened even more. But then she thought getting a free lunch would save her a few bucks. The key was that the meal was Su Chen's. Immediately, she snatched the lunchbox, picked up the chopsticks, and prepared to dig in. Why not take advantage of it? As long as it could make Su Chen lose something, she felt it was worth it. Buzz buzz buzz. The vibration of the communication terminal rang out, and Chui Yuxiu frowned as she took it out. Seeing it was her brother, she pressed the answer button. Brother, I've struck it rich. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. I'm rich. Brother, where are you? I'll treat you to Xingxia building. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. The infectious laughter from the other end of the communication terminal disrupted the quiet of the shop. Chui Yuxiu felt slightly awkward, while Su Chen seemed lost in thought and spoke up. Fongling Old Street, shop number 9. Bro, do you still have friends? Why didn't you say so earlier? Wait, I'm coming to help you. Before Chui Yuxiu could explain, the person on the other end hung up. For a moment, Chui Yuxiu felt uncomfortable all over. Su Chen was going to exchange a bowl of white rice for a feast at the most renowned restaurant in the city, Xingxia building? What a loss. Yuxiu, is your brother named Chui Wudi? How do you know? Chui Yuxiu suddenly looked up, staring intently at Su Chen. The Kaijiang Chui family followed ancestral teachings and had always been low-key. Chui Yuxiu had turned this low-key nature into humility ingrained in his bones. He had never mentioned his true identity to anyone. As for Chui Wudi, he rarely brought him up either. With Su Chen's background, how could he possibly know who his brother was? It didn't make sense. I know, is that strange? Su Chen put down his chopsticks, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and smiled amiably. The ancient history of the Guqian kingdom was long, and during the early days of the spirit card era, there was a brilliant king who unified the entire eastern continent, establishing the Eastern Shen dynasty, which commanded great respect. Since then, this ancient land has seen continuous warfare, but the country of Qian has always existed, merely changing hands and forms. Throughout this long history, some ancient families have managed to survive and grow into hidden giants. Although these ancient families have long since retreated in the current era, their roots still spread throughout the Guqian kingdom. The Kaijiang prefecture has 3 ancient families, the Ming family, the Cui family, and the Tian family. The Ming family is mysterious, the Cui family is low-key, and the Tian family is relatively high-profile. Humph. Su Chen, if it were the old days, you would be the type to get beaten up. After finishing his meal, Chui Yuxiu scoffed. Plagiarizing others' achievements should be condemned by all. Yet, the target of Su Chen's plagiarism was none other than Tianfu, who was most likely to become the heir of the Tian family. In the dark times of the past, Su Chen would have undoubtedly faced death. Hee Yuxiu, you said it yourself, that was in the past. Su Chen was not the least bit angry, responding with a calm smile. Chui Yuxiu felt as if his fist was hitting cotton, soft and ineffective. Su Chen's mindset was far stronger than he had imagined. Bro, I'm here. Hearing Chui Wudi's voice, Chui Yuxiu looked outside the shop and saw Chui Wudi panting and drenched in sweat, frowning slightly. Stop shouting, if Grandpa sees you, you'll get scolded again. Bah, what does that old man count for? I have a big brother. Now, and from now on, that old man should show me some respect. Chui Wudi held his head high, strutting around like a rooster surveying its territory. Chui Yuxiu twitched the corner of his mouth and squinted, saying, Wudi, you really seem invincible now. To dare speak like that about the old man, if it got out, he would surely face the family rules. Alright, bro. You don't need to use the old man to pressure me, it's really a buzzkill. Chui Wudi waved his hand, staring at Su Chen, who had a smile at the corner of his mouth, with a look of suspicion. Dude, have we met before? Su Chen smiled and shook his head. That was something Su Feng had encountered. What did it have to do with him? I must have mistaken you for someone else. Chui Wudi dismissed his doubts and looked back at his older brother. Bro, I ran into a big shot and defeated Song Han in 2 moves. Defeated? What? Song Han? Chui Yuxiu, realizing, raised his voice 3 notches, his eyes wide as he stared at his brother, his chest heaving. Who was that person? What was his name? Song Han. He had fought this person a few days ago and had exerted all his strength but couldn't win. Just a few days later, there was already a master? Could it be a prodigy from the Ming family? Su Feng, wearing a fox mask, a bit more handsome than me. Seeing his brother's reaction, Chui Wudi's mouth curled up as he answered skillfully. He had rehearsed for this moment before coming. Right now, he felt only one thing, thrilled. Su Feng? Never heard of him. What quality is his character card? Chui Yuxiu furrowed his brows, continuing to press for answers, hearing him finally hit the nail on the head, Chui Woody took a deep breath and said word by word, mythical character card, by Zay. Ha! As Chui Yushio fell into shock, the girl beside her suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed. She stared wide-eyed at the calm and composed Su Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief. What's wrong? Ren Xiao? Chui Woody smiled as he looked at her. This was the shock of mythical quality. Everyone who heard it was first stunned, providing enough emotional value before anything else. Ha! His gaze fell on Su Chen, and Chui Woody's expression slightly tightened, questioning, dude, why aren't you shocked at all? Su Chen cleared his throat twice, putting on a face that said he was very shocked. Dude, your reflexes are way too slow. Retracting his gaze, Chui Woody felt refreshed and then patted his chest, full of bravado. Let's go. Let's have a feast at the summer pavilion. I'll treat. Chui Yushio, as if waking from a dream, opened her mouth to say something, but Chui Woody directly threw his arm around her shoulder, patting his chest and assuring, bro, don't worry, the money is more than enough. I'll definitely make sure everyone eats to their heart's content. Thank you, brother Woody. Yes, thank you very much. Seeing Su Chen thank him, Ren Xiao blinked her almond-shaped eyes and followed suit. Chui Woody waved his hand excitedly. If you want to thank someone, thank that big shot. You guys don't know, I could tell at a glance he was extraordinary, and then it was as if he had opened a floodgate. On the way, Chui Woody spoke nonstop, never pausing. That six-winged ice-wind tiger king, with 6 pairs of wings spread wide, instantly plunged the dual field into darkness, the sun and moon losing their light. My big brother, upon seeing this scene, remained calm as ever, casually tossing out a character card. Guess what happened? Ren Xiao listened with great interest and hurriedly asked, what happened? With a bang, the extraordinary Bai Zai made a dazzling entrance. That scene, that momentum, that demeanor. TSK. It's a pity you weren't there. Chui Woody described it vividly, occasionally expressing a hint of regret. Su Chen looked at Ren Xiao, who kept agreeing and smiling, feeling awkward enough to solve a housing problem. Woody, why didn't you ask for contact information? Chui Yushio, who had been watching trending news, frowned and joined the conversation. This was a mythical quality character card, a rare sight for ordinary people. Just how powerful was this card? He really wanted to try it out himself. Ah, don't mention it. Next time I see him, I'll definitely cling to his thigh and get some contact info. Chui Woody pouted, looking displeased. This was something he could brag about for a lifetime. If others didn't believe him, it would be incredibly uncomfortable. He regretted it now, regretted being immature and letting a few million credit points cloud his judgment. Do you think there's a possibility that this big shot just wants to keep a low profile? Ren Xiao chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Su Chen, who was pretending nothing was wrong. Shopkeeper, do you think I'm right? That big shot must really want to keep a low profile, right? Upon hearing this, Su Chen helplessly shot her a glance and shook his head, saying, I don't know, don't ask me. Su Feng was Su Feng, and he was he. He could still distinguish between the two. Okay, big shots are big shots. Their actions are hard to fathom. We really shouldn't speculate recklessly. Ren Xiao cleverly ended the topic, looking ahead at the ancient-style high-rise building by the colorful river, her eyes sparkling. The summer pavilion is so beautiful. The ancient-style azure building stood by the river, like a beautiful woman in a blue dress. From a distance, it was not to be trifled with, and up close, it was not to be gazed upon directly. The intricate carvings of the ancient building reflected the shape of a sword in the sunlight, with the words Summer Pavilion inscribed on it, vigorous and powerful, exuding a carefree elegance. The azure shadow of the building resided in the river, shimmering like a patch of bamboo forest that would never fade, adding a touch of antiquity. The faint sound of ancient musical instruments drifted down from the high building, like celestial music from the heavens, descending to the mortal realm. No matter who it was, upon seeing this high-rise, they would want to go up and experience the scenery above. Xingxia Tower, one of the top 10 famous towers of the ancient Qian kingdom, is said to have been named by the Emperor Qian himself when he passed by and admired the beautiful scenery during his campaign against the feudal lords. The shadow it casts in the water is said to be the reason behind the emperor's choice of name. Chui Woody introduced enthusiastically, while Ren Xiao occasionally asked polite questions. What should have been a harmonious scene was instantly disrupted by the arrival of a group of people, shattering the tranquility. Su Chen, long time no see? A handsome young man in formal attire, leading 2 others, smiled as he blocked the path of the 4. The mighty Kai River flowed endlessly. On the bank, 2 groups of people halted simultaneously, and the atmosphere became tense. Thanks to someone, I'm not dead yet. A smile lingered at the corner of Su Chen's mouth, but his eyes were filled with coldness. The culprit who had brought him to the state stood before him, wearing a smug smile. One couldn't help but feel disgusted by the scene. That's good. My subordinates don't know their limits, and I can't control them either. You know, Su Chen, even though you plagiarized my card-making results, I actually don't blame you. It's only human nature. When you see something you like, you want to possess it. I'm no exception. Tianfu smiled, his words dripping with tolerance. Upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Su Chen, is it funny that I forgive you?
Tianfu frowned slightly, his expression growing colder. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, pointing at the
rushing river, his voice calm as ever.
A small stream of water, even if my body and name are obliterated, won't hinder the endless flow of the Kai River. Tianfu, in my eyes, you are nothing but a twisted, crawling maggot. Forgive me? Hee hee, it's more like you're trying to provoke me. Having 2 dogs watch me every day, are you scared? Su Chen smiled meaningfully, stepping past Tianfu while calmly declaring, what is mine will ultimately be mine. If it's not yours, it must be repaid 100-fold. With that, Su Chen walked straight towards Xingxia Tower. Hee hee.
Ren Xiaoxiao made a face at the 3 and quickly followed Su Chen.
Upon seeing the Chui brothers, Tianfu displayed a friendly smile.
Yuxiu, Wudi, this person has some conflicts with me. I hope you don't mind.
Chui Yuxiu stopped Chui Wudi and said with a smile, Senior Tianfu.
This person is just narrow-minded. There's no need to pay him any mind.
Tianfu nodded slightly, curious, since you know, why do you still want to be friends with him?
Chui Yuxiu hesitated for a moment and replied seriously, I'm pursuing that girl from earlier, but she doesn't believe me.
I see. Tianfu stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and smiled, do you need my help?
For the sake of brother Chui's happiness, I can play the villain. Upon hearing this, Chui Yuxiu shook his head with a wry smile. Senior Tianfu, that's not necessary. If the old man finds out, he'll definitely give me a beating. Well, in that case, I'll take my leave. I have to go pick up an important
person. Tianfu nodded and walked away with his hands behind his back.
Suddenly, he thought of something and turned back to ask, Brother Chui, which floor are you on?
In Xingxia Tower? Let's have dinner together later. Upon hearing this, Chui Yuxiu looked at the expressionless Chui Wudi and asked, which floor?
Top floor.
Chui Wudi
said lightly without turning back as he left.
Seeing this, Chui Yuxiu offered Tianfu an apologetic smile and quickly followed.
In an instant, only Tianfu and the 2 others
remained. Tianhen, Tianli, from today on, keep a close watch.
Gazing at the departing figures, Tianfu narrowed his elongated eyes, his tone indifferent.
Since they didn't want to behave, he would find a chance to make them behave. Yes, Tianhen and Tianli replied in unison. Alright, the aircraft is ready, wait for them to come up.
Tianfu threw out a card, and a brand new aircraft hovered above the ground like a pair of wings. With his hands behind his back, he stepped onto the aircraft, facing the envious gazes of those around him. Whoosh! The 3 of them zipped across the Kai River like a flash of light, reaching the top floor of Xingxia Tower in an instant. On the other side, Chui Yuxiu caught up with Su Chen and pretended to be casual as he said, You're quite arrogant, not the slightest bit afraid of
offending Senior Tianfu. Upon hearing this, Su Chen gave him a half smile and replied, Little brother Yuxiu, do you trust me? Or do you trust him? Chui Yuxiu fell silent immediately.
This encounter was definitely not a coincidence, but rather a carefully orchestrated plan by Tianfu.
The saying goes, there's no silver here, which means Tianfu might indeed have issues.
Brother, that Tianfu is not a good person, you'd best keep your distance from him. Chui Wudi suddenly joined the conversation, his eyes filled with disdain.
Since childhood, he had an instinct
for knowing which people were worth befriending and which ones should be avoided. This intuition had never failed him.
Tianfu gave him the impression of a complete hypocrite, and he disliked him immensely.
I trust no one, I only trust evidence and my own judgment.
I've made up my mind to investigate thoroughly. This isn't about wanting to help you, it's about me wanting to know the truth.
Chui Yuxiu stared at Su Chen, his attitude extremely serious.
This time, even if the old man scolded him again, he would pursue the matter to the end. He needed to find out who between Su Chen and Tianfu was the plagiarist. Little brother Yuxiu, you'd better be careful. Su Chen smiled slightly and calmly walked towards the summer pavilion, with Ren Xiaoxiao closely following him.
Seeing this, Chui Wudi also followed suit.
Su Chen, what kind of person are you, really? Watching the backs of the 3, Chui Yuxiu slowly trailed behind.
The spiraling staircase had cleverly designed handrails on both sides, safe yet aesthetically pleasing.
The exquisite carvings exuded an ancient charm.
Occasionally, the river breeze would blow, tousling their hair, giving the 4 climbers a sense of ambition akin to climbing a mountain. Turning his head, the scenery of the colorful river was laid out before them. The green shadows in the water seemed to come alive, swaying like aquatic plants in the wind. So beautiful. Ren Xiaoxiao gazed at the azure water and blue sky, a look of enjoyment on her delicate face. Indeed, it broadens the horizon and brings inspiration.
Su Chen sighed sincerely as he looked out over the entire colorful river.
He had initially wanted to refuse coming here, but thinking of the scenery, he decided to come after all. These days, his mind had been almost constantly tense.
It was time to relax a bit. Only by resting well could he go further. However, when the 4 reached the top floor, an unexpected voice rang out. Everyone, we meet again. Humph.
Glancing at Tianfu's face, which was plastered with a hypocritical smile, Ren Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and walked towards another table.
Su Chen cast a glance at the middle-aged man
sitting opposite Tianfu and slowly followed Ren Xiaoxiao.
Uncle chiming.
Upon seeing the stern middle-aged man, the Chui brothers respectfully stepped forward to greet him.
Chiming
was the commander of the Chi army stationed in the colorful river prefecture, and also a student of their old man. He was known for being strict and respectful, not fond of those who disrespected their elders. They dared not be careless in his presence. While they might talk casually, if the old man heard them, they would surely face the family rules. Yushio, Woody, making friends is fine, but you must keep your eyes open. You need to have discernment about who to befriend and who to avoid, chiming warned sternly as he glanced at Su Chen, who was sitting quietly not far away. As a card maker, he attempted to plagiarize others' achievements. What kind of character could such a person have? Chui Woody remained silent, his peripheral vision catching the smile curling at the corner of Tianfu's mouth, igniting his anger. This hypocrite was definitely using the opportunity to talk business to slander them. Uncle Chiming is right, we will be careful. This time, we'll make sure to distance ourselves from him. Chui Yushio pulled Chui Woody to bow, his attitude humble, leaving no room for criticism. Then you may go. Chiming nodded slightly, then turned to Tianfu, who was beaming with a smile. Little brother Tianfu, regarding the price of the skin card for the Chike God General, can we? Casting a sidelong glance at the expressionless Su Chen at the adjacent table, Tianfu revealed a radiant smile, his voice unrestrained. Commander Chiming, you should know that the skin card for the Chike God General can be applied in large quantities within the military. Regarding the price, I am certainly willing to make concessions, but you can't expect me to waste my efforts, right? I have been conceptualizing this skin card for over a month, truly to the point of neglecting sleep and food. Upon hearing this, Chiming felt a deep respect and solemnly said, Brother Tianfu, on behalf of the entire Chike army, I thank you for your contributions. Well, since Commander Chiming has said so, I will speak frankly. Tianfu lifted his teacup, took a slow sip, savoring it before a smile crept onto his lips. To express my gratitude for the Chike army's efforts, I have decided to charge no fees and provide it for free to the Chike army. Bang! Chiming suddenly stood up, staring blankly at Tianfu. After a long moment, he knelt on one knee in salute, his voice resonant and powerful. Master Tianfu, you truly live up to your reputation, possessing the demeanor of a gentleman. Not something an ordinary person can achieve. The blue water and sky, with brilliant sunlight filtering through sparse clouds, illuminated the colorful river. A gentle breeze rippled the water's surface, creating a shimmering effect. The scenery was just perfect. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Chiming kneeling, while Chui Yushio was looking directly at Su Chen. Yet, she found him sipping tea, his expression calm, seemingly unbothered. If Tianfu had indeed stolen his card-making results, how could he maintain such composure? That was truly frightening. With this thought, Chui Yushio took a sip of her tea. Manager, are you alright? Seeing Su Chen gazing at the colorful river, silently drinking tea, she couldn't help but express her concern. Watching her results being stolen and used to win people's favor right in front of her, that feeling was unpleasant to even think about. If it were her, she would have already exploded in anger. What could possibly be wrong with me? Su Chen withdrew his gaze from the river, glancing at Tianfu, who wore a hint of pride, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. Tomorrow is the preliminary round of the Hidden Dragon Cup, and as part of the same competition area, Tianfu was already well known, subtly regarded as the top card maker of the colorful river mansion. He, a nameless individual, would first need to collect some interest. Tap tap. A sound of footsteps echoed from the stairs, and Su Chen looked over, a hint of surprise crossing his face. The woman coming up wore a dark trench coat, tall and with a cold expression, exuding a heroic demeanor. She was none other than Lanya, who had introduced herself as an intern patrol officer that day. Upon seeing Su Chen, Lanya was momentarily taken aback. Lanya, come quickly to greet Master Tianfu. The Chike Divine General skin card, Master Tianfu will authorize it for free use by the Chike army. Upon seeing her, Chiming hurriedly introduced the smiling Tianfu to her. Thank you, Master Tianfu. Lanya stood beside Chiming and respectfully bowed to Tianfu. The Chike army is composed of warriors, equipped with unified character cards. Such character cards, unlike ordinary illusionary character cards, belong to the category of troop illusion cards. As long as the required auxiliary cards are produced, all soldiers in the army can use them. The Chike Divine General is a high-quality skin card tailored for the Chike army, suitable for various combat environments. The card maker before them, willing to forego benefits, is indeed admirable. However, as far as she knew, the citizen Su Chen beside her seemed to be embroiled in a plagiarism scandal over this skin card and had even been expelled from school. Miss Lanya, you are young and accomplished, and of the same generation as me. Just call me Tianfu, master feels too formal. Tianfu looked at Lanya, responding politely, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Lanya nodded slightly, pretending to casually glance at Su Chen, and upon seeing his calm demeanor, a sense of doubt arose in her heart. Would someone who truly plagiarized others' results sit here, embarrassing themselves? There must be some unknown intricacies involved. Lanya, prepare tea for Master Tianfu. Chiming's voice suddenly rang out, and Lanya shot him a glance, expressionless as she complied. Master Tianfu was a dragon among men, Lang. Yeah, you should learn more from him in the future.
Chi Ming looked at Tianfu, increasingly satisfied. He was getting older, his daughter hardly listened to his guidance, and she still hadn't found a partner. If the two of them took a liking to each other, he would be quite pleased. Lanya replied flatly, but her thoughts were elsewhere. Last night's operation did not capture the mouse lurking in the shadows, but they did find some clues that might allow them to follow the trail further. The top floor was momentarily silent, and as the dishes were served, only the sounds of enjoying the food remained. In Tianfu's mind, an aged voice brimmed with satisfaction. Disciple, I have a plan that will not only allow you to win the heart of a beauty but also make that kid named Su Chen a scapegoat. When we return, I will explain it to you in detail. Hearing this, a smile spread across Tianfu's face and he looked at Longya with a hint of admiration. Since it was his master who spoke, there was no need for him to keep his distance from this person. Instead, he could have some fun. After finishing the meal, it was already evening. Su Chen instructed Rin Xiaoxiao and Cui Yuxiu to return to the academy and left alone. Once he reached a deserted area, Su Chen used a skin card to disguise himself as Bai Zhe. When he saw the faint black mist rising from the top of the summer building, a knowing look flashed in Su Chen's eyes. While dining on the top floor, he had sensed a restless evil aura. It seemed it was not his imagination. This Tianfu had significant issues. This is a bit troublesome. As he removed the disguise and walked back, Su Chen fell into deep thought. Tianfu's background was extraordinary, and the problems he carried were substantial. The fact that he had not been discovered for so long indicated that his concealment had no major flaws. The commander of the Chike army held Tianfu in high regard, and if he wanted to report him, it was likely no one would pay attention. This is indeed troublesome. Rubbing his forehead, Su Chen's eyes showed no fear. In the Hidden Dragon Cup competition, he not only wanted Tianfu to fall from grace but also to expose his true identity, leaving him with no place to hide. Returning to the shop, it was already past 7 in the evening. Su Chen completed the orders for Xiong Zhuang and his friends and was about to close the door when an unexpected guest arrived. Patrol officer, is there something you need? Seeing the cold and stern woman, Su Chen remained calm. Lanya recalled the message from Tianfu and said lightly, Mr. Su Chen, are you really not hiding anything from me regarding the evil puppet insects and the cult members? What? Do you suspect me? It was Tianfu who called the patrol officer here, right? Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and his tone became more distant. Mr. Su Chen, I do not wish for you to conceal anything from me. Lanya remained non-committal, adopting a businesslike demeanor. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone cold. Patrol officer, if you have something to say, just say it. Hearing this, Lanya glanced around and decisively walked into the card-making room of the shop. Once Su Chen entered, she turned and calmly said, why did you steal his card-making results? If I say that card was created after more than a month of brainstorming, pouring my heart and soul into it and neglecting sleep and food, would you believe me? Su Chen replied expressionlessly, patiently cooperating. Lanya was taken aback. It was the first time she had heard such a statement from Su Chen. However, this possibility could not be ruled out, even though the probability was low. After a moment of thought, Lanya said seriously, I must search your shop and use instruments to test your cards. I hope you can cooperate with me. Reason. Su Chen stared at her, his mind beginning to calculate. Lanya was clearly more than just an intern patrol officer. If he could gain her trust, dealing with Tianfu would be much simpler. He would no longer have to worry about safety during this time. The reason is this. Lanya displayed the information on her communication terminal to Su Chen. Hypocritical gentleman, Miss Lanya, I think you need to pay more attention to that Su Chen. Whenever my friend visits his shop, he always feels there is something unclean there. Seeing this blatant note, Su Chen fell silent, his gaze towards Lanya filled with surprise. To discern a person's character in such a short time, this patrol officer was not simple. Mr. Su Chen, can you trust me now? Putting away the communication terminal, seeing Su Chen's slightly surprised expression, Lanya's lips curled up slightly. She was the deputy director of the patrol office, an elite among elites, unlike her father who lacked insight. Who is Tianfu? He could momentarily deceive her, but after her investigation, everything was laid bare. Alright, I can cooperate with you, Su Chen nodded gently after some thought. The patrol officer in front of him had such insight, they could work together. Take off your clothes and lay out all the cards, Lanya's words left Su Chen momentarily stunned. In the quiet card-making room, a lone man and a woman. Seeing Lanya's expression remain unchanged, Su Chen composedly removed his clothes and placed the cards on the table. The only card he didn't take out was the character card, which he kept in his consciousness C to ensure safety. Lanya's ears turned crimson, but due to the yellowish light, Su Chen didn't notice. Watching her place an instrument resembling a stethoscope on his abdomen. For examination, Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly but didn't ask further. A quarter of an hour later, he was finally able to put his clothes back on. Alright. You and your shop are all clear for tonight. Lanya nodded slightly after finishing the search of the shop. Patrol officer, do you mean he will send someone to find crucial evidence? Su Chen's gaze sharpened, a surge of killing intent rising in his heart. Was Tianfu so eager to deal with him that he had sensed something?
I'm not sure, but at least I understand who was lying now, Lungya said, her hands tucked into the pockets of her trench coat as she stepped away.
Watching her
back, Su-chen felt a sense of vigilance rise within him.
Lungya was too astute.
That day he wore the dragon pattern mask. She must have remembered him well. For those attending the Zodiac meeting, any potential exposure of identity could likely lead to assassination offline. Just in case, he had to think of a way to control her early on.
Meditation and training. I have to compete tomorrow.
After pulling down and locking the roller shutter, Su-chen turned and entered the card-making room, practicing diligently throughout the night. The next day, at the Kaijiang City Association branch,
the low-rise buildings in the city center stood out distinctly.
The large cardmaker badge outside sparkled in the sunlight, exuding a sense of sanctity. People came and went, each one standing tall, many wearing expressions of pride. As a member of this special group of cardmakers, their status was inherently above that of ordinary people.
Su-chen wore a fox mask of a different color from yesterday's, walking among them.
In the preliminary round of the Hidden Dragon Cup, who do you think will be our Kaijiang Prefecture's number
1?
I choose Tianfu. This person is quite famous and can design thematic skin cards like the Red Quasar God General. His strength is evident.
He is indeed
impressive, but there are many low-key card makers. As for the preliminary round's first place, he can at most be considered a candidate.
That's true, but he is already a 4-star card maker.
The preliminary round involves making 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star Spirit Vortex cards, winning by quality and card making time. His chances are quite high. If it weren't for that Red Quasar God General skin card, I wouldn't even recognize him. I always feel his fame exceeds his
strength.
Conversations occasionally brushed past Su-chen's ears as he walked calmly toward the association's interior.
Upon entering the hall, a large crowd was
already waiting, many in bizarre attire, and like him, quite a few wore masks to maintain an air of mystery.
Su-chen closed his eyes to rest, quietly waiting for the event organizer.
However, at that moment, a familiar voice rang out.
Hey, buddy, we're wearing the same mask, let's get to know each other? Su-chen opened his
eyes to see a young man wearing the same mask as yesterday, his lips twitching. This Chui Woody was indeed quite resourceful. It seemed he could encounter him wherever
he went. Feng Su. Gathering his thoughts, Su-chen nodded politely.
I'm Chui Woody, one of the 12 divine generals under the Emperor Chui Zhangjian,
the invincible of the world. Chui Woody stood tall as he spoke, then seemingly casually added, Buddy, did you see the hot video from yesterday's Sangling Duel Hall? Su-chen had a bad premonition and hurriedly replied, I saw it. Oh, really?
I'll tell you, I was there at the time, and I was chatting with that guy standing
next to me, calling each other brothers? Chui Woody opened his mouth and began to speak incessantly.
You have no idea, the scene when Master Su Feng looked down on the 10 talents of Songling.
TSK.
You don't know the expression on everyone's face when that first talent admitted he lost in front of everyone.
And also, enough. You shameless flatterer. If you keep babbling, I'll sew your mouth shut.
The sudden reprimand startled Chui Woody, who quickly turned to look.
In an instant, he fell silent.
Su-chen followed his gaze and saw it was the 4th talent, Sung Lin, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Thankfully she was here, otherwise, with Chui Woody's personality, he might have talked until the preliminary round ended. Buddy, I'll talk to you later. Chui Woody, understanding
the situation, withdrew his gaze and whispered. Su-chen nodded slightly, but his eyes, like many other contestants, were fixed on a group of people walking out
of the inner hall.
At the forefront of this group was a middle-aged man with an 8-star cardmaker badge tied to his chest, his expression serious.
Now, please, take out your invitation letters. We will check your qualifications for the competition.
As his voice fell, cameras descended from above the hall, casting a
gentle light on everyone.
With the invitation letters being taken out, the verification process quickly passed.
After confirming everything was correct, the serious,
middle-aged man squeezed out a smile, his voice deep and powerful. My name is Ji Wuyo, and I am the president of the Shanghai City Association branch.
Welcome, everyone, to the Hidden Dragon Cup.
The preliminary round is very simple. You must continuously produce 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star Spirit Vortex cards. 3 Spirit Vortex cards must be completed in one go. If you pause for more than a minute, it will be considered a forfeit.
At the same time, the quality of
the 3 Spirit Vortex cards and the final card-making time will determine your scores.
The top 10% will advance to the provincial competition. If there are
no questions, the competition will begin immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a contestant raised his hand and asked, Senior Wuyo, will we be making
cards here? No separate card-making rooms? Upon hearing this, the other contestants looked towards Ji Wuyo. The best environment for card-making is a quiet one. In such a setting, it really tests one's mental fortitude.
Ji Wuyo looked at the contestant, nodded calmly, and spoke in an undeniable tone.
If you can't overcome this little difficulty, you'll lose in the provincial competition as well.
As a card maker, you should have the focus to make cards without distraction, even
in a bustling environment. If you think you can't handle it and are afraid of embarrassment, you can leave now. After this statement, the entire venue fell silent. Then, a polite voice rang out from the center. Senior Woyo, everyone is ready, let's begin. Everyone turned to see it was Tianfu, dressed in splendid robes, and they couldn't help but feel a bit envious. As fellow cardmakers, Tianfu's reputation was clearly on a different level than theirs. Seeing it was Tianfu, Ji Wuyo's serious expression softened slightly. He waved his hand, and immediately, staff members entered the hall to set up the long card-making tables and equipment. In less than a quarter of an hour, 4 card-makers stood at each long card-making table. Su Chen and Chui Woody were at the same table. Ji Wuyo glanced at the time and then scanned the crowd, saying, "The entire competition will be monitored by the smart brain, ensuring absolute fairness. I hope everyone takes this seriously." After saying this, he raised his hand and waved. Start. In an instant, tens of thousands of card-makers simultaneously began to take out spirit power solutions and pour them into the molds. From this point on, each person's movements clearly showed subtle differences. Some began to pursue speed. Others focused on quality, while some sought both. In the observation room, the scenes selected by the smart brain were projected onto a virtual screen visible only to Ji Wuyo. After a while, Ji Wuyo's attention was drawn to 3 individuals. One was the Tianfu he had high hopes for, and another was the legitimate daughter of the Ming family, whose card-making speed was slightly faster than Tianfu's. However, the third contestant, wearing a mask, surprised him because of this person. 3 spirit vortex cards were made simultaneously. In the association hall, almost all the participants were focused on card creation. They rarely noticed Ji Wuyo's patrol. The first participant to complete a 1-star spirit vortex card took advantage of a 1-minute break to look around. Upon doing so, they discovered that the inspectors wandering around were all gathered in one place. What's happening over there? Not sure. Could it be cheating? No way. Who would dare joke with their future? As more participants completed their 1-star spirit vortex cards, they prepared while quietly exchanging whispers. Tianfu listened to these voices, feeling disdain, yet his pen moved with increasing composure. With his strength, creating perfect quality 1-star and 2-star spirit vortex cards was almost guaranteed. As for the 3-star spirit vortex card, he certainly had some confidence. Today, he was determined to claim the title of the first genius card maker in Kaijiang Prefecture. On the other side, the association's card makers, led by Ji Wuyo, surrounded the long table where Su Chen was working, their eyes filled with astonishment. Their thoughts were continuously displayed on a virtual screen that only they could see. Old Zhang, president, are the young people really this amazing now? Old Yang, the smoothness of the lines, the timing, the calmness of mind, I've never seen anything like it in my life. Old Cho, which master from Kaijiang Prefecture is this student of? Time ages people, not sure, too impressive, multitasking with ease, this shouldn't be all of his strength. Ji Wuyo, to carve 3 spirit vortex cards simultaneously, his control over the situation far exceeds that of ordinary people. Old bald head, president, from my experience, these 3 cards are likely all perfect. Old Zhang, Old Yang, Old Shou, time ages people, young people are indeed impressive. Getting old here. Ji Wuyo, the cards are about to be completed. Just as this message flashed on the virtual screen, the card makers surrounding the long table focused intently. As expected by Old Bald Head, the 3 newly formed spirit vortex cards all shimmered with spiritual light, indicating perfect quality. Incredible. The youth is formidable. Hard to believe. 3 consecutive perfects. The card makers expressed their amazement repeatedly, and Ji Wuyo couldn't help but nod in agreement, showing his approval. Damn, buddy, you this. Awakened from the world of card making, Chui Woody was shocked to see Ji Wuyo and the others, his mind racing. Following their gaze, he saw the cards completed by Su Chen, left speechless. What kind of speed is this? The time it takes him to make 1 card, this person made 3? And each one is perfect? Please take a look, senior. Su Chen calmly picked up the cards and presented them to Ji Wuyo. Since connecting with the Bai Zhe card, his learning and understanding of card making had long surpassed his previous level. Unlike others, he could accurately replicate the process of achieving perfect quality. In other words, as long as he created 1 perfect quality spirit vortex card, the next time he made such a card, it would surely be of perfect quality. Ji Wuyo reached out to take the cards, gazing at Su Chen, slightly nodding, a rare smile appearing on his usually serious face. What's your name? Feng. Su. Su Chen replied calmly, his unassuming attitude causing the card makers present to nod in approval. With such card-making skills and such demeanor, this young man's future was immeasurable. Which master did you study under? Ji Wuyo asked, putting the card into a card box. With a smile, Su Chen hesitated for a moment and replied earnestly, my middle school teacher was named Li Ming, and after entering the academy, I watched some of Master Li's card-making videos. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Wuyo and the others exchanged glances, each seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. Young man, don't lie, are you a regular exam candidate? Not a special enrollment? An old man tugged at his beard, his eyes wide open. Regular exam candidates are those who emerge from thousands of examinees. Special enrollment candidates are those who have been taught by a master card maker since childhood, following the path of specialized card making. The gap between the two, in terms of card making, is significant. The former is far inferior to the latter. Can years of hard study compare to a master's direct teaching? The probability is too low. Elder, lying is not a virtue that a card maker should possess, Su Chen replied calmly, looking up at the astonished Ji Wuyo. Senior, may I leave first? Why? Ji Wuyo came back to his senses, smiling. The results of the competition will be out soon, and you are in first place. How can you be absent? Su Chen raised his sword-like eyebrows and smiled. Senior, for me, it is not yet time to celebrate. Hearing this, Ji Wuyo and the others were inexplicably surprised, feeling a sense of anticipation in their hearts. This hidden dragon cup, it seems, will allow the Kaijiang mansion to shine brightly. After thinking for a moment, Ji Wuyo took out a badge he had prepared for himself and handed it to Su Chen, his tone serious. Feng Su, since you want to leave early, I won't stop you. This is a gift for our meeting. Today, I am honored to meet such a promising new card maker. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to me with this badge. Su Chen nodded, accepted it, thanked him, and stepped away. Why do I keep running into such extraordinary people lately? Chui Woody thought to himself, struggling to multitask as he crafted a 1-star Spirit Vortex card while internally complaining. He could only be grateful that the first card he made was a 3-star Spirit Vortex card. Otherwise, after seeing the performance of this extraordinary person, he would probably feel despair and it would affect his performance. As he thought this, he finished making the 1-star Spirit Vortex card and turned to look at the other two people at his table. As he expected, the two were frowning, holding their spirit pen, wanting to make 3-star Spirit Vortex cards but unable to put pen to paper. They could have tolerated their mediocrity if they hadn't seen that extraordinary person just now. Chui Woody thought of a profound saying. I am truly a genius. Talking to himself, Chui Woody began to make a 2-star Spirit Vortex card. Just then, ahead, Tianfu also completed his card making. He almost simultaneously raised his hand with a woman to signal completion. Ji Wuyo and the others exchanged smiles and quickly walked towards Tianfu and the woman. Tianfu, time taken 15 minutes 25 seconds, perfect in every way. Mingwu, time taken 15 minutes 25 seconds, perfect in every way. As the announcement rang out, the entire competition venue fell into a dead silence. Many participants barely managed to finish their cards, looking towards the backs of Tianfu and the woman filled only with despair. This is the gap. Not only was their card-making speed fast, but the quality was also flawless. Another quarter of an hour passed and all the participants in the hall had completed their card making. Ji Wuyo and the others began to register, entrusting the smart brain to tally the scores and rankings. Taking advantage of this break, the participants in the entire hall began to discuss. It's so hard to get into the zone. Who says it isn't? I'm usually not this strong. Sigh, don't mention it, you guys are lucky. The three of us are the real unfortunate ones. The participants sitting with Chui Woody lamented with their heads down. How are you three the most unfortunate? Everyone has been affected. Exactly, just practice more. Ahem, these three guys are indeed quite unfortunate. Indeed, competing with that tablemate and being watched by several senior card makers. Participants at the adjacent table cast sympathetic glances at the three, leaving those unaware of the truth feeling confused. Others rushed to ask, and upon learning the answer, were left dumbfounded. Just then, Ji Wuyo's voice rang out from the front. Silence. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. All participants fixed their eyes on Ji Wuyo. Now, I will announce the participants entering the mansion competition. Ji Wuyo cleared his throat and began to read the list. From the 900th to the 1008, as shown on screen 10. From the 800th to the 899, as shown on screen 9. The 7th. From the 100th to the 199, as shown on screen 2. Upon reaching this point, looking at the participants with mixed emotions, Ji Wuyo turned to the last page. 100th place, Chui Woody, time taken 20 minutes 38 seconds, 1-star and 2-star. Perfect, 3-star good quality, score 756 points. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Hearing his name, Chui Woody's tense mind suddenly relaxed, and he laughed heartily. So what if he encountered a divine being? He still relied on his heart strength to enter the provincial competition. Silence. As Ji Wuyo's stern voice fell, Chui Woody immediately fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Ji Wuyo's voice continued to echo throughout the hall. 99th place, 98th place, 50th place, Sanglin, time 17 minutes 58 seconds, 1 star and 2 stars perfect, 3 stars excellent, score 998 points. Hearing this name, Chui Woody was slightly taken aback. He then, like everyone else, held his breath and listened intently. Next, I will announce the top 20. For each name I read, one will come up. 20th place, Yi Bufan, time 17 minutes 54 seconds, all perfect, score 1,200 points. 19th place. 18th place. 4th place, Li Choi, time 16 minutes 30 seconds, all perfect, score 1308 points. At this point, Ji Woo-yo deliberately paused, meeting the expectant gazes of the crowd and said, since two people have the same score, there is no third place, there are two second places. Hearing this, Tianfu, who stood in the middle, crossed his arms and glanced around, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. It seemed that there were quite a few formidable figures in Kaijian Mansion, but unfortunately they were still overshadowed by him. However, just as this thought settled, the voice that followed left him stunned. Tianfu, Mingwu, tied for second place, time 15 minutes 25 seconds, all perfect, score 1525 points. You two, come up. Putting away the communication terminal, Ji Woo-yo rarely showed a smile. Facing the envious gazes of the crowd, Tianfu's expression darkened as he stepped forward, ignoring the tranquil girl who came up with him, and fixed his gaze on Ji Woo-yo. Senior Woo-yo, who is first? Wasn't he the first to finish? There was actually someone faster than him? How could that be? Impossible. Ji Woo-yo's smile remained undiminished as he announced loudly, Fengsu, first place, time 8 minutes 9 seconds, all perfect, score 3,200 points. Wow! The hall erupted in an uproar. Many contestants could hardly believe their ears. Over 8 minutes, it's already tough to make a 3-star Spirit Whirlpool card. Is this the divine being? Oh my, is this even human? Could it be cheating? I heard it's not. People nearby said this brother made 3 cards at once. Where did this freak come from? This is truly terrifying. The score is more than double that of the second place, too scary. This is what they call, there's always someone better. Tianfu was indeed strong. But compared to this kind of genius, he still falls short. This isn't even on the same level as us, it should be discussed separately. The discussions came in waves, and Tianfu's face turned ashen, his eyes extremely cold. The first place, which he considered his own, was snatched away by an unknown person, leaving him quite displeased. Senior Woo-yo, can we play his card-making video? The melodious voice, like a spring breeze brushing past everyone's ears, calmed their restless hearts. Everyone turned to look, and it was the tranquil girl who tied for second place with Tianfu, politely inquiring. She wore a plain white long dress, her figure exquisite, standing there like an orchid in a secluded valley, exuding a captivating grace. Just one glance made many people infatuated. Hearing this, Ji Woo-yo smiled and nodded, retrieving the recorded footage and projecting it onto the big screen. It's him. Seeing the mysterious young man in a mask, Sanglin shared the same thoughts as many contestants. So skilled. Is this 3 cards made together? Is this really possible? So fast. The strokes are like magic. Is this the level of the top spot? As they watched the mysterious young man seamlessly create the molds, even simultaneously for 3 cards, the crowd gasped in amazement. When the mysterious young man held a pen in each hand and began to etch a 1-star and 2-star Spirit Whirlpool card, many people's eyes lit up and they suddenly understood. Using the time it takes to create a 1-star Spirit Vortex card with the 3-star Spirit Vortex card liquid, it's absolutely incredible. To etch a 1-star Spirit Vortex card of perfect quality in under a minute, or even etch 2 cards simultaneously, that's just too strong. How did he train to multitask like that? Flowing like clouds in water, pleasing to the eye. Is this really the first place? Gradually, the hall fell silent. Everything was because in the image, Ji Woo-yo and the others had gathered around. Then, they saw the mysterious young man actually look up at Ji Woo-yo. And in the image, everyone felt a daze, as if the mysterious young man had glanced at them. To multitask and still be able to observe the surroundings, this level of skill left them in awe. Clap. With the sound of the spirit pen falling, everyone's spirits were awakened from the image. But no one spoke, only a deathly silence remained. Ji Woo-yo looked at everyone's expressions, beaming with a smile. How is it, everyone? Many contestants looked up at him, all feeling ashamed and lowering their heads. Senior Woo-yo, I am truly convinced. Mingwu withdrew her gaze, her beautiful eyes still holding a lingering shock that wouldn't dissipate for a long time, simultaneously producing 3 cards, and each one perfect. This person's level was far above hers. I feel the same. Tianfu lowered his head, closed his eyes to respond, but his hands involuntarily clenched tightly. The feeling of defeat ignited jealousy in his proud heart. How could such an amazing person be a peer? With one Su Chen gone, another Feng Su had arrived. Well, to speak frankly, not just you, we are equally shocked. Seeing everyone's dazed expressions, Ji Woo-yo clasped his hands behind his back, sighing softly. But you all need not belittle yourselves. We card makers compete to break through ourselves. A clumsy bird can fly diligently, and one day it will reach the high mountains traversed by geniuses. When we were your age, we weren't as impressive as you. I became a 1-star card maker at 20, and now at 48, I am an 8-star card maker. You are much stronger than I was.
So, I sincerely hope that all of you, regardless of whether you enter the provincial competition or not, continue to forge ahead. We card makers can take a break, but we must persist in moving forward. Alright, that's all I have to say, everyone. See you at the provincial competition. Those entering the provincial competition, please stay behind. Many contestants gradually left, but the discussions did not cease. Even those who entered the provincial competition spoke of the first place, whose name they had only heard but never seen. Quiet. With another reminder from Ji Wuyo, the entire hall fell silent once more. Next, we will provide brief guidance based on your card-making records. As soon as he finished speaking, Cui Wudi immediately chimed in. What about Feng Su? Ji Wuyo shot him a glare and said, if anyone believes they have his strength, they can leave directly. No one answered. Half an hour later, Cui Wudi hurried back to the dormitory, and as he sat on the bed meditating, Cui Yushio suddenly opened her eyes and asked curiously, Wudi, how did the competition go? Hearing this, Cui Wudi paused, grabbed a bottle of water, and gulped down a large mouthful. Then, he looked at Cui Yushio and waved his hand, saying, don't mention it. At a long card-making table, there were 4 people, and I encountered a god. Oh, who was first? Was it Senior Tianfu? Put. Him? Not even close, he's the eternal second. Cui Wudi scoffed, then pursed his lips and sighed. The first place is very strong enough that any card maker would feel despair. Cui Yushio was slightly stunned, surprised, so powerful? What's his name? Feng Su. You said his name is what? Feng Su, what's wrong? Bro, you've been acting strange lately. Putting the water down casually, Cui Wudi frowned at Cui Yushio, a hint of worry in his eyes. The two were biological brothers, and he had noticed Cui Yushio's odd behavior. This brother of his was the one who could hide things in his heart the best, unlike him, who would just say whatever was on his mind. Nothing, I'm just stepping out. Cui Yushio rolled out of bed and hurried towards the door. Cui Wudi hesitated for a moment before following her. At the Kaijiang city or trading market, Su Chen was rummaging through a small stall, rubbing the ore with his fingertips. The stall owner had been watching him for half an hour and finally said with a blank expression, young man, all my spirit ores are genuine. I can forge weapons from 1 star to 3 stars, I absolutely won't cheat you. Hearing this, Su Chen looked up and said, Uncle, can you make it cheaper? Spirit ore is a general term for ores that are nurtured by spiritual energy. If one wants to forge weapons for character cards, spirit ore is essential. Generally speaking, the spiritual conductivity, hardness, compatibility, attributes, and so on of spirit ore will affect the final power of the weapon. The spirit ore Su Chen was selecting was the cheapest white spirit iron ore, which looked like iron ore but was grayish-white all over, shining like a mirror after polishing. Young man, tell me honestly, is my price really high? The market price is 10,000 credit points per kilogram, and I'm selling it to you for 8,000. Isn't that cheap? The stall owner looked heartbroken. Su Chen weighed the ore in his hand and smiled, Uncle, 6,000, will you sell it? If it were premium white spirit iron ore, it would naturally be worth the market price, but this was scrap, and not haggling would be a huge loss. Alright, sold. You've been touching it for half an hour. The stall owner waved his hand, looking disgusted. Upon hearing this, Su Chen decisively waited, paid, and then walked towards the iron shop deeper in the street. The pure white cup competition was approaching, and he needed to prepare the corresponding auxiliary cards step by step. After thinking for a long time about the second auxiliary card, he ultimately chose a weapon card instead of a domain card. There was no other reason. Any random domain card was expensive. With his current funds, he couldn't even afford the materials. Weapon cards were different. He only needed to create the shape of the weapon, and through the fictional design panel, he could turn it into a weapon unique to Baizé. It's just that the fictional points are too expensive. It takes 1,000,000 spirit stones to exchange for a little. Thinking about the source of fictional points, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit pained. 1,000,000 spirit stones equated to 1 billion credit points, earned from the inheritance left by his parents. Young man, do you want to forge a weapon? A warm greeting pulled Su Chen back to reality. Looking at the burly man in front of him, covered in muscles, Su Chen handed over the designed weapon blueprint. The burly man wiped his hand on a sweat towel and then took a look at it. The long silver spear, about 3 meters long, had a blade as sharp as snow, with ancient and intricate light golden patterns that seemed to wrap around the pure white spear body like a dragon, adding a touch of nobility. Upon squinting to look closely, the spear resembled some kind of beast, with the spear tip clearly resembling an eye and the spear shaft resembling the beast's body, revealing an exquisite sense of design. Even more wondrous were the light golden patterns, subtly resembling ripples on the water's surface, presenting a shimmering state, extraordinarily mysterious. The iron worker stared at it for a full quarter of an hour, then looked at Su Chen with a complex expression and said with a bitter smile, little brother, you aren't trying to make things difficult for me on purpose, are you? Such an exquisitely designed spear could only be forged by a master craftsman. He was just a blacksmith, capable of making rough-style weapons, but This spear could be considered a work of art, and he truly couldn't manage it.
Uncle, can't it be forged? Hearing him say this, Su Chen looked slightly disappointed.
This was the Zay spear he had designed after nearly 3 days and nights of hard work.
If it couldn't be forged, it would be a regret.
It can be forged, but I can't do it. You'll need to find a master craftsman.
The iron worker returned the design blueprint to Su Chen and pointed to a nearby alley.
Go into that alley, walk straight in, and you'll encounter a drunken old man. When you see him, just throw the design blueprint in his face and use provocation.
That's all I can tell you, the rest is up to you.
With that, the iron worker turned and went back into the shop, showing no reluctance. Seeing this, Su Chen had no choice but to follow his instructions and walked into the alley. At the end of the path, he indeed saw a drunken old man blowing at a bottle of wine.
Su Chen hesitated
for a moment, not following Tai Zhuang's advice, and politely said, "Master, I would like to ask you to forge a weapon."
Glug glug. The old
man completely ignored him, drinking on his own. Seeing this, Su Chen politely repeated his request.
Glug glug.
The old man continued to
drink, remaining silent.
Thus, Su Chen had to change his strategy. "Master, this design blueprint, everyone outside says only you can forge.
If you can't, then I'll take it as your tacit agreement." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen felt a blur before his eyes, and the design blueprint slipped into the old man's dirty hands. Humph, flashy and impractical. With this broken gun, do I even need to lift a finger?
The old man touched the wine bottle with his left hand and grabbed the blueprint with his right, his murky eyes scanning the paper. His voice was filled with disdain, belittling the design blueprint to worthlessness.
Su Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to hit him, and said calmly, "Master, do you have any insights?"
The old man did not answer, holding the design blueprint up to the sunlight, a hint of surprise crossing his eyes.
"Kid, who designed this?"
"I did."
"Put."
The old man instantly sprayed out a mouthful of wine, and, fortunately, Su Chen dodged quickly to avoid getting splashed.
Cough cough cough.
After a long bout of coughing, the old man finally calmed down, his face flushed as he glared at Su Chen, furious.
"Kid, I'm not joking with you. Who designed this drawing? At such a young age? Claiming credit.
Not sincere, you'll suffer greatly in the future."
Su Chen remained composed. "Master, if you can do it, just say so. If not, I'll find someone else." This blueprint was his hard work. If it wasn't designed by him, who else could it be? "Humph. Kid, go ask around in Kaijiang Academy. Who besides me dares to guarantee forging such a spirit-patterned weapon?"
The old man stood with his hands behind his
back, looking quite proud.
"My ancestors were the imperial blacksmiths of the Eastern Qian Emperor, passed down through generations to this
day. Kid, not everyone can invite me to forge. Do you have that kind of awareness?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent.
"Master, I only understand one principle. When a person emphasizes their past glory, they must be living in a very miserable state now."
As soon as these words fell, the old man's once straightened back suddenly bent.
"You're not wrong. I'm living in a miserable state now." His voice was low, his eyes filled with despair, as he picked up the cheap wine and drank heavily.
"But to restore my ancestors' glory, I have no choice. Kid, if you want me to help you, it's simple. Bring me the molted scales of the merfolk. Otherwise, you can find someone else." Throwing the design blueprint back to Su Chen, the old man leaned against the wall, continuing to drink, lost in his own world. "Sorry to disturb you." Putting away the design blueprint, Su Chen turned to leave. However, a voice from behind made him stop in his tracks. "Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you. The person you're looking for is a student from Kaijiang Academy named Li Qingying." "Master, do you mean she is of the merfolk?" Upon hearing this news, Su Chen was stunned in place. Not only is she a mermaid, but she is also of royal blood among the merfolk." The old man gave him a meaningful smile. "Kid, I'm waiting for your good news." In the secluded alley, as Su Chen left, it became quiet again, with only the sound of the old man drinking occasionally breaking the silence. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew in, and a graceful figure appeared in the alley. The old man looked up at the woman wearing a light blue veil and smacked his lips, saying, "The princess of the merfolk, actually following a human, how amusing." The woman did not seem angry at his words, her cool voice floated out from beneath the veil, carrying an ethereal quality as if she were not of this world. "Elder, I bring you the molted scales. Please help me forge." "Ha!" The old man stood up, leaning against the wall, squinting as he said, "Young one, is it worth it?" The molted scales of the merfolk were not just ordinary scales. Each mermaid could only produce one molted scale in their lifetime, representing unwavering loyalty. The woman's willingness to shed her scales undoubtedly indicated her determination. However, as far as he knew, the seventh princess of the merfolk, with her exceptional talent, would be the perfect choice for a marriage alliance. How could a poor human boy without any background change the merfolk king's mind? "Elder, I have already broken up with him," Li Qingying replied calmly, though her tone carried a hint of tremor. Since you've broken up, why are you still following him? Are you reluctant to leave? Are you worried? Or have you not made up your mind at all?" The old man pressed on, leaving Li Qingying speechless.
After a long pause, she took out a crystal clear
vial and gently placed it before the old man.
Inside the vial, a colorful scale was soaking in the liquid. Clearly, this was her shed scale. It was said that only the one who was most beloved by the scale shedder could touch it. Once touched, the scale would lose its spirit and
become a useless piece.
Staring at the scale, the old man took a sip of his drink and smacked his lips, saying, "How should I explain this
to him?"
Li Qingying turned away and calmly said, "As long as you don't say, it was given by me, that's enough."
"Oh, that's quite rare.
You merfolk are truly benevolent, doing good deeds without leaving a name." The old man smashed the drink to the ground, reaching out to take the crystal vial, his voice full of mockery. Li Qingying trembled slightly, her voice filled with guilt.
"Elder, it is my father who
has wronged you and my aunt, but he really needs help right now. I brought up the breakup when he was at his lowest, which nearly caused
his death.
I owe him this, it is my duty to compensate him." Upon hearing this, the old man took out his drink and took a sip, saying, "Lightly, Your Highness, you used the merfolk spirit pearl to extend his life, but have you considered what punishment you will face if you
are discovered when you return?"
Without waiting for her response, he continued, "Sent to the endless sea prison, unable to condense the merfolk spirit pearl, never to see the light of day until death." Li Qingying did not answer. After providing Su Chen's contact information,
she quietly left like a gentle breeze. Want me to use the shed scale to forge a weapon for him? He needs to have that capability."
After she left, the old man leaned against the wall and lay down, sneering. But as he muttered to himself, he became increasingly agitated,
casually throwing the bottle to the ground.
He was unwilling, the one he once had also left him in the same way. Now, was he to watch this
scene unfold with the newcomers?
With half-closed eyes, the old man fell into deep thought.
If this kid is not capable, I could take him as my apprentice and let him inherit my skills. That way, wouldn't he have a background? Indeed, I am truly a genius. He took a sip of
his drink, praising himself. It was certainly not because of that design blueprint that he had this idea.
Su Chen did not know how he
returned to the shop. Along the way, he was in a daze, memories of a woman flashing in his mind. His encounter with her happened during an
elective card control class on the special applications of scenic cards.
In that class, he disagreed with her views and argued with her.
Throughout the discussion, he presented evidence trying to prove her wrong.
She said nothing while he spoke endlessly. In the end, he lost.
And she won.
He stammered an apology and she just smiled.
Manager, are you okay?" Ren Xiaoxiao's voice pulled Su Chen back to reality.
He steadied himself and forced a smile, saying, "I'm fine, Xiaoxiao. I'm going to the card control room. Please don't disturb me unless
it's urgent."
As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from beside him.
"Su Chen, I admit I misjudged you, but you don't have to ignore me."
Su Chen stopped in his tracks, seeing it was Cui Yuxiu, and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Yuxiu, I'm not in a good mood right now.
So don't bother me. You." Bang!
The sound that responded to Cui Yuxiu was the slamming of the door by Su Chen.
It's the first time the
manager has been angry. Although he is very restrained, it's still a bit scary, Ren Xiaoxiao murmured softly, shrinking her neck.
"Where did he go? Why did he come back like this?"
Cui Yuxiu's face was full of gloom, and she had a lot to say in her heart, but she didn't know
who to tell. "How would I know? I'm just an excellent clerk and would never pry into the manager's private affairs."
Ren Xiaoxiao walked into the inside of the U-shaped counter, hands on her hips, glaring at Cui Yuxiu.
"But you come here often. What are your intentions?"
Cui Yuxiu turned her face away, looking at the tall buildings outside, her gaze deep.
Xiao, it's best you don't know about such things."
Since Su Chen had such strength, the matter of the skin card Qike Xinjiang had too many dark secrets.
The association officials, the
academy leaders, and the Kaijiang Tian family were all in cahoots, suspected of framing a card maker with a bright future.
If this matter
escalated and wasn't handled well, then the Kaijiang Association branch, Kaijiang Academy, and Kaijiang Tian family would take decades to quell the impact of this storm. Future students would probably be too afraid to apply to Kaijiang Academy.
Su Chen remained silent, clearly holding back a big move. Once Su Chen stood on the league stage and revealed his identity, attracting the attention of the association headquarters, Kaijiang would surely be turned upside down. TCH. If you won't say, then I guess it has something to do with that Tianfu.
Ren Xiaoxiao muttered disdainfully, and Cui Yuxiu did not respond. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by Cui Wudi, who was
hiding outside.
Tianfu, that hypocrite, in the card-making room. Su Chen tried to send a communication request to a familiar number, but all he got was a series of busy signals. After confirming that the other party didn't want to answer, Su Chen sent a message. But, without exception, no matter how he practiced, the other side remained silent. After thinking for a long time, Su Chen typed 2 words and
sent them, "Thank you."
After doing all this, just as Su Chen was about to leave, a shadow suddenly flew in from his blind spot.
Bai Zhe. The card flew out in an instant, transforming into Bai Zhe, blocking the incoming shadow.
Sensing the chilling evil aura, Su Chen threw out the
skin card illusion and then cast a skill. The effect was immediate. The small shadow's evil aura melted away like snow, revealing its true form.
It was a tiny flying insect, resembling a bee, with pale pupils frozen in fear of pain. Su Chen picked it up, his gaze icy to the extreme. This was clearly a variant of the evil puppet insect, and someone had driven it to fly into the card-making room to hide, waiting
for the right moment. So who was this person? The answer was obvious: Tianfu.
According to Longya's words last night, Su Chen was extremely
certain that this variant evil puppet insect was meant to frame him. Once it bit through his skin, he would inevitably be tainted by evil energy. This variant is quite rare.
After observing it repeatedly, a cold smile crept onto Su Chen's lips.
Reciprocity is a principle of courtesy. One cannot accept a gift without returning it. Since the other party had sent him a grand gift, he couldn't just let it go without a response.
Taking out his communication terminal, Su Chen dialed Longya's number.
Hello? Is this Officer Longya? Want to make progress? The opportunity has come. Creak.
The door of the card-making room slowly opened, and as Su Chen stepped out, he met Chui Yushio's serious
gaze head on.
Steadying himself, Su Chen smiled slightly.
Yushio, if there's nothing important, why are you here? Speak up. Su Chen. Since you are wronged, you could have approached the branch president today to have him speak on your behalf. Why didn't you? Chui Yushio asked, calmly after a moment of silence.
He only had one thought in his mind: to prevent Su Chen from making too much noise about this.
Because
if that happened, it would not only have a greater impact on Su Chen himself but also cause a huge loss of reputation for Kai Jiang.
Yushio, you know very well that doing so wouldn't put him in a dead end, so tell me, why should I seek him out?
Su Chen's smile did not fade, but his voice turned cold. Whether Ji Wuyo was involved, he remained skeptical.
But with Ji Wuyo's identity and background, it was still far
from enough to shake the Kai Jiang Tian family. To strike a snake, one must hit its 7 inches. He only had one chance to leverage the
situation, and he must ensure the enemy's demise. Su Chen, do you want him dead? Chui Yushio's eyes widened, breath quickening as if she
had heard some unbelievable news.
The law enforcement in the ancient Qian kingdom ranks among the top in the Alliance of Nations. To dare to commit murder in the city means that the patrol office will definitely bring the murderer to justice. This is a universally acknowledged truth. Su Chen actually dared to entertain such thoughts?
Yushio, you're still too young.
Do you think there's still a chance for reconciliation between him and me? Su Chen patted Chui Yushio on the shoulder, a meaningful smile on his face.
Use your brain, and you'll know that's
impossible.
I'll say it again, Yushio, I don't expect your help. But since you've helped me, I will show you how I will kick him down
from his pedestal.
Chui Yushio suddenly stepped back a few paces, staring at Su Chen, clenching her fists and saying, Su Chen, you're using
me.
From the beginning, Su Chen knew his identity. Using his power to participate in the Hidden Dragon Cup was all for revenge.
That's right, since there's an easy way, I will certainly take advantage of it. Su Chen replied calmly, ignoring Rin Xiaoxiao's stunned gaze beside him.
Chui Yushio, I have always repaid grudges in kindness.
Chui Yushio opened her mouth,
wanting to say something, but the words got stuck
in her throat.
She could stand here as an observer, persuading Su Chen. That was because she had never experienced what Su Chen had gone through.
If it weren't for his help, what would Su Chen's outcome have been? She couldn't find any reason to absolve those people of their sins.
After realizing this, Chui Yushio turned and walked outside, leaving only one sentence behind.
Su Chen, no matter what, killing is against the laws of ancient Qian.
I hope you think twice before acting. The shop fell silent for a moment, and Rin Xiaoxiao hesitated for a long time before softly advising, Manager, revenge is fine, but don't put yourself in danger. She still wanted to learn card making,
right? If the manager went to operate the sewing machine, would she have to follow him in? No, why would she have such an unlucky thought? Xiao, it won't happen.
You go back to the academy today, I have to entertain important guests later.
Su Chen looked outside, narrowing his eyes.
The mutated evil puppet insect had already been trapped by him. If he wanted to retrieve it, Tianfu would have to come in person.
In the independent villa of Bishianju, Tianfu sat cross-legged on the sofa, a hint of black evil energy flickering in his narrow eyes.
Disciple, the situation
is not good.
Since just now, I have lost contact with the mutated number 7.
This kid named Su Chen definitely has a problem. Tianfu replied respectfully. Master, should we go retrieve it? Let me first cast a divination.
As the words fell, Tianfu's right hand uncontrollably lifted, picking up a few
ancient coins from Dongqian and casually tossing them into the air. Ding dong! 5 ancient coins from Dongqian, of excellent quality, fell and collided
in the air, producing a crisp sound, ultimately lying on the table to form a peculiar divination symbol. We cannot go, it's a sign of great misfortune. This child's fortune has undergone a major reversal, we must avoid his sharpness. A hint of shock was concealed in the old voice.
Tianfu glanced at the divination symbol, unconvinced. Master, is it really that serious? Just an ant. If the master were willing to take action personally, wouldn't it be easy to capture? Shut up. What do you know?
The old voice suddenly brimmed with anger, then sorrowfully recounted a past event. Back then, I assisted the Western barbarian Marquis, repeatedly defeating the Dongqian army, ultimately reaching the capital of Dongqian. The day before the decisive battle, I cast a divination for the Western barbarian Marquis, and it was also a sign of great misfortune. At that time, both I and the Western barbarian Marquis thought little of it. Dongqian had no strength to fight again. How could we possibly lose? But disciple, do you know how history records it? When the Marquis of Dongqian was trapped, his third son, Changkong Wanquan, turned the tide, propping up the collapsing building, and beheaded the Western barbarian Marquis in front of both armies. From then on, Dongqian changed hands, and Changkong Wanquan led his 12 generals to personally conquer the 4 directions, destroying the feudal lords, treading the seas, pacifying the western frontier, securing the northern abyss, intimidating the foreign tribes. All that the world could see was Qian soil. Later generations honored him as the Eastern Qian Emperor. Finally, the old voice was filled with immense anger. Tianfu remained silent for a long time before nodding and saying, "Master, I will listen to you." The master had a significant background and was quite powerful, but he was just too cautious. Could this kid really compare to the Eastern Qian Emperor? My disciple, what we are doing is something that cannot be seen by others, and we must have a sense of reverence. There are many things in this world that I do not know, the old voice continued to ramble. Tianfu listened patiently, suddenly curious as, "Master, can you find the tomb of the Eastern Qian Emperor? The great king who created the glorious Eastern Qian dynasty. What kind of splendor would his tomb possess? If he could find this tomb, which had yet to be discovered by anyone, the treasures and resources inside would be enough for him to reach the pinnacle of spirit card masters. Disciple, do not mention him in front of me, do you understand?" "Yes, master." Realizing his slip of the tongue, Tianfu replied respectfully, but a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. He always felt that the master was hiding something from him. For example, the secret of immortality. As the sun gradually set, a few rays of twilight crept into the shop. Lunya, hiding in the shadows, was very patient. However, after 4 hours of no movement, she furrowed her brows. The evil puppet worm would begin to lose its vitality after being away from its original host for more than half a day. If the other party truly intended to come, they should have taken action by now. Sitting inside the counter, Su Chen also frowned slightly. The mutated evil puppet worm, how could Tianfu not come to steal it? How audacious! The two remained silent, waiting until half a day passed without anyone arriving. "It seems the other party is much more cautious than we imagined," Lamia said as she stepped out of the shadows, looking at Su Chen with a hint of helplessness in her tone. She had originally thought she could use this opportunity to flush out the rat hiding in the dark, but now it seemed she was overthinking it. "Patrol officer, at least you have a suspect now." Handing her the packed evil puppet worm, Su Chen smiled mysteriously. "Keep an eye on him, and things will be much simpler." Lanya shook her head at his words. The instruments detected no abnormalities on him. This matter still has time to work out. After saying this, Lanya waved goodbye. "That's it for now, I'll take my leave. Contact me if anything comes up." Su Chen watched her leave, and just as he was about to close the roll-up door, the communication terminal suddenly vibrated. Seeing it was an unfamiliar number, Su Chen hesitated for a moment before pressing to answer. "Hello? Kid, bring your drawing over." The old man's voice on the other end was not to be refused, followed immediately by the sound of the call disconnecting. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly, vaguely realizing something, and hurriedly closed the shop and rushed over. The ore trading market in Kai City was still bustling with the sound of ironworking, even though it was already night. Muscular men with bare arms were busy everywhere. Su Chen passed through the noisy iron shop and walked into a deeper alley. Under the dim yellow light, the old man was still drinking. Upon seeing Su Chen, the old man reluctantly put away his drink and extended his hand in front of him. "Where's the drawing?" Su Chen quietly looked at him, his tone calm. "Master, I didn't manage to get the shedding scales. Last time he lacked the powder of the transformation grass, and then Ren Xiaoxiao found a bottle right at the shop's entrance. This time he needed the shedding scales, and the old man was willing to help forge only if he brought them. But before he could, the old man suddenly asked him for the drawing. If he still couldn't see through all of this, then don't even mention connecting to the Baizé card. Kid, why pretend to be confused when you already understand? Aren't you enjoying it?" The old man leaned closer to him, sneering. "There's nothing wrong with living off someone else. Being able to eat is your skill." Su Chen remained composed and replied lightly, "Did she give you the shedding scales?" The old man's eyebrows raised, and with a flick of his hand, he produced a crystal bottle, displaying the colorful shedding scales inside for Su Chen to see, his gaze meaningful. "Kid, did you already know she would help you?" "I don't know, I asked the master to hand it over to me." Su Chen calmed his mind, trying to keep his tone gentle. "Hand it over to you? Kid, what kind of joke are you making? This is the shedding scale, the core material for forging spirit pattern weapons. Without it, where will your weapon come from?" The The old man puffed out his cheeks and glared, his expression displeased. Su Chen didn't want to waste words and reached out to snatch it. However, the old man's movements were exceptionally nimble. Within his seemingly frail body lay an astonishing amount of strength. Even Su Chen, after his transformation, found it hard to keep up with his speed. As for strength, when Su Chen's hand was caught, it felt as if it were clamped in an iron vice. Hee hee, kid, you want to steal from the old man? You still? The old man's smug words were not yet finished when Su Chen instantly transformed into Bai Zhe and snatched the crystal bottle away. Kid, are you crazy? This is the city. If you're discovered, you won't be able to escape. Seeing Su Chen so bold, daring to transform into a character card in a non-designated area of the city, the old man was taken aback. This was no small matter. If the patrol found out, he would definitely end up in a small dark room and have a criminal record. Master, are you scared? Su Chen removed his disguise, holding the crystal bottle with a calm expression, showing no signs of panic. The old man curled his lip and extended his hand, saying, Kid, stop messing around. Give me the shedding scales so I can forge your weapon. Su Chen shook his head in refusal, his tone indifferent. Master, you don't need to forge any spiritual pattern weapons. Just create the style, and I'll handle the rest. The fictional design panel could endow the weapon with the power it needed. What he required was merely a weapon prototype. Kid, are you playing me? The old man withdrew his hand, his expression turning cold. What kind of item could he forge? Wouldn't he be laughed at by his peers if he said it out loud? How could he continue in this line of work? Not at all, master. It's my fault for not clearly stating my needs, I apologize. Su Chen put away the crystal bottle and bowed respectfully. The old man's expression softened slightly, and he said coldly, Kid, why should I help you? He had thought it was about forging a spiritual pattern weapon, only to be disappointed. How could a mere prototype be worthy of his effort? Master, sorry to bother you. I'll take my leave now. Su Chen turned without hesitation. Wait! The old man shouted urgently, but Su Chen not only didn't stop but quickened his pace. Damn, kid, I've put up with you for a long time. Seeing Su Chen's attitude, the old man jogged to catch up, blocking his path and cursing. Is this how you ask for help? Do you want me to beg you? If you give up at the slightest setback, how will you accomplish anything? With your temperament, you still want to marry her? Dream on. Su Chen halted, smiling faintly. Master, then why don't you tell me how I should win her back? Seeing Su Chen's demeanor, the old man's face flushed slightly, and he sighed. Kid, even if I tell you, you won't be able to do it. How powerful is the merfolk? In the boundless sea, they are basically the overlords, since ancient times. The only one who could make them bow their heads was the legendary Eastern Chen Emperor. He knew that even if Su Chen became his disciple and inherited his skills, the likelihood of him being with Li Qingying would still require him to marry into her family. That would be a good outcome. The bad outcome would be that the merfolk king, that scoundrel, would not agree, breaking up the couple. And the worst possible outcome would be that the matter of the merfolk spirit pearl would be exposed, Li Qingying would be imprisoned in the boundless sea prison, and Su Chen would be subjected to torture. But with him around, the worst possible outcome would never be allowed to happen. If the elder doesn't speak, how would I know I can't do it? Su Chen replied calmly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Hee hee, kid, I used to be as reckless as you, and what happened then? I ended up like this. The old man chuckled self-deprecatingly as he walked into the alley. Seeing this, Su Chen stepped forward to follow, continuing to ask, Elder, why do you want to help me? The old man placed his hands behind his back, shaking his head. Kid, because I'm a great philanthropist who can't stand to see suffering in the world. Do you believe that? Elder, I believe. Oh, the old man turned around, looking at Su Chen with a half-smile. Kid, you're quite interesting. Su Chen returned the half-smile, replying, Elder, you look like you have many stories to tell. Dan Juefun's expression stiffened slightly, and he said, irritably, Kid, no respect, when I was young, I was also a heartthrob, much more handsome than you. Looking at his disheveled appearance, Su Chen remained non-committal, raising his sword-like eyebrows. Elder, you still haven't told me how I can win her back. Upon hearing this, Dan Juefun's expression immediately became serious. Kid, you don't need to win her back. The dilemma you face is how to make that scoundrel, the Sea King, let you go. Otherwise, even if she can't live without you for your own sake, she will keep compromising. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled slightly. Elder, do you mean that I just need to convince the Sea King? Dan Juefeng stared at him, laughing in anger. Kid, what do you mean by just convincing the Sea King? Do you think he's just some random fish on the street that anyone can bully? He is the Sea King, the king of the merfolk, ruling the boundless seas alongside other powerful aquatic races. So what? Su Chen replied with a smile, his expression unchanged throughout. Dan Juefeng narrowed his eyes, staring at Su Chen, his tone deep. Kid, are you really not a reckless youth? So what? The Sea King could crush him with a single finger. Today's young people really don't seem to have much ability, but their arrogance is quite large. Back in the day, he could only dream of the Sea King inviting him as a guest of honor. treating him with respect. Elder, if I don't even have the courage to face the Sea King, then I don't deserve to have her shed scales, do I? Su Chen countered with a smile, his tone filled with confidence. A hint of appreciation flashed in Dan Juefeng's eyes as he nodded slightly. Kid, not bad, I really didn't misjudge you. Are you willing to take me as your master? Sorry, Elder, I refuse. Very well, then you give me, huh? What? You refuse? Dan Juefeng realized too late, his eyes widening, almost gasping for breath. This kid really needs to be taught a lesson. Elder, I can only talk big on paper. As for forging, I truly know nothing. Su Chen sincerely explained, his words carrying an apology. Thank you for your kindness, Elder, I certainly did not mean to offend. Upon hearing this, Dan Juefeng said sternly, Kid, without my help, it will be harder for you to gain the Sea King's recognition then. Ascending to heaven. Recognition? Su Chen pondered this word, a hint of disdain in his gaze, then smiled indifferently. Elder, I don't need anyone's recognition. If he disagrees, then I will make him have no choice but to agree. As he spoke, Su Chen raised his right hand. Whoosh! The Bai Zhe card flew into his palm, coming to a stop just right. The air fell silent for a moment. Dan Juefeng stared intently at the back of the card, the 6 faintly colored spirit rings, stammering, this is a divine, myth, character, card. In the quiet alley, the card's faint spiritual light shone brilliantly. Under the dim yellow light, Dan Juefeng leaned against the wall, supporting his body shaken by the shock. He trembled as he took out a bottle of wine, hurriedly taking a swig, then wiped his mouth with his sleeve. His startled mind finally calmed down a bit. When he looked up at Su Chen again, his expression was very complex. He had seen divine quality character cards before, but those he had seen were all owned by significant figures, many of whom were on the same level as the Sea King. For a young man to possess such a card, he either had great fortune or a powerful background. Clearly, the young man belonged to the former. Elder, what do you think? Su Chen put away the card, stepping forward half a step, respectfully supporting Dan Juefeng. Kid, I misjudged you. Waving away his support, a glint of brilliance flashed in Dan Juefeng's eyes. He straightened his back, and in an instant his spirit and energy transformed. If before he was just an old man who knew only how to drink, now he had the confidence and demeanor of a master forger. The weapon you want is customized for this card, am I right? Dan Juefeng looked at Su Chen, his eyes bright with intensity. That's right, Elder just needs to forge the design for me, and the rest is up to me. Su Chen smiled and nodded, exuding a convincing confidence. Upon hearing this, Shan Juefeng paced in the alley, seemingly deep in thought. After about 30 seconds, he turned to face Su Chen and said solemnly, Kid, your method can definitely be applied to other auxiliary cards, because I will do my utmost to forge the best spirit pattern weapon for you free of charge. But I have one request, and you must agree to it. Su Chen calmly shook his head at these words. Elder, I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Spirit pattern weapons are a special type of weapon, more valuable than ordinary ones. A spirit pattern weapon of the same star level is stronger than other weapons. Shan Juefeng didn't seem like someone who would lie. If his skills had truly been passed down for so long, then the spirit pattern weapon he promised would undoubtedly be top-notch. This would create a debt of gratitude. Free things are often the most expensive. Listen. Shan Juefeng suddenly stepped forward, his hands like iron clamps gripping Su Chen's shoulders. Kid, our goals are aligned. It's not about favors. Help me take down the Sea King in front of everyone, knock him off his throne. Tell him his vision is just lacking. The old man's voice was unusually agitated, and the veins on his hands gripping Su Chen bulged. It was evident how surging the anger he had suppressed within him was. The alley fell silent, only the sound of his heavy breathing could be heard. After a long while, he reluctantly released his grip, turned, and sighed, Forget it, I'm asking too much of you, kid. I've lived most of my life and still can't let go. Su Chen raised his sword-like brows slightly and replied calmly, Elder, I don't know what kind of person the Sea King is, so I can't agree casually. The only understanding he had of the Sea King came from the old man's one-sided words. How could he judge the Sea King without getting to know him personally? Kid, that means you've essentially agreed. As for what kind of person the Sea King is, you will find out. He is a king who prioritizes profit. Above all, family ties are merely a burden to him. Shan Juefeng turned back and extended his hand toward Su Chen. Give me the design blueprint, and in 12 days, you'll witness my forging skills. Su Chen nodded gently and handed him the design blueprint. Thank you, Elder. After receiving the blueprint and unfolding it, Shan Juefeng squinted and asked, Kid, what's the name of this weapon? Tentatively named the Zhe gun. Elder, do you have a better name? Su Chen replied easily, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Zhe gun? Quite concise. How about adding a spirit character? Ling Zhe gun? Shan Juefeng looked at Su Chen, his expression one of inquiry. His ancestor had forged weapons for the Eastern Qian Emperor, and the imperial spear was named Ling Qian. Later, the Ling Qian spear shone brilliantly in the hands of the Eastern Qian Emperor, becoming famous throughout the world. By choosing This name, he hoped to express his expectations for Su Chen and also his competitive spirit. The Ling Qian spear forged by his ancestor was renowned to this day. The descendants should also forge an unparalleled spirit spear that surpasses their ancestor. Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled slightly and said loudly, Elder, that's a great name. Let's call it Ling Zhe. Ha ha ha, good. Seeing Su Chen agree, Shan Juefeng laughed heartily, then quietly asked, what's the name of your character card? Meeting his expectant gaze, Su Chen maintained his smile and replied earnestly, Elder, by Zhe, the white of victory snow, the grace of nourishing water. Shan Juefeng was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes brightened more and more as he muttered, by Zhe, wonderful. It fits the name of the weapon perfectly. After a long while, he came back to his senses, glanced at the time, and said seriously, Kid, come to collect the spear in 12 days. Don't disturb me during this time, or beware that I might turn against you. Su Chen nodded seriously, took his leave, and turned to leave. Watching his figure disappear at the end of the alley, Shan Juefeng clenched his fists and murmured, Sea King, what I cannot accomplish, there will be others to follow. Regarding the battle video of the mysterious spirit card master Su Feng, our station has specially invited 3 duel experts for analysis. It has been 5 years since the last mythical card appeared. What makes the character card of the mysterious spirit card master Su Feng of mythical quality? The character card named by Zhe has sparked a new wave of character card aesthetic trends. From the perspective of character card aesthetics, what divinity does this card possess? In the preliminary round of the Hidden Dragon Cup held by the Kaijiang Association branch, a genius card maker who produced 3 cards simultaneously has emerged, leading the preliminary round by a cliff-like margin. According to insiders, if the first place in the preliminary round of the Hidden Dragon Cup continues to perform outstandingly, they have a chance to win the championship. Clap. Noisy. Closing the communication terminal, Tianfu tightly gripped the sofa, veins bulging on his forehead. How long has it been, and how did it become common? Knowledge? Ji Wuyo really knows how to create hype. Disciple, this character card called by Zhe gives me a bad premonition. An old voice echoed in his mind. Tianfu narrowed his elongated eyes slightly and said calmly, Master, it's just a pure white-level mythical quality card. They've blown it out of proportion. Character cards tend to drop in quality every 2 to 3 major levels. No matter how good the quality is at the beginning, what's the use? In the end, it still has to be eliminated. No, disciple, I know your thoughts, but mythical quality cards are different from other quality cards. The probability of them dropping in quality is extremely low. Usually, it takes 5 major levels to drop half a quality. In other words, it won't drop to legendary quality until at least the 10th level. You must not underestimate it. The old voice was filled with seriousness. Half-step mythical quality is still stronger than legendary quality. Once it is associated with the word mythical, it is entirely different from legendary. Master, I understand. But who could this person be? Reopening the communication terminal, Tianfu looked at the guy wearing a mask similar to Feng Su's but in a different color, narrowing his eyes as a terrifying suspicion surged in his heart. Master, why do I feel that this Su Feng and Feng Su are the same person? Now that you mention it, it does seem quite similar. Su Feng, Feng Su? The old voice reversed the names, and the living room fell into a dead silence. Tianfu's face turned slightly pale, and then jealousy flashed in his eyes. He gazed at the rising sun outside the floor-to-ceiling window, squinting as he said, Master, I hate the sun because its brilliance is too dazzling. As he spoke, he looked down at the young man on the screen, a hint of coldness passing through his eyes. Since the heavens gave me life, why should they give it to him? This person should die. The sun rose, casting light across the land. Another morning, Su Chen woke from meditation, following his routine to wash up. Once ready, he pulled up the roller shutter door, and a vibrant voice accompanied by sunlight streamed in. Manager. Good morning. Good morning, Xiao Xiao. Habitually taking the breakfast from her hands, Su Chen thought about his rare leisure time and smiled, saying, Xiao Xiao, how's your learning going? I feel like I still need to practice. I'm not confident. When it came to card making, Ren Xiaoxiao's smile instantly faded, her brows knitting together almost into a knot. Watching the manager make cards seemed effortless, giving her the feeling that she could do it too. But when it came to practical application, she always felt timid, giving up at the first step, always thinking she wasn't prepared enough. Then practice. I rarely have time, so I'll personally teach you. With a mouthful of meat buns, Su Chen felt refreshed. So sudden? Ren Xiaoxiao's delicate face was filled with nervousness, as if she had been caught by a teacher and was about to be individually tested. Xiao Xiao, card makers never fear failure, but they do fear not being able to persist and being timid. If you don't take the first step, how will you know if you can do it? Don't worry about my opinion. What you need to do is create your first card that belongs to you. Please remember, the audience you need to please is always just yourself. After finishing breakfast, Su Chen felt invigorated and began to share some motivational words with the only staff member. Yes, the manager is right, but I'm still nervous. The material costs are still quite high. Ren Xiaoxiao counted the materials and, finding their
was only enough for 10 portions, felt a bit uneasy. She was aware of the shop's situation. Although the manager was exceptionally talented, a once-in-a-lifetime genius, he was currently in a low phase due to pressure from the antagonist. According to the storybook, this was the time for the manager to recuperate and wait for a benefactor to appear, then seize the opportunity to soar. As for her, a minor supporting character, she shouldn't be stealing the spotlight. Xiao Xiao, a suddenly clearer voice brought Ren Xiao back to reality, and she looked down, saying, "Manager, I'm sorry, I was a bit distracted just now." "There's no need to apologize. Come on, I'll try to teach you today," Su Chen said as he stepped into the card-making room. Seeing this, Ren Xiao instinctively pulled down the roller shutter to close it. Her first card-making experience began in a clumsy manner within the small card-making room. Throughout the entire process, Su Chen didn't say a word. It was only when she put pen to paper that Su Chen snapped back to attention and smiled. Xiao, aren't you quite skilled at this?" The Spirit Vortex card. On the card-making table, although the vortex patterns were a bit crooked, resulting in a dull finish and only qualifying as acceptable quality, was undeniably a success for Ren Xiao. She had grown from a novice to a card-making apprentice. "Manager, thank you." Glancing at the Spirit Vortex card she had made, Ren Xiao couldn't help but hug Su Chen in gratitude. Su Chen allowed her to embrace him for 3 seconds before gently pushing her away by her shoulders, saying seriously, "It's commendable, but don't get cocky. Next, I will point out your mistakes. Learn well, understand?" Ren Xiao's face flushed slightly as she nodded gently. Then, as if making a certain decision, mustered her courage to say, "Manager, I want to be your student, is that okay?" Why this sudden thought? Facing her unusually serious gaze, Su Chen felt a subtle stir within him. He had witnessed her efforts and ambition. Having such a disciple was indeed not bad, but he was too lazy and feared he wouldn't teach well. "Manager, I won't embarrass you, I truly want to be your student." Seeing that Su Chen didn't agree immediately, Ren Xiao bowed earnestly. I will give you as much as I earn in the future. Whatever you ask me to do, I will never complain. Please, manager, I beg you, give me a chance." By the end, Ren Xiao bowed again, not lifting her head. Seeing this, Su Chen stepped forward to help her up and calmly said, "Okay, but you must do one thing for me in the future." Really? What is it?" Initially thinking that Su Chen's long silence meant she would be rejected, Ren Xiao looked up in surprise, her ears slightly burning. Su Chen relaxed his hands behind his back and paced, saying, "You will take care of my meals in the future, I'll pay you for it." "How about that? Can you do it?" "Put." Seeing Su Chen so serious about such a matter, Ren Xiao couldn't hold back her laughter. Upon hearing her laughter, Su Chen's expression turned serious. Xiao, my requirements are very strict, you must be fully prepared." Ren Xiao suppressed her smile and nodded earnestly. "Teacher, the student understands." Let's start learning." Su Chen approached the card-making table, ready to demonstrate. However, Ren Xiao presented a bulging envelope, respectfully offering it to him. "Teacher, this is the student's apprenticeship fee." Su Chen glanced at it casually and said lightly, "You keep it. I'll deduct my meal expenses from this." "Oh, teacher." Realizing Su Chen had a strict teacher demeanor, Ren Xiao dared not say more and respectfully took it back. Seeing this, Su Chen picked up the spirit pen. "Xiao, study seriously, I will assign you tasks in the future." Thank you, teacher." Ren Xiao nodded obediently, feeling quite satisfied. Before long, in the small card-making room, one was teaching earnestly while the other was learning diligently. In the same city, a similar scene unfolded in a blacksmith's shop. Tai Zhuang, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. After so many years of training, your fundamentals are just passable. Today, I will teach you how to create spirit-patterned weapons. Of course, you don't really understand aesthetics, so some of the intermediate processes can be skipped. What's important is to master the method. Standing in front of the furnace, Shan Juefeng's expression was serious. Behind him stood the tall and sturdy Tai Zhuang, who at that moment nodded continuously like a chick pecking at rice. "Fetch the Iron Mother." As soon as Shan Juefeng spoke, Tai Zhuang was stunned in place. After hesitating for a moment, he quietly reminded, "Master, isn't the Iron Mother your family heirloom?" The Iron Mother was not an ordinary one, but specifically referred to a premium spirit-patterned Iron Mother, which was formed by absorbing the essence of an entire spirit-patterned iron ore vein. As a basic material for forging spirit-patterned weapons, a piece of spirit-patterned iron could be worth over 1,000,000 spirit stones. The value of a premium spirit-patterned Iron Mother was beyond estimation. Legend has it that the Ling Qian gun of the Eastern Qian Emperor was forged from a premium spirit-patterned Iron Mother. According to the master, the premium spirit-patterned Iron Mother had been passed down through his family line. Because the descendants believed they could not surpass their ancestors, no one dared to forge a gun. Usually, the master treasured it immensely. Just a glance from Tai Zhuang would earn him a reprimand for being delusional. Tai Zhuang, I am not inferior to anyone, not even the ancestor of blacksmiths. Shan Juefeng took out a wine bottle and took a big swig of strong liquor, savoring the spiciness. The heat from the furnace reflected in his murky eyes. I have little time left. If I want to restore the glory of my ancestors, I must go all out to forge an unparalleled divine weapon to assist the extraordinary talents. In this way, even if I die, my name will be remembered for eternity. I admit there is an element of gambling in this, but if I don't take a gamble, how can I be content? Bring it here. I want to use the best materials and apply all my knowledge to forge an unparalleled divine weapon. Yes, master. Tai Shuang immediately transformed into a strongman and walked towards the back of the shop, bringing back a stone as bright as a mirror from the secret room. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the stone was covered with mysterious patterns, each containing fluctuations of spiritual power. Shan Juefeng examined it carefully, nodded in satisfaction, and then stepped aside. The Iron Mother must be tempered 100,000 times to take shape. Tai Shuang, this task is entrusted to you. Master, this. Tai Shuang's face showed a look of difficulty. After all the fuss, was it still up to him? What kind of look is that? This is to train you. Back in the day, I forged iron 1,000,000,000 times without even furrowing my brow. Shan Juefeng took another swig of wine, smacking his lips. Young man, you must learn to endure hardship. Only then can you endure endless suffering. Do you understand? Work hard. I'll take a nap first and cover for you tonight. After saying that, he ignored Tai Shuang's expression and went to his room. Soon, the rhythmic sound of snoring mixed with the clanging of iron began, as if he were giving guidance. Clang, clang. Each sound represented the passage of time and signified that the day of the divine weapon's birth was approaching. Time slipped away quietly like sand through fingers. Unbeknownst to them, only one day remained until the date set by Shan Juefeng. On that morning, Su Chen awoke from his meditative state, feeling the ninth star of mental power in his sea of consciousness, a smile appearing on his face. After half a month of hard training, he had finally advanced from card apprentice level 8 to card apprentice level 9, just one step away from the second realm of spirit card master. I need to arrange the subordinate cards for the Bai card, and I should also start preparing the next character card. Remembering the ruins. Order in the hands of the rabbit-faced figure. A glimmer of desire crossed Su Chen's eyes. Although the Bai card, due to its mythical quality, had values far superior to those of legendary quality character cards, it was ultimately not a main combat card. It was suitable for daily use and dueling, but when leaving the city's safe zone and entering the perilous rift spaces, material secret realms, and territories occupied by other races, a main combat card was essential. Golden Crow. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen went through his usual morning routine, then resumed the teaching task he had been repeating for over 10 days, teaching Ren Xiaoxiao how to create a perfect quality spirit vortex card. However, just as Ren Xiaoxiao was getting into the swing of things, he pulled out the card box he had prepared early on, staring blankly. Teacher, what's wrong? After finishing a spirit vortex card, she noticed it was still of good quality, unable to reach perfect quality. Ren Xiaoxiao looked at Su Chen, hoping for guidance. Seeing his expression, she couldn't help but feel curious. During their time together these days, she knew Su Chen was easy to get along with, as long as she was serious. His current demeanor was quite rare. Su Chen came back to his senses, glanced at her, and said, Xiaoxiao, it's been almost half a month, and the uncle still hasn't come out of the material secret realm in the rift. Initially, Xiong Zhuang and his friend Li Shu had customized spirit vortex cards from him when they entered the rift space. If they had come out, they would definitely have come to collect the spirit vortex cards. The fact that they hadn't emerged for so long to replenish supplies likely meant something had gone wrong. Teacher, the uncle will be fine. Ren Xiaoxiao thought for a long while and could only softly reassure him. The rift space was inherently dangerous, and the material secret realm was even more so. Mercenaries did the kind of work that danced on the edge of a knife. Being away for too long usually meant only one possibility, death. Compared to the stability of the safe zone city, the survival rules outside were very simple. The weak were preyed upon by the strong. Alright, let's continue. Gathering his thoughts, Su Chen resumed guiding Ren Xiaoxiao. The rift space, as a peculiar spatial gap, nurtured many spirit beasts and spirit plants. Each rift space was filled with the unknown for the beings that ventured inside. Rift space number 96 was a typical area rich in moisture, shrouded in heavy rain year-round, with the muddy ground long washed clean to reveal giant rocks. The large lake in the center of the space appeared dim and hazy under the downpour. On the nearby high mountains, numerous patrol officers stood ready. Crash! At one moment, the sound of rain vanished from everyone's ears, replaced by a strange buzzing sound echoing throughout the space. A patrol officer with amber-colored eyes stared intently at the lake, his expression growing increasingly serious. Director Lang, confirm without a doubt, this lake leads to two secret realms. One is an ordinary material secret realm, the other is suspected to be a small mythical realm. Xiong Zhuang and his friend Li Shu are very likely trapped in the mythical realm, so the people in the ordinary material secret realm have no idea of their whereabouts. Standing in the heavy rain, overlooking The entire lake. Lanya nodded upon hearing this. When is the next opening? The observing patrol officer shook his head in response. I don't know, the two of them are very likely already dead. Lanya looked up at the dark sky, her tone resolute. Dead must see the corpse, alive must see the person. Notify the nearest station army to send someone to take over the mythical realm. A piercing, high-pitched sound cut through the rain, sweeping over the mountains and echoing into the infinite distance. The shocked crowd all focused their attention. They saw a huge serpentine shadow moving in the rain-soaked lake. A sense of vastness washed over them, accompanied by the increasingly clear high-pitched roar, as if the downpour enveloped everyone's minds. That is... Lanya stared blankly at the shadow beneath the lake, her body leaning forward unconsciously. Crash! The rain poured down heavily, and no one answered. Everyone was captivated by the shadow in the lake. Belonging to the already observed mythical entity, the dragon, its realm first appeared during the Eastern Qian dynasty, revered as an auspicious sign by the people of that time. It is said that the first person to encounter it was the Eastern Qian emperor, and later through transmission and evolution, it was regarded as a symbol of the emperor. This cannot be clearly observed, and further predictions cannot be made. The sudden voice that came through the rain startled everyone. Lanya came back to her senses and said lightly, Realm Administrator, could you please give a heads up before speaking next time? Sorry, I didn't consider your fragile, tense nerves. A girl in a straw raincoat, with a sword hanging at her waist and a mask on her face, replied coldly. Heh, you lot, wandering alone and appearing and disappearing at will, don't know how to speak? Do you want me to teach you? Lanya turned her body slightly, staring intently at her. The patrol office has extensive authority, but when facing the mythical ruins, they are indeed not as specialized as the Ruins Management Bureau in this area. However, both belong to the official organizations of the ancient Qian kingdom, so they could be considered colleagues. The straw raincoat girl's words made her quite unhappy. Patrol officer, you can't defeat me. The girl in the straw raincoat gazed at the phantom in the lake, her tone flat, as if stating a fact. Moreover, your dazed behavior towards the mythical observation subjects, if you fall into it, you won't survive around. Lanya snorted but did not refute. As this was her first close observation of the mythical projection in the mythical ruins, she indeed felt a bit out of sorts. What should we do? Steadying herself, she continued to focus on the phantom in the lake, her expression serious. If the mythical ruins are not regulated, they will gradually merge into the surrounding space, forming a special dangerous area that cannot disappear. In this world, there are already quite a few such areas, and each transfer is very troublesome. Keeping it in its initial state is the best choice. I'll go in first to try. If I can contain this mythical ruins, the crisis will naturally be resolved. Prepare for the worst. If containment fails, this rift space will be devoured, becoming part of the ruins, affecting the outside world. Before Lanya could refuse, the girl in the straw raincoat flickered and appeared above the lake. However, at that moment, the dragon's shadow in the lake, after a roar, suddenly burst forth from the water. On! In the incredulous eyes of Lanya and the others, the illusory blue dragon directly swallowed the girl in the straw raincoat, then began to roam freely in the rain. With each leap, the surrounding scenery flashed with another image. Not good. Retreat quickly. Sensing that the mythical ruins were about to cover this place, Lanya made a quick decision, throwing out a card to tear the space and create a temporary exit. The group hurriedly retreated, but unexpectedly, the dragon's shadow dove down, charging directly towards the exit. Damn it! Seeing the speed at which the space was healing, there was no time to heal before the dragon's shadow collided. Lanya threw out a card, summoning a blue-eyed tiger to charge forward. Roar! The tiger, fearless of death, resolutely met the charge. But at the moment of collision, it shattered into spiritual light and vanished. Meanwhile, the blue dragon's shadow remained unscathed. Witnessing this scene, Lanya was shocked but also relieved, because the space had already healed. But in less than 3 seconds, everyone was enveloped by fear. On! The clear dragon roar, carrying the grandeur of the vast earth, descended from the outside world. Boom! In an instant, a phantom image appeared above the sky, the blue dragon's shadow soaring within it. The world suddenly darkened. How is this possible? The rift space has been completely covered in an instant? The next target for coverage is directly Kaijiang City? Looking at this scene, Lanya found it hard to believe. At the same time, after the earth-shattering dragon roar, Su Chen, like many others, came outside, watching the giant dragon shadow wandering in the projected image in the sky. The blue dragon shadow twisted and turned in the projected image, its massive body showing no signs of bulkiness. In the torrential rain, it seemed like a deity ruling over a territory. The rain washed over its azure scales, as if cleansing the vastness of time. It was majestic and vast, each dragon roar resonating through the clouds, bringing an indescribable shock to every observer. Teacher, what is this? Ren Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the giant dragon shadow, her chest rising and falling erratically. Her past worldview seemed to be reshaped at this moment. Dragons, a powerful divine beast, capable of manipulating the heavens? However, it is more like the azure dragon among the 4 symbols. gazing at the projection of the giant dragon beneath which the forest was growing wildly. Su Chen fell into deep thought. The azure dragon among the 4 symbols represents the east, corresponds to spring, belongs to wood in the 5 elements, and symbolizes the vibrant scene of all things thriving. 4 symbols? Azure dragon? Ren Xiaoxiao murmured softly, her delicate brows furrowing. She recognized these words, but together they clearly belonged to her knowledge-blind spot. Well, just think of it as a divine beast, a being more powerful than a spirit beast, Su Chen patiently explained, staring at the illusory dragon in the sky, a glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes. This was clearly a precursor to the arrival of the mythical wasteland. For some unknown reason, the official authorities of the ancient Qian kingdom had not contained or controlled it. Should we go take a look? The thought sprang to Su Chen's mind, and he found himself unable to extinguish it no matter what. Teacher, are you okay? Ren Xiaoxiao's voice pulled him back to reality. Su Chen withdrew his gaze from the dragon's illusion and smiled, saying, I'm fine. Judging by the appearance of this mythical wasteland, it would take at least some time before it descended. Even if he wanted to enter, he needed to know the entrance. Having thought this through, he felt much more at ease and directly entered the shop. After causing an initial stir, the dragon's illusion became a topic of conversation for everyone after their meal. However, beneath the surface, a storm was already brewing. The next day, as it was time to meet with Shan Juefeng, Su Chen got up early. However, after waiting all morning, he still had not received any news from Shan Juefeng. As he endured the wait, the time reached the afternoon. The sound of dragon roars echoed in the sky. Glancing at the official announcement, Su Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. The gist of it was merely that they were handling the situation and had already thought of a solution. As for what the specific solution was, the authorities did not mention it at all. Ding dong! With a crisp notification sound, Su Chen's anxious heart felt like a thirsty traveler in the desert hearing the sound of water. He picked it up and was momentarily stunned. Association notice: the patrol department is recruiting participants who passed the preliminary round for the Pure White Cup. Responding to the recruitment will provide opportunities to obtain various card-making materials, with the highest being of legendary quality. If you agree to the recruitment, please head to the patrol department. Looking up at the seemingly reachable dragon illusion, Su Chen pondered. Combining the official announcement with the association's notice, he could easily guess that this sudden recruitment was undoubtedly related to the mythical wasteland. Should I go? Ding dong! Another notification sound rang out, and Su Chen focused his gaze, his expression brightening. Shan Juefeng, the gun is ready, come take a look. Putting away the communication device, Su Chen said a quick word to Ren Xiaoxiao and hurried towards the trading market. Perhaps due to his impatience, he felt that the 10-minute journey seemed long. Passing by familiar shops, he was just about to head into an alley when someone walked out of a shop and called out to him. Kid, where are you planning to go? Su Chen stopped in his tracks, surprised to see Shan Juefeng. Elder, you. Just then, a muscular man walked out, standing behind Shan Juefeng. Seeing Su Chen, he awkwardly smiled and said, Little brother, he is my master. Hearing this, Su Chen returned a smile and nodded slightly. A little concealment was just a small matter. He was more eager to see his weapon. Kid, are you in a hurry? Shan Juefeng squinted his eyes into a line, one hand behind his back, the other holding a wine jug, leisurely in content. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh, saying, Elder. Yes, very much so. If you don't show it to me soon, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist barging in. TSK. Young and impulsive, how can you achieve anything? Seeing Su Chen lower his head, Shan Juefeng took a sip of wine, slowly stepping aside. Go in, I've been waiting for you. Su Chen nodded earnestly at him and followed the muscular man into the back of the shop. What came into view was a spacious courtyard. Just one glance, and Su Chen's attention was drawn to the weapon standing in the center of the courtyard. The gleaming tip of the gun pointed straight at the sky. On the slender, pure white gun barrel, faint dark golden patterns entwined. They outlined the noble and mysterious spirit patterns, shimmering with ethereal light, creating a sense of dynamism, like the light reflected on the rippling surface of a jade lake stirred by the wind. The entire long spear stood quietly there, exuding an indescribable sharpness. Su Chen couldn't help but step forward, transforming into Bai Zhe, and grasped the long spear. In his hand, it was not as heavy as he had imagined, but it wasn't very light either. The weight was just right. Su Chen gazed at the spear, his eyes filled with affection. I can turn it into a card now. Shan Juefeng leaned against the wall, lazily reminding him. Su Chen nodded, took out the 2-star Spirit Vortex card he had prepared earlier, and sealed the weapon. Buzz! The card transformed into 2 spirals of spirit, devouring the weapon, which then reformed into a card. After a gentle tremor, the card containing the weapon emitted dazzling spiritual light. Soon, this light vanished in an instant. The card also became quiet, slowly falling into Su Chen's palm. With a sweep of his mental power, he received all the information about the card. Weapon, Spirit. Zhe Gun Potential, 12 stars level, 2 stars, can be upgraded to 12 stars at most. Quality, half-step mythical attribute, water description. During battle,
Manifests the water spirit Z domain, self-recovery speed increases by 100%, ally recovery speed increases by 20%, enemy recovery speed decreases by 20% due to water spirit Z pressure. How is it? Seeing Suchin staring at the card in silence for a long time, Shan Juefeng took a sip of wine, feeling quite pleased. So, what if he was the owner of a mythical quality character card? Even seeing his masterpiece, he still had to provide him with emotional value. Ha! Suchen let out a long sigh, looked up at Shan Juefeng, and cupped his hands in a bow. Thank you, Elder, I am very satisfied. All weapon equipment is classified from low to high levels, ranging from 1 star to 16 stars. The quality, from low to high, is consistent with character cards divided into ordinary, fine, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Half-step mythical, as a foot stepping into the mythical realm, such a weapon is already strong enough. For the current Baizé, it represents a significant enhancement. He couldn't wait to find a worthy opponent to test the weapon's power. Hee, I told you, cough cough. Shan Juefeng's words were interrupted by a sudden fit of coughing. With sharp eyes, Su Chen noticed a trickle of dark red blood seeping from his fingers. Elder, you. Shan Juefeng waved his hand dismissively, just an old problem, kid, go do what you need to do. Su Chen was surprised and confused. What do you mean, Elder? Shan Juefeng pointed to the dark sky. Do you see the dragon in the sky? It is a spirit of a mythical ruin. Before it and the ruin descend, you must enter the ruin and defeat it. And this defeat task is best suited for pure white level, because it will replicate the intruder's character card level 1-to-1. The higher the level, the less likely you are to defeat it. At this point, Shan Juefeng's gaze was intense as he stared at Su Chen, his tone serious. Kid, I have high hopes for you. This task cannot be done without you. The dark sky reflected the scene of another space. The heavy rain seemed to drip from the painting, bringing a hint of moisture to the entire Kai City. In front of the patrol office, a cool breeze brushed past and Song Han crossed his arms, scanning the peers gathering around. However, apart from a clumsy imitator, he did not see the familiar masked youth. The girl, Song Lin, stood beside him, catching a glimpse of the disappointment in his eyes, and whispered, Brother, he's just a coward, he won't come, no need to look for him. Song Han smiled but said nothing. Anyone could be a coward, but the one who would defeat him, Su Feng, would not be. The Su Feng who dared to play like that in a duel was, at heart, just like him, yearning for adventure. He had a premonition that even if Su Feng didn't appear here, he would eventually show up in the ruin. Director Song, has that person arrived? After scanning the many participants who passed the preliminary round, with the pure white cup, the middle-aged man in the director's uniform looked at the frowning Sang Tianxiong beside him, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation. Sang Tianxiong's gaze lingered on the masked Chui Woody for a few seconds before shaking his head. Director Chui, he didn't come. Is that so? Chui Ming turned to the calm Lunya beside him, his voice steady. Xiao Ling, where are the people from the management bureau? To defeat the spirits in the mythical ruins, mere numbers would not suffice, quality was essential. Without the safety net of a mythical character card, success in their actions would be difficult. Director, they are already on the way, they should arrive in half a day. Lunya replied calmly, though there was a hint of worry in her eyes. The girl in the raincoat, also an administrator from the ruins management bureau, was not an easy opponent for that dragon. Was the new administrator reliable? Then we will boom. Before Chui Ming could finish his sentence, a thunderous explosion echoed from the eastern part of Kai City. The faces of those present turned grim. Buzz. The communication terminal vibrated, and Chui Ming picked it up. Director, a group of unidentified individuals has blown open the rift entrance, and the influence of the ruins is rapidly expanding. The urgent voice, accompanied by the sound of heavy rain, reached everyone's ears. Chui Ming showed no surprise, calmly saying, use the spatial confinement card to delay, we will handle it immediately. Yes, Director. Click. After hanging up, Chui Ming glanced at the crowd and said sternly, everyone get ready, we leave now. As he spoke, he looked at Lunya and added, hurry the administrator, tell them the situation is out of control. Yes, Director. Lunya saluted, but anger simmered in her heart. These unidentified individuals were likely those trying to take advantage of the situation. Ignoring the safety of the public, they engaged in such underhanded acts. Little did they know, the mythical ruins were far more terrifying than they imagined. Seeing the patrol officers leading the way, many participants followed suit. Among the crowd, Chui Woody looked around, trying to find the person he had been thinking about for the past half-month. Woody, if he didn't come, he just didn't come. Even if you find a flower, he still didn't come. With that mindset, you might as well prepare for battle. Chui Yuxiu, walking alongside him, frowned and reminded him. The task of defeating the spirits may seem to involve many people, but the danger remained high. Even though they were equipped with instant teleportation cards, they could teleport out at any time if they sensed something was wrong. But the battlefield situation was ever-changing. Who knew if the spirits in the mythical ruins had any special means? If they missed the chance to teleport and their character cards were defeated, what awaited them would
likely be death. Oh, brother, I know. No need to nag. Chui Woody pouted, feeling a bit disappointed. In his mind, that big shot should have come. How could he not be here? The group set off in a grand procession, finally boarding a bus heading to the outskirts of Eastern Kai City. On top of a tall building, Su Chen watched the bus leave, glancing at the dim sky, raising the card in his hand, and staring intently. Please, Bai Zhe. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen vanished from the rooftop. Crash. At the rift entrance in the outskirts, chaos reigned, and strong energy fluctuations still permeated the space. The torrential rain from the rift was close at hand, and they could already hear its clear sound. Tap, tap. Stepping on the noticeably damp soil, Chui Ming and the others looked at the torrential rain in the rift space, each of their faces as dark as the sky above. Roar! A high-pitched dragon's roar echoed through the rift entrance, further intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. Time is of the essence, everyone, set off first. Your primary task is to draw it away from the rift entrance. The remaining defeat task will begin once reinforcements arrive. Chui Ming turned to the young faces and solemnly instructed. Upon hearing this, the many participants exchanged glances and nodded. All right, we will trouble you little heroes. Please prioritize your own safety. For the specific implementation, listen to Deputy Director Leng's commands. After giving his final instructions, Chui Ming stepped aside, facing the gazes of numerous patrol officers. The contestants held their heads high, each displaying their respective character cards. Lanya led them forward, gently nodding to her colleagues on either side. Her third contracted character card happened to be pure white level, just enough to enter. Director Chui, after this, that batch of rats needs to be dealt with properly. Watching the young faces pass by, Song Tianxiang's expression was indifferent. The task was already perilous, and the rats had disrupted their plans. He was on the verge of exploding. What was the patrol office doing? Director Song, rest assured, there is still a realm administrator inside, likely in the innermost layer of the realm. Hearing Song Tianxiang's complaints, Chui Ming could only patiently comfort him. This was indeed his negligence. He hadn't expected those opportunistic material merchants to be so bold. Just as Song Tianxiang was about to respond, a sudden shout came from behind. Stop him. Without a moment's thought, Chui Ming instantly transformed, conjuring a giant hand of spiritual power that reached back. Whoosh! A white shadow dodged the giant hand, like a breeze, sweeping over the heads of the crowd and gracefully landing at the cracks. Entrance! Chui Ming's face darkened as he coldly said, keep a close watch, not a single outsider is to be let in. These material merchants were becoming increasingly audacious. They actually dared to barge into the cracks entrance right in front of him while he was unprepared. Director Chui, this person is not a material merchant. Song Tianxiang, rarely showing a smile, seemed much more relaxed. What does Director Song mean? Chui Ming reined in his expression, looking at him in surprise. He is Su Feng, the white beast shadow you just saw is Bai Zhe. Song Tianxiang answered seriously, hands clasped behind his back. He is Su Feng? Chui Ming's gaze turned to the cracks entrance, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. No wonder he could escape so easily, although it was due to his delayed reaction. The latter's insight was indeed remarkable. If it had been an ordinary character card, he would have been trapped long ago. Thinking of this, Chui Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Regardless, this was good news. ZZ, the communicator next to him was connecting to some signal. After a while, his excited voice rang out. Director, the mother-son mirror broadcast card can transmit images. As soon as this was said, Chui Ming and Song Tianxiang exchanged glances, both showing a hint of joy. The mother-son mirror broadcast card was an application card. Its specific effect was that the holder of the subcard could transmit images in real time to the mother card. This way, they could monitor the situation of everyone inside in real time and take timely countermeasures. Approaching the projection screen displayed by the mother card, the two focused on the view. They saw multiple scenes presented simultaneously. Clearly, this was Longya continuously deploying subcards, hidden in well-observed locations. Is there an observation point at the entrance? Chui Ming glanced and felt a surge of curiosity. Yes, Director, I'll pull it up for you right away. The communicator quickly operated, pulling up a scene's image. Chui Ming and Song Tianxiang's gazes were instantly drawn to the scene. In the midst of the hazy downpour, a lively white shadow stood between heaven and earth. Bai Zhe. The torrential rain covered the world, the curtain of rain resembling a waterfall descending from the heavens, a spectacular sight. A loud dragon's roar swept past their ears. Many contestants turned pale. Director Lang, the situation isn't good. He is not like ordinary mythological realm spirits. San Han stepped forward to Longya's side, softly reminding her, his eyes filled with seriousness. Since entering the crack space, the pressure had left them in a daze. This dragon was no ordinary dragon. He has already noticed us, everyone, do not attack. Attract his attention and lead him away. Longya gently nodded, solemnly instructing everyone. No matter how powerful this dragon was, they had long lost their retreat and had to defeat him.
Hearing this, Song Han walked to his sister's side and whispered, "Lin, stay close to me, do not scatter."
"Well, brother, I know." Song Lin nodded, responding calmly.
The group moved forward in silence through the torrential rain, with the shadow of a massive azure dragon circling above, as if
waiting for the opportunity to drive away intruders.
Amidst the vast curtain of rain, the unidentified individuals who had entered the rift space early were now gathered
together.
The personnel from the patrol office are heading this way. We can leverage their strength, a man completely shrouded in black mist suggested first.
Good plan. The spirit of this wasteland is much stronger than we imagined.
According to the observation rank, it should be B-level. A man in a black raincoat
immediately chimed in.
"Then let's do it this way. After we defeat it, the dropped materials will be up for grabs," said the man with a ghost mask, his tone indifferent.
Hee, you two, go find a place to hide. We'll just watch the patrol office get worn down," the man hidden in the blackness said, his cold laughter echoing ominously. In the rain,
the man in the raincoat and the ghost-masked man exchanged no further words and quickly moved into action.
The rain poured down harder, showing no
signs of letting up, and everything in sight was covered in mist, like a fogged-up mirror, with visibility extremely low. Lanya led the group forward slowly, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. At a certain moment, this feeling of dread peaked. A flash of insight struck her mind. Where were the thugs sent by?
The material vendors? Without any hesitation, she shouted, "Everyone stop." Almost as soon as her words fell, 3 men hidden in the shadows decisively activated
the traps they had prepared.
Boom!
3 bolts of purple lightning shot out simultaneously from the curtain of rain, targeting the circling dragon above.
Retreat! Get away from here! Lanya reacted almost instantly. Roar!
The disturbed azure dragon, upon being attacked, seemed to have received the command to retaliate.
Its eyes lit up in the rain, and an overwhelming pressure instantly swept through the space.
Its massive dragon body soared into the air before diving down fiercely. Brilliant azure light shooting from its horns, piercing through the rain and bearing down on the crowd below.
Lin!
Song Han threw out the 6-winged Ice Wind Tiger King and used another card to disguise himself and escape.
Seeing this, Song Lin's eyes glowed blue, resembling the awakening of an ice queen, as she uttered 4 words. Winter has come. Crack, crack, crack.
In the vast world of rain, the area above was completely frozen into ice, forming a natural shield.
Roar! The Tiger
King let out a furious roar, exhaling icy winds to quickly thicken the layer of ice.
The coordination between the two was seamless, leaving those who witnessed the scene in awe.
Song director's children are remarkable, Chui Ming from the outside remarked, his anger slightly dissipating, unable to help but feel emotional.
Song Tianxiang nodded slightly, but his expression remained tense.
The image had already lost by Zay's figure, and the spirit of the wasteland had been stirred. The
situation was grim.
Roar! A thunderous dragon roar suddenly erupted. In the eyes of the astonished crowd, the thickening layer of ice resembled a thin mirror, shattering.
With a single poke, the dragon's voice transformed into heavy sound waves, suppressing the earth. In that instant, everyone in the area felt it hard to breathe, their bodies nearly immobilized. Damn!
This is definitely more than B-level strength.
At least A-level. The intel was wrong. We're done for. Run! The 3 men,
hidden in the shadows, dared not linger, quickly disguising themselves and struggling to flee the area.
Brother, hurry and go! Seeing the azure dragon hovering
in the sky, its gaze locked onto them. Song Lin's face turned pale as she shouted urgently.
No! Lin, you go first! Song Han resisted the pressure, his veins
bulging, his face contorted from blood flow.
So strong, this mythical wasteland spirit was even stronger than Bai Zai. Song Lin gritted her teeth and shouted to those around her, "Director Lang, please help us."
"Don't panic, it's determining its attack target." Lanya stepped out from her hiding place, trying to reassure the two. However, as soon as her words fell, the azure dragon seemed to have finally confirmed its target. Roar! After the dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, it suddenly dove down, its massive claws covered in a green light, resembling blades slicing through the sky, aimed directly at Sanglin.
Its speed was astonishing. In an instant, it was upon them. The few who were slowed by the oppressive force could hardly react. Kanghan, rushing over, could only watch helplessly as the green dragon claw lunged toward his sister. Lin, run now!
Hearing the shout, Sanglin's face turned pale, standing frozen in place, watching the green claw draw closer. Its majesty firmly locked onto her. How could she escape? The icy wind rushing toward her made her involuntarily close her eyes, waiting for death to arrive. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept past her ear. Before Sanglin could ponder why there was another wind at this moment, clang! A sudden clash of weapons rang out in front of her.
On! The furious roar of the dragon followed. The fierce wind that should have torn her apart did not arrive as expected. She opened her eyes, and the first thing that caught her sight was the green dragon soaring away in the sky, along with a bright white figure shining exceptionally bright against the rain, imprinting itself deep into her soul. As her gaze focused, she realized what the white figure was. It was that scoundrel, Su Feng. She murmured his name, her mind enveloped by a tremendous shock. At that moment, she had 1,000 words to say, but when they reached her lips, they turned into just 2 words. Lin, Kanghen,
rushed over, a look of fear on his face, quickly shielding her behind him, gratefully looking at the figure ahead.
Thank you.
Whoosh! The snow-like tip of the spear sliced through the air.
Su Chen looked
up at the green dragon high above, his eyes burning with fighting spirit.
You all retreat first, I'll handle it.
As soon as he said this, Lunya, rushing from a distance, hurriedly reminded him, even if
it's a mythical quality character card, you can't win in a one-on-one fight.
The dragon twisted and turned in the sky, and Su Chen didn't look back, golden light flashing in his eyes.
Whoosh! Everyone
felt a flash before their eyes, and Su Chen's figure appeared high in the sky, his pure white spear summoning 9 water spirits, wildly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy.
Splash! The pouring rain
was drawn in by these 9 water spirits, forming a vast water marsh in the sky. In an instant, the area covered by this water marsh felt the speed of spiritual energy recovery accelerate, and the oppressive force that enveloped them continued to diminish.
Realizing something, they all looked up at the sky.
They saw the once unapproachable green dragon, its beastly green eyes already locked onto the white-clad
youth holding the spear ahead.
At that moment, the battlefield suddenly fell silent. Only the sound of the wind blowing and the growing sounds of the water spirits played the prelude to battle.
Under everyone's gaze, the white-clad youth pointed his spear diagonally at the dragon's head, proud and unyielding. Come fight on.
The verification period has begun. Please continue reading. Don't just lurk _o.
On.
In the suspended water spirits in the sky, every clash between the green dragon and the white shadow echoed with roars. To all the onlookers, the white-clad youth was actually steadily suppressing the
green dragon. Even among mythical quality character cards, this one is top tier. Watching the fierce battle between one man and one dragon, the outside observer Cui Ming couldn't help but sigh. The heavens
above nodded slightly and said, Su Feng's combat skills are similar to ordinary people, but this card should have skills that assist in combat, which is why he can suppress the spirit of the ruins. The two of them conversed, while those in the rift space remained completely unaware. At that moment, all their attention was drawn to the battle in the sky.
Brother, I told you, the big shot would come. Cui Woody stared intently at the sky, his gaze following the white figure. Such sharp combat intuition, clearly not much skill. Is this what mythical quality means? Cui Yushio breathed rapidly, her eyes filled with shock. It was her first time witnessing a mythical quality character card in person. This sight felt like it reshaped her past perspectives. Which family's prodigy is this? Or is it from that batch of the management bureau?
The man in the dark mist, hiding in the shadows, gazed at the sky, his eyes
filled with astonishment. This is an A-level ruined spirit, and it has the home field advantage, yet it can still be suppressed?
I don't know, but it's definitely not from the management bureau. The man in the raincoat patted his stiff face and secretly began to take notes.
This might just be our opportunity.
The man in the ghost mask reined in his surprise, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. If this person could defeat the giant dragon, by then the spirit power of the cards would be nearly exhausted.
The three of them could definitely seize the moment to strike. Just as this thought settled, all three were taken aback.
A white figure in the sky suddenly charged towards them, with the blue dragon closely following.
Why is it coming this way? Not good. Run. Damn. He wants to use the dragon to kill us. The three, who had been hiding well, immediately scattered and fled. Block them.
Kolja, worried that her people were of no help, saw the three who were plotting against them and unhesitatingly surrounded and intercepted them.
In an instant, the battlefield was thrown into chaos. Roar! The massive and agile body
of the blue dragon twisted and turned in the water spirit marsh, and Su Chen grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed.
No matter how he attacked the blue dragon's weak points, its injuries always seemed to recover instantly.
On the contrary, although he had the water spirit marsh's recovery speed boost and was deliberately conserving spirit power, the spirit power within him
still dropped by 1%. Clearly, if this continued, he would undoubtedly lose.
Unless he had additional means to enhance his combat power.
I can only use the fiction panel. Resolute, Su Chen feigned a flaw and was sent flying far away by the blue dragon's claw. Roar! The blue dragon soared into the air, circling around the water spirit marsh, seemingly intent on destroying it and prompting the rain to fall again.
Su Chen, who fell to the ground, steadied himself, took a deep breath, and immediately transformed his weapon into a card, activating the fiction panel for an
on-the-spot creation.
By Zay Fiction Story 2, the Marsh River has spirit's eye was a beast of the mountains, born to know all things, often roaming the mountains, pondering my own name, understanding
the principles of nature, observing the laws of heaven and earth.
One day, while drinking water in the mountains, I encountered a lost child, and I scattered candy to lead him home. The village had a wise man who revered me as a divine beast, calling me by Zay. 30,000 miles of Marsh River flow, thousands of villages, all spread my name. Moreover, some good-hearted people sculpted my statue, offering incense day and night. I often wondered, seeing my reflection in the water, I asked myself, what does it mean to be a divine beast? What should I do to live up to this name? In the river, there was an old turtle who, upon hearing my words, laughed heartily. It said that the heavens are born of auspiciousness and await benevolence from people.
Since I am a divine beast, why not protect a region?
Upon hearing this, I stood alone by the river, waiting for the bright moon to shine on my heart, the river water to paint my shadow, and the lights of thousands of homes to enter my eyes, ultimately gaining something. Spreading my wings and soaring over the marsh river, I wield my might to intimidate both banks.
Good beasts bow
their heads before me, evil beasts retreat in fear, and all people weep upon seeing me. In the village, there was a divine craftsman named Ju Feng who, after seeing me, pondered by the marsh river for several months, and then forged a divine spear named Lingzhe, meaning the marsh river has spirits, to offer to me. Buzz. As the golden letters on the fiction panel faded, the weapon
card trembled continuously, radiating dazzling spirit light.
When the brilliance retracted, the aura of the weapon card suddenly changed, becoming several times stronger than before.
Su Chen
focused his gaze, his pupils constricting as immense surprise enveloped his mind. Weapon, Lingzhe spear potential 14 stars level, 2 stars, can be upgraded to a maximum of 14 stars. Quality, mythical attribute, water description. When Bai Zhe wields the Lingzhe spear in battle, it manifests the water marsh domain, increasing his own recovery speed by 200%, ally recovery speed by 40%, and reducing enemy recovery speed by 40% due to the pressure of Lingzhe. Master of the Marsh River. When Bai Zhe uses the Lingzhe spear, he can summon the manifestation of the Marsh River, covering the water marsh domain, doubling all effects.
Potential increased by 2 stars, effects quadruple. Pinching the weapon card between 2 fingers, Su Chen looked up
at the blue dragon that had already locked onto him, a smile creeping onto his lips.
Now he wanted to see who could hold out longer.
Roar!
The azure dragon seemed to sense Su Chen's hostility, diving down as torrential rain poured down with its fury. Is one person still not enough?
In the distance, the crowd of Songhan felt their hearts leap into their throats at this scene.
After
being struck and sent flying by the azure dragon, Bai Zhe had vanished without a trace, likely suffering serious injuries.
Brother, I want to help him. Seeing the azure dragon charging towards the forest, Song Linya's face lost all color, her heart tightening violently. Songhan nodded without hesitation upon hearing this.
All right, we'll support. From a distance. A roar of the dragon, clearly filled with anger, interrupted his words. When he and the others looked over, their pupils couldn't help but tremble. The young man in white seemed to have fully revived, even
gaining some kind of enhancement, forcing the azure dragon to retreat step by step.
This scene was even more shocking than before,
because anyone with keen eyes could see that this time, it was true overpowering, with the azure dragon having no ability to fight back. He just actually held back earlier? Songhan's mind trembled. The power of Su Feng was far beyond their imagination. He can actually overpower it?
Looking at the azure dragon being beaten to the point of bleeding, Longya covered her red lips, her face filled with disbelief. To battle a mythic realm spirit alone and still maintain the upper hand, such feats in history could be counted on one hand. Yet now, she was witnessing such a person alive. At the entrance of the rift space, the scene
fell silent. This, Director Tsong, can you see anything? Chui Ming wiped the cold sweat from his brow, letting out a long sigh, his expression much more relaxed. The mission to defeat was secure now. His sweat was purely from shock. In just a short time, Bai Zhe's combat power had undergone a tremendous change, truly astonishing him. His weapon must have had its seal lifted. Song Tianxiong came back to his senses and replied with certainty. He was sure that Su Feng hadn't used any other auxiliary cards, so there was only one possibility: Su Feng's weapon had been sealed before, and now that the seal was lifted, his combat power naturally soared. I see. Chui Ming stared at the young man in white on the screen, nodding involuntarily, filled with admiration. But before everyone could continue to rejoice, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. Roar! The azure dragon quickly soared into the air, its body covered in wounds, its eyes shining with a brilliant blue light, revealing its soaring battle intent. It's in the second phase. The crowd, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts sink slightly. Forcing it into the second phase meant that the explosion of materials was not far off, because once defeated, the mythic realm spirit would be difficult to recover in a short time. Is it coming? Su Chen clearly realized this and prepared to release the weapon card, Lord of the Zhe River. Roar! The boiling battle intent manifested from the azure dragon's bloodied body. In an instant, the trees on the ground grew wildly, an endless stream of spiritual power surging forth. What a rich life force! Feeling the overwhelming aura around them, Sun Han and the others exclaimed. The life attribute was second only to the supreme attributes of space and time. This is going to be even more troublesome. Looking up at the azure dragon from below, Longya furrowed her delicate brows. This giant dragon already had astonishing recovery abilities, and now with the spiritual power of the entire rift space, it was converting into an endless stream of life energy. It was easy to imagine that a war of attrition would be impossible against it. Thinking of this, Longya quickly reminded, we can temporarily retreat. Wait for new support. Su Chen, high above, calmly glanced at her, then drew his gun to cut through the air, saying lightly, no need. Splash!
In the next moment, 9 water spirits gathered together, forming a floating river that enveloped the entire space. In that instant, everyone felt the speed of their spiritual power recovery increase significantly.
This is the power of the domain. Song Han took a deep breath, calming the shock in his heart.
From now on, he felt that no matter what happened to the person who defeated him, he would not be surprised, because his mind had already gone numb. Beside him, Song Lin's heart raced. She bit her pale lip, her eyes only on that figure. The 3 people who had barely escaped the pursuit in the distance felt the domain targeting them, and their expressions turned grim. Black Rain, Ghost Face, I'm leaving first, I can't handle this person. The man in the black mist decisively pulled out a space transfer card and activated it without hesitation, disappearing
from the spot after a few seconds. I'm leaving too, who knows what other trump cards he has. The man in the raincoat didn't want to stay any longer, activating his space transfer card with a face full of dirt. 2 cowards. Seeing the 2 leave in succession, Ghostface cursed angrily, then looked up at the sky with reluctance. By Zay, right? Just you wait, my master won't let you off. As soon as he finished speaking, he also left without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the air, Su Chen, after releasing the Zay River domain, launched another fierce attack on the Qinglong. Roar! The piercing dragon roar echoed continuously, and the dark yellow blood dripped incessantly. But he was ultimately just a spirit of the ruins, and despite having the strength of a myth, he had no means to amplify his combat power. After half an hour of relentless assault, he finally couldn't bear the burden and transformed into a wisp of azure spirit light. Su Chen was quick to react, reaching out to grab it. But before he could make contact, the azure spirit light suddenly transformed into a miniature Qinglong, charging straight for his forehead. The speed was so fast that he had no time to react. By the time he regained his senses, the miniature Qinglong had already entered his sea of consciousness, revolving around the stars of his mental power. Meanwhile, the fictional panel also showed changes. Mythical material, Qinglong source, one of the 4 symbols, collecting all 4 symbols can trigger deck effects, not bad. Su Chen felt
a sense of relief wash over him, instantly feeling refreshed. Each complete mythical material, along with the fictional panel, represented another mythical card. Although the Qinglong was not purely a combat card, leaning more towards a healing card, the foundation was there, and the mythical quality was never simple. Once he obtained the Jinwu material later, it would mean the Qinglong would focus on healing, by Zay on buffs, and Jinwu on offense. The only thing missing to form a simple deck was a defensive role card. With this thought, calming his emotions, Su Chen took out the space transfer card gifted by Dan Juefeng and was about to activate it to leave. Your Excellency, wait a moment. Suddenly, a girl in a raincoat flew out from the center of the nearby lake, accompanied by a Pegasus carrying 2 half-dead men. She looked at Su Chen, her gaze showing a hint of surprise. Su Chen calmly glanced at her, allowing the power of the card to envelop him, disappearing into the rift space. Oh, our ruins administrator has come out? Impressive, and even saved 2 people. As soon as Su Chen left, Lanya flew in front of the raincoat girl, crossing her arms and teasing. The raincoat girl tightened her grip on the sword in her hand and said lightly, Deputy Director Lang, kicking someone when they're down is not a good character. Humph. If it were you, Administrator Ruoi, just wait to be punished. Because of your negligence, the entire city district almost got covered by the ruins. Lanya scoffed, showing no courtesy. Punished? Why should I be punished? I saved 2 citizens and discovered enthusiastic citizens who could join the organization. Balancing merits and faults, I don't think I should be punished. Ruoi, the raincoat girl, said with an air of certainty, provoking a look of disdain from Lanya. Before the 2 could continue their banter, a man in a dark black robe descended, his sharp gaze surveying the entire scene. At that moment, everyone felt an immense pressure. Upon seeing Ruoi, the man's tone was flat. Administrator Ruoi, please report. Ruoi collected her expression and said solemnly, Senior, I rescued 2 people from the initial ruins, and the ruined spirit has been defeated by enthusiastic citizens. The man nodded slightly at her words and waved his hand. In an instant, the scene that had just occurred replayed in the sky. Scene rewind. You are a viewing consultant? Seeing this, Lanya's eyes widened slightly. The Ruins Management Bureau is different from the patrol department, with the government as the branch unit. In other words, there is only one Ruins Management Bureau for the entire Kaijiang Prefecture. And the viewing before them was the second in command of the Ruins Management Bureau, Ruins Consultant. This position not only required extensive knowledge of ruins handling but also demanded extraordinary abilities. The special ability of observation is scene retrospection, which allows one to revisit events that occurred in a scene. Deputy Director Lang, do you have any identity data on this enthusiastic citizen? While watching the battle, observation inquired of Lanya, a hint of surprise flickering deep within her calm gaze. The Bureau of Ruins Management was short-staffed, and it would be a pity for such a promising seed not to join the Bureau. Sorry, consultant observation, the Pure White Cup event has regulations. If a participant is unwilling to disclose their true identity, the officials cannot investigate their true identity unless under special circumstances. Lanya refused without hesitation. The patrol department indeed had the authority to investigate citizens' identities. But this prodigy named Su Feng clearly did not want to reveal his identity. She didn't want to be disliked by such a prodigy just to put the bureau in her debt.
No worries, it was my oversight.
Observation replied earnestly, then turned to the girl in the straw raincoat, her tone as flat as ever.
Rua-e, you will be punished with 3 months of confinement. Ah, 3 months? No way. Senior observation.
Rua-e, who had just been so assertive, suddenly wore a mournful expression, looking pitiful and losing the cool demeanor she had when she first met Lanya.
Observation withdrew the scene retrospection, unfazed, and raised an eyebrow, saying, "This is the director's decision." Upon hearing the word director, Rui
muttered softly, "Sister May wouldn't punish me like this, it must be your suggestion, senior observation."
Observation ignored her further and stepped out of the rift, seeking news from Chui, Ming and the others. Mr. Observation, the Pure White Cup provincial competition is the day after tomorrow.
Since Su Feng is from Kaijiang province, he will definitely choose the nearest duel
hall.
You just need to wait for 2 days, and you can invite him to join the bureau.
Sun Tianxiong chuckled, offering a suggestion. Thank you for the suggestion, Director Song. I must take my leave. Having received the information she wanted, Observation left immediately. The others in the rift space also began to emerge one after another. Among the crowd, Chui Wudi was loudly discussing something when suddenly a girl walked up to him. What do you want?
Seeing the girl, Song Lin, staring intently at him, Chui Wudi quickly hid behind his brother.
She had a brother, and he had a brother who was afraid of whom? Do you have Su Feng's contact information? Song Lin asked calmly, ignoring the gazes of others. Chui Wudi was momentarily taken aback,
then smiled, meeting the girl's expectant gaze, and patted his head, saying, well, not at the moment.
Forget I said anything. Song Lin's expression instantly turned cold as she turned to leave. Hey, I actually want to have it. Chui Wudi sighed, secretly resolving to get the contact information next time they met. Meanwhile, Su Chen, the one everyone was thinking
about, had just teleported back to the Iron Strong shop when he encountered an unexpected person.
Young friend Su Chen, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Where is the princess's shedding scale?
In front of the blacksmith shop stood an old man in plain white robes, his serious gaze like a sword, piercing towards the composed young man.
Su Chen raised an eyebrow and replied,
leisurely, Elder, I obtained the shedding scale through my own efforts. Why should I give it to you?
Unless the princess herself came to reclaim it, he wouldn't give it to anyone. The old man responded calmly, young friend Su Chen, one must have self-awareness. The princess's shedding scale is not something you can keep. Speak, how much do you want? The nearby Shan Juefeng, who was drinking, looked at Su Chen with narrowed eyes after hearing this. He was very familiar with this kind of situation. He was curious how this kid Su Chen would respond. Elder, I'll give you 100 million, how about selling me the princess?
Put. Shan Juefeng hadn't swallowed his drink yet and suddenly spat it out, coincidentally spraying it right on the old man's face.
Oh dear.
Elder you, I sincerely apologize. Shan Juefeng stifled a laugh and shot a glare at Su Chen.
This kid was too good at retorting. How had he not thought of this back then?
Elder Yu's expression remained unchanged as he wiped his face clean, his eyes fixed on Su Chen, his tone stern. Su Chen, considering your youth, I won't hold it against you too much, but
enough. Su Chen
interrupted with a casual wave of his hand, Elder, I won't hold it against you either, given your age.
No shedding scales, just a wasted life. You. Elder Yu's face turned red, trembling with anger. How had he never noticed how shameless this human was? Su Chen glanced at him, revealing a harmless smile.
Elder, I'm doing just fine, no need for your concern, but do take care of
your health. Don't let your anger get the better of you, or you might not see me when I come to take your princess away. Impudent. Su Chen, do you really think I wouldn't dare to act against you?
Elder Yu was furious, his long robes billowing without wind, a powerful pressure descending like a mountain towards Su Chen.
Shan Juefeng's expression changed slightly, he was about to
intervene but hesitated, staring in astonishment ahead. The young man had not yet exited his illusion state, his snow-white attire untainted, accentuating his proud posture.
Against Elder Yu's
pressure, he seemed completely unfazed, his tone as calm as ever.
Elder, you can try if you want.
Humph. Su Chen, let me tell you, coveting the princess's shedding scales will only bring you
immense trouble. I hope you know what you're doing. Elder Yu waved his sleeve and left, calm when he arrived but furious when he departed.
This made Shan Juefeng realize Su Chen's combat power.
Kid, jokes aside, you need to be careful. He won't let you off easily. With a serious expression, Shan Juefeng warned him.
The shedding scales of the merfolk were a symbol of purity.
The
princess losing her scales was neither a small nor a big deal, it all depended on how it was handled.
Currently, since the mermaid princess had not returned, the matter seemed minor. Yeah, Elder Shan, I know.
Su Chen nodded with a smile, thanked him again, and then left slowly. As soon as he returned to the shop, Ren Xiaoxiao rushed over, excited.
Manager, you're famous now. Saying this, she showed him the battle video taken online.
Seeing the footage of himself fighting the Azure Dragon, Su-chen smiled, gave her a few instructions, and then entered the card-making room. Phew! A rare moment of solitude, Su-chen sighed, glancing at the curse mark.
The provincial competition is the day after tomorrow. He walked to the window, looking at the blue sky, his gaze gradually firming.
To make his words carry weight, he must win the Pure White Cup and the Hidden Dragon Cup championships. At the moment the double crown is crowned, even the Merfolk King would have to weigh his own worth. The next auxiliary card can start with an equipment card, then move on to the second character card. Taking out the Yi Bai Zhe, Su-chen formulated his next plan. For now, the provincial competition had more than enough with Bai Zhe. He would develop Bai Zhe to a large extent before drawing energy to create the next character card.
Maintaining this
pace, he could obtain the second character card before the national competition.
Azure Dragon.
Golden Crow. The most troublesome part is still the lack of money. If only I had money, I
could make everything.
Lost in thought, Su-chen couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He had his 3-star card maker qualification revoked by the association, leaving a record that made it
difficult for him to move. However, exposing his identity like this was definitely not an option.
I could try my luck in the black market, take on some jobs. Staring at the flying vehicles,
passing between the tall buildings, Su-chen fell into a daze.
The black market, a gray area of the city, had entrances that appeared in some dark corners whenever night fell.
Most of the items
inside had unclear origins. Compared to those true fugitives, he, a card maker with a record in the association, was nothing noteworthy.
I'll go take a look tonight. Black Market, 1. Ing Pavilion.
In the luxurious hall, soothing classical music deliberately created a tranquil atmosphere. A woman in a red dress lounged lazily on the sofa, her phoenix eyes filled with nonchalance. Few knew that she was one of the 3 giants of the black market in Kaijiang Mansion, the master of Wanning Pavilion.
Hey Wu, how long have you been with me?
Her cold voice carried a hint of seduction. The black mist had no romantic thoughts, its head pressed tightly against the ground, drenched in sweat. Back to the master, 3 years. 3 years, 3 years, do you
know why I raised you?
Kai Feng squinted her eyes, seemingly indifferent. Back to the master, so that I can enter and exit the ruins to obtain materials of legendary quality or above for you.
The black mist lowered its head, trembling with fear.
The master never kept useless people. If it couldn't prove its worth, it would definitely be driven away.
Since you know, why do you lack even the courage to try?
Kai Feng opened her eyes wide, calmly staring at him.
Do you think I only raised you as a dead servant of the ruins? The black mist pressed its forehead tightly against the ground, trembling as it spoke. Master, I absolutely do not have such intentions. Enough, this is the last time, get lost.
As the words fell, the black mist fled in a panic, not
daring to stay another second.
Once it left, a plump bird suddenly appeared on Kai Feng's shoulder, tilting its head to complain. Little Kai Feng, your subordinate is too unreliable. After all, that is a mythic character card, one that can suppress spirits of the ruins. Kai Feng lazily lay down, her charming curves fully visible.
Rather than blaming him, why not think about how to make this person named Su Feng useful to me? The plump bird named Kan shook its head and said, it's simple, just use a tracking artifact once to find him, right? Kan. Using a tracking artifact decreases its quantity. Do I really want to use it on this person? Kai Feng slightly furrowed her brows, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. What if this person's identity was extraordinary and could not be used by her? That would be a huge loss. After all, artifacts are items that can only be produced in the ruins, and their value is too precious. If you don't use it, she might sell the ruins order. Would you be willing? Kan answered without hesitation, hitting the nail on the head. Investing so much time and effort, yet not gaining even a single feather. Little Kai Feng, this is not like you. Hearing this, Kai Feng gently nodded, solemnly taking out a stone compass-like object and adjusting the stone needle on it. Buzz! The stone needle slowly turned, eventually locking onto a direction, and a faint white light lit up near the end. Seeing this scene, both the person and the bird exchanged glances. Little Kai Feng, he is less than 100 meters away from you, right? Around here? Could it be broken? Kan flew to her shoulder, a look of suspicion on its face. Upon hearing this, Kai Feng's lips curled into a charming smile as she took out a communication terminal to operate it. In an instant, the monitoring screens of the surroundings appeared in the hall. The person and the bird were quickly attracted by a cloaked young man in one of the monitoring screens. Wanning Pavilion, Task Hall. Sir, the commissions here are all of high value. We only charge a 10% fee. Listening to the receptionist's enthusiastic introduction, Su-chen glanced at the commission tasks on the screen, his sword-like brows slightly furrowing. The current black market was completely different from the one he remembered. Even the connection lists had platforms now, and the key was that the service fee was too high. Taking 10% of the profit, they could clearly just rob, yet they still had to open a shop to feign compliance. Dismissing the shop in his mind, Su-chen turned to leave. Unexpectedly, a fragrant breeze rushed towards him, and before he could react, his consciousness instantly became hazy. Even in a disguised state, it was hard to resist. Encountered a black shop. This thought flashed through his mind, and Su-chen closed his eyes, fainting. Hee hee, since you've come, do you still want to leave?
Looking at the young man slumped on the ground, Kaifeng stepped upstairs while her attendant carried the unconscious Su Chen, following slowly behind.
Once they reached the room, she waved off. The attendant, lightly walking to the unconscious Su Chen's side, bending down to unveil his mask.
Just as the supposed unconscious Su Chen suddenly dodged, his right hand wielding a knife swiftly pressed against her neck, his voice cold.
Don't move.
Kaifeng's body instantly stiffened, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes.
Her enchanting fragrance had never missed. How could this happen? Why did you capture me?
Su Chen pressed the knife, his expression growing even colder. If it weren't for the shedding scale he carried with him, he would have truly fallen victim to a dark hand today. Upon hearing this, Kaifeng was
not at all flustered. She calmly said, if you want to cooperate with me, I advise you to let me go now, otherwise, bang. Su
Chen knocked her out cold, then quickly searched her and found a fragrant pouch.
Noticing the alluring scent, he deliberately
brought it to her nose, allowing her to inhale deeply. Next, he tossed the card box he had found into the corner.
Finally, he took out some rope, tied her up securely, and made a tight knot.
After doing all this, Su Chen finally had time to survey the room. It was an antique attic room filled with various antiques that spoke volumes about the owner's refined taste.
The paintings on the walls alone were worth a fortune just by appearance.
After checking that the door was locked, Su Chen walked over to the woman and examined her closely. Dressed in red, her flawless jade-like face appeared even more delicate due to her unconscious state, making one feel an urge to protect her. Her graceful figure sparked endless imagination. Logically speaking, a woman like this must be a heartthrob. It could be ruled out that she was after his body. With this thought, Su Chen's expression turned serious. He had no backing now. Once his identity was exposed, trouble would surely follow. Killing her was definitely not an option. He couldn't afford such consequences at the moment.
I must find out what her purpose is. Realizing the key point, Su Chen poured a cup of water and splashed it on the woman's face.
Kaifeng, awakened by the tea, was still a bit dazed, but when she saw Su Chen, that daze vanished instantly. She tried to struggle but found herself tied up like a dumpling. Moving was difficult, even breathing felt challenging. Realizing she had failed to capture him and was instead captured herself, she quickly regained her composure and calmly said, Su Feng, we can discuss this properly.
Hearing her address, Su Chen's gaze turned
icy as he grasped her chin and lifted her face, his tone indifferent.
I ask you, how do you know it's me?
What is your purpose?
Kaifeng had never been treated this way before. She coldly stared at Su Chen, a chill gradually forming in her phoenix eyes.
Slap! A sudden slap landed, making her head spin, her hair falling loose, enhancing her beauty.
Su Chen's cold voice followed.
Don't look at me with those eyes, recognize your current situation.
Kaifeng remained silent, stubbornly staring back at him.
She swore that if she could catch him, she would definitely repay him in kind.
Still not saying?
Su Chen tightened his grip on her chin, looking down at her with extreme coldness. Kaifeng's heart trembled inexplicably, and she closed her eyes, saying, I am the master of the Wainying Pavilion, seeking your cooperation to explore a certain ruin.
Upon hearing this, Su Chen
sneered, You are the master of the Wainying Pavilion, and I am still the Eastern Qian Emperor, so pay me.
Someone so lacking in class is also one of the three giants of the black market?
There are more and more scammers these days, speaking without thinking.
Ha, how much do you want?
Kaifeng opened her eyes, calmly looking at him, calculating how to deal with him later.
Slap. Another slap landed, reddening the other side of her face.
However, compared to this pain, Su Chen's words drove her mad.
You think you can just demand money from me? Are you an idiot? Gah, gah, gah.
Clenching her silver teeth, she ground out the sound, her chest rising and falling erratically, anger gradually clouding her mind.
Splash.
A cup of tea drenched her, leaving her
feeling utterly chilled.
In that moment, she resembled a phoenix that had fallen into water, staring at Su Chen, who showed no
pity, with a dazed expression. Tell me, who exactly are you? How do you know my name?
What is your purpose? Su Chen lightly slapped her face, his expression stern.
He had to get to the bottom of this today. If I tell you, you won't believe me.
Kaifeng snapped back to reality, answering unconsciously, her pent-up frustration having no outlet. If she had been more cautious,
none of this would have happened.
Su Chen furrowed his brows tightly, grasping her chin and lifting her face, saying lightly, If
you don't say, how do you know whether I believe you or not? #**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
down, he released his hand and took out her communication terminal,
unlocking it with her fingerprint. He.
Seeing this scene, Kaifeng not only did not stop him but instead sneered coldly. After a moment, Suchen calmly set down the communication terminal and smiled at her, saying, "Master, I raised my voice a bit. Just now, please forgive me. Let me go, and I'll spare your life." Kaifeng felt a surge of satisfaction, that sense of confidence in controlling the situation returning once more. Hearing this, Suchen shook his head, drew out a blade, and said,
"Master, I know I am undoubtedly doomed. If I can take you down with me before I die, that would be quite worth it."
"You crazy bastard! Who wants to kill you? Just put it down.
Let's talk nicely.
Kai Feng's body trembled with anger, her voice tinged
with a hint of fear. I'm sorry, master. In my next life, I will definitely keep my eyes open and be a good person. Su Chen remained unmoved, bowing respectfully, and was about to stab. A contract. I will sign a life and death contract with you. Right in the card box. Kai Feng quickly regained her composure, seizing what she thought was a glimmer of hope. The blade was firmly poised at her neck, and Su Chen's teasing voice rang out. Master truly lives up to her title, able to bend and stretch. In an instant, Kai Feng realized that this detestable brat was trying to trick her. You wait for me. Though she was seething with hatred. Inside, Kai Feng maintained a facade of indifference. Su Chen fetched the contract card, skillfully signed it with her, then helped her sit up straight, taking his place opposite her with a solemn expression. Master, now we can discuss business. Keg, keg, keg. Kai Feng's teeth ground together, her anger reaching its peak. But when she saw Su Chen's calm gaze, she took a deep breath, suppressing all her fury, and smiled. If you let me go now, I promise not to hit you and will give you a large sum of money. If you haven't let me go in 3 minutes, then don't blame me for being unreasonable. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, then stood up, picked her up, and threw her onto the bed. Are you threatening me, master? Looking at Kai Feng's panicked expression, Su Chen wore a half-smile. In the quiet room, seeing Su Chen's malicious grin, Kai Feng suppressed her panic. I want to ask you to help explore a ruin, and the price is negotiable. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's interest was piqued, and he probed, Master, is this for real? You wouldn't be trying to trick me, would you? There are many types of mythological ruins, and not all can yield materials just by defeating the spirits within. Ruins like the Azure Dragon type are actually quite rare. The more dangerous mythological ruins are beyond his current capabilities to handle alone. Without detailed information and special precautions, there could even be a risk to his life. Are you scared? Kai Feng sneered twice, looking at him with disdain. After treating her like this, he didn't have the guts to face the consequences? Not scared, just valuing my life. What type of mythological ruin is it? Su Chen hesitated for a moment before continuing to ask. The bold may thrive, while the timid may starve. The more mythological quality cards, the better. This world is bound to be turbulent in the future. Without any strength, one can only become cannon fodder. It's a role-playing type, but I can't disclose the specifics. Will you take it or not? Seeing him still hesitating, so different from how he had dealt with her earlier, a surge of unnamed anger rose within Kai Feng. Did he really think she wasn't scary enough as a role-playing type ruin? Just wait, she would teach him a lesson. What about the rewards? How will the gains be calculated? Su Chen, unaware of her thoughts, continued to inquire seriously. Will you take it? Or not? Do you think I lack money? Kai Feng shot him a fierce glare, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Her patience had its limits. In this black market, who wouldn't fear her? Yet here was this ungrateful brat binding her and forcing her to negotiate. Business. Master, I'm negotiating in good faith. You're one of the 3 giants of the black market. Can't you be a bit more mature? Getting angry so easily, are you going through menopause? Su Chen looked at her, a face full of doubt. If it weren't for the message in the communication terminal, he would truly think that the person before him was not the master of the whinnying pavilion, but rather an irritable fool. Get lost. Kai Feng glared at him fiercely. If looks could kill, she could have killed him 1,000 times over without getting tired. If we're not talking, then I'll leave first. Don't send anyone to follow me. While you were unconscious, I took quite a few photos of you. You are a smart person. After saying this, Su Chen decisively stood up and turned to leave. Stop. Who told you to leave? Su Chen paused. What does the master think? The reward will be calculated based on your gains. Epic materials are 1 million credit points each, legendary materials are 100 million each, and for mythic materials, just name your price as long as you have them. Kai Feng regained her composure, her tone becoming increasingly smooth. This type of mythic realm for role-playing can use character cards, but how to obtain the materials is still unclear. Aren't you participating in the provincial competition the day after tomorrow? Come with me to the Kaiyun mansion and get a better understanding of the situation. Su Chen turned around and quietly looked at her. From what the master means, this realm is not under your control? Kai Feng shot him a glare, saying, if it were in my hands, you would have been thrown in to feed the dogs long ago. Is the other party reliable? Su Chen slowly sat down, took out the Spirit Vortex card to play with, his expression calm. Of course it's reliable, but you have to compete with others for the qualification to enter. This is her last attempt. If it doesn't work, she will sell the realm order to someone else. Kai Feng said this deliberately to mock him. Aren't you supposed to be quite capable? Those are all the prodigies of the Kaiyun mansion. If you have the ability, then suppress them all. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone as calm as water. Master, why should I do something so thankless? Or rather, if I suppress them, what benefits can you give me? He wasn't there to put on a show. What he wanted were mythic materials and to make money. Hearing this, Kai Feng scoffed. Is there only benefit in your eyes? If it were someone else, they would have long agreed to curry favor with her.
He had no sense of the situation and only knew how to provoke her. Yes, master. I have no interest in you, of course, I only want benefits. Su-chen answered without hesitation, his flat tone infuriating Kai-Fong even more. She calmed herself and said coldly, then I'll give you 10 million, let me go immediately. Want benefits, huh? Later, she would give him plenty of benefits to make him understand the consequences of angering her. The master is currently angry. I can't trust your verbal promises, whether they are true or false. Su-chen slowly stepped forward, approaching the bedside, and Kai-Feng's expression grew colder. I warn you, if you dare to touch me, I will make you wish you were never born. Halfway through her words, Kai-Feng fell silent. It was Su-chen who placed the knife in her hand and turned to leave without a trace of nostalgia. Cunning little brat. You'll see what happens the day after tomorrow. As she slowly cut the rope with the knife, Kai-Feng grew angrier the more she thought about it. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? She looked at the card box in the corner and said lightly, why are you just standing by? Ah, little Kai-Feng, I'm just a cute, lovable, slightly chubby little bird with no bad intentions. Ken flew out of the card box, transforming into a plump bird standing on the table, shaking its head and tail. I can't beat him, even you are under his control, so it would be futile for me to come out. Kai-Feng narrowed her eyes and stood up calmly. So you just watched me be humiliated by him? Ken, I am very unhappy right now. Ken hurriedly flapped its wings and flew up, saying with righteous indignation, little Kai-Feng, I admit I'm just watching, but taking it out on the cute me is a sign of weakness. I protest. Protests are useless. Kai-Feng reached out to grab it, ruthlessly tormenting it until she had it rolled into a ball, then slammed it heavily against the wall. After doing all this, she felt refreshed, and glancing at the hemp rope on the ground, a cold smile crept onto her lips. You wait for me. If I don't take revenge the day after tomorrow, I swear I won't be human. Bang bang, a knock sounded at the door, and Kai-Feng composed herself, coldly saying, what is it? Master, the person you just let go has gotten into an argument with a distinguished guest. The waitress's cautious voice came through the door. The guest claims to know you and wants you to mediate. Creak. The door was suddenly pulled open from the inside, causing the waitress to step back 3 paces in fright, hurriedly lowering her head, not daring to look. He hasn't left yet? A flash of anger crossed Kai-Feng's phoenix eyes. Did he really think she had no temper? After provoking her so many times, he still dared to take orders here? No, master. He seems to be in dire need of money and is competing with that distinguished guest for a good order, the waitress respectfully replied, her head never lifting. Oh, is that so? Who is that distinguished guest? Kai-Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She thought he had some backbone? Wasn't he still here to take orders from her? No, most of the orders here were card-making orders. He could still make cards? Realizing this, Kai-Feng snapped back to attention, looking at the waitress. Say that again, I didn't catch it. Who is that distinguished guest? The waitress nodded respectfully and replied, Master, it's the renowned skin card master from the black market, Lu Bai. Kai-Feng's heart jolted at the mention, her expression turning serious. Lu Bai, the only card-making master in the black market known for producing high-quality skin cards. Although he was only a 3-star card maker, his ability to create skin cards earned him considerable respect in the black market. Even the 3 major powers of the black market would treat him with deference upon meeting him. Always getting into trouble, she muttered in dissatisfaction, returning to her room to tidy herself up before quickly heading downstairs. The waitress followed closely behind, her head buzzing. The master's earlier words echoed in her mind. Could they be? Wanning Pavilion, Task Hall. So young, yet daring to take on such a big order. Aren't you afraid of losing your fortune? A tall, elderly man, dressed in coarse linen, had a serious face that suppressed his anger. As the most formidable skin card maker in the black market, he usually received all the skin card orders from the 3 major platforms by default. Yet today, a brash young man had come along and snatched all his skin card orders away. Senior, I came first and I took this order first. Isn't it unreasonable for you to cause a scene like this? Su-chen stood with his hands behind his back, calm and composed. If it were any other order, he might not have such confidence. But for skin card orders, he believed he was second to none, even if the most skilled card maker stood before him. Unreasonable? Young man, go find out who the skin card orders in this black market default belong to. The elder Lu Bai glared at Su-chen, his voice sharp. Before Su-chen could respond, a melodious voice came from the staircase, tinged with respect. In the black market, skin card orders, unless in special circumstances, always belong to Master Lu Bai. Both men turned to see Kai-Feng, dressed in red, gracefully descending the stairs, her every movement exuding a breathtaking beauty. Master, you're just in time. Where did this brash young man come from? Get him out of here. Lu Bai waved his hand, his face showing displeasure. He was already feeling irritated due to a lack of inspiration for card making, and now this incident only added to his frustration. Hearing this, Kai-Feng smiled and said, Master Lu Bai, please don't be angry. He is my distant cousin and doesn't understand the rules. Please don't hold it against him.
Fine, fine, let him withdraw the order himself. I'm in a hurry, Lu.
Bai waved his hand, his expression growing more impatient. Seeing this, Kai Feng walked over to Su Chen with a cold face and whispered, quickly withdraw the order. This person is a skin card master and you can't afford to offend him.
Su Chen was somewhat surprised by her willingness to help him but shook his head.
In the card-making world, the strong were respected.
He believed he wouldn't lose, why should he back down? Consider it a request from me, okay?
Seeing him stubborn, Kai Feng was genuinely
anxious.
Even she didn't want to offend a card-making master. Because card makers were closely related to cards, their connections were vast. As long as you offend one person, it's equivalent to offending a whole group. Being able to stand firm in the black market is no simple feat. It's useless to plead with me. This is a matter of principle, Su Chen replied calmly, his gaze unwavering. Kai Feng wanted to persuade him further, but Lu Bai, who had been unable to contain himself, coldly interjected.
Enough, sect master. Your distant cousin needs to be taught a lesson, let me handle it.
Kai Feng quickly turned around, her expression serious. Master Lu Bai, he is just young and impulsive.
I will teach him properly when I return. I will give you these orders shortly and additionally compensate you with 1 million credit points. I hope you won't hold this against him. That's enough. Sect master. Lu Bai exploded in anger, his voice sharp. Is this about money? Your distant cousin doesn't even regard me as worthy. Reputation is everything for a card maker. If this matter spreads, how will other card makers in the black market view him? Hearing this, Kai Feng's expression also turned cold. Master Lu Bai, what do you propose? The old man had a foul temper and was stubborn. She had already been quite polite, yet he remained so ungrateful. Did he really think she was just a figurehead as the sect master? It's simple. Since he has taken the order, it means he is a card maker. Since he is a card maker, let's resolve this according to the rules of card makers. Let's have a skin card replication competition. Each side will present a skin card, observe for 30 seconds, and then replicate it. The one with the highest completion wins. If he loses, he must apologize to me, and the sect master must also apologize in front of everyone, plus compensate me with 10 million credit points. Lu Bai looked at the two, his expression unreadable. If you dare to offend him, you must pay the corresponding price. In his mind, Kai Feng, the protector, also needed to be taught a lesson. Upon hearing this, Kai Feng was about to refuse when Su Chen stepped forward, blocking her behind him. Senior, this is between us, it has nothing to do with her. I came to compete with you, Lu Bai sneered, mocking. Young man, if you weren't the sect master's relative, what qualifications do you have to compete with me? Just because you've learned a bit of knowledge, you think you're impressive? In the eyes of a true master, you're just a child who has just learned to walk. After hearing this, Su Chen smiled instead of getting angry, his tone calm. Old man, don't push your luck. As these words fell, the task hall fell silent. Those who had come to watch were shocked, staring at the audacious Su Chen. Some looked at him as if he were a dead man. Good. Lu Bai's face turned ashen, suppressing his anger, his gaze fixed on Su Chen. Kid, the loser will have their right hand chopped off. Do you dare to compete? Su Chen smiled indifferently, raising an eyebrow. I'll accompany you, are you crazy? Kai Feng immediately covered his mouth, pulling him aside. Later, you will apologize to him, and I will also apologize and pay some money. Don't cause me any trouble, alright? Meeting her serious gaze, Su Chen pulled her hand away, saying lightly, Sect Master, this is my matter, it has nothing to do with you. You. Kai Feng raised her hand, poised to strike. But seeing Su Chen's calm, unwavering eyes, her heart trembled slightly. Just watch, Sect Master, I know what I'm doing. Su Chen let go of her hand and stepped forward, facing Lu Bai directly. Have you come to an agreement? Lu Bai sneered, clapping his hands, releasing the card-making long table, and arranging the prepared skin essence one by one. Seeing this, Su Chen turned to the silent Kai Feng behind him and said calmly, Sect Master, please prepare the skin essence for me. Kai Feng looked at him deeply, called over a waitress, and had her bring the card-making table and prepare the skin essence. Taking advantage of this moment, she contacted another well-known card maker in the black market, promising a hefty sum to persuade Lu Bai later. After doing all this, she pressed her throbbing temples, feeling an unprecedented fatigue. She had done everything she could, yet she still felt uncertain, because Su Chen's mouth was not attached to her body. Since it's a competition, we need to select a notary. Sect Master, you choose the notary. Seeing Su Chen ready, Lu Bai stood with his hands behind his back, giving instructions at a leisurely pace. Upon hearing this, Kai Feng glanced at the expressionless Lu Bai and said seriously, Then please, Master Leming, what do you think? Sure, go ahead. Lu Bai replied coldly, unscrewing the cap of the skin essence. About 3 minutes later, an elderly man with gray hair arrived late. Seeing the crowd gathered here, he frowned. As he reached the center of the onlookers, he glanced at Su Chen and intended to persuade Lu Bai. However, Lu Bai gave him no chance, directly looking at Su Chen with an indifferent voice. The notary is here, kid, present your question. Upon hearing this, Su Chen removed his illusion state and projected the white robe-like snow skin card onto the hall screen through the communication terminal. The question has been presented. Lu Bai looked at the image on the screen, his brows furrowing. The scene fell silent instantly. Even Master Leming, as the notary, frowned deeply. This skin card appeared unremarkable, but in terms of color scheme and artistic conception, it was actually of high quality. The master who created this card was far superior to them, because the simpler the color scheme, the more it tests the card maker's skill. Senior, have you finished looking? It's your turn to present the question. Suchin smiled slightly, extending his hand in invitation. Humph. Lu Bai withdrew his gaze and displayed the photo on the communication terminal onto the big screen. A werewolf bathed in the light of the blood moon transformed into a frenzied werewolf with crimson eyes, standing on a high cliff, howling at the blood-red night sky. Below the cliff, countless wolves bowed their heads, their colors varied, depicting a terrifyingly beautiful atmosphere. Suchin glanced over and then withdrew his gaze, meeting Lu Bai's surprised eyes, and calmly said, "That's enough. Arrogant. It's only been 3 seconds, what did you even see? Keep looking." Lu Bai scolded sternly. "Senior, it's not necessary." Suchin calmly shook his head, slowly picking up his pen under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Too simple. At that moment, his naturally confident aura stunned everyone. In the task hall, as Suchen began to write, the noise faded away like the wind. Everyone held their breath, focusing on the pen tip that moved like a slithering snake, squeezing out the skin essence that painted a certain atmosphere on the card surface. The dark red night sky, the cold moon hanging like blood, and the chilling wind blowing from nowhere. Below the cliff, the fierce pack of wolves gathered, howling at the blood moon, creating a terrifying and murderous atmosphere. Their colors varied, and after bathing in the eerie blood light, they appeared even more bizarre and inexplicable. At this point, the spiritual energy had already begun to flow, giving the card surface a sense of dynamism. This, Luming glanced at the time, his eyes filled with astonishment. It had only been 3 minutes since Su Chun started writing, and the entire tone of the image had already formed. This level was far beyond that of an ordinary card maker. Beside him, Kai Feng's beautiful eyes sparkled with disbelief as she looked at Su Chun. At that moment, she suddenly realized that her understanding of this person was as limited as if she were separated by that mask. Compared to the astonishment of the crowd, Lu Bai's silent expression was filled with shock. An expert's skill is evident at a glance. Just a quick glance, and Su Chen was able to decipher his question, and the speed of card making was incredibly fast, leaving no time for thought. This undoubtedly indicated that Su Chen's card-making skills and the knowledge stored in his mind were both higher and more extensive than his own. It's time to depict the main character. Master Leming's gaze was intense, fixated on the card surface. Lu Bai focused his attention, completely absorbed by the dynamic image. Above the kneeling pack of wolves on the high cliff, a fierce werewolf howled at the blood moon, its beastly eyes gradually turning red, transforming into a frenzied state. The eerie blood moon was visually positioned right in front of it. Bathed in the light of the blood moon, this scene was highly impactful, giving the immersed crowd a chilling sensation. At that moment, this frenzied werewolf seemed to stand right before them. That scarlet gaze, the chilling fangs, the fierce aura, all showcased its ferocity to the fullest. Tap. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the pen hitting the table, everyone's minds were forced to retreat. Many wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, looking at Su Chen, who stood with his hands behind his back, in awe. Luming stared intently at the skin card on the table, his voice trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, "It's a high-quality replica." Wow! Everyone's gaze converged once more. There, the skin card, with a dark red base, shimmered with a faint ethereal glow, a hallmark of high quality. Kai Feng struggled to pull her gaze away, focusing on Su Chen, her eyes gradually heating up. The owner of a mythic quality character card, and such a formidable card maker. She absolutely could not miss out on such a talented individual. The youth is formidable. Lu Bai stared blankly at the skin card, the pen he had picked up slowly lowering again. He knew that no matter how hard he tried, he could never perfectly replicate the card from earlier. Their understanding of the skin card was simply not on the same level. Su Chen could deconstruct his problem with a glance, while he, after staring for 30 seconds, could only manage to replicate half at best. "Senior, please fulfill your promise." Su Chen's gaze passed over the crowd, settling on Lu Bai. His expression calm, devoid of any arrogance from victory. Master Leming, acting as the notary, came back to his senses and looked at Kai Feng beside him, his expression troubled. This was not what they had agreed upon. Hadn't he come here to persuade Lu Bai to show mercy? How was the situation so different? Seeing this, Kai Feng hurriedly moved to Su Chen's side, grasping his hand, and softly pleaded, "I'm begging you, let him apologize and pay up." Su Chen calmly withdrew his hand, enduring her displeased gaze while maintaining a proper distance. Then, facing the crowd, he looked steadily at Lu Bai, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Senior, please fulfill your promise." Lu Bai's lips moved, but no sound came out. He closed his eyes briefly, before suddenly opening them wide, pulling out a sharp blade, gritting his teeth, placing his right hand on the table, and with his left hand holding the knife, he brought it down fiercely. In that instant, many people couldn't bear to close their eyes, fearing a bloody scene.
Clang! The expected sound of a severed hand turned into the sound of weapons clashing. Everyone focused their attention, only to see Lu Bai looking confused at the masked youth who had stopped him from cutting his hand. Why? It was he who was supposed to fulfill the promise, yet it was also he who was stopping him from doing so. I just wanted to see your attitude. Su Chan remained calm and composed, quietly watching him, his gaze peaceful as if it could encompass everything. Are you convinced? Thud. In front of everyone, this notorious skin card maker from the black market knelt down. I am convinced. I wish to take you as my master, and I hope you will not hesitate to teach me. Su Chen, without showing any emotion, casually adjusted the skin essence, his tone flat. I do not take students, but I will occasionally come here. If you have questions, you can ask. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai was taken aback. Rising to bow again, speaking with utmost respect, Senior, I understand. As he spoke, he looked at Kai Feng, who still seemed a bit dazed, his voice carrying a hint of respect. No longer the arrogance from before. Guild Master, I wish to become a resident card maker for the Wan Ying Pavilion. I wonder if I could be given a chance. After hearing this, Kai Feng glanced at Su Chun from the corner of her eye, smiling brightly. Master Lu Bai, it would be an honor for the Wan Ying Pavilion, the most famous skin card maker in the black market, also known for his foul temper. Joining the Wan Ying Pavilion would bring significant publicity. This Su Chen was truly her lucky star. Ahem. Guild Master, I also want to join the Wan Ying Pavilion. Lu Ming, glancing at Su Chen, felt a surge of excitement. Just from the voice, he could tell that the young card maker had such skill. The master behind him must be extraordinary. He didn't even hope to meet such a master. Learning from this young man would be enough for him to benefit for the rest of his life. Of course, the Wan Ying Pavilion welcomes both masters to join. Kai Feng felt as if she had been struck by surprise, confidently responding, but when Yu Guang caught sight of Su Chen trying to slip away, her expression tightened immediately. She instructed her subordinates to take good care of the two masters and quickly followed after him. Where do you think you're going? Without hesitation, she grabbed his hand and then casually draped her arm over his shoulder, looking like a good buddy. My good master? Su Chen's brows twitched slightly as he calmly replied, Sect Master, I am a married man. Please conduct yourself accordingly. Kai Feng was taken aback by his words, her delicate face gradually turning pink, and then she playfully smiled. Having a family is even better. Who did he think he was trying to scare? She had already seen him sneak away with the skin essence just now. Su Chen pulled his hand away from hers, turned to face her, and took 3 steps back, steadying himself. Speak, what do you want? Seeing this, Kai Feng crossed her arms and said, Master, the skin essence here is worth a fortune. You just took it without a word? Su Chen chuckled lightly. Sect Master, shall I return it to you? No need, Master. I am the legitimate daughter of the Kai family from Kaiyun Mansion. I would like to hire you to become the chief card maker of my Wan Ying Pavilion. An annual salary of 10 million credit points plus 1% of Wan Ying Pavilion's annual profits. What do you think? Is there sincerity? Kai Feng looked at him with burning eyes, her smile enchanting. Sect Master, can you make the decision? Upon hearing the 1% annual profit, Su Chen's heart stirred and he looked at her with suspicion. The people behind the black market had their hands everywhere, but a sect master like Kai Feng was usually just a spokesperson and didn't hold much real power. Kai Feng leaned closer to him and whispered in his ear, with you, I can make the decisions in the attic room. Su Chen's status was completely different upon re-entering. Watching Kai Feng brew tea, he raised an eyebrow and said, Sect Master, can I get an advance on 5 years of base salary? The base salary was 10 million a year, which roughly equated to 100,000 spirit stones. With 0.5 fictional points remaining on the panel plus 5 years of base salary, that would make 1 fictional point. This way, the Qinglong could be summoned. This main healing card might just bring him some surprises. Perhaps it could even cure old man's old ailment? As a card maker, are you really that short on money? Kai Feng sat down opposite him, looking at him in confusion. Logically speaking, a card maker rarely lacked money, especially one skilled in making skin cards. Whether in the black market or the association, a high-quality skin card could sell for a high price. The more orders there were for themed skin cards, the higher the price offered by the clients. With Su Chen's level, he shouldn't be lacking money at all. Hearing this, Su Chen took off his mask in front of her, meeting her astonished gaze calmly. Sect Master, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Su Chen. Kai Feng smiled, crossing her legs and teasing, how old is my little brother this year? Taking off the mask meant he considered her one of his own. At that moment, Kai Feng felt her money was well spent. Look it up yourself. Su Chen picked up the tea and took a gentle sip, savoring the sweetness after the bitterness. Kai Feng took out her communication terminal and used the intelligence network to search. In just a moment, her expression turned cold. When she looked up again, her killing intent was palpable. Should I send assassins to kill him directly? Cough, cough. Su Chen nearly choked, and after a moment, he replied calmly, no need, I'll handle him myself. Although she couldn't kill him, having that intent was still commendable. Alright, if you encounter any trouble, feel free to tell me. Nodding seriously, Kai Feng was about to initiate a transfer when Su Chen reminded her, please convert it to spirit stones.
My current situation isn't suitable for exchanging for spirit stones. Okay.
Then little brother, it's settled. You will be the chief card maker of my Wanying Pavilion, Wanfeng.
As for the spirit stones,
we'll get them when we go to Kaiyun Mansion the day after tomorrow. Kai Feng stood up with a smile, raising her cup in a toast with tea instead of wine, her gaze towards him growing more affectionate. Such talent, put to use for her, meant she could have a place in her family.
As for any marriage alliances, they would no longer concern her.
From now on, call me master.
After finishing the last sip of tea, Su Chen stood up to take his leave. What do you think of him?
Watching Su Chen walk out of the Wanning Pavilion, Kai Feng leaned against the railing, lost in thought.
He's okay, but don't
rely on him too much. The fat bird appeared out of nowhere, standing on her shoulder. Kai Feng frowned slightly, a hint of confusion crossing her phoenix eyes.
When did your standards get so high?
Looked at her disdainfully, chest puffed out.
I've always had high standards, okay?
He carries a curse, his life won't be long.
Kai Feng's expression stiffened slightly and she hurriedly asked, what? Curse? Can it be cured?
Such a talent, if he were to die young, she would suffer a great loss. It's an incurable disease, he can live at most 3 more years.
After hesitating for a moment, Ken added.
However, the legendary Dong Qian Emperor also suffered from this curse and somehow he got better. Upon hearing this, Kai Feng nodded gently, then there must be a way.
I'll find a time to talk to him.
He truly deserves the title of a genius, but just because the Dong Qian Emperor got better doesn't mean he will. After scoffing dismissively, Ken decisively fled, escaping Kai Feng's grasp.
If you have the ability, then don't come out.
Kai Feng spat out a harsh remark, but a layer of gloom settled in her heart.
She had finally seen hope, but would this hope not last more than 3 years?
Time flew by, and soon it was the day the Pure White Cup competition began. The projection screen on the side of the tall buildings in Kaijiang City was extravagantly
displaying advertisements for the Pure White Cup.
The overwhelming promotional slogans made the event increasingly popular, gradually reaching a level of nationwide
attention.
In the Zhongling Duel Hall, however, the atmosphere was solemn.
Sun Tianxiong was earnestly instructing those heading to Kaiyun Mansion to challenge and seize the Duel Hall badge.
In this Pure White Cup event, the individual competition is secondary. The team competition starting from the national competition is
the key.
Honor, you must invite Su Feng this time and have him serve as the captain of the Kaijiang Mansion team.
Sung Han stepped forward and nodded. Understood. Hall Master.
The league's special envoy, Gu Chen, hesitated and said, Senior brother, Su Feng prefers to act alone. He might not be suitable as a captain.
The Pure White Cup team competition was no small matter. In some respects, it surpassed the individual competition. For such an event, the captain must have a broad perspective and be able to coordinate well with the other team members. From what it seemed, Su Feng's solitary nature made him an unsuitable candidate for captain. No, junior brother Gu Chen, trust me, Su Feng will be an excellent captain. Sun Tianxiong replied without hesitation, a hint of a smile on his face. He may not need other
qualities, but he must have convincing strength.
In this world, strength is ultimately king. Su Feng's strength had already been demonstrated, and at the moment he defeated the spirit of the ruins. Even his honor was convinced. Who else could be unconvinced? I wonder what he's doing now.
In the crowd, Song Lin glanced at the carefree Chui Woody not far away. Not seeing that figure, she felt a bit lost for some reason. The vast blue sky, with white clouds drifting lazily. A majestic, heavenly horse pulled a luxurious carriage, gliding through the sky. This spectacle left many flying vehicle riders dumbfounded, filled with both envy and jealousy. Inside the elongated carriage, Su Chen leaned against the soft sofa, fiddling with the spirit vortex card in his hand, his expression serious. The projection screen hanging on the side of the carriage displayed detailed information about Tianfu. His rise is quite strange. Before he turned 10, he was unremarkable, but after 10, it was as if he had activated a cheat. Kai Feng, sitting beside him, also furrowed her brows. After Su Chen asked her to investigate Tianfu yesterday, she had used her information network in the shadows to find out everything clearly. There must be someone behind him. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, his tone firm. In his previous life as a card designer, his understanding of the game's background was limited to some major updates. However, while seeking inspiration on game forums, he had also learned some secrets within the game. Among them was this particular secret. During the Eastern Shen dynasty, it is said that there was a longevity potion called Decay. After consuming it, a person would exist in the world in the form of a feathered one. However, this feathered one must reside within a human body and feed on the blood of spirit card masters to survive. If it cannot feed on blood, it will fall into a dormant state until it encounters the next host. Yet, once the blood feeding process begins, the amount of blood required will increase. Legend has it that when the Eastern Shen Emperor learned of this, he led his guards to exterminate tens of thousands of feathered ones, an event known in history as the destruction of the feathered ones. However, according to investigations by the Decryption Party, players. Even if the Eastern Qian Emperor was strong, there were still remnants of feathered ones. They would select hosts in later generations and cause chaos in the world from time to time. As for the criteria for selecting hosts, it is precisely people like Tianfu, marginalized in childhood, overlooked, and easily controlled. What should we do? Kaifeng asked curiously, though a hint of sympathy lay deep in her eyes. For now, we can't move against him, Su Chen replied calmly, shaking his head as he fell into thought. The feathered ones are the most cautious. If there truly is an old monster standing behind Tianfu, he must be fully prepared. As it stands, relying solely on the influence of the Weining Pavilion and the help of the patrol officer Longye is far from enough. To deal with the feathered ones, they must find the mysterious organization known as the Shujing Management Bureau. After all, this organization can be traced back to the Eastern Qian dynasty's celestial patrol, which had specialized means to deal with the feathered ones. Although it has fallen into decline and has long been marginalized, its historical legacy should not be underestimated. Well, speaking of which, isn't she tired? Kaifeng suddenly interjected without context. Su Chen looked at her in confusion and asked, Master, are you talking to me? Yes, someone has been following us from behind. It should be your ex-girlfriend. The sky was a clear blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting across the backdrop, making it even more serene. The two pure white heavenly steeds suddenly halted in the sight of many. In the luxurious carriage, two figures emerged, rushing into the white clouds. Almost instantly, the gentle white clouds were pushed apart by a spreading spiritual force, breaking into small puffs that vanished with the wind. The person hidden in the clouds, unable to retreat in time, was intercepted by the two figures. One wore a light blue outfit, her water blue hair cascading like a waterfall, casually draped, and her unadorned jade-like face bore a serene expression. She stood against the wind amidst the dispersing clouds, resembling a clear water lotus, naturally beautiful, like a snow lotus on a high mountain, pure and flawless. Noticing Su Chen staring at her without speaking, she playfully blinked her deep blue eyes and blushed, saying, Don't get me wrong, I was just passing by. Hee, which good person passes by and keeps following? Kai. Foam crossed her arms, sizing her up with a half-smile, though her eyes sparkled with amazement. As a woman herself, even she felt that the person before her was excessively beautiful. While she considered herself not inferior in appearance, she felt that the woman in front of her was unmatched in temperament. Exactly. Hurry up and say it. Did you find me too cute and want to steal me away? Can't tell when. Ken appeared on Kaifeng's shoulder, looking as if he had seen through everything. Li Qingying glanced at it in surprise, then looked at Su Chen, her gaze seeming a bit evasive. She tucked a stray hair behind her ear and said awkwardly, I really was just passing by. Then how about a ride? Su Chen smiled slightly, extending his hand in invitation. Looking at the hand he offered, Li Qingying instinctively wanted to step forward and place her hand on it, but after taking a few steps in midair, she remembered something and turned to shake her head. I won't go. Su Chen stepped forward and grabbed her hand, pulling her into the carriage without giving her a chance to refuse. Oh no, my cuteness is no longer pure. Can covered its eyes with its short wings, its voice filled with regret. TCH. Don't think I don't know you. You often sneak out to watch that male peacock, Kaifeng scoffed, shooting it a glance as she flew into the carriage. Slander. Barefaced slander. I was going to appreciate beauty, and I must correct you on one point. I am above board. San stood on her shoulder, constantly justifying himself. Alright, stop the nonsense. Siphon snapped, grabbing him with annoyance. Upon hearing this, San immediately fell silent, but his gaze turned serious. Not just him, Scything's face also paled slightly. Su Chen noticed and held onto Li Qingying's hand tightly, his expression fearless as he said, Elder you, what are you sneaking around for? Humph. Rude brat. Let go of Her Highness the Princess. A figure burst into the carriage, their gaze automatically locking onto the hands of the two intertwined, fury boiling over. Seeing Elder Yu fuming, Su Chen not only didn't let go but instead pulled the blushing Li Qingying into his embrace, chuckling lightly, Elder Yu, I'll give you 300 million, you didn't see anything, how about that? Outrageous. How absurd. You. Witnessing this scene, Elder Yu was so furious he could hardly contain himself, wishing he could strike immediately. But the remaining rationality told him that the young man before him was deliberately provoking him. As long as he dared to act, the patrol office wouldn't care what clan he belonged to, they would definitely lock him up in a small dark room for some serious reflection. Elder Yu, you can't do anything to me anyway. Xingying and I are in love. So just close one eye and let it be. Su Chen held tightly onto the hand of the person in his arms, his expression growing more composed. Elder Yu snorted coldly, cupping his hands in salute to Li Qingying, his voice filled with sorrow. Your Highness, the more you indulge him, the more you harm him. Once the king learns of the situation here, both you and he will be punished. Upon hearing this, Li Qingying's face flushed, and a hint of struggle appeared in her bright blue eyes. She loved being by his side, but the premise was that it shouldn't harm him. Su Chen keenly sensed her emotions, gently stroking her hair to comfort her, then softly said, Elder Yu, as long as you don't say anything, the Fish King won't know. Your Highness, do you think so too? Elder Yu looked at the dazed Li Qingying, a bitter feeling rising in his heart. How could the usually reserved princess turn out like this? Hearing this, Li Qingying became much more alert, looking up at Su Chen's expectant expression. She calmly said, Elder Yu, this is the last time. Elder Yu's face instantly stiffened, and he said gloomily, Your Highness, you've said this many times. Already. Last time? More like the last billion times. Seeing the others' gazes turn towards them, Li Qingying straightened her face and said unhappily, Elder Yu, I said it's the last time, and that means it's the last time. But last time, Elder Yu, keep it a secret for us. Su Chen interrupted him with a smile, his eyes calm. I'll help you keep an eye on Her Highness. Elder Yu shot him a fierce glare, then turned to Li Qingying, gritting his teeth as he said, Your Highness, let me tell you the truth. The royal guards sent by the king are already on their way. If you don't want him to be harmed, listen to me and don't have any further contact with him. As soon as these words fell, the carriage fell into a dead silence. Before Su Chen could react, the person in his arms suddenly changed her expression, pushed him away, and stood up coldly, saying, Su Chen, we have broken up. I will not follow you anymore, so please do not be missed by me in the future. After saying this, she quickly exited the carriage, leaving only one command behind. Elder Yu, follow me. Yes, Your Highness. Elder Yu responded loudly, giving Su Chen a warning look for 3 seconds. Once the two left, San on Saifeng's shoulder burst into laughter. You're killing me. Please do not be missed by me in the future. Can's laughter abruptly stopped as it faced Su Chen's gaze, wagging its tail and turning away. Sorry, I'm so cute. You won't hold it against me, right? Whoa, I'm just a cute little bird. How could I have any bad intentions? La. I'm a whoosh. Saifeng's face turned cold as she grabbed it and threw it out forcefully. After doing all this, she looked at the astonished Su Chen and softly said, Its mouth is just that cheap. Don't take it seriously. Su Chen nodded. Gently, closing his eyes to rest, the lingering fragrance around him seemed to remind him that everything that just happened was not a dream, but the one who possessed it had already gone far away. Because of his weakness, she had to distance herself. What do you plan to do? Seeing him silent, Kai Feng hesitated for a moment but decided to offer guidance. Master, the focus is not on what I should do, but on when I will become strong. Su Chen opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing through them. In the end, all of this is due to my lack of strength. When I become strong enough that even the Mermaid King must look up to me, how could he dare not to show respect? Upon hearing this, Kai Feng's eyes revealed a hint of worry. She was not pessimistic about Su Chen, on the contrary, she had high hopes for him. But 3 years to catch up to the 12th realm Mermaid King was a challenge far more difficult than climbing to the heavens. If the curse issue was not resolved, even if Su Chen could be with the Mermaid Princess, in the end, they would still be worlds apart. As she pondered, Kai Feng chose not to bring this issue to light. She decided to help him find specific information about this curse first. If she rashly told Su Chen, she felt he would find it hard to accept this fact. The tournament was about to begin, and she couldn't let it affect his state of mind. Little Kai Feng, we're home. Can's voice came from outside. Su Chen looked over and saw a colorful city. Faint shouts echoed from below, reaching the heights. Thunder extreme! Thunder extreme! Thunder extreme! Chief! 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 The vibrant city erupted in a chorus that shook the heavens. Su Chen gazed into the distance and found that the source of the sound was the massive arena at the center of the city. The purple arena resembled a soaring eagle, capable of harnessing thunder and lightning. A magnificent roar surged forth from its mouth, exuding an overwhelming presence. Thunder Extreme, the chief of the Thunder Duel Hall, the most renowned prodigy of Kaiyun Mansion, is comparable to Zhang Han of the Zhanling Duel Hall. The three-color land, which includes Kaijiang Mansion, Kaishan Mansion, and Kaiyun Mansion, in terms of pure white-level character cards, he is the strongest among the Duel Hall defenders. Half-step mythic character card, Thunder General, a pure attack-type character, with speed comparable to light, and I need not mention the damage, the thunder attribute is the most domineering. As Kai Feng spoke, she glanced at the composed Su Chen and added seriously, Bai Zhe is indeed very strong, but your auxiliary cards are incomplete. If he unleashes his full power, you must avoid his edge. As soon as she finished speaking, Ken on her shoulder wagged its tail, admiringly saying, I love Thunder the most, so domineering. The chief is so cool. Thunder Extreme is really impressive. A hint of killing intent flashed in Kai Feng's eyes, and Can immediately distanced itself, not forgetting to shout, I won't join you guys, I want to cheer for the chief. Watching its departing figure, Kai Feng secretly glanced at Su Chen and whispered, Thunder Extreme is not only the chief of the Thunder Duel Hall but also the heir of the Kaiyun Thunder clan. I know him, and Ken knows him. Too, Ken is deliberately provoking you. Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled in the wind and said, Master, do you know why Ken wants to provoke me? Kai Feng's eyes flashed with surprise, and she involuntarily asked, why? Because Ken knows that the one who should avoid the edge is Thunder Extreme, not me. Su Chen stepped down into the air, his white robe making his figure resemble a celestial being. Kai Feng gazed at his back, slightly lost in thought. The one who should avoid the Edge, is he, inside the arena, shaped like a soaring eagle. The crowd was in an uproar. The arrival of numerous challengers from Kaijiang Mansion did not attract much attention. Thousands of spectators all focused on the central stage, shouting loudly. The atmosphere was so intense it seemed ready to lift the dome, reaching the clouds. TSK, is this the atmosphere of the boss of the three-color land, Kaiyun Mansion? Chui Wudi spread his arms, closing his eyes in a state of ecstasy. I can't wait to enjoy their cheers. He. Red hair. Don't look down on anyone. Do you believe that if my two brothers stand here, any chief would have to bow down? Chui Wudi hooked his arm around Chui Yushio's shoulder, pride practically written all over his face. Chui Yushio calmly shook off his hand and moved a little further away from him. This Lei Ji was so strong that he had no friends. If the opponent didn't go easy, he wasn't confident he could last 3 moves. After all, if the first move was a big move, how could he play? His brother just loved to set him up too much. It's fine, my brother isn't capable, but there are big shots, let me look for them. Chui Wudi noticed everyone stifling their laughter and felt no embarrassment at all, looking around. Song Lin, who was following Song Han, also started to search upon hearing this. This scene caught the attention of the others, and unable to contain their curiosity, they began to look around as well. For a moment, among the challengers of Kaijiang Mansion, except for a few like Song Han, everyone was scanning their surroundings. The purple-haired youth standing with his hands behind his back above the arena opened his eyes at this moment, a flash of purple intent passing through his gaze. His sharp eyes, like a hawk, pierced through the crowd, colliding midair with Song Han's gaze. Song Han, I've heard that your Kaijiang Mansion has produced a very powerful figure, is it true or not? His calm voice drowned out all the noise in the venue. In an instant, the audience's attention shifted from the dozens of virtual battlefields to the group led by Song Han, whispers rising. The duel hall of Kaijiang Mansion, its overall strength in the three colors land, has always been at the bottom of the hall, right? That's right, people from Kaijiang Mansion are good at card making, their duel culture isn't as prevalent as ours. I've heard of this Song Han, his main character card is quite strong, able to tie with the chief. The card he brought to the competition is quite standard. Isn't there a Bai Zhe next door? He's been quite popular lately, why isn't he the leader? Need I say? It's probably just hype. These days, just enjoy the trending topics, who believes it, I laugh at whoever does. Feeling the commotion around him, Song Han remained calm and said, Lei Ji, you are very strong. The venue fell silent for a moment, the audience from Kaiyun Mansion showing proud expressions. The chief of the Thunder Duel Hall was indeed the face of their Kaiyun Mansion in this pure White Cup event. Could he not be strong? Upon hearing this, Lei Ji's expression showed no change. But he is stronger than you. Lei Ji's expression slightly changed, his purple-tinged eyes looking down at Song Han, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth as if he had found something amusing as a superior. Song Han, where are the others? Facing countless gazes, Song Han calmly replied, I don't know. Wow. The audience erupted in boos, mocking glances coming from all directions, like a net trapping Song Han and the others. Chief. The enthusiastic shouts rose one after another. Quiet. As Lei Ji's calm voice fell, the venue fell silent, almost all the audience looking up expectantly at the young man they admired. Such might, in the eyes of the people from Kaijiang Mansion, caused a huge stir. If this were Kaijiang Mansion, the audience would never be so united. The only reason was that Lei Ji from Kaiyun Mansion was truly powerful enough for these people to acknowledge. Seemingly sensing their emotions, Lei Ji stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at them, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Song Han, I won't hold back to say such an offensive thing on his territory. He wanted this group of challengers to not even think about getting a badge. This was the price for offending him. Song Han's expression slightly changed, then he calmly said, Lei Ji, this is the one point where you can't compare to him. Self-important, arrogant, domineering, he wouldn't allow anyone to say anything bad about him. Humph. Lei Ji had one hand behind his back, the other playing with a spirit card in front of him, a sneer on his face. Trash, you want to participate in the national competition? Do you want to lose face for the three colors land in front of the 108 mansions? The venue fell silent for a moment, the mockery in the eyes of the Kaiyun Mansion audience growing stronger. Damn, purple hair, don't be too arrogant. There are plenty of people who can take you down. Shui. Wudi couldn't stand the atmosphere any longer, suddenly stepping forward and shouting at Lei Ji. Facing his accusation, Lei Ji didn't even lift his eyelids. Has the Kaijiang Mansion fallen so low that anyone can stand up to represent it? Bah! Purple-haired birdman. Listen well, your grandpa's the one who forcefully suppressed the first show of the Songling Duel Hall, Song Han, renowned across the three-color land, stirring up a new era of roll card aesthetic storms, and in the mythic wasteland, with a transcendent stance, defeated the dragon of the wasteland. By Zhe, Lei Ji's expression changed drastically, and the audience unconsciously stood up. Chui Wudi swallowed hard, puffed out his chest, and added, by Zhe's hometown buddy. The scene fell into silence, the atmosphere becoming palpably tense.
Looking at the expressionless Lei Ji, Sung Han stepped forward and subtly blocked Chui Woody, ready for anything. Seeing this, Lei Ji sneered. You all come at me together. Dealing with one at a time is too troublesome. Just as his words fell, before the Kaiyuan Mansion audience could cheer, a magnetic voice swept over them like a spring breeze. Sure, I agree on their behalf. Chui Woody and the others looked surprised, turning to see a young man wearing a fox mask walking towards them against the light. Upon noticing their gaze, the young man's lips curled into a smile. Aren't you going to thank him? It's hard to find someone this foolish in the world. The once boisterous arena became eerily quiet with the young man's arrival. The people from Kaijiang Mansion wore expressions of surprise, while the audience from Kaiyuan Mansion stood up one by one, staring at this unexpected guest. Even if a mythic role card wasn't purely combat-oriented, its power shouldn't be underestimated. They spoke lightly, but deep down, they felt uncertain. Lei Ji was indeed formidable, but how much chance did a half-step mythic have against a true mythic? Are you Su Feng? Lei Ji squinted at the young man who had walked in front of the Kaijiang crowd, his tone growing serious. He had watched the battle where the dragon of the wasteland was defeated more than once. The young man before him was a formidable opponent. Enough with the pleasantries, I'm in a hurry. How about a group of us challenge you alone? Are you in? Su Chen formed a sword with his fingers, pressing it against his brow, and took out the roll card nurtured in his consciousness, pinching it between his fingers. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the back of this spirit card, those 6 faint spirit power circles shining brighter than the sun at that moment. The arena fell silent, only a barely perceptible restlessness remained. Lei Ji's face was cold, silent. What's wrong? Scared? How about this? You challenge me, and if you lose, you give each of them a badge. Su Chen flicked the card, his expression increasingly indifferent. Song Han, standing behind, stepped forward to remind him, Su Feng, that's against the rules. Su Chen glanced at him, saying lightly, narrow-minded, he can break the rules, but we can't? Song Han was momentarily taken aback by the remark, and just as he wanted to argue further, Song Lin stepped forward to pull him back, whispering, brother, the hallmaster is coming. As these words fell, people around gradually turned their gazes toward a passageway. 3 figures approached, with Lei Ju, the hallmaster of the Lei Ming Duel Hall, standing in the middle. To his right was the league commissioner, Li Zhang, and to the far left was a man in a dark black robe, unknown to anyone. Observant individuals noticed that even Lei Ju and the league commissioner were slightly behind this man. This undoubtedly indicated that this person's identity and status were extraordinary. Hallmaster, Senior Li Zhang, Scenic Advisor. Upon seeing the 3, Lei Ji, standing on the platform, lost his earlier arrogance and respectfully bowed. The people from Kaiyuan Mansion knew that Lei Ji only respected the strong. As for the weak, he looked down upon bullying them and had no interest in associating with them. Lei Ji, accept it. Lei Ju was a middle-aged man with a steady demeanor, a square face that exuded authority. Hearing this, Lei Ji clenched his hands tightly, calmly stating, Hall Master, I won't lose. Lei Ju raised his eyes, quietly gazing at him, forcing out a smile. Lei Ji, I look forward to it, give it your all. As soon as the words fell, Lei Ji nodded seriously, his eyes bursting with purple light, and faint lightning spread around him, resembling a long snake of lightning. In an instant, even without any disguise, he gave everyone a sense of heart palpitations. Seeing this scene, Song Han's expression changed drastically, and he hurried to Su Chen's side, reminding him, Lei Ji is a hybrid of the spirit race and the human race. This is a sign that the bloodline of the spirit race's lightning has awakened. You must be careful, the amplification of this bloodline power is enough to bridge the gap between you two. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded lightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The Wanka realm is vast and boundless, with a variety of races, and the spirit race belongs to one of the alien races. They look very similar to humans, but usually possess attribute bloodlines that allow them to manipulate natural attributes and amplify spirit cards. However, powerful alien races cannot create cards because they can contain spiritual power within them. Humans, on the other hand, are just the opposite. They cannot contain spiritual power within their bodies, making them favored by spirit cards. Later, who knows which genius initiated a cross-racial love, giving birth to hybrids. Hybrids can not only create cards but also contain spiritual power within their bodies. Although their card-making skills are not as good as pure-blood humans, and their capacity for spiritual power is not as strong as pure-blood aliens, this precisely compensates for the alien race's inability to create cards. Thus, hybrids flourished. Big brother, tell me the truth, how many moves can you take him down in? Chui Woody suddenly leaned forward, rubbing his hands. You want to gamble again? I'll go back and tell the old man to deal with you. Chui Yushio pulled him back with a cold face, her delicate face flushed red. This is the outer court, it's simply embarrassing. One move. Su Feng, I will only use one move. On the arena, Lei Ji's eyes had completely turned purple, and his long hair radiated dazzling purple light. He now resembled a deity commanding thunder in the sky, every move carrying immense power. Wherever his gaze fell, those being watched felt a prickling sensation on their backs.
Especially Chui Woody, who was under special scrutiny, his face turned slightly pale. He felt as if he was not being targeted by a person but rather being eyed by a fierce spirit beast. Hee, young friend Sufong, is this a virtual challenge or a real challenge? The League's special envoy, Li Zhang, had a refined appearance, but when he smiled, it was like a smiling tiger. Upon hearing this, Su Chen glanced at the three of them, his gaze lingering on the silent man in the dark robe for a few seconds before stepping onto the arena. His calm words fell with his footsteps. Real challenge. Wow! The entire arena erupted in an uproar. The audience stood up in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. They were already tired of virtual challenges. Oh, is that so? Li Zhang raised an eyebrow, a smile that was neither here nor there. Lei Ji's attacks are extremely fast, you might not be able to react. Do you want me to prepare a healing card for you? Su Chen paused on the arena, turned around, and looked down at this obviously hostile League envoy with an indifferent expression. Senior, with all due respect, your concerns are meaningless, they will only waste time and serve no purpose. If you're so idle, I can give you a chance to suppress the card realm and come up here to face him together. To show my respect for you, I will teach you how to keep your mouth shut. Silence. The arena fell into a deathly stillness. Under everyone's gaze, the smile on League envoy Li Zhang's face gradually disappeared, leaving only a stiff gloom, like a beast that had been offended. The atmosphere in the arena became extremely tense. Lei Ji looked surprised, staring at Su Chen, who was even more arrogant than him. The League envoy Gu Chun from Kaijiang Mansion and the League envoy Li Zhang from Kaiyan Mansion were enemies. Many people knew about this. As a prodigy under Gu Chen's jurisdiction, Su Chen naturally became the target of Li Zhang's hostility. But Su Chen daring to confront him so openly truly surprised everyone. Young man, why are you so impatient? Li Zhang suddenly revealed a smile, as if he did not take Su Chen's offense to heart. Su Chen raised his sword-like eyebrows and said lightly, knowing that I am impatient, yet you still provoke me. Do you want me to teach you how to keep your mouth shut? It's hard to tell who couldn't hold back, as smiles suddenly spread across many faces in the crowd. Li Zhang listened to the harsh laughter, his face turning a mix of green and white with anger. And he waved his hand, shouting, Lei Ji, let him experience the power of the chief of Kaiyan Mansion. Yes, Senior Li Zhang. Lei Ji responded loudly, but his gaze was directed at the ever-serious curator, Lei Ju. Seeing this, Lei Ju stepped aside, allowing a man in a dark black robe to step forward on his behalf. This man had a fair complexion and no beard, his demeanor cold yet somewhat approachable, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Facing the curious gazes of the crowd, he introduced himself. Everyone, I am Guanjing, an advisor from the Tricolor Land Market Management Bureau, and I will be leading this duel. As his voice fell, a black dual field card flew out from Guanjing's hand, transforming into a pitch-black mist that enveloped the entire arena. Duel field, Lin Yuan. Open. Whoosh. A chilling cold wind blew in from the abyss on both sides of the cliff, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The dual field named Lin Yuan featured a pitch-black cliff platform, shrouded in mist, with a sense of great terror lurking deeper within. Surrounding the platform was an unfathomable black abyss. Looking down from the platform would send waves of icy wind rising from the bottom of the cliff. Those with poor mental fortitude would likely lose their fighting spirit just by being in this domain. It can begin now. Guanjing's voice echoed within the field. After hearing this, Lei Ji took out a card box and tossed it into the air, with spirit cards floating out in a line, infused with the lightning spirit power that overflowed from his palm. The card at the center was entirely purple. On the card was a burly warrior with purple hair and purple eyes, wielding a heavy halberd, bathed in a sea of lightning, resembling a deity. This was clearly the Thunder Commander, a phantom role card of half-mythical quality. Grasping this card tightly, Lei Ji's eyes flashed with a domineering purple light. He threw it high into the air, and the card burst into dazzling purple light, enveloping him within. Crack! Terrifying lightning split the dim sky, and as the purple light dissipated, the warrior with purple hair and purple eyes appeared on one side of the platform, holding the heavy halberd. Thunder Commander, Lei Ji. The heavy halberd was lightly swept forward, with dense lightning swirling around the Thunder Commander, making him appear even more domineering. Glancing at the young man opposite him, he beckoned with his hand, and all the other attached cards lined up, enhancing his own power. Boom! Rolling dark clouds covered the sky of the dual field, the might of heavenly thunder, vast and overwhelming, resembling a sword of judgment hanging above. Crack! Countless serpentine shadows born from the heavenly thunder swirled around the Thunder Commander, all gazing at the enemy before them. Roar! A dragon-like thunder serpent emerged from the heavenly thunder, and with each twist and turn, the momentum of the thunder field increased by threefold. Skin, Thunder Sea Fury. Field, Thunder Roar Domain. Fighting Spirit, Unmatched Duel. Mount, Extreme Thunder Serpent. Bond, 10,000 thunders roar together. Cooperation, Thunder Serpent Phantom. 10-star Roaring Thunder Halberd. 9-star Complete Roaring Thunder Armor. Witnessing this scene, some people outside the arena couldn't help but recite the names of these attached cards. The atmosphere on site grew even more intense with these voices. Boom!
Thunder roared within the dark clouds. The heart-pounding might of the heavens left people in a daze. So strong. Chui Wuti gazed at the godlike Thunder Commander, swallowing hard. With all the attached cards activated, plus the enhancement from the bloodline of Thunder, the Thunder Commander now exuded a sense of power that felt mythical. Indeed strong. But I wonder. Chui Yushio snapped back to reality from her shock, looking at the young man facing the Thunder Commander in the arena, a hint of confusion crossing her eyes. For some reason, she felt that this Su Feng seemed familiar. Brother, who was stronger between them now? San Lin withdrew her gaze from the Thunder Commander and looked at the composed Su Chen, her eyes revealing a hint of expectation while her heart felt a bit anxious. Song Han shook his head as he watched the two on the screen, saying, I'm not very sure either. He was certain before that Lei Ji was no match for Su Chen, now he couldn't be sure. Because at this moment, the Thunder Master indeed exuded a deterrent aura that felt mythical. Are you not going to play your card? The League Commissioner Li Zhang stared intently at Su Chen in the arena, as if trying to see through him. Beside him, the observer Guanjing glanced at him and said flatly, Your Excellency Li Zhang, regardless of the outcome of this battle, he will be the administrator of the ruins. Please keep this in mind. Li Zhang's expression stiffened slightly, and he quickly nodded, saying, I understand, Advisor Guanjing. That's best. He is about to transform, Guanjing casually replied, his gaze quickly drawn back to the scene. Hearing this, Li Zhang looked over and was immediately taken aback. He saw Su Chen toss a spirit card into the air, and a graceful white beast shadow quietly appeared. There was no strange spectacle, but it simply stood there quietly, as if it were the center of the universe. Its unspread wings, elongated body, agile long tail, wise eyes, slightly pointed horns, and the golden patterns that shimmered across its body formed its unique and majestic figure. Su Chen gazed at it in the air, facing the attention of the crowd, and slowly stepped forward, pinching a spirit card between two fingers. Accompanied by a flicker of spiritual light, Su Chen, transformed into Bai Zhe, appeared holding the Spirit Zhe gun. Compared to the grand momentum of the Thunder Master, his entrance undoubtedly seemed rather ordinary. You can make your move now. Su Chen stepped into the air, his white robe billowing in the wind, and his ethereal voice filled the entire arena. Along with it came an overwhelming might that swept across the venue. The thunder clouds in the sky were directly shaken and diminished by the spiritual might, leaving only the thunder dragon's roar. The pressure that comes with the myth is indeed extraordinary. It can even ignore the weakening of the domain. Lei Ju closely observed this scene, calmly analyzing. Why do I feel like the big shot has become the boss? Chui Wuti, who had looked serious just moments ago, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his expression now relaxed. Probably because he is serious now. Song Han looked at Su Chen in the arena, his surprise no less than anyone else's. You are indeed strong, Su Feng. Lei Ji, who was also caught in shock, came back to his senses, his eyes filled with purple energy that almost transformed into lightning bursting forth. He raised his heavy spear, pointing it towards the sky, like a war god challenging the deities above. But I will not lose. Roar! The extreme sky thunder dragon dove down, transforming into pure thunder spiritual power, swirling around the Thunder Master. Crackle! Countless long snake phantoms seemed to receive a command, gathering around the Thunder Master like subjects surrounding their king. Watch closely. Su Feng. Lei Ji howled to the sky, the purple energy in his eyes instantly staining his entire body like ink. At this moment, transformed into the Thunder Master, he resembled the ruler of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning covered his body, exuding an earth-shattering might. Thousand extremes returned to one. A thunderous shout. The Thunder Master shot through the dim sky like a beam of aurora. He, enveloped in the might of thunder, painted the battlefield into a sea of lightning. In that instant, everyone involuntarily closed their eyes to shield themselves from the overwhelming thunder. Boom! The crowd only heard a sonic boom that suddenly transformed into a deafening crash. Roar! The thunder dragon's roar followed. When everyone opened their eyes, they found themselves in shock, unable to extricate themselves. The extreme sky thunder dragon was impaled on the platform by a single spear, struggling incessantly. And its master, the Thunder Master, was similarly pinned beneath this person, his spiritual light dimmed. How is this possible? Li Zhang was horrified, unable to believe what he was seeing. The young man in the scene was completely unscathed, as if he had not been affected by the battle at all. But how could this be? The intensity of that strike was clearly enough to severely injure him. No one answered his question. The scene fell into a dead silence. This moment undoubtedly refreshed their understanding of the word myth once again. Cough cough. Lei Ji coughed heavily, slowly raising his head to meet Su Chen's calm gaze, still recalling the strike from earlier. He had hit his target, but the enemy he faced was like the vast ocean, all-encompassing. The continuous flow of spiritual power gathered on that spear, blocking all his hopes and extinguishing any chance he had. Cough cough. Su Feng, tell me the truth, is this your full strength? Seeing Su Chen withdraw his foot and turn to leave, Lei Ji hurriedly got up, staring intently at him, his eyes still filled with unwillingness. Su Chen paused for a moment and replied. He currently had only 2 auxiliary cards, and he had indeed used all his strength just now.
Leaving the duel arena, Su Chen removed his illusion and glanced at Li Zhang, who looked grim below the stage, then turned to the silent Lei Ju.
Director, you can announce it now.
As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Jing suddenly stepped forward with a smile.
Young brother Su Feng, I sincerely invite you to join
the Shujing Management Bureau.
I wonder if you would be willing.
Our bureau has flexible working hours, generous benefits, and various
accident insurances. The vast arena fell silent.
Everyone was watching Su Chen, who had been invited, with many eyes filled with envy.
But more people looked on with mockery. The long-established Shujing Management Bureau could be traced back to the Celestial Patrol Office during
the Eastern Qian Empire.
At that time, the Celestial Patrol Office directly took orders from the Eastern Qian Emperor, often representing
the Emperor to patrol the heavens, gauge the people's sentiments, oversee the officials, and reject foreign spies, gaining a formidable
reputation. However, with the disappearance of the Eastern Qian Emperor, the Celestial Patrol Office quickly fell into decline. If it weren't
for the first director being the Emperor's daughter, the Celestial Patrol Office might have faced a reckoning.
Passed down to today, the Celestial Patrol Office was renamed the Shujing Management Bureau, clearly indicating its purpose.
Besides managing the mythic realms, it had no other function. The benefits were indeed generous, and there were indeed accident insurances, as there were few people, and no one dared to cut the resources allocated from above. Some joked that if one had never been invited by the Shujing Management Bureau, they were not a true prodigy. But if one was invited and agreed, then they were truly foolish.
Senior, I'll think about it. After some contemplation, Su Chen replied earnestly. He planned to seek help from the Shujing Management Bureau to deal with the ascendant behind Tian Fu. However, he was still hesitant about joining the bureau. In his memories of this life, the Shujing Management Bureau felt like a group of official-trained assassins. His parents were Shujing administrators, and after taking on a mission, they never returned, leaving behind a cold sum of over 5 million spirit stones. In his childhood memories, when they weren't busy, they were quite leisurely, providing him with much companionship. When they were busy, he wouldn't see them for half a year. No worries, this is a lifelong matter, and it should
indeed be considered carefully.
Guan Jing smiled, handing over a dark black card. This is my recommendation card. If you decide, you can activate it at any time, and it will guide you to meet me.
Su Chen reached out to catch it, and when he looked up again, the smiling Guan Jing had vanished like a breeze within the arena.
Big shot, you mustn't be fooled by him.
If the Shujing Management Bureau were a good place, everyone would have rushed to sign up long ago.
The reason their standards are so high, as far as I know, is because the death rate is as high as 90%.
Working hours are flexible, but when something comes up, you have to deal with it, with no holidays.
But the salary is indeed good. It's said that even a random administrator is very wealthy.
Cui Woody leaned closer to Su Chen, explaining softly.
I know. Su Chen put away the card and nodded gently. As a child, he often wondered why other people's parents had to work every day. Why was it so easy for his parents? Later, he learned that it was a life-for-life trade. Thinking of this, Su Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. Logically speaking, there was no reason for his parents to be Shujing administrators. Both of them understood card-making and could easily make a living. Unless they had a reason that forced them to become Shujing administrators. With a slight lift of his hand, Su Chen gazed at the faintly visible scarlet bloodline. Su Feng? Su Feng? The shouts from the bystanders pulled Su Chen back to reality. Is there something wrong? Seeing it was Song Han and his sister, Su Chen looked a bit surprised. Thank you for last time. The national competition will be divided into individual and team events, and we all agree that you should be the captain. Please make sure to leave a contact number so we can reach you. After Song Han finished speaking, he looked at Su Chen sincerely. Without hesitation, Su Chen took out a spare communication terminal and added him as a friend. Song Han created a group and immediately pulled Su Chen in, and before Su Chen could put away the communication terminal, 2 friend requests came in one after the other. Big guy, invincible ultimate Chui God is me, accepted. Huh? Someone actually got in before me? Who is Lin Dong? Step forward. Standing next to Su Chen, Chui Woody, after peeking at the screen openly, looked at everyone with curiosity. Ahem. Song Han's expression suddenly stiffened, and he coughed lightly twice. Song Lin, behind him, lowered her head and secretly kicked him. Su Chen saw this scene and agreed in front of Chui Woody, saying lightly, Brother Chui, go help me get the badge. Okay. Chui Woody's attention was instantly diverted, his face breaking into a brilliant smile as he stood tall and walked towards Lei Ji and the others. Taking advantage of this moment, Song Lin glanced gratefully at Su Chen, biting her red lips, and, before she could speak, her delicate face was already flushed with crimson. Su Chen noticed this and said to Song Han, contact me if there's anything else, my partner is still waiting for me. With that, Su Chen, under the gaze of many, took the badge from Chui Woody and disappeared into the arena. Lin, are you okay? Song Han turned to look at his sister's frozen expression, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes.
Su Feng was very perceptive and had tactfully rejected his sister. Brother, I'm fine. I just wanted to thank him in person, not what you think. Song Lin regained her composure and explained seriously. After hearing this, Song Han did not expose her disguise. He knew that his sister usually spoke little, but once she started talking more, it meant she was lying, because the truth does not require more verbal disguise, only lies do. On the other side, the curator Lei Ju looked at the somewhat dispirited Lei Ji and said sternly, Lei Ji, failure is not shameful, being unable to rise again is what is truly shameful. Curator, Lei Ji woke from his daze feeling somewhat lost. Now, whether he opened or closed his eyes, he saw Su Feng's figure, which had already cast a psychological shadow over him. His powerful strike had been met with such ease by Su Feng, and he felt a deep sense of helplessness. You don't need to explain to me, you should ask yourself what you will do next time you meet him. Lei Ju stepped forward and patted his shoulder, his expression serious. In a one-on-one fight, the Thunder Master will definitely not be a match, but in team events, each person is allowed to use 3 character cards. Think about it, if you encounter him again, how will you defeat him? Upon hearing this, Lei Ji's eyes gradually brightened. He couldn't defeat Su Feng in the individual competition, but in the team event it might not be the same. His other 2 character cards could form a bond card group with the Thunder Master, which was much stronger than a simple combination of 3 cards. Su Feng was strong, but it was impossible for him to have a bond card group, as that was exceedingly rare, 1 in 10,000. Unless all 3 of Su Feng's cards were of mythic quality, he could suppress his bond card group. But was that possible? Absolutely not. I guess Lei Ji is definitely thinking about how to deal with you in the team competition. In the carriage of the Tianma train, Kai Feng looked at Su Chen, who was deep in thought, with a smile. Su Chen replied softly, but his brows were tightly furrowed. What's wrong? Are you scared? Kai Feng looked at him, a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. The bond card group was indeed powerful, but it shouldn't be that frightening. No, just recalling some past events. Su Chen pulled back the curtain and gazed at the blue sky and white clouds passing by, his expression deep. Those mundane things suddenly revealed a glimpse of their hidden iceberg at some point. Kai Feng was taken aback for a moment, then cautiously asked, Are you referring to? Su Chen turned to look at her, his expression serious as he said, Master, how much information can you find about my parents? He was now almost certain that the curse he bore was something his parents had known about from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, Kai Feng's expression changed slightly, and she slowly shook her head, saying, I can't find anything there. Information is classified. Master, do you truly not know, or do you not want to tell me? Su Chen stared at her intently, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through her soul. Kai Feng's heart trembled. She turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, and said, Knowing too much isn't good for you right now. Then Master, just tell me. If you don't, I'll join the Void Management Bureau and find the answers myself. I really can't do anything with you. She shot him a glance and sighed. In the quiet carriage, a plump bird appeared out of nowhere, perching on Kai Feng's shoulder. Let can speak, she knows better than I do. Kai Feng looked at Su Chen, the hidden sympathy in her eyes now laid bare. Ahem, indeed, allow the knowledgeable and adorable me to explain. Ken shook her head and wagged her tail, then deliberately lowered her voice to create a somber atmosphere. In the center of the Western continent and Eastern continent, there has always been a bottomless pit. During the Eastern Qian dynasty, a terrifying group of creatures emerged from this pit. The vast majority of them were, unlike any life form in our world, brutal, frenzied, bloodthirsty, and impervious to pain, only knowing destruction. The Celestial Patrol, at the time, named them the Abyssal Race and reported it to the Eastern Qian Emperor. Upon receiving the news, the Eastern Qian Emperor ordered the nearest 12th Divine General to lead the Qingying army to suppress them, and the situation was initially very favorable. However, as the dynasty was just stabilizing, remnants of old forces were numerous, and that area lost the protection of the 12th Divine General, leading to chaos instigated by the group known as the Ascension Sect. The western borders of the dynasty were nearly lost, and many innocents in the cities were sacrificed to summon the evil god worshipped by the Ascension Sect. Yuxiao, the 12th Divine General, learned of this and prepared to split his forces to suppress the chaos, but unexpectedly, an endless stream of abyssal monsters crawled out of the pit, along with some intelligent humanoid monsters. Even so, the 12th Divine General still managed to push the Abyssal Race and the Ascension Sect back. But after the two sides joined forces, those around the 12th Divine General were eroded by the evil gods' consciousness, resulting in the 12th Divine General being severely injured and falling into the pit, his fate unknown. Upon learning this, the Eastern Qian Emperor personally led an expedition, angrily slaughtering tens of thousands of the Ascension Sect and driving the Abyssal Race back into the pit. At this point, Ken covered her chest, her face filled with admiration. Subsequently, the Eastern Qian Emperor ventured alone into the pit, enduring half a month covered in blood, and returned with the barely alive 12th Divine General. From then on, the Eastern Qian Emperor stationed himself in the western borders, guarding the pit for 3 months. Only after the 12th Divine General recovered from his injuries, did he order the Celestial Patrol to use the entire dynasty's strength to seal the pit with a void ban. He also dispatched heavily armed guards to prevent anyone from approaching. After returning to Qian capital, according to records, his aura suddenly weakened and he fell ill for 3 months before recovering from the brink of death. In the journal left by the Eastern Shan Emperor's daughter, it mentioned that he had contracted a curse very similar to what we now call the Blood Hand Curse, but the effects of the curse were entirely different. At this point, Kan glanced at Su Chen, whose brows were tightly furrowed, and continued her tale. After the Eastern Shan dynasty, the dynasty in the western borders, likely due to the reminders from the Celestial Patrol, has sent troops to guard it throughout the ages, as if guarding a ticking time bomb. Until 5 years ago, this ticking time bomb began its countdown, and cracks appeared in the Void Seal, urgently needing repair. The official in charge listened to the advice of the Void Management Bureau's chief consultant and randomly selected administrators to go inside and repair the seal. Your parents undoubtedly became pawns in the repair of the seal, hidden heroes in the shadows. Looking at you, it seems you know you are cursed. After telling everything, Kan squinted his eyes, staring at Su Chen. Su Chen came back to his senses, gently nodding, but there was a heaviness hidden in his eyes. The others knew little, but he knew quite a lot. In the game setting, the Abyss is the boss that descends in the third version. Those so-called Abyss races are merely the troops it has bred to invade other worlds. It continuously occupies other worlds, constantly digesting them to breed more troops. According to the background introduction, it has already digested 9 worlds and has 9 advanced vassal groups under its command, which are the intelligent Abyss races. If his curse is related to it, then everything makes sense. His parents must have known this, which is why they became the administrators of the Void Realm, searching for information. The Abyss. Suppressing all his thoughts, Su Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The Abyss is terrifying, referred to by players as the monster enhancement machine, capable of breeding enhanced monsters from whatever it digests. They are a group of terrifying monsters. It is said that the later disappearance of the Eastern Shan Emperor is related to them. Ken shivered and then added, the recent cracks in the seal are rumored to be the work of the remnants of the feather transformation sect from back then. These mutated immortals have survived until now. Oh, is that so? Su Chen smiled upon hearing this, a flash of killing intent passing through his eyes. It seems he has one more reason to kill Tian Fu. Alright, Ken has said so much and clarified everything. You must not join the Void Realm Management Bureau. I will help you find a way regarding the curse. Kai Feng looked at him, earnestly persuading. This curse is indeed terrifying. But since the Eastern Shan Emperor managed to survive in the end, it means there must be a way. With 3 years left, as long as she puts in the effort to search, she is not afraid of not finding a solution. No, Master, I must join the Void Realm Management Bureau. Su Chen met her gaze, his expression more serious than ever. If you're afraid, we can dissolve the life and death contract. The carriage fell into silence. For a moment, Ken couldn't bear the oppressive atmosphere and vanished. After a long while, Kai Feng closed her eyes and said, Why? Are you afraid I won't help you? Is her sincerity not enough? Master, let's dissolve the contract. I sincerely apologize for my offense to you back then. Ha! Kai Feng suddenly opened her eyes, sneering, You learned everything about me and still want to run? It's not that easy. She abruptly stood up, walked in front of him, bent down to face him, her eyes filled with disdain. Do you think that just because you became the Void Realm Administrator, you can get rid of me? Heh, naive. Using my money means you are my person. When there's nothing going on over there, come here to work honestly. At this point, Kai Feng revealed a meaningful smile. Also, you can provide me with information about the mythical Void Realm appropriately. I will send someone to follow you, understand? Su Chen looked at her stubbornness, sighed inwardly, and said, Master, even if we dissolve the contract, I will still help. She suddenly covered his mouth with her hand. Do you think the help I want from you is something simple? Is it harder than death? Su Chen pulled her hand away, calmly questioning. Since she couldn't find information related to the curse, she would never be able to find it in the future. To know the method of treatment, there is only one choice, to join the Void Realm Management Bureau and keep climbing until he can know. In this process, he will inevitably come into contact with various mythical void realms. Although he is confident he can survive tomorrow, and accidents will always be unpredictable. At that time, forcing her to sign the life and death contract was merely out of fear of her retaliating later. But now, he no longer needs to worry about that, so it is naturally unnecessary. Kai Feng slowly turned around, closing her eyes with her back to him, and said, If there is no freedom, what is the difference from death? Do you really want me to beg you not to dissolve the contract? You're betting everything on me. Aren't you afraid of losing? Su Chen fell silent for a moment before asking again. Then do you think, after seeing you, I could bet on someone else? Kai Feng turned around, staring blankly at him. To break free from her family's control and gain her own freedom, she had to produce a mythical quality character card to prove her worth. Before that, she needed to find every
possible way to buy time and avoid becoming a pawn in a marriage alliance. The person before her not only could help her stall for time but might also help her acquire mythical materials. This was probably her only chance. The elders in her family had long intended to sell her off. No regrets? Su Chen asked with a smile. She shook her head vigorously, her tone firm. No regrets. Upon hearing this, Su Chen extended his hand and said, "Hand it over." "What do you mean?" "My spirit stone." Su Chen's smile was radiant, and he felt a hint of anticipation in his heart. What kind of surprise would the azure dragon, one of the 4 symbols, bring him? The plump little bird, bathed in the golden afterglow, had its soft feathers edged with a layer of gold, looking quite splendid. It pecked at its golden feathers, then looked up at the young man ahead, a flicker of confusion passing through its dark golden pupils. Little Kai Feng, what is he up to? After receiving the spirit stone and arriving at the temporary residence, setting up the card-making table, Su Chen wore a look of distraction, which piqued its curiosity. Even the cute and knowledgeable bird had no idea what he was doing, so this matter must be extraordinary. Gazing at the pen suspended in midair, Kai Feng furrowed her brows slightly. Her thoughts at this moment were similar to Zhan's. She was very eager to know what Su Chen intended to do. If he was making a skin card, then the solutions on the table were not right, because those were merely the adjusted spirit power solutions generally only used for making character cards. But without good materials, making character cards would be futile. There were no materials on Su Chen's table at all. No way. Kai Feng suddenly remembered the defeated ruined spirit, her eyes widening. That ruined spirit did not drop any material light clusters, but it did have dissipated spiritual light that Su Chen had absorbed. Could it be? Kai Feng's breath quickened, and she stepped forward, staring intently at the pen that hung in the air, waiting to be used. She didn't know how long it had been, but when both the person and the bird began to feel a bit weary, when the sunset was about to withdraw its last rays of light, and when the lights of thousands of homes began to flicker on, a gentle breeze blew in, bringing the coolness of the night, soothing the heat in their hearts. Kai Feng's weary spirit perked up at that moment, because the pen in her line of sight finally moved. Smooth azure lines leaped onto the card surface, and the skilled hands controlling it freely expressed something called inspiration. In just a few blinks, the skeleton of a dragon appeared on the card surface. This is the ruins dragon? Kai Feng's expression changed in shock, glancing at Su Chen, only to find his face calm, his eyes focused on card making, completely immersed in his own world. This kid's carving is quite good, it has flesh and blood, but it's only top-notch quality. As she saw the dragon gain flesh and blood, its massive body became imposing. Zhan put her hands on her hips and muttered a remark. However, when she saw the azure dragon scales being meticulously depicted by Su Chen, she wisely closed her mouth, though confusion lingered in her eyes. Was it worth going to such lengths to depict a character card of at most top-notch quality? Just as this thought settled, her vision suddenly changed. A vast blue river stretched for miles, flowing majestically, with lush greenery lining both banks. Countless villages dotted the shores, filled with the warmth of life. A massive true dragon circled above the blue river, its gaze authoritative, like a deity surveying the banks. Zhan met its gaze and felt her own existence dim, as if she would be judged in the next moment. I'm sorry. I'm just a cute little bird, homeless and bullied by others. I can be a bit cheeky sometimes. But given how adorable I am, you wouldn't hold it against me, right? San stood frozen in place, stuttering and displaying a pitiful expression. The divine and handsome azure dragon remained silent, as the sky gradually darkened, the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the world like rain. At this moment, Kan's consciousness was pulled into the card, and he genuinely felt a vast pressure. This pressure was not directed at anyone, it was simply the innate dragon might of the divine and handsome azure dragon. Roar! The passionate dragon's roar. As the world fell into complete darkness, it was like a sharp sword from dawn, cutting through the heavy atmosphere. They're going to kill me. I'm so cute. Why do they want to kill me? San suddenly hugged his head and dove into the pocket of the puzzled Kai Feng, trembling. Before she could react, the spirit pen held by Su Chen suddenly emitted a dazzling blue light, blinding her. At the same time, the fictional panel in front of Su Chen transformed into a blank space once again. Without hesitation, he wove the story he had conceived into it. Azure Dragon Fictional Story 1. The true dragon has no regrets. I was originally the East River Flood Dragon, diligently cultivating to become a true dragon, seeking freedom to howl across the 9 heavens, wandering the seas, intoxicated and never returning. Mortals who see my celestial form often worship me, building temples to honor me, the East River Dragon King. Yet I have never cared for affairs, such weak spirits, I disdain to respond to, spending my days in drunken joy, unaware of worries or toil. One day, I was heavily intoxicated, my celestial body in disarray, mistakenly transforming into a carp, falling into the East River and getting caught. Upon waking, I had become a fish in the market, my life hanging by a thread, unable to speak. The butcher drew his knife to slaughter me, just
as an old woman passed by, spending her entire fortune to redeem me, letting me return to the river, and admonishing me, blue carp, if you understand the old woman's words, could you ask that Dragon King, when will the winds be favorable? When will the rains be gentle? I remained silent for a long time upon hearing this, and the next day I transformed into a human to express my gratitude, but to my surprise, the old woman had already passed away. The neighbors said it was due to her worries, and I heard idle gossip at the banquet. 3 years without rain, the East River cannot be stirred, the Dragon King is not a true Dragon King, but the ants are indeed real ants. The East River's vast waters cannot compare to our sweat-soaked soil. Everyone says there is a Dragon King in the East River. Why is a demon snake occupying it? What do you seek for favorable winds and gentle rains? What do you worship the East River Dragon King for? It's better to go home and sleep to avoid the demon snake, and not sleep well. Fake Dragon King, laughable, true demon snake, terrifying. Upon hearing this, I laughed heartily in the hall, first going to the Dragon King's temple to smash it to pieces. Then I arrived at the East River, letting out a long howl that stirred the winds and clouds. The dragon might surged, shaking the land for miles. The demon snake fled in panic. I transformed into the Azure Dragon, commanding the heavens to respect my will, slaying the snake before thousands. From then on, there was no carefree dragon, only the Azure Dragon guarding the East River. Even if heaven forsakes me, I will not leave, stealing the essence of creation to protect the mortal realm. The rest of my life should not be regretted. I should regret not having carefree joy, mistaking drunkenness for freedom, spending all day in intoxication without returning. Buzz. The Spirit card on the table trembled and flew up, layers of spiritual light forming a halo, gradually gathering on the back of the card. In Kai Feng's incredulous gaze, the entire card emitted a rich life aura, the vividly lifelike Azure Dragon seemingly coming to life. It appeared to be scrutinizing her through the card. The spontaneously emanating dragon might left her in a daze. In her pocket, Sun curled up, trembling, looking utterly helpless. At this moment, it finally realized why little Kai Feng had bet on Su Chen. This was a monster that could not be measured by common sense. It was so cute, yet he actually drew such a character card to scare it. How petty. It must build a good relationship with him in the future. Su Chen. This card. Coming back to her senses, she watched as the card slowly descended, the spiritual light gradually fading, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Although she was not clear about the card's quality at the moment, she had a premonition that it was at least of epic quality or higher. Su Chen indeed harvested materials from the dissipating spiritual light of the dragon in the ruins. Master, do you want to take a look yourself? Seeing her shocked expression, Su Chen sighed and smiled, making the suggestion. He believed that this performance was even better than the last time with Bai Zhe. Therefore, it must be of mythical quality. Or rather, the panel's output must be a premium product. Me? Can I? Isn't a card maker supposed to have quirks? Something about how the card just made must be handled personally for the first time. Kai Feng was unusually nervous for the first time. She felt that this card was likely more than just of epic quality, perhaps even beyond legendary quality. The thought sent shivers through her mind overwhelmed by endless shock. If this card truly was, then the person before her was invaluable. She absolutely could not let him go. Absolutely not. Master, please. Seeing her hesitation, Su Chen took a step back and extended his hand in invitation. Kai Feng took a deep breath, stepped forward slowly, her trembling hand gradually picking up the spirit card, her wrist turning like a rusty gear, struggling to move. A faint circle of spiritual power forcefully entered her vision. 1. Ordinary. 2. Exquisite. 3. Rare. 4. Epic. 5. Legendary. As she thought this, Kai Feng suddenly flipped it completely. In an instant, the 6 circles of spiritual power, perfectly formed, shone like the first light of dawn. With a strong and powerful transcendent posture, they pierced through the gloom in her heart. On the balcony, the lights were bright. Kai Feng held the card, her expression dazed. At that moment, she could no longer express her feelings in words. The mythic quality card was born before her from Su Chen's fingertips. This scene was something she would never forget for the rest of her life. After an unknown amount of time, Kai Feng touched the card and handed it to the smiling Su Chen, her expression incredibly complex. Master, this doesn't seem like you. Upon receiving the card, Su Chen did not check it immediately but teased her lightly. The reason he made it in front of her was, of course, to repay her trust. Little master, how do you see me? Kai Feng gazed at him intently, smiling sweetly. This statement was half a joke and half a thought she herself was unaware of. The master is naturally beautiful, dazzling and unmatched. Truly a heartthrob. Unfortunately, this young man has someone in his heart. Otherwise, I would definitely pursue the master. Su Chen replied with a smile, subtly. Oh, really? Receiving the compliment, Kai Feng felt she should be happy, but for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to feel that way. She took it as a psychological gap and didn't pay it much mind, instead focusing intently on him, saying seriously, using mythic materials can create mythic quality character cards. Do you know what that means? Upon hearing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. Master, what does that mean? Kai Feng revealed a meaningful smile and then answered seriously, it means you can never break the contract in this lifetime. I will cling to you shamelessly, using you until you die. Using mythic materials to create mythic quality character cards is not something just anyone can do, but those who can are all titans in the card-making world holding significant status and influence. In any country, they could be a guest of honor. Even in foreign lands, they would have a place. Su Chen. This fool had no idea of his own value, so she couldn't be blamed for clinging to him. The master is quite interesting, you want to use me and even specify it. Su Chen casually commented, looking up at the bright moon, his gaze distant. Master, you are using me, but am I not also using you? Joining the Waning Pavilion was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. For him, interests were the premise of his choice. Both of them were using each other, a mutual exchange, which was quite good. Little master, I'm starting to like you more and more, the kind of feeling where I can't bear to let go. I want to tie you to my side, watching you every moment, not wanting you to disappear. Kai Feng looked at him, her eyes growing hotter, her words filled with fearlessness. That won't do, master. I have a family, please be mindful. Su Chen replied half jokingly, half seriously, and then found an excuse to return to his room, preparing to take a good look at the Qinglong card. Once he left, the balcony fell into silence. Looking at the somewhat messy table, Kai Feng suppressed a hint of disappointment on her face and calmly tidied up. Her movements were quite lively, clearly in a good mood. Little Kai Feng, you promised to be free, you can't fall for this young man. My extensive knowledge tells me that he will attract a lot of people in the future. Ken stood with his hands on his hips on her shoulder, giving a serious warning. This kid was as excellent as the adorable one, and his charm was naturally on par with the adorable one. How could this be? In just a few days, the little phoenix was already so smitten that she couldn't find her bearings. If this continued, she would probably end up chasing after him. Ah, this damn charm of his, it was surprising that there was a human who could rival it. This human was too dangerous. You're so naggy, do I not know myself? The little phoenix cleaned up the card-making table and shot him a fierce glare. She admitted that Su Chen was very attractive to her. But for him, she felt more admiration, respect, and envy towards that mermaid princess who was so infatuated with Su Chen. She was self-aware, she was not a good person. Far from being comparable to that mermaid princess whose eyes were filled with Su Chen. Little Phoenix is actually very excellent, I really like her, hee. Ken shook his head and wagged his tail, twisting around happily. Ken, what about the peacock you raised? We're just friends, I'm not a scumbird. I'm cute, knowledgeable, and devoted. Ken's body stiffened and he hurriedly defended himself. The little phoenix didn't respond, just silently walked back to the living room and glanced at Su Chen's bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Su Chen stared at the card in his hand, his eyes shining with light. Character card, Azure Dragon, one of the 4 symbols. Collecting all 4 symbols can trigger card group effects. Compatibility 65%, summoning or illusion spirit power consumption reduced by 58.5%, compatibility times 0.9, connection talent and physique inheritance ratio is 6.5%, compatibility times 0.1. Type summoning/illusion level, flowing jade 1 star, 9 stars can attempt to break through to blooming blue. Quality, mythical talent, true dragon body skills, creation rebirth, true dragon divine ability, endless life. Description: in the East River there is a flood dragon that transforms into a dragon, known as the East River Dragon King, later becoming one of the 4 symbols, mastering life and creation, with an inviolable might. True dragon body: as a true dragon, your physique is extremely strong and your vitality is vigorous. You also possess dragon might, which all beings fear. Water beings suffer double from dragon might and fall into a negative state that cannot be removed. Creation rebirth 14 stars, reviving the dead, flesh and bones, reversing the universe's creation. Choose a target. After activating the skill, the more spirit power invested, the better the healing effect. True dragon divine ability, 10 stars. As a true dragon, you are born able to ride clouds and mist, summon thunder and lightning, call wind and rain, and can manipulate celestial phenomena at will, affecting the land and water of a region. Endless life, 10 stars. Summon a realm of life. Beings within the realm have their recovery speed increased by 200%. Self-healing speed increased by 200% and cannot die during the duration of the realm. Huff. After receiving all the information about the card, Su Chen let out a long sigh. No wonder it was one of the 4 symbols. No wonder it was a complete mythical source. No wonder he had obtained it. This talent was impressive, and the skills were more outrageous than the last. Does it have a special attack against water beings? Thinking about the effect of the talent True Dragon Body, a smile grew on Su Chen's face. Qing Ying's shedding scales were still with him. That fish elder would definitely not let it go. Next time they met, he had to treat them well. With this thought, looking at creation rebirth, Su Chen fell into contemplation. The skill description was very clear. As long as the spirit power was sufficient, it could even revive the dead in flesh and bones. But with the current strength of the Azure Dragon card, this effect was clearly just a pie in the sky. I can only wait to try it when I go back and see if it works. Recalling the weak Dan Juefeng, a hint of worry appeared. in Su Chen's eyes, adding a sense of urgency. He had to repay the favor owed to the adults over there.
True Dragon Divine Ability. Endless Life. Looking at these two skills, Su Chen's smile grew even brighter.
The True Dragon Divine Ability could manipulate celestial phenomena, which, to some extent, was creating a realm, not to mention other clever uses.
And Endless Life was truly outrageous.
As long as one was within the realm, they could not die. It was simply a perfect match for breaking into the ruins, with the added recovery speed
of Fiancée. Everything that couldn't kill him would eventually be worn down by him.
As this thought crossed his mind, Su Chen stood up and drew back the curtains, feeling the surge of power within his body, his spirit experiencing an unprecedented comfort. He possessed a wealth of knowledge and had the fictional panel at his disposal. There was no reason he couldn't reach the pinnacle of spirit card masters in the future, overlooking the scenery of this world.
Xingying, wait for me. Su Chen took out the card gifted by the viewing platform and resolutely activated it.
There was no time to waste. He would directly take up his position tonight. With the Qinglong card, he had no more reservations.
I hope tomorrow's Realm of the Pavilion Master's friend won't disappoint me. Watching the referral card transform into a ball of energy, lingering ahead, Su Chen disguised himself as Fiancée, eagerly anticipating tomorrow as he followed along. The night was cool as water, with a gentle breeze rippling through. The gray-white pavilion atop the tall tower offered a broad view, allowing one to see the bustling lights along both banks of the Kaiyun River. A man dressed in a dark black robe stood with his hands clasped behind him in the pavilion, bathed in the bright moonlight, exuding an extraordinary aura. On the table in the pavilion, hot tea was brewing, seemingly waiting for someone.
It was unclear how long had passed when the noise from both banks of the Kaiyun River gradually diminished, and a white figure flew into the night sky.
Young friend, you have finally arrived. Su Chen entered the pavilion, still somewhat taken aback, while the viewing platform wore a smile, extending a hand in invitation.
This calm and unhurried demeanor seemed to suggest that he had anticipated Su Chen's arrival.
Senior, if I hadn't come tonight, wouldn't you have waited in vain?
Breathing in the aroma of the tea, Su Chen gazed at the inscrutable viewing platform and smiled slightly.
How could it be in vain?
The viewing platform pointed to the bright moon and then to the river, smiling as he spoke. The bright moon in the sky, here the river and I savor together, with the gentle breeze as our witness.
Moreover, young friend, you have indeed come, haven't you?
After hearing this, Su Chen removed his mask and said earnestly, Senior, my name is Su Chen, and I hope
to receive your guidance in the future.
The viewing platform nodded gently, rolled up his sleeves, and poured a cup of tea for Su Chen, saying, I have long known your identity.
Senior, how did you recognize me? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, staring intently at the viewing platform.
This mysterious advisor from the Management Bureau seemed even more formidable than he had imagined. Just the fact that he had anticipated Su Chen's arrival was itself unfathomable.
Because we are of the same kind.
The viewing platform pulled up his long sleeves,
revealing his entire arm.
A scarlet bloodline filled with ominousness pointed directly at his arm. Under the bright moonlight, it resembled a blood-colored serpent poised to strike at the heart. Yet, even with time running short, this enigmatic advisor still wore a smile, his optimistic attitude making one unable to help but admire him. Su Chen's gaze sharpened slightly
as he took a sip of tea, calming his emotions before asking seriously, Senior, what exactly is this?
The viewing platform savored a sip of tea, gazing at the Kaiyun River, his voice
slow and carrying a hint of weariness.
This is a curse specially crafted by the Feathered Gate, combining various evil god energies.
It was initially used against the Eastern Xian
Emperor, and later against members of the Celestial Patrol. Now, it has evolved to be used against the Realm Administrators.
This is a struggle spanning thousands of years. The opponents
of the Realm Management Bureau are a group of aberrant immortals. Returning his gaze from the Kaiyun River, the viewing platform looked at Su Chen, his expression tinged with a hint
of regret. Su Chen, you are very unfortunate.
Your parents were originally external members of the Realm Management Bureau, but due to official business, they were accidentally caught
up in the Feathered Gates conspiracy, leading to their curse. And you, too, have been affected. Su Chen steadied himself, gripping the teacup tightly, and calmly asked, Senior, what about my parents? Where have they gone?
According to Kai Feng and Kan, his parents had gone to seal the pit in the sky and lost their lives.
He had thought they had deliberately gone to the pit to seek information.
But now it seemed there was more to the story. Within the Management Bureau, if there was knowledge of the origin of this curse, there would naturally be
countermeasures.
They could never have left him behind to take such risks.
Even if they were randomly selected to go repair the seal, wouldn't they have raised concerns? Do we have to go all in? That's exactly what I wanted to tell you.
With a gentle wave of his hand, Guanjing cloaked the pavilion in dark spiritual energy, isolating them from the surrounding sounds. Confirming that this space was cut off from the outside world, a serious expression appeared on Guanjing's face.
Su Chen, hearing the following news means you tacitly agree to join the Shujing Management Bureau, and you cannot backtrack. I'll ask you one last time, are you willing to join the Shujing Management Bureau to deal with the matters behind the world?
Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flickered in Su Chen's eyes. From Guanjing's words, it seemed that the responsibilities of the Shujing Management Bureau were not as simple as just managing.
The Shujing. Could it be that this was just a facade? With this thought, Su Chen calmly nodded. Yes, senior.
His understanding of this curse was far too limited.
If he wanted to save
himself, he needed to know more information.
And about his parents, were they truly missing, or had they already died? He needed to clarify everything. Hearing Su Chen's affirmative answer,
Guanjing nodded in acknowledgement and pondered for a moment before saying, well, to be honest, your parents have been sent into the pit and their fate is uncertain.
The reason is
that the pit is the tomb of the Eastern Chen Emperor and there may be a way to cure the curse inside. As these words fell, Su Chen's spirit jolted, a flash of insight crossing his mind. He looked up at Guanjing in disbelief, struggling to maintain his composure as he said, Senior, the Eastern Chen Emperor is not missing but buried in the pit? Suddenly, he recalled something. In his previous life, when he was designing a certain card, he couldn't find inspiration, so he browsed forums for ideas. He was captivated by a player's puzzle quest, as the goal of this quest pointed directly to the missing Eastern Chen Emperor in the game's background. He remembered that he was interested at the time because the card he designed had been
rejected many times.
Each time the reasons were different, but in summary, they wanted him to design a card that exuded both majesty and gentlemanly demeanor. In addition, it had to reflect ancient, dignified, and imperial qualities, among others. To make matters worse, they finally proposed the standard idea of a person like Jade, a young master unparalleled in the world.
He had thought at the time, who the hell came up with this? Did they expect him to bring the Eastern Chen Emperor from the game background to life? Well, if we don't conceal it, it will be hard to find peace. Is there any problem? Guanjing looked at Su Chen in confusion, sighing inwardly.
Hearing such news, his first reaction was not to worry about his parents,
but to ask a question that couldn't be simpler.
This was clearly hard to accept, a subconscious avoidance of the issue of his parents' lives or deaths.
Advisor Guanjing, can the Bureau confirm whether my parents are deceased? Su Chen suppressed a certain emotion, staring intently at Guanjing. We cannot confirm. In fact, apart from your parents, the Bureau has previously sent people in as well. But strangely, their spiritual soul lamps, like your parents, have also fallen into a state of stagnation. So every once in a while, due to the curse, the remaining time-limited administrators will voluntarily go to the pit.
Initially, within the Bureau, this behavior was referred to as living towards death, and later it was called pilgrimage. As Guanjing said this, he smiled slightly. In another year, I too will go on a pilgrimage. After hearing this, Su Chen's gaze burned intensely as he said solemnly, Advisor,
is there a possibility that the Eastern Chen Emperor is not dead? That he is stationed in the pit, guarding it?
In his previous life as a card designer, he understood one principle.
Any card that required players to spend money would have demands that were extraordinary.
The character of the Eastern Chen Emperor, according to the game's background, should have long
been gone.
But since they wanted him to design it, it at least indicated one thing: this character was most likely not dead.
Although the game did not sell values and could not use
money spent cards in the vast world during duels between players which belonged to an independent competitive space, it was possible to use money spent cards. Some key characters in the main storyline, once drawn by players, automatically possess the basic card set of that character. In short, this Dong Chen Emperor cannot possibly be dead.
Hearing such nonsense from Su Chen, Guanjing was momentarily at a loss for words.
After a long silence, he changed the subject, saying, Since you are now a realm administrator, the belongings your parents left
in the Bureau can be transferred to you.
With that, he removed the spiritual power barrier and stepped into the air.
Come with me, stop overthinking.
Seeing this, Su Chen could only helplessly follow. In his heart, he had already made up his mind to check out the Sky Pit, the Thunder Duel General Hall Arena, underground level 18, the residence of the Kaiyun
Mansion Realm Administration. The cold alloy formed a technologically advanced underground space. The desolate corridor rarely saw any figures. Only the footsteps of Su Chen and Guanjing, mixed with the ticking sounds of instruments, echoed continuously in the space. After a series of complex instrument scans, Guanjing led Su Chen to a room. This room was incredibly spacious, comparable to half an arena. In the center was a row of special glass-encased spiritual soul lamps, roughly numbering in the thousands. On either side of the room were alloy cabinets,
resembling storage lockers, lined up against the walls like a long dragon, cold and silent.
Advisor, didn't you say that realm administrators are rare? Why do I feel like there are quite a few here? Su Chen followed behind Guanjing, gazing at these soul lamps in astonishment.
Just in the Kaiyun mansion alone, there were so many soul lamps. How many people could there
be in this bureau? Cough cough.
These soul lamps were sent over from other regions, probably from more than 50 mansions.
This is because I have served as an advisor for over 50
mansions, and they all came to pay their respects during my tenure, so I took over. Also, most of them are in administrative positions like your parents and do not possess combat
abilities. You are different, you will be an elite member of our bureau. Guanjing coughed lightly, deliberately emphasizing Su Chen's uniqueness. Su Chen fell silent at once. Serving as an advisor for over 50 mansions?
There were only 108 mansions in the ancient Qian kingdom. This was simply a model worker.
Was it really that exhausting? Don't worry, we are usually quite relaxed. For instance, I often go on inspections, which is essentially just sightseeing. While explaining, Guan Jing led Su Chen to a cabinet. After
comparing the information stored on the communication terminal, he used his authority to open the cabinet. Click. With a crisp sound, the cabinet door opened, revealing an ancient black
token.
The front was engraved with mountains and rivers, while the back depicted a creature resembling a combination of a turtle and a snake, looking as heavy as a mountain, majestic and
unshakable.
Once exposed to the air, the surface of the token shimmered with spiritual power, emitting a mysterious wave, as if it were awakening. Advisor, could this be?
Su Chen's gaze was firmly drawn to this token, unable to look away.
At that moment, he felt as if he had been struck by surprise.
Indeed, it is a realm token. I remember its code name should be Turtle Snake?
Guan Jing frowned, trying hard to recall.
The connected realm is of the combat type, similar to the realm dragon.
At that time, we dispatched the strongest administrator of the same level from the bureau, but ultimately failed. As he spoke, Guan Jing searched the communication terminal for more information.
Archive records indicate that the realm spirit with the codename Turtle Snake is enormous, with an unmeasurable weight, and all attacks were ineffective against it. It does not possess offensive capabilities and is very gentle.
Your parents speculated that it was because its attack power was too weak to wake the other party. In the end, the testing administrator had an argument with your parents, claiming that his attacks were among the best of the same level, which was utterly ridiculous. In short, the realm spirit with the codename Turtle Snake has very high defense, and
no one of the same level can break through its defenses. And then the administrator himself broke through. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched. He couldn't even manage a smile. This was a Xuanwu, not some turtle snake. Isn't it just asking for trouble to clash head-on with Xuanwu? Su Chen, then I'll leave it to you. Although you are in the martial profession, you still have to submit a report on the analysis of the Shujing every month. Let this be your analysis topic. The analysis report must be taken seriously. The amount of resources your affiliated Kaijian Prefecture Shujing Management Bureau can obtain each year largely depends on the analysis report. Of course, the largest share of resource allocation is based on how many issues regarding the containment of the Shujing are resolved. As Guanjing said this, he hesitated for a moment. This year, your Kaijian Prefecture Shujing Management Bureau should be able to secure a considerable amount of resources. Upon hearing this, Su Chen realized something and quickly asked, Advisor, how much resources has the Kaijian Prefecture Shujing Management Bureau been able to obtain in previous years? Ahem, to be honest, Su Chen, there are only 3 people in the Kaijian Prefecture Shujing Management Bureau. Guanjing's face rarely showed an awkward expression. Advisor, aren't there any administrative staff? Su Chen suddenly felt like he had entered a makeshift troop. This is the bureau responsible for managing the entire Kaijian Prefecture's mythical Shujing. Having so few people is just too exaggerated. 3 people? They can't even gather a full table for a meal. Ahem, I count as half an administrative staff member. The other administrative staff your director thinks are not capable, so to save costs, they were all assigned to other prefectures. As Guanjing said this, he handed the Shujing token to the stunned Su Chen, patted his shoulder, and wore an encouraging expression. Your director is eager for talent. This time, the resolution of the Shujing will be counted towards your branch. Advisor, please be honest with me, can I switch to another branch? Su Chen interrupted Guanjing's words, his expression serious. He wasn't there to be a workhorse. With so few people, if something came up, it would definitely fall on him. This was nothing compared to what he could glean from Guanjing's words. The Kaijian Prefecture branch was probably very poor, likely only having basic benefits. This was a far cry from what had been promised when he joined, which was a generous treatment and flexible working hours. Ahem, Su Chen, as an advisor to the 3 prefectures management bureau, I must allocate resources reasonably. Rest assured, your director will not treat you unfairly, I guarantee. As for resources, the more you work, the more you earn, the less you work, the less you earn. If you are interested, I have quite a few commissions from other prefectures management bureaus. Completing each commission will increase next year's resource allocation. For a talent as outstanding as you, resource allocation will definitely be tilted in your favor, but you still need to work hard. Under Su Chen's gaze, Guanjing sincerely explained. Advisor, you are not being fair. Putting away the Shujing token, Su Chen maintained a blank expression, pretending to be angry. You are deceiving me. Hearing this, Guanjing smiled wryly and said, Su Chen, it's my fault for not being clear. How about this, you can make one request to me and I will do my best to fulfill it. After hearing this, Su Chen pretended to be in a difficult position, nodding in agreement with difficulty, then said, Advisor, I want as many spirit stones as possible, is that okay? The crying child gets the candy. If he was going to be taken advantage of, he had to make sure to get a good deal out of it. Being
Thrown into such a miserable branch, making him work like a horse in the future, he definitely needed some compensation. This, Guanjing hesitated for a moment, then gently nodded, and said, I can only apply for a quota of 1 million. The rest, you will have to fight for yourself. 1 million? Su Chen's eyes lit up and a bright smile appeared on his face. Advisor, can I take a look at those commissions? No other intentions, I just want to help other branches with their troubles. Just a casual 1 million spirit stones. He had come to the right place. For this, Su Chen, you must first consult your director, who will communicate with the other branches, and then you can take on the commissions you want. Guanjing patiently explained, his expression extremely serious. Without prior communication and permission, Shujing administrators are prohibited from intervening in the affairs of other branches. This is because there was a serious incident where a disciple of the feather transformation sect impersonated an Shujing administrator, so the control in this area is strict. Su Chen nodded in understanding and then said seriously, Advisor, I have a piece of information that may be related to the Ascendant. I need your help. As soon as these words fell, the usually calm expression of Guanjing suddenly changed. From what you say, this person is indeed suspicious. The Ascendant loves to inhabit such bodies because they are easy to control. Your assessment is correct. I will stay in Kaijiang City due to the matter of the ruins and observe in secret while deterring this Ascendant. As for the method of handling, I will follow your lead and cooperate with you. Back at his residence, Su Chen's mind still echoed with Guanjing's words. In that case, I only need to expose his true identity to bring him to his end. Looking up at the bright moon, Su Chen's gaze was deep as an ancient well, calm and undisturbed. After kicking Tianfu down from the clouds, it was the association officials and those corrupt individuals from the academy. He would not let any of them escape. Recalling his thoughts, Su Chen took out the Xuanwu ruins token under the moonlight, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Just how tough is this Xuanwu? After a moment's thought, Su Chen drew the curtains and activated the token with his mental power. Buzz! The black token trembled instantly, a faint spiritual light spilling out and gathering before him into a vortex entrance of spiritual power about the height of a person. Su Chen took a deep breath, disguised himself as Bai Zhe, and stepped inside. Whoosh! The moment he entered the ruins, the entrance vanished, and a biting cold wind whipped against his face, carrying ice and snow. Under the dim sky, everything was covered in ice and snow, desolate and uninhabited. In this vast, cold world, it seemed that only Su Chen existed. After glancing around, all Su Chen saw was the fierce wind and snow, endless ice mountains. As for the obviously large presence of Xuanwu, it was nowhere to be found. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen realized something and quickly flew to a high altitude, overlooking the entire land. As he ascended, Su Chen stopped at about 2,000 meters, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had reached the highest point of this space. Yet even so, he still could not discern the full view of the land below. Could this very well be the land of Xuanwu itself? Just how vast is it? Or rather, how large is Xuanwu itself? With this question in mind, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with spiritual light as he held the Lingzi spear, descending with force, and fiercely thrust it toward the ground. Boom! In an instant, the earth trembled, cracking open a massive fissure of about 100 meters. Nearby ice mountains were affected, shattering one after another, creating a thunderous sound. However, after the clamor, there was a profound silence. Only the sound of the wind and snow enveloped the desolation within. Su Chen frowned slightly, thrusting out several more shots, each causing a greater commotion. After an unknown number of thrusts, the ground beneath him, after a moment of silence, suddenly resonated with a buzzing sound. Following that was a deafening rumble. As if a dragon was turning over, the entire land trembled. Su Chen quickly soared into the air, and as he looked again, he unexpectedly met the gaze of two cold moons that had shifted from dark to bright, or rather, the eyes of Xuanwu. Thud! A muffled sound echoed throughout the space. In Su Chen's incredulous gaze, the entire land slowly rose, as if being supported by something. Su Chen clearly saw that there was no support, rather, this seemingly boundless space was the true form of Xuanwu. Thud! 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 3 more muffled footsteps came, the massive Xuanwu raised its limbs, its cold moon-like eyes fixated on Su Chen, the uninvited guest. Seeing that it did not attack him, Su Chen used insight to observe its weaknesses. However, as his spiritual sense swept over, the so-called weak points were merely its eyes. Without hesitation, Su Chen thrust the spear. The Lingzi spear surged forth like a true dragon, emerging from the sea, its momentum overwhelming and unstoppable. Then, there was nothing more. Xuanwu closed its eyes, and the Lingzi spear struck its eyelid, producing a sound like metal clashing against stone. Su Chen felt as if he had stabbed a towering, immovable mountain of steel, his hand going numb from the impact. Quickly pulling back, Su Chen steadied his gaze once more. Xuanwu just opened his eyes, staring at him in surprise. Is it really that tough? Su Chen suddenly understood why the administrator of the Shujing recorded in the files would break down. Who wouldn't crack under such pressure? Bai Zhe is at least a myth quality card. How could it be so disrespectful? Even if it's not an attack type, it shouldn't be impossible to break down, right? With this thought in mind, Su Chen focused on Xuanwu's left eye, anticipating the moment of breaking through.
However, after several attempts, Xuanwu completely
lost interest, no longer playing along, and simply lay down to continue sleeping. The howling wind and snow sounded like its mockery, piercing into Su Chen's ears.
It seems I can't capture you in a short time. Putting away the Lingzi gun, Su Chen's expression showed a hint of helplessness. If Bai Zhe couldn't do it, then Qinglong was even less likely to succeed. It was a healing-type character card and lacked supporting cards. Just from its displayed defense value, he couldn't help but wonder, could an attack-type character card break its defense? Or was this not an ordinary combat-type shujing, but rather a shujing with mechanisms in place? If he couldn't figure out this mechanism, it would be a type of shujing where breaking through was impossible. Lost in thought, Su Chen gazed at the swirling snow, scanning the endless mountain of ice, and a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. What if I melted these ice mountains? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Su Chen calmed himself and exited the shujing. There are still 10 days until the second zodiac meeting. I need to get the Jinwu shujing token from the rabbit. Putting away the Xuanwu shujing token, Su Chen felt a bit downcast. Melting those ice mountains was something neither of the two cards he had could accomplish. As for renting a fire-type character card, that was even less realistic. Xuanwu was one of the 4 symbols, and ordinary character cards simply couldn't touch it. But Jinwu's solar fire should easily deal with these ice mountains. Too bad it's still 10 days, and I don't know if I can get it from the rabbit. With this regret, Su Chen entered meditation. After connecting with the Qinglong card, he was only one step away from becoming a Ling card master at the second realm cardist. Tonight was a great opportunity for a breakthrough. Meanwhile, in the room, Kai Feng lay flat on the bed, her communication terminal flashing continuously. Her consciousness had already reached the virtual space constructed by the data through the mental link function of the terminal. In the sea of flowers, butterflies danced gracefully and bees flitted about, creating a peaceful scene. In the center of the flower sea, Kai Feng's consciousness projection met with that of a woman in pink and white attire. Yun Tutu, I found a very powerful helper. Don't call anyone else tomorrow. Kai Feng picked up the flower tea and took a delicate sip, savoring the fragrance blooming on her tongue. The benefits of the virtual space were many, and among them, one she appreciated was being able to taste various delicacies without worrying about gaining weight. Sister Kai Feng, I've told you, my name is Yun Tutu, not Yun Rabbit. The woman in pink and white widened her apricot-shaped eyes, wrinkling her nose in dissatisfaction. Although Rabbit was very cute, how could her name be mixed up with Rabbit? Close enough, don't you have a rabbit mask? A smile crept onto Kai Feng's lips, her red lips glistening enticingly after the flower tea. The woman in pink and white noticed this, bit her dry lips, and her fair face flushed crimson. Sister Kai Feng, you're getting more beautiful. Kai Feng's smile froze at the corners of her mouth, and she shot her a glare, saying, don't get any ideas about me. Yun Tutu pouted in response. Dissatisfied, Sister Kai Feng, I was just thinking, besides, you promised me that if I could get you myth materials, you would. As she spoke, the blush on her face became even more pronounced. Sister Kai Feng, I'm very dedicated. Kai Feng suppressed her discomfort and tapped the table. I'm talking about serious matters, the banquet tomorrow night. Yun Tutu snapped back to reality, pouting, that won't work, Sister Kai Feng, it's the old folks' idea from the clan. They want me to bring someone back. Fine, I'll be there on time with someone. Tomorrow night. After Kai Feng finished speaking, she was about to get up and leave. Yun Tutu quickly called out to her gaze fixed intently on her. Sister Kai Feng, is it a man? Or a woman? You'll know when the time comes. In the long night, Kaiyun City welcomed a group of uninvited guests. Elder Yu, where is Her Highness the Princess? In the low-key room. A handsome young man with blue hair scrutinized Elder Yu, his expression stern. As the captain of the king's guards, he had always unconditionally obeyed the king's orders. The princess had already stayed among the human race for too long. In another 6 months, the various aquatic races of the Boundless Sea would hold a grand aquatic festival. Princess Qingying was the most talented among the royal family and should attend this event. The king's order to him was clear, even if he had to bind her, he must bring Princess Qingying back. Captain Ming Song, the princess suddenly went missing a few days ago, and I can't find her, Elder Yu replied, breaking into a cold sweat. As the princess's old servant, not knowing where she had gone was already a fault. If he were to be blamed, he would certainly face punishment. Hearing this, Ming Song fixed his gaze on Elder Yu, making him lower his head. Elder Yu, is there something wrong with the princess? The cold voice, accompanied by an increasingly sharp gaze, put immense pressure on Elder Yu. He could only force a smile and respectfully said, Captain Ming Song, the princess is just a bit playful, there's no problem at all. If he dared to speak of that matter, not only would the princess face punishment, but he himself would also be doomed. That reckless human, with no background, would likely suffer as well. He absolutely could not say anything, playing dumb was the best choice. Is that so, Elder Yu? Ming Song stepped closer to Elder Yu, the long sword at his waist faintly glowing with spiritual light. Elder Yu's heart sank slightly, but he still insisted, yes, Captain Ming Song, you know the princess's temperament.
She doesn't like to be restrained and seeks freedom. When she goes out, she tells me not to follow her.
Clang. Elder Yu. Then how come I heard that the princess is mingling with a human?
Ming Sung suddenly drew his sword, pointing it at Elder Yu with a fierce intent to kill. Elder Yu's face froze for a moment, then he chuckled in disbelief. Captain Ming Song, the princess really enjoys card making. She also hopes to teach our people how to make cards.
Are you saying that the princess is discussing card making with a human? For this purpose, and I should stop her? If this is considered my dereliction of duty, then Captain Ming Song, you may take action. After saying this, Elder Yu closed his eyes, his expression incredibly calm, as if he had resigned himself to death. Seeing this, Ming Song sheathed his sword and coldly said, Elder Yu, you have been deceived. The people of the Kai Zhangtian clan have informed the king that the princess is involved with a human named Su Chen. Elder Yu's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Captain Ming Song, is this true? As he spoke, he was filled with rage. How outrageous! I must teach him a lesson.
Ming Song observed him and said lightly, Elder Yu, take me to find this person tomorrow.
The information
provided by that human named Tian Fu was very detailed, and he must investigate thoroughly. Whether the princess has lost her virtue or if her scales are still intact, he must clarify. The king had said before he arrived that the princess was to marry into the Tsinglong clan, and there must be no issues.
This, Captain Ming Song, this is the ancient Qian kingdom, unlike other human realms.
Elder Yu's face turned pale as he tried to persuade him gently.
You know, this ancient land once nurtured that one. His authority made even the former ruler of the boundless sea bow down in submission.
Our clan also has ancestral teachings that forbid us from acting on this ancient land, or it will bring unimaginable disaster to our people.
Enough!
Ming Song interrupted, his expression displeased.
I know what I'm doing, Elder Yu. Just lead the way tomorrow. With that, Ming Song left without looking back. Almost as soon
as he left, a wave of spiritual light rippled from the corner of the room.
Your Highness, the princess, this is terrible. Clearly, someone has plotted against you, Elder Yu said,
anxiously, watching Li Qingying emerge from her hidden state. If the leader of Ming Song found out about the shedding scales on that kid, everything would be exposed.
Elder Yu, don't be afraid. Ming Song has no evidence. If I don't say anything, you don't say anything, and Feng doesn't say anything, then Ming Song won't be able to know. Li Qingying replied calmly, her tranquil gaze showing no sign of fear.
The shedding scales were originally hers. She gave them to someone she liked. What was wrong with that? Her father had become quite muddled.
Oh dear. Your Highness, why don't you take back the shedding scales?
Leaving them in his hands will really bring him trouble. Elder Yu looked at her, urging her anxiously.
The power of the leader of Ming Song was undeniable. Dealing with that kid would only take one move.
Moreover, the leader of Ming Song was not like him, hesitating and second-guessing.
As the king's guard, the leader of Ming Song would unconditionally obey the king's orders.
Even if killing Su Chen would lead to his own arrest by the patrol office, he would still carry out the king's will.
Without hesitation. No.
Li Qingying gently shook her head and turned to enter her room, but a hint of worry flickered in her eyes. Her shedding scales were insignificant compared to the
mermaid pearl.
She had to delay, at least until foam completely merged with the pearl, when no one could detect anything amiss, before she could leave. Only then could she leave in peace.
Sigh. Elder Yu let out a soft sigh and then checked outside.
After confirming that Ming Song was not watching, he wasted no time and followed the guidance of his innate perception
to search for Su Chen.
However, what he did not know was that after he flew out of the hotel, a shadow hidden in the dark alley silently followed him. Behind this shadow was a figure,
concealed in the void. Night fell, and all was silent.
In the room, Su Chen's 10th mental star quietly formed in the sea of consciousness.
Although this 10th star appeared somewhat small
compared to the other 9, it undoubtedly proved that Su Chen had officially stepped from the card apprentice realm into the cardmaster realm.
Ha! Opening his eyes, Su Chen let out a
long breath, suppressing the joy in his heart. On this day, the emergence of the Qinglong and the acquisition of the Xuanwu Ruins token marked a significant step forward for him.
As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. This could be considered a triple blessing. I feel much lighter.
Su Chen smiled unconsciously as he sensed the condition of his body after the
breakthrough.
It is said that high-level spirit card masters can step through the air relying solely on their mental power without the aid of spirit cards.
One day, he too would reach that level. Knock knock.
Suddenly, a knocking sound came from the window.
Su Chen's expression instantly sharpened as he transformed into Baizhe and lifted the curtain. Under the bright
moonlight, an enraged old man, upon seeing him, instantly appeared dazed.
In his eyes, Su Chen suddenly seemed unfathomable, like some ancient existence, exuding a faint yet undeniable, terrifying pressure. Crash! Watching the old man's dazed expression, the young man smiled and opened the window. Elder Yu, what brings you to find me at this late hour? Have you made up your mind? Decided to hand Qingying over to me? You brat! What kind of sorcery are you using on me? Elder Yu shook his head, struggling to overcome the fear in his heart. But as Su Chen drew closer, he felt that pressure intensifying, so strong that he found it hard to resist. You! Don't come any closer. Elder Yu hurriedly stepped back, looking at Su Chen in terror. Under the moonlight.
At that moment, Su Chen felt even more terrifying than the king to him. This was clearly a suppression from his bloodline, stemming from the oldest fear deep within
his soul. Su Chen was definitely not human, but a monstrous being disguised as a human. No wonder he acted so recklessly. Don't be agitated, Elder Yu, I won't come over. Through the
window, Su Chen smiled gently.
However, at that moment,
a cold light suddenly shot towards him from the shadows. Bang! The azure blade had not yet approached Su Chen when it was intercepted by a colorful shield, unable to advance, and fell to the ground. The crisp sound of impact shattered the night silence. The guards of the merfolk are truly reckless, aren't they? What do they take this place for? The colorful phoenix that appeared beside Su Chen had a cold glint in her eyes, staring at the blue-haired youth hovering in the air, not hiding her murderous intent at all. Exactly, how bold. To dare carry out an assassination right under my nose. Ken Li, perched on the shoulder of the colorful phoenix, spoke boldly, then turned to look at Li Qingying, who was still in shock at the scene. Aren't you a princess? Aren't you going to do something about him? Hearing this, Ming Sang glanced at the two and the bird, then turned to Li Qingying and bowed. Your Highness, the king has asked me to bring you Bang. Before he could finish, Ming Song was struck by a blue water blade, sending him flying hundreds of meters. He clumsily steadied himself, looking down at the gaping wound in his right chest, his expression turning cold. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? To ambush the king's guard for the sake of a human? Was this still their merfolk princess? Your Highness, you. The elder fish was equally shocked at this scene. He had anticipated that the princess would be very angry. But this was the king's guard. How could the princess ambush her own people for the sake of a human? Elder fish, take him down for me. Li Qingying glared coldly at Ming Song, her anger nearly causing her to lose her composure. She had considered that the king's envoy might be very aggressive, but she never expected this person to be so radical, daring to assassinate right in front of her. This, Your Highness, Elder Fish fell into hesitation, caught in a dilemma. He couldn't defend either side. Elder Fish, step back. A voice he usually found very annoying now sounded like a celestial melody in the night sky. Elder Fish turned to look, and the person who had just been attacked, Su Chen, was now smiling. This confirmed his suspicion that Su Chen, this old monster, was doing it on purpose. He had known there would be an assassin, deliberately not dodging, just to provoke the princess's protective instincts. This old monster indeed had quirks. The princess was completely under his spell. Wind, you. As Su Chen approached, Li Qingying's expression changed slightly. In her perception, the slowly approaching Su Chen felt like an ancient existence, exuding a pressure from his bloodline that she could not resist. Su Chen winked at her, then revealed a sky blue token, his expression serious. Princess of the Merfolk, you have allowed your subordinate to assassinate a realm administrator. I have the right to restrict your personal freedom and arrest those involved. In light of this, do you have any objections? Li Qingying was momentarily stunned, staring fixedly at Su Chen, then nodded, saying, respected administrator, I have no objections. I will cooperate with you fully. The elder fish beside her stared at the token, dumbfounded, muttering, I knew it. He was looking for an excuse. No wonder this person had repeatedly provoked him to take action earlier. This was clearly entrapment. Such a cunning old monster, hidden and unassuming, yet knowing how to act with justification. That fool Ming Song had brought disaster upon himself. Humph. Do you think you can impersonate a realm administrator just by casually taking out a token? After his initial surprise, Ming Song sneered. The predecessor of the Realm Administration Bureau was the Celestial Patrol, which had been passed down to this day. Even if it had long since declined, it was not something an ordinary person could join. According to the information provided by that human named Tianfu, Su Chen had no background apart from having some talent in card making. He was nothing else. With such high standards at the Realm Administration Bureau, how could this person possibly, who? Ming Song suddenly turned around, unexpectedly meeting a pair of calm, water-like eyes. The man with these eyes wore a dark black robe, almost blending into the night sky. Only the robe fluttered in the wind, making a rustling sound. The man stood quietly there, and Ming Sung didn't even know when he had arrived. If it weren't for the sound of the wind rustling the robes, he might not have noticed. Advisor, this person is a spy from another race, wantonly murdering me. I asked the advisor to help capture this person. I am prepared to interrogate him personally. Seeing that a true backer had arrived, Su Chen bowed respectfully and then spoke with righteous indignation. What you say is very true. Guanjing glanced at the few people, and his indifferent gaze made the others, except for Su Chen, feel as if they were falling into an abyss. My lord, spare me, my lord, spare me. I am innocent. I have nothing to do with him. Elder Yu, sensing the situation was dire, directly bowed to Su Chen, completely losing his previous arrogance. Upon learning that Su Chen was an old monster, he decided to switch sides and seek a way out. After all, once he returned, he would face severe punishment, even death. It would be better to rely on the old monster. Perhaps he could advance further in his lifetime.
Elder Yu, I know you may be innocent, but I lack evidence. Once I investigate thoroughly, I will clear your name.
Su Chen said seriously, stepping forward to pull the dazed Li Qingying and added, Princess of the Merfolk. You will follow me. I need to interrogate you properly.
Li Qingying slightly lowered her head and responded. Her jade-like face was already flushed, and if it weren't for the cover of night, it would be fully visible.
Guanjing saw this and without a word, extended his right hand.
Dark black spiritual power flew from his palm, transforming into two ropes that bound the pale-faced Ming Song and the panicked Elder Yu together. In less than a moment, the two ropes of spiritual power sank into their bodies, sealing their sources of spiritual power. Without the support of their spiritual power, the two became lambs waiting to be slaughtered. With a casual wave, Guanjing tossed the two, who had lost their source of power, to the rooftop near Su Chen. After doing all this, he looked at Su Chen, his voice solemn. Su Chen, do whatever you need to do not worry about anything else. In the ancient Qian kingdom, if one acts against the realm administrator, even if the Merfolk king comes, they must apologize.
Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt warmth in his heart and nodded in gratitude. Advisor.
Understood. Thank you for your assistance. I will return to Kaijiang City first. Guanjing glanced at Li Qingying, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes before he disappeared into the night sky. Once he left, Su Chen and Li Qingying clasped hands and floated into the air above the rooftop. Speak, why do you want to kill me? Su Chen looked down at the pale-faced Ming Song, his expression indifferent.
Ming Song looked at their tightly clasped hands, and the more he looked at Su Chen, the colder his gaze became.
Daring to desecrate the princess. He couldn't handle it. The king would come to deal with it. You have spirit. Su Chen stepped down into the air, and as the distance between them decreased, Ming Song's face grew even paler. He felt that the approaching Su Chen was not human but some ancient bloodline existence. The faint pressure emanating from him made him feel as if he was facing fear itself. You, who exactly are you? Bang! Su Chen's foot landed on his face, and the intense pain surged through Ming Song's senses with the spinning tip of the foot. At that moment, death was like the night sky, binding him tightly. Commander Ming Tsang, hurry up and speak. Don't throw away your life for nothing. How much did that person give you? Is it worth you risking your life like this? Elder Yu knelt beside him, earnestly persuading. Ming Song raised his head and saw the undisguised killing intent in Su Chen's eyes. He moved his throat, barely managing to spit out two words. Tianfu. As soon as the words fell, he felt the foot on his face slowly retract. Following that was Su Chen's indifferent voice. Do you want to live? Or do you want to die? Ming Song's mind was slightly dazed, and before he could respond, Elder Yu pressed down on his head, forcing him to bow. My lord. Live. We all want to live. There weren't many people around the old monster. Wasn't this a good opportunity? As long as he dragged Ming Song down, wouldn't he be afraid the old monster wouldn't value him? Isn't there a saying among humans, those who know the times are the wise? He felt he was the wise one, even if he was a bit old. Elder Yu, very good, I indeed did not misjudge you. Seeing the assistance from Elder Yu, Su Chen felt a mix of confusion and relief in his heart. As long as he could drag this guard of the merfolk into the water and fool his unfamiliar father-in-law, it would be much simpler. With this thought in mind, Su Chen turned to the colorful phoenix behind him and smiled. Thank you, Guild Master, for your help just now. He couldn't avoid the strike from the merfolk guard. Even if he sensed it, he could only endure it with the skill of Qinglong. This guard was at least above the 4th realm, at least 2 major levels higher than his character card. No need to thank me. Looking at the handsome couple, the colorful phoenix forced a smile, feeling inexplicably a bit lost. Guild Master, did you bring the contract cards? After expressing his gratitude, Su Chen revealed his true intention. Although one should not doubt those they employ, he was ultimately too weak to control the two. He still needed to take extraordinary measures. Yes. The colorful phoenix took out 2 contract cards and handed them to Su Chen. After receiving them, Su Chen turned to look at the silent Elder Yu and the dazed Ming Song, his expression calm. So, who will come first? Without saying a word, Elder Yu pulled Ming Song forward and respectfully said, My lord, we will do it together. Elder Yu, you are quite good. Su Chen nodded at him, expressing his approval. Elder Yu's heart filled with joy, and he hurriedly pulled Ming Song to sign the contract, a 10-year servitude agreement. Once everything was settled, the way he looked at Su Chen became increasingly devout. What is your name? Seeing Ming Song lost in thought, Su Chen asked calmly. Ming Song raised his eyes to look at Su Chen but did not answer, his gaze appearing somewhat vacant. My lord, his name is Ming Song. He is considered a young talent within the clan and is highly valued by the Merfolk king. He is an orphan with a younger sister, and they have relied on their grandmother since childhood. Rest assured, I will persuade him well. Elder Yu thoroughly sold Ming Song out. Upon hearing this, Su Chen looked at Elder Yu with newfound respect. How had he not noticed before that this Elder Yu was so understanding? The change in attitude seemed to have started after he connected with Qinglong. Could it be that this was the terrifying aspect of talent?
if he directly disguised himself. As Qinglong, wouldn't he be able to intimidate them just by the dragon's might? After all, in his normal state, the inherited character card's talent effect was less than 10%. Realizing this, Suchen felt much more relaxed and, after giving Elder Yu a few instructions, took Li Qingying and left. Watching the two figures fade away, Elder Yu sighed sincerely. Mutual affection, a match made in heaven. Humph. Elder Yu, how can you, having lived so long, be such a sycophant? Without that inexplicable pressure, Ming Song came back to his senses and coldly mocked. Hearing this, Elder Yu crossed his arms and glanced at him with disdain. Commander Ming Song, don't deceive yourself. You know better than I what kind of existence this person is. Just relying on the pressure of his bloodline can suppress both you and me. Do you really think he is as simple as he appears? Ming Song's face turned pale, and he opened his mouth to speak but was interrupted by Elder Yu's hand gesture. Alright, you are young and ignorant, I won't argue with you. But I still want to remind you, Commander Ming Song, you are still young. If you die just like this, who will take care of your sister and grandmother? Ming Song's face suddenly turned ashen, a hint of struggle appearing in his eyes. His sister and grandmother were the only ones he couldn't let go of. The reason he had tacitly agreed to sign the contract was because he thought of them. Seeing this, Elder Yu patted his shoulder earnestly. Commander Ming Song, this lord must have just awakened not long ago and is in need of people. You are a talent, and the lord values talent, which is why he spared your life. Don't be ungrateful. Moreover, he is going to marry the princess in the future, so won't that make you family? When this lord rises in the future, even the king will say you did well. Well, think it over yourself, and when you're clear, bring your subordinates along. Elder Yu said, clasping his hands behind his back and standing tall, ready to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly realized that his source of spiritual power was sealed, and now, aside from being physically stronger, he was no different from an ordinary person. Follow me, the Lord has arranged accommodations for you. A shadow flew in from the night sky and landed on the rooftop. Seeing this, Elder Yu quickly pulled Ming Song over. Back in the room, Suchen turned to look at the woman who was staring at him intently and smiled slightly. Qingying, I didn't scare you, did I? Li Qingying gently shook her head, then hugged him and whispered, Feng, I was really scared just now. He was the one she had worked so hard to save. If something had gone wrong earlier, she even thought about following him. It's okay, Qingying, I promise I will take good care of myself and protect you. Su Chen wrapped his arms around her, gently inhaling her fragrant hair, his gaze firm. No one would be able to hinder him and her. Feng, what happened to you? Calming her emotions, she looked up from his embrace, staring at him seriously. Could it be a bloodline change caused by the fusion of the mermaid pearl? But that shouldn't be the case. The mermaid pearl is condensed from the essence of a mermaid's life, capable of healing many ailments and extending life, but it shouldn't change one's bloodline. Because of this card, Su Chen held her hand and pressed it against his forehead. With the appearance of the Qinglong, Li Qingying's gaze was instantly drawn in. She stared for a while and then said softly, Feng, it looks a lot like the Endless Sea King from the ancient texts. She wasn't surprised that Su Chen could create this card. After all, she had seen him defeated with her own eyes, so he must have collected the material light orb. Endless Sea King? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. He had heard of this title. It belonged to the ruler of the water tribes who once unified the Endless Sea, holding a status comparable to the Eastern Qian Emperor in the hearts of the water tribes. Yes, the Sanlong clan are followers of the Endless Sea King. I saw records about the Endless Sea King in their clan when I was young, and it looks very similar to your card. Li Qingying replied earnestly, her hands unconsciously tightening around him. I thought you had been possessed. Upon hearing this, Su Chen fell into thought. If he disguised himself as Qinglong, it would indeed be possible for him to walk freely in the Endless Sea. But Sanglong clan was one of the most powerful water tribes. Feng, let's go to sleep. Seeing that he had been silent for a long time, Li Qingying lowered her head and suggested. Su Chen's heart stirred, and he looked down at her expression that seemed to be expecting something, feeling a bit dry in the mouth. But after thinking for a moment, he suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind. Now was not the time to be complacent. Only by being diligent at all times could he take another step towards becoming stronger. Feng, can't we sleep? Li Qingying mustered her courage to look up at him, her eyes clear. Sleep. Su Chen suddenly woke up, remembering how innocent she was. When she said sleep, she meant just sleep. Understanding this, he leaned back on the bed, holding her in his arms, and closed his eyes to meditate. Feng, good night. She breathed in his scent and said, good night, falling into a deep sleep. This was probably the best sleep she had in recent days. After all, she was in his arms, feeling his heartbeat. In the other room, Kai Feng was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Zhan was chattering beside her, incessantly talking. Little Kai Feng, you can't bring that princess over tomorrow night. You know, Tutu loves beautiful women the most. If she goes over too, Tutu will definitely forget her friends for the sake of beauty. I, who am both cute and knowledgeable, can't just watch her get lost in female beauty. Little Kai Feng, are you even listening to me? Kai Feng came back to her senses and shot at a glare, disdainfully saying, Jean, I think you're just afraid of losing the spotlight.
Nonsense. Cute and knowledgeable me, afraid of a mermaid princess stealing the spotlight?
Jean crossed its wings, looking disdainful.
Go away, I'm going to sleep.
Kai Feng covered herself with the blanket and turned her head to lie on her side.
Xiao Kai Feng, you've changed. You weren't like this before, is it because of that guy? I finally understand, you just like bang. Can was kicked against
the wall, turning into a pile of meat.
Damn it.
Little bird seeks revenge. 10 days is not too late.
You wait for me, Xiao Kai Feng. I'm going to run away from home.
As soon as the words fell, Can fell off the wall, went out the door, and knocked on Su Chen's room, weakly saying, Little
Master, are you there? Creak.
Under Can's hopeful gaze, the door slowly opened and Su Chen stepped out lightly.
Can, what's the matter?
That. Little master, there's a banquet tomorrow night. You have to be careful. Shout Sifeng's friends like beautiful women.
Ken stammered, barely expressing what he wanted to say. Then, it turned and walked towards the door, glancing back every 3 steps. Su Chen seemed to understand something and hurriedly asked, It's so late, where are you going? I had a fight with Xiao Kai Feng. I've decided to run away from home, don't try to persuade me, just let me fend for myself outside, bang. The door of the adjacent bedroom was suddenly flung open, and Kai Feng, dressed in pajamas, stormed out, grabbing Can and throwing it back into the room without saying a word. Don't pay attention to it, the more you care, the more it will act up. Stopping at
the bedroom door, she patiently explained.
After a quick glance, Su Chen shifted his gaze elsewhere and nodded. Understood, master.
Kai Feng, realizing too late, tugged at her collar,
blushing as she walked into the room and quickly closed the door.
Seeing this, Su Chen also returned to his room, preparing to continue meditating.
After glancing at the sleeping Li Qingying, he recalled Can's warning, feeling a bit more vigilant.
The next day, the 3 of them and the bird got along quite harmoniously.
Time quickly reached evening, and as the sunset gathered
its last rays of light, Kai Feng led Su Chen and the others to a grand loft. The loft was quite similar to the summer pavilion in Kai City, both by the river and filled with ancient
charm. The only thing lacking was a bit of cultural depth.
Upon reaching the top floor, the expansive view, the gentle breeze, and the clamor of the banquet all presented themselves.
Sister Kai Feng.
At the center of the banquet was a woman in a pink and white long dress, with bright teeth and sparkling eyes. Upon seeing Kai Feng in red, her eyes lit up like stars in the
night sky, shifting from dark to bright.
As her gaze shifted, a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes and she hurriedly approached the 3, her gaze burning as she stared at the woman.
Besides Su Chen, Sister Kai Feng, who is this?
Kai Feng frowned slightly, about to scold her. But Su Chen stepped forward half a step, pulling Li Qingying behind him, and said calmly, She is mine, Miss Yun, please behave yourself. Yun Tutu, upon hearing this, reluctantly shifted her gaze to Su Chen, her expression cold.
What do you mean, yours? She only belongs to herself.
Finally seeing another person who made her heart flutter, only to find out she was taken, her mood was already bad. Hearing this, her mood worsened.
Kai Feng was about to interject
when Li Qingying stepped forward generously, hugging Su Chen's arm, her face flushed as she said, I am the wind's person. As soon as these words fell, Yun Tutu's expression stiffened slightly, and she opened her mouth, unsure of what to say.
Alright, Rabbit, it's a banquet tonight, did you prepare a feast for me?
Ken flew onto her shoulder and patted her.
Yun
Tutu, with a cold face, glared at Su Chen, then quickly composed herself and smiled. Can, of course, I prepared for you.
Come on, I'll take you to eat a feast. Sister Kai Feng, you should come too, I've missed you so much lately.
After saying this, she pulled Kai Feng forward.
Kai Feng frowned, about to call Su Chen as well. Kai Feng, you all discuss it, Su Chen said with a smile, then took Li Qingying to a corner, sitting quietly to enjoy tea and the scenery. He, coming to a banquet while wearing a mask, who does he think he is? Watching Li Qingying being pulled away, Yun Tutu felt even more dissatisfied.
Such a petty man, and he actually likes someone, truly blind.
Rabbit, if you keep this up, then I'll leave. Kai Feng pulled away
from Yun Tutu's hand, her attitude very firm. Seeing this, Ken hurriedly said a few words to Yun Tutu's Can. Are you saying that Sister Kai Feng likes, before the rest of the words could be spoken? Kai Feng quickly covered her mouth, shot a fierce glare at Can, and then dragged her to the center of the banquet.
The entire top floor was divided into inner and outer sections, with the interior featuring a slightly elevated round platform. On it stood a single wooden table, surrounded by the central figures of the banquet. Upon seeing the 2 approaching, everyone's gaze focused on the purple-haired youth. Long time no see, Kai Feng, Can. The purple-haired youth slowly stood up, a hint of a smile squeezing out from his proud face. Kai Feng nodded slightly, her attitude somewhat cold. The people around observed this without any surprise. They all knew that the heir of the Kai Yunlei family had been pursuing the legitimate daughter of the Kai family. However, the 2 families had yet to reach an agreement regarding their interests.
Thus, to outsiders, this seemingly perfect couple appeared rather
distant.
They also felt that Kai Feng had too high standards, but she was indeed exceptional, making her a valuable asset for the Kai family.
Lei Ji, long time no see. I watched your video. Yesterday, you lost so badly.
Kan, not knowing when to stop, spoke up, causing the surroundings to fall silent. Upon hearing this, Lei Ji was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Kan, with that mouth of yours, once I marry Kai Fong, I'll definitely put it on a pedestal. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere immediately relaxed, and others joined in the laughter. Hearing the harsh laughter, Ken retorted, as long as I'm here, little Kai Fong won't marry you, so you can give up on that. How dare they mock the adorable and knowledgeable her. These people deserved to be taught a lesson. Hee hee, besides me, who else has the ability to marry Kai Fong? Lei Ji confidently smiled, took a sip of tea, and his domineering tone made Kai Fong slightly furrow her brows. She looked at Yin Tutu beside her, who quickly shook her head and pouted. He came here shamelessly. I certainly didn't invite him. After all, he was her rival. How could she possibly invite him? Tap. Lei Ji set his teacup down on the table, drawing everyone's attention, then looked at Kai Fong and Yin Tutu, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Isn't there a Su Jing token? Bring it out. I'll help you take a look. Upon hearing this, Kai Fong coldly replied, no need, we have our own plans. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Tutu lowered her eyes, a plan forming in her mind, and quickly chimed in, Sister Kai Fong, didn't you invite someone? Why not let Lei Ji see their skills? It would also help him give up. Upon hearing this, Lei Ji laughed instead of getting angry. Yun Tutu, what kind of cats and dogs can be compared to me? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Keep your little schemes to yourself. Just as she finished speaking, before Yun Tutu could respond, Ken shook her head and wagged her tail, full of spirit. Lei Ji, you are indeed strong, but he is stronger than you. Mimicking Song Han's tone, Kan's words instantly froze the atmosphere, and many felt a difficulty in breathing. The defeat of the Kai Yin family's chief at the hands of Kai Zhang's Su Feng had long been common knowledge. It was one thing to talk about it privately, but for this sharp-tongued bird to say it in front of the person involved was simply asking for trouble. Kan, do you have something to say to me? Lei Ji's expression was emotionless, his purple gaze flickering ominously, and the atmosphere on the top floor became palpably tense. Just as Kai Fong was about to speak, Yun Tutu smiled and suggested, Lei Ji, if you really have the ability, why not compare yourself with the person Sister Kai Fong brought? If you win, I'll gladly hand over the Su Jing token. Ha, you mean that can represent Kai Feng's intentions? Lei Ji sneered, downing his tea in one gulp, then slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping across the room with an air of superiority. Where is he? Step forward, I'll help Kai Fong test your worth. Kai Fong sighed, closed her eyes, and said softly, Lei Ji, you are only humiliating yourself. As soon as these words fell, they completely enraged Lei Ji, yet he exuded an aura of danger, his face slightly angry as he shouted in a deep voice, come out. I want to see who can make me humiliate myself. The entire top floor fell silent in an instant. Just as everyone was shocked, a calm voice came from the corner. Lei Ji, are you sure? In the corner of the loft, a young man wearing a white fox mask gently placed his teacup down. Under the gaze of the crowd, he slowly stood up, his hands clasped behind his back, and the momentary composure he displayed seemed to merge with a certain figure. Others unconsciously stood up, as if they were seeing a legendary person, their eyes filled with a hint of reverence. The top floor was quiet, the center of the banquet seemingly shifted. Kan, who exactly is he? Seeing the unusual expressions of the crowd, Yun Tutu suddenly had a bad premonition. Kan did not answer but spread his wings and flew to Su Chen's shoulder, enjoying the attention of everyone. Watching Su Chen walk over, Lei Ji's eyelids twitched wildly and he struggled to utter two words. Su Feng. As these words fell, Yun Tutu's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Kai Fong, then stared blankly at Su Chen, who was walking this way. He is Su Feng? She had been immersed in the surprise of meeting Sister Kai Fong yesterday, so she hadn't watched the recording of that battle. Yet even so, she had learned from others that the one who defeated Lei Ji was named Su Feng. The one who stood on the reputation of the top name of the Cayenne Mansion, renowned in the Three-Color Land, was indeed named Su Feng. Lei Ji, do you still want to compete? Seeing Lei Ji's face gradually stiffen, Su Chen's lips curled into a smile. The teasing tone in his voice was clear to everyone present. Lei Ji's hidden hand tightened into a fist, and then slowly relaxed. He glanced at Kai Fong out of the corner of his eye and coldly said, no need, I'll compete with you in the team match. With that, he strode towards the stairs. Lei Ji, why are you leaving so soon? Aren't you very strong? Ken shouted loudly while standing on Su Chen's shoulder. Lei Ji's footsteps unconsciously quickened a bit more. Once he left, everyone turned their gaze to Su Chen, their eyes filled with both reverence and fervor. If the owner of a mythical character card could make friends, it would not be a bad thing. Miss Yun, I don't like being used as a pawn. Su Chen's gaze fixed on Yun Tutu, his tone somewhat displeased. If it weren't for the ruins token in her hand, he would have turned and left long ago. Yun Tutu's face turned slightly pale, wanting to explain but not knowing where to start. The owner of a mythical character card, as long as they don't meet an untimely end, is bound to become a significant figure. Today, she was afraid she had offended this person terribly. Rabbit, aren't you going to apologize? Kai Fong, seeing her still in a daze, hurriedly reminded her. I'm sorry, Su Feng, I apologize for my earlier rashness. Yun Tutu regained her composure, respectfully bowing, but her heart was even more vigilant. Earlier, she thought Kan might just be joking, but now it seemed that Sister Kai Feng could very well have feelings for this person. This was her number one rival. She had to take it seriously. Su Chen nodded slightly, pulling Li Qingying to sit down, his expression calm. As the atmosphere relaxed, many people came to greet him, their words revealing respect. The banquet was nearing its end after an hour. After sending the others away, Yun Tutu slumped in her chair, letting out a sigh of relief. I can deal with those old folks for a few more months. That's great. Upon hearing this, Kai Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, then she quickly perked up and said, Rabbit, quickly take out the ruins token and show it to Su Feng. Oh. Yun Tutu pouted, took out an ancient dark golden token, and placed it on the table. In an instant, a faint warmth enveloped the small loft. Su Chen's gaze was instantly drawn, looking at the three-legged crow pattern engraved on the token. A smile appeared on his lips. This token was clearly the Jinwu Ruins token. In other words, the Yun Tutu before him was the rabbit face in the Zodiac Conference. Knowing her true identity, Su Chen could fully leverage this to threaten Yun Tutu. What are you smiling at? After taking out the token, she stared at Su Chen's Yun Tutu, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. This baseless feeling made her panic. Miss Yun, why can't you smile? Su Chen reined in his smile, his gaze calm. Having just used him as a pawn, she shouldn't blame him for being despicable later. Then you smile. Seeing Kai Feng look over seriously, Yun Tutu suppressed her unease and regained her composure. She felt that she hadn't rested well. Otherwise, why would she feel inexplicably flustered at Su Feng's smile? Su Feng, are we trying it now? Seeing Su Chen pick up the token and examine it closely, Kai Feng appeared slightly nervous. She had been in this wasteland before. Although it seemed harmless, she thought it was best to be well prepared just in case. I'll go in and take a look, I'll be out soon. Su Chen nodded at Kai Feng and then at the woman beside him. Immediately, in front of the three people and one bird, he transformed into Baizhe, activated the wasteland token, and resolutely stepped into the dark golden entrance that formed. The moment he stepped in, a sense of weightlessness, disorientation, and the unknown flooded over him like a tide. When his senses returned to normal, Su Chen opened his eyes, only to see a parched land before him. Crisscrossing cracks spread across the barren ground, and as far as the eye could see, it was desolate. The sunlight overhead was so intense it seemed capable of evaporating everything. In just a moment, Su Chen felt as if his scalp had been roasted. Using his spiritual power to cover his head, he managed to block out the terrifying heat. In a role-playing wasteland, not a single person to be seen? After scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense and confirming that there was no one within several miles, Su Chen frowned. In a role-playing wasteland, there were usually not only powerful wasteland spirits but also various derived beings. The most common, of course, was humans. Logically, upon entering the wasteland, one would encounter other beings. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen looked up at the sky. He saw a majestic three-legged golden crow hanging in the air, its front feet holding a fireball resembling the sun, its entire body ablaze with terrifying solar true fire. Its eyes were slightly closed, as if in deep slumber. Even so, the ground of this space could not withstand the brilliance and immense heat it radiated. What a domineering flame! Just looking at it makes one feel uncomfortable. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, secretly amazed. This golden crow was undoubtedly purely offensive. Its solar true fire could probably burn mountains and boil seas. In that case, if he could obtain the golden crow source and create a golden crow card, acquiring the Xuanwu source would just be a matter of time. With this thought, Su Chen chose a direction and walked briskly forward, facing the golden crow's dispersing light. The ground along the way resembled cracked skin, riddled with scars. A few withered trees stood on the arid surface, as if accusing nature of its injustice. After walking for a while, Su Chen saw piles of white bones scattered across the ground. Some were human, some were beast, haphazardly piled up, a shocking sight. Moving further, a dry riverbed came into view, nearly intact fish bones, one after another, sunbathing under the sunlight. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he continued along the riverbed towards a higher terrain. Gradually, the fish bones increased, as if the fish from back then shared the same thought as him. If he kept going up, he might find the source of water, perhaps a way out. Su Chen didn't know how long he had been walking, and just as he was about to give up, a dead mountain appeared ahead. Looking around, there was not a hint of greenery, only dryness spread across his vision. Su Chen quickened his pace, he spotted a village. However, when he reached the edge of the dead mountain, he fell silent. Emaciated, starving people lay carelessly under the withered trees, covered in flies, their bodies emitting a strong stench under the blazing sun. Looking further inside, the scene was almost the same. The drought had turned this place into a hell on earth. Ha! Ha! Faint breathing sounds drifted with the wind. Su Chen immediately moved forward, stopping only beneath the largest withered tree. This is an old man still breathing, leaning against a dead tree, his murky eyes gazing ahead. At this moment, the arrival of Su Chen seemed to ignite the hope in his heart. He moved his throat, which felt as if it had been burned by fire, and murmured a language entirely different from his own.
Thanks to Bai Zai's ability, Suchen understood. You are the archer of the Yi tribe?
Under the scorching sun, beneath the dead old tree, the emaciated old man looked on with eyes full of anticipation.
Suchen neither confirmed nor denied it.
He pressed 2 fingers to his forehead,
took out the Qinglong card, and threw it into the sky. Aang! The resounding roar of the dragon echoed through the clouds. The Qinglong soared into the sky, and in an instant dark clouds enveloped the parched land. Dragon!
Seeing the Qinglong, the old man's eyes sparkled with a bit more light.
The legendary dragon, capable of summoning wind and rain, was indeed real. However, the rain came too late. Moreover, this rain would be of no use. As long as the living
sun in the sky remained, this land would never see a day of revival.
Splash!
Heavy rain poured down, and the cracked earth greedily absorbed the sweet rain. The old man closed his eyes in relief. Just as he was about to give up on himself, something damp suddenly pressed against his aged face. In a daze, he caught a whiff of the freshness of green leaves.
No, this was not an illusion.
The old man suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils constricting sharply.
This torrential rain,
summoned by the great dragon, seemed to be rich with vitality. The world before him had been completely renewed. The dead trees sprouted new buds, the cracked earth pushed up tender shoots, and the small animals hiding deep underground
now returned to the surface.
In his view, life was vibrant. The old man felt as if he had become 10 years younger. His dry lips gradually moistened, and even his rough skin began to shine. He suddenly realized something and looked towards the mysterious young man standing beside him, hands clasped behind his back, staring at the rain, and murmured, "You are the priest, my lord?" In the mysterious wilderness, the only one capable of commanding the legendary divine
beasts could only be the priest of a great tribe.
In the distant Jiuli tribe, their leader could command the iron-eating beast with the priest's help. In the land where the sun sets, stories of the sacred beast, the white tiger, are passed down, while in the southern Lihua tribe, the sacred beast, the vermilion bird, reigns over the wilderness. The nine-tailed fox of the Qingqiu tribe is renowned for its beauty throughout the wilderness.
There are many other ferocious
beasts deep within the wilderness, where no one can tread. More and more, he had only heard stories from elders who traveled far and wide. Yes, I am the next priest of the eastern Qingmu tribe, sent by the leader to travel far and wide and
gain knowledge. Suchen turned around and smiled at the old man. He vaguely understood where he was. If he guessed correctly, this was a very small part of the super-large wasteland, an independent realm within the wasteland. Here, he could only experience stories related to the Golden Crow, but the beings that emerged from this realm were aware of the existence of the wasteland and could travel to other realms. Moreover, his experiences here would be told as stories by the beings here to those in other realms.
In short, according to the original plan, the super-large realm itself was a living world.
The Eastern Qingmu tribe.
The priest is indeed impressive, able to cross the territory of the ferocious
beast Qiongqi alone.
Hearing Suchen claim to come from the east, the old man was greatly shocked. Ever since the ferocious beast Qiongqi occupied the only path from the east, he had not seen a traveler from that direction for a long time. It was said that a new road had long been opened there, and there were no thoughts of restoring the ancient road. Qiongqi is one of the 4 fierce beasts of the wasteland, its ferocity unmatched. It was no wonder that the priest before him dared to cross its territory alone. After a long pause, the old man stood up, supporting himself against the revitalized old tree, and respectfully bowed, saying, "My lord priest, I am Mu Xiu, an elder of the Chuishan tribe." At this point, Mu Xiu's expression darkened slightly. The great bird in the sky is the legendary living sun, the Golden Crow. He has appeared for 300 great wasteland days. Our clan leader has sent wave after wave of people to invite the great tribe of Yi's archers, but there has been no news. 30 great wasteland days ago, the leader took everyone in the tribe who could walk to seek refuge with the Yi tribe. He said that if they did not die, they would definitely come back to save us. As he spoke, Mu Xiu turned his head away, unable to hold back his tears. Suchen listened silently to his lament, and after his emotions calmed a bit, he said calmly, "Elder Mu Xiu, I come from the east and
am not very clear about your situation here. This Yi tribe, could it be?"
"That's right, it's the tribe of the great archery of the wasteland.
Now that the Golden Crow has emerged, disaster is unpredictable. If he does not take action,
once he revives, the scene of 10 suns in the sky will surely reappear."
Mu Xiu wept profusely, his tone extremely agitated.
Just in its juvenile form, it has caused suffering to all living beings in this area of 10,000 miles.
If he waits for it to revive and become an adult, how many tribes across the wasteland will suffer the same fate as our Tsuishan tribe?
Elder, please don't be so agitated.
The urgent matter is that I must take you far away from here.
Su Chen pointed to the azure dragon circling in the sky, his expression serious. The azure dragon can't hold on for much longer. We must leave immediately. This matter of shooting the sun is no small issue and will likely take some time. He cannot stay here forever. Once he leaves, without the azure dragon's vitality to sustain it, this place will again become a barren land. The best course of action now is to take the elder to a safe place, and after he has spoken with the master and the others, return here to search for Yi. Lord priest, you don't need to worry about me, just leave quickly. Mu Xiu leaned against an old tree, lying down with a look of relief in his eyes.
I have lived enough, seeing Suishan restored before I die is already satisfying. You old man, what nonsense are you talking?
Su Chen conjured a giant hand of spiritual power and directly lifted Muxiu, ignoring his shocked expression, raising his sword-like brows.
Point the way. Muxiu swallowed hard and stammered, Lord Priest, are you still a chi refiner?
Chi refiners are rare gifted individuals with beast bloodlines who can draw energy from the heavens and earth.
Each one is almost a significant figure in the great tribes. But shouldn't a priest be someone from a pure-blood tribe?
Unless, of course, the priest's tribe, like the southern Lihua tribe, is formed by descendants of divine beasts.
Chi refiner? Yes, that's right, I am a chi refiner. Su Chen accepted his shot calmly and quickly flew in the direction he pointed.
Thank you, Lord Priest, for being willing to save this old bone. I have no way to repay you. As he spoke, Muxiu thought of something, took out a shriveled dark green seed from his pocket and handed it to Su Chen, mumbling. According to my ancestors, this is the root seed of the heavenly tree. I don't know if it can still live, but your tribe is called Xingmu, so you must
be very good at planting.
I really have nothing that would catch the Lord Priest's eye. I only ask that you don't disdain it, otherwise, I would rather die than live. Upon hearing this, Su Chen reached out to take the shriveled seed. For some reason, he felt a faint vitality from this seed.
In his perception, it even had a subtle connection with the azure dragon circling in the sky. This is a treasure. After putting the seed away, Su Chen looked at the stubborn old man and couldn't help but smile. Elder, if I really grow the heavenly tree, you won't want it back, will you?
Muxiu was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, Lord Priest,
can you really grow it?
I'm not sure, we'll
see later. Su Chen smiled and took Muxiu away from this area.
As he retracted the azure dragon, the blazing sun in the sky reappeared and the sunlight began to scorch the earth again.
The previously vibrant scene was once again shrouded
in the shadow of death. By the time Su Chen and the elder had moved far away, the vitality in this area had already vanished. The grass and trees showed a withered yellow appearance, and worse, the golden crow in the sky opened its eyes. Its blazing golden gaze firmly locked onto the direction the two were leaving. At the top of the attic, time quietly slipped away.
The long wait made can't help but murmur. Xiao Kai Feng, he won't be in trouble, will he? Although Su Chen
only had 3 years to live, with such high talent, 3 years was more than enough to become famous, to shine like a dazzling meteor of this era.
But if he died in the ruins, that would be a huge loss. What nonsense are you talking about? Sai Feng's heart trembled as she looked at the serene woman across from her. Feng will be fine.
Li Qingying noticed her gaze and spoke seriously. Feng was no longer the same Feng as before. He knew how to protect himself, and she
believed he would come back. TSK. If he doesn't come back, Qingying's sister, you'll be a widow.
Yun Tutu didn't hide her gaze at the two and teased, even imagining herself in a cozy embrace with both.
Rabbit, if you don't shut up, I can teach you.
Kai Feng shot her a glare, her tone stern. Upon hearing this, Yun Tutu pouted and said, that's just the way it is.
The dangers of the ruins vary from person to person. Maybe he really did encounter misfortune? Before she
finished speaking, a door-shaped vortex of dark golden spiritual power formed, and Su Chen stepped out.
Encounter misfortune?
Just in time to catch Yun Tutu's malicious speculation, Su Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at her calmly.
I was just guessing. Yes, just guessing. Yun Tutu laughed awkwardly, feeling immense pressure under Su Chen's gaze.
There was nothing she could do. She indeed had some small thoughts.
Good to know. Miss Yun, my impression of you has already become very bad.
Su Chen's lips curled up as he calculated how to deal with her at the Zodiac meeting. Hearing this, Yun Tutu awkwardly smiled, but inside she felt a wave of dissatisfaction.
I don't want to have a good impression in your heart. If you dare to compete with me for someone, I'll dig your corner.
Su Chen was unaware of her thoughts, first grabbing Li Qingying's hand to reassure her. Then he turned to Kai Feng and smiled, Guild Master, if I have the chance, I'll probably need to spend some time next. Upon hearing this, Kai Feng didn't feel happy right away but said seriously, Su Feng, is it dangerous?
If it's too dangerous, you can give up. Su Chen felt
warmth in his heart at her words and shook his head, saying, it's not dangerous. According to his guess, he would likely ask DE for help next. The process might be a bit tortuous, but it should ultimately be simple. He indeed couldn't defeat the Golden Crow in this ruins with cards, but as long as he met the relevant conditions, he could kill it. Thank you. With Su Chen's affirmative answer, Sai Feng's heart, which had been hanging, finally relaxed, and joy appeared in her eyes. Su Chen was not a boastful person. If he said there was a chance, then there definitely was. Guild Master, no need to thank me. I'll head back to my room first.
Su Chen hurriedly bid farewell to the two,
and pulled Li Qingying towards their temporary residence. After arriving at the room, he instructed Li Qingying a few things before activating the ruins token again. This time, he decided to obtain the source of the Golden Crow.
Fire. The blazing fire ignited everything around.
With no way out, Muxiu raised his head, and a pair of cold beastly eyes of blazing gold were glaring down at him from the sky. In a daze, he recalled the stories passed down from his ancestors. It was said that the sun-shooting divine bow was forged from the branches of the heavenly tree, combined with other materials, and was one of the finest divine bows of the great wilderness. The sun-shooting divine arrows were also made from the heavenly tree. It was precisely because of the sun shooting divine bow and divine arrows that De could shoot down 9 suns, creating the myth of the greatest archer in the great wilderness. De. The reason he hasn't come is because he has run out of arrows. In his final moments, Mushio saw a familiar figure before him. Great priest, I beg you. Elder, hold on. The hurried Su Chen rescued Mushio from the true fire of the sun. Seeing his vitality dissipating, he immediately wanted to use the Qinglong card to heal him. Great priest. The old man suddenly sat up, tightly grasping Su Chen's hand, his charred and hideous face filled with determination to die. The Chui Mountain tribe was one of the tribes that participated in the sun shooting. He is seeking revenge. Old man, if I don't die, he will still appear. Cough cough. Priest, I don't want to burden you any longer. I beg you, please don't concern yourself with me anymore. You must find the. Before he could finish, Mu Xiao grasped Su Chen's hand and suddenly lost strength. Before Su Chen could react, a strand of terrifying blazing golden flame burst forth from Mu Xiao's body, transforming into a small golden crow, fierce and powerful, charging straight at Su Chen's face. Boom! Su Chen, filled with anger, struck out with a palm, and the surging spiritual power shattered the small golden crow. Whoosh! The small golden crow disintegrated into golden flames, instantly enveloping the surroundings. In an instant, countless smaller golden crows were born, spreading their fiery wings and swooping towards Su Chen. Sensing the impending danger, Su Chen extended a giant hand of spiritual power, just as he intended to lift Mu Xiao's corpse. But at the moment of contact, Mu Xiao's body turned to ashes, scattering with the wind. Su Chen's pupils constricted, suppressing the anger in his heart, and quickly distanced himself from the area. Countless smaller golden crows gathered in the air to form a large golden crow, charging towards Su Chen. Whoosh! Blazing golden fireballs, one after another, were spat from its mouth, attacking Su Chen. A troublesome fellow. Sensing the deadly danger, Su Chen dared not linger and quickened his pace to shake off the pursuit of the fireballs. This chase lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. He alternated between 2 character cards, finally managing to escape the golden crow's entanglement by the dawn of the 3rd day. Phew! By the clear stream, Su Chen gasped for breath, looking at his disheveled reflection in the water. The mental fatigue at that moment alleviated. He washed his face, stood up, and gazed in the direction he had come from, at the blazing golden sky, his eyes filled with bone-chilling coldness. The death of Mu Xiao was vivid in his mind. 2 days and 2 nights of life and death escape had pushed the anger in his heart to its peak. He must find De to take revenge for himself and to seek justice for Mu Xiao and those lost souls. The vast land, sometimes with towering ancient trees, sometimes with endless green grass, sometimes with rolling mountains. Su Chen followed Mu Xiao's earlier instructions, heading westward, passing through various terrains along the way. Finally, on the 4th day of re-entering the wasteland, he saw signs of human habitation and the tribe. On the open plain, the primitive tribal people were busy, and in the center stood a 10-meter-high statue of a robust man. He held a great bow, his eyes like a cold moon, and the arrows on the bow were aimed at the sun in the sky, depicting the overwhelming might of shooting the sun in vivid detail. Around the statue, groups of tribespeople gathered, dressed in different attire, each looking gaunt and starving. Yet, even so, they still placed their meager offerings at the foot of the statue, continuously praying. De, please, help us one more time. De. The Shaozhe area has turned into a sea of fire. We beg you, save us. De. The great marsh is left with only this place. That golden crow will not relent. We implore you to take action. De. Chief of the Emerald Mountain begs you to come out and meet. The voices rang out one after another, but they did not affect the busy tribespeople of the tribe. At first, they thought of helping these people a little, but over time, they gave up. This was a group of homeless wanderers who had lost all hope, just needing a bit of food each day to avoid starving to death. Su Chen looked at this scene and suddenly felt very uncomfortable. He stepped into the air and descended upon the tribe, calling out, "Priest of the Eastern Qingmu tribe, here to pay respects to Elder De. Please come out for a discussion." As soon as his voice fell, the entire tribe fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was the tribespeople or other tribes who had fallen here, they all stared blankly at Su Chen in the air, their eyes filled with awe. After a few moments of silence, an elderly man with white hair and one arm emerged from a low stone house. He looked frail, and the weariness in his features revealed a sense of calm. He glanced at the crowd worshipping the statue, his expression unchanged, then looked up at Su Chen standing in the air, and said, "What brings you, the distant priest, here?" "Senior De, the golden crow has already revived, and I hope to receive your help." As he landed on the ground, Su Chen's words filled the eyes of the many tribespeople kneeling before the statue with hope. But when they saw the legendary De, a white-haired, one-armed old man, they fell into despair, unable to extricate themselves. De was old and had lost his right arm. How could he shoot down the sun? Was it possible that the heavens wanted to destroy this vast expanse of the Great Marsh and the Lesser Marsh? Seeing the disappointment in everyone's eyes, De turned and walked towards the stone house, leaving behind only plain words. please go back, esteemed priest. Dei can no longer draw the divine bow to shoot the sun. That golden crow is the original evolution of the 9 golden crows. It is beyond our capabilities. Upon hearing this, the tribespeople fell into a state of panic. Almost everyone present had ancestors who participated in the process of shooting down the sun. They naturally knew how terrifying the sight of 10 suns in the sky was. Now that even the only one capable of shooting down the sun, Dei, had no way to do so, where could they go? Escape? Could they escape? Not to mention the vast and boundless wilderness filled with poisonous insects and fierce beasts. Just in this area of the 2 marsh plains, they could not get out. For a moment, despair hung over everyone like dark clouds. Either way, we are doomed. We might as well fight with him, the leader of the Chui mountain tribe shouted, raising his arm, his eyes burning with deep-seated hatred. However, no one responded to his death-defying cry, only a silence like fallen leaves, accumulating on this last pure land of the 2 marsh plains. If even Dei had no way out, what could this group of people do? The great golden crow evolved from the original 9 golden crows. They could only wait for death. Su Chen watched this unfold and stepped towards the stone house. Upon entering, his vision immediately darkened. The stone bed carved from giant rocks leaned against the rough wall, and the only piece of furniture, a stone table, held a few items that could be considered luxuries, ceramics. Dei lay on the stone bed, staring at the high part of the wall in front of him. Following his gaze, Su Chen's expression shifted slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. On that stone wall hung a large painting carved from spirit stones. The painting depicted the shocking scene of Dei shooting down the 9 suns. Due to the flow of spiritual energy, the entire image appeared dynamic, as if it truly captured that moment eternally. But what caught Su Chen's attention was the engraving in the lower right corner and the flowing script. For that line of text was written in the ancient script of the ancient Qian kingdom, grand and powerful. The content was enough to shock every person from the ancient Qian. Long sky, 10,000. Qian. Just 4 simple characters, yet they seemed to possess infinite magic. Clearly, the one who single-handedly created the glory of the Eastern Qian Empire, the Eastern Qian Emperor, had been here long ago. He had witnessed Dei shooting down the 9 suns and left behind this spirit stone carving. You are not a person of the great wilderness, a visitor from another land. Dei suddenly looked at Su Chen, his gaze sharp as a blade, making Su Chen feel a prickling sensation on his back. At that moment, the one-armed old man in Su Chen's eyes was not a fading hero but the youthful archer Dei from the story of shooting down the sun. Senior Dei, do you know the Eastern Qian Emperor? Steadying himself and suppressing his surprise, Su Chen respectfully inquired. Eastern Qian Emperor? You mean that wandering visitor who tricked me into shooting down the sun? Dei's expression froze slightly as he gazed at the painting on the wall, lost in memories. Dei, you have such shooting skills, you should be famous throughout the world. Dei, truly a divine archer, I am not as good as you. Dei, you are a great man, how can you fear this 3-legged golden crow? Dei, I entrusted someone to forge a precious bow from that Jianmu tree and made 10 arrows to assist you in shooting down the sun. A name? Let Dei choose, I am just a passerby, and being able to witness the birth of a myth is enough for me. Dei, my dear friend, I must leave now. Before I go, I have a gift for you. By the way, Dei, actually, I am not a person of this world. Perhaps the future generations, upon seeing this painting, will refer to me, this wanderer, as the Eastern Qian Emperor. But they will never know what the real me is like. No, he should know. The memory froze at the moment of parting, and Dei suddenly awoke, seeing the young man still curiously looking at him. He smiled with understanding and slowly said, I've grown old, easily lost in the past. Senior Dei, you are a chi refiner, so how can you speak of age? Su Chen replied with a smile, his expression calm. Chi refiners have long lifespans. The Eastern Qian Emperor was a figure from over 3,000 years ago. The fact that Dei has lived to this day speaks volumes. The appearance of Dei before him is merely a reflection of his heart. As his state of mind changed, he took on this aged visage. He once said, everyone ages. Otherwise, it would defy the laws of nature and lead to backlash. Though I may be immortal, away from the great wilderness, in just a few days I would turn to dust. As Dei spoke, he looked at the bewildered Su Chen, a rare smile breaking through on his face. No need to be so surprised, I am Dei. He slowly rose, his tall figure creating a sense of pressure in the narrow stone room, comparable to a towering mountain. According to your words, I harbor the essence of myth within me. His disheveled white hair and aged face, in the dim light, resembled an angry deity. Each word that followed sent chills down the spine. Outsider, are you also here to seek the mythic essence within me? In that instant, Su Chen felt as if he were being watched by a supreme being, his blood seemingly flowing backward, an inexplicable pressure sending shivers down his spine. He struggled to bear this pressure, his heart in turmoil. Yet he maintained a calm facade, saying, Senior Dei, that is not the case. Is this what a mythic figure is like? To know of the world beyond the great wilderness and many secrets. But as far as he knew, the essence of mythic figures should not be obtainable in the
Current version.
At the very least, it should be after the abyss descends, when the tide of spiritual energy erupts, and the world can bear the mythic figures of the ruins. Logically, it should follow the development sequence of the previous life's game. Yet what he said did not sound like a lie. So how did DE know that he harbored mythic essence within him? Ha ha ha, kid, are you confused? DE suddenly laughed heartily, as if he had finally found some amusement in another, reminiscent of the joy he once brought to that wandering youth. Suchen was momentarily dazed, but as his gaze caught the painting, a flash of inspiration struck, and the words slipped out. Senior DE, was it the Eastern Qian Emperor who told you? Since the Eastern Qian Emperor could gift a painting, they must be friends. Although it could also be someone else, Suchen felt that it was highly likely to be the Eastern Qian Emperor. After all, in one version among the people he was depicted as carefree, disliking constraints, indulging in wandering and playing among the mountains and waters, letting deer roam among the green cliffs. Though historians denied it, this emperor's image remained approachable and beloved by many. It was not surprising for a wanderer to have such interests. Kid, you're quite clever. DE reigned in his aura, becoming indistinguishable from an ordinary old man. He walked slowly to the painting, solemnly extending his hands to gently take down the painting that occupied half the wall. In an instant, the dazzling blue and gold light illuminated the entire stone room. Suchen focused his gaze, and there, behind the spirit stone carving, lay a large blue bow resembling a full moon. The taut bowstring emitted a faint golden glow, and the dragon patterns on the bow were ancient and majestic. As the light receded, the feeling the sun-shooting bow gave him was far superior to the spirit Zagon, clearly having reached the highest level, a true divine bow. Just by looking at it, Suchen felt he could hardly withstand its brilliance. Thud. DE, with one arm, took down the sun-shooting bow and turned to Suchen, his expression solemn. You shall shoot the sun. Senior DE, you're not joking, are you? Hearing that he was to shoot the sun, Suchen's face was one of shock. This was not what he had imagined. Shouldn't he be persuading DE to regroup and once again display the heroic posture of shooting down the sun? That said, even if he wanted to shoot the sun, he had to have the ability to do so. The #1 archer of the great wilderness, even the Eastern Qian Emperor had to bow down to him. His shooting skills were leagues ahead. Kid, I'm not like your Eastern Qian Emperor who enjoys playing tricks on people. According to him, the Golden Crow was a sentient being with divinity in the great wilderness ruins. If it weren't for being killed and contained by foreigners, it would have been shot down by me. One day, it will revive and appear in the great wilderness. I didn't believe his words before. DE placed the sun-shooting divine bow on the stone table, chuckled self-deprecatingly, and fell into memories. I spent a very long time traversing every corner of the great wilderness. Don't even mention the Golden Crow. I couldn't even see the shadow of the true fire of the sun. Only the Golden Crow that sits in the sky, rising in the east and setting in the west, approaches eternity. At that time, I was thinking. DE stared at the painting, lost in thought. Is your Eastern Qian Emperor deceiving me? As he spoke, DE looked at Suchen, his face showing bitterness. Until I reached the edge of the great wilderness, the end of all things, and saw the scene on your side. I tried to go over, but my outstretched right arm couldn't withstand a certain force in an instant and was completely severed. I watched it decay into ashes and disappear in just 3 days. At that moment, I finally understood how far apart I was from my old friends. After saying this, DE sighed and stared at the painting again. I originally wanted to sit down and become one with the earth, but remembering the words of that wandering youth, I returned home and waited patiently. Over the long years, I also traveled through the great wilderness again and met many foreigners like you. But they were different from you and that wandering youth. They treated me as something that satisfied their selfish desires. I wasn't angry because I understood that when you can come and go freely in the great wilderness, while I cannot, I am like an eagle trapped in a cage. I can only be admired, evaluated, and discussed, reduced to a topic of conversation. Mythology is merely a story that has been deified. Once you unveil that veil, it loses its mystery. Upon hearing this, Suchen said earnestly, Senior DE, but I am still fascinated, still intoxicated by your feat of shooting the sun. I still want to see your heroic form in shooting the sun. DE smiled upon hearing this, tilting his head to look at him. So, you are different from those people. You are like that wandering youth. DE is honored to know you. But kid, you also saw. DE walked in front of Suchen, patted his shoulder, and spoke sincerely. The 9 golden crows I shot down back then, their essence has revived in a way I cannot comprehend. There is only one arrow left for shooting the sun. If I were to shoot it down again, what would happen when it revives? What would happen to the great wilderness? DE's expression darkened, revealing the helplessness of a hero in decline. I waited so long, only to wait for another foreigner like him. Do you want me to wait even longer? Putting that aside, isn't your goal precisely him? Suchen fell silent for a moment. At this moment, he knew that the revival of the Golden Crow was very likely due to the refresh mechanism. He couldn't ensure that after DE's death, another person would take his place. Therefore, the best course of action now was for him to shoot the sun and contain the golden crow. After all, shooting the golden crow wouldn't drop the essence of the golden crow. With this thought, Su Chen nodded firmly. Have you thought it through? Revealed a relieved smile, his body unconsciously hunching slightly at that moment. He learned from his old friend to temporarily set down a certain burden, feeling a rare sense of ease. Senior I have thought it through, but I still have a question. Su Chen replied respectfully, though there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. What you want to ask is, why doesn't your Eastern Qian Emperor go shoot the golden crow? Why doesn't he contain them? Chuckled, his weathered gaze revealing wisdom tinged with a hint of nostalgia. According to his words, he cannot kill the golden crow because the time is not yet right. He also said this is the rule of the ruins, something humans cannot resist. Su Chen was momentarily stunned, gaining a deeper understanding of the Eastern Qian Emperor who only existed in the background of the game in his past life. Such an existence could no longer be inferred by common logic. Come on, kid, I'll teach you archery. Within 3 days, I will definitely teach you to shoot down and contain that golden crow. Picking up the sun-shooting divine bow from the table, stepped out of the stone house, his body bursting forth with endless divine light in an instant, overwhelming pressure enveloping the Tuzha plains. At this moment, he no longer needed to stand by and watch. He could intimidate freely, without regard for the pleas of the many tribespeople, because he had found a new sun-shooter, about to add a perfect ending to the story that would be passed down through the great wilderness. The tribespeople surrounding the statue were stunned by this scene, unable to speak for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally shouted. But what followed was a chorus of lamentations. You still possess such divine might, why do you not protect us? How many people had died in the great and small marsh regions because of the calamity of the golden crow? Could not shoot the sun, yet still had such power. Why not protect them? Because I cannot shoot the sun, nor can I protect you as you flee. Looking at these people, replied calmly, though his eyes revealed a hint of sadness. With one arm, how could he be sure to shoot down this golden crow? With his strength, he could only protect everyone for 3 days under the attack of this golden crow. Once exposed, if the golden crow came and saw he could not shoot, there would be no more restraint, and that would be true disaster. He had to endure until the moment of change appeared. For a moment, the wails continued and the despairing emotions spread. Calmly watched this scene, raising the sun-shooting divine bow in his one arm, his voice solemn. Who dares to hold this bow and shoot the golden crow that wreaks havoc in the great wilderness? No one answered, the wails gradually fading, silence engulfing the place like a tide. A hint of helplessness flashed in De's eyes. If they did not even have the courage to hold the bow, how could they talk about shooting the sun? Was it because he was still alive that no one dared to break the myth? That was truly sad. Senior can I give it a try? The leader of the Chui Mountain tribe stepped out from the crowd, his tiger-like back and bear-like waist drawing astonished glances from others. Even with a pale face, he still stood up. Looked at him, nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, handing the bow to him. Seeing this, Chui Mountain reached out with both hands to grasp it, but the moment he caught it, he felt as if he was lifting a mountain. Bang! The sun-shooting divine bow fell heavily to the ground, shaking the statue. Senior I can't lift it. Chui Mountain's face turned red. His eyes filled with frustration. Could not shoot the sun but could still hold the bow with one arm. What about him? He couldn't even lift the bow. Others were even more astonished. Chui Mountain was known for his bravery among the tribes. How heavy could this sun-shooting divine bow be? No need to blame yourself, the sun-shooting divine bow is inherently heavy. You are not a chi refiner, how can you hold it? Patted Chui Mountain's shoulder, his eyes filled with encouragement, his tone gentle. But as long as you have the heart to hold the bow and the courage to shoot the sun, one day, you too can shoot down a fierce beast that brings disaster like the golden crow. Chui Mountain was taken aback, then worriedly asked, then what should we do, Senior Hearing this, smiled, stepped aside, and called out loudly, kid, here. Senior Su Chen, meeting the gazes of the crowd, walked out calmly. Hold the bow. Yes. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Su Chen slightly bent down, one hand holding the bow's body, the other pulling the bowstring into a crescent shape. In that instant, his heroic posture imprinted itself deep in the souls of the crowd. Sister Jingwei, is this the first divine archer of the great wilderness, Dai's successor? Outside the crowd, 2 birds watched the scene in astonishment. One of the birds, in a daze, uttered these words. The gentle breeze swept over the peaks, flowed across the plains, and brushed past the rivers, carrying a hint of moisture, lightly caressing the tribespeople on the vast expanse. As they gazed at the young man in the center, who was awkwardly drawing the bowstring, a glimmer of hope emerged in the eyes of the onlookers. Drawing the sun-shooting divine bow was a prerequisite for shooting down the sun. Perhaps this priest from afar could indeed shoot down that golden crow under the guidance of the great Priest, you came from the east. Did you pass through the Tsuishan tribe along the way? Suishan stepped forward, anxiously watching Su Chen, his tiger-like eyes filled with worry.
He knew that under such circumstances the remaining tribespeople would find it hard to survive. But what if?
I did pass through, Chief, but I'm sorry, I
couldn't bring Elder Mushio out.
Su Chen tightened his grip on the great bow, his voice calm.
Yet beneath that calmness, a surge of anger was almost palpable to everyone present. Suishan swayed slightly, his face turning pale in an instant, tears welling in his tiger-like eyes.
Although he knew this would be the outcome, when he truly learned the truth, he still found it hard to accept. He took a moment to compose himself, raised his gaze to fixate on Su Chen, and said solemnly, "Priest, I entrust you with the Golden Crow. If you need to command anyone, feel free to command us. Priest, please, you must shoot down the Golden Crow. Priest,
our lives are yours to command.
Priest, aside from these little ones, we will follow your arrangements, even if it means sacrificing our lives to lure that beast, we won't flinch." In an instant, by the statue, pleas arose one after another. The dazed little birds outside the crowd murmured, "He hasn't even shot the sun yet, and he's already under so much pressure.
Can he handle it?"
If the one being praised were the great E, she certainly wouldn't have such thoughts.
But who could blame her? The one about to shoot the sun was just an unknown kid. Just by looking at his bow-drawing posture, it was clear he wasn't up to the task. Bailing, he's not a person from the great wilderness, he's a visitor from another land. Jingwei, after careful observation, revealed the identity of the bow-wielding youth. "Ha, is that true? Sister Jingwei, why can't I tell?"
Bailing stared at the young man walking towards the open space with the great E, her watery eyes filled with confusion. She was so clever, yet she couldn't see through it. These outsiders were too good at disguising themselves. Jingwei glanced at the fiery red sky in the east, a hint of worry passing through her azure pupils. She then looked at the great E and the others and said, "Bailing, let's follow them and see.
If this person can't do it, we'll help the great E to rise again."
"Oh, Sister Jingwei, I think we can just help the great E directly. This person looks like he can't do it at all." Bailing flapped her wings to catch up, expressing her opinion.
"Moreover, he's an outsider, he might harbor ill intentions." As soon as she said
this, Jingwei turned her head to look at her, speaking earnestly, "Bailing, if he harbored ill intentions, the great E would see through it."
"Really? Sister Jingwei, why can't I see through it? What's the reason?"
Bailing asked curiously, her confused gaze appearing somewhat naive.
Jingwei didn't respond further, flapping her wings to fly ahead, eventually perching on a small tree not far from the great E and the others. "Sister Jingwei, did I make you unhappy?" Bailing flapped her wings, circling around Jingwei, chattering away.
"No, Bailing, can you please
stop?"
Jingwei answered her patiently, though her tone carried a hint of helplessness.
"Oh, I'm sorry, Sister Jingwei, please don't be angry."
Bailing stopped beside Jingwei, apologized, and obediently watched the two ahead. The air fell silent for a moment, with only the great E's
powerful voice resonating in the wind. "Kid, shoot an arrow for me to see first.
Remember, your eyes, the arrowhead, and the target must all align." After hearing the great Yi's words, Su Chen pondered for a moment, picked up a regular arrow, stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, and
properly assumed the bow-holding posture. Then, he held his breath, focused his mind, drew the bow, and knocked the arrow in one fluid motion. The bowstring, pulled taut like a full moon, unleashed tremendous power the moment he released it, propelling the arrow like a bolt from the blue. Whoosh! The terrifying arrow sliced through the air, shooting past the center of a small tree. The arrow ultimately struck a massive boulder. Bang! The boulder could not withstand the impact, shattering into fragments, and the part that made direct contact with the arrow was reduced to powder, swirling like dust. Dai looked at the arrow with a strange expression. This kid's learning ability seems a bit too strong. But, was it intentional? Or just an accident? Dai Sr., how was it? Su Chen withdrew his gaze from his masterpiece and looked at Dai, eager for feedback. "How was it? You've made me furious. You aimed that at me and Sister Jingwei, didn't you?" The chattering voice of the lark fell into his ears. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing in the direction of the sound. A colorful lark was circling around him, her clear, bright eyes filled with dissatisfaction, almost writing her annoyance on her face. "Who are you?" Su Chen set down the great bow, looking at her in confusion. He couldn't have misheard, right? "Sister Jingwei? I am Bai Ling, the Bai from Bai Ling bird, and the Ling from Bai Ling bird. You almost shot me. Hurry up and apologize." The lark flitted around him, fuming. Upon hearing this, Su Chen calmly replied, "I didn't see any birds in the tree. You're the bird. Your whole family is birds. I am Bai Ling, the Bai from Bai Ling bird, the Ling from Bai Ling bird." The lark flew onto Dai's shoulder, wings on her hips, glaring at him, her small chest rising and falling. "What's the difference?" Su Chen looked at her with a patronizing expression, finding it inexplicably amusing. "Forget it, with your level of understanding, you definitely can't comprehend. I won't argue with you." Bai Ling folded her wings and turned her head away, looking smug, as if she had already won. In her heart against Su Chen, "You will never shoot down the golden crow because you can't even hit me." Su Chen fell silent, looking at the calm Dai. Little Jingwei, aren't you coming out to meet us? Dai glanced behind Su Chen, rarely showing a relaxed smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue streak of light appeared and transformed into a graceful woman before Su Chen. Her arms were like wings, her long hair a gradient of blue, and her whole body shimmered as if glowing. Her lively, beautiful eyes glanced at the stunned Su Chen before quickly shifting to Dai, her voice melodious and enchanting. Dai Senior, I have brought the divine medicine from the Queen Mother. For the matter of shooting the sun, I still need your assistance. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Ling flew to Su Chen's side, chattering. Away. Outsider, you're not allowed to shoot the golden crow. Return the sun-shooting divine bow to Dai. Hearing this, Su Chen calmly extended his right hand, looking at her with a half-smile. Bai Ling paused for a moment, then landed on his hand, looking up at him, mumbling, I don't care about staying in your hand. I just wanted to give you a bit of good luck, that's why I did this. Hearing this, Su Chen stared at her tail feathers, which were distinctly different from the colorful ones, and smiled. Bai Ling, you are a blue bird, why pretend to be a colorful bird? Humph. I won't tell you, it looks better this way. Bai Ling huffed lightly, lowering her head to peck at his palm. That hurts. I told you not to scare me with your arrows. Even if you beg for mercy, I'll still peck you. The nearby Jingwei watched this with a hint of helplessness, then took out a white jade porcelain bottle and handed it to Dai, her expression serious. Dai Senior, please take the divine medicine. Upon hearing this, Dai was about to refuse such a precious medicine, but suddenly a loud cry echoed from the edge of the sky. In an instant, the heavens transformed into a sea of fire. Like a small mountain, the golden crow burst forth from the sea of flames, spewing forth the true fire of the sun onto the open plains. Whoosh! At this moment, an endless wave of heat descended from the sky like a net. It felt as if it would burn the world to ashes. The golden crow, looking down at the world from the blazing sea of fire, exuded an ominous aura. Its blazing golden pupils shot forth a cold light, completely enveloping Dai below. After 3,000 years of resentment, at this moment, there finally was a place to vent it. He wanted to take revenge for the past, to recreate the scene of the 10 suns soaring in the sky, burning everything to ashes. Let everything he protected turn to flying ash in the flames. Kid, are you scared? Dai stood in front of Su Chen, fearless, locking eyes with the golden crow in the sky, his empty right sleeve flapping in the wind. A grand momentum quietly spread, as steady as a mountain, making one feel an involuntary sense of peace. Su Chen tightened his grip on the great bow and smiled faintly. Senior. Dai, a little. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous, but it would also be a lie to say he wasn't excited. If he shot down the golden crow, he would likely obtain the golden crow source. With it, the Xuanwu source would be within reach. And once he gathered the golden crow and Xuanwu in the pure white cup competition, how could he not win the championship? There was no skill involved, just the cold, crushing values of mythic quality. Ha ha, good. Dai laughed heartily, suddenly pulling out a sun-shooting divine bow from somewhere, tossing Su Chen a dark blue arrow. Ha, Uncle Dai, why are there 2 sun-shooting divine bows? Bai Ling, while struggling to maintain a blue shield to protect this area from the rampant true fire of the sun, looked curiously at the bows in their hands. He, little blue bird, didn't little Jingwei tell you? Dai chuckled, raising the great bow with one arm. This bow originally has 2, the one in my hand is called Sun Shooting, a gift from an old friend. What about the one in his hand? Bai Ling shifted her focus, barely maintaining the shield, her body now entirely transformed into blue. His bow is called Deep Shooting. As Dai spoke, he walked toward the edge of the shield, his voice echoing in the ears of the 2 and the bird. Kid, you have great talent, I will create opportunities for you. Don't be afraid of anything, just shoot him like you did just now. Senior Dai. The elixir. Jingwei suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly reminded him. No need, I am a broken-winged eagle, not a caged bird. Dai strode forward, not looking back, heading into the sea of flames, his calm voice following. I wouldn't dare eat the Queen Mother's elixir. Liao. Seeing Dai step out of the blue shield, the golden crow suddenly accelerated, spreading its wings in the scorching sky. The front foot of its 3 legs condensed a true fireball of the sun, growing thicker. Endless primal power was drawn from its body, gathering on this true fireball of the sun. What to do? What to do? That's the golden crow's source. Uncle. Dai definitely can't stop it. Bai Ling watched the fireball grow larger, increasingly resembling the sun, her voice filled with anxiety. Jingwei, while maintaining the shield barrier, looked at Su Chen, who was holding the bow, and calmly asked, Do you have confidence? Su Chen shook his head slightly, his expression calm. No, then why did you agree to Uncle Dai? Woo, you're a big liar. Bai Ling glared at him, her eyes misty with tears. Jingwei's expression also turned pale, trembling as she said, Then why do you Liao? A cry suddenly rang out from around them, interrupting Jingwei's words. How could this happen? Sister Jingwei? Seeing countless little golden crows emerging from the sea of fire, Bai Ling was so frightened that her voice trembled with tears. Not good. Its target is the sun-shooting divine arrow.
Jingwei suddenly reacted, spreading her winged arms and lunging toward Suchen.
Hold on to me. Hearing her shout, Suchen didn't hesitate.
Instinctively reaching out to hold her waist, being pulled away from the spot, the scenery rushing past them.
In just a blink, the two had burst
out of the encirclement of the little golden crows, reaching a cliff with a wide view, where the sea of fire had not yet spread.
Suchen
came to his senses, catching a faint burnt smell, and when he looked closely, countless flowing feathers had protected him intact as they rushed
out of the sea of fire.
The price was that they were nearly burned to ashes. The might of the true fire of the sun was evident.
Are you okay? Suchen asked seriously, but Jingwei was gravely staring at the sea of fire ahead. I'm going to save Bailing, you stay here and don't leave the barrier I set up. After saying this, Jingwei ignored Suchen's agreement, set down a protective barrier, and resolutely rushed into the sea of flames. Woo woo! Sister Jingwei, why aren't you taking care of Bailing? Is it because Bailing is being disobedient?
In the raging sea of fire, Bailing curled up her body, a shrunken green shield protecting her.
Yet even so, the terrifying, scorching
golden flames continued to burn. The sound of the shield melting was like the shadow of death looming over her.
Just as she was about to
be engulfed by the flames, a towering figure rushed over, embracing her with one arm and fleeing towards the edge of the fire.
Uncle Dai!
Bailing stopped crying, looking at Uncle Dai, whose body was covered in burns, her eyes filled with sympathy.
Uncle Dai, you're hurt. Yes, I underestimated its power.
Dai's expression was grave. This golden crow was not the same as the others, but a conglomerate of 9 golden crows, with energy flowing endlessly, impossible to resist. He quickly took her away as the golden crows
in the sky dove down rapidly. The energy emanating from the front feet of the golden crow was scorching everything. Bailing, Jingwei,
rushing from the sea of fire, saw this scene and resolutely urged the little energy left in her body to form a shield covering Dai and
Bailing.
But due to a moment of negligence, she was burned by a small golden crow that suddenly leaped out of the flames.
In an instant, the true fire of the sun wrapped around her entire body. Sister Jingwei,
Bailing screamed in fear, but it was of no use. She could only watch helplessly as the fierce flames consumed her sister Jingwei. The golden crow in the sky, witnessing this scene, had a glint
of pleasure in its fiery golden pupils.
However, before it could revel in its triumph, a rumble.
The crimson sky echoed with a thunderous roar.
In an instant, dark clouds rolled in above the vast plain, obscuring the red, coming in with great force.
At the same time, the aura of the golden crow rapidly plummeted, dropping to its lowest point. What is this?
Surprised, Dai's eyes flickered with
astonishment. A loud dragon's roar. It resonated through the heavens. Whoosh! Crash! The fierce wind aided the rain's momentum. The
torrential rain and furious wind raged.
Boom!
Within the dark clouds, silver snakes flickered, the might of thunder enveloping the vast
plain.
The sea of flames that burned everything showed signs of decline, yet it still burned fiercely in the rain.
Jingwei, sister.
Bailing's cry suddenly stopped as she stared blankly at the figure walking out of the sea of fire.
This person wore white robes, with calm eyes like still water, as if they could bring peace to one's heart. He held a blue-green bird and walked from the other side of the sea of fire to Bailing. Stop crying, your sister Jingwei is fine.
He gently set down the temporarily exhausted Jingwei, nodded at Dai,
and smiled. Senior Dai, leave the rest to me.
He almost forgot one thing, which was that this was the ruins realm, and the golden crow had to fight at his level. Initially, he knew the true fire of the sun was powerful and had no means to restrain the golden crow,
so he could only flee. But now it was different. He had the sun arrow, so why should he fear it? The one to fear should be the golden crow. Alright kid, it's up to you now. Dai stared blankly as Suchen turned and quickly moved away. In a daze, he saw a hint of an old friend's figure in the young man. Roar! Feeling the suppression of the celestial phenomenon, the golden crow could no longer contain its anger and charged towards the culprit. Roar!
A massive blue dragon burst from the clouds, swinging its tail and bringing it to the
edge of the sea of fire.
Roar! The golden crow desperately urged its source power, the true fire burning the blue dragon continuously. Roar! The blue dragon, fearless of death, twisted and turned, surrounding the golden crow. Meanwhile, Su Chen, having reached the cliff, looked through the rain curtain with calm and deep eyes. In the midst of the raging wind and torrential rain, at the moment of thunder and lightning, under the watchful eyes of Dai and the others below, he drew his bow and nocked an arrow, slowly pulling the bowstring to form a full moon shape. In an instant, the dark blue arrow shone brightly, radiating endless divine light. Roar! The golden crow in the air instantly became restless, trying to break free from the blue dragon's entanglement. But it was already too late. Whoosh! Under the dim and crimson sky, a dazzling azure beam of light pierced through the layers of rain, breaking through the struggling golden crow like a judgment from mortals upon the divine. A shrill scream echoed, and the massive golden crow plummeted from the heavens. Boom! The unextinguished true fire of the sun scattered in all directions as its body crashed down. The sparks that flew up resembled the last glimmers of its fading life. Whoosh! Amidst the howling winds, a young man in white, wielding a two-colored divine bow of azure and gold, descended from the sky. Even as the arrow pierced through its body along with its source sphere, the golden crow still staggered to its feet. It gazed ahead, and in its dim, blazing golden pupils, the calm demeanor of the young man was reflected. In a daze, the figure of the archer from over 3,000 years ago gradually overlapped with that of the young man. The golden crow let out a weak cry, its eyes filled with unwillingness. You lost. Su Chen stepped forward with his spear, unreserved and fully committed, thrusting it forward. Swoosh! The cold spear tip pierced through the golden crow's body. Its remaining vitality was completely extinguished, and its body transformed into a blazing golden light, automatically drawn into the sea of consciousness at Su Chen's brow. The words that appeared on the panel made Su Chen breathe a sigh of relief while giving rise to a hint of confusion. Mythical material, golden crow. Source 3, does this mean 3? Rustle. A sound of footsteps approached, and Su Chen had no choice but to dismiss his confusion. Smiling at the approaching De. Senior De, I have not failed my mission. Hearing this, De nodded with a smile, his eyes filled with approval. It was proven that he had not misjudged. The golden crow that had wreaked havoc in the wilderness would now completely vanish. Outlander, you're quite impressive. I apologize for my previous rudeness. A lark flew to his shoulder, her melodious voice filled with joy and affection. Su Chen smiled and turned to the now human-shaped Jingwei, asking seriously, Jingwei, are you alright? I'm fine, just now, thank you. Looking at Su Chen, who appeared calm, Jingwei recalled the azure dragon from earlier, her heart unable to settle. That true dragon was no ordinary dragon. It seemed to be a manifestation of the source of life, able to ignore the scorching of the sun's true fire. The outlander before her likely had an exceptionally powerful background in the world beyond the wilderness. Such an outlander would undoubtedly be a target for the Queen Mother. She had to ensure that the lark kept it a secret. Senior De. Is there a problem with that spiritual medicine? After nodding, Su Chen looked at De, slightly puzzled. Since it could allow a severed limb to regenerate, it was clearly an extraordinary spiritual medicine. Why would De refuse such a treasure? Kid, the wilderness is mysterious and vast, but the West Queen Mother can occupy the Western Kunlun and has a reputation that spreads far and wide. What do you think she relies on? De's expression was serious, his tone carrying a warning. The medicines she concocts should never be consumed. They all have tremendous side effects. These side effects can only be alleviated by the medicines she refines. If I were to take this spiritual medicine, I fear I would be bound to her for the rest of my life. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise crossed Su Chen's eyes. De's strength was beyond doubt, yet even such a person had to be wary of the West Queen Mother. It seemed that this West Queen Mother was extraordinary. Beside them, Jingwei hesitated for a moment before softly reminding, Outlander, you need to be careful in the future. The Queen Mother controls a group of people from your side, and no one knows what she intends to do. Understood. Struggling to digest the information hidden in Jingwei's words, Su Chen's expression grew more serious. This West Queen Mother was even more dangerous than he had imagined. Oh, don't be afraid. The Queen Mother is a good person. She treats me very well. You're a good person too. I'll help you speak well of you in front of the Queen Mother. The lark raised her little wings and patted Su Chen's shoulder, looking as if she would take care of everything. Jingwei watched this, knowing that there was some advice to be given afterward. The calamity of the Golden Crow has been resolved. You all should attend the banquet before leaving. Glancing at the gradually extinguishing true fire of the sun, De revealed a relaxed smile, inviting the two and the bird to the tribe. Su Chen and Jingwei nodded in agreement, while the lark chirped happily. However, just a few steps after the three and the bird set off, they spotted a bird standing on a nearby high ground. This bird had only one leg, its form as graceful as a crane, and its body was covered in green feathers. Among these feathers, vivid red patterns were outlined, resembling veins exposed against the green backdrop. Its beak was white, making it exceptionally eye-catching alongside the green and red of its body. Upon seeing the three and the bird, it not only did not flee but instead stared at them intently, its green eyes like a calm pool of clear water. Red patterns on green feathers and a white beak. One leg, shaped like a crane. If seen, there will be a fire in the city. Senior De, this is the divine bird by Feng. Wherever it appears, there will be a fire disaster. Su Chen's heart suddenly grew heavy, and connecting the numbers on the panel, he had an ominous premonition. Hearing this, De nodded slightly and stepped forward to approach Bai Feng, but the latter spread its green wings and gracefully took off from the ground, circling in the air. At that moment, the sky, which should have been clear, was overshadowed by a gloom hanging over everyone due to its presence. I think it has been here for a while. Wasn't there just a fire? Seeing the silence, Bai Ling analyzed seriously. The fire just now was so large. How could it not be considered a disaster? If that's the case, it does make sense. De forced a smile, leading the two and the bird towards the tribe. Su Chen fell to the back, glancing back at the divine bird Bai Feng, which had quietly landed on the ground, watching them. In that instant, he suddenly had a strong premonition. The calamity of the Golden Crow seemed to have just begun. As night fell, the vast plain was illuminated by bonfires, and the festivities spread under the night sky.
Master Priest, I raise a cup to you. Your bravery will be known throughout the Tuesday Plains.
Cui Shan raised the ceramic bowl in his hand, regardless of whether Su Chen returned the gesture, and drank heartily.
What's this? I see you don't want a toast, you just want to drink more.
Bai Ling, perched on Su Chen's shoulder, curiously stared at the wine in Su Chen's bowl, mumbling
in dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha. Little green bird messenger, you can't drink. After drinking heartily, Cui Shan laughed boisterously, provoking
Bai Ling's growing displeasure.
I don't care. He wouldn't be greedy like you guys.
Bai Ling feigned indifference, yet her gaze was fixed on the
ceramic bowl, unwilling to look away. Once the others went elsewhere, she flew to Su Chen's hand and asked curiously, is the wine good? Is it sweet?
Hee hee, little green bird, there are many flavors of wine. It all depends on what you want to taste. Dai took a small sip, a hint of despondency flashing in his eyes. He had drunk with many people, but the best wine he had ever tasted was with that wayward wanderer.
I don't believe it.
Outsider, let me have a small sip. I want to see if it's that flavor. Bai Ling looked at Su Chen, her eyes full of expectation.
Pulling his
mind from contemplation, Su Chen picked up a new ceramic bowl, poured a little, and set it aside.
Seeing this, Bai Ling eagerly leaned down to take a small peck.
The next moment, she flapped her wings and flew up, looking displeased.
Uncle Dai, you lied to me. It's not good at all. It's
terrible. Dai merely chuckled at her words. Nearby, Jingwei caught a glimpse of Su Chen's lost expression, her demeanor shifting slightly.
Are you still thinking about the reason for Bai Fan's appearance? As soon as this was said, many people sitting around the stone table near the bonfire changed their expressions. Wherever the divine bird Bai Fang appeared, there would be a fire disaster. This rumor was not unfounded. Back when the great wilderness had 10 suns in the sky, many people had seen Bai Fang. Thud. Dai set down the ceramic bowl, his gaze also falling on Su Chen.
Meeting the eyes of the crowd, Su Chen slowly nodded and voiced his intuition.
Senior Dai and everyone, I feel that this is just the beginning.
On the vast plain, the lively bonfire party, which should have been bustling, began to spread panic as news circulated in the central
area, fear growing like weeds on the land. Impossible. Master Priest, everyone saw you shoot down the golden crow. Could it be that so many pairs of eyes?
All saw it wrong. The slightly tipsy Cui Shan broke the silence, waving his hand and laughing heartily.
Everyone, continue.
The crowd did not heed his words, but instead looked at Su Chen in the center, their eyes filled with concern. Everyone listened to Chief Cui Shan. Just relax for a moment, I'm only guessing, Su Chen said, aware that he had disrupted the atmosphere, and he smiled to comfort everyone.
Hearing this, the crowd finally relaxed and continued to enjoy
the rare moment of leisure. Kid, come with me for a moment.
After a moment of contemplation, Dai suddenly stood up and walked towards the stone house, with Su Chen following closely behind.
As soon as they entered the stone house, Dai's expression turned serious. Meeting Su Chen's puzzled gaze, he glanced at the spirit stone carvings on the wall inside.
Kid, you're not the only one with this premonition. I have it too.
I suspect that what we shot down
is only a part of the 9 golden crows' essence. Moreover, I have another premonition, which is that you have also been targeted. Those who shoot the sun must bear the wrath of the golden crows, and it's a fight to the death. This is what a mysterious person told me during my travels in the great wilderness.
I'm sorry, I thought this was only directed at me, not realizing it would involve you too.
But fortunately, you don't belong to the great wilderness. As
soon as he finished speaking, before Su Chen could react, Dai, with his one arm radiating dazzling golden light, gently pushed him.
In an instant, feelings of weightlessness, disorientation, and the unknown surged into Su Chen's heart.
Everything before him gradually blurred, and only Dai's serious voice
echoed in his ears. Kid, don't bury his bow.
This no longer concerns you. Focus on becoming stronger.
Your world is not peaceful. Boom! Inside the room,
brilliant golden light flickered, forming a door, and a figure was pushed out.
Dai, wait! As the blurry scene became clear,
the lively warmth of the campfire faded away, and Su Chen's voice abruptly stopped. Realizing too late, he took out the Su Jing token, only to find cracks appearing on its surface, and
the spiritual light dimmed. Clearly, if he took the risk to use it again, he might not even be able to return. But if he didn't go, without the arrows to shoot the sun, how could Dai contend with the cunning golden crows?
He had promised to take revenge on the golden crows. This was just the beginning. The essence of the golden crows could create myth-quality character cards, and the more, the better. With this thought, Su Chen had made up his mind.
Feng, are you okay?
A gentle voice fell into his ears, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nose. Looking at Li Qingying, who was worriedly gazing at him, Su Chen
couldn't help but pull her into his embrace, gently stroking her hair. Qingying, I'm fine. I'm sorry to worry you. This was an adventure, and he didn't want her to be concerned.
Feeling his emotions, Li Qingying also wrapped her arms around him, her voice tender.
Do whatever you want to do, Feng. I will always support you. Don't stop your steps because of me.
Hearing this, Su Chen gently pushed her away and smiled at her under the bright moonlight, saying, even The wind needs to rest, I can't bear to part with you. Li Qingying lowered her head in response, her delicate earlobes already flushed red, looking
alarmingly hot.
I'll go find the pavilion master first, you rest well. Su Chen touched her hair and smiled as he prepared to leave.
Wait a moment, Feng.
Su Chen turned around, his eyes widening in surprise. Under the moonlight, their shadows overlapped. Before Su Chen could take the initiative, the girl quietly stepped back, turned, bit her lip, and softly said, "All right, this is a reward." "What reward?" Looking at her draped in a light veil under the bright
moonlight, Su Chen smiled and asked.
"I'll tell you later." Li Qingying bit her lip, fiddling with the hem of her nightgown.
"It's a promise," Su Chen
replied loudly and then left the room. Almost the moment he stepped out, Li Qingying turned around, staring blankly at the doorway, her eyes filled with a
hint of reluctance. "Feng, seeing you like this now, I'm really happy, but I must leave first. If she didn't return soon, her father would come. Personally,
it wouldn't matter if she was punished, but it would also implicate Feng and Elder Yu, and that was not something she should do."
"What I should do?"
Seemingly recalling the boldness from earlier, Li Qingying's face flushed, her spirit feeling a bit light and unsteady, not knowing where she was headed. In another room, Kai Feng rubbed her eyes and welcomed Su Chen through the door, a hint of anticipation stirring in her heart.
It's so late, little master, can't you find a more convenient time for me? Staying up late can lead to sudden death. Even if I'm a cute and knowledgeable bird, I can't escape."
Kan, who was standing on Kai Feng's shoulder, mumbled while dozing off. Upon hearing this, Su Chen directly presented a prepared golden crow.
Source to Kai Feng.
This is, Kan's eyes widened in shock, his golden pupils filled with astonishment.
God slap. Realizing what it was,
Kai Feng swatted him away, then pulled Su Chen inside and closed the door. After doing all this, she turned to look at him, leaning against the door.
Her breath quickening, the landscape undulating beautifully. "You gave this to me?"
This was mythological material.
He actually obtained it. And he handed it over without reservation. "Master, I think you need it," Su Chen said calmly, handing her the specially made containment bottle. Just now, he had sensed Qingying's unease.
It was at that moment he realized that if he wanted to protect her well at this stage, he was still far from enough. He not only needed to be strong enough himself but also to have a powerful force of his own, only then could he afford to focus on becoming even stronger. Fighting alone, when he eventually reached the peak, he could naturally do so, and at that time, he could look down at all the mountains. But before that, he should use every means to strengthen himself while taking care of the people he cared about.
If the view from the mountain peak could only be
overlooked by him alone, it would be somewhat boring. When he stepped onto the peak, he would prefer to have someone by his side, accompanying him, to overlook the scenery he had come from. At that time, he would likely stand on the high cliff facing the wind, and then when he looked back, he would
smile and ask the one he loved, "Are you invincible?"
Kai Feng did not reach out to take it, just staring at him blankly, lightly biting her red lips, her gaze complex.
"I can't afford it."
The value of mythological material was immeasurable. Even if she was indeed very wealthy, she still
couldn't afford it. Because the wealthier she was, the more she understood how precious Su Chen's goodwill was. "Then how about working for me?" Su Chen asked half jokingly, half seriously.
Kai Feng rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, "I am the master here, you are my subordinate."
Saying this,
she stepped forward slowly, took the containment bottle, and looked at him earnestly.
"But if you want me to work for you, that's not impossible, as long as you don't mind the trouble."
Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled and said, "Master, I don't mind the trouble, just don't regret it."
Kai Feng
stepped forward again, almost face to face with him, and Su Chen subtly took a few steps back. Kai Feng noticed this and felt a strange amusement, along
with a hint of an unrecognized sense of loss.
But soon, she reined in all her emotions, gazing intently at Su Chen as if trying to imprint him deep into her soul, saying word by word, "Kai Feng will never regret it, unless you no longer need Kai Feng."
Su Chen nodded gently, revealing a slight smile. Kai Feng smiled back and then said, "You come to me so late, aren't you afraid she might misunderstand? I came precisely to ask you to keep an eye on her, I have important matters to attend to." Su Chen's expression was serious, a sense of urgency in his heart. "What matters? Can't you bring her along?"
Kai Feng asked curiously. To her, the two were almost inseparable. It felt strange to her that Su Chen didn't bring Li Qingying.
"I need to return
to the Kaijiang mansion to take up my position and check some information."
You can help me look it up too."
At this point, under her expectant gaze, Su Chen paused and added, "Help me investigate how to make the arrows that match the Shi Yuan divine bow." Kai Feng's expression froze slightly.
Confused, what do you want to do?"
Su Chen smiled faintly and replied calmly, "Shoot the sun."
Kaijiang Mansion, on the outskirts of Kaijiang City.
An inconspicuous small courtyard naturally blended into the lonely peaks above. The scenery here is breathtakingly beautiful, with the surging waters of the colorful river flowing endlessly in front, exuding a magnificent aura.
Behind is a high cliff that overlooks the entire city, embodying the spirit of seeing all mountains as small.
The only path leading up the mountain is a cobblestone trail, marked with a no-entry sign.
Su Chen
stands on a giant rock at the foot of the mountain, carefully comparing the map, afraid of making a mistake. But no matter how he identifies it, the coordinates of the Kaijiang Prefecture's Boundary Management Bureau are above the peak. How stingy can my superior be to find a place like this? Disguised as by say, Su Chen spreads his wings and flies towards the peak. The scenery along the way quickly fades, the lush green woods gradually transforming into a sea of bamboo. A gust of mountain wind blows, causing the bamboo sea to surge like waves, the rustling sound echoing endlessly. The sound of the bamboo sea is unparalleled. As he ascends, the bamboo forest gradually thins out, giving way to a chaotic stone forest. A large waterfall cascades down from the sheer cliff in the center of the stone forest, glimmering like a cold light, exposed to view. Further up, a clear little stream flows, with gardens cultivated on both sides, growing exotic flowers and herbs. Butterflies of various colors dance gracefully, bees flit about playfully, and various small animals frolic within. A flower spirit, about half a person tall, is tending to these seemingly precious plants. Upon seeing the stranger, Su Chen, she covers her eyes, peeking through a small gap. "Excuse me, is Director Bing Mei in?" Su Chen politely inquires, gazing at the courtyard behind the garden. Hearing this, the little flower spirit slowly lowers her hand from her eyes, blushing as she sizes him up. "The master has gone to prepare the rent. If Miss E is still in confinement, are you the new administrator? Can I call you Brother Flower Spirit?" Her shy voice is unexpectedly clear and pleasant. Su Chen ignores the latter part of her sentence, frowning slightly as he asks, "Preparing rent? Is this place rented?" Yes, the lease is about to expire, and the master is preparing to renew it. "You are the newcomer, can I call you Brother Flower Spirit?" The little flower spirit, timid yet mustering her courage, expresses her hopes. Su Chen's brows twitch, and he retorts, "If I call you Brother Flower Spirit, do you have a gift prepared?" "A gift? Yes, I have one." A glimmer of surprise flashes in the little flower spirit's green eyes. She flies into the courtyard and soon returns, holding a jade bottle filled with flower nectar. Sensing the intoxicating fragrance of the nectar, Su Chen's expression changes slightly. This is not ordinary flower nectar, it is a rare spiritual flower nectar. Its uses are diverse, including culinary, medicinal, beauty, and card-making purposes. "Really for me?" Su Chen looks at the jade bottle in surprise. Such a thing is not cheap, most importantly, it is a luxury item that is hard to come by. "Yes, but you have to call me Brother Flower Spirit, and from now on, you will be the least experienced here." The little flower spirit nods earnestly, presenting the spiritual flower nectar before him, her green eyes pure and flawless. "Brother Flower Spirit." Su Chen smiles as he takes it, calling out without hesitation, "This spiritual flower nectar is just right to give to Qing. Why not take it?" However, just as he receives it, an angry shout comes from the courtyard. "Jiao Ling, you stole my spiritual flower nectar again." Before Su Chen can react, the previously shy little flower spirit points at him, shouting loudly, "Ruai, thief, come quickly, someone stole your spiritual flower nectar." Whoosh! A girl in plain clothes rushes out of the courtyard with a sword, her aura fierce. But upon seeing the scene outside, her sharp gaze suddenly clears, and her imposing presence deflates. "What's going on? Ruai, why are you being cowardly? Fight him. Show him your strength. This newcomer is pitifully foolish. We are elites, don't." Before she finishes, the little flower spirit falls silent, looking at Su Chen behind him with a pale face. Just as Su Chen is about to turn around, a cold voice suddenly rings out. "Jiao Ling, 7 days of confinement, you know this, don't make me come help you." Hearing this, the little flower spirit looked at Su Chen with tearful eyes and said, "Big brother, you won't blame me, right?" Su Chen shook his head, a pained expression on his face. "Before I came here, I declined invitations from the two major branches of Kaiyan Mansion and Kaishan Mansion, thinking I could contribute to my hometown. But what was the result? The seniors not only did not welcome me, but instead made things difficult for me. It seems I don't belong here. I'll just find the scenic consultant and ask to be transferred elsewhere." After saying this, Su Chen turned to leave. However, he was stopped by a woman in uniform behind him. "It's my fault for not teaching them well, I apologize to you." The tall woman, dressed in the director's uniform, had a face as pale as jade, with very little change in expression, appearing quite indifferent. She bowed in apology, but it felt awkward, as if it were her first time doing so and she wasn't used to it. Seeing this scene, the little spirit's face turned pale, and she lost all desire for mischief. She flew to Su Chen's side, hugged his leg, and sincerely said, "It's my fault, I shouldn't have teased you. If you want to blame someone, blame me. The master is innocent." Su Chen remained non-committal, ignoring her as he looked at the woman in uniform and calmly said, "Director, could you tell me about the financial situation of the bureau?" Observing Su Chen's unusually serious demeanor, Bing Mei's expression showed no change. As she replied, "There are only the most basic benefits. What you want is basically non-existent. If you want to transfer, I can help you submit a transfer request to the scenic consultant." Su Chen nodded in slight surprise after hearing this. "Thank you, Director."
Such understanding, it seemed he really wasn't needed here.
Just as this thought settled in, a group of people approached from the mountain path, led by a middle-aged man with a pale
face and no beard.
He glanced at the surrounding scenery, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes.
Then, he stepped forward and smiled at Bing Mei,
saying, "Miss Bing Mei, I have already purchased this place, so please move out within 3 days."
Silence fell, a complete silence. Seeing this, the man
turned to Su Chen beside him, squinting and smiling. "Who are you, sir?
What is your relationship with Miss Bing Mei?"
Su Chen stared at the middle-aged man, this incredibly familiar face, and said, "The Skybast Vice Dean of the Academy. I am just an insignificant nobody.
However, I must give you a warning, some people aren't ones you can just bully as you please." "Oh, is that so?" Tianqua's lips curled into a smile, unconcerned. "I have never bullied anyone based on my status. You must have heard some rumors?"
As he spoke, Tianqua casually examined the garden, his tone leaving no room for
argument. "This is a good place, but it's not suitable for you. Move out today, there's no need to wait 3 days.
Bing Mei replied coldly, "There is still 1 day left in the lease. You have no right."
He.
"Miss Bing Mei, you are a good person, relying on these flowers and plants to give those
orphans a better life. I admire you, but don't you find it ridiculous?"
A hint of mockery flashed in Tianqua's eyes.
"You could have lived a better life,
but because of a group of people with no future, you drag yourself down to the point where you can't even renew the rent.
I just wonder, how can you people not see the situation clearly?"
Clapping his hands, the men in black who followed him revealed gleaming long knives as they walked toward
the flower bed.
"Stop!" Rua Yi stood with her sword in front of the flower bed, confronting the group. Seeing this, Tianqua said flatly, "Go ahead, if
anyone gets hurt, it's on me."
Before he finished speaking, Su Chen stepped forward, showing his credentials, and said indifferently, "This is a matter
for the Management Bureau. Unauthorized personnel, leave immediately."
The sound of flowing water mingled with the mountain breeze, resonating at the
mountain's peak.
Looking at the credentials in the masked person's hand, Tianqua's face turned visibly pale.
The Realm Administrator, he almost provoked. The Realm Administrator. This group of mysteriously acting officials. "Aren't you leaving yet, Vice Dean Tianqua?" Looking at Tianqua's nauseating face, Su Chen's mind flashed back to the day he was falsely accused. He would never forget every person present at that time. Slowly, one by one, he would deal with them, starting with Tianfu.
Yes. I'm very sorry, Your Excellency, there seems to be a misunderstanding. We'll leave right away." Tianqua wiped the cold sweat from his brow, smiling obsequiously as he led the men in black away in a hurry.
In an instant, the place fell into silence. After a long while, Su Chen looked at Bing Mei and said lightly, "Director, why do you need to conceal your identity from these people?" The dignified director of the Void Realm Management Bureau was being bullied by such petty individuals. It was simply absurd. Upon hearing this, Bing Mei calmly met Su Chen's gaze, her demeanor as cold as ever. The responsibility of the Void Realm Management Bureau is to handle matters related to the Void Realm.
Beyond that, we have no authority. Administrator Su Chen, you are abusing your power for personal gain, damaging the reputation of the Bureau. Behind them, Jiao Ling and Ruoye revealed expressions that said they knew it would be like this. However, just when they thought the newcomer in front of them would be the same as them, Su Chen suddenly stepped forward and said loudly, "Director, how am I abusing my power?
I suspect there is a Void Realm entrance here, and out of safety concerns, I am advising citizens to leave, which is reasonable." As he spoke, Su Chen added earnestly, "It is you, Director, who is neglecting your duties during work hours. If any unexpected incidents occur, who will take responsibility?" Bing Mei furrowed her brows tightly, about to explain, but Su Chen didn't give her a chance, waving his hand and saying, "Enough, Director, I don't want to hear your explanation. You should reflect on yourself. As for now, I request access to the database, grant me the authority." Coming out of her daze, Bing Mei shook her head and said seriously, "This does not comply with regulations. An intern administrator does not have the right to access the database." Gazing at the indifferent Bing Mei, Su Chen remained composed. "Director, if it weren't for me, what do you think would happen with the Void Realm in Kai Jiang City? Also, I was invited as a scenic consultant. You wouldn't want to lose this job, would you?" At this point, Su Chen handed her the communication terminal, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Hurry up, I don't want to say it a second time." Bing Mei raised her eyes, staring intently at Su Chen. This state lasted for about 10 seconds, and just when Su Chen thought she would compromise, Bing Mei calmly shook her head, her tone firm. "Intern administrator, you have the right to report me, but this is the Bureau's rule. As the director, I must consciously abide by it and cannot violate it. You should also abide by it, otherwise, do you mean I have to wait another month of internship?" Su Chen laughed in anger. How could someone so inflexible become a director? No wonder the Kaijiang City Void Realm Management Bureau was so poor. With such an honest director, wouldn't the subordinates have to follow suit and starve? Yes, if you want to stay, you can be confirmed after a month. Speaking of her area of expertise, Bing Mei's eyes sparkled a bit more.
During this time, I will evaluate your performance according to the regulations, and then I will. Su-chen interrupted her, annoyed. Then can I ask you, director, to help me look up the relevant information? Upon hearing this, Bing-mei fell into thought, seemingly considering whether this was in line with the regulations. Su-chen watched, feeling a sense of frustration as if his fist were pounding on cotton, unable to exert any force. It was truly infuriating. How did he end up with such a stubborn boss? The scenic consultant was also really something, not explaining at all, leaving him unprepared mentally. Director, there's nothing in the regulations, you can decide for yourself. Ru-yi, who was behind, looked at Su-chen with sympathy and quickly offered her support. But Bing-mei hesitated, wanting to say something more. She felt that Su-chen wasn't genuinely interested in being a Void Realm administrator. His mind was all on resources and money. Initially, she was very happy to hear that Su-chen was coming, but the emphasis from the scenic consultant changed her first impression of him. He was very talented but not pure. He might not be suitable to work with them. Staying here would only bind him. Alright, just you wait. Su-chen, seeing that she was unyielding, directly sent a message to the consultant. The next second, the communication terminal buzzed to life. Su-chen immediately felt a sense of relief as he connected the call and presented it to her, eager to see her flustered expression. Hello? Is this the director? Su-chen is trustworthy. I believe there's no problem with his request, came the somewhat helpless voice from the terminal. Upon hearing this, Bing-mei's expression remained unchanged as she stubbornly said, Consultant, just now Administrator Su-chen. A minute later, after Bing-mei finished recounting the earlier incident, the consultant on the other end rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. Director, what Administrator Su-chen did was indeed not right. I will have him pay attention to it later. But right now, can you help him look up the relevant information? Bing-mei looked at the expressionless Su-chen and gently nodded, saying, Alright, consultant, I will help him, but regarding his assessment, I will still adhere to the relevant regulations. If he does not meet the requirements, I cough. Director, do you know how many people have asked me for him? The consultant on the other end quickly poured himself a cup of tea, took a small sip, and tried to calm himself. Bing-mei was taken aback, biting her lip as she said, Consultant, I understand your point, but I am the director, he must pass my assessment. That's the rule. Can excellence grant privileges? That simply does not comply with the regulations. Director Bing-mei, I am ordering you in my capacity as a special consultant of the Bureau of Realm Management to officially appoint Administrator Su-chen without error. Also, write a 3,000-word reflection and submit it to Administrator Su-chen for him to assess your attitude towards admitting your mistakes. You are now demoted to Deputy Director, and Administrator Su-chen will temporarily take over your duties. Beep. Before the people present could react, the consultant on the other end had already hung up the call. Su-chen looked at Bing-mei, his expression extremely peculiar. The consultant's tolerance was beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Yet even he was at a loss with Bing-mei, ultimately resorting to his identity as a special consultant to suppress this stubborn person. From this, it could be seen that Bing-mei, as a director, was indeed a talent. Cough, Deputy Director, now you should listen to me, right? Putting away the communication terminal, Su-chen felt refreshed. Bing-mei raised her eyes to look at him, nodded slightly, her expression not changing much. Yes, Administrator Su-chen. Good, help me look up information related to the arrows that match the Shayuan Divine Bao. The more detailed, the better. As Su-chen spoke, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After you finish the search, send it to me and then write a reflection. If your attitude towards admitting your mistakes is not proper enough, and if I am not satisfied with the reflection, you will have to rewrite it. A slight change finally appeared on Bing-mei's cold face. Just when Su-chen thought she would argue, she nodded obediently. Alright, but can I submit the reflection a bit later? I still need to prepare funds. Su-chen unhesitatingly refused, his attitude indifferent. No, this is the rule. Please, Deputy Director, comply and don't make it difficult for me. Bing-mei was taken aback, biting her lip and staring at him intently. After a long while, she bowed her head and said, I'm sorry, Administrator Su-chen, but this matter is really important. Can we know, this is the rule, Deputy Director, hurry up. I don't want to repeat myself for the third time. Su-chen's attitude remained firm. Alright, biting her lip, Bing-mei stared at Su-chen, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance. The Shayuan Divine Bao was first recorded in the early period of the Eastern Qian Empire, forged by the craftsmen of the Imperial Command at that time, and it is said that there were 2 bows. But later, both bows went missing, and regarding the matching arrows, due to the lack of materials, they cannot be restored. According to records, the main material used for the matching arrows is a type of spiritual wood, called Tongtian Jianmu, which has incredible divine effects. In summary, if there are materials, one can seek the descendants of the craftsmen from the Imperial Command. Perhaps they can restore the matching arrows. In the Ru, the emotionless AI succinctly summarized the queried information. Su-chen glanced at Bing-mei, who was writing a self-reflection, and recalled the shriveled seeds given by Mu Xiao, his brows furrowing tightly. even if the Qinglong could stimulate the subroots of the Tongtian Jianmu to sprout. The energy required for this process was not something he could bear. Kai Feng would definitely help, but in the end, she was working for her own family. The energy consumed to stimulate the Tongtian Jianmu was likely unimaginable, so asking her to provide it was not very realistic. Therefore, his only option left was to cooperate with his own organization, the Sujing Management Bureau. Having thought this through, Su Chen no longer hesitated and sent a message to Guanjing. After receiving a response, he patiently waited. In the evening, Guanjing arrived late. "Hello, senior." "Hello, advisor." Ruoyi and Zhao Ling, who were guarding outside, were quite surprised to see Guanjing, who had come uninvited. Although Guanjing was an advisor, he was usually elusive, and if there was no urgent matter, it was even hard to catch a glimpse of him. Su Chen, come with me." Stepping into the room, he saw Bing Mei deep in thought, struggling to write her self-reflection, and Guan Jing's mouth twitched slightly. He then led Su Chen to the back cliff. As night fell, lights began to illuminate the city, and the glow of countless homes filled the eyes of the two. The mountain breeze brushed past them, carrying away some of the heat. Guan Jing's voice slowly emerged. "Su Chen, Director Bing Mei was once a student of the former director of Kaijiang Prefecture, but due to not adhering to relevant regulations, the former director was killed by the Ascendant Huang. Since then, she feels that everything she does must comply with the rules. I hope you can understand this." Su Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. Guan Jing turned around, nodding gently, his expression unusually serious. "Yes, Huang, the oldest ascendant. Within the borders of the ancient Qian kingdom, no one knows her origins. The only thing known is that she has appeared throughout various dynasties. Huang is different from ordinary ascendants. She never seeks a host but instead devours her kind. According to the headquarters speculation, she is very likely an apostle of the evil god Yuxiu, surpassing many ascendants. In short, she is very mysterious and extremely powerful, but you need not fear, your director is more reliable than you think." As Guan Jing said this, his gaze was profound. Su Chen fell into thought, not noticing. As far as he knew, the first version of the child was named Huang, and according to the background setting, she was an apostle of a certain evil god but despised her own identity as an apostle. After killing all the followers of that evil god, she ultimately entered the abyss alone and never returned. Since then, the restless abyss had ceased its turmoil. The motto given to her by the authorities was quite stylish. "With a body of sin, burn away all evils." What's wrong? Seeing Su Chen lost in thought, Guan Jing looked slightly surprised. "It's nothing, advisor Guan Jing." Su Chen came back to his senses and shook his head slightly. He knew very little about this Huang. In his previous life, work had exhausted him, and every day he opened his eyes to be urged to write, so it was already good enough to get into the game, skipping all the plot tasks. However, Huang's battle form was designed by him, and if she were in front of him, he should be able to recognize her. This Najie stone is for you. Inside is a small world where you can plant the Jianmu seeds." Guan Jing took out a card and handed it to Su Chen. The card was exquisite, with a green border on the side, and the card face featured a diamond-shaped stone resembling a dark green gem, faintly pulsating with spatial fluctuations. "This, advisor Guan Jing, this is too precious." Su Chen was taken aback and quickly refused. The Najie stone belonged to a type of peculiar spatial stone, containing its own space, and because it was connected to the main world, it could even accommodate people. The value of this one was comparable to mythical materials, and in some respects, even more precious. Since the Najie stone's space could vary in size, Guan Jing knew what the Jianmu was. Since he could offer it, it indicated that he was aware that this Najie stone could accommodate the Jianmu. This meant that the space of this Najie stone was likely astonishingly vast. "Take it, I don't have much time left. If this can bring you convenience, then that's great. Most of my savings are inside, I hope it's enough." Guan Jing patted Su Chen's shoulder and handed him the Najie card, his gaze filled with a hint of expectation. "I hope that after I go on my pilgrimage, you can take my place and guard this place for me." Guan Jing advisor. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood something, smiling as he accepted the Najie card. "You wanted me to take over from the very beginning, didn't you?" Hearing this, Guan Jing also smiled, gazing out at the entire city, his tone becoming a bit more relaxed. "Every cursed realm administrator chooses a successor before their pilgrimage. We call this inheritance. It is thanks to this inheritance that the Celestial Patrol has been able to continue until now. Su Chen, I believe that one day there will be a realm administrator who will break this curse that has lasted for 3,000 years. Su Chen held the card in his hand and said seriously, "If possible, I hope it's you, so I won't have to go on any pilgrimage." You remind me of my former self." Guan Jing turned to him with a smile, then quickly composed himself, and added, "Your director is my junior sister, so don't bully her too much. She is quite slow with words. If you can help her, please do." Su Chen was taken aback at first, then nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, advisor, I will help her." He and Bing Mei had no real conflict, and now that Guan Jing had come this far, helping him deal with his junior sister was enough to show his sincerity.
he just needed to be a bit more tolerant in the future. Well, I'm leaving now. You can go find old Sean for the craftsman of the artisan division, he should know. After receiving Su Chen's promise, Wanjing nodded lightly, about to leave. When he suddenly thought of something and turned back to say, he does have a feathered one on him, but it's well hidden. Decide which match you'll use to deal with him and let me know in advance. We need to prepare well. Okay, advisor. Su Chen nodded, watching Wanjing leave, then glanced at the card in his hand, his eyes filled with a hint of shock. Nijia Stone, a magical spatial spirit stone, rumored to be a relic of the gods. Type, other description, contains a space that can expand, forming a small world of its own, suitable for planting spirit flowers and herbs. A Nijia space that can expand. With a sigh, he put the card away, deciding to check on Bing Mei first before heading into the space to plant. Returning to the courtyard, the warm lights were already on. Su Chen stepped into the room and was greeted by the sight of Bing Mei biting the end of her pen. The moment she saw him, her frown froze instantly. Then, she hurriedly lowered her head and pretended to write. Su Chen approached to take a look. There were only 3 complete words on the entire sheet of paper, written in a crooked manner. I reflect. And then, there was nothing more. Su Chen's mouth twitched as he said, Director, you spent the whole afternoon writing this? Bing Mei glanced up at him, then quickly lowered her head again, her ears red as if they were about to bleed. Director, this is very difficult for me. Are you still talking about rules with me now? Seeing Bing Mei silent with her head down, Su Chen's lips curled up. Wanjing advisor truly knew her weaknesses. The dignified director of the Realm Management Bureau couldn't even write a reflection letter. It would be laughable if it got out. Su Chen, please don't make it hard for Sister Mei, okay? Ruoi, who had entered the room at some point, pleaded softly. Big brother, please, let the master off, okay? Jiao Ling flew to Su Chen's side, pretending to massage his shoulders, her voice sweet. Their antics made Su Chen feel like the villain. Glancing at Bing Mei, who was secretly peeking at him, Su Chen sighed inwardly and said calmly, Director, you don't have to write the reflection letter, but you have to listen to me from now on. Upon hearing this, Bing Mei withdrew her gaze, seriously looking at the reflection letter, clearly disagreeing with his words. As Su Chen reached out to pick up the paper, then met her puzzled gaze and said seriously, no matter what it is, you need to discuss it with me first. I am now an elite administrator within the bureau, and consulting with me is in accordance with the rules. Upon hearing this, Bing Mei pondered for a moment and gently nodded. Alright, but you can't do anything that violates the rules. Fine. Su Chen replied perfunctorily and then stepped out, choosing a bamboo house he liked and walking inside. As soon as he left, the 3 people in the room fell into silence. Ruoi looked at Bing Mei, who had her brows tightly furrowed, and asked with concern, Sister Mei, are you alright? On the 14th of every month, Bing Mei's strange illness could flare up. After each episode, she would become very indifferent, lacking expression. It would take a long time of companionship to alleviate it. Today was indeed the 14th. Ruoi, I'm fine. You two go out first, I need a rest for a while. Sensing the heavy drowsiness washing over her, Bing Mei chose not to resist any longer. Once the two left, she locked the door and succumbed to her sleepiness, falling into a deep slumber. In a crimson world, the earth was a dazzling red, and hot magma spread from the center of the world, like blood vessels extending outward. From a high vantage point, a gallows stood in the center of the world, binding a woman with white hair and red eyes. Her gaze was extremely cold, a kind of indifference that viewed everything in the world as mere dust, as if nothing could make her care, nothing could make her fear. Mysterious red chains pierced through her body in various places. Vivid red blood flowed from her wounds, dripping down to the gallows, transforming into scorching magma. You've come. Upon seeing Bing Mei's consciousness arrive, the white-haired, red-eyed woman spoke coldly. Yes, I've come. Bing Mei looked up at this woman, who looked exactly like her, a flicker of hatred flashing in her eyes. I don't want to become you, Huang. The white-haired, red-eyed Huang showed no change in expression. You are me, I am you. Can you lock away these memories for a moment, for a lifetime? No one is born evil, but I was born bearing sin. I'm sorry for the teacher's death, but that was the teacher's choice. You should forgive yourself. Bing Mei stubbornly shook her head, her tone very serious. The teacher said you are merely a manifestation of past memories. As long as I keep my heart, I won't become you. I've made up my mind, I will keep you trapped until the day I die. Huang's expression remained indifferent, her voice flat without a hint of fluctuation. You cannot trap yourself, you will eventually become me, bearing those sins. I won't. Bing Mei still stubbornly shook her head, then stepped forward, reaching out to tighten those red chains. With each tightening, the white-haired, red-eyed Huang bled more, and the power she regained naturally drained away. Meanwhile, Bing Mei's own face also turned pale. When it was almost enough, Bing Mei glanced at the weakened Huang and then withdrew from there. The moment she left, the space collapsed as if it had never existed. In the room, Bing Mei slowly woke up, glancing at her wrist, which had been cut open she didn't know when, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. She slowly got up, but waves of dizziness hit her. Even so, she held on, preparing to mix the collected blood with a spiritual power solution to water the plants tomorrow. But upon seeing the words on those bottles and jars, she fell into confusion once again. Why didn't she recognize these words?
In a daze, fragmented memories flashed through her mind. She panicked and covered her head, hurriedly suppressing a certain thought, trying hard to stifle the emergence of
those memories.
While suppressing, she babbled like a child learning to speak.
I am Bing Mei. I am Bing Mei. I am Huan.
Unconsciously uttering this name, she fell into confusion once more, a glimmer of red light flashing in
her eyes.
In a daze, the scene of the teacher dying tragically to suppress the flames within her surged forth. In that instant, she suddenly woke up, gasping for breath. Without thinking too much, she pulled the door open and walked towards her room. The azure sky stretched endlessly.
Suchen stood in front of several spirit stone mountains, feeling a dizzying sensation as if wealth
had struck him. The resources within the Najie stone were beyond his imagination, roughly estimated to be at least hundreds of millions of spirit stones. But upon seeing the wooden plaques in front of each spirit stone mountain, he fell silent.
Left by Master Sunhai, cost 200,000 spirit stones. Left by Master Qin cost 800,200 spirit stones.
Left by Senior Wang Bei, cost 20 spirit stones.
Left by Master Xiafei, cost none.
Only one spirit stone mountain stood without a wooden plaque.
Su Chen vaguely realized that the
plaque for this spirit stone mountain should be established by him, the successor.
These resources were left by generations of inheritors,
and now they were in his hands.
The advisor chose me, not the director.
Looking at these silent spirit stone mountains, Su Chen felt a heavy weight on his shoulders.
Using these spirit
stones meant taking on responsibility, and he was well aware of that.
What am I worried about? Thinking about his hesitation, Su Chen smiled lightly.
He had a panel and a rich knowledge base for card creation. All he lacked was resources. With these resources, he could cultivate the heavenly tree,
and everything left after that would be his. Could it be that once he became powerful, he would still be afraid of taking on responsibility?
With this thought, Su Chen calmly buried the seed of the heavenly tree into the ground. Immediately, he summoned the azure dragon, allowing it to freely absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, all to revive the seed's vitality.
This process was undoubtedly tedious.
After waiting for a while and seeing no signs of recovery from the seed, he decided to go out and meditate for a while before
coming back.
However, just as he was about to leave, the place where the seed was buried suddenly emitted a dazzling azure light.
Is this reviving? Su Chen shielded his eyes from the brightness and looked towards the source of the azure light.
What met his eyes was not the sprouting of the
seed, but a root.
This root resembled the head of a dragon, looking strong and vigorous, with roots like dragon whiskers, quite extraordinary.
Roar!
The azure dragon continued to supply vitality from the air, and this root, under Su Chen's incredulous gaze, quickly grew countless roots that burrowed
into the earth. Boom!
One spirit stone mountain after another suddenly collapsed, transforming into pure spiritual energy that nourished the land.
Boom! In an instant, this root sprouted and quickly grew into a seedling. Then, in just a few blinks, it grew into a towering tree, shading the sky. Not good. My spirit stones.
Realizing what was happening, Su Chen rushed to save the spirit stones, but it was too late. All the spirit stones were
devoured by the towering ancient tree, which grew one root after another.
And on top of the roots, new buds sprouted, growing into small trees.
In less
than a moment, a forest had formed here, vibrant and lush, reminiscent of the elven ancestral land Su Chen had seen in a game in his past life. Su Chen's heart bled, but when he looked up, his eyes brightened. He saw that the towering ancient tree, grown from the main root, bore one fruit after another, still unripe, yet exuding a strange fragrance.
The fruit of the heavenly tree? Holding this question, Su Chen exited the Najie space.
As soon as he stepped out, he was embraced by a person whose body was scalding hot and frightening. With the moonlight streaming in through the window, he could see who this person was. However, at that moment, her eyes were a dazzling crimson.
Director, what happened to you?
The moonlight was as pure as fine sand, filtering through the window and slightly dispelling the darkness inside the room. The woman's scorching temperature felt like a summer furnace, making it uncomfortable.
Hearing Su Chen's
voice, she barely mustered some energy, released her hold on him, and shook her head, saying, "I'm fine, this is my room, you should go to another one."
Upon
hearing this, Su Chen frowned slightly, then quickly transformed into Baizhe and immediately used water attribute spiritual energy to cover her forehead, trying
to dispel the heat.
However, to his surprise, a layer of fire attribute spiritual energy shield automatically appeared on the surface of her ice charm body,
isolating the water attribute spiritual energy. Useless, you go out.
Bing Mei raised her head, her crimson eyes filled with a terrifying coldness.
The moment
Su Chen met her gaze, he felt a fear of death wash over him.
Without hesitation, he got up and left. Thud! A sound of someone collapsing came from behind. Su Chen
paused, turned around, and summoned the Najie card, directly picking her up and rushing into the Najie space. Dazed, she opened her eyes, saw him still there, and immediately struggled, saying, "You go, don't worry about." "All right, director, just save your breath. I still want someone to take care of me." Su Chen gently placed her down by the Tongtian Jianmu and summoned the Qinglong, using the power of vitality to cover her body.
As he expected, the environment here, after being transformed by the Tongtian Jianmu,
was very suitable for healing. In less than a quarter of an hour, the uncontrolled heat on Bing Mei's body was well controlled. However, to achieve a complete cure was clearly impossible. The power of vitality was a universal remedy, but it couldn't cure special ailments. Nevertheless, seeing that Bing Mei was feeling much better, Su Chen still breathed a sigh of relief. He had just promised to enjoy the benefits of the scenic advisor, and agreed to take care of the scenic advisor's junior sister. If something went wrong on the first day, it would be hard to explain. Thinking this, he stepped forward curiously and asked, "Director, what happened to you?" Before he could finish, the woman in front of him suddenly stood up and, with a speed he couldn't see, reached behind him. Before he could react, a blade made of flames was firmly pressed against his neck. "Don't move." The extremely cold voice contrasted sharply with the temperature of the fiery blade. Su Chen was very honest, raising his hands in compliance, and calmly said, "Director, whatever you say goes, I will never resist in the future." Silence, a deathly silence. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Just as Su Chen was pondering how to extricate himself, the woman's indifferent voice slowly sounded. "What is your relationship with Chang Kong Wan Qian?" To be honest, Director, I also want to have a connection with the Eastern Qian Emperor, but as you can see, I really have no relation to him," Su Chen explained earnestly, his tone relatively calm. After all, from the perspective of insight, the woman behind him showed no murderous intent. "I am not your director, and also, don't bully her. If I find out, you'll be in for it." The woman wielded the fiery blade and made a gesture at his waist. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded gently and said, "All right, may I ask how I should address you?" "You don't need to address me at all because I don't want to know you. Anyone associated with him ends up badly. You should take care of yourself." As her words fell, there was no sound behind Su Chen, and soon the woman's body leaned against him. Dual personality? Su Chen turned around, supporting the woman back to the Jianmu, looking down at her with suspicion in his eyes. He always felt that the scenic advisor was hiding something from him. Indeed, there is no free lunch in the world. The scenic advisor was clearly trying to kill him, showing no responsibility. While he was pondering, the woman leaning against the Jianmu slowly woke up. When she looked up, she saw Su Chen frowning. "Where is this? Why are we here?" The rich vitality filled the entire space. Bing Mei felt every part of her body emitting greedy signals, but recalling what had just happened, her mind was a blank. Seeing her awake, Su Chen spread his hands helplessly and said, "Director, as you can see, your second personality awakened just now, and we perished together. This is heaven." Bing Mei was stunned, still dazed. She didn't even think and lowered her head to bite her lip, saying, "I'm sorry, I harmed you." She had also caused her teacher's death. Now she had harmed an innocent subordinate. Indeed, she shouldn't have stayed in this world. No matter how many good deeds she did, it couldn't make up for her sins. Her teacher was wrong. She could never become herself and would eventually become the one called Huang. "Director, does saying sorry even help? I'm so young and I haven't enjoyed the world yet." Su Chen looked at her with the caring eyes of someone who understands the mentally challenged, feeling an immense sense of openness, no longer angry. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. You can scold me or hit me, I won't mind." She looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears, but they gradually turned red. Su Chen noticed this and calmly said, "Then you have to listen to me from now on, understand?" Bing Mei was taken aback for a moment, then realized something, glaring at him. "Su Chen, how can you deceive me?" Seeing her expression, Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "Director, I took a huge risk to save you. Your second personality really did want to kill me just now. Is this how you treat your savior?" "I'm sorry, but I'm the director, I can't listen to you. If anything comes up in the future, I'll discuss it with you properly." Bing Mei stood up, leaning against the tree, looking at him defiantly. "I promise you, I will never let you suffer any harm from her in the future. If I fail, I'll kill her." Gazing at him with an unusually serious expression, Su Chen nodded gently, then curiously asked, "Director, are you sick?" That heat just now was anything but ordinary. It was clearly some kind of power hidden within her, unable to be released. Generally speaking, this could only be a revival of bloodlines. Moreover, it was an extremely rare and powerful foreign bloodline revival. "It has nothing to do with you." Remembering the terrifying power within her, Bing Mei couldn't help but feel pessimistic. Can she really still control her? But if she just gives up like this, wouldn't all of her teacher's efforts be in vain? "Director, I don't like what you just said. You said you would discuss things with me, and now that you've just agreed, you turn around and deny it?" Su Chen stared at her intently, his expression gradually becoming serious. "Tell me, so I can be prepared next time." Bing Mei looked at him as he became serious, turning her face away and briefly explaining. "So, on the 14th of every month she will come out and you need to endure until then." After hearing Bing Mei's words, Su Chen looked slightly surprised. Could this strange illness be caused by the bloodline? I need to go back first.
Feeling sticky all over, Bing Mei immediately expressed her desire to leave.
Su Chen did not hesitate, leading her out of the Najie space and walking out of the door. Unexpectedly, under the bright moonlight, they ran into the little
flower spirit who was wandering outside. You, what did you do to the master? Seeing Su Chen come out of Bing Mei's room, the little spirit's eyes widened.
But there was a strange excitement on her face. I did nothing, just treated her.
Su Chen was too lazy to explain, choosing a bamboo house and walking inside. The little flower spirit followed him in, disdainfully saying, "Are you going to treat me too? Is this your room? It's so dirty." Glancing at the messy environment, Su Chen frowned slightly. It's not. My room is next door."
The little spirit's face turned red, hands on her hips, arguing her case.
"Then it belongs to me now, little thing, don't disturb me." Su Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, directly entering a meditative state. Ga, ga, ga. The little spirit
clenched her small fists, furious and grinding her teeth, but thinking of how her master had been treated by him, she immediately deflated.
"Just you wait, little flower spirit will take revenge. 100 years is not too late." Weakly dropping a harsh remark, the little spirit quietly left, slamming the door shut with great force. Bang!
The door groaned under the strain, and Su Chen calmly opened his eyes, staring into the darkness.
"Aren't you coming out?" From the dark corner,
the sword-wielding girl slowly stepped out. Seeing the calm Su Chen, her gaze became somewhat complicated.
"You saw another Mei sister, didn't you?" Su Chen
calmly glanced at her sword-wielding hand, his expression unruffled.
"If I were you, I would give up the idea of attacking me. My card is also of mythic quality. There are differences even among myths. If you are a senior, you should understand."
Su Chen slowly stood up, staring at her with a look of unwillingness.
"The difference between us is the same as the difference between you and me. If you let go of the sword, turn around and say, 'You must keep Sister Mei's matter a secret,' consider it my request, okay?"
"Of course, but I'm even more curious. Why do you and Xiao Hualing support her so much?"
Su Chen stared at her.
Back, his eyes filled with inquiry. Since meeting the three of them, he had found that the one most resistant to him was not Bing Mei, but the one in front of him,
and Xiao Hualing.
At first, he thought it was just a show of power, but now it seemed that the two were rejecting him because of Bing Mei.
"Because Sister Mei is our savior, everything we have is given by her. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Ruo Yi turned around, looking at him calmly. Su Chen nodded gently, indicating his approval.
Seeing this, Ruo Yi slowly left without lingering. Having obtained the answer he wanted, Su Chen no longer felt troubled and directly
meditated until dawn.
The next morning, he bid farewell to the three and headed to Tai Zhuang's shop.
"Yo, you brat actually thought of coming to see me? As soon."
As he arrived at the alley, the smell of wine wafted through, and Shan Juefeng greeted him with a smile on his aged face.
Su Chen smiled at his words and handed him the wine he had bought. "Old Shan, drinking is harmful to your health. If it weren't for wanting your help, I really wouldn't want to bring this to you." Cough cough. "You brat, are you trying to say I'm going to die in a roundabout way?" Before the wine even reached his lips, Shan Juefeng's mood for drinking was spoiled.
Seeing this, Su Chen pretended to be mysterious and said, "Old Shan, I want to invite you to a place."
"Oh, where?" "You brat, it's only been a few days since we last met. Why do you like to keep me in suspense?" Shan Juefeng squinted his eyes, sizing him up with curiosity. Su Chen smiled without answering and threw out a Najie card.
In an instant, a green door appeared in the alley, and the vitality spilling out from inside made one feel as if they were in a lush field.
Refreshing and invigorating.
Shan Juefeng looked at the door, smacking his lips, suddenly feeling that the wine in his hand was no longer appealing.
With his
experience, how could he not recognize that this was the Najie stone space, invaluable?
This brat truly had good fortune. Not only did he have his help, but also other noble patrons. "Please, old Shan." Su Chen smiled and extended his hand in invitation.
Shan Juefeng squinted his eyes, took a big gulp from the wine jug,
and then stepped inside.
In an instant, the almost tangible vitality rushed towards him. Following that, towering ancient trees that reached the sky appeared in his view like standing swords, bringing unimaginable shock. Shan Juefeng stared blankly at the towering tree, his eyes wide open, his breathing involuntarily
quickening. "This is,"
he mumbled unconsciously while approaching the towering tree, his whole body trembling.
"Brat, you. Suddenly awakened, he pointed at the towering tree and looked at the smiling Su Chen, unable to contain his astonishment.
"Where did you get this treasure?"
Su Chen did not answer but instead
formed a sword with his fingers, pressing it against his forehead's sea of consciousness.
Whoosh! The Qinglong card flew between his fingers, and under Shan Juefeng's shocked gaze, Su Chen slightly bent his fingers and flicked the card out. Roar! The resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the space. Thud! Shan
Juefeng's legs went weak, collapsing on the spot, looking up at the soaring Qinglong, his eyes completely filled with shock, his heart surging with waves, unable
to calm down. This was the dragon of the ruins. This brat actually turned it into a card? No? Is this brat really that fierce?
Grasping the wine jug at his waist, Shan Juefeng trembled as he took a sip, trying hard to calm his emotions. But thinking of Su Chen's character card, which was of mythic quality, he realized something and quickly turned his head to stare at the composed Su Chen, swallowing hard. Brat, tell me the truth, this card. Su Chen nodded slightly, not hiding anything. Old Sean, as you thought, it is also of mythic quality. Cough cough cough. Although he was prepared, hearing Su Chen say this almost made Sean Juefeng choke on his wine. After a long pause, he looked at the calm Su Chen, wiped the corner of his mouth, and said softly, Brat, who exactly are you? A mythical quality character card, and I get 2 right away. Is this even human? And that's not all, this tree is clearly grown from the subroots of the legendary Shujing Tong Tian, which is the material for forging the Shiyuan Divine Bow and its matching arrows. What's even more terrifying is the fruit hanging from it, which fills him with a sense of longing. He has a premonition that when this fruit ripens, it could cure his illness. Just a kid, just a spirit card master who can make cards, Su Chen replied with a smile, then with a thought, the azure dragon in the sky activated its skill, infusing vitality into Dan Juefeng. Kid, this is your own choice, I won't hold back. Feeling the rich vitality, Dan Juefeng half squinted his eyes in enjoyment, yet his heart was filled with gratitude. Such a treasure, Su Chen could have kept it all to himself, but he didn't. He had drifted for half his life, ultimately giving up on revenge, yet he encountered Su Chen. Perhaps this is fate. Sensing the decay in his body being completely suppressed by the vitality, Dan Juefeng's eyes grew slightly moist. Half an hour later, it was only when he called for a stop that Su Chen ceased the azure dragon's infusion of vitality. TSK, not bad, not bad, I feel like I can last another 10 years. Sipping his drink with delight, Dan Juefeng couldn't stop smiling. Hearing this, Su Chen beamed. Old Dan, I have one more request. What is it? Just say it, as long as I can do it. Dan Juefeng patted his chest, feeling much more confident, even straightening his back. Su Chen took out the Shiyuan Divine Bow and said seriously, Old Dan, do you know how to make the matching arrows for the Shiyuan Divine Bow? Thud. The wine jug was thrown aside by Dan Juefeng, who stepped forward in leaps, staring intently at the Shiyuan Divine Bow as if he had seen a peerless beauty, his hands constantly rubbing against his clothes, looking as if he wanted to touch it but dared not. Gulp. He swallowed hard, murmuring, Kid, tell me honestly, did you dig up the tomb of the Eastern Qian Emperor? Such a big deal, and you didn't even discuss it with me? If I had gone too, I could have gained so much more. You went once and only got this little bit? Ahem. Old Dan, I didn't dig up the Eastern Qian Emperor's tomb. Here's how it happened. Su Chen coughed lightly, briefly explaining the events while omitting some key information. So that's how it is, Dan Juefeng nodded slightly, feigning seriousness. You did well, what I said earlier was just to tease you. The Eastern Qian Emperor is, after all, our ancestor. Tomb robbing is detrimental to one's moral standing, we must resist such behavior. If you ever come across a big tomb in the future, never go robbing it alone, come back and tell me, and I'll take you in for archaeology. Watching the serious yet nonsensical Dan Juefeng, Su Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It still had to be the old man. The same matter could be presented in 2 different ways. Kid, what kind of look is that? We are doing archaeology. I have an archaeology certificate. Dan Juefeng took a sip of wine, speaking with righteous indignation. Seeing this, Su Chen could only nod with a smile. However, the next moment, Dan Juefeng's words made him lose his composure instantly. Kid, the Eastern Qian Emperor has long foreseen this day. Old Dan, do you mean? Recovering from his shock, Su Chen stared intently at Dan Juefeng, his eyes filled with confusion. The Eastern Qian Emperor foresaw today? This great figure, whose achievements shook the ages, had already become this powerful. Kid, what I mean is that the Eastern Qian Emperor left behind the method for making arrows. Dan Juefeng grinned, his eyes carrying a hint of teasing. My ancestor was a craftsman of the crafting division. Very few things were passed down, but isn't it a coincidence that the method for making arrows was one of them? Do you think this is a coincidence, or was it intentional? By the Eastern Qian Emperor? After saying this, Dan Juefeng took out another wine jug and started drinking. Su Chen watched him drink, then pondered, it doesn't feel like a coincidence. According to Dei, the Eastern Qian Emperor knew when the Golden Crows could be exterminated. One could naturally anticipate the revival of the Golden Crow. Thus, leaving behind the method for crafting arrows is reasonable. The only thing that puzzled him was how the Eastern Qian Emperor ensured that future generations would have the heavenly tree. Kid, I also think this isn't a coincidence. Shan Juefeng wiped his mouth, looked up at the heavenly tree, and his eyes sparkled. Give me 3 days, and I'll give you 10 arrows. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded seriously and said, Old Shan, I'm counting on you. Ha ha. Shan Juefeng wiped his hands on his clothes, then patted Su Chen on the shoulder, winking. Kid, you'll have to lend me the bow to study. Later, perhaps this old man can make further progress. Su Chen smiled and said loudly, Old Shan, if you want to observe, I can lend it to you right now. Without matching arrows, the Xinyuan Divine Bow could only be used for display. Although ordinary arrows could be used, he really couldn't think of what to shoot. In the city, If someone envious saw it and reported it to some expert, then it would be treated as a museum piece, which would be awkward. After all, it was a divine bow used by the Eastern Qian Emperor, and aside from its value, it carried cultural significance.
No, kid, if you lend me the bow now, don't even think about making arrows.
Shan Juefeng quickly waved his hands in refusal. He didn't want to lose heart over just observing the bow. Observing could wait, the
important matters came first. Old Shan, once the arrows are ready, I'll come back.
After picking some branches of the heavenly tree with Shan Juefeng, Su Chen politely bid farewell as he returned to the alley. It is said that the Eastern Qian Emperor had a mysterious close friend, and the two shared a deep bond.
But this person's identity has always been a mystery. Could this kid be a descendant of that mysterious person?
Or could it be that this kid has inherited the
legacy of that mysterious person?
Watching Su Chen leave, Shan Juefeng took a sip of wine, his brow furrowed.
The rise of the Eastern Qian Emperor had always been a topic of fascination.
Some said he rose due to good luck, that the times created heroes. Others said his rise was due to support from someone behind the scenes, like that powerful character card that could summon illusions. There were also those who said his rise was due to the 12 divine generals and his direct army.
TSK. Why am I thinking about all this? I need to make arrows. Coming back to his senses, Shan Juefeng entered the shop. Back on the mountain, it was still early.
Looking at the little flower spirit busy among the flowers and looking listless, Su Chen stepped closer.
Go away, don't disturb me if there's nothing wrong. Can't you see I'm busy? Let me tell you, don't think you can threaten the master and make me submit. In my eyes, you hold the lowest status. You should call me Sister Flower Spirit and serve me tea and water, got it?
The delicate spirit flapped her thin, transparent wings, lifting her heavy body, looking utterly exhausted. However, her eyes burned with fighting spirit. A simple little flower spirit like her should be strong-willed and not yield to fate.
I have a good place to move them in, so you won't have to worry about it every day. Not going. Do you think I would be fooled by
you? The delicate spirit suddenly reacted, raising her head sharply, her gaze fixed on him.
Is that true?
If there's such a good place,
wouldn't she be able to relax in the future?
Su Chen didn't answer. He just pulled out a lounge chair and lay down, ignoring everything around him, saying, I've been busy lately, my shoulders are a bit sore. The delicate spirit clenched her small fist secretly, but her face was filled with smiles as she flew over to press down on Su Chen's shoulders.
Big brother, how's this strength? Su Chen squinted,
raising his hand to block the sunlight, slightly frowning and saying, this sun is a bit harsh. The delicate spirit gritted her teeth, yet had to maintain a smile as she took off her sun hat.
Big brother, is this much better? Su Chen closed his eyes, inhaling the fragrance
of the flowers and grass, feeling the gentle breeze, and smiled.
I'm a bit thirsty. I really want to drink some cool, sweet spring water.
Big brother, please wait a moment. I'll go get it right now. Before the delicate spirit could finish her sentence, a cold voice
interrupted. Su Chen, if you want to drink water, I can help, but Jiaoling has to take care of the flowers and plants. Su Chen
took off his sun hat, slowly stood up, and looked at Bing Mei, who was standing in front of the house, smiling as he said, Director,
I advise you to mind your own business.
You. Bing Mei's jade-like face flushed, her voice tinged with a mix of shame and
anger. After all, she was the director. How could he oppose her like this? Director, this is her choice. Are you really going to interfere with your subordinate's freedom? Su Chen stepped forward a few paces, a half-smile on his face. From now on, it
wouldn't do to just discuss matters with him. He had to take control here and turn it into his own domain. If the superior wouldn't do it, then he would have to take charge himself. Moreover, the more he acted this way, the more it would provoke her emotions. Seeing Su Chen's rudeness, Bing Mei bit her lip, her cold voice now laced with anger.
Su Chen, she is my flower, stop. Director, isn't Sister Jiaoling a member of our bureau? Su Chen interrupted, his tone righteous. She works tirelessly every day to keep the bureau running, without a single complaint. Do you think such hard work is just expected in your eyes? At this, Su Chen stepped aside, revealing the dazed Jiaoling behind him. Director, doesn't Hua Ling deserve human rights? As soon as these words fell, Jiaoling's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at the speechless Bing Mei. Bing Mei lowered her head, reflecting on her past actions, and couldn't help but ask herself, had she really been that harsh before? Director, recognizing one's mistakes and being able to correct them is a great virtue. Su Chen stepped forward, placing his hands on her shoulders, his expression sincere. Bing Mei stared blankly at him, unconsciously meeting his clear gaze. Director, we have already forgiven you. You don't need to blame yourself. Now, just go do what you need to do and don't disturb us, okay? The calm yet slightly authoritative words made Bing Mei nod instinctively. By the time she came to her senses, Jiaoling had already willingly gone to fetch spring water. You just now. Staring at Su Chen lounging on the deck chair, Bing Mei's eyes held a hint of disbelief. She had felt as if she had lost her soul just now, completely unable to think. There seemed to be a special pressure about Su Chen that could intimidate her. Director, you are a smart person, don't meddle in other people's affairs.
Or do you want to write a self-criticism? Suchen took off his sun hat, tilted his head to look at her, a meaningful smile on his face. As long as he could win over Jiao Ling and Ruoyi, discussing any matters would naturally be a case of the majority ruling the minority. Suchen, I am the director, how can you say that? Hearing the word self-criticism, Bing Mei felt both embarrassed and angry, glaring at him in dissatisfaction. What's wrong with that? Director, is this against the rules? Suchen put on his sun hat, leisurely enjoying the rare moment of tranquility. His thoughts drifted to the evening. Tonight would be the second zodiac meeting he attended. Little brother, the spring water is here. The enthusiastic voice sounded full of energy. Suchen opened his eyes and sat up, taking the teacup from Jiao Ling's hand and gulping down a large mouthful. During this, Jiao Ling stared at him intently, a sense of satisfaction on her slightly flushed face. Ahem, you can move it yourself. Noticing her gaze was a bit strange, Suchen could only consciously reduce contact. The beautiful day ended after Hua Ling emptied the garden. At dusk, looking at the bare garden, Bing Mei wanted to ask Suchen several times but ultimately held back. That space for growing herbs, in every aspect, was more suitable than this place. Seeing her tacit approval, Suchen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. After dinner, he returned to his room early, waiting for the meeting to start. After meditating for a while, he was awakened by the alarm clock and put on the dragon-patterned mask. A familiar feeling surged in his heart as his consciousness once again arrived in the misty space. Pushing open the ancient bronze door that stood in the space, Suchen's consciousness successfully descended into the meeting space. However, compared to last time, there were fewer people this time. The rat-faced and tiger-faced members from last time didn't come, only the pig-faced, chicken-faced, and rabbit-faced members were present. In addition, there was a snake-faced member sitting to his right. Well, am I not accompanied anymore? The snake-faced figure turned her body, her curvaceous form and those eye-catching black silk long legs exuding nothing but sensuality. Although her head was obscured by a mask due to the peculiar space, her eyes, as tender as autumn waters, still held an irresistible charm. Those alluring fiery red lips curved into a perfect arc. A temptress. Just one glance, and Suchen felt a surge of caution. This snake-faced being was definitely from another race, one skilled in seduction. Darling, do you think I'm beautiful? The snake face leaned closer, as if trying to press her weight against him. Suchen remained calm, his gaze steady and unruffled. In the zodiac space, one could not touch another without permission. Darling, why? Are you ignoring me? Am I not beautiful enough? Seeing her charm fail to take effect, the snake face felt a hint of surprise. Yet her smile became even more enticing. Humph. Coming here to flaunt yourself every few days. If you need a man, just go pick one up on the street. Don't come here to disgust us. The rabbit-faced figure crossed her arms and sat back, her voice dripping with disdain. Originally, this meeting was a major one, with most of the other zodiac members present. However, because of this snake face, they had all retreated. Little bunny, don't be angry, I can share darling with you. The snake face sat sideways, staring at Suchen, her pink tongue slightly peeking out, brushing against her upper lip. Darling, let me touch you, is that okay? We're so faded. Before Suchen could respond, the rabbit face said flatly, she is from the remnant beauty sect. If you want to die, let her touch you. Hearing this, Suchen raised his brows. The remnant beauty sect were followers of the evil god Remnant in the game, who believed that flawed beauty was the closest to reality, and they would use various means to make their sacrifices imperfect. In this process, they would try to ensure the sacrifices remained beautiful. It was normal for sacrifices to be missing an arm or a leg, and there were even those with a twisted mindset who would skin a living person down to the skeleton, claiming it was a work of art. In short, according to players' evaluations, they were a bunch of unmitigated lunatics. For the sake of their morbid ideal of flawed beauty, they would do anything, their minds not quite right. Darling, I'm different from them, I promise. I will never harm you. The snake face turned to him, raising her nearly perfect long leg, exuding a mature sensuality that made her resemble a ripe peach. Suchen, upon hearing this, tapped the table lightly, his tone indifferent. The remnant beauty sect is divided into 9 types, each corresponding to a type of flawed beauty. If you say you're different from them, then there's only one possibility: you are the one missing emotions. With your strong seductive ability, you cannot possibly be a minor character. Let me guess, you are the 7th seed of the remnant beauty sect, Remnant Ching. Am I right? Remnant Ching? Looking at the snake face, whose smile had frozen at the corners of her mouth, Suchen revealed a meaningful smile. Do you want me to continue? I know your true identity. If I wish, I can make you a rat that everyone wants to hunt down by tomorrow. The snake face fell silent, her raised black silk long legs obediently retracting. At that moment, her heart was in turmoil. Who exactly was this new dragon-faced figure? How did he know her so well? Had she already exposed herself? Dragon face, quickly tell us who she is. We've wanted to eliminate her for a long time. The rabbit face snapped back to reality, exhilarated. They had kicked the snake face out several times, but each time she managed to retrieve her randomly teleported mask and return here. Over time, they had come to a consensus. No major meetings would be held while the snake face was present.
Oh, so you all want to know?
Su Chen placed his left hand on the table and lightly tapped with his right, the sound echoing like a judgment upon someone.
The snake
face struggled to steady her emotions, gazing at Su Chen with tearful eyes, her tone submissive.
Darling, I just like you too. Much, is that a crime? What do you want? Just say it, as long as I have it and can do it.
At this point, she deliberately paused, accentuating her impressive assets.
If my enemy speaks, can I not give it?
Su Chen raised an eyebrow, coldly replying, Do
you have the Ruins Realm token?
The snake-faced woman relaxed slightly, joy evident on her face.
Of course, my enemy, I can give
it to you right now. By the end of her sentence, her gaze was enticing, and she lightly licked her red lips.
My enemy, think
carefully. Should I give it to you now? Upon hearing this, Su Chen turned his head to look at her, his eyes calm as water.
Give it to me now.
Don't touch me. If you do, your news will spread in the black market by tomorrow.
My enemy, how can you be so heartless?
I've finally made up my mind to give it to you. Here, while speaking, the snake-faced woman took out a Ruins Realm token
and placed it on the table.
Su Chen glanced at it and noticed the unknown beast pattern on it, frowning slightly.
My enemy, I've given it to you. You're not scared, are you?
The snake-faced woman covered her red lips, pretending to be surprised.
As long
as Su Chen touched the Ruins Realm token, it meant they could make contact. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. Su Chen gave her a flat look and reached out to grab the Ruins Realm token. However, suddenly, it vanished from his sight, leaving only the snake-faced woman's teasing gaze.
My enemy, I've caught you now. The snake-faced woman lifted his hand, a smirk of triumph
at the corner of her mouth. I didn't touch you, my enemy, I just caught you. Su Chen's expression remained indifferent. Just as he was about to reveal her true identity, she pressed herself against him, covering his mouth, her eyes pleading as she shook her head. Then, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, My enemy, I admit defeat. Please don't say anything, it will tear me
apart.
She had ruined several major meetings, and these people had long been itching to get back at her. Once her identity was exposed, she would undoubtedly die. However, faced with her plea, Su Chen remained cold.
3. My enemy, you. 2. My enemy, don't be so ruthless. 1.
Before her words could finish, the snake-faced woman had already returned to her seat. Yet her mood was anxious, her eyes fixed tightly on Su Chen, as if waiting for the judgment of fate.
The Ruins Realm token. Ignoring
the gazes of the others, Su Chen lightly tapped the table.
The residual emotions in the later version played a crucial positive role. If he wanted to control the information advantage, he could only take lessons as his main focus.
Upon hearing this, the snake-faced woman spoke in a sultry voice.
My enemy,
I worked hard to get this. Can you? I don't want to repeat myself a
third time.
His cold voice filled the entire space. The snake-faced woman felt her heart bleed, yet she had no choice but to hand
the Ruins Realm token to Su Chen.
After receiving the token and putting it away, Su Chen looked at the silent others and smiled slightly, saying, I have something to attend to, so I won't accompany you all. After saying this, Su Chen gave a meaningful glance at the rabbit-faced woman. He had originally planned to deal with her today, but this snake-faced woman had blocked him.
1.
Had to say, the rabbit-faced woman was indeed somewhat lucky.
Returning to the hazy misty space, Su Chen did not hesitate and
materialized the Ruins Realm token he had obtained.
Whoosh! In the room, Su Chen removed his mask, looking at the Ruins Realm token in
his hand, a hint of anticipation in his eyes.
The new Ruins Realm token represented a new adventure for him. Without hesitation, Su Chen directly activated the Ruins Realm token. Buzz! The token gradually displayed red and gold colors, transforming into a door
formed by gathered spiritual power.
Su Chen stepped into the door, and in an instant, after experiencing familiar sensations, the continuous mountains came into view.
It was nighttime, with a bright moon hanging in the sky. The forest, filled with the breath of nature, was alive with rustling sounds. Disguised, Su Chen flew towards the heights of the mountains.
Roar! A deafening roar echoed from the peak of the mountains. Whoosh!
The sound of a massive creature spreading its wings followed.
Before Su Chen could
react, a beast as large as a small mountain blocked the moonlight, staring at him. The intruder had a head resembling that of a tiger, strong limbs, and a pair of wings sprouting from its back, its entire body displaying a dark red hue, like a blood-soaked, fierce tiger, exuding an intimidating ferocity. Its slightly lowered sharp claws glimmered with a cold light, and a ruthless aura enveloped the 1,000-mile mountain range. Under the moonlight, the mountains suddenly fell silent.
Su Chen's body tensed, ready for action.
The tiger-like beast before him gave him a sense of insurmountable pressure. Although it was clearly of the same level as him, this place seemed to be targeting him, making him feel extremely uncomfortable.
In a moment of realization, he understood what type of realm this was.
A domain-type realm required one to use all means to defeat the realm spirit within this
territory. Roar! The sound shook the forest. The giant tiger spread its wings and swooped down. Su Chen dared not engage in combat. He threw out the card to attract its attention, then activated the token, waiting for the teleport countdown. The moment he was teleported back, he retracted the card. Phew! Back in his room, Suchin let out a long sigh, but his eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. This fierce, winged tiger-like beast looked very much like something that could only be found in the great wilderness. It's a pity there's no concrete information. After racking his brain with no results, Suchin decisively gave up. If the Jinwu Realm token was truly lost, with De's abilities he could still be sent out. For the next 2 days, he patiently awaited the completion of the arrows. On the agreed date, without him having to run any errands, an intelligent flying device delivered the package. Unpacking it, he found 10 arrows in blue and gold, bundled together. The glimmering arrowheads seemed to be discussing how to judge their enemies. The creator had even specially crafted an exquisite quiver. Suchin disguised himself as Fiancée, slung the quiver and bow on his back, and after sending out the pre-edited messages in sequence, activated the Jinwu Realm token to enter once more. On a high rooftop, after reading the messages, he looked up at the sky, his eyes deep in thought. As far as he knew, the Great Wilderness Realm was the one that the Pure White Cup event ultimately aimed to explore. This realm posed relatively low danger for low-level spirit card masters. After all, the indigenous people inside were not very hostile. However, the other known super-large realms were all considered forbidden zones. For instance, the Southern Heaven Gate realm, which one could never pass through, the vast For Great Continents realm, and the elusive 33 Heavens. The indigenous people within were more terrifying than the last, with a high level of vigilance. I hope you can return safely. I don't want to have to go in search of you. Gathering his thoughts, he focused on the faint aura visible in his line of sight, his gaze profound. Hot. Very hot. The earth felt like a hot iron plate, the scorching temperature distorting the air. Looking at the shattered realm token in his hand, Suchin wiped his sweat, his expression slightly grave. The entry point for the realm token was fixed and unchanging. In other words, the area he was currently in should be near the Chui Mountain tribe. Logically speaking, with the Jinwu eliminated, although life could not immediately return here, it should not be this hot. The only possibility for such a consequence was that there were indeed other resurrected Jinwu. The 3 Jinwu he had shot down were merely the essence of 3. This temperature is already affecting me. Quickly flying towards the E-tribe, Suchin felt a heavy weight in his heart. Even in his disguise, he found it somewhat unbearable. How could the ordinary people of the Great Wilderness avoid this disaster? Would the one-armed De ultimately have to accept the spirit medicine from the West Queen Mother falling under her control? The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became, and Suchin's mind felt a bit hazy. Suddenly, a gust of hot wind blew in, taking away his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a blue-bodied bird with red markings, standing on one leg in the air. It quietly gazed at Suchin, and in its deep blue pupils there seemed to be a hint of nostalgia. Bai Feng, noticing its gaze focused on the bow behind him, Suchin took down the Shi Yuan Divine Bow and held it, curiously looking at Bai Feng. Upon seeing the Shi Yuan Divine Bow, Bai Feng spread its wings and flapped them, then chose a direction to fly forward. Glancing back at Suchin and realizing that he had to keep up on his own, Suchin did not hesitate and put all his effort into following. The land was barren for miles, devoid of life, and the cracked earth seemed to be the only reality. A man and a bird flew over the dry river, crossed the bare mountains, and passed through the desolate plains. Everything along the way gradually became less desolate, with more withered yellow vegetation. But the unbearable heat only intensified. After 3 days in the vast wilderness, Suchin stopped the tireless Bai Feng and said seriously, "No, I need to rest for a bit. I can't hold on any longer." After 3 days and nights of travel, he was utterly exhausted, let alone shooting the sun. He felt that just holding the bow would make him fall asleep standing up. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng lowered its noble head slightly and bent down, indicating for Suchin to climb onto its back. Can this work? Suchin forced himself to stay alert, looking at the slender body of the nearly 2-meter-tall Bai Feng with doubt. He feared that if he turned, he would fall off. Bai Feng did not respond, directly extending its long neck to pick him up and place him between its wings. Seeing this, Suchin felt he could say no more, and he nestled into its feathers. Falling into a deep sleep, Bai Feng gently spread its wings and continued forward, seemingly in pursuit of the Golden Crow's trail. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. The vast river stretched endlessly. On the riverbank, still somewhat cool, were thousands of migrating tribespeople. Sparse campfires illuminated the silent expressions of everyone. It had been 10 days since the first Golden Crow was shot down, and during their migration, they had not spotted any sign of the Golden Crows, but the sun in the sky grew increasingly hot. On this seemingly endless migration, the first to die were the old, weak, sick, and disabled, further dampening their spirits. Despair, silent as the night, enveloped everyone's body and mind. On a high ground by the river, Dei gazed at the rushing river, his eyes filled with determination. Chui Shan, you take everyone to the central region. The Xianyuan clan will accept you. Dei, what about you? Chui Shan couldn't help but ask, her tone filled with disappointment. The messenger of the Queen Mother of the West had already been recalled. Who would come to help Dei? He is hiding in the sun. I will draw him away to seek the help of the giant tribe leader, Kwa Fu. The next morning, by the vast river, the resting tribespeople, under Trui Shan's lead, continued westward.
Dai remained on the high ground by the river, watching them depart, a hint of relief in his eyes. He took down the bough from his back, gently stroking it, gazing at the river with a look of nostalgia.
Once upon a time, it was
by this marshy riverbank that he met that wandering traveler. The drinking traveler had stopped the hunting youth, laughing and asking for meat.
In the blink of an eye, time
had passed, the traveler was gone, and the once youthful hunter had grown old.
Xian, this time I really can't wait any longer, he said to the great river, straightening
his back, securing the bow, and heading towards the giant tribe in his memories. If anyone in the wilderness was willing to step forward to help him shoot down the golden crow, it could only be the leader of the giant tribe, Kwafu. After he shot down 9 golden crows, the remaining one had been driven away by the previous Kwafu. Whoosh! A cool breeze filled his ears, and a well-rested Suchen slowly opened his eyes, only to see a scene of broken walls and lush greenery.
The heat above had unknowingly
faded, and the earthy smell mixed with the fresh scent of grass and trees was carried by the wind, hitting his face.
Suchen got up and looked around, his brows furrowing tightly. Where had Bai Fong brought him? Wasn't he supposed to be looking for the golden crow? Thud! Bai Fong suddenly descended, landing steadily on one foot. Suchen jumped
off its back and instinctively looked around, his eyes filled with surprise. Among the broken walls, he could vaguely see some incomplete murals depicting a deity worshipped by various tribes, who brought life and vitality to the world. Upon closer inspection, Suchen noticed ancient characters on a relatively intact mural.
Thanks to the ability of Bai Zhe, he easily understood the meaning of these characters. Wood God, Jumang, Qingmu tribe, is this actually the ruins of the Qingmu tribe? Suchen was astonished. He had previously impersonated a priest of the Qingmu tribe because he knew that the ancient Qingmu tribe in the wasteland had long been extinct. This information was something he had learned from game forums in his past life. Bai Fong, why did you bring me here? Suchen came back to his senses, a vague suspicion forming in his heart. But he dared not confirm it. The wasteland had gods, but the gods of the wasteland were more like manifestations of rules, lacking subjective consciousness. In other words, as long as one could grasp the corresponding rules, anyone had the chance to replace the so-called old gods and become new gods. Bai Fong said nothing, only gazed quietly at Suchen, and in his azure pupils, a phantom of a dragon flickered. You want the azure dragon to wield the authority of the wood god and revive the vitality of the earth? Because Bai Zhe understood the language of all things, Suchen naturally understood his meaning. Bai Fong nodded gently, unfurled his wings, and flew towards the center of the ruins. Seeing this, Suchen hurriedly followed. The center of the ruins was a dilapidated temple, the broken statue long unrecognizable, accompanied only by desolation. As soon as the man and the bird landed, the incomplete statue emitted a faint azure light, and a rich vitality spread out, making the green grass in the temple ruins even denser. Suchen watched this scene and summoned the azure dragon. Roar! As the azure dragon appeared, its entire body of azure scales lit up, an endless stream of life force emerging from the broken statue and flowing into its body. Before Suchen could react, Bai Fong suddenly nudged him forward with his head. Roar! The azure dragon suddenly dove down, coiling around Suchen in a continuous spiral, a series of mysterious energies swirling around the man and the dragon. Witnessing this scene, Suchen suddenly awakened, hurriedly taking out the card-making long table and arranging the skin essence. He glanced at Bai Fong and then at the dilapidated temple, recalling the experiences along the way, inspiration flooding his mind. Filling the spirit pen with skin essence, Suchen depicted vast scenes of desolation and ruin on the card surface. Dried rivers, withered plants, cracked earth, and bones scattered everywhere. In the sky, there were vague 10 suns, their scorching light roasting all life. Despair spread across this land, and panic had long occupied the hearts of living beings. They were ragged, emaciated, crawling on the ground, pleading for the forgiveness of the golden crow. However, there was no forgiveness, only death continuously descending. The land was barren, devoid of life. Yet, at that moment, the spirit pen turned and a surge of emerald vitality appeared in the image. It was faint, yet impossible to ignore. The emerald circled the temple within the ruins, like a touch of green entwining it. And within that ruined temple, a man with dragon horns and azure robes gazed at the outside world, his azure eyes continuously evolving with life. He inherited the power of the old god and was about to become the new god, wielding the power of life. He was the new wood god, Azure Dragon. Tap. In one breath, it was completed. After Suchen finished, he activated the Azure Dragon to infuse the surrounding wood god power into the card as material. Buzz. In an instant, the card trembled wildly, the card surface shifting from static to dynamic, the spiritual power flowing smoothly. In a daze, the azure-robed dragonhorn man in the temple gradually took shape, bearing a 3-part resemblance to Suchen, his demeanor gentle as jade yet not lacking in authority. As the light gradually retracted, the first attached card of the Azure Dragon was formed. Suchen picked up the skin card and looked at it, his mind gradually filled with surprise.
New god of wood, in the Temple of Forgotten Time, the power of the old god is inherited by the Azure Dragon, and the wasteland finally welcomes a new wood god, but this time, no one worships. Type, skin card for illusion use only, quality, pseudo-superior, when in the wasteland. The skin card is empowered by the wood god, elevating its quality to pseudo-ultimate. Description: if I were the wood god in the years to come, let the call of 10,000 flowers follow my will. Special note 1, when in the wasteland, automatically wields the authority of the wood god and unfolds the domain of the wood god forcibly, increasing all skill star levels by +3, immortal within the domain. Special note 2, when wielding the authority of the wood god, the more believers there are, the stronger the divine power. Special note 3, when wielding the authority of the wood god, one will possess divine might, capable of deterring all spirits. What a bizarre skin card. Is this the true power of skin materials? After examining the skin card that added the wood god's divine power, Su-chen was astonished. If he had previously worried about the true fire of the sun, now he could completely disregard its damage. Let's give it a try. Su-chen pinched the new god of wood skin card between his fingers and activated the illusion. Roar! The Azure Dragon dove down, merging with the skin card as it surged into his body. In an instant, Su-chen transformed into a man with dragon horns clad in green. At that moment, the state of the land within 1,000 miles was fully perceived by him. A sacred aura flickered across his calm face, a faint vitality surrounded him, accompanied by a sense of majesty. He appeared approachable, yet upon closer inspection he seemed lofty, like a deity surveying the mortal realm. Is this the authority of the wood god? Su-chen slightly raised his hand, and instantly, the flora within 100 miles began to grow wildly, the rich vitality replacing the desolation of the ruins. Bai Fong, witnessing this scene, lowered his proud head, seemingly indicating his submission. Bai Fong, I owe it all to you. Su-chen stepped forward, stroking its feathers with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Now transformed into the Azure Dragon, he wielded the authority of the wood god, allowing him to recklessly battle the golden crow. He could now draw upon the vitality of the surrounding flora to heal the severed arm of De. In other words, he was now equivalent to a deity, albeit with weak divine power that needed to be gradually strengthened. Liya! Bai Fong softly called out, and Su-chen nodded slightly, smiling. Yes, let's go. We need to quell the disaster of the golden crow. At the foot of Kwafu Mountain, by the Weha River, a slightly dry hot wind blew into the peach grove from the east, and Zhao Huiling wiped the sweat from his brow. Looking up at the sun and the sky, he frowned. As a representative of the Card Maker Association, he had been in the giant tribe for 5 years, and it was the first time he felt the heat. He feared there might be some calamity. In a few days, the participants of the Pure White Cup would arrive in the Great Wasteland ruins. If a disaster were to occur at this critical moment, it would be disastrous. Master Huiling, is there a problem? The recently arrived special commissioner from the Alliance was a coldly beautiful woman, serious and detail-oriented. Noticing Zhao Huiling's unusual expression, she curiously glanced at the sun and asked earnestly, Commissioner Lenya, the weather has suddenly turned hot, and I'm worried it might be due to some ferocious beast causing trouble. After expressing his concerns, Zhao Huiling described the situation in the Great Wasteland. Master Huiling, I will report this to the Alliance. Lenya nodded slightly, but her gaze suddenly shifted to the opposite bank of the river, her expression growing serious. Master Huiling, that person seems to be De. Zhao Huiling was taken aback and shook his head, saying, Impossible, De hasn't appeared in a long time. The E tribe can't find any trace of him. Before he could finish, he saw a one-armed man striding across the waves on the opposite bank, and his voice abruptly stopped. The newcomer was robust, with a presence as steady as a mountain, unshakable. The empty sleeve of his robe billowed in the wind, giving a sense of tragic grandeur. However, the one-armed man's expression was calm, and the longbow he carried on his back was only partially visible, yet it instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. To Zhao Huiling and Lenya, this person was unfathomable, likely on par with the leader of the giant tribe. And this was merely in his one-armed state. One could only imagine how powerful he must have been at his peak. One-armed, wielding a bow, and formidable. When these elements converged in one person, there was no doubt it was De. Seeing the one-armed man approaching across the waves, Zhao Huiling hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully bowing. I am Zhao Huiling from the association. Greetings to De. Alliance Commissioner. Lenya, greetings to you, sir. Lenya followed suit, bowing with a calm tone. If possible, it's best for both of you to temporarily leave the Great Wasteland. The Golden Crow is coming. De nodded slightly, offering his advice before stepping past the two and walking into the tribe. The Golden Crow. Lanya's gaze sharpened. The Alliance was naturally aware of the Golden Crow. This terrifying existence, which was itself the sun, had once unleashed horrific disasters in the Great Wilderness. But wasn't the Golden Crow shot down by De? Commissioner Lenya, let's first understand the situation before deciding whether to leave or extend a helping hand, Zhao Huiling suggested after some thought. Lenya nodded in response. The Alliance had established relations with several friendly tribes in the Great Wilderness over the years, and if they wanted to deepen those ties, they naturally had to provide timely assistance.
After making their decision, the two quickly followed behind. What they did not notice
was the intense red light that had appeared in the eastern sky.
The water level in the Wei River was visibly dropping at an alarming rate. A
quarter of an hour later, the atmosphere in the massive stone hall was heavy.
The current leader of the giant tribe, also known as the Kwafu tribe,
was a rugged-looking man. His sinewy, bronze muscles were exposed, as solid as mountain rock. He was comparable to 4 in size, exuding an
overwhelming presence.
However, at this moment, the first warrior of the giant tribe, Kwafu, furrowed his brow. The reason was the news of the
Golden Crow's revival.
Dai, as you said, even with the two of us working together, we would not be a match for it. Kwafu's voice was deep but tinged with a hint of helplessness. The previous Kwafu had relied on the Peachwood divine staff used for generations of sacrifices to chase down
the last Golden Crow.
Even so, the previous Kwafu ultimately paid with his life. The Golden Crow would not confront them head-on, it would only summon the true fire of the sun to scorch the earth's vitality, causing them to die in despair.
Dai remained silent, the last flicker of hope in
his heart extinguished. After a moment of contemplation, he said solemnly, "Kwafu, can you make me a few arrows from the divine wood of the peach
forest?" Kwafu glanced at Dai's empty right arm and hesitated. "Dai, your hand."
"It's fine, I can make it grow back," Dai replied with a calm smile, taking out the elixir specially prepared for him by the Queen Mother of the West. From the moment he drove that little brat away, he had already prepared for the worst.
"Dai, do you dare to take her medicine?"
Kwafu reached out to snatch the elixir, but Dai deftly dodged.
Laughing nonchalantly, "Kwafu, this is my own decision. As for what happens afterward, I don't care."
Kwafu halted his movement, looking at the white-haired Dai, and sighed deeply. "Dai, there are many extraordinary people in the great wilderness. Surely someone can deal with the Golden Crow." The great wilderness was vast, and even Dai's own travels had only covered a fraction of it. Those places known as Forbidden Lands contained
many ancient chi refiners and transformed divine beasts.
Kwafu did not believe that these beings could not handle the Golden Crow.
Hearing this, Dai drank the elixir in front of Kwafu.
Feeling the heat radiating from his severed arm, he remained remarkably calm.
"Kwafu, they can wait. When the Golden Crow threatens them, they will come to eliminate it."
But most beings in the great wilderness cannot wait.
Right now, only the two
marsh plains are suffering. I do not wish to see more people lose their lives because of the Golden Crow.
Dai, do you really think the Queen Mother of the West is that kind-hearted?
Kwafu's expression turned sorrowful as he saw Dai had already consumed the elixir.
The Queen Mother of
the West resided in the western Kunlun Mountain, and how many powerful chi refiners had worked hard for her because of her elixirs.
Her influence
had even extended beyond the great wilderness. Drinking her elixir, no matter how strong-willed one was, would ultimately lead to becoming her puppet.
"Kwafu, go make the arrows," Dai urged.
The heat at his severed arm intensified as flesh and blood drew from the remaining vitality in his
body to forge his right arm.
Dai suddenly understood that the Queen Mother of the West did not want him as a person, she wanted his body. She intended to refine him into a true puppet, a puppet known as the first divine archer of the great wilderness.
However, even knowing her intentions,
Dai did not raise an alarm. He simply entrusted Kwafu with his request calmly that he no longer had the ability to manage what happened after death. As long as she could give him the time to shoot down the sun, that would be enough.
"Dai, is there anything we can do to help?" Seeing Kwafu leave
with a serious expression, Zhao Huiling and Langya approached, staring in horror at the right arm that was slowly growing.
This elixir from the West Queen Mother was surprisingly powerful.
It is known that the more powerful the chi refining master, the harder it is to restore a lost body. For someone like Dai, who was at the peak of his power, restoring a lost right arm was evidently more difficult than ascending to heaven. Yet the West Queen Mother had still managed to do it. No wonder several kingdoms in the West had pledged allegiance to her. Such a miraculous elixir was invaluable. "Help? No need, this matter began with me, so it should end with me."
Dai calmly shook his head, moving his newly grown right arm.
Feeling the vitality within him that had not yet reached 3 days, his gaze becoming increasingly serene.
3 days should be enough. Thud, thud.
Heavy footsteps came from outside the stone hall,
followed by urgent shouts. "The sun has set. Fire! What a huge fire! The Wei River has been burned dry.
The leader says to retreat to the depths of the peach forest and seek refuge in the ancestral land."
Dai's expression changed
slightly as he hurried out of the stone hall, looking eastward. What met his eyes was a gigantic golden crow standing in the Wei River, its entire body ablaze with the true fire of the sun. The sun had disappeared, and the sky suddenly turned dark, but by the Wei River, it was as bright as day. The sun that fell from the sky transformed into the great golden crow. The terrifying true fire scorched the vitality. The vast Wei River directly revealed its riverbed, with burnt creatures lying silently on the riverbed, silently accusing the great golden crow of its atrocities.
What a terrifying energy level!
It has already surpassed the 12th level.
Zhao Huiling took out the energy detection card, seeing the spiritual light.
had exceeded the card's surface, her eyes filled with fear. Is this the sun of the great wilderness? It had already surpassed the limits that their world could accommodate. Master Huiling, we must evacuate now. Lingya looked at the great golden crow, a hint of dread hidden deep in her eyes. She had a premonition that if they did not leave now, they might very well die here. Caw! The great golden crow flapped its wings, the terrifying true fire driven by the wind rapidly spreading. Everything along the way, all burned to ashes. You too, hurry and leave, do not use the Market Realm token to escape here. Dai gripped the sun-shooting divine bow tightly, the terrifying energy hidden within his body erupted at that moment. Zhao Huiling sensed the change in his aura, glanced at the energy detection card, her expression shocked again. The Dai before her had also exceeded the detection range. In other words, Dai was also above the 12th level. Go! Dai shouted in a deep voice, his body in an instant as if a withered tree had regained vitality. His hair turned from white to black, his appearance from old to young, and in less than a moment, a spirited young Dai appeared before the stone hall. He held the sun-shooting divine bow, gathering spiritual power into arrows, shooting 9 arrows in quick succession. Caw! The golden crow spread its wings and flew up, spewing true fire, forming a wall of fire to block the arrows. Whoosh! 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 All 9 arrows shot towards one point, and after the 6th arrow, they pierced through the wall of fire, striking the great golden crow. Whoosh! The scorching true fire of the sun directly burned the spiritual arrows, leaving the great golden crow unscathed. Caw! It seemed to realize Dai's predicament and charged towards him with its wings spread. Beast! Dai snorted coldly, his body bursting with powerful strength like a gust of wind leading the great golden crow to a high ground. The great golden crow was determined to pursue, indeed chasing after him. Almost as soon as they reached the high ground, Dai turned to face the great golden crow, smiling at it. Beast, do you still remember back then? The great golden crow's eyes were cold, its front feet gathering a source fireball, high temperatures scorching everything. However, at that moment, a huge and strange peach would suddenly extended from behind the high ground. Bang! Kwafu jumped from behind the high ground, the peach forest divine wood in his hand smashing fiercely onto the great golden crow's wing. Caw! The great golden crow cried out in pain, flapping its wings away from the ground, its eyes burning with rage like the true fire of the sun. Ha ha ha! Beast! How does it feel? Kwafu laughed heartily, holding the divine peach tree in his arms, exuding unmatched power. Caw! The great golden crow cried out, and countless little golden crows were born from the sea of fire, rushing towards the two. Is there such cunning? Kwafu was astonished but dared not relax for a moment, swinging the divine peach tree and smashing down on the many little golden crows. De, on the other hand, continuously shot out spiritual arrows, each arrow capable of piercing through dozens of little golden crows. The divine might of the two was surprisingly gaining the upper hand. In the distance, Zhao Huiling and his companion watched this shocking scene, already speechless. However, human strength has its limits. The demise of these little golden crows could not harm the great golden crow. E was well aware of this. He looked at Kwafu, who was smashing the little golden crows, and reminded him, Kwafu, how are the arrows from the divine peach tree coming along? Why haven't they arrived yet? Kwafu was momentarily stunned by the words. Puzzled, I don't know, Kwamu said it would be ready soon. Deyi's heart sank slightly, a bad premonition creeping in. Although the divine peach tree was not as good as the Jianmu, it still had a certain effect against the great golden crow. However, to make arrows, a peach tree over 1,000 years old was necessary. The giant tribe had 2 peach trees over 1,000 years old, but one had been used by the previous Kwafu, leaving only one. If something went wrong with this one, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dei, hold on, I'll go take a look. Realizing the situation was dire, Kwafu strode towards the high ground, but after just 2 steps, his eyes turned bloodshot, anger surging in his heart. He saw that the direction of the peach tree was already engulfed in flames, with many little golden crows rampaging. Kwafu, calm down. Dei glanced over, his expression changing drastically. This great golden crow had actually divided its power to burn the peach forest? Dei, I want to tear it apart. Realizing it was irreversible, Kwafu swung the divine peach tree and charged into the sea of fire, venting his fury. Seeing this, Dai could only focus on protecting him while contemplating a countermeasure. But in his heart, that bad premonition grew stronger. Could the great golden crow really have such cunning? First, it tricked them into using the last sun-shooting arrow, and then it understood how to destroy the divine peach tree. None of this seemed like something the proud golden crow would do. So, who could it be? Dai, the arrows! A shout came from behind, and Dai shot down many little golden crows, looking around. It was the 2 previous visitors from another realm, each holding arrows and rushing over. Dai's face lit up with joy as he quickly approached the 2 and took the 2 divine peach arrows. Immediately, he turned, drew his bow, and aimed at the great golden crow in the sky. Whoosh! The blue arrow shot through the sea of fire like a cold ray. The great golden crow had no time to react before being struck in the wing and falling to the ground. Die! Kwafu seized the moment, swinging the divine peach tree and striking heavily at the great golden crow. However, at that moment, countless little golden crows suddenly surrounded him. This time, the divine peach tree in his hand was being burned by the essence of the golden crow, gradually losing its divinity. Kwafu! Retreat quickly! Realizing that the great golden crow was hiding its strength, Dai rushed over and, at the critical moment, threw Kwafu out of the encirclement, who was entangled by the true fire of the sun. Then, he exerted all his strength, using spiritual arrows to carve out a path. But when the two reunited, they found themselves surrounded by the true fire of the sun, with the cries of little golden crows echoing everywhere, like a lament. Dai, there's still one arrow left. Kwafu, covered in dirt and ash, looked at Dai. Dai raised the last arrow and said solemnly, Kwafu, you must escape and find the Xianyuan clan. Ha ha, Dai, do you think I fear death? Kwafu angrily smashed the little golden crows, standing strong even as the true fire of the sun burned him. You still have your tribe, take them and escape. I will buy you time. Dai earnestly instructed, then unexpectedly charged into the depths of the sea of fire, running towards the great golden crow. Dai! Kwafu was taken aback, just about to chase after him, but then saw Dai shooting arrows towards him, accurately landing in front of him, indicating a certain resolve. Kwafu's tiger-like eyes were filled with tears as he shouted, but he had to pull himself together and smash open the little golden crow transformed from the true fire of the sun, heading towards the back mountain of the peach forest. Suddenly, a deafening cry echoed through the heavens and the earth behind him. A terrifying heat erupted in an instant. Kwafu felt a burning sensation on his back from the impact. He realized something and abruptly smashed the little golden crow beside him, turning to look. There, high above, the great golden crow, with its front feet wrapped around the source fireball, charged towards the figure holding a bow in the sea of fire. Dai! Kwafu shouted, but he could not stop the great golden crow's dive. Just then, an arrow of blue and gold streaked across the dark night sky from the distant void, like a shooting star, cutting through the sea of fire and striking the source fireball on the great golden crow's front foot. In the incredulous gazes of Kwafu and Zhao Huiling on the distant peak, the great golden crow let out a mournful cry and suddenly fell into the sea of fire, unable to flap its wings. The sea of fire briefly fell silent, with only the sound of burning and the great golden crow's sorrowful cries echoing. Dai stared at the arrow that pierced through the great golden crow's body, frozen in place. Whoosh! In the pitch-black night sky, an ethereal crane-like divine bird descended above the sea of fire. The flames illuminated the image on its back. It was a heroic figure holding a bow. Upon seeing Dai look over, it smiled slightly. Senior Dai, I have arrived late. As the words fell, life began to sprout in the sea of fire, and the nearly burnt-out divine trees of the peach forest sprouted in an instant, transforming into the divine roots of the peach forest in the blink of an eye. The divine roots then grew countless new shoots, rapidly expanding. Boom! A loud sound echoed through the heavens, and moist rain covered 1,000 miles around. The divine said, "Let there be life." A calm voice echoed in Dai's ears. In the next moment, he felt a continuous flow of life force pouring into his body. At that instant, Dai was stunned. Splash! The rain, infused with life force, poured down in torrents, nourishing the cracked earth, reviving it from the fire. The pure life force blossomed into flowers of life amidst the flames, gradually devouring the energy of the true fire of the sun. Feeling the surge of life within his body, Dai was at a loss for words for a long time. He had thought he would die here and that his body would be refined into a puppet. He had considered heavily injuring the great golden crow, self-immolating to give an account to the wilderness. He had also thought that in the end, some extraordinary person would come to help the beings of the wilderness through the crisis. But he had never imagined that the young man before him would return and bring hope. Senior Dai, catch! Suchen calmly threw 5 arrows to him, then turned to the great golden crow, whose eyes were filled with dread, his face showing a hint of seriousness. Who sent you? The last son of the wilderness. Since arriving here, with the blessing of the wood gods. Authority, Suchen clearly sensed a hidden gaze lurking in the shadows, appearing and disappearing. The great golden crow did not answer, only grasping the sun-shooting divine arrow in its beak and painfully pulling it out. Fiery golden blood spilled from its wound, transforming into source true fire, burning fiercely in the wood god's domain. Between heaven and earth, silence reigned, leaving only the gradually diminishing sound of rain and its weak gasps. The sun-shooting divine arrow was born to restrain it. Even with just one arrow, it suffered heavy damage and could no longer resist. You don't say, but I know. Seeing its silence, Suchen smiled calmly. Recalling his experiences in the ruins, he easily connected the clues. The West Queen Mother, right? As soon as he said this, the great golden crow's pupils constricted, its gaze becoming unnatural. Suchen took note of its change in expression, his tone growing even calmer. The revival of the golden crow is not a coincidence, it is the West Queen Mother's scheme. Otherwise, how do you explain that the West Queen Mother, far away on the sacred mountain of Xikanlun, could timely refine the spiritual
medicine and send it to the E tribe through a messenger?
From the very beginning, it was her self-directed performance.
The last son of the
wilderness, you have formed a partnership with her.
Your goal all along has been Senior DE. I am not wrong, am I?
After speaking, Su Chen reached
out, and a mass of pitch-black gas flew out from within DE.
Gathering in his hand, the thick aura of death filled the air with an ominous sense,
evolving between decay and vitality.
A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the Golden Crow, who stepped back a few paces, feeling a twinge
of fear.
Su Chen wrapped the mass of gas with the power of life, his expression extremely indifferent.
This is not a healing elixir at all, but a
source of an unknown plague.
Su Chen suddenly raised his head, scanning the surroundings, the sound mixed with spiritual energy rippling out. Queen Mother of the West, I know you are here. What kind of skill is it to hide and seek?
As his voice fell, the expressions of those present
changed dramatically. Dai immediately gripped the sun-shooting bow, drawing it taut beside Su Chen, on high alert.
Behind them, Kwa Fu clenched, his fists, rage surging in his chest.
In the distance, Zhao Huiling's face was pale as he surveyed the surroundings. Beside him, Longya had already tightened her grip on the ruins order, ready to retreat at any moment.
The Queen Mother of the West had always been unfriendly to outsiders.
In
her eyes, there were only two types of people, those who could be of use to her and those who deserved to die. The world fell silent for a moment. And even when the sun's true fire extinguished, no sound emerged. Just as everyone was about to relax, colorful lights flickered in the pitch-black
night sky. 3 handsome divine birds flew in from the horizon.
Among them was one that was unmistakably the lark from not long ago.
However, at this
moment, it had grown significantly larger, not much smaller than Bai Feng. Following the 3 divine birds was a colorful phoenix chariot, radiant
with light painting the sky with hues.
On the chariot sat a woman of noble bearing, her appearance obscured, but her majestic aura spread silently. Dressed in a phoenix crown and luxurious garments, she was inexpressibly noble, as if a celestial being, riding the phoenix chariot to survey
the mortal realm.
Surrounding the chariot were tall Kunlun servants wearing bronze masks, as well as stunningly beautiful maidens in powerful chi
refiners.
She made no movements, merely looking down from her elevated position, her silent authority enveloping the space.
Dai stepped forward,
placing himself protectively in front of Su Chen, his expression grave. 3 Qing birds, Queen Mother of the West.
Kwa Fu stepped forward as well, joining Dai in shielding Su Chen, his demeanor tense.
If the Queen Mother of the West were alone, they would not fear her. But the formation before them likely contained the power of half of the western Kunlun mountain.
Hey, quickly surrender to the Queen Mother, and I will speak well of you.
The smallest of the Qing birds, the lark, flew closer, softly persuading, its naive appearance causing Su Chen to smile involuntarily.
Ah, what are you laughing at? You can't defeat the Queen Mother, hurry and surrender, she's very easy to talk to. Seeing Su Chen still smiling, the lark's eyes brimmed with tears and anxiety.
It had no idea of the effects of the Queen Mother's elixir, thinking it was just an ordinary delivery
of medicine.
Naturally, it also didn't quite understand why the Queen Mother had come to this place. Qing bird, I appreciate your kindness, Su Chen replied calmly, his gaze shifting to the high phoenix chariot, growing increasingly indifferent. But your Queen Mother will not let me go.
The lark's eyes went blank, wanting to say more, but the other 2 divine birds directly carried it away. At the same time, a faint celestial sound drifted down from the sky. The great wilderness has not had a wood god for a long time. Will you serve me as the new wood god? As these words fell, whether it was the Queen Mother's attendants, Dai, Kwa Fu, or the distant Zhao Huiling, all were momentarily dazed. A new wood god for the great wilderness?
Su Chen's mind tightened, staring at the unfathomable Queen Mother of the West, his tone cold.
Queen Mother of the West, you orchestrated
the revival of the Golden Crow, causing the plains of Liangzi to suffer drought, resulting in countless deaths and injuries.
You also wrapped the
source of the plague in elixirs, forcing Dai to consume it. Had I not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You pride yourself as the Queen Mother of the West, revered by the beings of the great wilderness, yet what you have done does not align with your identity
at all. To demand my loyalty is false. I see you wish to seize the power of the wood god to carry out your unspeakable deeds. The resonant
voice echoed throughout the realm. The Golden Crow lifted its head, staring intently at Su Chen, a hint of admiration flickering in its blazing golden pupils. Most of the attendants of the Queen Mother of the West looked at him as if he were a dead man. Only the little green bird widened its eyes in disbelief, watching Su Chen, who was continuously offending the Queen Mother of the West below. Dai tilted his head and exchanged a glance with Kwa Fu, both smiling simultaneously, everything unspoken between them. In the distance, Zhao Huiling and his companion regained their composure, gazing at the figure publicly reprimanding the Queen Mother of the West, their eyes filled with surprise. This new wood god of the great wilderness was far weaker than the Queen Mother of the West, and even with Dai and Kwa Fu protecting him, he was still in danger. Yet, he dared to expose the Queen Mother of the West. In this regard alone, he truly deserved the title of wood god. At that moment, the ethereal sound of celestial
music rang out again.
New wood god, in the great wilderness, no one can defy me.
Even if you are the wood god, it is still the same.
As the words fell, the Queen Mother of the West raised her fair, jade-like hand, as if a deity pressing down with a finger.
Shen Nu, Golden Crow, Red Dragon,
and Tang Snake, capture the new wood god for me and make him kneel before the phoenix chariot to know who the true deity of the great wilderness is. As her voice fell, a celestial being, exuding an aura of refinement, descended from the sky. A red dragon accompanied her, while six-winged
flying snakes circled behind.
Meanwhile, the golden crow below struggled to stand, its blazing golden pupils firmly locking onto Dee.
Queen, Mother of the West, I wonder if this arrow of mine can shoot down your phoenix chariot.
Seeing the four powerful beings surrounding him, Dee calmly drew his bow, aiming at the Queen Mother of the West in the sky. In his calm tone, there was an undeniable pride. The attendants of the Queen Mother of the West changed color, knowing that the great wilderness's #1 archer was not just a name. Once those 5 arrows were released, they would surely shake the heavens and the earth. The Shen Nu and the golden crow below clearly understood the stakes and dared not act recklessly, looking up at the Queen Mother of the West in the sky. At this moment, De-Yi was in peak condition. None of them were confident they could block De-Yi's arrow. Seeing De-Yi draw his bow, the Queen Mother of the West slowly stood up from the phoenix chariot, her voice ethereal. De-Yi, this matter has nothing to do with you, do not bring disaster. Whoosh. A cyan gold arrow, in an instant, streaked across the sky, piercing through the Queen Mother of the West's phoenix chariot. Boom! The magnificent chariot instantly fell apart, crashing down from the sky. The Queen Mother of the West, who barely managed to dodge, saw this scene, her eyes filled with anger. Since her name became known throughout the great wilderness, it was the first time she had been so embarrassed. Queen Mother of the West, how does it feel? De said slowly, simultaneously knocking 4 arrows, aiming at her in the sky, his gaze indifferent. This arrow of mine can not only shoot the golden crow but also those who think too highly of themselves. As these words fell, the attendants of the Queen Mother of the West, one by one, seemed to awaken from a dream, staring at the now shattered and fallen phoenix chariot, all shocked beyond belief. This was the arrow of the great wilderness's #1 archer, so powerful that even the Queen Mother of the West had to avoid its edge. De-Yi, remember this arrow of yours today. The cold gaze of the Queen Mother of the West swept over De-Yi, finally settling on Su Chen. New wood god, I will send someone to capture you, whether it be at the ends of the earth or the corners of the sea, you cannot escape. Shen Nu, you all come back, return to the divine mountain. As her words fell, the figure of the Queen Mother of the West flickered, gradually fading, disappearing before everyone's eyes. The golden crow gathered its essence to form wings, cradling its body into a spherical shape, flying up into the sky. In no time, the sun of the great wilderness rose again, its light returning to the earth. And that heat had long since dissipated. Who? De-Yi let out a long sigh, lowering the arrow he had raised, looking at the sun in the sky and saying, Kid, he has acknowledged you. Although he still hates me, he should not fall down again in the future. Su Chen came back to his senses, looking at the greenery that had already sprouted around him, feeling the vitality between heaven and earth, and smiled slightly, his mind relaxing at that moment. This is best. As soon as he finished speaking, the quiet Bai Fong beside him suddenly nudged Su Chen with its head. Sensing something, Su Chen looked up, and a small golden crow had unknowingly landed from the sky. Or rather, a small golden crow formed from pure golden crow essence. The little golden crow called out to him and flew towards him. Su Chen did not hesitate, taking out the Najie card and absorbing the little golden crow transformed from the essence of the golden crow. It's really strange, why does he favor this kid instead of De-Yi? Kwa Fu scratched his head beside him, his expression full of confusion. Could it be because De-Yi shot down the 9 golden crows? Probably because I can't stop the true plan of the West Queen Mother. De-Yi withdrew his gaze from the sky, his expression showing no sign of relaxation. They still did not know the true purpose of the West Queen Mother, but from her actions, it was clear that she would never care about the lives of the beings in the great wilderness. Senior De-Yi, I have to leave now. Is there a way to send me out? Seeing that the disaster had been quelled and recalling the Xuanwu ruins and the essence of the golden crow he had just obtained, Su Chen felt a bit impatient. The pure white cup competition lasting half a month was nearing its end, and he still needed one more main hall badge, so he had to hurry. There was also the hidden Dragon Cup event, and the second competition was about to be held. The Golden Crow Ruin token had been destroyed, and if he wanted to leave, he had to rely on De-Yi's power. Hearing this, De-Yi looked at Su Chen and smiled. Kwa Fu, don't you still have a token from the great wilderness? Take it out, and I'll send him away. As soon as he finished speaking, Kwa Fu chimed in, aren't you going to stay for the banquet before leaving? Before Su Chen could respond, De-Yi answered for him. He must have urgent matters. Kwa Fu, doesn't your clan have that kind of token? Kwa Fu hesitated for a moment, but seeing the vibrant scene around him, he took out a token and handed it to Su Chen. This token was neither gold nor jade, but carved from the divine wood of the peach forest.
with an ancient script engraved on it. This is something that was born in the peach forest at an unknown time, regarded as a sacred object by my clan. You helped my clan out of trouble, and I have nothing to thank you with, so just accept it. Thank you, Senior Kwafu. Su Chen happily accepted it, and after bidding farewell to the two, he used the ruin token to leave the place. Almost as soon as he left, Zhao Huiling and the others arrived late. Lord Di and Lord Kwafu, the new wood god is from our world. Seeing Su Chen vanish without a trace, Langya was filled with shock. This was the wood god of the great wilderness. How could he be from their world? And so young, who could this person be? Beside her, Zhao Huiling was equally astonished. Someone from their world had actually inherited the position of the wood god of the great wilderness? It was simply unbelievable. Hearing this, Dai nodded lightly and then said seriously, you two must keep this a secret. This kid definitely doesn't want to expose his identity. Although Su Chen's form just now was only 3 parts similar to his previous form, the identities of the two in front of him should not be simple. Dai felt he should cover for Su Chen. Yes, we understand. Lanya replied, calming her mind, but there was a hint of inquiry in her eyes. She planned to investigate this person's identity secretly after returning. Rest assured, I, Zhao Huiling, will never tell anyone. Zhao Huiling solemnly promised from the side. Dai and Kwafu exchanged smiles and then invited the two to the banquet. Just as they were about to leave, Dai turned his head to look at the Bai Fong divine bird that had come with Su Chen and invited, Bai Fong, would you like to join us? Bai Fong glanced at the four and then soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Seeing this, Dai seemed to be lost in thought. Dai, what's wrong? Kwafu asked curiously when he saw him deep in thought and not moving. This little bird wasn't very strong, and in his view, it wasn't worth paying attention to. It's nothing, just a feeling. Dai shook his head and went with the three to clean up the aftermath. Bai Fong flew over the lush Wei River plain and arrived at a high cliff. As soon as he landed, he looked towards the white beast shadow in front of him. The white beast shadow withdrew its gaze from the Wei River and turned to look at Bai Fong, its wise eyes seeming to see through everything. Thank you, Bai Fong. Bai Fong slightly lowered his head, a hint of respect in his azure pupils. If it weren't for the white beast shadow in front of him, he might have already fallen. This guiding duty was easy, he didn't think it was difficult at all. I should return to the Zhe River now. Bai Fong, what about you? Do you want to come with me? The white beast shadow spread its wings, its slender body hovering in the air. Bai Fong shook his head, watching the white beast shadow depart. Then, it took flight, glanced back at the path it had come from, and casually chose a direction to head into. The distance. It decided to travel through the vast wilderness, to see the world, and then return. But it did not know when it would come back. By the side of the highway, Su Chen looked at the passing vehicles with a helpless expression. He had forgotten something very important. The deviation would be significant after leaving the tribe where Kwafu was. In other words, he was neither in Kaijiang Prefecture nor in Kaiyun Prefecture. You are currently located in Dongji Prefecture. It is 4 p.m. and the nearest duel hall is the Dongji Duel Hall. The guardian of that hall specializes in defense, and according to big data assessments, obtaining a badge there is much more difficult than in other duel halls. Please consider carefully. The intelligent announcement from the communication terminal rang in his ears. Upon hearing this, Su Chen became interested. He decided to create a golden crow card tonight and test its strength tomorrow. The lazy sunset leaned against the horizon, dyeing the surroundings with brilliant evening glow, a sight to behold. By the Dongji River, the evening breeze blew gently and a few strands of golden light filtered through the willow branches, reflecting on the young man's face, illuminating his contemplation. Click! The crisp sound of a camera suddenly rang out. Su Chen looked up to see a freckled boy standing not far away, looking a bit awkward but still mustering the courage to approach, scratching his head and appearing quite embarrassed. I'm an apprentice card maker. Recently, my teacher told us to find our own scenic materials to create scenic cards. For practice. I saw you deep in thought, blending with the environment here, and I just couldn't help myself. I'm sorry for interrupting. Your thoughts, I'll delete the photo right now. The freckled boy said as he bowed, then prepared to delete the photo. Su Chen chuckled lightly, stopping his action. In the future, you shouldn't take photos without others' permission. Show me, if it's not good, I'll delete it. The freckled boy was taken aback and hurriedly handed over the camera. Su Chen glanced at it, nodded slightly in approval. Not bad, I won't delete it then. Handing the camera back to him, Su Chen patted his shoulder and added, but I want to ask you a question. What does the sun mean to you? The freckled boy looked at the sunset on the horizon, thought seriously for a moment, and replied, passionate, warm, radiant, responsible, generous, inclusive. Su Chen chuckled in surprise, curious, does it have no flaws? This kid is quite flattering. The freckled boy shook his head, appearing somewhat stubborn. What you said is not right. Whether the sun is good or not is just our subjective opinion. When the sun is beneficial to us, we certainly praise it, but when it harms us, we will definitely curse it. After hearing this, Su Chen looked at the sunset gradually disappearing on the horizon and nodded gently.
You're right, it won't change a bit based on our attitude towards it.
After saying this, Su Chen strode towards the temporary hotel he had booked.
The freckled boy watched his departing figure, frowning slightly.
Why does this person think about such strange questions? The sun's thoughts? What thoughts could the sun have?
Returning to his temporary residence, Su Chen took a warm shower and then entered the nascent space. It was lush and vibrant here, filled with life force, and the air was fresh and natural. The towering trees reached into the clouds, and the fruits hanging from the branches were beginning to take shape. However, Su Chen's gaze was not on these. His eyes were fixed on the small sun hanging above in the space, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Not long ago, he had tried to absorb the small golden crow transformed from the source of the golden crow, but after several attempts, all had failed. In other words, he could only use the two sources of the golden crow that existed on the panel to create cards.
It can only be this way.
He arranged the card-making tools one by one, and Su Chen's expression gradually became focused. Clearly, making cards outside was not feasible. After much thought, the safest option was in the Najia space.
Skillfully setting up the card-making tools, Su Chen recalled his experiences in the Su Jing and calmly began to write.
The vast green fields, the mighty rivers, all things competing for freedom, presented a scene full of vitality. However, they were destined to serve merely
as a backdrop. As the pen turned, a divine bird appeared on the card surface, golden light radiating from it, illuminating the boundless earth. The halo layered upon itself, wrapping it into a spherical shape, appearing from a distance like a burning fireball. It was the essence of the sun, known to all living beings as the three-legged golden crow. Hanging high in the sky, its light was too strong, burning all beings if they got too close. All beings revered it, feared it, hated it, yet could not live without it.
In the hearts of all beings, it perhaps came closest to eternity, because it had existed since time immemorial, witnessing the rise and fall of the earth.
The understanding of the sun in his heart poured out with the stroke of the pen. A brilliant three-legged golden crow gradually occupied the main focus of the picture, its dazzling light almost blinding.
As the spiritual energy flowed, the entire card surface transformed from stillness
to motion, and it seemed as if the golden crow truly appeared before Su Chen.
It was resplendent in golden light, its golden feathers imposing, and the indifference in its blazing golden pupils made one acutely aware of its power.
Caw!
Accompanied by a cry, Su Chen did not hesitate to inject two sources of the golden crow. Buzz! The entire card was overtaken by gold at a visible speed, the scorching true fire of the sun flickering, as if it were about to break free from the
vortex of spiritual energy. Su Chen did not dare to delay and quickly activated the panel.
The familiar blank appeared in an instant, and he used his mental power to weave the prepared fictional text into it.
Golden Crow Fictional Story 1.
The golden crow shines upon the world. I am the three-legged crow, born without seeing my parents, mingling among the crows, often ridiculed, told I am not of the same kind, 3 legs belong to a different kind, driven away and not allowed
to return.
Winter has 1,000 kinds of cold, but none can compare to the coldness of harsh words in my heart. I drag my frail body for thousands of miles, hoping to find a place to rest my heart, not allowing my spirit to be hurt to the
point of despair.
Yet, the cold covers thousands of miles, and there is not a trace of warmth in the world, melting the snow on my heart. Looking up at the sky, it speaks not. Looking down at the ground, it is silent. I lie on the snow and sleep on the ice to pass the remaining years. In a daze, I drift into a dream, glimpsing the coldness covering the world, flowers withering, grass dying, trees suffering in silence. I see this, and it brings great sorrow. Why is there no
warmth in the world, allowing all things to suffer torment?
The wind howls, snow fills the sky, all beings see no warmth. How can this heart sleep? I wish to hang this body on the horizon, guarding warmth to shine upon the world. My heart does not die, my spirit does not sleep. Awakening in a daze, shocked it was a dream, my frail body covered in golden feathers, shining brilliantly in the world. I soar high to illuminate the ice and snow, I shine universally to warm all beings, I burn this body, only my heart is eternal, to reside in the world.
The gilded text emerged one after another, and as the blank was filled, the brilliance was dazzling.
Buzz! With the complete fusion of the mythical material source, the surface of the entire card radiated waves of golden light. A terrifying heat gave rise to blazing golden flames, covering the entire card. In Su Chen's astonished gaze, the small golden crow in the sky suddenly cried out, pecking off a golden feather, which fell precisely into the card. Accompanied by an extremely dazzling flash of spiritual light, the brilliance of the card gradually retracted, and the golden crow on the card surface seemed to come alive. It gazed through the card surface, locking eyes with Su Chen outside, its imposing gaze making it impossible to look directly at. Thud! The card lightly landed on the table, the scorching temperature wrapped in spiritual light, not spilling a single drop.
The flowing jade-colored card frame looked extremely exquisite.
But the three-legged golden crow on the card surface was even more striking, its noble golden color impossible to ignore. Su Chen took a deep breath, reached out to pick up the card, and a faint warmth instantly transmitted through his skin to his senses. In a daze, Su Chen even felt a burning sensation. It was as if what he held was not a card, but a ball of fire. Coming back to his senses, Su Chen looked down at the card, a hint of satisfaction evident in his eyes. Flowing Jade 3 stars, mythical quality, Golden Crow card. With another sweep of mental energy, all the information about the card was received. Su Chen's expression momentarily froze. Character card, Golden Crow compatibility, 60%, summoning or illusion mental energy consumption reduced by 54%, compatibility times 0.9, connection talent and physique inheritance ratio is 6%, compatibility times 0.1. Type, summoning/illusion level. Flowing J 3 stars, 9 stars can attempt to break through to blooming blue, quality, mythical talent, essence of the sun skills, sunlight scorching the world, true fire burning the sky, golden crow true feather, 10 suns. In the sky. Description, the three-legged golden crow is the essence of the sun, revered by all spirits as the sun. Essence of the sun, as a three-legged golden crow, you are immune to fire attribute damage, can freely manipulate true solar fire, can absorb fire spiritual energy for your own use, and possess the might of the sun, which all spirits fear. Sunlight scorching the world, 12 stars. Sunlight scorching the world, its might is dazzling and cannot be looked at directly. Summons true solar fire to form a true fire domain, causing burning damage to enemies that is difficult to heal. As long as the domain remains, the burning continues. True fire burning the sky, 12 stars. Gathers the essence of true fire from the source, covering the space. All living beings within the range receive an additional stackable burning status. When the burning status reaches 10 layers, it automatically triggers 10 suns in the sky. 10 suns in the sky. 14 stars. Using the power of the source, summons the shadow of the golden crow, unleashing the power to annihilate the world. True fire will continuously give birth to small golden crows that automatically attack surrounding beings and apply burning status, ignoring any defenses. For each layer stacked, 1% of energy and health is deducted. When stacked to 100 layers, it will automatically empty the health bar. Golden crow true feather, special no star level. Recognition of the golden crow's origin can enhance the power of 10 suns in the sky. After use, it will enter a 1-month cooldown period. Special note, during 10 suns in the sky, for each golden crow present, the burning status increases by 10 layers. Currently can directly stack 20 layers. Using Golden Crow True Feather will directly stack 80 layers. Note, the burning status cannot be removed by the attacked target. Recognition of the Golden Crow's origin. After receiving all the card information, Su Chen's eyes showed a hint of shock. This Golden Crow was worth the long time he spent. It was simply an undeniable true damage mage. There was no numerical crushing, only mechanism kills. All 3 skills dealt true damage. With this thought, Su Chen glanced at the time, realizing it was still early morning, and his heart ignited with excitement. With the Eastern Extreme Duel Hall still half a day away, he might as well use the Golden Crow to test the Xuanwu ruins. Daring to think and act, Su Chen immediately withdrew from the nascent space and activated the Xuanwu ruins token. Accompanied by the sound of cold wind howling, a chill swept through his senses. In the vast snowstorm, loneliness seemed to become eternal. Under the dim sky, everything was covered in ice and snow, gray and oppressive. Su Chen first transformed into the new god of wood, then summoned the golden crow. With a cry, in the world of ice and snow, a dazzling 3-legged golden crow soared into the sky. In an instant, the scorching sunlight illuminated this icy world. Endless, true fire burned in the snowstorm, seemingly never to extinguish. The terrifying heat seemed to melt everything here. In less than 10 seconds, a thunderous sound erupted from the entire space. Under Su Chen's gaze, the melting icy world was lifted by a colossal creature. Its jet-black shell was covered with ancient patterns, and the Xuanwu carrying it raised its long, snake-like neck, staring at the unexpected guest. In the sky, seeing it awaken so quickly, Su Chen's lips curled up. Just as he had guessed, this ice and snow was some kind of mechanism protecting the Xuanwu. Once broken, the Xuanwu would have to fight. Thud, thud. The Xuanwu's limbs slowly pushed up, its tail flipping the iceberg, creating a terrifying commotion. Its eyes passed over Su Chen, fixating on the golden crow in the sky, the patterns on its shell gradually glowing, and a chilling aura emanated from its surface, forming a thin, transparent shield. Immediately, it opened its massive mouth, and a chilling breath gathered in its throat. Boom! A deep blue icy beam, like an atomic breath, froze everything in its path, shooting straight towards the golden crow that radiated heat above. The speed was astonishing. The range was vast. The golden crow had no time to dodge at all. Bang! In Su Chen's incredulous gaze, the golden crow was directly shattered into spiritual light, coalescing into a card. Returning to his sea of consciousness. Step, step. The Xuanwu slowly lowered its body, closed its eyes, and surprisingly fell asleep again, completely ignoring Su Chen. Is this reasonable? Looking at the trace of the beam, Su Chen furrowed his brows tightly. Is Xuanwu this strong? This is too unreasonable. The golden crow was actually turned into a card in one hit? Although the energy was not greatly depleted, and could still be summoned again, isn't Xuanwu's ability a bit overpowered? If this were a formal competition, it would directly ban someone from using a card. Even if it wasn't a formal competition but a real battlefield, this is still a trick.
I don't believe it.
Seeing Xuanwu asleep, Su Chen summoned the golden crow again, continuing to unfold the true fire domain.
Step, step. In less than a moment,
Xuanwu slowly propped itself up again, but this time it did not unleash the previous beam, it simply gazed quietly at the golden crow.
A thin
and transparent shield manifested, yet even so, it could not stop the fate of the ice and snow melting from its body.
Seeing this scene, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Such a monstrous skill could indeed only be used once in a short time. If all goes well, he would be able to harvest the Xuanwu source tonight. However, just as this thought settled, Su Chen's expression suddenly changed.
He saw Xuanwu conjure that kind of beam again.
Before the golden crow could spread its wings to escape, the beam seemed to automatically lock onto its target, once again shattering it into a card. Su Chen caught the golden crow card, his expression unchanged. This time, Xuanwu did not rest directly, its entire body radiated cold spiritual power, refreezing the iceberg covering its surface. And with the sun's true fire losing the golden crow's maintenance, it naturally could not burn through the iceberg that continuously provided energy.
Watching this scene, Su Chen felt incredibly troubled.
These icebergs were very thick and did not belong to Xuanwu's body, serving as a layer of natural
armor.
If the golden crow wanted to apply a burning state, it would have to burn through the iceberg.
Of course, it could also choose to directly attack Xuanwu's head. But why do I feel it still has strength left? Looking at the once again sleeping Xuanwu, Su Chen hesitated. If he used the enhanced version of the 10 suns in the sky, he could completely break through Xuanwu's defense, but doing so would deplete the golden crow's spiritual power entirely.
He couldn't guarantee that after breaking Xuanwu's defense without the golden crow, he could
deal effective damage to Xuanwu. This guy's defense is terrifying, and its health points are probably astonishing. The reason I was able to defeat the Qinglong back then was entirely because it ran out of its territory, losing the regional boost. Glancing at the swirling
snowstorm, Su Chen felt a sense of defeat once again.
This Xuanwu truly could break through defenses.
Despite having regional support, it was undeniable that Xuanwu's combat practicality was stronger than the character cards he currently possessed.
Capable of offense, defense,
and withstanding damage, it was simply a perfect defensive character card.
It's a pity. I can only think of a way later. Now let's try the Su Jing token from Kansheng. Reluctantly glancing at the steadfast Xuanwu, Su Chen decisively chose to withdraw. The sprawling mountains appeared particularly tranquil during the day. This time, Su Chen did not choose to head to the high peaks. Walking through the jungle, the poisonous insects and fierce beasts everywhere were intentionally subdued by the aura he released, daring not to approach. And he finally confirmed that this was indeed the great wilderness.
As for the specific location, he was not sure.
Giggle. A silver bell-like laughter came from not far ahead. Su Chen's eyes widened slightly, and while remaining vigilant, he quickly stepped forward.
As he delved deeper, the trees gradually thinned and the scene ahead opened up. A sapphire blue lake lay in the center of the jungle, faintly visible. A hazy mist rose from the center of the lake, depicting a scene of a beauty bathing. Glancing at the modern-style clothes on the shore, Su
Chen calmly put on his mask, rubbed out a wisp of true sunfire, and flicked it over. Whoosh! The true fire sword. It blazed fiercely. The commotion immediately drew the resentful gaze of the woman in the lake. You scoundrel, do you want me to meet you in the nude? Kansheng bit
her red lip lightly, revealing a shy demeanor. Hearing this, Su Chen stood by the lake with his arms crossed, a half-smile on his face.
Then come out and let me feast my eyes.
Intentionally leaving her clothes on the shore, she seemed to want to lure him in, but who knew
how deep the water was?
Kansheng rolled her eyes at him, then lifted her long, shiny leg out of the water, her face full of grievance.
Scoundrel, my leg is cramping. Can you come down and massage it for me? Carry me up too, if you can. Cramping? It's probably because the water is too cold. Let me add some fire for you.
Su Chen was not vague at all, rubbing out another wisp of true sunfire and flicking it into
the lake.
In an instant, the true sunfire ignited the spiritual energy in the lake, and the heat released quickly spread throughout the entire
lake. Splash!
Kansheng immediately jumped out of the water, standing in midair in her swimsuit, glaring fiercely at Su Chen, gritting
her teeth in anger.
But soon, she pretended to be weak and pitiful.
Scoundrel, did I do something to upset you? Su Chen looked at her calmly and said lightly, I feel annoyed just seeing you. What do you think?
This market realm token was not just one piece, he had
miscalculated.
Fortunately, he discovered it in time and did not expose his identity. However, the woman before him clearly would not let it go
easily.
As the seventh seed of the remnant beauty, with her leverage in his hands, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep or eat.
Scoundrel, did I do something wrong?
Kansheng slowly walked to the shore, looking at him with tearful eyes, her voice full of grievance.
You want to kill me, don't you?
Su Chen stood still, a smile on his face. Kansheng's heart jolted at his words, but she feigned a confused and helpless expression, her eyes brimming with tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice.
Scoundrel, is this how you see me? With a heart as venomous as a snake's? Su Chen remained non-committal, standing with his hands behind his back, quietly unfolding the wood god domain. His tone flat. Kenshing, you can try. But I must tell you, as long as I am alive, tomorrow you will be hunted down by other zodiac signs. To the ends of the earth. Do not doubt their power. You should know that several zodiac signs are hereditary. Their power is beyond your imagination. Upon hearing this, Kenshing turned her face away, softly sobbing, "Scoundrel, I bathe here every day just to wait for you, yet you are so heartless?" Su Chen, upon hearing this, looked at her with disdain. "Kenshing, you can believe that yourself, but don't say it to me. The remnant beauties, except in special circumstances, must maintain purity towards the gods. This is the most basic requirement." "Scoundrel, I really am waiting for you." Suddenly, Kenshing rushed forward like a gust of wind, pretending to fall into Su Chen's arms. He calmly dodged, saying lightly, "Stop with this act. If you keep it up, I will make you wish you were dead." "Wish I were dead, is that what I want?" Kenshing licked her red lips, her gaze sultry and fiery. Su Chen ignored her provocative look, staring at the calm surface of the lake, his expression indifferent. "I have no mood to chat with you. In future zodiac meetings, without my orders, you will act like a mute, understand? Scoundrel, is it just being a mute? Don't you want me to serve you?" Kenshing stepped forward, circling around him, her every frown and smile enchanting and graceful. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Serving me is fine, but you must curse the deity you worship as trash, saying he is not even a fraction of me, and I will reluctantly give you a chance." Kenshing's smile froze at the corners of her mouth, and she felt an impulse to kick the young man in front of her. Not only to kick, but to scold him fiercely, humiliating him until he begged for mercy. But this was destined to be just a thought. Kenshing forced a smile and reached out to touch his shoulder. "Scoundrel, aside from this, I will do anything you want." Su Chen stepped back to avoid it, his gaze indifferent. "Did I tell you to touch me? If you can't even handle this, what right do you have to serve me?" Kenshing gritted her silver teeth, struggling to keep a smile on her face. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't hold it together. In the end, she could only maintain a cold expression, glaring at Su Chen. "Giving up the act so soon? Kenshing, do you want to learn from the second seat, Cat? If it were her here, she definitely wouldn't give up on enchanting me." Su Chen smiled, as if genuinely suggesting it. Kenshing took a deep breath, calming her emotions, and gritted her teeth, saying, "You, my enemy, are trying to deliberately provoke me, aren't you? Who didn't know that among the Kin beauties, she and Cat were the most at odds? Whenever they met, they would compete fiercely, neither willing to back down. To say she was inferior to Cat in front of her was more painful than killing her. That's a fact. She ranks ahead of you." Su Chen spoke mercilessly, pinning her to the pillar of shame with a single sentence. "Good. Very good. My enemy, you've successfully angered me." Kenshing laughed coldly, her fists clenched tightly, anger building up in her chest. At worst, it would just be death. She didn't believe she couldn't drag him down with horror. To dare say she was inferior to Cat, there would be a painful price to pay. "Kenshing, don't you want her to fall to such a state as well?" Su Chen's sudden remark left Kenshing stunned. Coming back to her senses, she looked into Su Chen's meaningful eyes and couldn't help but shiver. What do you want to do?" Though she said that, a flicker of anticipation arose in her heart. If that lofty Cat were to fall to such a state, how wonderful would that be? Su Chen took a half step forward, removing her mask, and looked at the embarrassment on her enchanting face, smiling as he said, "What I want to do isn't important. What's important is what you want to do. I will not betray my colleagues. You can give up on that idea." Kenshing turned away, her tone less resolute in her rejection. Hearing this, Su Chen calmly replied, "Kenshing, you are being coerced by me. This is not your fault." "What do you want me to do?" Ching suppressed the wild joy in her heart, but her voice still trembled. "Simple, I want you to find a way to bring her here. The rest is up to me." Cat's true identity was the eldest princess of the Sea Cat clan in the Boundless Sea. If he could subdue her, it would be immensely beneficial for his plans in the Boundless Sea. "What if I bring her here, and you fail?" Kenshing turned to stare at him, her gaze sharp as if trying to see through his true self. Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, saying lightly, "You don't have the right to negotiate terms with me." A flash of anger crossed Kenshing's eyes, then she smirked, "You're so weak, I really don't know where you get your confidence from." "You'll find out, but not now." After saying this, Su Chen directly activated the token, preparing to leave. "Come back here in 7 days, my enemy." Watching him disappear, Kenshing couldn't help but smile. There was nothing more satisfying than seeing the person she disliked the most being dragged down by her. Under the bright moon, Su Chen returned to his room, standing by the window, a contemplative look in his eyes. That unknown beast seemed to not be in the mountains during the day. Even if it is, don't think about subduing it in a short time. Once it knows her identity, the consequences would be endless. After realizing this, Su Chen felt quite at ease, getting into bed to continue meditating and cultivating. Currently, he had Bai Zhe for enhancement, Xinglong for healing, and Jinwu for offense. That beast resembling a tiger clearly leaned towards offense, evidently repeating
For now, his focus should still be on Xuanwu. How to conquer the Xuanwu ruins would be his main goal moving forward, and to achieve this goal, arranging a subordinate card for Jinwu naturally came. First, after a sleepless night as dawn broke, Su Chen got up on time to wash up, bought fried dough sticks and soy milk after leaving, and hurried to the Eastern Duel Hall. Although there were fewer challengers, it was always better to arrive early. Holding such thoughts, Su Chen stepped into the grand and imposing arena of the East Extreme Duel Hall, greeted by the first rays of morning sunlight. It was still early, and the arena appeared rather desolate. Even the stage was empty. Did I come too early? Looking around, he noticed a young man with an honest face diligently training not far away, and Su Chen immediately walked over. Hey, brother, do you know when the Pure White Cup challenge at the East Extreme Duel Hall usually starts? The honest-looking young man was taken aback by the question, curiously sizing up the peer in the fox mask before breaking into a grin. You're Su Feng, right? Su Chen was slightly surprised. His reputation shouldn't have spread that far in the East Extreme Prefecture. Hee, I know you because Invincible is my relative. The honest young man chuckled, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. My name is Feng Qiubai, the chief of the East Extreme Duel Hall. Su Feng, your strength is already well known. You can go straight to the national competition. Brother Feng, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Su Chen hesitated for a moment, uncertainly asking. Before the national competition, the promotion standards were relatively lenient, as team competitions required members. Additionally, some people's character cards were indeed not suitable for individual matches. However, while the standards were lenient, not competing at all and just handing out badges felt somewhat dismissive. Oh, brother Su Feng, one must be adaptable. Feng Qiubai patted his shoulder, winking at him, his honest and simple demeanor vanishing entirely. Instead of standing around, why don't I take you out for some fun and show you some hospitality? Hearing this, Su Chen cleared his throat twice and politely declined. That's not necessary. Brother Feng, I have urgent matters. Can you just give me the badge? Well, ahaha. Feng Qiubai's gaze flickered a bit, then he placed a hand on Su Chen's shoulder. Brother Su Feng, let me tell you the truth, I've lost all the promotion badges. Brother Feng, are you joking? Su Chen's eyelids twitched, and his mood soured. He had planned to finish quickly and return to see Qingying. Was he really going to have to switch halls to challenge someone? Sigh. Feng Qiubai sighed deeply, slapping his thigh with a look of regret, and explained the situation regarding the promotion badges to Su Chen. It turned out that besides training, he enjoyed visiting the retro tavern by the East Extreme River to taste wine and enjoy the scenery. Recently, due to a small matter, he had a dispute with a prodigy from another race. They had agreed to a duel, and he narrowly lost, resulting in the other party taking all the promotion badges, intending to embarrass him. Fortunately, his strength was solid. As long as he didn't go easy, challengers would naturally return from whence they came. But he had also made ample preparations, secretly gathering information on strong peers from various prefectures to ensure he could recognize them immediately and act accordingly. Just as he thought he could muddle through as the prefecture competition neared its end, Su Chen's arrival made him feel helpless. Indeed, the more one feared something, the more it would come to pass. Brother Feng, I beg you to help me. If my master finds out, I might as well have my legs broken. By the end, Feng Qiubai's face was full of pleading. What race is the opponent? Su Chen asked calmly after a moment of thought. Switching halls to challenge was too troublesome. It was better to resolve the current issue and save time by directly obtaining the badge. Golden Feather Clan, very proud. His sister is a popular teaching assistant at the East Extreme Academy, fair-skinned and beautiful, with long legs, exuding a desire to conquer, cough cough. Noticing Su Chen's unfriendly gaze, Feng Qiubai quickly changed the subject. In any case, he's very strong and recovers quickly. When I competed against him, he was like flying a kite, draining my character card's energy completely. And then, Su Chen raised a hand to stop him, calmly saying, you can take. Need to find him now. Golden Feather Clan? Isn't that the race he designed? No one would know the Golden Feather Clan better than him. Brother Feng, he's really strong, so please don't underestimate him. Feng Qiubai, while entrusting the intelligent management, led Su Chen outside, his expression serious. As the chief of the Eastern Duel General Hall, his strength was certainly not just for show. The prodigy of the Golden Feather Clan appeared to look down on everyone, but in reality, he was a cunning old fox playing tricks with him. I know, Brother Feng, you don't need to worry, I will win the badge back, Su Chen replied patiently, his gaze calm from beginning to end. The Golden Feather Clan, with a fire attribute, was a race of birdmen residing near volcanoes. The design inspiration came from his research on the vermilion bird and the phoenix. However, this clan could at best be considered a mid-level race, neither high nor low, sharing a fate with the human race, prosper together, suffer together. Later, in the late stages of aversion, they were nearly exterminated, leaving only a few clan members. When he learned of this, he felt a pang of sadness and then cursed the planners while drinking a beverage. As his
Thoughts drifted. Su Chen followed Feng Qiubai and soon arrived at a high-end riverside restaurant. With its ancient charm, it stood out. Uniquely by the river, exquisite in every detail. Feng Qiubai used facial recognition to take Su Chen directly to the top floor. As they passed through the intermediate floors, the faint sound of beautiful ancient musical instruments could be heard, making one unconsciously want to stop and listen, to relax for a while. Approaching the top floor, a woman in ancient attire came down, her sleeves flowing, exuding a hint of ethereal grace. "Hello, young Master Feng," she said, slightly bowing upon seeing Feng Qiubai, her voice soft and charming. Cough. Cough, Sister Xiaoyun, I told you to call me brother. Why are you being so formal? Why call me young Master Feng? Really? Feng Qiubai scolded, and the woman could only lower her head, silently enduring. Su Chen observed the scene, feeling a hint of suspicion in his heart. Cough, cough, brother Feng, let's continue going up. Feng Qiubai felt an inexplicable pressure under Su Chen's gaze, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. But with the arrow on the string, he had no choice but to press on, leading Su Chen upstairs. The woman in ancient attire, seeing his demeanor and the way he looked at Su Chen, immediately felt a sense of awe. Young Master Feng was the owner of the restaurant. Someone who even the boss had to treat with respect. How could they, a group of workers, not be cautious? However, thinking about the situation above, the woman gritted her teeth and hurried to follow. At the top floor of the riverside restaurant, there was a pavilion, elevated above the surroundings, filled with ancient charm. When Feng Qiubai brought Su Chen up, 3 people were already seated inside. A young man in a golden robe, handsome in appearance, exuded a humble demeanor, appearing polite and courteous. A woman in a white shirt paired with fitted pants had an excellent figure and looks, giving off a refined vibe, her slightly furrowed brows adding a touch of fragility. A middle-aged man with a fair complexion had an aloof expression, but there was a flicker of heat in his eyes as he glanced at the woman, though he concealed it well. The 3 noticed the commotion and turned to look at the 2 coming up. Upon seeing Feng Qiubai, the young man in golden attire frowned and said lightly, "Young Master Feng, this is our own business, please do not meddle." It was not easy to find a capable skin card maker, yet Feng Qiubai kept interrupting, clearly with ulterior motives. If he hadn't been deceived and had been a member here for 20 years, he certainly wouldn't be back. Hee, Jean Ally, I want to bet with you again. If you lose, you have to return everything I lost before. Feng Qiubai stepped forward, standing tall and confident. Jean Ally frowned and looked at the woman beside him. "Young Master Feng, we can discuss this later. We are currently discussing serious matters." The woman, Jean Shuarua, calmly refused, then turned her gaze away from him, respectfully looking at the middle-aged man. "Master Shu, let's continue our discussion." Seeing himself being ignored, Feng Qiubai glanced at the middle-aged man, whose lips curled slightly, and rolled up his sleeves, ready to flip the table. "Young Master Feng." The woman in ancient attire quickly called out to him, then without saying a word, pulled him back. Suddenly, she felt a blur before her eyes. The mysterious man, whom even her boss had to respect, stepped forward and flipped the table, grabbing a plate and smashing it over the middle-aged man's head. "Ah!" The middle-aged man screamed in agony, touching the blood oozing from his head, furious. "Damn you, kid! You dare hit me?" Su Chen calmly stared at him and smiled faintly. Since when can a conman be called a master? This middle-aged man was all too familiar to him. A scoundrel hunted by players, relying on his card-making skills to deceive people for money and sex, even preying on little girls. He was known as the top of the scoundrel list. If it weren't for a female player accidentally becoming his student and ultimately exposing his actions, no one would have thought that a 5-star card maker certified by the association was actually a beast in human clothing. "Con man? Heh, young man, you say I'm a con man?" The sorcerer, suppressing his anger, wiped the blood clean, his eyes filled with chilling coldness. As a 5-star card maker of the association, who dared to disrespect him outside? Even the young masters and ladies of ancient families had to respectfully call him master upon seeing him, because he was young enough, in his 30s, a 5-star card maker, and had apprenticed under a 10-star card maker. His future was limitless. Now, being treated like this in front of his prey by an unknown kid was an immense humiliation. "Yes, I say you're a conman, and you are a conman." Su Chen took a step forward, lifting the sorcerer with one hand in the stunned gaze of the other 4. This card-making master, whom they regarded as a big shot and had to treat with respect, was effortlessly lifted by Su Chen. At that moment, the imposing aura emanating from Su Chen left the others in a daze, unable to even think of stopping him. The sorcerer struggled desperately, fear and anger merging, causing him to unconsciously spit out harsh words. You, damn kid. Is this your attitude towards the association's card makers? I'm going to report to the association. Slap. Su Chen first slapped him to disorient him, then dragged him to the edge of the top floor, his expression calm. What are you even worth to represent the association? I see the association's reputation is getting worse because of you parasites. True masters focus on card making, while petty people take advantage of their power to bully others. Tell me, are you a conman? Su Chen held the sorcerer upside
down, forcing him to look at the height of the 8th floor. "Heh, kid, if you have the guts, let go." The sorcerer suppressed his anger, determined not to use cards, planning to stand on the moral high ground to deal with Su Chen later. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled slightly and said, "You said it, stop." Jin Shuerua, regaining her senses, shouted, and Jin Aolai quickly reached for the sorcerer in Su Chen's hand. Su Chen remained unhurried, releasing the sorcerer with his right hand just in time to catch him with his left, shocking everyone present into a cold sweat. "Help me." The sorcerer, seeing Su Chen daring to play like this, felt his heart racing, fear creeping into his eyes. Jin Aolai, hearing this, wanted to make a move, but Su Chen's gaze was sharp as a sword, piercing towards him. In that instant, Jin Aolai felt as if something was burning his eyes. He halted his actions, not daring to act rashly, looking at the composed Su Chen with uncertainty. He couldn't understand why someone without any illusions could have such an imposing presence. "Fang Qiubai, if something happens to Master Shu, how will you explain it?" Jin Shuerua, seeing her brother unable to handle Su Chen, was shocked and pressured the stunned Fang Qiubai beside her. "Gulp." Fang Qiubai swallowed hard, hurriedly stepping forward, raising his hands and stammering, "Brother Feng, my good brother, calm down, we need to stay calm, we can't play like this." He didn't remember saying he would deal with the sorcerer, although he did think the sorcerer was a scoundrel. But he only dared to think about it in his heart. Was this guy really that fierce? He came in swinging and was already playing at a high level. This incident was likely to escalate. A pure white cup genius contestant beating up a 5-star card maker from the association. If this public opinion took off, Su Feng might have to withdraw from the competition. This is a 5-star card master from the association, and his teacher is a 10-star card master, a being with limitless potential. Fang Qiubai, this has nothing to do with you. Su Chen pressed his 2 fingers against his forehead, taking out a card to transform into the new god of wood, his extraordinary demeanor making him appear otherworldly. "What do you want to do?" Yu Guang caught a glimpse of Su Chen's transformation, and the sorcerer was enveloped in immense fear. He tried to reach into his pocket for a card, but Su Chen threw his card box away. "Brother, I'm begging you, don't be impulsive." Fang Qiubai's legs went weak, and he knelt down, pleading loudly. Little Yun beside him was already dumbfounded. Jin Aolai and his sister, one and all, dared not act recklessly, only staring blankly. Just how deep was the grudge between these two? Su Chen ignored the others and looked at the sorcerer, speaking flatly, "I'll ask you one last time, are you a fraud?" "Yes, I'm a fraud. I not only cheat for money, I also want to cheat for sex. Let me down quickly." Losing his card box, the sorcerer completely lost his confidence. The shadow of death combined with an inexplicable pressure overwhelming him, and he didn't dare to be vague in the slightest. However, just when he thought that answering like this would make the person let him go, the next words sent him into a panic. "Then tell me, do you deserve to die for what you've done over the years?" As these words fell, the entire top floor fell into a deathly silence. The sorcerer's head buzzed, his brain racing to find a way to prove he didn't deserve to die. But what flashed through his mind were the countless times he had recklessly used his identity as a cardmaster. His mind was instantly shrouded in fear, unsure how to explain. In a daze, he saw the eyes behind the mask, cold and indifferent as still water. The next moment, the sensation of weightlessness spread like death, enveloping his body and mind. The ground was getting closer, the wind rushing past like a blade. The sorcerer screamed in terror, but at the moment he was about to hit the ground, a giant hand of spiritual power conjured by someone caught him. His legs trembled, his pants stained with an unknown liquid. The sorcerer's face turned pale as he stared blankly. It was Su Chen, who had thrown him down, standing in the air, the giant hand of spiritual power catching him just as he was about to land. "Get lost." Su Chen's gaze sharpened, his reprimand booming like thunder in his ears. The sorcerer screamed, rolling and crawling away quickly, under the strange gazes of the onlookers. The liquid left in his wake drew disdainful looks from the crowd. "Brother, you've really messed up." Feng Qiubai, coming down from the top floor, looked at this scene with a mix of shock and admiration. A 5-star card master certified by the association was actually scared to the point of losing control in public. Su Chen was indeed a ruthless person. "Sir, do you know what you're doing?" Jin Aolai clenched his fists, running in front of Su Chen to block him, a hint of anger hidden in his handsome face. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his green attire billowing in the wind, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, his voice clear and calm. "What I do has its own reasoning, and I don't need you to butt in." Saying this, Su Chen cast a bland glance at him and the woman. "Or do you take pride in pushing your sister into the fire pit?" "You!" Jin Aolai's clenched hand rose, his anger barely contained. Facing his glare, Su Chen remained composed. "Shall we have a match?" "Fine. Then let's have a match." Jin Aolai released his fist, his eyes burning with rage, his aura like a raging fire that couldn't be suppressed. "Then let's go, quick and decisive." Su Chen strode towards the arena, the 3 behind him following closely. On the other side, the sorcerer, having found a place to change his clothes, was seething with anger. He hurried to the patrol office and exaggeratedly recounted what had happened to him.
Upon hearing that someone had openly used a character
card in the city and threatened a 5-star card master, the patrol officers were initially skeptical, but after reviewing the nearby surveillance footage, one by one, they fell silent. Just as they were about to go capture the perpetrator, an unexpected event occurred.
Ah, something is burning me.
The sorcerer suddenly seemed to trigger something, continuously scratching at his abdomen, strands of golden light
gradually spreading across his body. This sudden scene left many patrol officers stunned.
Hurry, call the healing card master over.
The
older patrol officer remained calm and immediately instructed.
Help me, save me, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Feeling
the burning sensation within him growing stronger, the sorcerer reached out to the patrol officers, but the disguised patrol officers dared not approach him at all. In their perception, it was as if there was an unstable source of heat within the sorcerer.
Deputy Director
Zhang Ming stepped forward and reminded in a deep voice, "Hold on,
Master Sorcerer.
The healing spirit card master will be here soon." Before he could finish, the sorcerer was unexpectedly burned to ashes before everyone's eyes, leaving not even a bone behind.
What a tyrannical flame!
The hurried healing spirit card master, an old man with white hair, burst into the reception room just in time to witness the sorcerer being reduced to ashes. With just one glance, he recognized the symptoms. Clearly, someone had buried a strand of terrifying flame within the sorcerer, which could kill invisibly once activated, allowing the perpetrator to completely evade responsibility. From the residual aura of the flame, it was incredibly terrifying, not inferior to the top 10 on the spirit fire ranking.
Deputy Director Zhang Ming
came back to his senses and said solemnly, "Preserve the surveillance evidence. Senior patrol officers, follow me to capture the suspect."
Yes. The patrol officers responded in unison and immediately began to cooperate.
The healing spirit card master, the old man with white hair,
quickly reminded, "He is Wan Lao's student. Have the association notify Wan Lao.
This matter is serious. Intentional murder must be dealt
with severely."
Zhang Ming nodded slightly, recalling the masked suspect in the video, a hint of confusion crossing his eyes.
What kind of backing does this person have? How dare he openly violate the laws of the patrol office and disrespect the authority of the association? At the East Extreme Duel Hall, in the arena, in the duel field, Su Chen remained calm, dodging Jin Ao Lai's attacks. Using the Qinglong skill, Endless Life, he expanded the realm of life, recovering at an astonishing speed. In Jin Ao Lai's perception, he seemed like an unfathomable ocean. Finally, after another fruitless assault, Jin Ao Lai's expression grew serious. He soared into the air, energy transforming into wings that enveloped his body, brilliant golden light illuminating the entire duel field. He reached out with one hand, a golden energy longbow appearing in his grasp, quickly pulling back together energy arrows aimed at Su Chen. However, under the
gaze of him and the onlookers, Su Chen did not flinch or evade, merely forming layer upon layer of shields with his spiritual power.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Each energy arrow could pierce through the layers of shields. But when they reached Su Chen, they were all crushed into spiritual light, disappearing without a trace.
So strong. Is this card his new card? Outside the arena, Fang Qiubai murmured in awe. The attack power of the Golden Feather Clan was vividly displayed on the golden feathers formed from energy. Yet even so, judging from Su Feng's relaxed demeanor, the gap between Jin Ao Lai and him was unimaginably vast. Fang Qiubai, who exactly is he? Seeing her brother exerting all his strength yet unable to push Su Chen back even a step, Jin Shuorua's eyes were filled with shock. Her brother's strength, while not the top among his peers, was certainly among the ranks. In a battle of the same level, her brother actually had no chance of winning?
It should be noted that her brother was infinitely close to half-step mythological strength among his peers.
Could this person be?
He is Su Feng from the Kaijiang Mansion. His first character card, I believe everyone present is familiar with.
Fang Qiubai's expression was serious, his words resonating with authority. Bai Zhe,
a mythological quality character card.
The arena erupted in a wave of astonishment. He is the owner of the Bai Zhe card? So it's him, no wonder he's so powerful. But wait, isn't his card Bai Zhe?
Yes, this card is clearly not Bai Zhe. I've seen Bai Zhe's illusion form, and it has no horns.
These horns look more like those of a Jiao. But if it's not a Bai Zhe card, why is this card so powerful?
The crowd buzzed with discussion, completely unaware that the arena's door had silently closed. A group of patrollers quietly approached. In the dueling arena, Su Chen looked at the disheartened Jin Aolai and said calmly, "Many people will lose to me, you won't be the last." Jin Aolai raised his eyes to look at him, clenched his fists, and said, "I only lost once. When I get stronger, I'll come find you."
"I look forward to it,"
Su Chen replied flatly as he exited the dueling arena.
In an instant, one by one, high-ranking patrollers appeared, surrounding the arena. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone present.
Fang Qiubai saw Deputy Director Zhang Ming and hurriedly approached him, saying,
"Director Zhang, what's going on?"
Jiang Ming did not look at him, instead, he faced the crowd, staring at the composed Su Chen on the arena, his voice steady and powerful. The association's 5-star card master of the technique category died in a fire. After investigation, you are the primary suspect.
Boom! The information contained in this statement was like a bomb exploding. Fang Choubai's legs went weak and he fell backward.
Jin Shuerhua stood frozen in place, incredulously staring
at Su Chen above.
Jin Aolai, just out of the dueling arena, stood dazed and at a loss. The others present looked at the calm Su Chen in shock, their hearts racing
and mouths dry.
Facing everyone's gaze, Su Chen remained unflustered, smiling lightly. Patroller, I merely taught a fraud a lesson, as for killing him, I wouldn't dare. As he spoke, Su Chen scanned the many patrollers, his smile growing more pronounced. After all, I'm just an ordinary, well-meaning citizen, I wouldn't
engage in such illegal activities. Whether you did it or not, the patrolling office will make the judgment.
Please come with us, Jiang Ming said, revealing the
arrest warrant, his expression calm.
As the deputy director of the Eastern Capital's patrolling office, he had walked step by step to this position. He had seen all
kinds of criminals. This masked youth before him was most likely the culprit. The priority was to control him first, and then getting him to talk would be much simpler.
Go! Patroller, you don't have the authority to arrest me. Su Chen shook his head, showing no sign of fear in his eyes. Looking around, he smiled slightly. You have no direct evidence proving I'm the murderer. Just because you see a conflict between me and him, you jump to conclusions and assume I'm the killer, and you
want to arrest me?
Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes and said, Mr. Su Feng, then I'll set this matter aside for now.
You have been using illusions recklessly in the
city, which is already a violation. Su Chen directly presented his management bureau credentials, his voice firm and powerful.
As a realm administrator, I have the right to use illusion roll cards in the city.
As for what I do, patroller, you have no right to question.
If you still suspect me, please consult my superior. Don't waste time here.
Jiang Ming tightened his grip slightly, his expression unchanged. Operator, connect me to the director of the Realm Management Bureau in Kai
Jiang Prefecture.
Seeing this, Su Chen calmly asked Jin Aolai for his badge. Behind him, Jiang Ming connected to Bing Mei's communication terminal and switched
to speaker mode.
After briefly describing the situation, he spoke seriously. Director Bing Mei, this is a serious matter.
Our office formally requests your permission to handle the Realm Administrator.
Upon hearing this, Bing Mei refused without hesitation. I refuse, this does not comply with regulations.
The patrolling office and the Management Bureau are different organizations with vastly different responsibilities. Our bureau's realm administrators hold a position equivalent to your deputy director. As a deputy director, you have no authority to deal with my subordinates. Furthermore, cross-prefecture handling requires prior consultation with the advisor, who must approve it and issue a transfer order, which I then review for permission to comply with regulations. Jiang Ming took a deep breath,
trying to keep his expression from being too stiff, and calmly said, Director Bing Mei, this matter has extremely adverse effects and concerns the Cardmaker Association, so please treat it with caution.
As soon as he finished speaking, the entire arena echoed with Bing Mei's cold voice.
I said, it does not comply with regulations. Your company bypassed my bureau's consultant and contacted me directly, which does not comply with regulations.
As for the Card Maker Association,
that is not within my bureau's consideration. If you want to file a complaint against me, please follow the procedure, thank you.
Beep. As the hang-up sound echoed, Jiang Ming's face turned as dark as it could be. Forced by the fact that this was a public place, he couldn't curse out loud. If it weren't for that, he would have let loose. What nonsense regulations! Don't they know that special events require special treatment? If the Card Maker Association puts pressure on them, the patrol department won't have it easy. Connect me to the consultant of the Tricolor Land Management Bureau.
Suppressing his frustration, Jiang Ming stared at the smiling Su Chen ahead, his eyes filled with a determination that he wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. Since he became a patrol officer, he had never bowed his head to evil. He didn't believe he couldn't catch this person today.
Hello?
A soothing male voice came from the communication terminal, like a gentle stream,
comforting the heart.
Jiang Ming calmed his emotions with a hint of respect, briefly describing the situation. Then, his expression turned serious as he made his
request again.
There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a formal voice. Deputy Director Jiang Ming, everyone has the right to doubt, but as a
patrol officer, if you only doubt without verification, to put it bluntly, you are not suited to be a patrol officer.
As these words fell, Jiang Ming's face turned slightly pale, and the gazes of the crowd in the arena towards him became subtle. However, the orderly voice on the other end continued. According to your description, our bureau's administrator has a complete alibi, and his character card does not match your company's judgment. In summary, Deputy Director Jiang Ming,
on what basis do you determine that our bureau's administrator is the murderer?
Jiang Ming was drenched in sweat, suddenly realizing he had made a fatal mistake. Concerning the Cardmaker Association, he had almost instinctively thought about how to quickly solve the case, but he had overlooked one fact.
That is, he had no solid evidence in hand. Alright, Deputy Director Zhang Ming, your questioning ends here. Now, please answer my question. As a patrol officer, have you forgotten your original intention?
Upon hearing that the victim was an association card maker, were you afraid of pressure from the association, hoping for a quick resolution?
Through interrogation?
The calm voice carried an undeniable authority, resonating throughout the arena. At this moment, everyone looked at Zhang Ming, who was
sweating profusely, with sympathy, schadenfreude, and curiosity.
They all wanted to see how he would respond.
I, the scenic consultant. Zhang Ming, stammered, wanting to say it wasn't true.
But he knew well the power of the person on the other end. If he dared to lie again, he could forget about sitting in this
position. Alright, Deputy Director Zhang Ming, I understand your meaning.
Now, please use your colleague's communication terminal to connect me to your bureaus.
Director. The command from the scenic consultant was crisp and clear.
Zhang Ming took a moment to glance at Su Chen, wiped his cold sweat, and connected the director's call. This time, he didn't use speakerphone, just nodded repeatedly saying
A few minutes later, he put down his colleague's communication terminal, his face
pale, and his forehead drenched in cold sweat.
But before Zhang Ming could collect himself, the calm voice of the scenic consultant rang out, as if he were right there on the scene.
Alright, I believe your bureau's director has clarified things with Deputy Director Zhang Ming.
So, Administrator Su Feng?
Here.
Consultant.
Su Chen, who had been watching the drama unfold, suddenly perked up, responding loudly but feeling a bit anxious inside.
Others couldn't confirm whether he was the murderer, but the scenic consultant could definitely confirm it.
After my discussion with the director of the Eastern Extreme Prefecture's patrol office, you
will assist Deputy Director Zhang Ming in the investigation as an assistant.
It is imperative to find the real murderer and clear your suspicions.
I will grant. You investigative authority, you should start by looking into the victim's interpersonal relationships.
If you encounter any resistance during the process, you can
consult me and the director. In summary, Investigator Su Feng, do you have any objections? Guanjing's voice remained as calm as ever. As Su Chen listened to
Guanjing's voice, it was as if he could see Guanjing's composed demeanor before him.
Is this the kind of network someone who has been an advisor in multiple bureaus possesses? Impressive. Truly impressive. How does one investigate oneself?
The answer, of course, is to focus on exposing crimes related to the art of revelation.
As for the murderer, once those crimes are exposed, the association would be eager for the patrol office to close the case. Would they still pursue the murderer?
Realizing this, it was just a fleeting thought. Su Chen's expression turned serious as he replied, Alright, advisor, I would appreciate it if you could beep beep. The sudden sound of the call disconnecting made Su Chen's mouth twitch, and he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. When he returns, it will definitely be against the regulations.
Again. Ahem, assistant, please. Zhang Ming lightly coughed twice and extended an invitation.
Su Chen glanced at him and smiled. Deputy Director Zhang, I still think you were more likable.
Just now. Zhang Ming's face darkened, and he did not respond.
He realized a truth. The kind of superior one has determines the kind of subordinate one gets.
This Kaijiang Prefecture's Bureau of Market Management is truly a peculiar flower.
Qiandu, Card Maker Association. In a private office, Wan Zhong, nearing 60, leaned back in a recliner, half closing his eyes. His hair remained thick, not a single strand of white visible, and his baby-like rosy face often made his peers envious. People often joked that he was ageless, but only Wan Zhong knew how many means he had employed to maintain his youthful appearance compared to his peers. The new wood god of the great wilderness. Looking at the secret information transmitted through the communication terminal, a glimmer of greed flashed in Wan Zhong's eyes. The great wilderness, a realm shrouded in mystery. Could someone actually become the wood god who controls life and creation, and from their world? If he could replace this person, why would he need to listen to that West Queen mother? What he lacks now is merely lifespan, power, status, women, money. He lacks none of these. Isn't the West Queen mother controlling him with that elixir? Buzz buzz. The communication terminal suddenly rang, and Wan Zhong picked it up, his calm eyes instantly sharpening. The screen displayed a message from the Eastern Extreme Prefecture's patrol office. A student working for him had been brutally murdered. Has it been discovered? After reading the details and confirming that he had not been exposed, Wan Zhong's mind relaxed slightly. The arts were well aware of his preferences and had always discreetly selected candidates for him. As for the extra things the arts were doing, he naturally knew. After all, they were helping him. As long as they understood the limits, there was nothing wrong with a little indulgence. Guanjing, that amnesiac person is indeed a bit tricky. If it leads back to me, it would be troublesome. With this thought, Wan Zhong did not hesitate and dialed a number. Eastern Extreme Prefecture, the patrol office of the prefecture capital. Arts, a 5-star card maker of the association, whose teacher is the 10-star card maker Master Wan Zhong, currently holding the 35th seat on the association committee. The monotonous introduction from the AI made Su Chen feel drowsy, but seeing the gaze Zhang Ming cast over, Su Chen could only force himself to perk up. He never expected that Zhang Ming would start with a meeting. Assistant, this is basically all the formal information that can be found. What are your thoughts on this? Seeing Su Chen's state, Zhang Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Did he really think investigating was a fun thing? Now he was experiencing the pain of it? Ahem, Deputy Director Zhang, I'm really not good at this kind of thing. How about you investigate first, and when you have any news, contact me? Already feeling unwell, Zhang Ming was deliberately targeting him, so Su Chen decided to leave for now. As for the secret information he knew, he decided to send it to Zhang Ming after some time. This way, he wouldn't be suspected. Assistant, you're joking. This matter is closely related to you. The meeting can't do without you. Zhang Ming smiled with his lips but not with his eyes, insisting that he stay. Seeing this, Su Chen directly closed his eyes to meditate, choosing not to see or be troubled. However, at that moment, Zhang Ming's communication terminal buzzed. Zhang Ming picked it up and his expression changed dramatically. He looked at Su Chen, who was meditating, and said in a daze, Assistant, the murderer has been caught. Su Chen opened his eyes, staring intently at Zhang Ming, then smiled and said, Deputy Commander Zhang, you're not joking, are you? Zhang Ming shook his head and said word by word, the director just told me that he has secretly sent someone to catch the murderer and will send him to me soon. Assistant, you can leave now. Su Chen stood up, looked at him, and said meaningfully, your director really acts fast. The murderer has been caught? Is that possible? The beast he killed wouldn't know who the murderer was? Turning around and walking towards the door, Su Chen's expression became serious. The scenic advisor wanted him to assist in the investigation, so it was impossible to go back on his word and help him find a scapegoat. From what he knew about the scenic advisor, the other party should be aware that there were some issues with the techniques, so he wanted to take the opportunity to use his hands to uncover the truth. So the question arises, why is the director of the East Extreme Prefecture's patrol office in such a hurry to find a scapegoat? To sell a favor to the advisor? Obviously not. The most likely scenario is to send a signal, this matter ends here. Both sides take a step back and go their separate ways. Not long after leaving the patrol office, Su Chen heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Zhang Ming following him. Assistant, can we talk? Zhang Ming got straight to the point, and Su Chen nodded slightly. The two of them turned left and right, confirming that no one was following, and then disguised themselves to the top of a tall building. On the rooftop, the wind was howling. Zhang Ming glanced at Su Chen, then looked out over the entire city, a look of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. I grew up eating from many families, and since then, I've been thinking about making a name for myself. At first, I didn't think about becoming a patrol officer. My goal was to be a card maker, a respected card maker. Because when I was a child, I heard the neighbors say that the most successful ones were card makers. For this goal, I worked as an apprentice to many card makers and saw many unsightly things. Then one day, I suddenly realized I should do something. So, I worked hard and successfully became a patrol officer. Because I knew their hidden side, I quickly accumulated the capital for promotion by capturing them. Later, I was appreciated by the director. He said I reminded him of his younger self and wanted to promote me. At this point, Zhang Ming turned his face away, squeezing his eyes. As you can see, thanks to the director's promotion, I became the deputy director, which is quite an achievement. But over the years, influenced by the director, I have increasingly forgotten my original self, forgetting why I became a patrol officer. But just like on that certain day, I suddenly realized I shouldn't become the next director, I should become myself. Zhang Ming turned back, looking steadily at Su Chen, his eyes filled with determination. I know you are the murderer. This is beyond doubt. My intuition tells me that the reason you killed him and the director looking for a scapegoat are different approaches to the same issue. So, I am now asking you, please help me. Give me some information so I can investigate secretly. Su Chen was silent for a moment and said lightly, Deputy Director Zhang, don't put any hats on me. The murderer has already been found. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming nodded heavily and said, okay, I understand. So, assistant, please help me investigate further, can you? Su Chen glanced at him, then looked at the towering buildings, calmly saying, Deputy Director Zhang, you will die. The waters behind this are very deep. Initially, some players suspected that the sorcery class was merely the lackey of certain individuals within the association. However, without any clues, the players ultimately had to let the matter drop. From his experiences today, it was clear that this suspicion was indeed correct. The sorcery class was just a disposable pawn. The true mastermind lurked behind him. With his current abilities, he found it difficult to intervene in such matters. He didn't dare to mention anything to the scenic advisor. As long as he could rely on the scenic advisor, it was fine, but once the scenic advisor went on pilgrimage, who could he turn to for support? When one is prosperous, they can benefit the world. When one is poor, they can only preserve themselves. He would wade through this murky water, but not now. Zhang Ming, a mere deputy director, was of little consequence. Just the director above him could easily crush Zhang Ming. Dead?
I understand now. Thank you for your answer.
Zhang Ming smiled and stepped away. From the beginning, he never intended
to ask Su Chen for help. He only wanted to confirm an answer to the questions in his heart. Watching his departing figure, Su Chen's expression grew solemn. So, you want me to help keep an eye on him?
A hint of worry crossed Kai Feng's eyes as she looked at the
hurriedly returning Su Chen.
Whatever the matter, as long as it was related to the Cardmaker Association, it was no ordinary affair. The person behind the scenes could command the director of the Eastern Extreme Prefecture's patrol office, which showed the extent of their
power. Is that possible?
Su Chen looked at her earnestly, his tone extremely sincere. He was well aware of the influence of this hidden figure, which even Kai Feng could not contend with. But if he turned a blind eye, he couldn't do that either.
On the surface, this matter seemed to have concluded. However, once the scenic advisor left, would the mastermind pursue his responsibility again? That was an unknown.
On the way back, he thought it through clearly.
Rather than sitting idly by, it would be better to start collecting evidence. Now,
while the scenic advisor had not yet gone on pilgrimage, he could directly expose the mastermind and amplify the momentum. If necessary, he would leverage the influence of the two major events to turn the situation around.
Of course, you're worried about me?
Kai Feng smiled sweetly, her tone carrying a hint of teasing.
Hearing this, Su Chen also smiled. What about Qing Ying? Upon hearing
this question, Kai Feng's smile faded, and she lowered her voice, saying, "Your father-in-law has arrived."
Su Chen's heart jolted, his expression turning serious. He took Qing Ying away? How long had it been? The Fish King came in person?
Kai Feng shook her head, her
expression serious.
No, he and your little girlfriend have been staying at the Kaiyun Hotel.
My people told me he has been sightseeing.
These days, I suspect he is waiting for you.
Su Chen replied calmly, all right, I will go meet him.
Although this moment came much
earlier than he had anticipated, he no longer needed to fear the Fish King. In the territory of the human race, such a prominent figure had many restrictions.
Be careful, and remember, he is after all your little girlfriend's father.
Seeing his demeanor before even
meeting, Kai Feng felt compelled to remind him seriously. Understood, Su Chen replied and quickly made his way to the destination. As night fell quietly, after disguising himself, Su Chen swept through the streets like a gust of wind. However, as he approached the Kaiyun Hotel, he suddenly felt darkness envelop him. Before he could react, he was swept away by an inexplicable force to the banks of the Kaiyun River.
The bright moon hung high, its cool light cascading like fine sand, covering the riverbank. The swaying willow branches cast shadows that intertwined like aquatic plants.
A man dressed in blue brocade stood with his hands behind his back, stepping on these shadows, the corners of his garment fluttering, exuding an imposing presence like a mountain.
Su Chen was
initially startled but quickly regained his composure.
Where is Qing Ying? The brocade-clad man turned around at his words, a barely perceptible anger flashing across his stern face. She is my daughter and must obey my will.
Hand over the shedding scales. I do not wish to repeat myself. Since he had come in person, the shedding scales, symbolizing purity, must not be lost. Upon hearing this, Su Chen transformed into the new god of wood, taking a few steps forward to approach him,
and said, I earned the shedding of scales through my own abilities, so why should I return it to you?
The Merfolk King was about to erupt in anger, but his expression shifted to one of suspicion. In his eyes, this human boy who suddenly changed his illusionary form seemed to have become some ancient being, a being of
exceptionally noble blood.
This feeling was quite contradictory. He appeared weak, yet exuded an overwhelming sense of invincibility.
Interesting, what kind of card is this?
After regaining his composure, the Merfolk King smirked. Such a peculiar character card was indeed rare, capable of affecting him.
Where is Qing Ying? Su Chen ignored his question and continued to press.
The Merfolk King, upon hearing this, flashed a hint of disdain in his eyes.
Human, do you think your character card is of mythic quality, making you worthy of my daughter?
Heh, foolish. The Merfolk King looked up at the moon, his tone dismissive. I have seen many geniuses, including spirit card masters like you, but in the end, very few can stand on equal footing with me, and those few all come from illustrious families. At this, the Merfolk King turned his head to look at Su Chen, smiling faintly.
What makes you think you can compare to them? Your human race has an old saying, a match in social status. I think it fits perfectly when it comes to my daughter.
To be worthy of my daughter, one must naturally come from a distinguished
family with an extraordinary background.
Upon hearing this, Su Chen also smiled.
What are you laughing at? Suppressing the inexplicable feeling of submission in
his heart, the Merfolk King asked calmly. I heard something amusing, so of course, I have to laugh, Su Chen replied without hesitation, his expression growing
more composed and calm. Something amusing?
The Merfolk King stared at him, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Seeing this, Su Chen looked towards the colorful clouds
of the river and said, forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Just tell me, who do you want to marry Qing Ying to? The Merfolk King narrowed
his eyes, staring at his profile and said, the next king of the Canlong clan, Sung Xiong.
Human boy, you cannot compare to him. Fine, I understand. You can leave. Now.
Su Chen replied flatly, not even bothering to look at the Merfolk King. Hearing such a calm response and the word leave, the Merfolk King became furious
and said, Human boy, where are the scales?
Su Chen raised his eyes to look at him, a mocking smile on his face.
Merfolk King, don't drink the toast and refuse. The punishment. Boom.
The Merfolk King unleashed his aura, a heavy pressure like a mountain, layer upon layer, pressing down on Su Chen's thin shoulders.
The
accompanying voice was filled with the king's anger.
Human, I don't want to say it a third time. Where are the scales? Su Chen silently unfolded his domain,
alleviating the sense of restraint brought by the pressure, then revealed a long bow, his voice cold and proud.
Merfolk King, do you recognize this bow? Upon hearing
this, the Merfolk King focused his gaze, his pupils suddenly constricting.
The ancient blue and gold bow, covered in dragon patterns with ancient Eastern Xian characters inscribed on it, seemed to carry the might of the human race's sovereign from that era.
Even without being drawn, the intimidation from the bow still
left the Merfolk King in shock. The Eastern Qian Empire, those four characters that loomed over many alien races like an ancient sky, represented an era when the human
race was at its peak. And the creator of that era, holding this bow, undoubtedly symbolized the glory of the human race during that time. This was clearly that
person's bow. How could it be in the hands of this boy?
In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through the Merfolk King's mind, but all these thoughts were ultimately scattered in the face of this bow.
Anything related to that person could not be judged by common sense. Human boy, I admit I underestimated you. Where did you get this bow?
The Merfolk King stared intently at Su Chen, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through him.
It was hard not to let one's imagination run wild with something belonging to that person. A gift from an elder.
Seeing that the Merfolk King was indeed stunned, Su Chen answered calmly without hesitation.
The Merfolk King was slightly taken aback, narrowing his eyes and asking, You still have elders? Su Chen's identity was thoroughly investigated through some channels. He could be certain that Su Chen was an orphan and had no elders. Su Chen displayed a harmless smile and enthusiastically said, Yes, do you want to meet? Upon
hearing this, the Sea King curled his lips into a cold smile.
Of course, this king certainly wants to meet. Trying to deceive him? He was curious to see what kind of gift an elder would bestow.
By the banks of the colorful clouds, watching Su Chen use the Su Realm token, the Sea King felt surprised.
Is your elder in the Su Realm?
Su Chen smiled brightly and nodded, saying, Sea King, the door formed by this Su Realm token can accommodate 3 people.
Please, go ahead.
Upon hearing this, the Sea King felt disdain and walked into the Su Realm door with his hands behind his back. It must be just a small, abandoned Su Realm. With his strength, there was no need for concern. Holding this thought, the Sea King passed through the Su Realm door.
In an instant, the vast river came into view. Its
magnificent momentum made him feel as if he were in the ocean. Before he could react, a heavy sound of footsteps approached from the side. He turned his head and was slightly startled. The human approaching was at least 10 meters tall, with a rugged appearance and a powerful aura that gave him a strong sense of déjà vu. This place didn't seem like a small Su realm, it resembled a super-large Su realm bordering the boundless sea, the mysterious great wilderness.
Kid, I knew it was you who came over. Who is this person? Your elder? The one striding forward was none other than Kwafu.
Seeing Su Chen beside the Sea King, he grinned widely.
His simple smile made one feel an involuntary sense of closeness. Kwafu, senior, how did you know I was coming? Su Chen asked curiously, slightly surprised.
Ha ha, your token is connected to our peach forest. When you entered, the peach forest displayed a miracle.
Dai is well informed, he said it must be you who came.
At this point, Kwafu bent down and extended his hand towards Su Chen, his expression serious.
Kid, come up. I want my clansmen to see what you look like. Upon
hearing this, Su Chen felt warmth in his heart and immediately smiled, saying, Kwafu, senior, I'm just lucky, you don't need to be so polite.
The kid really is, as Dai said, likes to keep a low profile.
Seeing him refuse, Kwafu did not insist, slowly standing up, his tall shadow nearly enveloping both of them.
He then looked at the Sea King, who was standing still, and curiously asked, He seems to be a merman from the South Sea, right?
The Sea King, as if waking from a
dream, nodded with clear eyes and said cautiously, Yes, Kwafu, sir. Upon hearing this, Kwafu frowned and said, Aren't you the kid's elder? How could a merman possibly be related to a pure-blood human?
The Sea King's heart sank, and he caught a glimpse of Su Chen's gloating expression from the corner of his eye.
He cleared his throat and said, Well, I am his father-in-law. He wants to marry my daughter. Congratulations. Kwafu's frown relaxed, and he shouted. He led the two forward, passing through the tribe, tirelessly introducing Su Chen to his clansmen.
In no time, the giants of the entire tribe cast kind glances at the two.
Upon
seeing this scene, the Sea King felt dazed, his mind foggy.
If at first he couldn't be sure, now he could completely confirm that this was the Great Wilderness.
These primitive yet powerful Su realm humans belonged to the Great Wilderness.
Kwafu continued to lead the two until they reached the front of the peach forest, where he finally stopped. Dai,
The kid has arrived, he casually called out, and a robust white-haired elder walked out from the peach forest. This white-haired elder, dressed in grass clothes and cloth shoes, wielded a hoe and looked as ordinary as a farmer. He smiled as he looked at the three in front of him, a hint of joy in his eyes. However, the moment the Sea King saw him, his body involuntarily tensed, an inexplicable sense of fear causing him to tremble. A chill ran from his feet up his spine, reaching the crown of his head. This person, he had seen before. Or rather, the aquatic beings of the boundless sea had all seen this person. This is clearly the mysterious powerhouse from the great wilderness who attempted to step out of the ruins. The remnants of his image still linger in the stormy area of the boundless sea. If it weren't for the restrictions of the ruins, he would have likely descended into the boundless sea long ago. The elder this kid mentioned is actually a mysterious powerhouse from the ruins? Kid, he is. De stepped forward, seeing the waterfish king trembling uncontrollably, his gaze sharpened. Compared to Kwafu's simple-mindedness, he had traveled through the great wilderness and seen all kinds of people. The man before him, who appeared to be a merman, clearly had issues. Senior De, I said the bow was given to me by you. He doesn't believe me, so I brought him to see you. Suchen glanced at the merman king and answered honestly. Upon hearing this, De slightly released a hint of his aura, his eyes cold as he looked at the merman king. The Shi Yuan divine bow was given to me by the Eastern Qian emperor. If I give it to someone else, what's wrong with that? Or do you wish to compete with me? The merman king's mind shook, and he quickly lowered his head, saying, I dare not, De divine lord, this is all a misunderstanding. This kid, he is definitely doing this on purpose. He merely said something trivial, and this kid brought him all the way to the great wilderness. As if that weren't enough, this person before him actually knows someone from over 3,000 years ago. What kind of monster has Qingying found for him? Could it be this kid's bloodline isn't fake? This kid is the offspring of a ruins person and an outsider? So, this kid not only possesses the powerful bloodline of a ruins human but can also enter and exit the ruins. The more he thought about it, the more shocked, astonished, and fearful he became. In an instant, the merman king understood everything. This kid is the direct descendant of this mysterious powerhouse. Because the mysterious powerhouse failed to step out of the ruins, he cultivated such a descendant to replace himself in stepping out of the great wilderness ruins. He commanded this kid to find ways in the outside world to accelerate the integration of the great wilderness ruins with the outside world, facilitating the descent of the great wilderness ruins into the outside world. I am not a divine lord, I am just De, of the tribe, De said, his tone serious. When the Eastern Qian emperor gave the bow, he said that there would be successors who could wield this bow, and it should be decided by De. Since you are a merman from the outside, you should know that this guy from Eastern Qian has always kept his word. He personally led an expedition to the boundless sea, and even your water tribe's revered sea king had to bow down to him. You, a mere merman, at the 12th realm of 3 stars, dare to look down on him? As he spoke, De's gaze became sharp. If he hadn't voluntarily given up his imperial status and allowed you all to be free, do you really think Eastern Qian would have lost? Let me tell you, he only chose to give up because he saw what would happen to humanity after he unified the myriad races. The prosperity of today, the vibrant scene of the myriad races, is all due to his compassion. Do you understand? The merman king broke out in a cold sweat, nodding heavily, not daring to show any negligence. Seeing this, De calmly added, I don't care what your intentions are for coming in, but I must tell you, the great wilderness will eventually descend one day. If you dare to harm him in the slightest, I will ensure you have no place to die. The merman king lowered his head, quickly agreeing, not daring to look up at De again. At this moment, he truly felt the killing intent. Seeing that the merman king's attitude was still proper, De slightly nodded, casually taking out a fist-sized treasure pearl and handing it to him, saying, This is what I obtained from hunting in the South Sea. This kid is outside, so take good care of him. The merman king looked up upon hearing this, his eyes instantly captivated. But before he could reach out, Su Chen snatched the pearl away with a smile. Merman king, this pearl cannot be given to you. Xiao Feng, it was all a misunderstanding before. This is a gift from Senior De. Be obedient and quickly give it to your uncle. The merman king smiled broadly, reaching out to Su Chen for it. This is a treasure of the great wilderness, the merman pearl, comparable to the merman pearl of their water tribe, with effects that are not inferior. Not only can it be used to purify bloodlines, making them more refined, but it can also be taken internally to save ordinary beings from the brink of death. Such a treasure, his clan only had one left, which was given to his daughter Qingying to purify her bloodline. Now that there was a second one, he could use it for himself. Mermaid King, there's no need to be so familiar. If you want it, you can have Qingying come to me to collect it. Su Chen was not swayed by his tactics and directly put it away. Seeing this, the Mermaid King had no choice but to give up, but he couldn't help but wish to go out immediately and have his daughter bring back the treasure. This one was much larger than the one in the clan. Nearby, De watched this scene, smiling without saying a word. After a small gathering, De took Su Chen to the depths of the peach forest and then said, Seriously, kid, you need to be careful.
The West Queen Mother should have already sent someone.
In your world, there are quite a few people collaborating with her.
Su Chen nodded, his expression calm.
He was well aware of his situation. The reason there was no major issue now was that the viewing consultant was still present. With De's reminder, he understood that the situation he faced was far more severe than he had imagined. Before the viewing consultant left, he had to either find a new backing or become strong enough to not fear the hidden hands, or he would have to go into hiding.
Do you have any thoughts? Seeing Su Chen only nodding and not speaking, De continued to press.
The West Queen Mother was not to be trifled with. Merely being cautious was not enough to counter her vast network
of connections.
It was fine on this side of the great wilderness, as long as he had his bow and arrows. Even a god could be confronted, thus protecting Su Chen. But outside was different. No matter how powerful he was, he could not intervene in the outside world.
Not many thoughts, all come with certain risks. Su Chen
answered honestly, not hiding anything, sharing his thoughts. No, you can't take your life to gamble, betting on the so-called Alliance of Nations or the Cardmaker
Association, thinking your value is immeasurable.
A dead genius is of no value. Before you become famous, you must choose your backing wisely.
Ensure that
when you stand on stage, there is already an unbreakable backing behind you to deter the petty.
De earnestly advised, then took out a bamboo flute from his pocket and handed it to Su Chen.
This is his thing. Take it to the capital of the ancient Qian kingdom, Qian, and go to the headquarters of the Market Management Bureau
to find someone who knows it.
Remember, no matter what she asks, you say you don't know, as long as she becomes your backing. Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart, took it with his hand, and couldn't help but smile. Senior De, if the Eastern Qian Emperor comes back and sees you giving away all his things, how will
you explain it?
According to his guess, the Eastern Qian Emperor was most likely not dead, just guarding the abyss. Returning to the world was only a matter of time.
You brat, can he still come back from the dead? De laughed and scolded,
but a hint of loneliness flashed in his eyes.
From what he knew of that wandering
son, unless absolutely necessary, the wandering son would inevitably destroy his own long life to follow the natural order. He hadn't come for so long. From the mouths of people in the outside world, he had already learned almost everything.
Old friends could not return, and he could no longer drink by the riverside with them, reminiscing about the past. Su Chen noticed De's sudden sense of loss and was about to voice his guess. De reached out and patted his shoulder, calmly, saying, "Kid, there's no need to comfort me. I've been through this for over 3,000 years, I've long seen through it." Saying this, De stepped outside, his tall figure revealing a hint of desolation among the peach blossoms. "The only hope I have now is to one day see your world. I want to take a look for him, to see what Eastern Qian looks like 3,000 years later. It's a promise, kid. You must personally take me to see it when the time comes." Hearing this, Su Chen followed, smiling, "Senior De, it's a deal, you can't break your promise." "Ha ha ha, kid, I'm De in your eyes, how could I break my promise?" Laughter echoed in the peach forest, causing another wave of peach blossoms to fall. As the sun gradually sank in the west, the night in the great wilderness was upon them, with a cold moon hanging high and a gentle night breeze blowing. At the stone table, Su Chen, having just finished a hearty meal, felt the intense gaze of the nearby Fish King and looked up at the moon. The branches of the Moon Palace, the Jade Rabbit and the Golden Toad, that is also the territory of the Queen Mother of the West. De followed his gaze and casually remarked. Hearing this, the Fish King seemed to recall something and quietly asked, "Senior De, is there a water god in the great wilderness?" De glanced at Su Chen, nodded slightly, and smiled. "The water god Gong Gong, the fire god Zhu Rong, the wood god Zhu Mang, the wind god, all of these have become things of the past." Upon hearing these familiar names, Su Chen couldn't help but become curious and asked, "Senior De, why did they disappear?" De shook his head and replied, "I don't know. That part of history is so distant that it has become a thing of the past, forgotten by the beings of the great wilderness." At this point, De looked towards the east, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. "But I have a vague feeling that the divine beast that occasionally appears in the Zhe River should know all the secrets." Put. Su Chen took a sip of tea and suddenly spat it out, splattering the Fish King's face. The Fish King's eyelids twitched, his gaze fixed on Su Chen, expressionless. Cough cough. "Sorry." After apologizing, Su Chen looked at De and nervously asked, "Senior De, what is the name of the divine beast by the Zhe River?" It couldn't be that coincidental, could it? A river from a fictional story actually appeared in the great wilderness? Could it be that there really is a Bai Zhe? The name. De frowned, his expression somewhat uncertain. "I think it's called Bai Zhe. I don't know when it started, but there have been legends about it in the Zhe River. It should belong to one of the earliest born divine beasts." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's heart surged like a storm, unable to calm down. In a daze, he recalled the unusual behavior of the divine bird Bai Fong. From the moment it appeared, it seemed to have a purpose, deliberately letting them discover it. From that moment on, perhaps the player had changed. The Queen Mother of the West herself was unaware that she, who had previously been the player, had been pulled into the game as a piece by someone, becoming a pawn she looked down upon. This game was
driven by the will of the Queen Mother of the West from start to finish. But only at the moment of conclusion did Bai Zhe, through the piece by Feng, cause him to
undergo a transformation, thus altering the outcome. And why by Feng? Because it wouldn't raise suspicion, even they thought Bai Feng was just passing by. The Queen Mother of the West needn't be mentioned. Kid, do you know this one? Seeing Su Chen in a daze, De asked with a smile. Seeing Su Chen like this, his last doubt was resolved. So he did know. No wonder this kid was so lucky. Bai Zhe, the Fish King repeated, looking at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. This kid has a Bai Zhe character card, doesn't he? Cough cough. Senior De, do you think if I go find it, I could meet it? Thinking that Bai Zhe was right in the two Zhe planes, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The uniqueness of Bai Zhe was beyond doubt. As a mythological source that came with the panel, it was inherently mysterious. If possible, he really wanted to have a good chat with it. Not sure. De took a sip of strong liquor and calmly shook his head. Bai Zhe had always been in the Zhe River area, but for so many years, it had only been a legend. Su Chen lightly responded, gazing towards the Zhe River, his eyes deep. He had a premonition that he would meet Bai Zhe of the Great Wilderness again. The banquet continued until midnight, and by the time Su Chen and the others left the Great Wilderness and returned to the colorful cloud mansion, it was already morning. Xiao Feng, hand the treasure to uncle. Just after leaving the Great Wilderness, the Fish King smiled and directly enveloped Su Chen with pressure, preparing to use diplomacy before force. This item was of great importance, so he certainly had to take unconventional measures. As for being held accountable by De later, he had his daughter in hand. Could Su Chen really expect De to kill him? Call Xingying to take it, otherwise, no deal. Su Chen refused without hesitation, his tone very calm. The more the Fish King wanted it, the less he could give it. Why are you so stubborn? You give it to me and I will personally hand it over to Xingying. Isn't that the same? The Mermaid King's face was stern, his expression displeased. How can it be the same? Mermaid King, don't try to deceive me. If you haven't seen Xingying, don't even think about the treasure. After Su Chen finished speaking, he ignored the pressure from the king and turned to leave. Troublesome. The Mermaid King sighed as he watched Su Chen's departing figure. His daughter had already been sent back remotely. There was no way to bring her back. Moreover, the matter of the marriage alliance was not handled by him, but by his biological mother, Xingying's grandmother, the sister of the former clan leader of the Canlong clan. The marriage alliance had long been known to both clans, and, as a son, how could he persuade them? What a hassle. Why didn't this kid come earlier? With such thoughts, the Mermaid King vanished from the spot. Back at Kai Feng's residence, Su Chen expressed his desire to go to Qiandu. What are you going there for? Seeing him return safely, Kai Feng's anxious heart finally relaxed. But upon hearing that he wanted to go to Qiandu, her brows immediately furrowed. The ancient Qiandu was unfathomably deep. It would be fine if Su Chen was just going for leisure, but if he intended to do something, it would be fraught with danger. Ancient families were countless in Qiandu, although they were all hidden behind the scenes in the present day. The operation of the entire ancient Qian kingdom could not be separated from their influence. Like a towering ancient tree, the ancient Qian kingdom was merely a part of the roots, and these families collectively formed the root system. I have serious business. Don't worry, it's nothing. Su Chen smiled at her, but his thoughts had already drifted away. Who could be the support that Senior De mentioned? Qiandu, as the oldest city in the ancient Qian kingdom, is history itself. Unlike other capital cities located in flat areas, Qiandu was originally built as the capital of the Eastern Qian Empire, surrounded by mountains. The subsequent dynasties did not make significant changes, only expanding on the original foundation. By now, Qiandu had long surpassed the former city by thousands of times. Yet, the central buildings, constructed around the mountains, remained the most dazzling presence. The dark, golden ancient city walls, under the sunset's afterglow, donned a layer of golden threads, maintaining historical depth while embodying royal majesty. People looked up at the palaces on the mountains, as if gazing at celestial palaces filled with reverence. Rows of cranes flew past the ancient city walls, their graceful forms further highlighting the elegance of the place. Waterfalls cascaded down both sides of the ancient city walls, splashing and creating layers of mist, wafting like smoke. The scenery was truly exceptional. Between the inner city and the outer city on the mountain, there was the imperial bridge spanning the sky. Legend has it that the one who established the Eastern Qian Empire, known as the Eastern Qian Emperor, was called the master of the human race by foreign tribes. He once stood on this imperial bridge, overlooking the subjects of the empire and the tributing foreign tribes. Over 3,000 years ago, the view from there was uniquely his. Over 3,000 years later, the view from there became a check-in point for the people of the ancient Qian kingdom. It's still as beautiful as ever. Looking up at the imperial bridge, Su Chen's eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. Once upon a time, he stood on the imperial bridge with many players, overlooking the entire Qiandu. The feelings from that time could still be recalled. Pulling his thoughts back from the memories, Su Chen stepped up the mountain. Just
As he reached the halfway point, he was stopped by an old man guarding the mountain path.
Young man, the Eastern Qian Palace isn't open yet, you should go back.
The old man waved a fan, reclining in a chair, seemingly unbothered. Every year, there were such naive youngsters who didn't bother to check the opening days of the Eastern Qian Palace.
Old man, I heard there's an official organization up there, is it true? Su Chen didn't immediately take out his identification but instead inquired about the news.
If the old man didn't know, it meant the Market Management Bureau was keeping it confidential and he naturally couldn't expose himself. If the old man knew, he could show his identification later. The old man squinted his eyes open, sizing up Su Chen for a long time, then smacked his lips and said, "Young man, are you trying to trick your old man?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen was about to explain. "I can't stand you talkative types," the old man casually complained, waving his fan. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept up, lifting Su Chen into the air, startling the crane that had suddenly appeared, causing it to fly away. The scenery along the way fading into oblivion. When Su Chen regained his senses, he found himself on the Imperial Bridge. The surprise brought by the old man's casual flick vanished without a trace, replaced by the view before his eyes. Looking into the distance, towering skyscrapers stood tall, stretching endlessly. Beneath the Imperial Bridge, the continuous sound of flowing water created a moist atmosphere, accompanied by the evening breeze that brought a slight chill. There was no greater cold than this at such heights. Su Chen turned around, his eyes brightening. The majestic palaces of the inner city rushed towards him, exquisite carvings and splendid decorations making it seem like a true celestial palace. At the center, a circular heavenly pool was built, adding to the solemn and grand scenery. How should I find? He looked around but saw not a single figure. Su Chen found it hard to imagine that the headquarters of the Realm Management Bureau was located within these palaces. But now, asking the sightseeing consultant was simply not feasible. Looking at the communication terminal with its signal blocked, Su Chen felt a bit helpless. This Eastern Qian Palace only allowed specific signals for communication. His communication terminal could not be used here. Finding someone was certainly unrealistic. The Eastern Qian Palace had only 1 month of open time each year. Even so, no one had ever discovered the realm administrators here. Moreover, there were simply too many palaces. Searching one by one would take at least an hour. After some thought, Su Chen took out the flute gifted by De. It was a jade flute, its entire body gleaming, with no intricate carvings, just simple lines depicting sparse bamboo. Su Chen picked it up, wiped it, brought it to his lips, and blew into the jade flute. The slightly sharp sound of the flute instantly spread out. Su Chen hurriedly stopped. He at least knew how to play. So how could it sound so terrible? This jade flute was clearly broken, the sound completely discordant, with flaws inside. Who are you? Where did you get that jade flute? A cold, ethereal voice suddenly rang out from behind him. The bright moon quietly hung at the edge of the sky, its light like sand, spilling onto the earth. Above 2 waterfalls, the Imperial Bridge spanned the vast sky, the scenery exceptionally beautiful. A woman in a maple-red dress stood in mid-air, like a goddess descending from a celestial palace, her flawless face showing a calm expression. She was clearly right there, yet Su Chen felt as if they were 1,000 miles apart. A faint sense of authority emanated from her tranquil, beautiful eyes, like the cold moonlight spilling from the heavens. Steadying himself, Su Chen calmly asked, "Do you recognize this jade flute?" The woman slightly furrowed her brows, waved her hand gently, and an overwhelming force lifted him up. A subtle sharpness lingered around his neck, like an executioner selecting the angle to strike. "Answer my question, not pose a new one." Hearing this, Su Chen suppressed his shock and quickly replied, "My name is Su Chen, a realm administrator, here to seek your support." The woman furrowed her brows tightly, scrutinizing him for a moment, before taking out her communication terminal. After confirming she could access his information, her expression softened slightly. She waved her hand again, and Su Chen felt that inexplicable sharpness, along with the sense of restraint, disappear. "Follow me." The woman turned and walked away, her feet never touching the ground throughout the process, as if untouched by the smoke and fire of the mortal world. Su Chen curiously followed, pondering her identity. In his impression, there were no significant figures residing in the Eastern Qian Imperial Palace. After all, in a certain sense, this place belonged to historical relics. However, the Realm Management Bureau was inherently mysterious, and it was not surprising that someone from the headquarters had such capabilities. It was just that she looked too young, which felt a bit strange. "Put away those thoughts, they annoy me when I hear them." The woman suddenly stopped, her words startling Su Chen, causing him to furrow his brows tightly. "You can read minds?" The woman glanced back at him, her fleeting beauty stunning. "If such an obvious thing still requires me to answer, I doubt your abilities." Upon hearing this, Su Chen raised his brows slightly. He began to contemplate the woman's true identity in his mind. "Don't think about it, you're as naive as a child in front of me." The woman saw through his thoughts, and with a slight movement of her mind, a token appeared before Su Chen. The token was square, with 2 powerful characters on the front. The inscription on the back indicated the woman's identity. Advisor Su Chen stared at the token, then glanced at the remarkably young woman, his heart filled with astonishment.
A general advisor this young? Is that reasonable? Her background must be incredibly vast, starting from a point that would take others several lifetimes to reach. Foolish, do you think the Shujing Management Bureau can be entered just by connections?
The woman sensed his thoughts and scolded him, then continued to lead him forward.
Su Chen followed closely, curious. General advisor, do you mean to say that you got this position through your abilities?
The woman didn't turn back, replying indifferently, no, through connections.
Su Chen's mouth twitched, his expression barely holding. Aren't you just trying to rely on my connections?
Upon reaching a palace, the woman turned to look at him, her gaze sharp.
Su Chen glanced inside and saw a modern setup. Raising an eyebrow, he said, it's different. I'm just seeking protection. If something goes wrong, Your Excellency will protect me.
There's no need for you to worry about other matters. The woman, upon hearing this, looked at him deeply, stepped into the palace, and spoke in a flat tone.
You are not lying,
but the one who sent you here deceived you. I usually don't inquire about worldly matters, but if I want to
intervene, all the major families must give me face. No matter how you think, as long as I agree to be your backing, you will enjoy the conveniences that come with my identity.
As she spoke, the woman sat on the throne at the front of the palace, her authoritative gaze scrutinizing Su Chen.
But the premise of my agreeing to be your backing is that you must tell me where this jade flute came from. Otherwise, don't think you can leave here. Su Chen, upon hearing this, remained calm. I don't know. Lying. Even if I lie, I still don't know.
Su Chen faced her without flinching from her gaze.
Since De had instructed him that way, he naturally had to comply. Is that so?
The woman slowly rose, imposing a terrifying pressure on Su Chen's shoulders, her expression indifferent.
Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like this? Su Chen endured the pressure, his face slightly pale, yet he still smiled and said, Your Excellency, what era is it now? Could it be that you still consider yourself superior? The woman's expression softened slightly, she withdrew her pressure, and sat down again, saying, If you have any trouble, you can come to me, but I won't actively say you are my person. General advisor, I'm just looking for you to be my backing, not to serve you. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, smiling as he replied. He came to find a backing, not to find a master. A backing is usually kept as a decoration, gathering dust when not in use, and brought out when needed. The woman looked at him calmly, and after a long while, she said, You're too weak, I don't find you impressive. Su Chen's smile froze at the corner of his mouth, and he nodded slightly. Indeed, someone like the general advisor must have plenty of people to use. The identity of an advisor to the Shujing Management Bureau was already enough to enter the core decision-making level of the ancient Qian kingdom. One can imagine how extraordinary the identity of the woman before him was. All right, if you have nothing else, you can leave the jade flute. The woman pointed to the door, indicating he could go. Upon hearing this, Su Chen placed the jade flute on the wooden table beside him, then bowed and said, General advisor, I have yet to inquire about your name. The woman glanced at him and replied indifferently, Feng Lin. Su Chen was stunned, looking at her with uncertainty. If he remembered correctly, the daughter of the Eastern Qian Emperor, the first director of the Xuantian division, was named Changkong Fenglin. But if she was indeed Changkong Fenglin, that would be too astonishing. Over 3,000 years, lived for over 3,000 years? That was clearly unlikely. He leaned more towards the idea that she had taken a pseudonym. With this thought, Su Chen smiled and said, Consultant, nice name. I'm off now. Wait. Fenglin suddenly stood up, flashed to Su Chen's side, and lifted his chin with her hand, examining him closely. During this process, Su Chen realized he couldn't resist at all. The woman before him was so strong that he couldn't even muster the strength to fight back. Put this on, turn to the side and let me see. Fenglin suddenly handed him a mask. Su Chen took it in his pupils constricted. The mask was a replica of the dragon-patterned mask, but it was made of pure gold, looking very valuable. Put it on. Her calm voice had a kind of irresistible charm. Su Chen could only comply and put on the mask. However, when he wore the mask and looked at Fenglin again, he found her frozen in place. Her gaze complex. Consultant Fenglin? I'm fine, just seeing you reminds me of an old friend. Fenglin shook her head slightly, casually took off the mask, turned her back to him, her voice tinged with melancholy. Su Chen felt inexplicably confused and steadied himself, saying, Consultant Fenglin, then I'll take my leave. Fenglin replied lightly, turning to watch him leave. In a short while, the palace was left with only her and her lonely shadow. Suddenly, her cold voice echoed in the palace. Shadow, doesn't he look very similar? A shadow separated from her own, echoing her voice. Your Highness, he does look very similar. After leaving the Eastern Qian Imperial Palace, Su Chen stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up. He saw the Imperial Bridge just blocking the bright moon, looking like a bridge in the Moon Palace, not of this world. Eastern Qian, he murmured, decisively turning around and disappearing into the night. Returning to the Kaijiang mansion, it was already noon the next day. As soon as he returned to the management bureau, Bing Mei approached him, saying nothing, just staring at him.
Su Chen glanced at Rui, who was practicing swordsmanship not far away, and after not finding Jiao Ling's figure, he raised his eyebrows. Director, where is Sister Hua Ling? Bing Mei bit her lip, calming herself and said, Administrator Su Chen, you violated the rules by going to another mansion without permission. Do you have anything to explain to me? Sorry, Director, I went there by accident. You know, I'm still a participant in the Pure White Cup. Su Chen smiled, particularly emphasizing his identity. A mere director, wanting to restrict his freedom? Then what does the leave request you sent mean? Bing Mei stared at him closely, as if trying to see through him and understand what he was thinking. Su Chen smiled slightly, moved a lounge chair over to lie down, and closed his eyes to rest, saying, I still need to participate in the Hidden Dragon Cup Mansion competition, so I need to take a long leave. As soon as he said this, Rui, who was practicing swordsmanship not far away, looked over, her eyes filled with disbelief. His character card was so powerful, and he could still advance to the Hidden Dragon Cup Mansion competition? Bing Mei was also stunned. Looking at this subordinate she was increasingly unable to see through, her expression gradually becoming complex. Su Chen could create cards, she certainly knew that. But his card-making skills being this high was truly beyond her expectations. Director, is there a problem? Su Chen opened his eyes a crack, calmly looking at her, a hint of a meaningful smile on his lips. This was the effect he wanted, to gradually increase his weight in her heart, ultimately reaching a level where he could easily command her. No problem. I will approve it for you. Bing Mei came back to her senses, her momentum deflating. With such high card-making talent, as the director, she shouldn't hinder his future. That's good. Director, you can get back to work. I need to rest now. After Su Chen finished speaking, he rarely relaxed his mind and peacefully fell asleep. After these busy days, he had only rested on by Fawn's back. Now, he needed to catch up on sleep. However, not long after he fell into a dream, a shout came to his ears. Su Chen, wake up! Accompanying this was the shaking of the lounge chair. Su Chen could only open his eyes, looking at Jiao Ling, who had appeared out of nowhere, and said irritably, Sister Hua Ling, you better have something important. What is it? You're so picky about the honey cake I made for you? Jiao Ling pouted, her cheeks puffed out. It was only then that Su Chen noticed that Bing Mei and Ruai were also nearby, gathered around a small wooden table. On the table were 4 small plates, each containing bite-sized pastries shaped like various insects, all delicately crafted. Did you make these? Su Chen asked curiously, prompting Jiao Ling to shoot him a fierce glare. Don't look down on me, I'm part of the logistics team. Without me, you'd all be starving. Su Chen picked up a honey cake, popped it into his mouth, and his brows instantly relaxed. The moment it touched his tongue, a fragrant sweetness burst forth, rich yet not cloying, leaving a lingering aftertaste. It was the first time he had tasted such delicious pastries. Not bad, Sister Hua Ling, your skills are good enough to open a shop. Su Chen generously praised. Horror. Unexpectedly, this made Jiao Ling's eyes light up. She leaned closer to him, poking and prodding, full of hope as she asked, Can you give me money to open a shop? That depends on the director's decision. Su Chen picked up the last piece of honey cake and glanced at Bing Mei. Hearing this, Jiao Ling's spirits sank as she said, Then forget it. As long as I don't start following her, that's good enough. Bing Mei's ears instantly turned red, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled and said, Just give me a little time, I will create opportunities for Sister Hua Ling in the future. Every day he would gather a little goodwill. One day, the director would have to listen to him. Administrator Su Chen, you better keep your word. Jiao Ling, seeing him finish all the cakes, wore a satisfied expression, already imagining herself getting rich and reaching the pinnacle of Hua Ling. The 4 of them got along well, and before they knew it, evening was approaching. Buzz. The notification sound from the communication terminal rang out. Su Chen picked it up and saw it was a message from the official Hidden Dragon Cup, a cold glint passing through his eyes. Tian Fu, along with those who had slandered him, should be ready to face the consequences. Chen Du, Card Maker Association, Guqian Branch, President's Office. An elderly man with graying hair was reviewing the preliminary results of contestants from various regions, his expression focused. Old Qin, do we really have to choose from domestic candidates? Li Wenchen, the president of the Guqian branch, stood beside him, looking hesitant. The young card makers with outstanding abilities in the country were almost all from ancient families. Those with slightly lower skills, while some came from humble beginnings, clearly weren't qualified to be Old Qin's students. After all, as one of the only 7 12-star card makers in the association, Old Qin's overall strength overshadowed the other 6 masters. In today's era, one might not recognize the president of the Cardmaker Association, but not knowing Old Qin would be utterly ridiculous. Wenchen, tell me, what do you mean by needing to choose from domestic candidates? Qin Shuo put down the materials and fixed a serious gaze on Li Wenchen. He was usually amiable, but if his student was influenced by outside gossip, he would have to lecture him. Those foreign individuals, upon hearing he was going to take in students, would do anything to present gifts and people to him. But when they heard he was returning to his country, their faces would stiffen. Rumors then spread that Qin Zhuo was biased, using his position as the association's chairman to seek personal gain for his own country, tirelessly slandering him. To him, these were merely the petty tricks of those foreigners, aiming to force him to accept students who were not from Guqian. Teacher, you can ignore those rumors, but students cannot. Li Wenchen lowered his head, his attitude sincere. In my opinion, there really aren't any suitable students for you in the country. It would be better to go along with their wishes and accept a foreign student to silence the critics. After all, you've taken in so many students, yet none are foreign. Bah! Qin Zhuo stood up, glaring at him, his beard bristling. Just because they want me to accept students, I should? Do I still have any dignity left? Want me to accept? Fine, change your nationality, otherwise, no way. Qin Zhuo finished speaking and sat down again, casually, picking up a document. Oh, just a glance sparked his interest. Wenchen, there's a very interesting young man in the jurisdiction of Kaijiang Mansion. Is there a video of him making cards on site? Let me see. Teacher, you must be talking about that Fengsu, right? Li Wenchen walked over to Qin Zhuo's side and looked down. As he expected, teacher Qin Zhuo was indeed referring to the person who made cards the fastest in the preliminary round. Wenchen, what do you think? Noticing that his student had already taken note, Qin Zhuo looked up at him with a hint of testing in his gaze. As the president, Li Wenchen naturally had sharper insights than the average card maker. However, having been in such a position for a long time, Qin Zhuo was somewhat worried about whether his student could maintain his original intentions and not be blinded by power. Teacher, I believe this person comes from a prestigious family and could never be self-taught. The reason for showing off his skills is probably just to attract attention and draw your notice. Li Wenchen slightly bent forward and replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo pondered for a moment and nodded. There is indeed such a suspicion. Those people are well informed, so this possibility cannot be ruled out. But one should not jump to conclusions. Let's list him as a candidate. After hearing this, Li Wenchen nodded and smiled. Rest assured, he is on the list. Long before the teacher looked at these materials, he had already studied them and categorized the participants into 3 tiers. This person named Fengsu, like Tianfu, and Mingwu from the same mansion, belonged to the first tier. That's good. I'll watch the video later. I'm a bit tired right now. After Qin Zhuo finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Li Wenchen gently adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature and was about to leave. Wenchen, do you have anything else to say to your teacher? The sudden question caught Li Wenchen off guard. He slowly turned around, only to find the old man still with his eyes closed, seemingly just asking casually. After thinking for a moment, Li Wenchen frowned and said, Wenchen is dull. Please enlighten me, teacher. Qin Zhuo opened his eyes, quietly gazing at his student, sighed deeply, and said softly, Wenchen, you are suited to be the honorary president and to discover talent. Upon hearing this, Li Wenchen smiled wryly. Teacher, is there some problem in the association again? Whenever the teacher acted this way, it meant that a group of card makers in the association was about to face misfortune. That was how his senior brother had ended up. Qin Zhuo slightly nodded, closed his eyes, and fell silent. Seeing the teacher like this, Li Wenchen could only suppress his doubts and walked out of the office. In recent years, the reputation of the association had indeed been declining. Corruption was one aspect, and it seemed that those below were hiding something. Every time he wanted to investigate, he always felt an inexplicable resistance, as if he had no way to start. Fortunately, since no major problems had arisen, he had not delved deeper. Now it seemed otherwise. I hope it won't affect the competition. On Windbell Street, Su Chen, who rarely returned to the shop, saw Ren Xiaoxiao lost in thought. What are you thinking about? He walked up to her, smiling and waving his hand. Ah, manager, teacher, you're back. Ren Xiaoxiao's unfocused gaze instantly sharpened, and her expression became lively in an instant. Su Chen nodded, glancing at the well-organized shop, and slightly nodded. Not bad, it seems you haven't been slacking off while I was away. Ren Xiaoxiao was a bit flattered and shyly touched her head. Teacher, isn't this what I should do? Su Chen smiled. Upon hearing this, then looked at her seriously. Xiaoxiao, I'm going to participate in the Hidden Dragon Cup Mansion competition, and I specifically came back to tell you that this shop will not be open anymore. Even so, do you still want to learn from me? Ren Xiaoxiao was first taken aback, then nodded earnestly. Teacher, wherever you go, I will go. Su Chen nodded and handed her Kai Feng's business card, introducing, from now on, you will follow her arrangements. I will come by from time to test you. Ren Xiaoxiao took it and, upon seeing it, her eyes widened, and her breathing quickened. Kai Feng Group? Teacher, you're not joking, are you? The Kai Feng Group is a large corporation that monopolizes various types of cards in the Sankai region, with a wide range of business. Such a large corporation requires even the students of Kaijiang Academy to be outstanding graduates to enter. She was just an ordinary freshman. How could she possibly qualify to be part of it? When have I ever joked with you? Just contact the person on the phone when the time comes, understand? After Su Chen's careful reminder, he waved goodbye and headed straight to a quiet place. Along the way, he passed through many secluded alleys, winding around until he finally reached his destination, a plain, low house. In the small courtyard of the house, there was a wooden table with a pot of warm tea. The person brewing the tea was Guan Jing, who smiled as he watched Su Chen arrive. Sit. Guan Jing extended his hand in invitation and personally brewed tea for Su Chen. Advisor, this place is a bit too remote, isn't it? Su Chen picked up the tea and took a small sip, savoring the aftertaste. If it weren't like this, that feathered ascendant would easily discover me. Guan Jing also took a sip of tea, his expression slightly serious. Advisor, are you also feeling the pressure? Su Chen's heart tightened, and he sat down. The teacup, looking intently at Guan Jing. In 2 days, the Hidden Dragon Cup provincial competition would begin. If he couldn't ensure capturing the feathered ascendant, he might as well wait a bit longer. Yes, it was wise of you not to rashly expose him before and to remain cautious. From my observations these past few days, the feathered ascendant residing in him should be the Shensuanzi. Seeing Su Chen's puzzled expression, Guan Jing took another sip of tea and began to explain. Shensuanzi is a feathered ascendant from the same era as the Eastern Qian Emperor. He once assisted the Western Barbarian Marquis and dealt a heavy blow to the Eastern Qian Marquis. If it weren't for the Eastern Qian Emperor rising up unexpectedly to turn the tide, this part of history would have been written by the Western Barbarian Marquis. He has been in a deep slumber for a long time, but every time he awakens, he causes great trouble for the predecessor of the management bureau. At the same time, he is extremely cautious. I suspect that the one residing in Tianfu is just one of his avatars. Facing such an enemy, we must be more cautious than he is and consider all situations. After listening, Su Chen curiously asked, so, does the advisor mean we should still net him? Just an avatar could give Tianfu the hope of becoming the Tian family heir. How powerful must the true body of this Shensuanzi be? Such a formidable figure, yet he was merely calculated against once that seemed overly cautious. We must net him. If we continue, as soon as he senses something is off, he will abandon this body. Guan Jing nodded calmly, his tone unusually serious. Each of his avatars is an independent entity possessing only past memories. But as long as two avatars merge, they can achieve memory sharing. With such a setup, he can extract what he wants from a wealth of information. Therefore, once we discover his avatar, we must act to resolve it to prevent the situation from worsening. After saying this, Guan Jing fixed his gaze on Su Chen and said solemnly, this provincial competition is a good opportunity for us to capture him. You must seize it well. Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled slightly. Advisor, don't worry, I will. Night fell, and the moon shone brightly with few stars. Back at the management bureau, Su Chen lay in front of the bamboo house, lost in thought. The Hidden Dragon Cup provincial competition was just 2 days away, and the Pure White Cup team competition would also begin its first round. If the team competition wanted to ensure absolute success and advance to the finals, Xuanwu was indispensable. However, the current strength of Jinwu still couldn't contend with Xuanwu. He had to create a skin card belonging to Jinwu. Yet, thinking about the design, he fell into a dilemma. During these days in the Great Wilderness, his understanding of Jinwu had deepened significantly, and combined with the knowledge from his past life, inspiration surged forth. He had a vague sense that he could create a super rare skin card for the Golden Crow. However, pursuing something super rare required the essential step of investing in rare materials. If he only used skin essence, with his current level, he could at most create a high-quality card. There's too little time. Where can I find rare fire attribute materials? Su Chen rubbed his temples, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. If it were when he had just awakened his innate wisdom, he would have settled for a high-quality card. But now that he had the opportunity to pursue better quality, he didn't want to give it up at all. Xiaofeng, what are you thinking about? Jiao Ling had somehow come over, even changing her form of address. Su Chen looked up at her, a spark of inspiration flashing in his mind, and immediately asked with a smile, Sister Hua Ling, do you know what type of Su Jing token the director and Ruo Yi have? Upon hearing this, Jiao Ling sneakily glanced at the bamboo houses on either side and then whispered, of course. Who do you think I am? I'll tell you, the Su Jing controlled by the master is called the Phoenix Su Jing, and the one Ruo Yi is observing is called the Ice Phoenix Su Jing. A smile grew on Su Chen's lips as he said earnestly, Sister Hua Ling, you really are the most important person in our bureau. Jiao Ling placed her hands on her hips, lifted her chin, and proudly replied, that's right, you've noticed that too, you're quite impressive. Su Chen responded, standing up to knock on Bing Mei's door. Creak. The door was pulled open from the inside, revealing Bing Mei's slightly tired eyes. What is it? Her voice was as cold as ever, making Su Chen feel a heavy sense of responsibility. Steadying himself, Su Chen stated his request. After hearing his words, Bing Mei furrowed her brows tightly and said without hesitation, no, that's against the rules. The Su Jing I control can only be entered by me. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression gradually turning indifferent. It seemed he hadn't done enough. Her first thought was to refuse, not to consider. However, I do have some useless fire attribute materials. Bing Mei seemed to think of something and went inside to fetch a specially made glass container. Inside was a piece of crimson feather, emitting a faint red glow, which was quite magical. Upon closer inspection, one would find that this was not a feather but a grass that had disguised itself as one, very peculiar. What kind of plant is this? Taking the specially made glass container, Su Chen was surprised to find that the outer wall of the container was warm. This grass, resembling a feather, emitted heat with each flicker of red light. Phoenix Cry Blood, a spirit grass that absorbs fire attributes spiritual energy to grow, very rare. Bing Mei explained softly, looking down. Seeing her like this, Su Chen tentatively asked, Director, is there any problem with this grass? No, you can use it, I hope it can help, Bing Mei said, then pushed Su Chen out and closed the door tightly. A very strange reaction. Su Chen felt a hint of suspicion, but seeing the tightly closed door, he could only suppress his thoughts and return to his room. Taking out the grinding tools, he ground the Phoenix Cry Blood into powder and mixed it into the skin essence he was going to use. Once everything was ready, he looked at the fiery skin essence and revealed a slight smile. The effect of this Phoenix Cry Blood was quite good. The skin essence was showing signs of fire. However, just as he picked up his pen, Su Chen froze in place. After thinking for a moment, he decisively changed the card-making location to the Najie space. Above the lush green forest, a small golden crow curled up like an eternal sun, illuminating this space. Su Chen glanced at it, suddenly smiled, and began to etch on the card surface. An endless vast plain appeared, with towering mountains in the distance, flowing rivers, lush forests, and all things competing for freedom. The vibrant scene under the sunlight was breathtaking. However, this beautiful depiction of the sun only occupied half of the card surface. Su Chen drew a line through it, and the scenery on both sides of the river was divided. As the remaining blank space was filled in, the violent scene of the sun was also revealed. The earth cracked, bones lay everywhere, and in the dry riverbed, only the remains of living beings could be seen. The endless sun's true fire recklessly scorches everything in this area, as if venting its anger. One after another, little golden crows are born from the true fire, attacking all living beings within the range, including plants. On one side, life thrives, while on the other, the land is scorched for miles. Life and death, at this moment, are merely a thought of the sun. The sharp collision of contradictions highlights the duality of the sun. Just then, a golden figure appeared on the river's surface, standing in the middle of the flow like a judge, seemingly determining sins. Strangely, he did not look to either side, neither at the vibrant scene nor at the endless sea of fire. He stood quietly in the air above the river, like the sun in the sky, silent and unyielding. This was his attitude, neither rejoicing at the vitality of all things nor grieving at the wails of the multitude. He is always this way, impartial. Ants can receive his gifts, the blind can bask in the warmth he brings, beggars and the rich receive the same light from him. He never favors anything, for he is the sun, and all things cannot exist without him. Tap. The spirit pen lightly touched the table, and a card with distinct colors lay quietly on the surface. Su Chen was about to pick it up to examine it when a golden feather floated down from the air, slowly landing in his hand. Quite spiritual, Su Chen remarked as he tucked the golden feather away and used his mental power to inspect the skin card. Sun God, one of the divine incarnations of the golden crow, beneath the seemingly humble exterior lies an unoffendable divine might possessing absolute rationality. Type, skin card for illusion use only, quality, pseudo-superior description. The god speaks not, all spirits are silent. Special note 1, when the god appears, it will automatically summon little golden crows, choosing an area to form a true fire domain. Special note 2, when the god appears, the celestial phenomena in that area will change to blazing sun. Special note 3, the god can resonate with the sun, causing mutual special attacks with the bow wielder. Still a pseudo-superior, unable to form bonds, only 3 minor effects. After receiving all the information, Su Chen frowned slightly. It turned out his premonition was not complete. Creating a truly superior skin card was far more difficult than he had imagined. But it's not bad. Using the card to transform into Sun God, a glimmer of gold flashed in Su Chen's eyes. In the next 2 days, he would take down Xuanwu. Under the dim sky, the cold wind howled, swirling between the ice mountains. The god, dressed in golden brocade, stood amidst the biting wind, his gaze proud and imperious. With his arrival, the sun's true fire spread out, invading the area of the ice mountains. Ka! One after another, little golden crows were born from the flames, charging towards one ice mountain after another. Xuanwu. Su Chen called softly, rising into the air, surveying the entire space, as a large golden crow's phantom appeared above him, its scorching domain covering the cold sky. At the same time, Bai Zhe and Shang Long stood guard on either side, ensuring everything was foolproof. In this moment, warmth grew wildly amidst the cold. Boom! Like the earth dragon turning over. As if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting. An enormous beast, immeasurable in size, slowly raised its limbs, lifting its slightly stiff head from long slumber, its cold beastly eyes fixed on the unexpected guest in the air. Then, without any warning, it shot out a piercing jet of dark black light from its mouth. The sun's true fire along the way, frozen an instant upon contact. Facing this strike, Suchin did not dodge or evade. He slightly raised his hands, and the golden crow's phantom appeared in front of him, firmly catching the blow. Boom! The explosive force in that instant caused Suchin to involuntarily retreat several thousand meters. So strong, feeling that chilling aura penetrate his skin and reach deep into his flesh. Suchin's expression grew serious. The golden crows he had summoned earlier were shattered by this beam. He had only felt its power. Now, experiencing this strike firsthand, he understood much more. This beam of light was likely Xuanwu's only means of attack, possessing not only speed and power but also control that he had overlooked. He was now disguised as the sun god, with a body temperature equivalent to that of the sun. Yet even so, the beams emitted by the Xuanwu still made his hands feel cold. Step. Seeing that the attack had no effect, the massive Xuanwu finally stood up completely, its four legs like heavenly pillars firmly planted on the ground. Roar! A deep roar transformed into tangible sound waves, scattering the wind and snow along its path. In Suchen's incredulous gaze, a giant black serpent emerged from its shell, coiling around the entire shell, its massive mouth wide open, exuding a chilling aura. So it was you. Suchen suddenly realized this was the true form of the Xuanwu, the symbiotic state of turtle and snake. The true emitter of the black beam was actually the Xuanwu's serpent body, not its turtle shell. Hiss! The giant black serpent flicked its tongue at Suchen, its cold gaze seeming capable of freezing everything. Then, let's fight. Suchen waved his hand, and Bai Zhe and Qing Long simultaneously attacked the Xuanwu. Roar! The Xuanwu roared, its front foot stomping the ground fiercely. Crack! 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 An endless chill instantly descended like a harsh winter, spreading outwards from its center. In that moment, the true fire of the sun, which had lost its magical support, was directly frozen. You want to cover the area? Suchen's eyes sharpened, and he immediately activated Yanghua Zhuangshi. Who? The true fire domain was re-established, countless little golden crows flying towards the Xuanwu's true body. Layer upon layer of burning status began to stack. Roar! Feeling the impending damage, the Xuanwu howled in rage, the giant serpent coiling on its back merging into its body, transforming into a continuous stream of frost and spiritual power. It slowly raised its head, and a beam of light, more than 3 times larger than before, was instantly generated. Boom! The moment the beam shot out, everything along its path was frozen, and Suchen, who was locked in place, could not evade. Being pierced through by this strike, even his soul was frozen. Roar! Seeing its enemy defeated, the Xuanwu let out an angry roar and slowly lowered its head, preparing to continue sleeping. Crack! A sudden sound of ice cracking rang out. The Xuanwu looked up, only to see the previously frozen enemy appearing unscathed. Is this your ultimate move? Truly impressive. Suchen stared at the Xuanwu, secretly astonished. If it weren't for the life domain of Qing Long, he would have likely met his end here today. Roar! Seeing that one attack had failed, the Xuanwu wanted to unleash another beam, but the chilling aura gathering in its mouth could no longer form a beam. Clearly, such an attack could not be sustained in a short time. I'll just wait you out, I don't believe it. Seeing the burning status continuously stacking, Suchen was not in a hurry at all, patiently waiting. To truly break through the Xuanwu's defenses and deal significant damage was basically impossible. He could only wait for the burning status to reach its limit, triggering the Xuanwu's fatal mechanism. Roar! As if sensing Suchen's thoughts, the Xuanwu roared in anger, a thin shield appearing around its body. Almost the moment it appeared, the burning status stopped increasing, fixed at 21 layers. Seeing this, Suchen, along with Bai Zhe and Cheng Long, attacked a single point together, their relentless assault finally breaking through the Xuanwu's shield after a quarter of an hour. Immediately, Suchen did not hesitate to unleash a 10 suns ascending, adding 20 layers of burning status to the Xuanwu. Roar! The Xuanwu roared in anger, continuing to summon a shield, but its condition was clearly not good. The 41 layers of burning status caused its internal spiritual power to deplete rapidly. Faced with the shameless assault of 3 enemies, it could only roar in anger to express its fury. But the more urgent its roars became, the more intense the attacks from the 3 enemies grew. It was unclear how much time had passed when it felt a heavy drowsiness, its entire spiritual power nearly exhausted. Reluctantly, it raised its head and glanced at the golden figure in the sky. Roar! After the last roar, it dispersed into a mass of spiritual light, flying towards Suchen. Finally, it's over. The mentally exhausted Suchen collected the massive spiritual light and quickly exited the Xuanwu's realm, lying down in the Najie space, falling into a deep sleep. He was too tired. Simultaneously activating 3 character cards had already placed a tremendous burden on his mental strength. If it weren't for the recovery ability of the Azure Dragon's domain, the first to collapse would definitely not be the Black Tortoise, but him, the attacker. This sleep lasted an unknown amount of time. When Suchen woke up and stepped out of the nascent space, he found that his communication terminal had a staggering 99 plus missed calls. Glancing at it, he saw that most were from Kai Feng, so he replied with a message. Buzz.
The communication terminal vibrated.
Immediately, and Suchin picked it up to hear a weary voice on the other end.
Where have you been? No news for a day and a night, and you didn't mention it in advance. Master, I had to go to a temporary realm.
I'll be more careful in the future.
Suchen explained while apologizing, but inside, he felt a wave of satisfaction.
Defeating the Black Tortoise gave him a sense of conquering a boss, and the sense of achievement was exhilarating. There's been a big stir at the
association. Elder Qin has suddenly returned.
I suspect Elder Qin is likely starting to select suitable disciples. Kai Feng's words made Su Chen pause slightly. Elder Qin, someone who could be referred to in such a manner, must be the legendary cardmaker Qin Zhua, known among players. This person is not simple. Not only is his card-making ability unmatched, but his character is also one that despises evil. When the world upgrades and the realms expand from 12 to 16, Qin Zhua will be the first 14-star card maker. Unfortunately, he ultimately perished after the abyss descended, unable to survive the darkest period for humanity. It seems that the card master referred to at the Zodiac Conference is indeed Qin Zhua.
Suchen pondered, formulating some plans in his mind. If it were another master from the association, he might consider it.
But this master of card making has the ability to teach him well and would not hold back.
The only challenge is
how he could stand out enough for this master to take him as a disciple. Time flew by, and on the day the Hidden Dragon Cup's provincial competition began, Su
Chen bid farewell to Bing Mei early and headed to the Kaijiang Provincial Cardmaker Association.
Although it was early, most of the participants had already
arrived.
Su Chen realized he was among the slowest group. Just as he was about to close his eyes to rest, a familiar voice came from beside him.
Boss Feng Su, nice to meet you, I'm Cui Wudi.
Su Chen turned his head to see three people approaching, with the bright smiling Cui Wudi in the lead. Beside him stood the curious-looking
San Lin and an unnamed woman. I'm San Lin.
Seeing Su Chen look over, San Lin politely introduced herself, but a hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. For some reason, the more she looked at this Feng Su, the more he felt eerily familiar. So when Cui Wudi invited her to come over and meet Feng Su, she reluctantly
agreed. I'm Ming Wu, Your Excellency Feng Su.
If you have time, I would like to discuss and share some insights on card making with you.
If you don't mind, could you give me a contact number?
The unfamiliar woman was eager to learn, taking out her communication terminal and staring intently at Su Chen.
Sure. After
a moment's thought, Su Chen nodded slightly. Although he wasn't present later, he had a general idea of the rankings afterward.
A card maker who could match Tian Fu's strength was not to be underestimated.
Among card makers, small groups would naturally form to exchange knowledge about card making. Ming Wu's request seemed
reasonable to him. Count me in.
Cui Wudi scratched his head, grinning as he added Ming Wu, and seeing this, San Lin withdrew her gaze from observing Su
Chen and also added Ming Wu.
Fortunately, Su Chen used two accounts, otherwise his identity might have been exposed on the spot.
Ahem. Just as the four formed a small group, a light cough echoed in their ears.
They, along with many other participants, turned to see the arrival of Ji Wuyo, the president of the Kaijiang Provincial Card Maker Association. Well, I believe everyone knows that the provincial competition selects 108 participants from 108 provinces.
Of course, others will also have rankings, but they cannot advance.
However, corresponding rewards will still be available.
As Ji Wuyo said.
His gaze unconsciously shifted towards Su Chen's direction. We need to compete with the participants from Kaiyun Province and Kaishan Province for 3 advancement spots. Remember, there are no guaranteed slots in each estate. These 3 promotion slots will only go to the 3 most outstanding young card makers from the 3 colors land. At the same time, the association will rank nationally based on the results of this estate competition. By then, all card makers across the country will see and know your names. As these words fell, many unconsciously straightened their backs. Most of those present as card makers were driven by fame and fortune. This ranking matter struck a chord with them. Boss Feng Su, I feel like you have to be in the top 10 no matter what you say. Cui Wudi looked at the calm Su Chen, his tone very serious. With that level of card making, true masters were hardly better.
Top 10? Just because you made a few Spirit Vortex cards, you think you're something special? Tian Fu, who had appeared from nowhere, stood by with a cold smile. Since the estate competition began, it emphasizes the creative ability of card makers. Making basic Spirit Vortex cards only proves that your fundamentals are indeed solid. Even if a cow plows the field well, it won't understand why it has to plow. Upon hearing this, Cui Wudi replied lightly, so our master Tian Fu is even worse than a cow. Tian Fu's smile froze at the corners of his mouth, staring at Cui Wudi, who was clearly targeting him, and narrowed his eyes. Cui Wudi, do you have a say here? As soon as I finish speaking, someone immediately takes it personally? TSK, the psychological quality is truly impressive. Cui Wudi clicked his tongue in amazement, wearing a face that begged for a beating. Tian Fu watched this and glanced at the indifferent Su Chen, his suspicions largely confirmed. Su Feng was Feng Su, and Feng Su
was Su Feng. These two were the same person. Realizing this, he quietly distanced himself from the scene.
Now was not the time to deal with Fiancée. Recently, his
master had been in a deep sleep, rarely waking up. But every time he did wake, he warned him to be careful, cautious, and low-key, not to stir up trouble.
He had done all of this.
But the moment Fiancée, who overshadowed him in card-making, appeared, he became the focus of the crowd. At that moment, the anger in his heart
could no longer be suppressed. Why?
Among the young card-makers in Kaijiang Estate, he was the most outstanding. This Fiancée had stolen his thunder.
All right, let's set off immediately to the Kaiyun Estate Association venue.
Seeing that people were gradually gathering, Ji Wuyo, standing at the front, calmly issued the
order. One bus after another arrived, and many participants boarded the vehicles.
Boss,
the other big shot you mentioned really looks a lot like you. Following Su Chen onto the bus, Cui Wudi couldn't help but sigh after seeing Su Chen's back.
This back always gave him a sense of déjà vu, but when he thought about it, it
was completely different.
One was a spirit card master with mythical quality character cards, Su Feng. The other was a card maker whose skills far surpassed his
peers, Fiancée.
Combining the two, he could hardly imagine, so he concluded that Fiancée was not Su Feng.
Oh, really? What a coincidence, Su Chen replied without
hesitation, his gaze completely natural, a faint smile on his lips.
Su Feng was Su Feng. What did it have to do with him, Fiancée?
Fiancée was Fiancée, and Su Feng was
Su Feng. What did it have to do with him, Su Chen? Very coincidental.
Song Lin, who had been staring at him, suddenly chimed in. Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly, catching her still watching him, and he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Had he exposed himself so quickly?
Let's take a look at the opponent's information.
Seeing that the others were discussing, while his side was rather quiet, Cui Wudi immediately brought up the topic. Ming Wu, who was nearby, said lightly, "There's no one in Kaiyun Estate worth comparing. Kaishan Estate has one, and their level is very high.
In the Three Colors land, Kaijiang Estate had many talented
card makers, while Kaiyun Estate had many talented spirit card masters. Kaishan Estate was the most moderate, producing both.
I know, his name is Li Jueki, only
22 years old, a quasi-5-star card maker, and has produced high-quality skin cards, Pride of Snow in the Cold. He also runs an account online, sharing some card-making insights and daily experiences." Cui Wudi opened his mouth and spoke incessantly, not forgetting to share Li Jueki's social media account in the
group. His latest post shows that he will be doing a live broadcast. Su Chen was surprised and said, "Aren't card-making videos not allowed to circulate freely?"
The Card Makers Association has always had a rule that unapproved card-making videos cannot be uploaded online.
If someone bypasses the review and uploads them privately, they will face severe penalties.
Over time, almost no one posted card-making videos online because it was too troublesome.
This time is different. Our competition will be live-streamed.
Ming Wu joined the conversation, but her tone was serious. According to Elder Qin, if card-making can be figured out just by
videos, then even a genius would be buried by the association.
Upon hearing this, Cui Wudi's face was filled with longing.
Elder Qin, Song Lin, who was beside
him, showed great respect in his eyes upon hearing those two words.
It does sound like something he would say.
Su Chen smiled slightly, a hint of joy flashing in
his eyes.
Since that's the case, he had to make a big scene. At the Cardmaking Academy's dean's office in Kaijiang Academy, when Fu Ai arrived, he found many familiar faces present, almost all of whom were the academy leaders responsible for reviewing his accusations against Su Chen back then.
Before he could ask, a
handsome young man walked slowly towards him, displaying a bright smile.
"Senior Ai, hello, my name is Cui Yushio.
Today, I invite everyone to watch a competition,
and I hope you won't refuse."
Upon hearing this, Fu Ai glanced at the silent academy leaders, a bad premonition rising in his heart.
They had the same expression when they falsely accused Su Chen. Tap. "Senior Ai, what are you thinking about?"
Cui Yushio patted him on the shoulder with a bright smile.
"And nothing. What competition are we watching?"
Fu Ai's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly maintained his composure, forcing a smile in response. He had received a large sum of money, not only buying a house but also managing to get along with his difficult father-in-law. It was impossible for him to return that money now.
Fengzi was just too serious and out of touch. If it were him, a mere skin card, selling it was selling it, why make such a fuss? It's a card-making competition. I've heard that someone will falsely accuse Senior Tianfu on site. Cui Yushio looked at the others, his gaze meaningful. "Just in case, I've decided to invite everyone to go together,
so we can confront them directly. You all need not worry, we just need you to testify again." Upon hearing this, Fu Ai breathed a sigh of relief.
He thought, how could someone like Tianfu, with such an extraordinary background, not consider everything thoroughly? See, he was overthinking it. It must be that madman, insisting
that Tianfu plagiarized his idea, causing a ruckus recently.
It's really laughable. He even accused me of perjury. Fu Ai's face was filled with indignation. Appearing righteous, Cui Yushio watched him perform tirelessly, a hint of disdain in his eyes as he patted his shoulder and smiled. "Senior Ai, after all, he Is your roommate? Give him some face when the time comes? Fu Ai shook his head firmly, his tone extremely serious. Someone like him doesn't deserve to be my roommate. I can't sympathize with him. Junior Yushio, you are just too kind. Someone like him needs to be dealt with. To think he would try to plagiarize a card maker's achievements, and his character is like that, yet he accuses me of perjury. Haha, what is he even? Does he deserve so many people to accuse him? If he causes trouble this time, then he shouldn't blame me for being merciless and tearing off his mask completely. At this point, Fu Ai was already righteous, each word resonating powerfully. Chui Yushio raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the other 5 academy leaders, asking, "What about you, leaders? Do you have such determination?" Tianqua, the vice president of the card-making academy, frowned and said, "Why didn't I receive any news? Should I ask Tianfu?" From the moment he was brought here, he had felt confused. Chui Yushio, as the legitimate eldest son of the Chui family, when did he become so concerned about the affairs of the Tian family? Also, does Chui Yushio have a good relationship with Tianfu? Why does he never seem to notice it? Director Tianqua, there are some things that Senior Tianfu cannot speak of directly, and we cannot ask about them either, Chui Yushio said seriously, patiently explaining. Just like this time, if it were Senior Tianfu who notified us, then after the association investigates, we would have a hard time explaining. So, everyone must not mention this to Senior Tianfu. We need to go watch the competition as if we are mere spectators, and then, in a coincidental manner, testify for Senior Tianfu. That way, there won't be any trouble afterward. After saying this, Chui Yushio glanced at the time, turned to the 6 people, and smiled, saying, "It's getting late, we should be on our way." Qiandu, East Qian Palace. In the spacious palace, a woman in a red dress leaned against the throne, examining the jade flute in her hand, her eyes filled with memories. A sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance, followed by a respectful voice asking, "Your Highness, we received news from Elder Qin of the association. He intends to handle it but finds it a bit troublesome and asks if Your Highness could assist." Also, the Western Continent's market management organization, Shumeng, has sent an urgent letter saying that the Queen Mother of the West in the Western Kunlun is furious and is secretly sending people to search for the new wood god of the great wilderness. Shumeng is currently overwhelmed by this matter and hopes we can lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Feng Lin put away the jade flute and slowly sat up straight, saying, "Tell that brat Elder Qin that if I come, he won't be as considerate. He knows I prefer to cut through the chaos swiftly." At this point, Feng Lin paused, a figure flashing through her mind. "As for that old hag, the Queen Mother of the West, tell Shumeng to ignore her. I will keep an eye on the new wood god of the great wilderness. If I need to send someone, I will think it over." As soon as she finished speaking, the messenger girl at the door acknowledged and then took her leave. Once she was gone, Feng Lin felt bored and looked up at the empty hall, saying, "Jen, what is that brat doing?" As soon as she finished speaking, a dragon formed from a holographic projection appeared in the hall. It glanced at Feng Lin and said indifferently, "He is participating in the Hidden Dragon Cup provincial competition." "Oh, he can also create cards?" Feng Lin had just sat down, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. This expression was as if something familiar suddenly revealed a function she didn't know about, filling her with inexplicable surprise. Your Highness, would you like to bring up the footage?" Qian replied seriously, with no hint of indifference. As the intelligence brain of the ancient Qian kingdom, it managed the national communication network and could easily retrieve footage from a specific time and scene. Unfortunately, the only one who could command it had long since lost interest in such things. Even though this reborn kingdom was secretly created by her, she had already lost that kind of thought. Wouldn't it be boring? In my impression, card creation is a rather dull task. Feng Lin leaned back on the throne, half closing her eyes, feeling a slight interest but not much. That brat dared to seek her as a backing. There must be a powerful figure guiding him behind the scenes. But he was stubborn and wouldn't yield, leaving her at a loss. If she used her power to pressure him into revealing secrets, she would find it uninteresting. However, having finally found a junior who piqued her interest, she felt it was also uninteresting not to solve the mystery. Your Highness, it won't be boring. Although card creation emphasizes logic, there can still be unexpected surprises within the bounds of logic. Moreover, ancient Qian is your home. With such a strange person emerging from your family, shouldn't you pay close attention? Qian urged tirelessly, its unusually persistent attitude causing Feng Lin to narrow her eyes, a smile that was not quite a smile forming. Qian, is there some troublesome matter again? Right? Qian slightly lowered its head, respectfully saying, Your Highness, you should take care of matters. Feng Lin waved her hand lazily, saying, All right, project the competition scene. I want the closest position to him, one where I can see clearly at a glance. In the Cayenne mansion, the arena was packed to capacity. In a good position with a broad view, Ren Xiaoxiao felt a bit nervous as she secretly glanced at the Comkai Feng beside her. Xiaoxiao, don't be nervous, you have the lovely and knowledgeable me here. Ken stood on her shoulder, patting its own chest, looking as if it was taking all the responsibility. As soon
As the words left its mouth, Lei Ji, who was sitting in front, turned around and looked at it, saying, "Can, you haven't told me who you all are here to watch compete." Can rolled its eyes at him, standing tall and proud. Lei Ji, curiosity can be dangerous. I advise you not to ask because I won't tell you. Upon hearing this, Lei Ji glanced at Rin Xiaoxiao and finally his gaze landed on Kai Feng, a thoughtful expression flashing in his eyes. Seeing that Kai Feng showed no reaction, he slowly turned back around. Sister Kai Feng, I don't understand what's so interesting about this. The early rising Yun Tutu, still half asleep, was struggling to keep her eyelids from fighting with each other. She thought that making cards was just a way to torture people. Not only did it torment the card makers, but it also tortured spectators like her. Kai Feng looked at the neatly arranged card-making tables in the arena and smiled. Rabbit, there will be competitions for skin cards and character cards. Oh, that's fine. I actually quite enjoy watching the production process of these two types of cards, Yun Tutu replied casually, her drowsy mind suddenly jolted awake by the noisy sounds coming from the entrance. At that moment, she and Kai Feng looked over together, and what came into view were three long lines. Leading the long lines were the presidents of three association branches, all of whom had a commanding presence. Following them were clearly the first-place winners from each district's preliminary rounds. Among them, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the contestant from Kaijiang Prefecture. In the land of the three colors, almost everyone knew that Kaijiang Prefecture was renowned for its card-making. Is that Feng Su? A whisper came from the seat next to them. It should be. I've heard he's the fastest contestant in the preliminaries. Hey, do you think our card makers from the three-color land have a chance to make it into the national top 10 this time? Difficult. The preliminaries test the basics, and the subsequent competitions are the key. No matter how good the basics are, it still depends on inspiration and execution. True, this Feng Su indeed has strong fundamentals, but when it comes to making character cards and skin cards, he might not be as good as Tian Fu. Hearing these words, Ren Xiaoxiao secretly gripped her knees, biting her lip. It's okay, just watch. Kai Feng, who was perceptive, held her hand and smiled sweetly at her. This group of people didn't know Su Chen's level, but she was clear about it. From her perspective, every contestant here was no match for Su Chen. The only ones who could compete with Su Chen were those genius students taught by card-making masters. Sister Kai Feng, Ren Xiaoxiao replied with a smile, but her gaze unconsciously drifted forward, landing on the masked youth following Ji Wuyo with his hands behind his back. On the other side, Shui Yuxiu led Fu Ai to sit down, and the neighboring Song Han glanced at Fu Ai and the others, frowning slightly. If he wasn't mistaken, these people seemed to be related to that incident? Why did Shui Yuxiu bring this group of people? Yuxiu, this is Chi K Army Commander Chi Ming arrived late with his daughter Longya. Upon seeing Tian Qua and the others, he looked slightly surprised. Shui Yuxiu, hearing this, stood up with a polite smile and said, I bought too many tickets, so I invited some leaders and seniors from the academies to watch the competition. As he spoke, he extended his hand in invitation. Uncle Chi Ming, Sister Longya, please take a seat. Chi Ming collected his thoughts, nodded slightly, and sat down, watching the arena intently. As a patrol officer, Longya gave Shui Yuxiu a half-smile, also taking a seat. Shui Yuxiu noticed this and knew she had picked up on something, but he also knew she wouldn't point it out. Slowly sitting down, he looked at Su Chen below, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He had done everything he needed to do. This time, he would show Su Chen what kind of person he was. Just then, a clear voice rang out across the entire arena. Regarding this competition, after a unanimous decision by the association, we will adopt an inspiration replication duel. Because the three league commissioners need to avoid any conflicts of interest, I, as an outsider, will serve as the judge for this event. Dressed in a dark black robe, Guan Jing stood at the competition site, his demeanor warm and approachable. Now, let me briefly summarize the competition rules. In the inspiration reproduction duel, at the start of the match, I will provide the object to be reproduced, and the participants need to rely on themselves to replicate that card. The higher the completion within the stipulated time, the better the score. If one can improve upon the reproduction while adhering to the theme of the object, additional points will be awarded. In short, the goal is to enhance the reproduction without compromising the integrity of the original object. At this point, Guan Jing scanned the numerous participants and smiled slightly. Does anyone have any questions? Su Chen stepped forward slightly and said casually, if I look down on someone and want to initiate a separate reproduction duel, will the association allow it? This, Guan Jing showed a hint of hesitation, glancing at Ji Wuyo and others. The participants exchanged glances, somewhat confused about the situation. They were well aware of Feng Su's strength. In terms of basic skills, they indeed felt inferior. However, in this inspiration reproduction duel, basic skills were sufficient. The real key was inspiration. How to enhance the reproduction while ensuring the integrity of the original object was both the focus and the challenge. Because this was essentially a themed card-making process, but with more flexibility, not confined by text. A one-to-one complete reproduction would only earn basic points. To stand out, one must earn more additional points. Under this competition format, If Feng Su lost, it would be a true loss with no possibility of an off day. Because the inspiration reproduction duel tests the overall strength of a cardmaker. No, a loss is a loss, there's no rule. That allows the loser to challenge the winner. The president of the Kaiyun Mansion Association spoke with a serious expression, refusing without mercy. Upon hearing this, Su Chen looked at him first, respectfully bowing, then smiling as he said, "Senior, if I lose, I naturally won't challenge the winner. What I mean is, if I win, can I challenge those below?" As soon as these words fell, everyone in the arena was taken aback. A winner challenging a loser? That sounded strange, didn't it? The president of the Kaiyun Mansion Association, Kong Wu, stared at Su Chen, his brows furrowed, his expression particularly serious. "Feng Su, if you have any grievances, you can resolve them privately. This is an association event, not a place to settle personal grudges." Su Chen chuckled lightly, looking at Ji Woyo, whose expression was somewhat unpleasant, and calmly said, "President, what do you think?" Ji Woyo glanced at everyone, fixed his gaze on Su Chen, and said seriously, "Feng Su, does it have to be here?" Su Chen nodded gently, his tone indifferent. "Yes, President." Upon hearing this, Ji Wuyo suddenly smiled and said, "As long as you come in first, I will allow it." "What's so difficult about that?" Su Chen's gaze swept over everyone, a confident smile on his face. "Everyone, I want that first place. You all can fight for second. You all can fight for second." His calm and confident words echoed throughout the arena. At that moment, many participants turned their gazes towards Su Chen, their feelings varying, but all carrying a hint of defiance. As fellow card makers, being directly regarded as losers in such a setting was something they could hardly accept. "Feng Su, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Indeed, although our preliminary scores may not match yours, this mansion competition may not necessarily be a loss for us. I understand your desire for fame, but with so many people present today, along with numerous online viewers, if you can't deliver, what works do you have? Which of the renowned participants here is not stronger than you? You still dare to tell us to fight for second? Who do you think you are?" In less than a moment, the rising voices completely filled the arena. Su Chen, upon hearing this, faced the long table of card makers, unfazed. "This is quite interesting." In a palace unseen by the crowd, Feng Lin leaned back, slightly finding amusement in the situation. This kid seems to know how to stir up trouble. No wonder he sought her protection. With this thought, her gaze fell on another man in the arena, and she frowned. Guan Jing is slacking off again. Guan Jing, of course, was unaware that he was being watched by his superior. Noticing the rising emotions among the crowd, he casually glanced at the sullen-faced Tianfu and cleared his throat, saying, "All right, everyone, the competition is about to begin. Please return to your positions." Upon hearing this, many participants quickly got ready at the long card table. The long table could accommodate exactly 4 people. Ming Wu, Chui Wudi, and Song Lin had all fallen silent since earlier. Seeing this, Su Chen also refrained from initiating conversation and waited quietly. After about a minute, as the venue fell into silence, Guan Jing's voice slowly emerged. "The theme for the inspiration reproduction competition is Phoenix." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire arena suddenly darkened, and the projection screens in all 4 directions displayed a fragmented image. A colorful divine bird perched on an unknown tree, exuding a noble and elegant aura. Surrounding it were countless birds, seemingly worshipping it. The ceremony of the birds coming to pay homage was vividly portrayed at that moment. The entire scene, adorned by it, presented a picture of peaceful tranquility. However, the image was not complete. There were always missing details, as if waiting for someone to fill them in. What a stunning bird! So beautiful. Is this a character card? Does anyone really have such a character card? The discussions in the audience rose and fell, while many card makers focused intently, quickly memorizing the card's details. Only Su Chen, after a glance, wore a strange expression. The card's face seemed to be one he had designed before. If he remembered correctly, it was the character card of Chong Kong Fong Lin. Since Chong Kong Fong Lin herself possessed the bloodline of a phoenix, using the Yi Phoenix character card would be significantly stronger than for an ordinary person. It could even be said that this Phoenix character card was standard for Chang Kong Fong Lin. Chen, this must be a topic set by old Qin. In the palace, seeing this scene, Fong Lin raised her delicate eyebrows, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. How could her card be casually used as a practice topic? Wasn't that putting these card makers in a difficult position? Beside her, Chen flicked his dragon tail, looking somewhat awkward as he said, "Ahem, Your Highness. This is my get lost." Fong Lin swiftly grabbed the leftover fruit pit beside her and threw it out with lightning speed. Xian was caught off guard by this sudden attack, scattering and then reforming into a dragon shape 10 meters away, looking aggrieved. "Your Highness, I just wanted to help you. The main character card of the princess had been damaged in a great battle many years ago, and even old Qin had said it was irreparable, impossible to recreate its original form. But as an intelligent brain, Xian did not believe this. The overall tone of this card had already been set, the remaining damaged details could always be restored to about 70 or 80% similarity through continuous trial and error. When Old Chin consulted him for a topic, he had considered it for a long time before releasing this card. Xian, you're not helping me, you're acting on your own. Do you know how difficult this card is? Feng Lin rubbed her temples, feeling an immense headache. The topic for the inspiration. Reproduction duel couldn't be too simple or too difficult. It had to be moderately challenging to be suitable for competition. Because if it was too simple, it wouldn't effectively distinguish the skill levels of the card makers, and if it was too difficult, it would also fail to differentiate them. This topic was clearly too difficult. Hearing this, Chen looked at the image seriously and said, Your Highness, rest assured, the memory card process has been approved by Old Chin to be unlimited in time. When he proposed the topic, Old Chin had already mentioned it was a bit difficult, and then set the rules to reduce the difficulty. Fine, this is the last time. Feng Lin looked back at the image, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. What is he doing? Why hasn't he started drawing? Everyone else has already begun. Qian followed her gaze and saw Su Chen standing there, looking dazed. After a slight hesitation, he said, maybe he's been stumped? After all, it was a question he posed, so it was normal for some people to struggle with it. He got stuck so quickly? Feng Lin stared at Su Chen in the image, pouting slightly, feeling inexplicably displeased. She thought he could bring her some enjoyment, but now it seemed he was just talking big, not grounded at all. It seems not. Qian's eyes flickered with data streams, a faint blue light continuously emerging. Feng Lin focused her gaze, momentarily stunned, and unconsciously stood up. She saw the young man in the image had picked up the spirit pen at some point. However, compared to the steady approach of the other contestants, his actions were quite perplexing. What is this guy named Feng Su doing? Who uses 2 pens to compete? Isn't he afraid of making mistakes? This card face is relatively difficult, although it's a memory task. Without a time limit, any slight error could be problematic. Using 2 pens simultaneously, sigh. Just trying to show off. Even if his fundamentals are strong, he shouldn't be so careless. And he still wants to be first? Where's the humility of a card maker? In the audience, murmurs arose. Listening to these pessimistic voices, Ren Xiaoxiao felt both nervous and indignant. They hadn't even started writing yet, and they were already saying he couldn't do it, each one jumping to conclusions. Oh no, this is too confusing. I can't bear to watch. The bright figure on her shoulder covered its eyes, as if it were the one being criticized. Next to her, Kai Feng frowned deeply, her eyes filled with confusion. This guy Su Chen had been extremely cautious when dealing with her back then. He couldn't possibly be this reckless. On the other side, Chui Yuxiu also frowned tightly. He believed in Su Chen's abilities, but Su Chen's actions were truly baffling to him. Did he really have to choose a high difficulty just to show off? What if he failed? There wasn't much time for this competition, only an hour and a half, leaving almost no room for error. Little G, your guy from the mansion isn't steady enough, said Kong Wu, the president of the Cayenne Mansion Association, with his hands clasped behind his back, commenting lightly. Ji Wuyo forced a smile at this, his eyes reflecting both confusion and anticipation. If this worked out, this scene would be enough to be included in the association's highlights of card makers. This kid is really hiding his depth. In a corner, and unnoticed, spectators sipped tea while watching the scene unfold. Compared to the noisy audience, the arena was much quieter. Most contestants were deeply immersed in their thoughts, undisturbed. The only exception was Chui Woody, who, knowing he had no chance of being in the top 3, stared at Su Chen, unblinking. When he saw Su Chen holding 2 pens, his heart immediately raced, and his breathing quickened. Here it comes. This was the feeling he had been waiting for. As if responding to his inner anticipation, Su Chen, after filling the pens with a light-colored spiritual power solution, gently put pen to paper. Under everyone's gaze, the entire card face seemed to be coated with a thin layer of colorful clouds, instantly covering everything. Seeing this, Chui Woody frowned deeply. Color was most taboo when it overshadowed the main subject. The card face displayed on the screen did not show the background's hue, defaulting to white. This stunning bird was colorful, but if the background was all colorful, how would the main subject stand out? No need to look anymore, he chose the wrong background color. Indeed, I could understand if he chose green, but why colorful? His fundamentals might be good, but this character card requires more than just basics. Sigh, is this really the first place from Kaijiang Mansion's preliminaries? How sad. Completely inferior to the 2 second-place contestants. In the audience, many who were looking at the card face were discussing it endlessly. Hearing these voices, Ren Xiaoxiao felt little but kept her gaze fixed. Her knowledge was still shallow, and she didn't quite understand color matching. How about we go back? I can't bear to watch anymore. Ken looked at Kai Feng, who was frowning deeply beside her, feeling completely devoid of confidence. Clever, adorable, and knowledgeable, as the think tank of it had never created a card, but it still possessed basic appreciation skills. Su Chen's color scheme was simply a major taboo. How could the background color be the same as the main character? How could the main character be highlighted that way? If the main character was not prominent, the flow of spiritual energy would be scattered, and whether the card could ultimately succeed was questionable. It was likely to be a huge embarrassment later, and it didn't want to stay any longer. Hearing this, calmly shook her head. Regardless of the outcome, she would watch him create the card until the end. Moreover, she felt it was ridiculous to determine victory or defeat based on a background. He had put so much effort into depicting surely, there was a purpose behind it. On the other side, losing confidence in what he wanted to do next. He understood Su Chen's desire for fame, but taking an unconventional approach in such an important competition was not wise. One must be humble. Like master, steady and methodical, only then can one laugh last. Nearby, chose to focus on S-card face, no longer paying attention to the card that had already been declared a failure. Father, I think sometimes breaking the norm requires even more courage. Gazed at Su Chen's card face, offering a serious evaluation. She didn't understand card creation, but that didn't prevent her from feeling the dedication the card maker had poured into it. Were those two pens tirelessly depicting really just a foolish move? Why did she, as an outsider, feel something sacred, peaceful, and serene? What is he doing? Stop him. The three association presidents standing in the corner had grim expressions, especially who wished to intervene immediately. From Su Chen's movements, he could tell that this kid's fundamentals were not only solid but also superior in coloring compared to others. But the background color had been wrong. From the start, could one really carve a phoenix out of the background? Hearing this, suppressed his inner impulse and calmly said, let's wait and see. I don't think it's that simple. The observer in the corner, leisurely pouring himself more tea, suddenly smiled while watching Su Chen's card face. This kid, if the prince were here, would probably grab him by the collar and interrogate him. This teasing remark fell on ears in the palace, not diminishing her cold demeanor in the slightest. She stared at Su Chen's card face, her voice icy to the extreme. I will ask you again, was the topic leaked? Others might not know what her character card looked like, but did she not know? Her card's background was colorful. Completely unaware of the seriousness of the issue, shook his head and said, it's impossible for it to be leaked. This topic was finalized just yesterday. Then you told him. S gaze was sharp as she shot a fierce glare at. Only then did realize that she was genuinely angry. He quickly wagged his tail, extremely serious, and said, absolutely not. If I leaked the topic, I wouldn't have a good death. Clearly, it was this kid's unique insight. How could it possibly be him leaking the topic? Upon hearing this, suppressed her doubts and looked again. This time, she couldn't look away. Not just her, but everyone paying attention to Su Chen's card face. One by one, their expressions shifted from doubt and confusion to realization and shock. In that light-colored background, dark patterns began to emerge. These patterns were lively and ethereal, resembling feathers, vividly outlining the shape of a phoenix. At that moment, everyone realized that this light-colored background was clearly created by the main character. This was not overshadowing the main subject, nor was it a mistake in color usage. Because the phoenix itself was colorful, it naturally illuminated the white as colorful. This entire colorful background was a symbol of the phoenix's existence. I just got sidetracked. Wonderful. The character card most embodies the character itself, and the background often requires special treatment. This move, however, highlights the character through the background while using the character to create the background. Indeed impressive. The thought process is extraordinary, far beyond ordinary people. Quick-witted. To think of this in such a short time, truly deserving of first place in the Kaijiang Mansion preliminaries. Amazing. Really amazing. How did I not think of this? The audience here praised endlessly, fearing that if they took too long to compliment, someone would bring up previous comments. I knew it. Listening to these words, Ren Xiaoxiao couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. I truly have an eye for talent. I noticed it long ago. I was just testing you all earlier. Ken Xuanqi placed her hands on her hips, humming proudly. Kai Feng rarely did not refute her but instead gazed with sparkling eyes fixated on the card face. On the other side, Shui Yuxiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at the silent Qiming beside her, and smiled. Uncle Qiming, it's common to misjudge. Qiming's eyelids twitched, then he said seriously, the thought process behind this card creation is unique. I could never have imagined it. This must be talent. Hearing this, Lanya shook her head and said, Father, I think effort plays a larger role here. His card creation flows smoothly, without any sense of stagnation. Although I don't understand card creation, I always feel that others are replicating cards while he is creating them. As soon as she finished speaking, even Song Han beside her couldn't help but nod. He mainly observed the card creation of the two, one being his sister and the other being Feng Su. His sister gave him the impression of carefully replicating cards, while Feng Su felt more like he was making new cards. Upon hearing this, Shui Yuxiu and Qiming looked again and found it indeed to be the case. In this duel of inspiration and replication, Su Chen's calm and composed performance truly stood out from the others. The younger generation is formidable. I fear I am getting old. Seeing the lifelike phoenix on the card, Kong Wu sighed, his eyes filled with amazement. Kong Lao was being too modest. I didn't see it either. Ji Wuyo humbly replied, but his heart was filled with joy. This Feng Su was indeed impressive. In the corner, Jingguan finished another cup of tea and smiled slightly upon seeing the phoenix. This card, the myriad birds, are equally important. How will you depict it? In the palace, staring at the phoenix on the card, Fenglin furrowed her brows tightly. Xian, what is the similarity percentage? Hearing this, Xian scanned and replied seriously. The similarity is as high as 89%. Your Highness, perhaps he can truly restore it. Fenglin breathed a sigh of relief, unsure whether to feel fortunate or disappointed. She slowly sat down and shook her head, saying, Xian, do not mention this matter to me again. This card was a gift from an old friend. Without absolute certainty, she would not let anyone restore it. Not to mention 89% similarity. Even if it were 99%, with just a 1% difference, she would not entrust it to him for restoration. Yes, Your Highness, it was my indiscretion. Xian replied honestly, but a hint of sadness crossed his eyes. Nowadays, there are not many things that can make the princess nostalgic. He could not imagine what this kingdom would look like if it lost the princess again. Focus on watching. Fenglin took in Xian's expression but was too lazy to lecture him. Time can erase everything, including her emotions. Just as that person said, immortality is merely a torment and curse for the vast majority. Her gaze was soon drawn to Su Chen, who was focused on card creation. On the softly colored card face, the spiritual energy had already begun to flow, transforming the phoenix from stillness to motion, its demeanor graceful and elegant, its aura exceptionally noble. In a daze, she seemed to see her old friend creating this card. Her thoughts drifted, and she felt as if she had returned to the day she first met her old friend. Your Highness, I have something that must be given to you. Oh, who are you? What qualifications do you have to be my father's aide? Your Highness will know, but not now. Playing tricks and pretending. If your gift does not satisfy me, I will expel you from Chengdu. Your Highness will be satisfied. The voice gradually faded away, and the hazy image completely dispersed, leaving only the dynamic phoenix spreading its wings before Fenglin. It seemed as if it would break free from the card at any moment and fly far away. However, just then, two pens suddenly began to move on the phoenix. This scene left everyone puzzled. What is going on? The main character is already complete. He just needs to methodically depict the other background characters. I don't understand. This phoenix is already perfect. Does he really need to carve flowers? I can't make sense of it. Completely incomprehensible. It feels like he's ruining the previous layout. As some lines were destroyed, the dynamic phoenix lost the flow of spiritual energy that sustained it, reverting to a static state, no longer moving. Everyone watched, their brows furrowed. Due to previous reasons, they did not immediately dismiss it. But even so, they could hardly contain their emotions. What is he doing? Ken shook its head and wagged its tail, its small eyes filled with doubt. In this latter part, it could do it if it went up. But Su Chen chose a method that it could not understand to create. There must be a reason for the teacher to do this. Although Ren Xiaoxiao was confused, she still chose to believe unconditionally. The teacher's level was far above hers. If she could understand the teacher's intentions, that would be strange. What he is carving on the phoenix seems to be some dots. Kai Feng stared intently, her confusion greater than that of others. On the other side, Chui Yuxiu had fallen silent again. He really could not understand what effect adding light dots to the phoenix's feathers would have. It should be related to the myriad birds. Lanya glanced at the replicated object, her expression firm. Song Han beside her nodded slightly, but his eyes were still filled with doubt. No matter how one looked at it, these dots could not represent myriad birds. The flow of spiritual energy had already been disrupted, and if it could not be restored afterward, the outcome of this card would only be one failure. What is this young man thinking? Kong Wu, standing at the edge, scratched his beard, his face flushed with anxiety. It was so close to success, and the score would surely be high. Why was he doing this again? He had a weak heart, and if this card failed, leading to a lack of representation in the three colors land, he could not accept it. Ji Wuyo, hearing this, frowned in thought and walked over to the corner where Guanjing was sipping tea, politely asking, Guanjing consultant, could you enlighten us? Guanjing put down his teacup, slowly stood up, and stared at Su Chen's card face, smiling as he said, everyone, the words spoken will only ruin that moment. Why not take a closer look? With these words, Ji Wuyo and the others could only endure and observe carefully. Time passed second by second, nearing the final quarter of an hour, and the other contestants gradually completed their creations. Even Chui Woody, who had only replicated midway, had finished. However, Su Chen, who had first revealed the phoenix's form, was still arranging the dots. The densely packed light dots, scattered like sesame seeds on the card face, showed no sign of order. The entire card face resembled a stagnant pool of water, not stirring a single ripple. Not to mention the image transitioning from static to dynamic, even the local flow of spiritual energy was absent. At this moment, anyone who looked would have to say this was a failed card. Just then, a commotion erupted from the long table not far away. Pseudo-epic quality. Hu Tianfu from Kai Jiangfu. As this news spread throughout the venue, everyone turned to look, their expressions filled with astonishment. The vibrant, colorful phoenix stood on a branch, surrounded by birds bowing their heads, as if worshipping their king.
king.
The colors were extremely bold, perfectly showcasing the phoenix's nobility. Without excessive embellishment, the compactness of the image highlighted the main subject.
And the 3.5 halos behind the card hinted at its quality, pseudo-epic.
Seeing everyone looking over, Tianfu smiled slightly and lightly beckoned with his finger. In the next moment, the card scattered into shimmering light, coalescing into a vibrant, colorful bird that perched on his fingertip. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in amazement.
Incredible!
These materials can create a pseudo-epic.
Definitely belongs to the top tier.
Indeed impressive, the renown really is different.
I know this Tianfu, the Chike army of the Kaijiang mansion. That skin card of the Chike divine general was designed by him. Now that you mention it, I remember, this is truly remarkable. That's a themed creation.
Listening to these comments, Ren Xiaoxiao wanted to retort loudly, but seeing the time was running out,
she couldn't help but feel anxious. What to do? What to do?
Sanpa clung to her shoulder, covering his eyes, looking as if he couldn't bear to watch. Kaifeng unconsciously pressed her knee, holding her breath and focusing on Su Chen in the arena, her heart racing.
Junior Yushio, no one should be feeling uncomfortable, right? On the other side, Fu Ai, who had been silent for a long time, smiled and inquired upon seeing the bird in Tianfu's hand. Pseudo-epic quality, who else could compare? That clueless kid really dared to step forward? I don't know, we'll just have to see.
Cui Yushio replied coldly, her hidden hand unconsciously tightening.
With Tianfu's strength, who would doubt him? Su Chen was bound to suffer for it. Master Tianfu is indeed impressive, steady, and reliable. Lungya, this is
what we call rising to the occasion. Beside them, Shi Ming, seeing only 10 minutes left, let out a long sigh and made an evaluation. Lungya did not respond, merely gazing quietly at the points scattered across the card surface, frowning in thought.
Another pseudo-epic. A sudden voice reignited the entire arena. Another pseudo-epic.
This phrase seemed to possess magic, drawing everyone's attention.
Once more,
they saw Ming Wu, sitting at the same table as Su Chen, had unknowingly stepped away from the card-making long table to calmly display her card outside the arena. The phoenix depicted on her card lost some of its regal aura but gained a sense of peace, standing on a branch like an auspicious omen, colorful light radiating from its feathers. The area enveloped in colorful light was a riot of colors, with birds surrounding the phoenix-looking content.
Turning to the back of the card, there were clearly 3.5 halos of spiritual energy, hinting at its pseudo-epic quality. Ming Wu from Kaijiang Mansion.
The card-making family, Ming family, has produced another card-making genius. The top few from Kaijiang Mansion truly deserve their reputation.
What a pity, this Feng Su.
There's nothing to regret, that's how competitions are, focusing on performance in the moment. Exactly, rather than let him fail in a higher-level event, it's better to let him stop here and realize his
shortcomings.
The murmurs of the crowd continued, and at the edge of the venue, Kong Wu sighed as he looked at Su Chen, who was still focused on card-making. Although he was the president of the Kai Yun Mansion Association, among these people he actually had the most faith in Feng Su.
Because currently, Feng Su was the only one suspected of having no background and still qualified to compete for first
place. Ji Wuyo watched this with a slight pursing of his lips, a hint of regret on his face.
Epic! Suddenly, a wave of shouts erupted in the arena. This time, even Kong Wu and the others couldn't help but be drawn to that side. That Li Jueki kid.
The president of the Kaishan Mansion Association, Li Jianqing, who had been silent, saw the lively youth in the arena introducing the card live and spoke with a slightly helpless tone.
But the corners of his mouth, which he couldn't suppress, undoubtedly revealed his true thoughts. Kong Wu and Ji Wuyo exchanged glances, simultaneously suppressing their sour feelings, and said in unison, "Congratulations." Before they could finish, a cry that seemed to pierce the soul suddenly rang out. A clear, ethereal, and melodious voice echoed throughout the entire arena. Oh my, family, my card is out of control. What's going on?
The lively youth Li Jueki, who was answering questions live, was dumbfounded to see his card suddenly lose control and
automatically appear in summoning form.
His exaggerated performance instantly prompted the viewers in the live stream to flood the comments with, "The host is acting."
As Li Jueki moved the camera, the entire
audience in the live broadcast room began to flood the chat with question marks. The contestants present had all summoned their cards, which appeared in their summon forms. Whether it was Li Jueki's, Tianfu's, Mingwu's, or those of other contestants, at that moment, they all transformed into birds, circling above the venue.
This scene undoubtedly left everyone puzzled. What's going on? I'm not sure. Could it be that? Which one? Isn't there a joke online?
It's called the iconic moment of a card maker's life.
You can't be saying. After a moment of confusion, a thought emerged in everyone's minds. Just then, the voice of the commentator echoed in every corner.
In the history of card making, the iconic moment of replicating character cards is called 10,000 cards in Unity. 10,000 cards in Unity refers to when more than 10,000 card makers replicate character cards in a certain area, and if one person's replicated character card can achieve legendary quality or above. At this point, the commentator paused, meeting the gazes of the crowd, and looked at Su Chen in the arena, smiling slightly. When this character card is born, the spiritual light it draws will automatically connect to the other replicated cards. This phenomenon is called unity, and it has another more sacred term. The three from Kangwoo stepped forward simultaneously, looking at the young man in the arena who was lost in ecstasy, and spoke in unison. Replicating the pilgrimage. A clear and bright phoenix cry resonated throughout the entire arena. In the eyes of the astonished crowd, those previously inconspicuous light points had already been connected by Su-chen with smooth lines, forming one bird after another, each with a different shape. The spiritual power of the entire card flowed freely. All the birds came to life. The crowd felt as if they were pulled into the world of the cards. Amidst the hazy colorful clouds, they did not see the real phoenix, but countless birds gathered in one place to pay homage, and in a daze, their postures of worship coalesced into a figure that was priceless yet peaceful. It radiated colorful light, mysterious and unknown, with colorful feathers, signifying divinity. A single cry seemed to bring peace to the world. When the crowd came to their senses, they realized that the main character of Su-chen's card was created against a backdrop that also highlighted the main character. And these 10,000 birds constituted both the background and the main character. Here, none of the birds were superfluous. Together, they formed the figure of the phoenix. Amidst the colorful clouds, 10,000 birds worshipping the phoenix, nothing could surpass this. The commentator raised his tea and drank it all, the clear sound echoing in everyone's ears. With Su-chen's stroke of the pen, the card on the table transformed into a phoenix, soaring into the sky. In an instant, all the so-called phoenixes he summoned circled around him. At that moment, winning or losing had already lost its meaning. The crowd was entranced by this scene, speechless with shock. Legendary. After regaining his composure, Kangwoo trembled uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes. The limit of merging these materials was legendary quality. To create an epic quality card was a 1 in 10,000 chance. Legendary quality, even the masters of the association would not dare to claim they could achieve it. And he was fortunate enough to witness the birth of legendary quality today. Young man, fearsome, respectable. Gazing at the phoenix in the sky, Kangwoo spoke excitedly, his words tumbling over each other. Beside him, Ji Woyo wiped the sweat from his forehead, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. With the emergence of the legendary, who could rival it? So beautiful. In the audience, Rin Xiaoxiao, like the other spectators, couldn't help but stand up, gazing at the phoenix that embodied nobility, peace, beauty, and splendor. Actually, I knew it all along. Woo woo, little colorful phoenix. I found my heart's bird. She stared at the phoenix, murmuring softly, her eyes ablaze. He really didn't let us down. The corner of the colorful phoenix's mouth lifted slightly, a weight lifted from her heart. On the other side, Chui Yushio stood tall, chuckling lightly, uncle chiming. This is what it means to be silent until one speaks, then astonishing the world. The flushed skin twitched slightly, and Shi Ming opened his mouth to mumble a couple of times, but no sound came out. At that moment, he could only lament how quickly the boomerang had returned, feeling utterly ashamed. Beside him, Lungya glanced at her father, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. So making cards can be this exciting. As these words fell, Shi Ming's eyelids twitched violently, feeling a bit embarrassed. After everyone had expressed their sentiments, the arena fell into a sudden silence, with only the magnificent scene in the sky. This is his strength. Ming Wu glanced at the composed Su-chen, looking up at the sight of countless birds flying towards the phoenix, feeling deeply moved. Family, this time I've encountered my big brother, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. The live-streaming Li Jueki withdrew his gaze from the sky, astonishment still lingering in his eyes. He had seen the original card face once, albeit just a projection, but his advantage was undoubtedly greater than others. Yet even so, he still lost. Legend. The scene in the sky was so glaring, the card he had created had become mere embellishment. Tianfu felt a mix of anger and despair. He had hated geniuses since childhood because he knew he was not one. But he wanted to be the genius people spoke of, to enjoy their admiration and worship. Yet when a true genius stood before him, he could not suppress the jealousy in his heart. Why should such a person be on equal footing with him? How much effort had he put in to reach this point? This Su Feng, this Feng Su, why were they so talented? Disciple, you must remain calm. The sudden gentle voice froze Tianfu in place. Before he could react, a calm voice slowly came through, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Tianfu, let's have a replica duel. The title is Shi Kei Shinjiang. In the arena, as Su-chen's voice fell, everyone's gaze almost entirely focused on one spot. What's going on? Do they have a grudge? Maybe, in such a situation, it's specifically brought up. Strange, isn't Shi Kei Shinjiang made by Tianfu? How can it be compared? This Feng Su is so arrogant, comparing replicas to Tianfu's work. Who cares? A good show is about to unfold. Listening to the discussions around him, Shi Ming slowly stood up, glanced at the card-making academies Tian Kuo and others, then quickly walked out of the audience area towards the arena. Lunya watched his retreating figure and said lightly, Yushio, did you know about this all along? She had specifically called her father and her over, also bringing in those involved in that incident. As a patrol officer, she sensed something unusual.
Chui Yuxiu's expression was calm as she stood up to look at Fu Yi and others, smiling, leaders, and senior. Ae, it's time for you to play your roles. Confusion flickered in Fu Yi and the others' eyes, but seeing Chui Yuxiu's usual demeanor, they could only suppress their doubts and walk towards the arena. Together. Chui Yuxiu followed closely behind, passing by Longya. She said flatly, Sister Longya, yes, I knew all along. As she spoke, she braved the gazes around her and quickly caught up. Inside the arena, with Qi Ming's arrival, the atmosphere noticeably became tense. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qi Ming walked between Tianfu and Su Chen, smiling, both of you are talents from Kaijiang Prefecture, if there are any issues, just speak up. There's no need for such a fuss. As these words fell, Tianfu's eyelids twitched, and his expression darkened slightly. Su Chen glanced at Qi Ming, his tone indifferent. Captain Qi Ming, you do not understand the situation, I do not blame you. Now, please step aside, this is a matter between him and me. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming's gaze drifted. Between the two, a look of confusion appearing on his face. Uncle Qi Ming, step aside, be careful he takes back the patent and doesn't authorize you. From behind, Chui Yuxiu, who had come with Fu Yi and others, made a shocking remark. Before Fu Yi and the others could react, Tianfu forced a smile and said, Chui Yuxiu, this Qi Zhang is my work, how did it become his in your words? At this moment, Qi Ming realized something and stared intently at Su Chen, saying in a deep voice, you are Su Chen. These 4 words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the ears of Fu Yi, Tianqua, and the others. Fu Yi turned around just in time to see the young man remove his mask, revealing a face he was all too familiar with. In that instant, his head buzzed, his face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead, dripping down in streams. Wind. His pale lips stammered 2 words, and Fu Yi felt a great disaster looming. Wasn't Su Chen banned from competing? 3 presidents, what's going on? Compared to Fu Yi's loss of composure, Tianqua and the others looked pale but remained relatively calm. Especially Tianqua, who was the first to take action. I suppose Junior Yuxiu believes that his friend has been wronged by me and the others, so he used his connections to let him compete. Tianfu replied unhurriedly, forcing a bitter smile. This isn't Junior Yuxiu's fault. If I were him, I would do the same. After all, this friend's card-making skills are indeed impressive. Hearing this, Chui Yuxiu sneered, Senior Tianfu, justice is in the hearts of the people. Why avoid the topic? As she spoke, Chui Yuxiu took a few steps forward, pulling Fu Yi into the sight of everyone, her voice sharp and commanding. Senior Yi, I will use a lie detector card, do you dare to state your testimony word for word? Fu Yi, as if waking from a dream, pointed at Su Chen, furious and embarrassed. You, Su Chen, I treated you like a brother. You actually want me to commit perjury, and now you're plotting against me? You. Upon hearing this, Chui Yuxiu's handsome face turned crimson. He never expected that Fu Yi, who seemed the easiest to manipulate, would bite back. Junior Yuxiu, you don't need to say anymore. If I had known you brought me here for this, I wouldn't have come no matter what. Fu Yi tightened his mind, looking at Tianqua and the others, shaking his head and sighing, a look of regret on his face. The academy leaders were all present at the time. I thought you had serious business, which is why I agreed to help. Tianqua stepped forward slightly, nodding. We can all testify to this. What Ai said is absolutely true. What a statement of absolute truth. I underestimated your shamelessness. Chui Yuxiu continued to sneer, his fists clenched tightly, wishing he could rush forward and fight. Tap. A hand firmly pressed on his shoulder, and a calm voice followed. Such a person isn't worth your anger. Chui Yuxiu froze, looking up to see Su Chen standing in front of him, facing Tianfu and the others alone. In that moment, he felt ashamed. The advantageous situation created by Su Chen had been ruined by his own arrogance. Now he couldn't explain himself at all. Once the association investigated, it would be clear that he had manipulated things to let Su Chen participate in the competition. In that case, in the eyes of others, Su Chen and he would obviously be very good friends. With that relationship in place, no matter what he said, others wouldn't believe him. Su Chen, I'm glad you can regain your spirits. Tianfu glanced at the ashamed Chui Yuxiu, smiled at Su Chen, and spoke calmly. However, the skin card design for the Chi God General was originally my work. You were merely a bystander. You can't claim it as yours, can you? As these words fell, everyone's gaze turned to Su Chen, and many felt a sense of doubt. Could it be that today's first place actually belonged to such a person? Facing the crowd's skepticism, Su Chen replied. Slowly, I said, let's have a replica duel, and the topic is the Chi God General. Su Chen, you really know how to joke. This card was originally designed by me. Why would I compete with you? Should everyone take turns speaking, and I have to prove myself each time? Tianfu smiled slightly, his calm demeanor making it impossible to see any hint of guilt. What Tianfu said does make sense. Whoever doubts should provide proof. Without evidence, wouldn't that just be seizing someone else's achievements? That's right, this ceiling. No, even if Su Chen is powerful, he can't just take someone else's achievements. What is this? Doing such a thing in this situation? It would be a joke if it escalates. So unwise. This could have been resolved privately.
Exactly, now look, neither side can back down.
The murmurs around them grew louder, and the entire venue was in chaos.
Listening to these voices and watching the scene before him, Chui Yusho felt powerless for the first time. He suddenly understood what Su Chen must have felt back then. However, Tianfu's next words made him even more fearful. How about this, Su Chen? I'll take a step back. The creator of the Chi-Ke Divine General is you and me. How about that? Tianfu smiled, voluntarily making a concession, which instantly garnered goodwill from the onlookers. At that moment, countless gazes fell upon the calm young man. Facing these stares, Su Chen looked at Tianfu and smiled indifferently. No. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen transformed into Baizhe in front of everyone, and with lightning speed, kicked Tianfu away, watching him fall freely. Accompanying his descent was Su Chen's arrogant voice. What are you? You think you can negotiate terms with me? Bang! Caught off guard, Tianfu was kicked away by Su Chen, crashing hard against the edge of a table upon landing, grimacing in pain. This scene happened too quickly. By the time everyone reacted, Su Chen had already removed his disguise, quietly watching Tianfu slowly get up. 3 presidents, Su Chen has disrupted the order of the venue and must be severely punished. Tianqua, both shocked and angry, looked at Ji Wuyo and the others, loudly accusing Su Chen. At that moment, not only he but many spectators also began to blame Su Chen. Is this anger out of shame? It seems a bit like it. Clearly so skilled at card creation, why is his personality so terrible? By the way, did you all see clearly just now? No, does it matter? The current issue is how the association will handle him. Listening to these voices, Ren Xiaoxiao, still in the audience, turned pale, gripping her clothes tightly, her lips pressed together. Next to her, Kai Feng patted her shoulder, comforting her. Don't worry, this is part of the plan. That was so satisfying. He should have slapped him, one on the left, one on the right, make him scream. Can. In midair shook his head and wagged his tail, continuously practicing the slapping motion. The comical scene, however, did not attract the attention of those present. At this moment, almost everyone's gaze was on the arrogant young man who dared to disguise himself in front of everyone and openly beat another contestant. Su Chen, enough is enough. Seeing Su Chen about to step forward, Qiming said while trying to hold him back. Just then, a projection suddenly appeared in the venue, freezing him in place, making him dare not act recklessly. It was a projection of a woman in a black bodysuit, her face blurred, with only the shining token she held high glowing brightly. Master Qinjua has ordered, I will take over this matter. A cold voice echoed in the arena. In that instant, everyone held their breath, staring at the woman's projection, their hearts racing. Qin Jua, a true master in the card creation world. Could it be that he already knew about this? As everyone pondered, the woman in black glanced at Tian Fu and Su Chen, her voice as cold as ever. Master Qinju says, you two will have a rematch based on the Chi-Ke Divine General. Is there any problem? Tian Fu replied calmly, as a special commissioner of the association, how will the winner be determined? He has seen my production process. The woman in black shot him a glance, her tone calm. After your rematch, Master Qinju will personally compare it with the original card. Hearing this, Tian Fu's pupils constricted, his expression slightly darkening. Others might not notice, but those eyes of Qinju's were not to be underestimated. The woman in black paid no attention to his changing expression, but instead looked at the viewing platform, which had somehow put away the table and stopped drinking tea, standing neatly to one side. She commanded, bring out the skin card of the Chi-Ke God General. This match is of great importance. The viewer nodded seriously and immediately complied. The three of Ji Wuya and Chiming watched this unfold, their hearts stirred by immense waves. Others might not recognize the woman in black, but they had all heard of her. It was said that the one in the imperial palace rarely took charge, but whenever she did, this woman named Ying would appear. This matter clearly did not catch the eye of Old Qin, but was known to the one in the imperial palace who had brought Old Qin into it. In other words, this situation was far more serious than imagined. After all, the one in the imperial palace was the true power holder of Gu Qian. Without that person, Gu Qian would not rise from the ashes. Xiao Ji, this is a dereliction of duty, you should prepare yourself mentally. Kong Wu sighed and reminded softly. Ji Wuya revealed a hint of a bitter smile and nodded, saying, Old Kong, the younger generation understands. After saying this, he, like the others, turned to look at the card images projected around, his face showing appreciation. Under the cover of the red moon, on a high cliff, sat a warrior drinking. Behind him was a resting warhorse, and beside him stood a long spear, its red tassels already sparse, telling tales of countless battles. A gust of mountain wind blew, lifting the spear's red tassels, ruffling the warhorse's mane, and fluttering the warrior's clothing. At that moment, the warrior drank alone, squinting down below, for beneath the cliff were countless fierce figures. The long spear stood firm, the horse paused, and I drink alone on the high cliff under the red moon. The mountain wind comes slowly, making me drunk. All around, the stirrings are enemies. I regard 10,000 troops as nothing, and in the midst of my intoxication, I sing while drinking. When the dark clouds cover the waning moon, the red tassels sweep all before me.
What a rich sense of atmosphere. Is this the skin card of the Chike God General? Truly lives up to its name. Among the high-quality ones, this is the best. It's probably just a step away from being superlative. This is a themed creation, truly astonishing. No wonder they are fighting over it. This skin card is genuinely excellent. With this sense of atmosphere, wouldn't the commander of the Chike army treat people like ancestors? The crowd, seeing the card for the first time, gasped in admiration. The skin card of the troop type card, as an extremely strict themed creation, holds far more value than other types of skin cards. If they had previously wondered why the two were competing, now, seeing this card, all doubts vanished. Such a work placed on a resume would shine brightly. Intricately conceived, vibrantly colored, full of atmosphere, a top-tier piece. Looking at the card, Kong Wu couldn't help but exclaim. Ji Wuya sighed deeply and nodded slowly. To create this skin card, one must be exceptionally talented. Ming Wu stared at the card, lost in thought. Chike God General. Beside him, Chui Wudi had already fallen into the card's image, unable to extricate himself, murmuring softly, "Now I want to be a Chike guard too." San Lin finally withdrew her gaze, looking at Su Chen with a complex expression. Just now, after Su Chen had disguised himself, although she hadn't seen clearly, she felt it. She was almost certain that Su Feng and Feng Su were both Su Chen family. We've learned something new. This is the struggle between the big shots. The value of this card you all know without me saying. Li Jueki, who had been live streaming, swallowed hard and looked at the two in the arena, speaking non-stop. Now, let's see who the true creator of this card is. Soon, old Shin's projection will come over. Family, now type 1, and I'll take you up close to see the masters of card creation. The noise from outside fell into the arena. Tianfu withdrew his gaze from the card, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and looked at Su Chen. Deliberately teasing with a smile, "Su Chen, are you ready to lose?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen glanced at him sideways and replied with a faint smile, "Tianfu, that's a question I should be asking you. He. Tianfu pressed his hands on the table, secretly tightening his grip, suppressing the jealousy in his heart, and sneered repeatedly. "Su Chen, let's see how proud you are later." He had long memorized this card. As long as he was cautious, it was not impossible to deceive Qinghua. Su Chen glanced at him casually, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You can wait and see." In the arena, as the card was revealed, the whispers gradually faded away. The contestants who were once the main characters had now become spectators. Watching the two in the arena, they, like the other audience members, were transfixed. However, until the match timer started, Su Chen never once cast his gaze upon his own table. This scene left everyone puzzled. But the most affected was undoubtedly Tianfu. He held his pen tightly, coldly staring at Su Chen, mocking, "What? Are you conceding already?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled slightly and said, "I just wanted to tell you how to create it, didn't I?" Tianfu tightened his grip on the pen, glancing at him with disdain. "You can only boast with your words." With that, he began to draw on the card. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, smooth lines slithered out like snakes, vividly coming to life on the paper. In just a few dozen seconds, the framework of the Red Moon High Cliff was already taking shape. The audience occasionally compared it to the original card, discovering that some elements were almost identical. For instance, that red moon, that cliff, that mountain wind, those twisted shadows. All the accumulated imagery ultimately converged into the card. Buzz. As the spiritual energy flowed, the skin card created by Tianfu, as expected, transitioned from stillness to motion, exuding a rich sense of ambience. The moment the card was completed, Tianfu gently set down his pen, looking at Su Chen, who stood with his hands behind his back with a proud expression. "Su Chen, what's mine is mine, no one can take it away." He handled matters meticulously, always leaving no room for error under his master's guidance. To think of reclaiming what was already his after the dust settled? Ha, is that even possible? Upon hearing this, Su Chen withdrew his gaze from Tianfu's card and calmly said, "Tianfu, you're nothing special." Tianfu chuckled in disbelief, picking up the card from the table to display it, his expression slightly ostentatious. "Su Chen, aren't you going to replicate it?" As soon as he said this, all eyes turned to Su Chen. Among these gazes, there were those filled with doubt, expectation, confusion, and seriousness. Facing them, Su Chen rolled up his sleeves, took the pen in hand, looked up at Tianfu, and smiled. "Tianfu, watch closely and learn well, you won't have another chance." With that, before Tianfu could respond, Su Chen dipped the pen into the red skin liquid and touched it to the card. The magnificent red splashed out in an instant, like the red moon shining brightly, illuminating the night. Creating a skin card emphasizes inspiration first, rules second. Su Chen's calm voice was steady and unhurried, rising and falling with the movement of the pen. "Tianfu, you've memorized this card, that's beyond doubt. But you haven't understood my thoughts on card creation at all." Upon hearing this, Tianfu suddenly felt a wave of unease. He focused his gaze, and the sequence of images Su Chen was creating on the card was completely different from his. He first depicted the main character, then rendered the background, and finally highlighted the dilemma. But Su Chen, on the other hand, started with the background before sketching those shadows. It seemed he intended to place the main character last. Tianfu, I know what you're thinking, but haven't you realized? This card has a fatal flaw. Su Chen was multitasking, his eyes fixed on Tianfu while his right hand moved fluidly. This scene drew gasps from many onlookers. Oh, what flaw? Tianfu's heart tightened, feigning indifference as he asked. Su Chen, hearing this, teased, isn't there a little black dot in the red moon of this card? Tianfu instinctively looked up, staring at the original card, and without thinking, replied, where would there be a black? Before he could finish, he suddenly realized something, and when he came to his senses, he saw Su Chen smiling at him. I tricked you, Tianfu. Can you only copy and not think? This faint voice, like a sharp arrow, pinned Tianfu's pride before everyone, making him feel a sudden wave of shame. But he forcibly suppressed it, ignoring the strange gazes of the crowd, his voice cold. What do you think this proves? Su Chen shook his head, dipped his pen into a kind of skin essence, and slowly began to write. This doesn't prove anything. But Tianfu, you replicated it so smoothly. Why are you unclear about whether there are black spots in the crimson moon? As soon as this question was posed, Tianfu could clearly feel the skepticism in the gazes of the crowd. This skepticism was like a pricking light, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Tianfu, do you still not admit it? Su Chen's indifferent voice echoed like a spell in his ears, seemingly containing some kind of intimidation that made Tianfu feel very oppressed. This feeling made him quite displeased. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, shut up! What tricks are you playing on me? In the face of his reprimand, Su Chen's pen did not stop, his eyes fixed on him, his left hand tucked behind his back, his demeanor calm. In the eyes of the crowd, Su Chen at this moment exuded the aura of a master, appearing at ease. You are feeling guilty. Looking at the intimidated Tianfu, Su Chen's lips curled slightly. Are you scared? Bang! Tianfu clenched his fist and angrily slammed the card-making table, the veins on his forehead bulging like snakes raising their heads, his face looking extremely ferocious, his roar echoing through the arena. Shut up! I told you to shut up! Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression suddenly turned stern, slamming the pen down on the table, his words resonating with authority. Tianfu, you colluded with the evil god's follower, the Transcender. What punishment do you deserve? Boom! This voice exploded like thunder in the arena. Tianfu, realizing what was happening, suddenly showed a panicked expression. But before he could react, a dark spiritual power rope automatically wrapped around him, binding him tightly. The crowd focused their attention, and they saw a figure standing in mid-air. Behind him was a pitch-black darkness. At this moment, his aura was unfathomable. Facing the gazes of the crowd, he held up a pure white detection card. Beep. The moment the detection card was activated, it changed from white to gray, emitting a rapid warning sound. The parasitized will expose the aura of the Transcender under extreme emotions. Diviner, are you not coming out? The figure sent the card flying to Tianfu's side, the gray on the card turning into a rich black. In that instant, the entire arena fell into dead silence. Almost everyone stared in horror at the young man, who had lowered his head, their minds in a daze. The evil god's follower, the Transcender, was actually right under their noses. Hee, not bad. Not bad. The Celestial Patrol has successors. Tianfu slowly raised his head, his expression stiff, his voice becoming old and deep. Which lineage are you from? Feel free to share. The figure did not answer, the ink-like darkness behind him gradually enveloping the arena. Seeing this scene, the diviner revealed a sinister smile. I see, you are from the Songhai lineage, the Observer of the Abyss. What an interesting name. No wonder. You are a disciple of Songhai. After the praise, the diviner manipulated Tianfu's body, looking at the calm Su Chen, narrowing his eyes slightly. A smile that was not quite a smile. Kid, you can't escape. The feathered decay god has already set its sights on you. So what? Hearing the diviner's words, Su Chen's expression remained calm, his eyes showing no fear. So, the diviner was taken aback, then suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, kid, you really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. No wonder you're bold enough to scheme against me. The diviner's voice turned cold, and streams of sinister power burst forth from Tianfu's body, transforming into pitch-black feathers. The dark spiritual power rope was instantly broken. But before he could spread his energy wings, an abyss-like darkness appeared beneath his feet, directly binding him in place. Damn it! The diviner cursed, and Tianfu's body, like a pupa, burst forth with a bloody figure, exuding sinister energy all over. Junior, do you think your domain can stop me? The blood man spread his pitch-black wings and soared into the sky, the terrifying pressure emanating from him enveloping the entire arena. Facing the horrified gazes of the crowd, he slowly raised his hand, condensing a dark energy ball, with wriggling worms swimming within. Before I leave, I must send you a big sizzle. A blazing red blade suddenly pierced through his heart, taking away a large amount of foul-smelling blood. Ah, damn it! You traitor! A woman with white hair and red eyes silently appeared in the arena. The moment the fortune teller saw her,
He was filled with shock and anger. He clutched his fatal wound at his heart, no longer able to utter any threats, desperately driving the energy within him, trying to tear open the viewing domain. However, the deep, ink-like darkness not only sealed off his escape route but also separated him from the unrelated crowd. No matter how hard he tried, this prison, woven specifically for him, could not be breached even by a single crack. You forced me into this. Realizing he could not escape, the fortune teller turned to face the three, a pair of blood-red flesh wings sprouting from his back, his pupils constricting in an instant, like a needle. Crack, crack. His body suddenly bent in a strange posture, his head splitting into four petals, revealing a mouthpart like a flower's stamen, and his arms instantly sprouting blood-red feathers, transforming him into a monster. Hiss. It emitted a sound unlike that of a human, its wings slowly wrapping around its body, a terrifying aura brewing into a phantom above its head. Don't look, Su-chin. The moment the phantom appeared, the struggling viewer hurriedly warned. However, even though Su-chen had closed his eyes long before the warning, fine hairs still appeared on his wrist, rapidly devouring his vitality. The crowd outside the domain saw the once vibrant young man turn white-haired in an instant. Cough, cough. Su-chen coughed heavily twice, the loss of vitality making him feel an unprecedented weakness. Under the shadow of that terrifying phantom's power, he couldn't even muster the thought of changing his disguise. The gap in realms was too great for him to contend with. Boom! The phantom was shattered by the white-haired woman with crimson eyes. She raised her blade and fiercely stabbed at the monster. Sizzle! The flaming blade, at the moment it pierced the monster's heart, erupted with immense power. The moment the white-haired woman withdrew, the monster exploded like a bomb. Whoosh! 3 feathered flesh masses, ignoring the domain's barriers, directly broke through the arena's dome, fleeing in 3 directions. The white-haired woman moved like a specter, the blade automatically falling into her hand, as she swept through the sky, turning 1 feathered flesh mass to ashes. The viewer's figure transformed into a shadow, staining the sky like ink, intercepting 1 feathered flesh mass in time and completely annihilating it. However, the last feathered flesh mass had already escaped. 1,000 meters away, about to vanish from everyone's sight. Whoosh! A blue-gold arrow suddenly shot out from the direction of the arena. It cut through the sky, and in front of the crowd's gaze, with an absolutely transcendent posture, it shot down the last feathered flesh mass. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the clouds. The crowd focused their attention, and above the arena's dome, the white-haired Su-chen in green attire was slowly lowering the great bow in his hand. On his stern face, his cold gaze seemed capable of freezing everything. Watching this scene, Kong Wu sighed deeply, feeling a sense of awe. The younger generation is formidable. Whoosh! Having lost a large amount of vitality, Su-chen no longer had the strength to support himself. The world before him gradually blurred, and his consciousness was drifting away from his body. He saw himself falling, yet he was powerless to stop it. Just before losing consciousness, he saw many people in disguise rushing towards him, but the first to arrive and catch him was that woman with white hair and red eyes. For a moment, her face overlapped with the visage of Bing Mei, but then it twisted in an instant, transforming into a familiar appearance. Huang! This thought flashed through Su-chen's mind, and he fainted, losing all awareness. Thank you, he's fine. Seeing someone step in first to catch Su-chen, Kaifeng instinctively wanted to express her gratitude. But in her perception, the aura of the white-haired, red-eyed woman was unmistakably identical to that of the terrifying phantom that had been summoned. In that instant, she immediately became alert. He has matters to attend to. The white-haired woman glanced at Kaifeng and then disappeared with Su-chen. The speed was so fast that everyone barely had time to react. She will handle it well, Huan Jing, who had hurried back, explained calmly. Just then, a figure dressed in a red maple outfit projected into the arena. Seeing this, Huan Jing quickly bowed and said, Senior Feng Lin. Upon seeing her, Kong Wu and the others also hurriedly lowered their heads in respect. Guan Jing, you should have informed me about this, Feng Lin said, scanning the arena before fixing her gaze on Guan Jing, her eyes showing a hint of helplessness. The avatar of the fortune teller is not so easily eliminated. Hearing this, Guan Jing frowned and asked, Do you mean to say that we have not eliminated this avatar? Feng Lin nodded slightly, pointing in a direction. Following her gesture, Guan Jing looked over, his eyes widening in surprise. There, at the spot where the dome had been breached, was a line of blood-red characters. The fortune teller has escaped. I miscalculated. Guan Jing clenched his fists, a flicker of self-reproach crossing his eyes. He had thought he was in control of the situation, but he had completely underestimated the fortune teller's backup plans, which were far beyond his imagination. Feng Lin, upon hearing this, said meaningfully, Guan Jing, he calculated his escape from here, but he did not account for that arrow. What do you mean? Guan Jing looked at her seriously, his eyes already filled with speculation. Even if he is not dead, he won't survive for 3 days, Feng Lin replied calmly, then turned to Kong Wu and the others, saying lightly, Elder Qin said that Su-chen won. Do the 3 of you have any objections? Kong Wu and the others shook their heads in unison, saying, no objections. Well, that's good. Feng Lin nodded slightly, just as she was about to withdraw the projection when she suddenly remembered something and said to the respectfully standing Guan Jing, when he recovers, you and he should come to report.
If you can't explain how that bow came about, little Guan Jing, you know what will happen.
After hearing this, Guan Jing watched her leave, revealing a bitter smile. He still couldn't figure out when His Highness had started paying attention to Su Chen. Hadn't he always been indifferent? His consciousness was hazy, as if floating in the clouds, rising and falling. It was unclear how long had passed when Su Chen finally managed to shake off this state, mustering his spirit to wake up.
In that moment, the weakness in his body almost made him fall back into a deep sleep.
Seeing the familiar layout of the room, Su Chen slowly raised his hand, only to find an old, withered hand. Buzz! His brain buzzed, and Su Chen jolted awake from the bed. Panting heavily, he looked down at his hand, which still had a sheen to it. You're awake. The voice beside him startled Su Chen, and he turned to see it was none other than Bing Mei. Director, why is it you? Recalling the scenes from when he was unconscious, suspicion filled Su Chen's eyes. It couldn't be a hallucination, could it? That white-haired, red-eyed woman was clearly Huang, an apostle of Yuxiu, the nightmare of the feathered ascendant.
Bing Mei turned her head away,
her voice tinged with a hint of sympathy.
The vitality that has been lost, I cannot help you restore. You only have about 2 years left. If you don't want to die, you need to find a way to replenish your lifespan. Ordinary vitality will no longer be effective for you. Su Chen was taken aback by her words, then got up and walked to the mirror to look at himself. The young man in the mirror had a youthful face and striking white hair. Su Chen stared for a long time, then smiled and said, "This hair color is nice, it enhances my aura." Hearing this, Bing Mei glanced at him, who was pretending to be calm, and after a moment of hesitation said, "I will submit an application to the higher-ups to let you enter my realm. There are things inside that can extend your lifespan." Su Chen turned to look at her, smiling. "Director, thank you, but I still want to know, is that person you? So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" Bing Mei replied coldly, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. Su Chen took 2 steps forward, pressing down on her shoulder, and said, "Director, if you don't want to write a self-criticism, just tell me." Bing Mei's face flushed instantly, and she pushed Su Chen away, saying sternly, "You are my subordinate and have no right to demand I write a self-criticism." "Director, I am now the acting director, and you
are the one who has been temporarily suspended?" Su Chen stared at her, his gaze meaningful. "Also, Director, that person has the aura of the evil god Yuxiu. Can you explain what's going on?" Bing Mei's body trembled, her face slightly pale, and she bit her lip, saying, I don't know anything, please, don't ask anymore." "Okay?" Seeing this, Su Chen had to suppress his desire to seek the truth, stepping forward to hold her shoulders, urging her to calm down, and then said seriously, "Director, I believe in you. I have a request, and I hope you will agree." Bing Mei's expression softened a bit as she looked up at him, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Director, she saved me. She is a good person. I hope you can give up pursuing her responsibility. I can feel it, she is not our enemy. She just wants to kill those who have ascended." Su Chen's heartfelt words made Bing Mei slightly distracted. After a long pause, she lowered her head and said, "Do you really think so?" "Of course, Director. If you don't agree to my request, then just wait to write a self-criticism." Su Chen released her shoulders, standing with his hands behind his back, looking out the window, his voice full of confidence. "To tell you the truth, I am actually someone from the General Bureau's advisory team. You know that person, right? As long as I speak, Advisor Feng Lin can order you to write 10,000 self-criticisms." Cough cough. A light cough suddenly came from the direction of the door. Su Chen's body stiffened, and he turned to look, finding Guan Jing squinting at him, his eyes somewhat unfriendly. "Cough. Advisor, when did you arrive?" Su Chen immediately put on a smile, as if the person speaking just now was someone else. Guan Jing glanced at the bowed Bing Mei, then stared at Su Chen's smile, sighing, "Kid, you've really gotten me into trouble this time." Su Chen was taken aback by the words, confused. "What do you mean, advisor?" Remembering that the leisurely days were gone forever, Guan Jing lost interest and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it, you wouldn't know. Rest for 3 days, and then come with me to meet the prince." Su Chen suddenly realized something and looked at Guan Jing, asking, "Advisor, was the prince watching at that time?" Guan Jing nodded, seriously advising, "Kid, say less when the time comes. No matter what the prince says, just play dumb, understand?" "Why?" Su Chen asked in confusion. Guan Jing slightly nodded, smiling, "That's all you need to do." "Advisor, I have a question. Why do you call her your highness? She can't really be." Su Chen stared intently at Guan Jing, his mind somewhat hazy. Could this Feng Lin really be the legendary Feng Lin of the Long Sky? Guan Jing looked deeply at Su Chen, saying meaningfully, "Kid, so you need to say less, understand? The entire ancient Qian kingdom was established by the prince leading those ancient families. However, due to the times, the prince had made an agreement with those families, stipulating that no one was allowed to interfere with the newly formed ancient Qian, allowing it to develop freely. But as the founder of the ancient Qian kingdom, the prince's status was inherently high. If she got truly angry, neither of them would have a good outcome. They would likely end up as beasts of burden, with endless tasks every day. Advisor, I understand. Su Chen nodded seriously, but his heart was troubled. The Shi Yuan divine bow had already been exposed, there was no way to hide it. But if he revealed the senior DE, that clearly wouldn't work. Either. If it came to the worst, he could only muddle through. If you're feeling better, go check the guest room, quite a few people have arrived. I still have things to discuss with the director. Guan Jing suddenly reminded him, and upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded and walked out. Once he left, Guan Jing waved his hand, and the inky darkness enveloped the room. Ensuring they wouldn't be eavesdropped on, he looked at Bing Mei and said seriously, Director, can you still suppress it? Bing Mei slowly raised her head, and in an instant, her white hair and red eyes revealed an extreme indifference. It has nothing to do with you. Guan Jing's expression darkened slightly as he said lightly, Huan, since you can appear freely, why do you still keep the director? The woman with white hair and red eyes flashed a hint of anger in her gaze and coldly replied, I will make her acknowledge me sooner or later. Guan Jing remained non-committal and added, if Su Chen wants to go to the Phoenix ruins, you must protect him. TCH, whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. You don't think I care about his life or death, do you? In your eyes, am I not just a killing machine? The woman mocked coldly, but Guan Jing smiled slightly and gently said, Huan, he will watch over you in my stead. You can take this opportunity to get to know him better, get lost. After the woman spat out a word, the red in her eyes vanished, her white hair instantly turned black, becoming the confused Bing Mei. She looked at Guan Jing and bit her lip, saying, just now. Director, Administrator Su Chen is currently receiving unrelated individuals in the bureau. Please give a warning. Guan Jing stepped out of the room, waving his hand to reveal a tea table. He then sat at the table, sipping tea, smiling at Bing Mei, and seriously reminded her. That kid dared to trick him, causing him to lose his peaceful days. If he didn't retaliate, wouldn't that make him seem magnanimous? In the guest room, Qiming stared blankly at the table. Recalling the scene from that day and thinking of yesterday's images, his heart felt even heavier. He had specifically invited the Cui brothers before coming. But when they heard he was visiting Su Chen, they both found excuses to decline. Even his daughter advised him to wait until Su Chen recovered before going over, saying some trivial matters shouldn't be disturbed. But with the upcoming renewal of the Chi Army's auxiliary card, if he didn't strive for authorization now, it would be too late later and the higher-ups wouldn't grant approval again. Thinking of this, he could only muster the courage to come over. Knock knock. A crisp knocking sound rang out, and Qiming quickly stood up to look. The moment he saw Su Chen, he had barely managed to muster froze on his face. The young man's white hair was like snow, appearing even more dazzling under the sunlight. Recalling his previous behavior, Qiming opened his mouth but found he had lost his voice. Commander Qiming, what brings you to me? Su Chen stepped into the room and sat down opposite Qiming. Qiming glanced at the seat but did not sit down. Instead, he bowed and said regretfully, Master Su Chen, I apologize for my previous disrespect. Please forgive my ignorance. Upon hearing this, Su Chen replied, Commander Qiming was also deceived. I do not blame you. If he were in Ming's shoes, he would have acted the same way. But understanding did not equate to forgiveness. Qiming sensed Su Chen's coldness and sincerely said, Master Su Chen, if possible, could you visit the military when you have some free time? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at him, saying, Commander Qiming, I am very busy. Qiming nodded slightly, forcing a smile as he said, Master Su Chen, regarding the skin card Chi God, sorry, citizen, but this is my bureau's working hours, and it's not appropriate to discuss other matters. Bing Mei suddenly barged in, looking at the two with her usual cold tone. Administrator Su Chen, you did not take sick leave, which is against the regulations. Upon hearing this, Su Chen stood up and smiled at Qiming, saying, Commander Qiming, I take my leave. Hearing this obvious dismissal, Qiming did not react much, he nodded and left the room. Watching his retreating figure, Su Chen's eyes were very calm. Now, with Feng Lin as his backing, he no longer needed Qiming's favor. As for the skin card Chi God, he would authorize it if he wanted to, and not authorize it if he didn't want to. As a card maker, he could be this willful. Just as Su Chen was about to ask Guan Jing again, another person approached from the mountain path. This person was dressed in a long robe and wore a somewhat troubled expression. Upon seeing Su Chen from a distance, he quickly walked over and deeply bowed. Su Chen, if possible, I would like to invite you to the association. Is that all right? Looking at the sorrowful face of the association president in front of him, Su Chen pondered for a moment and gently nodded. Ji Wuyo had just taken office this year, as the president dispatched from above. It was understandable that he was unfamiliar with the Kai Jiangfu Association. Of course, the main reason was Ji Wuyo's attitude at the competition site, which left a good impression on him. Thank you, Su Chen. If you hadn't given me this opportunity, I really wouldn't know what to do. After saying this with a bitter smile, Ji Wuyo threw out a card. With a flash, a snow-white Pegasus took 2 steps in place and slowly lowered its body. Please. Ji Wuyo's attitude was extremely serious as he extended his hand in invitation. Seeing this, Su Chen didn't hold back, mounted the horse, and waved goodbye to Bing Mei in the viewing area not far away. As he saw the two leave, Guan Jing leisurely took a sip of tea, then looked at the approaching Bing Mei and said earnestly, Director, when I go on my pilgrimage, he will take over my position. If there's anything, you must discuss it with him, understand? Bing Mei nodded gently, but her eyes unconsciously turned red. Seeing this, Guan Jing sighed and said, Director, the teacher has never blamed you, and neither have I. With that, Guan Jing stood up to clear the tea table, facing the sunlight as he walked towards the mountain path. Only his lonely voice remained, echoing in Bing Mei's ears. Junior sister, you need to learn to face everything on your own now. Your senior brother is useless and couldn't take good care of you for the teacher. When Bing Mei came back to her senses, there was no longer any trace of the dark figure on the mountain path, only the desolate road illuminated by the sunlight, much like her current heart. The only two relatives from her youth had already lost one, and in the end, she couldn't even keep the remaining one. Sister Mei. Master. Two voices called from behind, and Bing Mei gathered her thoughts, forcing back her tears, and pretended to be serious, saying, You two, do you still dare to sneak out to play in the future? Ruo-yi and Jiaoling exchanged glances and said in unison, Next time, we'll go out with Su-chun. Bing Mei's expression froze, and she quickly took out a bamboo whip, walking towards the two. Seeing this, the two dared not stay in place and immediately ran towards the back mountain. Bing Mei chased after them. Hidden in the shadows, Guan Jing smiled at this scene and then disappeared from sight. Outside the Kai Jiangfu Association, the venue was crowded with people. Most of them were there to watch the excitement. The current hot topic online revolved around one person, and the malicious events that this person experienced undoubtedly fired the first shot in exposing the association's corruption. I've heard for a long time that the card-making profession is very murky. Now it seems to be true. Seeing one card-maker after another being escorted out by the patrol officers, some couldn't help but sigh. Even a talent like Su Chen, with no background, was framed like that. One can imagine the darkness within. Some people stared at the pale-faced card-makers, sneering continuously. The association's card-makers often take private jobs, and the prices are outrageous. If they go through the association's procedures, they make all sorts of excuses and demand price increases. What's this? Some card-makers live quite well. Their female apprentices change one after another, and nothing happens. There are still good card-makers in the association, but they live quite frugally. I hope this time, the associations of the 108 prefectures can be properly rectified. The crowd discussed, all harboring some hope. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the back of the crowd, followed by a voice that made everyone turn their heads. Su Chen is here. Make way. The surging crowd slowly parted to create a wide path, and everyone looked forward in anticipation, all taken aback. The young man walking towards them had a stern expression and an extraordinary demeanor. But that head of white hair was truly blinding. The one who helped that Tianfu frame him should really die. If the association doesn't give a fair explanation, I will appeal to the council and have the military intervene. Our Kai Jiangfu's card-making genius has been harmed like this. Those people must not be spared. Exactly. These people must be severely punished. Severe punishment. Severe punishment. The grand momentum suddenly converged into a force that shook the heavens. The card-makers being escorted out by the patrol officers turned pale at this sight, their bodies trembling. At this moment, they were all cursing Tianfu and his gang in their hearts. If it weren't for these people, how would they have been exposed? Thud. On the path where Su Chen was advancing, a person suddenly knelt down. Without saying a word, he began to knock his head on the ground. Fingzi, I was forced into this. Please, forgive me. In the square outside the association, the man kneeling before the white-haired youth was crying incessantly, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Fingzi, you have to believe me, I was really forced. The noisy voices fell into Su Chen's ears, and he could only sneer coldly. Looking down from above at Fu Ai, he said coldly, Fu Ai, compared to those people from Tianfu, you are even more disgusting. With that, Su Chen stepped past him, leaving behind a cold judgment. If you feel wronged, go to prison and shout your grievances. Upon hearing this, Fu Ai's face showed panic, and he hurriedly reached out to grab Su Chen. Fingzi, you can't do this. Bang. As if prepared, Su Chen's expression turned serious as he dodged his hand and kicked him away, sending him flying 10 meters. Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Chen looked at the patrol officers not far away, raised his hands high, and wore an innocent expression. I thought he was going to attack, so I reacted a bit. It really wasn't intentional. Hearing this, the crowd looked at Fu Ai, who was in close contact with the ground and unconscious, and their eyelids couldn't help but twitch heavily. Why provoke someone who holds grudges? Now look at this. They had no idea what was coming and learned their lesson. Mr. Su Chen, this will not be tolerated again. Lanya, dressed in uniform, stepped out from behind the many patrol officers, looking at him quietly with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Su Chen quickly nodded and sincerely said, I am an honest person, I will definitely not do this next time. Lanya stared at him for a long time, then dispatched 2 patrol officers to escort Fu Ai away. It's best if there isn't a next time. She verbally warned Su Chen and then turned her gaze to Ji Wuyo behind him, her expression grave. President Ji, after our 5-hour on-site interrogation, there is a large sum of funds from your association with an unclear flow.
Do you know anything about it?
Ji Wuyo stepped forward slightly and shook his head.
I just arrived not long ago. The funds have always been managed by old Yang from the logistics department. You can ask him.
Lang Yan nodded slightly, then solemnly announced, just now, old Yang suffered a myocardial infarction and died despite rescue efforts.
What? Impossible. Old Yang was in good health. Upon hearing this news, Ji Wuyo was both shocked and angry. The chain of interests behind this had already grown to such an extent.
Thinking of this, he scanned the many association members who had been apprehended, clenching his fists.
You all better not think of glossing over this. I will personally go to Chengdu and report to old Qin.
The faces of the many association members turned pale, their heads bowed in fear of responding, feeling that their future was bleak.
Who did this?
At such a critical moment, they still dared to commit crimes in defiance.
Su Chen, look over there.
Forcing down his anger, Ji Wuyo stood beside Su Chen and pointed to a group of people being monitored not far away.
They are all suspected of framing you and will be dealt with severely.
Following his, Su Chen saw a few familiar faces among them, such as the Association Commissioner Fu Qian and the Vice President of the Card-Making Academy, Tian Qua. At this moment they all looked disheveled, and upon seeing Su Chen looking over, they all lowered their heads, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Especially Fu Qian, who was now regretting deeply. If he had known Su Chen was this formidable, he would never have taken that little money, burying his own future. But now, he could only lament the unpredictability of life. The poor kid he once bullied had now become a genius card maker he could not aspire to reach.
President Ji, I see them. Glancing over a few people, Su Chen's expression remained indifferent.
Handle it however you see fit. I trust the association and all of you patrollers.
With that, Su Chen smiled and bowed to Ji Wuyo.
Senior Ji, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave.
As
soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for anyone's reaction, Su Chen came and went in a hurry.
Watching his departing figure, Ji Wuyo sighed, a talent of extraordinary caliber, yet how cruelly does fate conspire against him? At such a
young age, he possesses such card-making skills. Given time, he could very well become the next Elder Qin. But how did he end up cursed like that? Beside him, Lang Yan nodded, a hint of sympathy flashing in her eyes.
Indeed, it's quite a pity.
In front of the familiar blacksmith shop, as Su Chen arrived, the surrounding noise gradually faded away.
Everyone looked at the young man with white hair, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Nowadays, Su Chen from Kai
Jiang Prefecture is a household name in the land of three colors. They were very interested in this genius card maker whom they could only see online most of the time.
Su Chen, master is still sleeping in.
Seeing Su Chen's sudden visit, the busy Tai Zhuan quickly stopped what he was doing and awkwardly explained. Shan Juefeng had drunk a bit too much yesterday and hadn't gotten up yet. He couldn't even wake him up. Just as he finished speaking, a loud voice came from inside. Tai Zhuan, I've been awake for a long time. It's clearly you who just woke up.
Su Chen turned to look, and his eyes brightened. Today, Shan Juefeng not only shaved his beard but also wore formal attire, looking quite impressive. After watching for a while, Su Chen couldn't help but ask, Elder Shan, what's going on? Shan Juefeng chuckled and quickly pulled Su Chen into the
inner room, not forgetting to shout a couple of times outside.
What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Master Su Chen is here to see me, you know?
After shouting these words, Shan Juefeng looked refreshed
and turned to Su Chen, saying, You brat, why aren't you resting well? What brings you to find this old man?
Su Chen smiled and replied, Elder Shan, in a couple of days I'll be going to Chengdu to report and meet a
big shot. I wanted to ask if you'd like to come along?
He thought for a long time and felt that if he wanted to fool Feng Lin, bringing Shan Juefeng along would be just perfect. This would not only solve the problem, but also introduce Shan Juefeng to Feng Lin, killing two birds with one stone.
Kid, who is this big shot you're talking about? It wouldn't be a card maker from the association, would it? I'm just a blacksmith.
Although I understood archaeology when I was young, I'm ultimately not on the same level.
In the eyes of card makers, I can't even rank.
As Shan Juefeng said this, there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes.
The profession of a blacksmith has long become synonymous with obsolescence in the development of the times.
Nowadays, the forging industry emphasizes spiritual technology forging with highly standardized mechanical facilities.
Old blacksmiths like them could be said to be the tears of the era,
because spiritual technology forging was perfected by drawing on the experiences of these blacksmiths. Elder Shan, you're joking, your skills, in my eyes, are truly top-notch. Which card maker would dare to underestimate you? Moreover, the big shot I'm going to meet this time is not a card maker. At this point, Su Chen smiled mysteriously and then shared his
idea of wanting him to provide false testimony. This, you brat, you wouldn't be trying to trick me, would you?
Shan Juefeng squinted his eyes slightly, appearing hesitant. Could something like the Shi Yuan divine
bow be something this old man could privately keep?
Elder Shan, I guarantee with my integrity that I absolutely won't trick you. On the contrary, this will help you catch that person's eye.
Su Chen earnestly assured, almost writing trust me on his face.
After hesitating several times, Shan Juefeng slowly nodded.
Alright, I'll trust you this once. In his lifetime, what kind of storms hadn't he seen? A mere big shot didn't frighten him at all.
In the following 2 days, Su-chen didn't go anywhere, staying at the management bureau to recuperate, occasionally contemplating the Xuanwu.
As the agreed day arrived, the elusive scenery refreshed.
Right outside his room on time, hearing that Su-chen was bringing Dan Juefeng, Guanjing gave Su-chen a meaningful glance but said nothing more. To dare to fool the prince, Su-chen was definitely the first person
he had ever seen.
The three of them set off in the morning and arrived at Qiandu at sunset.
This big shot lives in the Eastern Qian Imperial Palace?
Dan Juefeng looked curiously at the palace on the mountain, which
resembled a celestial abode.
As far as he knew, there was only one person qualified to live in the Eastern Qian Imperial Palace. This person, he had only heard of and had never seen with his own eyes.
Or rather, many
people had heard of him, but very few had actually met him.
Well, Elder Dan, please. Guanjing gestured, and Dan Juefeng glanced at the silent Su-chen, his eyelids twitching.
He suspected he had been tricked by Su-chen, but he had no evidence. The three of them reached the mountain path's entrance, only to be stopped by the gatekeeper.
The old man waved his fan slowly, staring at Su-chen, and said lightly, "Young man, it's you." "Again?"
"Old M.O., the prince wants me to report to him, please let us pass."
Guanjing stepped forward and bowed respectfully.
Upon hearing this, old M.O. glanced at Guanjing and curled his lips, saying, "Kid, still reporting?
What kind of virtue do you have that I don't know? You must have been caught slacking off." Guanjing cleared his throat twice, feeling somewhat uneasy under Su-chen's questioning gaze. "Who is this?" Old Mo's nose twitched slightly as his gaze shifted to the wine flask at Dan Juefeng's waist, and he couldn't look away. "Good wine."
As soon as he said this, Dan Juefeng smiled.
"This big brother seems to be a kindred spirit." Saying
this, he took out a jar of wine from his storage card and respectfully handed it over.
"This is the Bijiang brew from Kaijiang Prefecture, a small token of my appreciation." "Cough, how can I accept this?" Old Mo reached out to take it, speaking polite words. Then, he lightly waved his fan, and a gentle breeze blew, lifting Dan Juefeng. "Little brother, I have nothing to give you, so I'll send you a few breezes to help you reach the mountain top."
After saying this, he squinted at Guanjing and Su-chen.
"You two fools, why aren't you leaving?" Guanjing, upon hearing this, calmly walked up the mountain. Su-chen quickly followed, curious. "Advisor, don't you prepare gifts every time you come? I thought you prepared them." Guanjing shot him a glance, his expression slightly helpless. He was naturally allergic to alcohol and couldn't stand the smell of it, so how could he bring wine? Yet Su-chen, who usually seemed quite clever, hadn't considered this? "Advisor, you know, I'm recovering from an injury." Su-chen unhesitatingly shifted the blame. Upon hearing this, Guanjing gave him a meaningful look before stepping up to catch up with Dan Juefeng. Su-chen felt confused, unable to figure out the cause and effect, and hurriedly followed. When they reached the mountain top, Dan Juefeng looked down curiously, his expression slightly shocked. The lights of thousands of homes filled his view. At this moment, 8 words floated to his mind. Throughout history, this place had been the exclusive domain of emperors. These sights were also what emperors saw. But now, everything had changed. The ancient Qian had proven in less than 100 years that this land no longer needed so-called emperors. "Let's go, Elder Dan. The prince is still waiting." Guanjing noticed Dan Juefeng was dazed and waited a moment before reminding him. "Sorry, I'm getting old and easily lose my composure." Coming back to his senses, Dan Juefeng forced a smile and followed the two deeper into the palace complex. After winding around, the familiar palace came into view. Almost the moment the three arrived, the palace doors opened automatically. A woman in a red maple-colored dress lazily leaned against the throne, calmly watching the three approach. "Guanjing, I asked you to bring him to report, and you delayed for 3 whole days." Upon hearing this, Guanjing bowed respectfully and said, "Your Highness, Administrator Su-chen is seriously injured and needed 3 days of rest before he could come." Standing beside him, Su-chen's mouth twitched at this remark. He finally understood what Guanjing's gaze meant. It seemed that from the very beginning, Guanjing had intended to do this. Using the excuse of healing his injuries, he openly slacked off. "Guanjing, I don't want to hear your explanation. I've checked your employment history." The most engaged in the government gradually changed and finally ended up in the place with the least affairs, the Three Colors land. "What did I warn you back then?" Feng Lin slowly sat up, her gaze sharp, scrutinizing the leader, Guanjing. "Your Highness, you said I was a talent and should be used in the right place." Guanjing replied leisurely, his words only respectful. "To find this suitable place, Guanjing took 10 years. As your Highness can see, Guanjing found that the most suitable place is his hometown, the Three Colors land. Here, Guanjing not only found a successor but also inspected many ancient markets, conducting research in the markets every day." Feng Lin's expression was emotionless as she said lightly, "Qian, translate this." "Okay." Qian's figure appeared in the hall in the form of data streams. "To find a suitable place to slack off, Guanjing took 10 years. As your Highness can see, the most suitable place to slack off is here. Guanjing found a nearby successor to fool your Highness and spends his days indulging in the mountains and rivers, cultivating his character, very happy."
As these words were spoken, Guanjing's expression showed no change, which made Su Chen, who was beside him, feel admiration.
No wonder he could be an advisor, his skin was exceptionally thick. Alright, I don't want to hear your nonsense either.
You are reassigned to the underworld government. Take good care of it, you can find help across governments.
As Fong Lin
said this, she scrutinized Su Chen. Yes, Your Highness, if there's nothing else, Guanjing will take his leave. Guanjing cast a self-seeking glance at Su Chen and quickly left, fearing that if he stayed any longer,
he would have more tasks to do. Once he left, Fong Lin looked at Su Chen and Shan Juefeng, calmly saying, "Have you thought about how to fool me?"
Su Chen was startled by her words but maintained a calm facade, saying,
"Your Highness, I don't quite understand your meaning."
"Ahem, Your Highness, the divine Bao of Shi Yuan has nothing to do with me, I'm just a blacksmith." Shan Juefeng, after a light cough, decisively shifted the blame. Hearing this, Su Chen felt speechless and could only brace himself to say, "Your Highness, it's not that I don't want to say, but I can't. I've already promised that person not to disclose his information."
That's a fairly good reason.
Fong Lin slowly stood up, looking down at the two, her expression unchanged.
But that shouldn't be your excuse. If you don't clarify, I will take back this vow. Upon hearing this, Su
Chen looked at her seriously and said, "Your Highness, I am your person, what is mine is yours, and what is yours can naturally be used by me. There's no need to be so clear-cut."
Shan Juefeng was dumbfounded upon hearing this. This kid, is he that bold?
After listening, Fong Lin's expression showed no change as she said lightly, "Don't try to use any fallacies on me. If you want to use it, you must prove your abilities to me."
Su Chen's heart leaped with joy, and he hurriedly asked, "How do I prove it?"
Enter the Phoenix Market, participate in the Nirvana ceremony, and gain the recognition of the true Phoenix clan.
In the quiet night, the
moonlight shone brightly, illuminating the solitary figure on the Imperial Bridge.
A gust of wind blew, splitting the shadow into two.
"Your Highness, the Phoenix Market is not like other areas, it is a complete forbidden
zone. How could an outsider possibly participate in the Nirvana ceremony?"
Upon hearing this, Fong Lin looked at the three figures descending the mountain and said lightly, "This kid is the new wood god of the
great wilderness, pretending to be with me there."
As she spoke, Fong Lin raised her eyes to the moon, her voice becoming increasingly ethereal.
"He disguises himself well, but our layout in the great wilderness is not without merit."
Upon hearing this, the shadow slowly merged into one again, but a voice still emerged.
"Your Highness, the Shan clan was once the exclusive craftsman of the Emperor. Why don't you keep him?"
Fong Lin placed her hands on the railing of the Imperial Bridge, just as she did back then, closing her eyes to feel the gentle caress of the wind. Bathed in moonlight, she exuded a sense of desolation and coldness, coupled with a hint of fatigue. "Shadow, I am no longer a prince, I am now the director of the Bureau of Shujing Management of the ancient Qian Kingdom, also serving as a consultant for the Bureau." Chang Kong Fong Lin lived over 3,000 years ago, while I, called Fong Lin, am a person of this era. I will eventually fade away, carried by the winds of my homeland, to the place I am meant to go.
The shadow silently split into two, the
one named Shadow gazing at her quietly, as if sadness slowly seeped from it, enveloping the entire Imperial Bridge.
"Your Highness, I will always be with you, until forever." The moonlight hid behind dark clouds, revealing
the true outline of the shadow, a woman who looked exactly like Fong Lin. At the mountain path's entrance, Su Chen and the others passed through the exit, only to find that Grandpa Mo had vanished without a trace. Where did the big brother go? Seeing the wine still laid out by the pavilion, Shan Juefeng approached with a puzzled expression.
He couldn't let such good wine go to waste. "Brr, little brother, what are you doing?"
From the shadow in the pavilion, a drunken Grandpa Mo crawled out, nearly scaring Shan Juefeng away on the spot. "Big brother, overindulgence leads to trouble. A little drink is for pleasure."
"I usually drink, but I never act like this." Shan Juefeng set down the wine jar and began to lecture incessantly.
Su Chen looked at his serious demeanor, recalling the last few times he had seen him, always with wine in hand, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It seemed that none of the people he knew were quite normal.
"You guys go ahead, I'll have a chat with Big Brother." Smelling the aroma of the wine, Shan Juefeng felt his appetite stirred,
and waved his hand to signal the two to leave first, then casually draped an arm over Grandpa Mo's shoulder, starting to drink. Seeing this, Su Chen gave a few instructions and left with Guanjing.
On the way, he couldn't help but ask, "Consultant, is the Mingyuan mansion the location of the abyss?"
Hearing this, Guanjing stopped in his tracks and smiled at him. "Yes, I might ask for your help then."
"Is it to explore the abyss?" "Not your concern." "Then what is it?"
"Some strange shujing."
"Strange shujing?"
"Yes, for example, the Water Curtain Cave Heaven and the Guanjing Cave Heaven, which are suspected to overlap with the Southern Heaven Gates."
"Challenge shujing, the secrets of which remain unknown to this day." "When?" "I'll tell you when I need you."
The voice gradually faded away, leaving only the moonlight silently illuminating the place.
Back at
the temporary hotel, Su Chen stood by the window, lost in thought. The strange shujing that Consultant Guanjing mentioned might be unknown to the people of this world, but he was very clear that these strange shujing were called special challenge shujing. For instance, in the Water Curtain Cave Heaven, one must first obtain the Great Sage's token to trigger the challenge. Similarly, in the Guanjing Cave Heaven, one must also acquire but corresponding token to unlock the challenge. As for the challenge Shujing overlapping with the southern heaven gate, it was undoubtedly the instance Shujing of the great havoc in heaven, which was also the only way to obtain the great sage's token. According to the instance description, players must interact with the deities and Buddhas like the great sage. This was not just a simple fight, one had to experience everything in its entirety to obtain the token, which indicated its difficulty. Before his rebirth, no one in the game had managed to reach the third prince. I estimate it will be quite tough. Su Chen looked up at the moon, though. His heart surged with excitement. He also understood the challenges ahead. In these instance challenge Shujing, the NPCs would not trigger some kind of rule to lower their levels to fight him. Instead, they would be at their peak state, engaging in real combat. According to the discussions in the forums of his previous life, these instance Shujing were not meant for people to challenge. Take it slow. Putting away all his thoughts, Su Chen sighed deeply, his gaze falling on the virtual panel. The Xuanwu source was already available, but he was still missing the virtual points. The spirit stones that Guan Jing applied for had been given to Jin Wu by him. He could certainly ask Kai Feng for some, but the association had sent a message yesterday saying that the association's subsidy would arrive within a week, including compensation for him. Altogether, it amounted to over 5 million spirit stones. Converting that, it was equivalent to 5 virtual points, enough for him to use for a while. Once the association finished settling accounts, the national competition for the Pure White Cup began, and the rewards would surely be plentiful. With these thoughts in mind, Su Chen decided to wait patiently. Speaking of which, I should go check out that realm. Remembering his agreement with Kan Qing, Su Chen took out the unknown realm token and calmly activated it. As spiritual light flickered, it coalesced into a door. Su Chen stepped through the door, his figure swallowed by the spiritual light, disappearing from the room. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. The night in the great wilderness was quite lively. Beasts of all shapes and sizes were everywhere, and upon seeing Su Chen, they not only showed no fear but instead gathered around him. Yo! A silly roe deer suddenly charged at Su Chen. Disguised as the new god of wood, Su Chen remained unfazed and extended 2 fingers, emanating a gentle divine power to stop it in its tracks. Yo, who are you? The silly roe deer widened its eyes, staring intently at Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at the many beasts that had been drawn over and naturally uttered an ancient, obscure syllable. Since you have seen the wood god, why not pay your respects? The silly roe deer was taken aback, circling around him before saying, such a weak wood god. Indeed quite weak, but his aura is really pleasant, like the fragrance of spiritual fruits. Nonsense, it's clearly the scent of spiritual herbs. What are you arguing about? You're all wrong, it's obviously the power of vitality. That's right, he is indeed the wood god. Possessing the power of vitality, the weak. Heavens, I really saw the wood god. How exciting. The era of gods has long since faded. What of the wood god? Can he even defeat that fierce guy, Xiongqi? Hearing the voices of these beasts, Su Chen was slightly surprised, his attention drawn entirely to the name Xiongqi. As one of the 4 fiends of the great wilderness, was Xiongqi that winged beast resembling a tiger? No wonder. It was so ferocious, one must avoid its sharpness. Weak wood god, can you protect us? Seeing Su Chen silent, the silly roe deer curiously inquired. It had heard that gods were very powerful, perhaps this wood god only appeared weak? The moonlight was bright, illuminating the forest. More and more beasts gathered in the small clearing. At this moment, they seemed to have abandoned past grievances, only wanting to get closer to the center. I'm sorry, but no. Facing the many expectant gazes, Su Chen slowly shook his head. Not to mention that he was just a half-baked wood god. Even if he were in his prime, he couldn't possibly protect them. Because he couldn't stay here for long. From this perspective, it was unrealistic to shelter them. The silly roe deer, upon hearing this, lowered its head and was about to charge at him again. Seeing this, Su Chen summoned a vine of divine power and gave it a tap on the head. Yo, why did you hit me? The silly roe deer looked up at him, indignant and unyielding, not believing it had done anything wrong. Su Chen glanced at the many beasts and said lightly, then why did you want to charge at me? The silly roe deer was taken aback and honestly replied, because I wanted to bump into a god, then I would be a deer that bumps into gods, and everyone could call me divine deer. Well, you really are quite clever. Su Chen commented weakly, looking towards the distant peaks, his expression slightly serious. What about Xiongqi? The silly roe deer glanced that way, revealing a hint of fear in its eyes. He hasn't been home lately, he went out to eat good people. Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Xiongqi, one of the 4 fiends of the great wilderness, was known for devouring good people and often punishing the virtuous while praising the wicked, turning right into wrong. Such a fierce beast could not be left unchecked. Hey, weak wood god, are you afraid of that big guy Xiongqi? The silly roe deer circled around Su Chen, its naive eyes filled with curiosity. I think I saw you last time, but you didn't smell good then, not like you do now. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, helplessly saying, do you know of any ways to deal with Xiongqi? This was Xiongqi's territory and he had the home field advantage. If they recklessly attacked Xiongqi and couldn't take him down in one go, things would definitely become troublesome later. If possible, Suchin still wanted to understand Xiangqi's weaknesses before taking action. The best option is to wait for the appearance of the Xuanwu card before battling Xiangqi. Wow! Weak little wood god. Are you trying to chase away that big guy? So amazing. I want to bump into you again, the silly roe deer said as it lowered its head, eager to try. Seeing this, Su Chen used divine power to conjure a large hand and gave it a smack on the head. Ouch, that hurts. I haven't even bumped into you yet. The silly roe deer glared at Su Chen, looking stubborn. What was wrong with bumping into such a pleasant-smelling wood god? It had bumped into that big lump of Xiangqi before. All the big ones in the forest had been bumped into by it. Once bumped into, one became part of the forest. This weak little wood god was too despicable, actually bullying it. I appoint you as the first divine deer under the wood god, and you are not allowed to bump anymore. Su Chen patiently began to coax. Is that true? The first divine deer under the wood god, such a grand title, can I really have it? The silly roe deer circled around Su Chen, happily spinning, while the many beasts around quietly watched, not daring to speak. Su Chen noticed this and vaguely felt that this silly roe deer was not simple. Because in his perception, the silly roe deer was too ordinary enough that a large-footed rabbit in the forest could kick it away. Yet, this ordinary silly roe deer was the closest to him among the surrounding beasts. From his observation, the beasts that had gathered around were basically arranged from strong to weak. The strongest were close to him, while the weakest stayed far away, clear distinctions and strict hierarchies. Ouch! The silly roe deer suddenly stopped in its tracks and looked at Su Chen, saying, "Weak little wood god, you better hide before the big guy comes back." Su Chen was momentarily taken aback and asked curiously, why? The silly roe deer had a look, of course it was obvious, and replied, because you can't beat the big guy and the big guy doesn't like humans. Su Chen vaguely understood something and pressed on, what is your relationship with Xiangqi? The silly roe deer tilted its head, looking adorably dumbfounded. He said I am his food, and that he will eat me sooner or later, because I often bump into him. Su Chen fell silent, pondering, why do you want to bump into others? The silly roe deer looked up at the moon, its eyes both silly and serious. Because I had a dream that, as long as I bump enough times, I will grow colorful antlers, stepping on colorful clouds, bringing peace to everyone. At this point, the silly roe deer looked at Su Chen, its tone earnest. I told this to the big guy, and he always stares at me without saying anything. I know, he is actually jealous of my dream, jealous that I can bump into everyone, but he can't, he is too powerful. Everyone is afraid of him, only I am not afraid of him. He often scares me, but I am not afraid. Lord Wood God, do you think what I said is right? Su Chen looked at its expectant eyes, reached out to pat its head, and smiled, Divine deer, you are so smart, of course, you were right. So it turned out that Xiangqi kept it as a pet to relieve boredom. No wonder it was not afraid of anything. In this area, who would dare to defy Xiangqi? Divine deer. Ha ha, I really am a divine deer. Thank you, Lord Wood God. The silly roe deer was very happy, circling around Su Chen, occasionally wanting to bump into him, but was always dodged by Su Chen. The surrounding beasts saw this scene, many wore worried expressions. When Xiangqi returned, if he saw the little deer running with this person, it would probably be a bloody storm. Su Chen took in the expressions of the beasts and then focused on the silly roe deer, feeling a bit confused. If it was just for fun, Xiangqi could easily find other beasts to replace it. Why did it have to be this silly roe deer? Could it be that it was not ordinary? Just that he couldn't see it? Hey, Lord Wood God, can I take you to the mountain? When the big guy comes back, I will introduce you to him. Don't worry, if he is fierce to you, I will bump into him until he is not fierce anymore. The silly roe deer pouted and moved closer to the mountain. Hearing this, Su Chen looked at the surrounding beasts and asked, is there anyone else here besides me? As soon as these words were spoken, an old goat emerged, weakly replying, Lord Wood God, passage has been prohibited here for the past few days, so there won't be anyone around. Prohibited passage for the past few days? Su Chen was slightly surprised. This place was guarded by Xiangqi, yet passage was still allowed? According to what Mu Xiu had said back then, due to Xiangqi, no one had come from the east for a long time. Well, the little deer likes to eat human things. As long as you bring enough supplies, passage is permitted here for a while. They won't attack humans either, because those humans are quite sensible and will bring extra supplies to share. But recently, no one has come for a long time. I've heard that there has been war south of the mountains, affecting the area east of the mountains. To the west of the mountains, it is said that there are golden crows causing trouble. Fortunately, Da-Yi and a mysterious priest intervened to quell the disaster. The little deer asked Xiangqi, and Xiangqi said he went to take a look, but only glanced from afar, because the two marshes to the west of the mountains belong to the domain of Zhe, and he cannot go there. As the old goat spoke, he gently advised, Lord Wood God, the little deer doesn't understand. In fact, Xiangqi treats it like family. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded and then curiously asked, do you know what Zhe, as mentioned by Xiangqi, looks like? The old goat shook his head, a look of confusion in his eyes. I don't know. The little deer also asked Xiangqi, but Xiangqi said that being cannot be spoken of. Once the true name is mentioned, it will be known. Once the true name is mentioned, it will be known? Su Chen's heart trembled, and using the stars in the sky as a guide, he looked towards the west, his expression turning alarmed. If what the old goat said was true, then his every move was likely under the watchful gaze of the great wilderness by Zay. Thinking of this, Su Chen wanted to ask more. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted like a clap of thunder, echoing throughout the entire forest. In an instant, all beasts lay prostrate, and the bright moon lost its light. Su Chen looked up to see a gigantic tiger, as massive as a mountain, spreading its wings that blocked out the sun, diving towards him. The ferocity in the beast's eyes seemed capable of devouring a person. Yo, what are you doing? The silly deer stood in front of Su Chen, glaring at the descending beast Xiangqi, clearly displeased. At the critical moment, Xiangqi's diving momentum suddenly halted, standing steadily in midair. Then, under the watchful eyes of all the beasts, it slowly descended, its massive body bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure that enveloped the entire forest. With the aid of moonlight, Su Chen could see it clearly this time. It was entirely platinum in color, its large body not appearing bulky, exuding an air of majesty. The golden patterns on its outstretched wings intertwined to form intricate designs, adding a touch of mystery. Its head resembled that of a tiger, and in its amber eyes flickered a cold, eerie light, radiating a chilling aura. Upon seeing Su Chen, it lowered its limbs, adopting a defensive posture, giving an extremely dangerous feeling. Bang! A shadow flashed by. It was the silly deer suddenly charging forward. Yo, that hurts. With this collision, the silly deer was directly bounced back to its original spot, falling to the ground. Under Su Chen's gaze, Xiangqi, who had been serious and vigilant just a moment ago, instantly had its eyes clear, cautiously walking over to the silly deer. Big guy. Bad. The silly deer slowly stood up and gently bumped its head against Xiangqi. Xiangqi stood firmly in place, looking somewhat helpless. Aren't you going to greet Lord Wood God? I tell you, I am now the first divine deer under the Wood God. Humph. Let's see if you dare to underestimate me in the future. The silly deer boasted vigorously, but Xiangqi's gaze was fixed on Su Chen, the coldness palpable. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled slightly and said, Xiangqi, I mean no harm. Xiangqi did not speak, and the wariness in its eyes did not diminish. Thud. The silly deer suddenly bumped into it again, dissatisfied. Big guy, he is the wood god. Although very weak, he is still the wood god. How can you treat him like this? Hearing this, Xiangqi glanced at Su Chen, lowered its body, and slowly spread its wings wider. Are you leaving so soon? I haven't had enough fun yet. Foolish deer, said the creature, naturally climbing onto its back, and called out to Su Chen, Lord Wood God, I'll come to play with you again next time. It's too late today. Also, once I tidy up my home, please come over as a guest. Let's go, everyone. As soon as the words fell, Xiangqi let out a loud roar and flew steadily towards the peak. Su Chen watched Xiangqi and the foolish deer disappear into the distance, a hint of confusion in his eyes. This Xiangqi was quite different from what he had imagined. Now that he possessed the powers of the wood god, he could naturally see that the killing intent on Xiangqi was real, but there was not a trace of malice. Logically speaking, Xiangqi was a man-eater. Once it had consumed a person, its aura would carry a sense of malice. Although Lord Xiangqi looks fierce, he has never harmed us. Lord Wood God, at first, we thought like you, that Xiangqi living here would bring disaster. But the fact is, ever since Lord Xiangqi arrived, this area has been very stable. As for the rumors among humans, they are merely rumors spread by hearsay. The old goat explained earnestly, fearing that Su Chen might have any misunderstandings. Do you know how the little deer came here? Coming back to his senses, Su Chen looked curious. It was truly unbelievable that the formidable beast Xiangqi would listen to a foolish deer. I don't know, the little deer came running from the east. She is curious about everything and wants to bump into everything. The old goat shook his head, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. I remember. That day it was Lord Xiangqi who patrolled the entire mountain range. When the little deer saw him, she bumped into him and knocked herself out. Since then, Lord Xiangqi has taken her in. After hearing this, Su Chen pondered and glanced towards the east. He wasn't very familiar with the eastern part of the great wilderness. Perhaps he could ask De later. His intuition told him that the foolish deer was not so simple, and Xiangqi seemed more like a guardian. I'll take my leave now. After bidding farewell to the other beasts, just as Su Chen was about to leave, a soft whisper reached his ears. Fated enemy, I'm waiting for you over there. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he hurried towards the location in his memory. Upon arriving at the lake, he discovered it was enveloped in a layer of special energy. If he didn't observe closely, he wouldn't even realize there was a lake here. Fated enemy, hurry up, I can't wait any longer. A charming laugh echoed in his ears. Su Chen looked at the entrance that appeared before him, and without hesitation, stepped inside. In an instant, the night vanished, replaced by a bright lake. In the lake, a woman was bathing, her figure partially obscured, enough to leave one parched with desire. Su Chen glanced around, his gaze landing on the opposite shore. There stood a cat-eared woman, her expression cold, with a swaying tail visible behind her long legs. Upon seeing Su Chen looking over, the cat-eared woman met his gaze with indifference, her voice flat. So you are the helper she was looking for? The one who wants to deal with me? To make me your slave? I'm giving you 3 minutes to crawl over from there and beg for my forgiveness.
Otherwise, I will make you a cripple.
As soon as she finished speaking, the bathing woman in the lake, Kanching, laughed heartily.
Sister Kanmao is really domineering, isn't she?
Look at how scared the fated enemy is, completely stunned.
Hearing this, Suchen cast a faint glance at the instigating Kanching and calmly said to Kanmao, Princess of the Water Cat clan, I'm giving you 3 minutes to apologize to me. I can forgive your rudeness. Oh dear.
The fated enemy is still so domineering, I like it so much. Kanching swam like a mermaid in the lake, approaching the shore where Suchen stood, her eyes glimmering as she looked at him, her red lips lightly licking. Fated enemy, did you dress up like this today just for me? Suchen ignored her allure, focusing instead on the cat-eared woman on the opposite shore, whose expression had slightly changed. He said calmly, my patience
is limited.
Upon hearing this, Kanmao stepped onto the water's surface, looking down at Suchen from above, her gaze indifferent.
Do you know what you're saying? A human? How could such a weak human dare to threaten her in front of her? Was she crazy, or was the world going mad? Has the human race been too stable all these years? Still immersed in the era of the Eastern Qian Empire, thinking that all races come to pay their respects?
Zon Cat, then you can try and see if you can kill me. Suchen stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and unbothered, which astonished both Zon Chang and Zon Cat.
It was only then that they noticed.
The plants around Suchen seemed to be thriving a bit too unusually. Zon Ching observed this with curiosity, stepping out of the lake without caring about the revealing scenery, moving closer to Suchen.
However, after
just a few steps, a hint of terror appeared on her charming face. She hurriedly stepped back, slightly flustered, and said, Enemy, who exactly are you? Such a rich vitality, she had never seen in her life.
Moreover,
the rules of this world seemed to be leaning towards him. This was abnormal, very much so.
Was he really someone from the outside world?
Suchen smiled slightly, raised his hand, and the surrounding plants began to grow wildly, the fragrance of flowers suddenly filling the entire space.
Butterflies and bees, seemingly from nowhere, flew in and danced around him.
At that moment, he brought the majesty of the wood god to its peak.
Under the gaze of the two, he raised his hand and watched as a butterfly lingered on the back of his hand, his expression calm. Wood god, Zhu. Wood god, Zhu. You are the new wood god of the great wilderness?
Zan Qing murmured, a flicker of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. As the esteemed seat of the Zanmei clan, her intelligence network was naturally well informed. The West Queen Mother of the Great Wilderness
was a being of the same level as the former heavenly Emperor Di Jun.
Even such an existence was seeking this new wood god of the Great Wilderness. One could imagine how important this new wood god was. With this thought, Zan Chang smiled and approached to take Su Chen's hand. Suddenly, 2 vines shot out, binding Zan Qing's feet and preventing her from getting close to Su Chen.
Hee, so you like it this way, enemy? Zan Chang
covered her mouth and giggled, but a hint of embarrassment and anger flashed in her eyes.
Was it because she wasn't beautiful?
This blockhead, no wonder he was the wood god, completely clueless.
Be honest, look at
Princess Zancat, she's much more reserved than you, and her temperament surpasses yours by a lot. As Su Chen's words fell, Zan Qing's expression turned extremely ugly, and she coldly said, What does she have that's
better? Am I not the one taking the initiative? She insists on keeping a cold face towards you, is that what you like? Before Su Chen could respond, Zan Cat smirked slightly and said, What the wood god said is correct. I am indeed much better than someone, your taste is very good. Hee. Zan Cat, a few compliments and you lose your sense of direction? He is our enemy, shouldn't you help me?
Zan Cheng clenched her fists, furious, wishing she could beat the two of them into pig heads.
How could Zan Cat possibly be more beautiful than her? Absolutely impossible. This guy in front of her was definitely lying.
Zan Cat shook her head slightly, looking at Zan Cheng with pity, calmly saying, Zan Cheng, the wood god is just speaking the truth. I am indeed more beautiful than you.
Shut up, you ugly cat with a bald tail.
Zan Cheng was completely desperate. She had brought the person here, and if she couldn't drag Zan Cat down with her, all her efforts would be in vain. Hearing this, a hint of anger flashed in Zan Cat's eyes, and she crossed her arms, saying lightly, That's still
better than you half-fox hybrid. Bald-tailed cat. Half-fox hybrid. Bald-tailed cat. Half-fox hybrid. Ah, I'm going to fight you. Who's afraid of who?
Zan Cheng and Zan Cat completely ignored Su Chen and directly started to wrestle with each other. The two fought without any rules, completely losing their rationality, making Su Chen's eyelids twitch.
Without time to think, Su Chen directly used divine power to forcibly separate the two. Whoa, you heartless one, I brought her here, and you just watch?
Seeing the claw marks all over her fair wrist, which were oozing blood, Zan Cheng suddenly covered her face and sobbed,
appearing weak and pitiful.
Zan Cat wiped the blood off the back of her hand, glaring fiercely at Zan Qing, her tail standing up behind her, clearly already angry. Seeing this, Su Chen said lightly, Princess Zan Cat,
how about working for me? As soon as these words fell, Zan Cat coldly replied, Did she tell you my identity? Su Chen chuckled lightly and shook his head. Your Highness, the remnant cat, no, I have no need to deceive you. I know everything about the remnant beauty. As she spoke, Su Chen stepped forward slowly, enduring the cold gaze of the remnant cat, and whispered something in her ear. Under the watchful eyes of remnant Chang, Her nemesis's expression shifted from indifference to shock and finally to a dazed look.
By the time Su Chen moved away, a hint of fear had crept into her nemesis's eyes.
This made Remnant Ching curious about what Su Chen had said. After all, her rival was not so easily fooled.
Alright, I agree, but you must guarantee that you won't leak any of my information. The remnant cat snapped back to reality and suddenly agreed to Su Chen. After saying this, she shot a cold glare at Remnant Cheng. I don't want to see her again. If you want to discuss matters with me, she cannot be present. Remnant Cheng stood up abruptly, refusing to back down. Bald
cat, do you think I want to deal with you?
I was here first and you have no right to make decisions on your own. The remnant cat, unfazed, retorted mockingly to him, I am more valuable than you.
What do you have? Looks? With your level, you probably just learned how to charm someone. You, bald cat, you're asking for death.
Remnant Ching transformed into an afterimage and lunged at the remnant cat's face.
Fox hybrid, do you dare scratch my face?
Seeing that Remnant Ching was serious, the remnant cat got angry too, blocking her attack while also striking back at Remnant Ching.
Whoosh! Vines suddenly emerged, separating the two. Enough, stop. The theatrics. You don't even need spiritual power. Are you really fighting? Su Chen watched the two, his vigilance unwavering. If they used their spiritual power, they could easily suppress him. After all, he was just a half-baked wood god. Because of this, he had to be cautious. Rival, then tell me who is more beautiful.
Remnant Ching looked at him with tearful eyes, her red lips slightly pouting, her soft voice filled with
grievance. Humph. Of course, it's me. I am the most beautiful of the remnant beauties.
The remnant cat raised her head with an arrogant expression.
Rival, are you really that heartless woo-woo-woo? Seeing Su
Chen silent, Remnant Ching covered her face and sobbed, looking pitiful. Su Chen averted his gaze and calmly said, the remnant beauties pursue beauty in remnants, but I do not recognize this kind of beauty.
In my eyes,
neither of you is beautiful, you merely have attractive appearances. As soon as these words fell, both Remnant Cheng and the remnant cat's expressions changed simultaneously.
As remnant beauties, it was strange for them to be told they were not beautiful.
If it were someone else, they would have made that person a symbol of remnant beauty. But this person was Su Chen, a mysterious and powerful wood god from the great wilderness.
For a moment, they did not dare to offend him. Rival, then tell me, what is considered beautiful?
Glancing at the remnant cat beside her, a surge of emotion welled up in Remnant Ching's heart as she asked earnestly. The remnant cat remained silent, but her gaze was fixed on Su Chen, clearly wanting to hear his answer. Upon hearing this, Su Chen looked at the two, then at the lake, and said, beauty is a feeling. In my opinion, cards should be one of the most beautiful things in the world. Hee hee, Rival really knows how to joke. Remnant Ching covered her mouth, laughing so hard that she trembled.
The remnant cat glanced at her, then looked at Su Chen and said, I'm leaving first, just come find me if you need anything.
With that, her figure gradually faded, disappearing from their sight. Almost as soon as she left, Remnant Ching turned to Su Chen and seductively said, Rival, now that it's just the two of us left, how about, Su Chen raised his eyes to look at her and calmly replied, Remnant Ching, I don't like people who are not reserved.
Upon hearing this,
Remnant Ching looked down at her alluring figure, then quickly changed into a long dress, her demeanor transforming into one that was both pure and charming. She raised her eyes again, her bright eyes like a clear spring, breathtakingly beautiful. Rival, can you take me to see the flowers? Su Chen turned away and calmly refused. I like sincere people. You are not sincere, too fake. Remnant Ching laughed in anger, biting her silver teeth and squeezing out words through her clenched jaw. Rival, you might as well say that you don't like me at all. Clever, not completely hopeless. Su Chen turned to look at her, whose expression had frozen, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ken Xing, you are a smart person. Rather than doing this futile work, you might as well prove your worth to me. Ken Xing's face gradually became calm, and she said coolly, what exactly do you want me to do? Simple, unify the remnant beauty so that there is only one kind of remnant beauty, which is the one you believe in. Upon hearing this, Ken Xing's bright eyes trembled slightly, staring blankly at Su Chen, stammering, you are serious? Just as Su Chen was about to answer, a furious roar suddenly echoed through the heavens and the earth. The two focused their attention and saw a gigantic, nine-headed serpent suddenly descend from the sky, spewing green toxic gas into the forest. Roar! From the mountain peak, Xiangqi flew out, its body suddenly enlarging in midair, charging towards the nine-headed serpent. What is that? So disgusting? Seeing the green toxic gas withering the grass and trees, leaving no life behind, Ken Xing showed a look of disdain. Su Chen did not answer her but stared at the nine-headed serpent, his expression serious. Fierce god, Xiang Lu. The giant serpent with 9 heads had a body as thick as a river, and its coiling tail seemed capable of crushing mountains. It let out a long roar towards the sky, and the terrifying green toxic gas spread like mist around it. Wherever it passed, devastation ensued. All beasts fled in panic, cries of terror echoing continuously. Roar! Seeing this scene, Xiangqi's body enlarged, its platinum-colored surface revealing dark red spiritual energy. Whoosh! Xiangqi flapped its wings, a mighty wind mixed with lightning surged towards the giant serpent. Hiss!
the 9 heads of the giant serpent let out a long roar and simultaneously spewed out dark green beams of spiritual energy. Boom!
The moment the lightning wind collided with the beams of spiritual energy, a thunderous roar erupted.
2 massive energies dispersed, wreaking havoc in the forest.
The ripples spread like waves across a lake, and all the beasts along the way prostrated themselves on the ground.
In less than a few breaths, the entire forest lay in ruins before Su Chen and Kan Cheng. The space they occupied, isolated, had its protective barrier completely destroyed.
Kan Cheng's face turned pale. Taking advantage of Su Chen's moment of inattention, she clung to his arm, her legs weak, leaning against him, fear evident on her face.
Rival, I'm so scared.
Su Chen came to his senses, his left hand supporting her forehead, pushing her away from him. If you're scared, then leave, no one wants you
to stay.
After saying that, Su Chen stepped forward, a rich life force beginning to spread from his feet.
Rival, what are you doing?
Seeing Su Chen actually moving forward, Kan Cheng asked in surprise.
Neither side in this battle was something they could contend with. Even if, due to the rules of the ruins, they were automatically reduced to the same level, it still wasn't something they could handle.
Was he throwing his life away? Su Chen paused, his right hand reaching forward, the shooting abyss divine bow appearing in his hand. Gazing at the two battling giants, a glint of battle intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes.
He would not miss such a good opportunity to harvest faith. I am the wood god, what do you think I should do?
As his voice fell, under Kan Cheng's incredulous gaze, Su Chen's figure flickered and appeared in the center of the two giant beasts. Whoosh! The wild wind rustled his green attire, making a sharp sound. As the domain unfolded, the auras of the two giant beasts, under the influence of certain rules, were reduced to his level.
Hiss! Roar! The two giant beasts simultaneously roared at this third party intervening in the battle. Su Chen glanced at Xiangqi, drew his bow, and knocked an arrow in one smooth motion. Hiss! Watching the moment the arrow blowed, all 9 heads of Xiang Lu let out a simultaneous screech.
Before Xiangqi could react, Xiang Lu's body transformed into a mass of dark green toxic mist, vanishing from sight. This scene stirred quite a commotion among the beasts. The fierce soul of Xiang Lu often appeared, and each time it did, it would engage in a prolonged battle with Xiangqi, causing unimaginable destruction to the forest. Now that the wood god is present, it is truly incredible that Xiang Lu's fierce soul fled so quickly.
So perceptive? Su Chen lowered his intimidating longbow, a hint of surprise in his eyes.
From the way the giant snake had escaped earlier, it seemed that the giant snake was not the true form of Xiang Lu, but rather a remnant of a soul. Roar! Xiangqi suddenly roared at him, but when he looked over, Xiangqi had transformed back to its original form and flew into the
mountains, disappearing without a trace.
What an arrogant fellow, not even a word of thanks. Su Chen put away his bow and arrows, glancing at the devastated forest, his thoughts stirring.
In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a life-giving rain began to fall in the areas centered around the forest. In this rain, the poison wounds of all the beasts were healed, and the flowers, grasses, and trees that had been ravaged before all revived, even growing more vigorously. Lu Lu, wood god. Mia Mia, wood god. Mu Mu, wood god. Hong Hong, wood god. Cha Cha, wood god. In an instant, various sounds of gratitude from wild beasts echoed throughout the forest. Feeling the silent and growing divine power, Su Chen couldn't help but smile.
Just as he had guessed, the more beings of the great wilderness recognized his name as the wood god, the stronger the divine power he could wield in the great wilderness. This divine power was an independent force outside of the cards, a power bestowed upon him by the great wilderness.
In other words, if he could gain the
recognition of all spirits in the great wilderness, as long as he was within the great wilderness, he could compare to the true wood god, Zhu Mang, of the past. Perhaps even stronger than the old wood god. Tap tap tap. The sound of raindrops falling on the umbrella suddenly reached his ears.
Su Chen focused and saw Kan Cheng standing beside him in a pink long dress, holding an umbrella.
At that moment, her beautiful eyes sparkled with
a strange light.
When she noticed him looking over, she smiled charmingly.
You rascal, why didn't you tell me about such impressive things earlier? You made me worry. Su Chen's eyelids twitched slightly as he averted his gaze and said, if there's nothing else, you can leave.
Kan Cheng tilted the umbrella towards him, maintaining a distance with a soft and charming voice.
Rascal, if you ignore me, I always feel empty inside.
If you don't believe me, just touch. Su Chen remained expressionless, taking a step back, putting several dozen meters between them. Kan Cheng stomped her foot lightly in the rain, her eyes flashing with stubbornness. She couldn't believe that with her beauty, she couldn't make him look at her a little longer.
Yo yo, wood god.
A clear sound of deer calls suddenly came from a nearby mountain peak. The two looked over and found a silly roe deer standing on a high rock, with the silent Xiangqi behind it.
Thank you, wood god.
Seeing Su Chen looking over, the silly roe deer spoke happily. Even if the big guy doesn't say it, he definitely remembers
your kindness.
Don't worry, I will persuade him well. Upon hearing this, Su Chen glanced at the bowed Xiangqi and smiled slightly.
Divine deer, I know. The silly roe deer nodded, turning around, its voice suddenly filled with disappointment. Would God, if only you could stay here forever, then everyone wouldn't have to live in fear anymore, and that nine-headed snake wouldn't dare to come back. Even though the big guy is powerful, every time we drive away the nine-headed snake, we end up very tired. Su-chen, curious, asked, Divine dear, do you know where it comes from? As soon as he finished speaking, the old goat stood on a giant rock facing the mountain wind and said, Would God, in a marsh to the east, there is a pool called Mou. This Mou pool is bottomless and is the confluence point of the water veins in this area. Long ago, this fierce soul of Xiang Lu poisoned the water, causing many beings to be poisoned. Xiangqi, unable to bear it, found a helper and blocked it for a long time, eventually forcing it to stop poisoning. At this point, the old goat sighed. But since then, this fierce soul of Xiang Lu has been coming to harass us every so often. It has taken a grudge against it, and even Xiangqi has no way to deal with it, only able to confront it each time. Su-chen listened and looked at the silly road deer and the poor Qi. Seeing that neither of them showed any signs of abnormality, he immediately understood that the old goat was telling the truth. However, before he could think further, the old goat's two sentences completely captured his attention. I heard from the older generation that there is likely a remnant of him at the bottom of that pond. That is the body of the fierce god Xian Lu. If it can be used to forge weapons, it would be an unparalleled fierce weapon. The remnant of Xiang Lu. After hearing the old goat's words, Su-chen felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Among the 3 character cards he currently held, aside from Bai Zhe having a weapon card, the others did not have any weapon cards. He had also seen the effects of the fictional panel's fictional weapons. If he wanted the weapon not to be subpar, it was best if the original weapon was already good. This way, after the fiction, the quality of the weapon could be ensured. After all, the fictional panel was not omnipotent. It could not create something out of nothing but could only enhance what already existed. If what the old goat said was not false, then he must seize that remnant of Xian Lu. Having thought this through, Su-chen bid farewell to the beasts and prepared to leave the market realm. Clearly, going there now was not feasible. He needed to prepare well, preferably bringing out the Xuanwu before dealing with the fierce soul of Xiang Lu. Fated enemy, I haven't had a proper goodbye with you yet. Seeing Su-chen enveloped by the light of the token and about to disappear, Kan Sheng pouted, looking quite dissatisfied. Su-chen glanced at her sideways and said lightly, No need, let's talk when you've thought it through. As soon as he finished speaking, darkness enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes again, he was in the hotel. Glancing at the bright moon outside the window, Su-chen closed his eyes and began to meditate. If he wanted his cards to go far, the realm of the spirit card master himself could not fall behind. With the feedback from the 3 character cards, his mental strength was increasing at a much faster rate. In a little while, I should be able to break through to the 3rd tier of card masters. Holding on to this hope, Su-chen quickly immersed himself in meditation and cultivation. Returning to Kaijiang Mansion, it was already the next noon. Su-chen returned to the management bureau alone but was stopped on the mountain path. The person was robust, with steady eyes, but the worry on his face was like the fallen leaves piled up in the mountains, only increasing. Master Su-chen, the Red K Army really needs that skin card. I hope you won't deny the Red K Army because of me. Please, Master Su-chen. After sincerely saying this, Qi Ming bowed deeply to Su-chen. Su-chen reached out to support him and said lightly, Commander Qi Ming, I have no grievances against you, I just see things differently now. Do you understand the feeling of giving your sincere heart to others, only to have it trampled in the end? Upon hearing this, Qi Ming felt deeply ashamed and lowered his head, saying, Master Su-chen, I was blind and made you feel cold. At this point, Qi Ming raised his head again, his eyes filled with pleading. But I still have to shamelessly ask you to grant the patent rights of the Red K Divine General to the Red K Army. For this, I have resigned from the position of commander of the Red K Army, hoping you can give the Red K Army a chance. Hearing this, Su-chen's expression changed slightly as he took out his communication terminal to check. Sure enough, as Qi Ming said, he had already resigned from the position of commander of the Red K Army. Putting away the communication terminal and meeting Qi Ming's earnest gaze, Su-chen nodded slightly. Although he found it troublesome and did not want to go to the association to handle the related matters, since Qi Ming had come this far, and with this skin card, it could be considered the work he had put the most effort into before awakening his innate wisdom. If it were to be left idle, it would be too much of a pity. If possible, he also wanted to give the Red K Divine General a conclusion without regrets. Thank you, Master Su-chen. Thank you for not holding grudges. Seeing Su-chen finally nod, Qi Ming knelt down to express his gratitude. Su-chen quickly helped him up and said seriously, Commander Qi Ming, I can't accept such a gesture from you. Qi Ming was taken aback, his old face turning red, and then he nodded, saying, Master Su-chen, whatever you say goes. Su-chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at the time, and said, There's no time to waste, take me to see the Red K Army, and then we'll have the Qing Association witness it. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming cautiously glanced at Su-chen and sincerely said, Master Su-chen, the GK Army has been invited to participate in the military training exercises at the academy. What do you think? Is the association also involved? Yes, I dare not hide it from you, Master.
This was decided after discussions among President Ji Woo-yo, the league's special envoy Gu Chen, and the director of the Tsangling Duel Hall, Sang Tian.
Xiong.
Xi Ming lowered his head, his words earnest. We all believe that the students of Kaijiang Academy should take you as a role model, alright, Commander Qi Ming, they
really are something, sending someone who can't speak to invite me.
Su Chen interrupted calmly, though there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Why did these people calculate that he would return today? Perhaps the real mastermind was that scenic advisor who excelled at slacking off and shifting blame.
Since it had come to this, what harm would it do for him to go?
Xi Ming fell silent for a moment, then looked up seriously and said, Master Su Chen, I came here voluntarily. I don't care about face, I only care about your attitude. Su Chen met his gaze for a long time before suddenly smiling and saying, Commander Qi Ming, having you in the Qi K army is truly their blessing. With such an attitude, even he had to show respect.
No, Master. Su Chen, having you is the blessing for those kids.
Qi Ming managed to squeeze out a rare smile, and at that moment his guilty conscience was finally relieved.
He knew that he had truly been forgiven by the young man before him. Su Chen remained non-committal and began to walk down the mountain. Commander Qi Ming, let's go.
Hearing this, Qi Ming hurriedly followed, respectfully,
saying, Master Su Chen, there is a special vehicle. Would you like to use it?
Su Chen continued walking, his voice calm and unhurried.
Commander Qi Ming, I left the academy on foot, so, naturally, I will return on foot.
As soon as these words fell, Qi Ming's heart sank. He could see that it would be difficult for Kaijiang Academy to bring Su Chen back now.
Kaijiang Academy was bustling with people. Whether inside or outside the academy, it was almost filled with onlookers. Wow, such a grand occasion? What else? The academy definitely wants Su Chen back. Of course, as long as the academy's leaders aren't fools, they will find a way to bring Su Chen back. The Chi K Army, the Inkai Army, the Sunan Division, the Duel Hall, the Cardmaker Association. Are all of them here? Probably. The impact is too great. The jokes have spread beyond the Sankai region. Exactly. Others from different academies say the leaders of Kaijiang Academy must have been kicked by a donkey to drive away their own capital for promotion. TSK. I even consulted Senior Su Chen back then. After he was wronged, I was still wondering how such a prominent figure could do such a thing. That Tianfu really deserves to die. There's nothing to be done, he's a candidate for the Tian family heir, rich and powerful. So what? If he provokes Senior Su Chen, isn't he finished? The students of the academy were discussing animatedly. They were completely unaware that in a dark corner, a disheveled figure was crouching. He gritted his teeth as if suppressing certain emotions. Calm down. I need to stay calm. He repeated these words over and over, because the familiar voices in his mind had long since faded away. That arrow pierced through his pride and self-esteem, and it also killed the mentor who had always been by his side. He's here! Someone shouted, and the gazes of everyone inside and outside the academy turned to the same direction. In the corner, the disheveled person also stood on tiptoe, looking towards that direction. Just one glance, and he froze in place, his nails digging into his flesh, his teeth grinding audibly. Su Feng. He struggled to utter those two words from his injured throat, his eyes filled with hatred. He wanted revenge. His mentor died to save him, he must take revenge. The bright sunlight poured down on him. Whispers surged like a tide, and various meaningful gazes were cast from all directions. Su Chen stood before the gate of Kaijiang Academy, gazing at the stone tablet inscribed with the words Kaijiang Academy. At that moment, a feeling of being worlds apart surged in his heart. Months ago, he had also paused here, gazing at this stone tablet. But at that time, few noticed his departure. The warmth and coldness of human relationships, the harshness of the world. At that moment, he had a profound understanding. Su Chen, is there a problem with this stone tablet? Should we replace it? The president of the academy, Su Ruffing, stood nearby, his demeanor exceptionally refined, his silver hair shimmering in the sunlight, making him appear particularly striking. Upon hearing this, Su Chen chuckled softly, feeling it was absurd. He stepped into the academy, leaving behind only a single remark. How could there possibly be a problem with the stone tablet? Su Rufing's expression stiffened slightly after hearing this. If the stone tablet was fine, then the problem clearly lay with the people. It seemed this once prominent figure from the card-making academy harbored quite a bit of resentment. The group continued deeper into the academy, passing students with various expressions, while near the podium stood the solemn-faced Red K Army and the Cayenne Army. Su Chen's gaze swept over the crowd, his expression remaining calm throughout. Others could not discern a hint of pride on his face, nor any dissatisfaction. Su Chen has changed so much, he wasn't this composed before. He used to resemble a prodigy, but now he gives off the calmness of a master card maker. Are you kidding? Do you know the value of replicating legendary quality character cards? Most card makers wouldn't dare claim they could do it 100%. The crowd murmured about Su Chen's appearance. Once Su Chen stepped onto the podium, these voices gradually quieted until they disappeared. Facing the crowd, Su Chen spoke calmly, "This is my last time at Kaijiang Academy." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd.
Many students' gazes fell on Su Rufeng, who stood not far behind Su Chen. Su Rufeng's expression appeared somewhat stiff. He turned to Ji Wuyo, hoping he would help persuade Su Chen. However, in response to Su Rufeng's silent plea, Ji Wuyo merely shook his head. It was already a blessing that Su Chen still acknowledged him. As the president of the association, he had no desire to get involved in such matters. Seeing this, Su Rufeng had no choice but to steel himself and step forward, first turning off the microphone, then
speaking with a sincere expression. Su Chen, I sincerely apologize for the incident involving the Card-Making Academy's accusations. This was my negligence, and you have suffered for it. But you are a person of Kaijiang, and Kaijiang Academy is your alma mater. Can't you allow it to make one mistake? Su Chen remained composed, his tone indifferent. Sir, to you, it may just be one mistake, but for me, this mistake nearly cost me my life. Perhaps from your perspective, I can stand here safely and everything in the past can be forgiven. But unfortunately, I am not that kind of person. I can look forward, but that does not mean I can forgive the past. That is all I have to say, sir. From now on, I have no ties with Kaijiang Academy. With that, Su Chen turned to Qi Ming beside him and said, Seriously, Commander Qi Ming, take me to your base, I have finished my tour here. Upon hearing this, Su Rufeng cast a pleading glance at Qi Ming. Qi Ming noticed and gave a helpless look, then signaled to the newly appointed commander of the Red K Army below the stage. The latter immediately came up with 2 deputy commanders and respectfully invited, Please, Master Su Chen. Su Chen nodded slightly, and, amidst the puzzled gazes of countless students, left with the Red K Army. Sigh. Rufeng, I told you, you should have gone personally, Ji Wuyo said, stepping forward to pat Su Rufeng's shoulder. Sighing. Before discussing the matter, he had advised Su Rufeng to lower his stance and personally invite Su Chen. However, coming from a prestigious family and holding a high position, Su Rufeng believed that inviting him as the academy president would be a loss of face. Little did he know that from the moment he made that decision, the outcome was already set. Su Rufeng wanted to argue, but behind him, Sung Tianxiang and the Alliance's special envoy Gu Chen stepped forward, one in front and one behind, to persuade him. Principal Su, the person was expelled from the card-making academy, but you need to invite him back. That's right, Principal Su. Su Chen doesn't care about face, he values sincerity. No matter how grand your gesture is, if you don't personally go to invite him, what use is it? Hearing the others say this, Su Rufeng felt a wave of regret. He turned to the 3 and said earnestly, If I go now, is there still a chance? Song Tianxiang shook his head and replied, Principal Su, since you ask that, it's better not to go. If there were true sincerity, why would one be so anxious? Su Rufeng nodded lightly, forcing a relaxed smile. Kaijiangfu is a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. As long as I do my job well afterward, I might encounter another Su Chen. Next to him, Ji Wuyo, half joking and half serious, said, Rufeng, if you couldn't keep the first Su Chen, how do you expect to keep a second one? After saying this, Ji Wuyo shook his head and strode away. After all, he came from those ancient families, born with a certain pride that was hard to set aside. However, what Su Rufeng did today would surely become a stain on his resume, one that could never be washed clean. This Su Chen has already caught old Qin's eye, even that one has noticed him. As Ji Wuyo reached the entrance of the academy, he glanced at the stone tablet, shook his head, and left in disappointment. Following him out were Song Tianxiang and Gu Chun. Sigh, this Su Rufeng doesn't realize Su Chen's importance at all. My alma mater has just lost a future master card maker. Song Tianxiang sighed, wishing he were the principal of the academy to keep Su Chen for his school. Gu Chen, waking from his thoughts, smiled and said, Senior brother, it won't be long before this Su Rufeng regrets it deeply. Gu Chen, what do you mean? Song Tianxiang turned his head, surprised to see Gu Chen smiling. In his impression, his junior brother was not one to speak carelessly. Su Rufeng came from the Su family of Kai Mountain and his wife was from the Ming family of Kai Jiangfu. His status was extraordinary, and moving up was just a matter of time. Don't you think this Su Chen looks very familiar? Gu Chen's smile grew, and there was a hint of confidence in his eyes. Song Tianxiang was taken aback, recalling carefully, and soon another person came to mind. Su Chen, Feng Su. Su Feng, junior brother, this Su Chen is, cough. Senior brother, be careful with your words. Gu Chen quickly interrupted him, then nodded with a mysterious smile. Senior brother, let Song Han and Song Lin build a good relationship with him. This person will soar to great heights. Song Tianxiang's expression turned bitter. Upon hearing this, junior brother, honor is fine, but Liner, sigh, what do you think I should do? This Su Chen is so outstanding, and with that matter as a foundation, how can Liner come out of it? Gu Chen coughed lightly and looked elsewhere, saying, Senior brother, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Watching Gu Chen leave in a hurry, Song Tianxiang fell silent. After a long while, he rubbed his temples and sighed, I should tell Honor, Liner trusts him the most. As he muttered to himself, he was about to leave when he caught sight of a homeless man pushing through the crowd and rushing away. Catch him! A shout came from behind. Song Tianxiang turned to look, and the person was none other than Qi Ming's precious daughter, the deputy director of the patrol. Office, Longya.
As the sun began to set, Su Chen, having finished visiting the Chi Army's base, walked outside with Qi Ming and the others. Just as he was about to take his leave, his communication
terminal suddenly rang.
Casting an apologetic glance at Qi Ming and the others, Su Chen took out the terminal and his expression changed slightly. The incoming call displayed on the screen was labeled Lang.
Sun and Yuan.
Sensing something was off, Su Chen answered, and the first words from the other end made his expression serious. Tianfu is not dead, you must be careful.
Su Chen glanced at Qi Ming and the others and asked, where did you see him? At the academy.
According to witnesses, he has a penetrating wound in his throat. Logically, your arrow should have killed him. But at that time, his body could not be found at the scene.
We speculated that the power of the Ascendant forcibly took him away.
Even so, those injuries were fatal. Upon hearing this, Su Chen pondered for a moment before continuing
to ask, how does he feel to you now compared to before? There's no longer that chilling sensation. I will continue to follow up on this. As long as he is still in Kaijiang Mansion, I will drag him out and bring him to justice.
Thank you. Su Chen hung up the communication, feeling somewhat surprised.
The Ascendant known as the Fortune Teller was actually willing to abandon his avatar to save Tianfu's life? Or was there another motive? Master Su Chen, do you need help?
Qi Ming and the others, who had been listening, were already eager.
Seeing Su Chen hang up, they immediately inquired. Now, as
long as Su Chen said a word, the Chi army could go capture him without issue. No, Commander Qi Ming, and everyone, this matter is not that simple. You should not get involved.
Su Chen paused for a moment. If possible, send someone to protect the investigating patrol officer. I will report to the Bureau of Ruins Management and then take action.
The viewing consultant had prepared for a long time, only to have the fortune teller almost escape. He had nearly been cursed by the fortune teller in one fell swoop. His intuition told him that Tianfu had already become a pawn in the fortune teller's hands. If he acted rashly, he would definitely gain nothing. Realizing this, Su Chen, upon returning to the management bureau, did not hesitate to call the consultant.
After explaining the situation, a serious voice came from the other end. Kid, you need to be this cautious in the future. Tianfu may carry a source of curse activation.
If you recklessly kill him, you might be deprived of your last lifespan by the projection of the feather decay.
You are at the management bureau now, right?
Have the director send you to the Phoenix ruins to hide for a while. I'm encountering some trouble and will take some
time to come over. Alright, just like that.
Remember, when you get there, just say it was His Highness who sent you.
Click.
The consultant put away the communication device, looking at the long-haired elder on the other side of the chessboard, who was smiling gently and took a sip of tea, saying, Fortune teller, you are walking into your own trap. Hee, young one, there is nothing in this world that I cannot calculate, only people I cannot understand. The long-haired elder pinched a white piece and pressed it heavily onto the chessboard, a terrifying phantom appearing behind him.
The first person I cannot understand is that kid, Shan Kongwan Xian. The second person I cannot understand is you. The third person I cannot understand is that kid who is talking to you.
As he said this, the long-haired elder's gaze gradually turned cold.
But where do so many people I cannot understand come from? There is only one answer. Among you, there must be someone who can influence the fate of others. This person, I think, is very likely you. The phantom behind the long-haired elder spread its feathered wings, a terrifying and sinister aura enveloping the consultant.
Facing this scene, the consultant calmly sipped his tea, smiling lightly. Fortune teller, you really know how to flatter me.
Tap.
The consultant set down his teacup, and the ink-like darkness behind him began to engulf the surrounding sinister
aura.
His clear voice remained calm as always.
However, I am indeed the person you cannot understand. After all, I was born in the abyss beneath the sky pit. Do you see this profound darkness? It is both my home and my means.
As these words fell, the profound darkness swallowed both of their figures entirely. Before the long-haired elder lost consciousness, he saw the consultant smile at him.
A faint voice echoed in his ears.
Fortune teller, thanks to you, I have reason to go to the Holy Land in advance. You should have calculated this, right?
Damn young one.
Realizing he had been schemed against, the long-haired elder cursed inwardly. But the ink-like darkness not only swallowed his body but also engulfed his soul. He could no longer perceive his own existence. On the other side, Su Chen, sensing something was wrong, continued to make calls but could no longer get through. In desperation, he could only seek help from Bing Mei. Upon hearing that it was about going to the Phoenix ruins and that it was an arrangement from the headquarters, she reluctantly agreed to assist. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen asked for the contact information of the headquarters, then excused himself to return to his
room and dialed the number.
However, as soon as he connected, the communication was forcibly interrupted and directly linked to another unfamiliar number. Before he could react, a familiar cold voice came through. Now, you need to go to the Phoenix ruins and hide for 7 days before coming out. Upon hearing this, Su Chen realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly asked, is the scenic consultant okay?
Unfortunately, he is most likely gone. He detonated Mo Yuan and took the fortune teller down to the abyss beneath the pit.
Su Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He still couldn't quite believe his ears. Leaning against the wall, he pressed on, "Your Highness, do you mean to say the scenic consultant is dead?" After a moment of silence, Feng Lin replied, "You can understand. It is dead. After all, it's almost the same."
"What do you mean? Please clarify, Your Highness." Su Chen clenched his fists, pressing them against the table, anger rising within him. This fortune teller, if he wasn't eliminated, he swore he wouldn't be human.
There is no concept of time and space there. Everything is chaotic. Even the consciousness of being human can get lost.
When a person's consciousness loses the ability to think, do you think they can still be considered alive?
Feng Lin's words were clearly meant to strike a blow, but they did not intimidate Su Chen.
He continued to ask, "Is there any way to bring him back?" "Theoretically, no. But if someone can survive to the bottom of the pit, there might be a way."
"Oh, I forgot to mention, there is an upside-down tower in the pit.
Each level of
the tower is a world, totaling 18 levels, which means 18 worlds. The deeper you go, the more terrifying the worlds become. We call it the Stupa Prison Tower.
Since someone entered the 12th
level, no one has been able to reach the 12th level since."
"Alright, you'll learn more details later.
For now, go stay in the Phoenix Ruins and don't come out.
Remember, no matter who you hear calling you, do not come out. You can only come out after 7 days."
Just after hearing these words, Su Chen suddenly felt a terrifying gaze locking onto him from an unknown source.
"Do you feel it? This is the gaze of the Ascendant, Yu Xiao, codename Cursed Gaze.
Anyone who is watched by him will have their curse deepened and their body will undergo ascension.
If you don't want to die, you'd better enter the Phoenix Ruins now."
A gentle breeze swept across the riverbank, brushed over the plains, climbed through the red-leafed phoenix trees, lifting the white hair from the young man's forehead.
"Is this the Phoenix Ruins?" Following Feng Lin's instructions, Su Chen asked Bing Mei for the Ruins token. After activating the Ruins token, the feeling of being watched diminished significantly. However, upon arriving at the Phoenix Ruins, he did not see the so-called Phoenix clan. The mountains were covered in beautiful red-leafed phoenix trees, but he was the only one to appreciate them, which felt somewhat dull. "Let's look around first."
Aware that this place was different from the great wilderness ruins, Su Chen proceeded cautiously, slowly walking down the mountain. The blue stone path in the mountain was exceptionally clean, with no fallen leaves piled up or dirt staining it. The gentle sound of flowing water, along with the mountain breeze and chirping birds, composed a harmonious melody.
Unknowingly, Su Chen became immersed in this environment, almost entranced.
After descending the mountain, Su Chen looked back at the mountain he had come from, only to see the entire mountain covered in red-leafed phoenix trees, rustling softly in the breeze, as if bidding him farewell.
No wonder the director likes to live in the mountains. After a moment of distraction, Su Chen sighed and continued along the blue stone path. He walked for quite a while until he finally spotted a figure by a small stream. It was an old woman, silently washing a piece of dead wood by the stream, causing Su Chen's brows to furrow. Tightly, he stepped forward and, waiting for the old woman to look over, respectfully asked, "Elder, could you tell me where a newcomer like me should go?" Although he knew very little about the Phoenix Ruins, there was one thing he understood very well: the Phoenix clan was quite exclusive. Here, it was best to keep a low profile. The old woman scrutinized Su Chen for a moment, her expression unchanged, and continued to wash the withered wood in her hands, showing no intention of answering. Seeing this, Su Chen patiently waited. This wait lasted until sunset. The brilliant evening glow spread across the horizon, breathtakingly beautiful. However, Su Chen had no mind to admire it, for the old woman, having finished cleaning the withered wood, had already left. Naturally, Su Chen was unwilling to give up the opportunity and simply followed the old woman, wanting to see where the village was. Even though she knew he was following, the old woman showed no intention of driving him away. They walked for an unknown amount of time, and the sky had long since darkened, faint lights flickering in the distance. Su Chen followed the old woman until they reached a small village. Upon arriving at the village entrance, the old woman suddenly stopped, turned to look at Su Chen, and spoke coldly, "Outsider, soon it will be our clan's Nirvana ceremony, and you are not welcome here." Seeing the old woman's indifferent attitude, Su Chen merely smiled, showing no signs of embarrassment. When he was a player, he had understood one principle: the more aloof a race was towards players, the safer they generally were, as they looked down on playing tricks. Moreover, if he could do something that impressed them, their acceptance of him would be much faster than that of other races. "Take care of yourself." Seeing that Su Chen was unfazed, the old woman coldly uttered a remark and walked into the village. Su Chen, wanting to follow, was blocked at the village entrance by 2 guards. "Outsider, we will not accept you here." A middle-aged man, with red hair, though appearing simple-minded, was clearly more stubborn. His companion remained indifferent, but he seriously blocked Su Chen and offered an explanation. "Brother, can you tell me where an outsider like me can go?" Su Chen, seeing he was easy to talk to, asked sincerely. Since he was already here, even if he couldn't participate in the Nirvana ceremony, he at least wanted to understand what it was. The divine bow of Shi Yuan was so powerful that he would never part with it.
But the fact remained that it truly belonged to someone else, and if he wanted to monopolize it, he had to pass the test.
The simple-looking middle-aged man pondered for a moment before saying, "You have nowhere to stay?" The newcomers were mostly here for the Nirvana ceremony. However, the slots for the ceremony were already limited. To secure a spot, one had to be either rich or noble. Moreover, such people should possess extensive knowledge about Nirvana. Someone like Su Chen, who knew nothing, was a first for him. "Well, this is my first time here, and I haven't found a place to stay," Su Chen replied earnestly, his sincerity causing both men to glance at him. The older middle-aged man spoke up. "Then what are you here for?" Su Chen hesitated for a moment and honestly replied, "I came to participate in the Nirvana ceremony." Upon hearing this, the two men exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. 2. Participate in the Nirvana ceremony yet not understand the basic rules. Was this really an outsider? Brothers, is there a problem? Noticing the subtle change in their attitudes, Su Chen quickly inquired. Before he came, Feng Lin hadn't specifically warned him, and Bing Mei hadn't said anything either. However, the scenic advisor had mentioned a few things. Thinking of this, Su Chen looked at the two and added, "It was Prince Feng Lin who asked me to come and participate in the Nirvana ceremony." As soon as he said this, both men couldn't help but chuckle. The older man teased, "Kid, Prince Feng Lin. She's the daughter of the first phoenix, how noble is her status? You say you were sent by Prince Feng Lin, yet you look like this?" The simple-looking man patted Su Chen on the shoulder and laughed. "Little brother, do you think we look so boring that you came just to make us laugh? Prince Feng Lin has summoned someone to participate in the Nirvana ceremony? Is this a joke? Prince Feng Lin hasn't appeared in a long time. Perhaps he has failed in Nirvana and will never live a new life again." Su Chen saw that the two did not believe him and had to patiently explain. "Brothers, I was truly introduced by Prince Feng Lin. She said I should participate in the Nirvana ceremony to gain the recognition of the true Phoenix clan." Upon hearing the first part of his statement, the two men remained expressionless. But when they heard Su Chen's latter words, their expressions turned serious in unison. The older one, Feng Mu, stared at Su Chen and said sternly, "Kid, you can't casually talk about gaining the recognition of the true Phoenix clan. That's right, the Nirvana ceremony requires going through a total of 9 Nirvanas to be qualified to receive the Nirvana certificate and earn our clan's recognition. Throughout history, how many outsiders have undergone the Nirvana ceremony? Only 3 have fully experienced 9 Nirvanas. The first is the revered king of Dongqian from your human race. The second is your human race's Feng Chaoyang. As for the third, it's better not to mention." The honest-looking Feng Shu showed a look of longing. "The 3 mentioned above are all extraordinary talents of your human race, and even we, the true Phoenix clan, must respect them." At this point, Feng Shu raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Chen, smiling. "Little brother, what abilities do you have to dare compare yourself to those 3? Hearing this, Su Chen looked at the two and smiled back. "I want to give it a try. What if I succeed?" "Absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible." As Feng Shu's resolute voice fell, an elderly voice slowly came from behind. "Feng Mu, Feng Shu, I heard from Feng Pa that an outsider has come here." Upon hearing this voice, Feng Mu and Feng Shu quickly turned to assist the approaching elder. The elder, with white hair and beard, appeared frail, leaning on a phoenix-headed cane. When he saw the two wanting to help him, he waved his hand to refuse. "No need, I'm not at that stage yet." Feng Mu and Feng Shu, upon hearing this, respectfully stood aside and nodded gently. As the village chief, Feng Sin held absolute authority in the village, and they did not dare to go against him. "Outsider, I just heard you mention Prince Feng Lin." Feng Sin leaned lightly on his cane, standing steadily in front of Su Chen, his murky eyes revealing a glimmer of sharpness. Compared to Feng Mu and Feng Shu, he had a broader perspective. He could naturally discern truth from lies by observing a person's words and actions. Su Chen, with a hint of respect, sincerely asked, "Yes, elder, please enlighten me. How can I participate in the Nirvana ceremony?" Initially, he just wanted to understand and then make plans. But now that the conversation had reached this point, the arrow was on the string, and he had to let it fly. Feng Sin pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Then, he pressed his cane and began to speak slowly. "Outsider, to be honest, the initial Nirvana ceremony did not allow outsiders to participate. But later, due to certain circumstances, our clan broke the precedent and allowed some outsiders to participate. These outsiders must first become Phoenix believers." At this point, Feng Sen looked at Su Chen, who seemed to be deep in thought, and continued, "The foreheads of Phoenix believers will bear the mark of the Phoenix perching Wutong. Only with this mark can one qualify to participate in the Nirvana ceremony." "Then elder, how can one obtain this mark?" Su Chen curiously asked, though he had a vague suspicion in his heart. He had heard of Phoenix believers in his past life, and it was said to be related to card making. Upon hearing this, Feng Sen raised his cane and pointed to the south. "There is a mountain to the south called Phoenix perching Wutong, where the remnants of 10,000 Phoenix souls reside. If you can attract 100 Phoenix souls to appear for you without using character cards, then you will naturally become a Phoenix believer. Conversely, if you cannot, you must leave here." Su Chen smiled upon hearing this and said, Elder, what happens after becoming a Phoenix believer? Seeing Su Chen's confidence, Fengsin shook his head. Outsider, this is not simple. Elder, I find it quite simple. Since you have brought it up, why not tell me everything? Su Chen smiled and politely replied.
Fengsin looked at him deeply, gazing towards the south and said, The remnants of one Feng are precisely the essence of our clan's failed nirvana, foreigner. They will not choose someone as ominous as you. As he spoke, Fengsin turned his head to look at Su Chen, whose expression had slightly changed. After all, by handing over their essence, they are betting on your success in nirvana, thus giving them a chance at rebirth. I ask you, if you were them, would you choose someone with a short lifespan? Foreigner, I have said all I needed to say. Do you still wish to go? Su Chen came back to his senses, bowed to Fengsin, and said loudly, I would appreciate it if the elder could send someone to take me there. Upon hearing this, Fengsin leaned on his cane and turned to leave, leaving only a sigh behind. Feng Mu and Feng Shu will escort Feng Pa to Feng Chi Wu tomorrow. Foreigner, you should go with them. Su Chen stood in place, watching Fengsin leave, his expression calm. Seeing this, Feng Shu patted him on the shoulder and said, Little brother, being a Feng Chuanja is not that easy. Our village hasn't had a Feng Chuanja in 10 years. Even for those of them with true Phoenix blood, it was difficult to become a Feng Chuanja. How could an unprepared foreigner like Su Chen possibly succeed? I understand, but I still want to give it a try. Remembering his lifespan, Su Chen felt a weight in his heart. If he guessed correctly, lifespan was definitely a factor in becoming a Feng Chuanja. Well then, little brother, you can rest at my place today. Feng Shu said a few words to Feng Mu and then took Su Chen back to his home to arrange for him to rest. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Su Chen, who was meditating, was awakened by Feng Shu and brought to the village entrance. There were already 2 people there, one was Feng Mu, and the other was the old woman he met yesterday, still holding that piece of dead wood. Seeing Su Chen's curiosity, Feng Shu smiled and explained, Little brother, don't underestimate this piece of dead wood, it is truly a Feng Chi Wu, which can increase the chances of becoming a Feng Chuanja. It's time to go. Seeing Su Chen also preparing to go, Feng Po's expression showed no change. In her eyes, someone like Su Chen, an unprepared foreigner, would ultimately have only one outcome, that is, failure. Okay, Feng Pa. Feng Shu seemed a bit afraid of Feng Pa, nodding and not daring to say more. Su Chen noticed this and did not ask further. Based on his memories from his past life, he knew that card making could also attract the remnants of one Feng. As long as he performed normally, becoming a Feng Chuanja should not be a problem. The only concern was whether, as the village chief said, the curse on him would affect the final outcome. Holding on to this question, Su Chen walked with the 3 of them for an unknown amount of time before finally catching sight of the true form of Feng Chi Wu. This was a veritable Wutong mountain, with no colors but red leaves of the Wutong tree covering the entire mountain. Moreover, their colors were deeper, resembling a layer of flames enveloping the mountain. A foreigner is actually being chosen from Fenglin village? There were more than 4 people coming to Feng Chi Wu, many others arrived one after another. Among them, a group clearly recognized Feng Mu and Feng Shu, walking over with curiosity, drawing the attention of many. Just as Su Chen was about to explain, the leading Feng Pa said lightly, People from Fenghua village should mind their own business and not meddle. Feng Pa, do you think holding a piece of broken wood will make the remnants of one Feng choose you? Hearing Feng Pa speak, the newcomers sneered, their gazes towards the 4 filled with disdain. Fenglin village and Fenghua village were neighbors, and the 2 villages often compared themselves. However, in recent years, Fenghua village had had Feng Chuanja, while Fenglin village had not had a single one. What are you saying? Do you want to fight? We will accompany you to the end. Feng Mu stepped forward with a clenched fist, his eyes unfriendly. Seeing this, the newcomers suppressed their anger and coldly said, Once I become a Feng Chuanja, I will definitely propose to the village chief to expel you from that area. Feng Pa glanced at him, her tone as flat as ever. I'm waiting for your good news. As she spoke, Feng Pa, like the others who had come here, looked towards the front at Feng Chi Wu. Su Chen, seeing that a fight wouldn't break out, focused his gaze on the mountain path, only to see many people walking out with their heads down, clearly defeated. Just then, a commotion erupted. Make way, Master Li Jueki is coming. Make way, Master Li Jueki is coming. With the sound of this announcement, the crowd parted to create a path. Su Chen was about to see if he recognized anyone when Feng Shu suddenly pulled him aside, not forgetting to introduce, little brother, this Master Li Jueki is no ordinary person. He has our clan's bloodline, and his card-making skills are top-notch. Su Chen looked at the young man, being surrounded by the crowd not far away and smiled, nodding. I know him. This Li Jueki was indeed the Li Jueki from Kaishan Prefecture, the 2nd place in the Hidden Dragon Cup event of the 3 Colors Land, the one who replicated epic quality cards. Who doesn't know Master Li Jueki? Exactly, we know him too. What good does it do you to know Master Li Jueki? Others don't know you. A few people from Fenghua village began to jeer. Su Chen was about to retort when Feng Shu pulled him back. Little brother, don't act rashly, we need to be steady. Anyone who can choose a foreigner from Fenglin village must be out of their mind, bang. Su Chen felt a flash before his eyes. The Feng Shu who had just held him back and advised him to be steady was now throwing punches at the person from Manhwa village. The man from Manhwa village, now with a bruised face, was furious and rolled up his sleeves, shouting, "Feng Shu, if I don't knock you down today, I won't believe in evil." As soon as he finished speaking, the others from Manhwa village rushed to hold him back, while Feng Mu also stepped forward to pull Feng Shu away. Amid the chaotic scene, a voice of reprimand rang out. "What are you doing? What are you doing? What is this place?" The people on both sides fell silent, not daring to pull or tug anymore, only lowering their heads to face the reprimand. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, dressed in luxurious clothing, his sharp gaze quickly locking onto the two troublemakers. "What happened? The holy mountain was noisy before. This is a great disrespect to our ancestors. Which village are you from? I will revoke your qualifications to enter the mountain." The people from Manhwa village turned pale at his words, all looking towards their fellow villager Feng Yan, shouting, "Feng Yan, why aren't you explaining this clearly?" Feng Yan looked displeased but still respectfully addressed the middle-aged man, saying, "Lord Mountain Guardian, I don't like foreigners from Fonglin village, so I said a few words to him, and then the people from Fonglin village acted." Upon hearing this, the Mountain Guardian's gaze swept over the sullen-faced Feng Shu and then fixed on the calm Su Chen, his tone cold. "Which family are you from? Who recommended you?" Su Chen met the gazes of the crowd and replied calmly, "I was recommended by His Highness Fonglin. I am not from any family." "His Highness Fonglin?" The Mountain Guardian was taken aback, then showed a look of suspicion. Hearing this, Feng Yan looked at Su Chen and the others, sneering. "Lord Mountain Guardian, I think this person is just talking nonsense. You know what kind of people come from Fonglin village, he might just be another sinner." As soon as these words fell, the expressions of those around changed. Sinner, that was a term used for Huan. That incident back then nearly led to the extermination of the true Phoenix clan. If he truly was a sinner, he absolutely could not be allowed to enter Feng Chi Wu Mountain. After weighing the situation, the Mountain Guardian coldly said, "People from Fonglin village are prohibited from entering the mountain, including foreigners who choose Fonglin village." As he spoke, he scrutinized the group, his tone indifferent. "No objections, right?" Feng Shu clenched his fists but felt powerless to let go. Under the gaze of many, he opened his mouth, wanting to argue something, but the words that came out were weakly reduced to 3 words. "No objection, I have an objection. The ones who initiated the trouble are the people from Fanghua village. Lord Mountain Guardian, why are you only punishing us?" Su Chen suddenly stepped forward, blocking Feng Shu behind him, and stared directly at the Mountain Guardian. At that moment, his words drew everyone's attention. No one noticed the young man who was about to take a detour, suddenly walking briskly towards them. The Mountain Guardian, upon hearing this, glanced at the suddenly pale-faced Feng Yan and nodded slightly. "You are right, but I will not adopt your suggestion. As a true member of the Feng clan, it is not up to you, an outsider, to dictate." "Shut up." The cold reprimand caused everyone to turn their heads. It was Li Jueki who had arrived without anyone noticing, glaring fiercely at the Mountain Guardian before turning to Su Chen with a smile. "Su Chen, why didn't you say a word when you came here? After all, we have competed in a match together. If I had known you were here, I would never have let you face such exclusion." By the end of his words, Li Jueki stepped forward, and the respect in his tone rendered the scene silent. Gulp. Watching this scene, Feng Shu swallowed hard, unsure where to place his hands, only able to wipe the sweat from his palms on his clothes repeatedly. Behind him, Feng Mu stared blankly at everything, his heart already filled with surprise. Only Feng Pa maintained her usual calm demeanor. On the other side, Feng Yan's face had long since gone blank, his lips slightly pale. Master Li Jueki really knows him? The words of his fellow villager behind him made his heart sink like a stone. "I also came in suddenly and didn't expect to see a familiar face here." Facing Li Jueki's enthusiasm, Su Chen remained relaxed and cheerful. "Ha ha, Su Chen. Since you are here, I won't let you off easily. Let's have another match, shall we? Last time I lost willingly, but this time, I have the home advantage and you might not be able to defeat me." Li Jueki's gaze was sharp, fixed on Su Chen, his eyes filled with a strong desire to win, while his heart was filled with anticipation. Su Chen's card-making skills were rare among his peers. He firmly believed that competing with Su Chen would help him break through himself and gain immense benefits. Hearing this, Su Chen glanced at the Mountain Guardian, who was looking down and silent, and smiled without speaking. Seeing this, Li Jueki turned to the Mountain Guardian, who was sweating profusely, and asked seriously, "Mountain Guardian, what is going on?" He thought it was merely a case of excluding an outsider. After all, Su Chen did not have true Feng blood, and such exclusion seemed normal to him. But now, seeing the reactions of several people, it seemed more than just simple exclusion. The Mountain Guardian dared not hide anything and explained the situation in detail. By the end, he was filled with shame, repeatedly slapping his own face. "Master, it is my failure to fulfill my duties that has led to the unfair treatment of your esteemed guest. Please do not vent your anger on our village. You can take it out on me as you wish." Hearing these words, Li Jueki's expression turned extremely grim as he glared fiercely at Feng Yan and the others, then looked at the crowd, his tone calm. The results of the Hidden Dragon Cup provincial competition must have spread. I came in second. What I want to tell you is that the character card of the prince I replicated is of epic quality thanks to my familiarity with it. And this one, Su Chen, replicated a legendary quality card. His card making skills far surpass mine. You often complain that becoming a Feng devotee is becoming increasingly difficult, hoping that I can create more cards to help because other card makers do not understand the Phoenix, and the effects of the cards they create are minimal. As he spoke, Li Jueqi's expression grew angry, his voice rising a few notches. But now, there stands a card maker who understands the Phoenix even better than I do, and this is how you treat him? Ha! Answer me. Why are you silent? The scene fell silent for a while until a loud voice came from outside. Jueqi, why be so angry? The crowd parted to make way for a man in fine clothes, his face fair and clean-shaven, with a smile that appeared very amiable. Upon seeing this man, many people bowed. Lord Mountain Patrol. The Mountain Patrol was someone sent by the royal family, specifically responsible for patrolling Fengqiwu Mountain. Their status was above that of village chiefs, handling all matters related to Fengqiwu Mountain. The Mountain Guardian was merely a subordinate of the Mountain Patrol. Lord Fengyue. Upon seeing the Mountain Patrol, the Mountain Guardian quickly bowed respectfully. Fengyue waved his hand and said calmly, "This is no longer your concern, I will take over." Yes. The Mountain Guard did not dare to stay any longer, panicking as he rushed out of the crowd, fearing retribution. Fengyue glanced at the people from the two villages, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This matter ends here, I will not pursue either side, how about that? As he spoke, Fengyue's gaze shifted to Su Chen and Li Jueqi. We cannot afford to waste any more time entering the mountains. This statement seemed directed at the people from the two villages, but Su Chen and Li Jueqi could tell it was meant for them. Glancing at Feng Shu, who was looking over, Su Chen slightly nodded at Li Jueqi. This issue was fundamentally a conflict between the two villages. He was merely caught in the crossfire, so he felt nothing about it. As for Feng Yan's attitude, at this moment, his face was pale, sweat pouring down, and he had learned his lesson. Since it is the Mountain Patrol Lord who has stepped in, that kid wouldn't dare to say much. Seeing that Su Chen was no longer pursuing the matter, Li Jueqi replied lightly to Fengyue. Upon hearing this, Fengyue squinted and smiled. Jueqi, since our esteemed guest is not pursuing the matter, why are you still trying to challenge me? The implication of this statement was clear. He was using his power to pressure the two, forcing them to bow their heads. Li Jueqi remained expressionless and calmly replied, Mountain Patrol Lord, do you also acknowledge that Brother Su is an esteemed guest? Is this how the true Phoenix clan treats its guests? Seeing his unwavering stance, Fengyue turned to the composed Su Chen and said seriously, Brother Su Chen, the true Phoenix clan has always been exclusive. While the Mountain Guard's actions were indeed unfair, they are also understandable. As he spoke, Fengyue looked at Fengqiwu Mountain. Even if you are of high status, I cannot go against the beliefs ingrained in my clan, because I am also a member of the true Phoenix clan. With someone like me, I cannot offer you absolute fairness, I can only provide you with the relative fairness that my narrow-minded views allow. At this point, Fengyue turned to face Su Chen, clasping his hands behind his back, and smiled again, saying, but if you wish to earn the respect due to an esteemed guest and enjoy the hospitality of the true Phoenix clan, then show us your true abilities so that we narrow-minded individuals can feel the shock you bring. In that case, not only I, a mere Mountain Patrol Lord, but even the current Phoenix King would have to respectfully address you as master and invite you as an honored guest. As these words fell, the room fell silent. Everyone stared at Su Chen, their expressions extremely complex. Even the dullest among them could sense that the Mountain Patrol Lord placed some importance on this person. After hearing this, Su Chen met the gazes of the crowd and calmly bowed. Please, Mountain Patrol Lord, enlighten me. Enlightenment is too much to ask, let Jueqi explain it to you. I need to open the mountain again, Fengyue said, stepping forward. The people from the villages immediately followed suit. Seeing this scene, Li Jueqi patiently began to explain to Su Chen. Fengqiwu Mountain only opens certain areas at a time. The Mountain Patrol's job is to ensure that the remnants of the 10,000 phoenixes in each area are not disturbed again in a short time. To become a favored one of the phoenixes, you need to collect at least 100 remnants of the true phoenix, and each area has about 30,000 remnants. However, not all remnants of the true phoenix are in an active state. Inactive remnants usually require us to find ways to awaken them before we can obtain them. Su Chen, the reason we cannot use character cards in Fengqiwu Mountain is that character cards can cause the remnants of the true phoenix to riot, making them impossible to obtain. Therefore, we can only create cards to draw the spiritual energy from the world, thereby awakening the surrounding remnants of the true phoenix and gaining their recognition. Even after awakening, success is not guaranteed. Becoming a favored one of the phoenixes is quite challenging. After hearing this, Su Chen nodded slightly and smiled. Brotherly, what type of card is easiest to awaken the remnants of the true phoenix? Just as he had thought, it ultimately came down to card creation. Character cards that incorporate phoenix elements, preferably those modeled after a phoenix, Li Jueqi said, pausing for a moment to glance at Su Chen. It must be original. The higher the quality, the easier it is to awaken them, and the easier it
is to gain their recognition.
As for the materials, the Fengqiwo mountain is filled with spiritually rich resources.
You and I can use them freely, and if we perform outstandingly, we might even receive the true phoenix's remnant soul as a gift of nirvana feathers. However, just think about it, the mythical material, the nirvana feathers, has only appeared once so far. Li Jueqi suddenly smiled and turned to look at Su Chen. You should be able to obtain the legendary material, the true phoenix's feathers, on your first try. I only got the true phoenix's feathers on my third attempt. So, what do you think? Shall we have a competition? Let's see who can create a more impressive character card. Su Chen gazed at the entrance of the mountain path and smiled. Brotherly, what happens to the loser? Li Jueqi's eyes lit up, and his smile was as bright as ever. Brother Su, you think like I do. Since it's a competition, there must be a prize. The loser has to call the other big brother. How does that sound? Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly, turned to look at Li Jueqi, and after a moment of hesitation, he smiled. Brotherly, your motives are not pure. Li Jueqi stared straight ahead and cleared his throat twice. Ahem, Brother Su, are we competing or not? If he wins, he can shed the title of second, and if he loses, he can acknowledge Su Chen as his big brother, a win-win situation. This was what he had in mind the moment he saw Su Chen. There was no other reason. As a cardmaker, he understood how terrifying Su Chen's talent was. That keen intuition, clever ideas, solid fundamentals, each aspect would leave his peers in awe. News from his family later confirmed that old Qin had already taken notice of Su Chen. If he had the chance, he must build a good relationship with Su Chen. Considering all these factors, he couldn't let such a good opportunity slip away. Since Brotherly wants to compete, I will accompany you to the end, but before the contest, I still want to ask Brotherly something. Su Chen smiled as he looked at Li Jueqi. Li Jueqi felt a surge of joy in his heart but maintained a calm demeanor, saying, Brother Su, feel free to ask. Tap. Su Chen stopped in his tracks, gazing at the nearby Fengqiwo mountain, a hint of longing flashing in his eyes. The materials gifted by the true phoenix's remnant soul can be taken away, right? Since there was a mythical material, the Nirvana flame, he had to give it a try no matter what. Li Jueqi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Of course, Brother Su, it all depends on whether you have the ability. Aside from the Nirvana flame, the other materials could be taken freely. As for the Nirvana flame, he admitted that Su Chen was impressive. But mythical materials? Was that even possible? The mountain was covered in phoenix tree leaves, red and fiery like autumn. As Su Chen stepped onto the mountain path, he suddenly halted, looking around with a puzzled expression. Brother Su, what's wrong? Seeing him stop, Li Jueqi looked over in surprise. Shaking his head, Su Chen frowned slightly and said, Brotherly, did you hear the cry of the phoenix? From the moment he stepped onto the mountain path, entering Fengqiwo, he distinctly heard a phoenix's cry. This was no illusion. The Azure Dragon card in his consciousness was also reacting. No, you must have misheard. Li Jueqi was secretly alarmed but maintained a calm exterior, signaling Su Chen to follow. Seeing this, Su Chen had no choice but to set aside his doubts and stepped forward. However, that phoenix's cry was like a trigger, causing the Azure Dragon card in his consciousness to become restless. If Su Chen could take out the Azure Dragon card, he would find that the card was shimmering with spiritual light, and the Azure Dragon on the card was swimming continuously, as if responding to that phoenix's cry. The two did not fall too far behind and soon arrived at the area of Fengqiwo Mountain that was open this time. This area was located halfway up the mountain. Standing on the peculiar stones in the forest, one could take in the scenery below while also catching glimpses of the mountain's peak. A gentle breeze blew, the forest rustled, and the falling phoenix tree leaves danced gracefully, as if celebrating everyone's arrival. Everyone, let's begin. This open time is only half a day, so make the most of it. The mountain patroller Feng Yu glanced back at the two behind him, instructed the villagers, and then stepped towards them. As he approached, he smiled at the two and politely asked, Master Su Chen, Ju Qi, this place has such beautiful scenery, do you find any inspiration? To spark their creativity, he specifically chose the area with the best view, excluding the mountaintop. It's just SOSO, Su brother, how about you? Are you brimming with inspiration? Li Ju Qi found a flat spot nearby to set up his card-making tools, not forgetting to toss the topic to Su Chen. Not bad, just a bit puzzled, Su Chen replied humbly, turning to look down the mountain, his sword-like brows furrowed. I heard the phoenix cry again. This time, it was even more pronounced than the last. Upon hearing this, Feng Yu looked at Li Ju Qi, his gaze carrying a hint of seriousness. He had indeed heard that again. Generally speaking, hearing the phoenix cry upon entering Fengqiwo Mountain could mean one of two things. The first possibility is that this person is subconsciously recognized as an enemy by the myriad phoenix souls, marking them as an ominous figure. The second possibility is that this person is favored by the myriad phoenix souls, being a true recipient of their grace. Either scenario is quite serious and requires careful handling. Lord Mountain Patroller, do you think someone who can replicate such a card would be an ominous figure? Li Ju Qi asked, maintaining his composure and responding loudly.
Feng Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, non-committal, and calmly said, Juqi, I am the mountain patroller. My duty is to protect Feng Chiwu Mountain. After saying this, Feng Yu waved to summon a small fire sparrow, using a secret sound to carry the message on the little bird. Little one, go find the misfortune envoy and ask her to come handle the matter. Upon hearing this, the fire sparrow spread its wings and flew out of Feng Chiwu, disappearing from the sight of the three. Feng Yu withdrew his gaze and fixed it on Su Chen. Before that, Master Su Chen, please do not leave my sight. Su Chen nodded at this, his expression showing no signs of panic. He vaguely sensed what was happening. Although the azure dragon is one of the four symbols, a dragon is still a dragon, with a dragon. How could one bypass the phoenix? If he was not mistaken, this was a unique bond between the dragon and the phoenix. If he themed his work around the dragon and phoenix, could it fully evoke this bond? However, this meant that making a character card would not work. He had to start with a skin card. Realizing this, Su Chen made his decision. In front of the two, he began to arrange the skin essence. This, Su brother, aren't you making a character card? As a card maker, Li Juqi could immediately tell the difference between skin essence and spiritual power solution. Su Chen's card-making table was mostly filled with skin essence. Li brother, you know, inspiration is a mysterious thing. I suddenly feel that I'm more suited to making skin cards right now. With that, Su Chen looked at the curious Feng Yu and calmly said, Lord Mountain Patroller, may I gather some card-making materials? Feng Yu glanced at the still crowd behind him and nodded slightly. Yes, I'd also like to see Master Su Chen's work. Because of his nephew Li Juqi, his sister had been promoting the Tricolor Land Hidden Dragon Cup event extensively. Now, the prominent figures of the true Phoenix clan basically all knew of Su Chen. For this human who could consistently outshine a true Phoenix clan member like Li Juqi, everyone's attitude was generally the same. What abilities does this human have? How could he possibly win against Li Juqi? What Feng Yu thought, Su Chen naturally did not know. He stepped around, picking and choosing. Completely red phoenix tree leaves, unknown red grass resembling true phoenix feathers, stones with fiery patterns. These seemingly useless items were all gathered together by him. This, Su brother, the spiritual essence of these materials is very weak, not very good. Seeing these materials, Li Juqi frowned tightly. Although skin cards are not as demanding in terms of material rarity as other cards, the better the quality of the materials, the better the final card result would be. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled mysteriously. Brotherly, truly spiritual materials will seek me out on their own, do you believe it? Li Jueki chuckled in disbelief, saying, Brother Su, if they seek on their own, that's a trait only a super rare skin card can possess. Are you joking? Super rare skin cards come with various strange effects and have a chance to trigger bonds that attract nearby spiritual materials. This phenomenon is referred to by card makers as self-seeking spirit. However, throughout the entire history of card making, this phenomenon has occurred only a handful of times. It's not that no one can create super rare skin cards, on the contrary, there are many card makers capable of doing so. Fundamentally, for the phenomenon of self-seeking spirit to occur, several strict conditions must be met. The first, of course, is that the card must have the potential to become super rare. The second is that when the card is close to becoming super rare, it faces a situation where no materials are available, preventing it from taking that final step. The third is that the area where the card is being made must have rare materials that happen to be a perfect match. Only by meeting these three conditions can the phenomenon of self-seeking spirit occur. It's easy to imagine how stringent the triggering conditions for this phenomenon are. Timing, location, and harmony among people are all essential. Su Chen lowered his head to start processing the materials, his expression calm. Brotherly, although I don't quite believe it, I have a vague feeling that it's worth a try. When it comes to making skin cards, he certainly has the ability to create super rare ones, he just lacks the materials. If the kind of materials Li Jueki mentioned truly exists here, he thinks it's worth a shot. It doesn't matter if he fails. What if he succeeds? That would be his first super rare skin card. Brother Fengmu, do you think Su Chen is making cards right now? Feng Shu, who was standing next to Feng Pa, looked at the three people not far away, his eyes full of curiosity. After all these years, it was his first time encountering a card maker. It's laughable that he didn't recognize it earlier and thought they were just boasting. If it weren't for Su Chen, today's trouble would have been considerable. I don't know, but it should be, right? Feng Mu stared over there, his curiosity no less than Feng Shu's. A card maker even more powerful than Li Jueki is truly a big deal. It seems to have started. Feng Shu, who had been watching intently, brightened up, unconsciously standing on his tiptoes and stretching his neck to see more clearly. Hearing this, Feng Mu turned to look, his attention also drawn in. Not just the two of them, many others around began to look in that direction as well. With such a reaction from the crowd, Li Jueki and Feng Yu, who were standing next to Su Chen, naturally focused their gaze tightly as well. However, as Su Chen began to draw, the image that appeared on the card face made Li Jueki furrow his brows. The card face was not a vibrant red but a lively green. This green occupied half of the card face, clearly intentional on Su Chen's part. However, when making skin cards, color matching is essential. For a skin card related to the phoenix, the colors can be colorful or leaning towards red, but it absolutely cannot be green. Ahem. Fengyu coughed lightly beside him, and Li Jueki looked up to see a clear look of doubt in Fengyu's eyes. As a mountain patroller, Fengyu had seen many people make cards, and had a certain understanding of the process. Even he, an outsider, could tell that there was something wrong with Su Chen's card making. Out of caution, he thought it might be his own issue, but he still wanted to ask Li Jueki for his opinion. Li Jueki recalled Su Chen's past card-making scenes and steadied himself, saying, "Just watch. If a genius's ideas could be seen through by an ordinary person like him, could they still be called genius ideas?" At that moment, being present, he had already accepted Su Chen's various unusual behaviors, breaking conventions and stunning the crowd. That was his understanding of Su Chen. Hearing this, Fengyu could only hold his patience and watch carefully. As time passed, the image on half of the card face gradually became fuller. A majestic azure dragon soared in the sky, exuding an imposing aura, unmatched in might. However, it stood alone beneath the vast sky. No matter how powerful it was, without other characters, what use was it? Li Jueki's mind flashed with this thought, but unexpectedly, the brush tip suddenly retracted, and another pen began to glide across the remaining half of the canvas. A faint red, like the evening glow, painted the blank space. A fervent breath conveyed through the image to every viewer. Li Jueki's expression changed abruptly. His brows not only did not relax but tightened even more. This skin card, could it be a dual character? As this thought settled, the pen tip in his eyes suddenly quickened, becoming slightly hasty. Yet, the fluidity of the stroke still perfectly outlined the phoenix's silhouette. It was not real. Despite having a shape, all the details were omitted. Clearly, the main subject of this card was not it. Can this become a superior product? The thought flashed through Li Jueki's mind, his eyes filled with disbelief. The entire card surface had already revealed its tone. From his perspective, it could at most be classified as a high-quality card. There was absolutely no way it could reach the level of a superior product. Beside him, Fengyu noticed the surrounding remnants of the 10,000 phoenixes, silent and still, and couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. In his view, Su Chen was just another card maker whose reputation exceeded his actual skill. Perhaps he did have great talent, but it was of no use to them, the true Phoenix clan. Realizing this, Fengyu shook his head in disappointment and turned to check the progress of the others on the other side. However, just then, a loud dragon's roar echoed throughout the Fenkiwu mountain. In an instant, countless leaves fell, the rustling sound incessant. Fengyu's expression changed drastically, and he turned to scold. No movement in the mountain. The rest of his words never left his mouth, because that dragon's roar actually came from a card. Su Chen indeed did not use the card, he merely placed it on the table. Yet, such a simple action seemed to awaken the spirit of the card, and the character on the card appeared to come to life, swirling around the card surface. Jueki, what's going on? Seeing Li Jueki's eyes widen and his breath quicken, Fengyu's heart tightened involuntarily. Don't speak, this is card resonance. Li Jueki waved his hand, holding his breath and focusing. Card resonance typically occurs when a skin card is about to achieve superior quality, creating a strange state between the character card and the skin card. The manifestation of this state is the character card flickering with light, showing a tendency to form bonds. Card resonance? Fengyu's expression showed no change upon hearing this term. No matter how good or high the final quality of the card was, what did it have to do with him? What did it have to do with the true Phoenix clan? A card that couldn't awaken the remnants of the 10,000 phoenixes was, in his eyes, utterly useless. Thinking this, Fengyu felt completely disappointed and walked towards his clansmen, who absorbed the true Phoenix remnants. However, just as he took a step, he felt the entire Fenkiwu mountain tremble. Rustle. The mountain was covered in phoenix tree leaves, all falling. The hurried sound made one feel flustered. This is... Fengyu's expression froze, about to turn around. Liao. A clear phoenix cry spread throughout the entire Fenkiwu mountain. Whoosh. Suddenly, a phoenix made of flames flew out from the mountain peak. Fengyu and the others looked in shock. Nirvana Flame Phoenix. Liao. The Nirvana Flame Phoenix circled around the peak, and with each flap of its wings, a part of the mountain's 10,000 phoenix remnants awakened. Liao. Gradually, it was not just it that was crying out. Sounds echoed from all over Fenkiwu mountain. On. The high-pitched dragon's roar drowned out these sounds, harmonizing beautifully with the voice of the phoenix made of Nirvana flames. How is this possible? Fengyu turned to look at the card maker Su Chen, his eyes completely filled with shock. The card this person created actually allowed the ancestral phoenix's Nirvana flames to manifest in the world. Brother Su, you. Looking at the Nirvana flame phoenix swirling in the air, Li Jueki felt his scalp tingle, his excitement rendering him incoherent. Su Chen looked up and smiled at him, picking up the unfinished skin card from the table and flying towards the Nirvana flame phoenix in the air. Liao. The Nirvana flame phoenix spread its wings and dove down.
No.
Feng Yu, who suddenly acted without hesitation, wanting to stop it from flying
into the card.
Liao, the Nirvana Flame Phoenix, simply ignored it, flapping its wings, and terrifying flames fell from its body, charging towards
Feng Yu. Not good. Feng Yu's pupils constricted as he hurriedly dodged the flames, and the Nirvana Flame Phoenix seized this opportunity to fly into the card, completing the final material fusion. Roar!
The Azure Dragon card on the table automatically transformed into the Azure Dragon,
soaring upwards and colliding with this card.
In an instant, the card shattered into spiritual light, once again taking the form of the Nirvana Flame Phoenix, beginning to spiral around the Azure Dragon. At the same time, the countless remnants of the phoenixes from the entire mountain appeared, swirling around the two. This phenomenon left everyone below dumbfounded. The flustered Feng Yu stared at this scene and shouted, "Aren't you
going to immediately absorb the true phoenix remnants?"
As soon as he finished speaking, the remnants of the myriad phoenixes suddenly began to
merge into the body of the Nirvana Flame Phoenix, one after another.
Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the countless phoenix essences on the
mountain were completely absorbed by the Nirvana Flame Phoenix. Roar! As the myriad phoenix essences vanished, the Nirvana Flame Phoenix and the
Azure Dragon transformed into a card, flying into the space between Su Chen's fingers.
Master Su Chen, I need an explanation. Staring intently
at the card in Su Chen's hand, Feng Yu's expression was complex, filled with both shock and fear.
Cough cough, this is a misunderstanding.
Facing the gazes of the crowd, Su Chen felt the super great skin card between his fingers suddenly become a hot potato.
From a high vantage point, the vast Fengqiwo mountain could be seen, with most of the phoenix tree leaves having fallen, making the entire mountain appear barren. The ground,
covered in phoenix tree leaves, glowed a bright red, resembling the morning glow from a distance.
However, the people in the mountain had no heart to appreciate the surrounding scenery.
Hearing Su Chen's explanation, Feng Yu stared at him for a long time and said softly, "Master Su Chen,
what kind of misunderstanding could cause the myriad phoenix remnants to disappear?"
Such a large mountain, the true Phoenix clan had not exhausted it for so many years, yet it was drained by a single card from Su Chen. Not to mention, even the Phoenix transformed from Nirvana Flame was absorbed by this card.
If this matter were to be pursued, both he and Su Chen would be implicated.
Cough cough, uncle, I vouch for brother Feng.
He definitely didn't do it on purpose.
Finally regaining his composure, Li Jueki stared at the skin card in Su Chen's hand, absent-mindedly making a
guarantee. Jueki, do you think that at this point, it matters whether it was intentional or not?
Feng Yu sighed,
glancing at the completely
drained Fengqiwo mountain, his expression growing more complex.
If these myriad phoenix remnants cannot be returned in large part, Master Su Chen, don't even think about stepping out of the phoenix ruins.
Upon hearing this, Su Chen looked at the super great skin card in his hand and said,
"It should be able to be returned, right? Dragon and Phoenix presenting auspiciousness dragon. It is said that when the true dragon and true
Phoenix meet, the heavens and earth will cheer, and all spirits will witness it, bringing great fortune.
Type, skin card, for illusion use only, quality. Super great description, the auspicious embodiment of the true dragon, capable of dispelling disasters and driving away misfortune. Dragon and Phoenix presenting auspiciousness, upper grade bond when the true dragon and true Phoenix are present simultaneously, immune to negative states, continuously enhancing luck. Special Note 1, the auspicious embodiment, upon appearing, brings its own area of misfortune dispelling, continuously weakening misfortune states. Special Note 2, the auspicious embodiment itself cannot be targeted by misfortune buffs. Special Note 3, upon appearing, the auspicious embodiment will provide luck enhancement to allied units. Special effect, the current skin card permanently houses the Nirvana Flame Phoenix, which can be summoned for cooperative combat. The myriad Phoenix remnants were absorbed by the Nirvana Flame Phoenix. If it could be summoned, it should be able to return, right? Regardless of whether it can be returned or not, Master Su Chen, please accompany me to the Phoenix capital to meet the Phoenix King. Feng Yu fixed his gaze on Su Chen, his voice serious, afraid he would escape from sight. Beside him, Li Jueki remained unusually silent upon hearing this. This matter had indeed escalated too much for him to handle. The Nirvana Flame Phoenix had absorbed the myriad Phoenix remnants and had become the key material for the super great skin card. Such an unbelievable event had occurred right before his eyes. Well, then this card. Knowing that this situation would not end well, Su Chen had no choice but to agree, and immediately asked Feng Yu for his opinion while holding the card. After all, they were on someone else's turf and needed to act discreetly. Just as Feng Yu was about to respond, a fire phoenix flew in from the horizon, landing in the mountains in the blink of an eye, transforming into a serious-looking man in red. Upon seeing the surroundings and sensing not a trace of the true phoenix's remnants, he was taken aback. Feng Yu, what's going on? The sky was falling. Where were the remnants of the 10,000 phoenixes from Fengqiwu Mountain? So many remnants? All gone? Cough cough. Feng Hun, the inspector of misfortune, it's like this. Seeing him in a panic, Feng Yu cleared his throat twice and succinctly described the situation. What? A card drained the remnants of 10,000 phoenixes? Phone you, even if you're joking, you should have some limits. Are you telling the truth? Did you all conspire? After hearing Feng Yu's explanation, Feng Hong not only didn't believe him but
also began to suspect the others. He fixed his gaze on Su Chen, his tone severe.
You have the aura of decay. Speak, did that guy Huang send you?
As soon as these words fell, Feng Yu's expression changed drastically. He looked at Li Jueki and, seeing his confusion, realized the seriousness of the problem. Master Su Chen, I advise you not to resist and hand over the card.
Feng Yu blocked the agitated Feng Hong, staring at Su Chen.
His words still relatively polite.
The scene he had just witnessed had completely overturned his previous understanding. Moreover, since the Nirvana
Flame Phoenix had chosen the card made by Su Chen, he believed there was more to the story.
But regardless, the urgent matter was to take Su Chen to Fengdu to meet the Phoenix King. Lord Feng Yu, I hope you can give me justice. Su Chen calmly handed over the skin card, his expression unchanged. He bore a curse, so how could he not have the aura of decay?
According to the director, he had resolved the issue of lifespan depletion, which fell on the true Phoenix clan. It was clearly inappropriate to rashly conflict with the true Phoenix clan, but if the true Phoenix clan acted unreasonably, he had his own ways to deal with it. After all, this skin card could only be used by the Azure Dragon. It wouldn't work for anyone else.
Well, Master Su Chen, please.
Seeing Su Chen cooperate, Feng Yu breathed a sigh of relief and signaled for him to descend the
mountain. Feng Hong, standing nearby, coldly said, Feng Yu, anyone associated with decay must be bound and restrained according to clan rules to ensure they cannot resist.
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jueki immediately interjected, Feng Hong, if it turns out that Su Chen is wronged,
after the investigation, will you take responsibility for negligence? Humph. I came here willingly. What do I have to fear? Decay worshippers. I can't wait to slay them.
Feng Hong waved his sleeve, his eyes burning with hatred. When Huang caused trouble for the true Phoenix clan, leading to the death of his relatives, he vowed that he would kill anyone who was a follower of decay. Hearing this, Feng Yu turned back to Feng Hong and
advised him gently. Feng Hong, if it truly is a misunderstanding in the end, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Just a card could summon the Nirvana Flame Phoenix and cause the remnants of 10,000 phoenixes to revive.
Such a feat, looking at the entire history of the true
Phoenix clan, who else could achieve it? If this person participated in the Nirvana ceremony, where would it ultimately lead? It was unimaginable.
Just a slight association made Feng Yu's scalp tingle. This Su Chen, with such incredible card-making skills and favored by the Nirvana Flame
Phoenix, wasn't he a natural Phoenix favored one? He surpassed that previous human in every way.
Feng Yu, before you say such things, you should think carefully about how to explain. Don't use that kind of nonsense to fool the Phoenix King. Feng Hong sneered continuously, his doubts
undiminished.
In his understanding, a card could never have such an effect. Or rather, no one could make the remnants of 10,000 phoenixes
disappear. Not even the Phoenix King could. A human card maker had done it. Was that even possible? If you don't believe it, there are so many people here who can be asked.
Li Jueki chimed in, his tone somewhat angry. Feng Hong looked at the others, and wherever his gaze fell, everyone
nodded. In an instant, Feng Hong sneered repeatedly. A group of people had colluded to deceive him. This matter was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface.
Seeing Feng Hong's expression, Feng Yu sighed inwardly, glancing at the calm and composed Su Chen with a complex look. If he were in Feng Hong's position, he wouldn't believe it either. After all, such things were too bizarre.
With this thought in mind, Feng Yu said,
seriously, let's go, Master Su Chen, to meet the Phoenix King. In the empty palace, Feng Lin leaned against the throne, her flawless jade-like face displaying a blend of indifference and laziness coexisting harmoniously.
Your Highness, Granny Feng requests an audience. A projection of Xian appeared beside the throne, reporting in a low voice.
Let her in. Feng Lin slowly straightened up, her expression solemn.
That kid seemed to possess some kind of magic, always managing to surprise her.
After all these years, it was the first time she felt what surprise truly was. This time, she allowed him into the Phoenix ruins, not only to assist his ideas but also to see what kind of surprise he could bring her.
Granny, Feng pays her respects to your Highness.
The elderly woman with graying hair knelt upon seeing Feng Lin.
No need for that, Granny Feng, you don't have to bow to me in the future. I'm not used to it.
Upon hearing this, Granny Feng nodded slightly, then stood up and respectfully said, Your Highness, Su Chen has created a super-grade skin card which has summoned the Nirvana Flame Phoenix. A hint of surprise flashed in Feng Lin's
eyes as she curiously asked, and then? This person was indeed a troublemaker. Wherever he went, trouble followed. No wonder he sought her as a support. Within the ancient Qian kingdom, it was hard to find anyone else who enjoyed stirring up trouble as much as he did. Seeing Feng Lin's reaction was not as intense as she had imagined, Granny Feng continued, the Nirvana Flame Phoenix awakened all the true Phoenix remnants in Feng Chiwu Mountain, absorbed them, and merged with the super-grade skin card made by Su Chen. Now, because he got involved with Yu Shou and the impact
Of this incident, he is being escorted to the Phoenix capital by the Mountain Patrol envoy Feng Yu and the inspection envoy. He really knows how to cause trouble. Feng Lin came back to her senses, gently nodding, her eyes filled with curiosity. What kind of super-grade skin card could make the Nirvana Flame Phoenix choose to merge? Could it be that this Su Chen truly had a connection to that person? After pondering for a long time, Feng Lin waved her hand, and a shadow stepped out from behind her. Shadow, accompany Granny Feng into the ruins and act according to the situation. The shadow nodded silently. Yes, Your Highness. The Phoenix capital, named as such, was actually a giant nest made of phoenix tree wood. From a distance, the nest resembled a phoenix's nest, but up close, it appeared as a city floating among the clouds. And when truly inside, Su Chen realized how magnificent and grand this nest was. The phoenix wood beneath his feet exuded a rich aura of fire, as if a phoenix was hibernating there. Exquisite phoenix patterns adorned every corner of the nest, blending primitive and civilized elements. The palace complex at the center of the nest looked like a group of phoenixes spreading their wings from afar, exuding a majestic aura. On either side of the orderly streets, every 100 meters or so, there were stationed true phoenix warriors. The elegantly dressed true phoenix people stood on both sides of the street, watching the crowd passing through the center of the road. Although there was confusion in their eyes, they did not engage in casual conversation or make any noise. Su Chen arrived at the palace complex without hearing any idle chatter. This made him secretly alarmed. The people of the clan showed neither worry nor reckless discussion, indicating that this Phoenix King was likely extraordinary. Please, Master Su Chen, say whatever you need to, the Phoenix King will not wrong anyone. After Feng Yu spoke with the guards, he invited Su Chen into the palace. Su Chen nodded at Li Jueki, signaling him to be at ease, and walked calmly into the palace. Following closely behind him were Feng Yu and Feng Heng. Due to his status, Li Jueki could only wait outside. As soon as he entered the main hall, what met Su Chen's eyes were 2 rows of people sitting upright. At this moment, these people also cast their gazes at him, filled with curiosity, hostility, confusion, and doubt, a myriad of looks, almost all present. Su Chen withdrew his gaze from them and looked towards the throne at the end of the hall, only to meet the eyes of a little girl. The girl had her hair styled in a topknot, her hands on her hips, speaking in a childish voice. Are you the troublemaking foreigner? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Noticing that the throne was empty, with only the little girl standing before it, he replied with neither humility nor arrogance. Feng Wang, Su Chen was only thinking of creating cards to awaken more true phoenix remnants, and did not anticipate that card creation would lead to such consequences. As these words fell, the atmosphere in the hall became subtle. Su Chen keenly sensed it and raised his eyes to see the little girl blushing. When she noticed him looking over, the little girl puffed out her chest proudly and said, "Foreigner, you have good taste. When I become queen, I will definitely give you ouch." Before she could finish, a woman in splendid attire waved her hand, gently shooing the girl aside. Immediately, she stood with her hands behind her back on the steps, looking down at Su Chen, and said flatly, "Foreigner, your explanation cannot serve as evidence to clear you of suspicion." Ahem. That's right. The little girl walked over to the woman, putting on a show. "Hurry up and bring out the evidence. This princess will help you clear your name." The woman in splendid attire replied indifferently, "Feng Sisi, step back." Feng Sisi pouted, glancing at the others. Wherever her gaze fell, everyone lowered their heads in silence, afraid to offend her. "What's with everyone? All of you are like turtles hiding in their shells. Am I really that scary?" Feng Sisi mumbled, but her body honestly moved to the side. "Now, tell me, who recommended you? Do you have a letter of recommendation? What is your relationship with the phoenix?" The woman in splendid attire stared at Su Chen, her gaze sharp as a knife, making it hard to look directly at her. However, Su Chen did not shy away. He first bowed and then calmly said, "I dare not conceal from Feng Wang. I am the administrator of the ancient Xian Kingdom's ruins. While capturing the feathered ones, the curse I bore was triggered, resulting in a significant reduction in my lifespan. I am honored that your highness valued me and recommended me to this place to seek a way to extend my life." "Your highness?" The Feng Wang's expression finally changed slightly, a flicker of unusual color in her eyes. "There is only one person in the outside world who can be called your highness. But would that person really recommend someone to enter the Phoenix ruins?" After a moment's thought, the Feng Wang continued, "I cannot contact the your highness you mentioned, therefore I cannot ascertain the truth of your words." Hearing this, Feng Yu stepped forward a few paces and respectfully bowed, saying, "Feng Wang, Jueki can testify. He is just outside the hall." The Feng Wang looked at him and said lightly, "Call Li Jueki in." Immediately, a guard stationed at the hall's entrance went to fetch him. After a few moments, the guard returned to the hall and reported, replying to Feng Wang, "Li Jueki is not outside the hall." "Impossible. How could Jueki not be here?" After bowing to the Feng Wang, Feng Yu hurriedly left the hall to search for Li Jueki. Just then, an elder on the left side of the hall, closest to the throne, slowly stood up, his voice calm and unhurried, echoing throughout the hall. "Feng Wang, I have sent someone to investigate. This person is a foreigner from Fenglin village. and should have entered through the Phoenix's ruins token. I believe that not a single word he says can be trusted. I propose that he be executed on the spot to serve as a warning to others. As these words fell, Feng Cece turned her head to glare at him, her voice still childish. Old man, you have such a cruel heart. The elder, Feng Xiao, smiled slightly upon hearing this. Princess, this old minister is protecting you. Protecting the last royal bloodline of our clan. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yu returned, anxious, and said, Feng Wang, Zhueki has been captured by the great elder's people. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao looked at Feng Yu and said flatly, Patrol Envoy Feng Yu, where is your evidence? A flicker of anger flashed in Feng Yu's eyes, but he did not dare to explode. Seeing this, Feng Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Chen. Sir, you cannot prove your identity, can you? Su Chen smiled upon hearing this, confidently saying, There's nothing extraordinary, I can still prove my innocence. Oh, then this old man will wait and see. In the grand hall, the calm demeanor of the young man surprised many. The great elder was not someone to be trifled with. Currently, most of the power in the clan was in his hands. All the outsiders who came here were bringing gifts to the great elder, not to the Phoenix King. Did this outsider not inquire about the situation before coming? Su Chen was unaware of what others were thinking. He looked at the increasingly aggressive Feng Xiao and smiled slightly. Great elder Feng Xiao, if you want me to prove my innocence, of course, I can. But if I prove my innocence, Su Chen's thought transformed him into the new god of wood, stepping forward a few paces, staring at Feng Xiao. Great elder Feng Xiao, shouldn't you give me an explanation? I have no grievances or enmities with you. Why are you being so aggressive? Why did you send someone to abduct Li Zhueki? The pressure of the true dragon bore down on Feng Xiao, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. Coming to his senses, Feng Xiao was secretly alarmed, forcing a smile as he said, You jest, sir. Zhueki is half a member of the true Phoenix clan. How could I act against my own kin? There must be some misunderstanding here. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled mysteriously. Great elder, I know where Zhueki is. Are you sure you want to quibble? Feng Zhao's heart tightened as he gazed at Su Chen, calmly stating, I am certain, sir. His men would never leave any flaws. Very well. Su Chen nodded heavily, then turned to the Phoenix King seated on the throne, bowing respectfully. Phoenix King, please bear witness. I will bring Li Zhueki here for you to clarify the matter. If what I say is true, I ask the Phoenix King to grant me justice and punish the great elder. If what I say is false, or if I cannot find Li Zhueki within today, I, Su Chen, am willing to face the fire and die. His resounding words echoed in the grand hall, causing everyone to change color. At this moment, even Feng Hong, who had previously opposed Su Chen, showed a change in his expression. Feng Yu regained his composure and stepped forward to advise, Master Su Chen, this matter is not urgent, please think it over. Upon hearing this, Su Chen scanned the crowd in the hall and said lightly, Lord Feng Yu, my mind is made up, no need for more words. Hand me the skin card. This, Feng Yu's heart jolted, instinctively looking towards the Phoenix King ahead. Just as the Phoenix King was about to speak, Feng Zhao's voice rang out. Phoenix King, that card concerns the Nirvana Flame Phoenix. If anything goes wrong, this old man cannot bear the responsibility, nor can you. Then I will take the responsibility. Feng Cece said in a childish voice, but her attitude was very resolute. Outsider, hurry up. I want to punish the old man. However, as soon as these words fell, the atmosphere in the grand hall suddenly became tense. Those who sensed something amiss lowered their heads. Feng Xiao suddenly stepped out of the formation, his serious gaze fixed on Feng Cece. You, what do you want to do? Feng Cece instinctively hid behind the Phoenix King, her eyes showing a hint of fear. Feng Xiao first bowed, then slowly said, Princess, you are still young, do not be deceived by the surface of things. I see you all have guilty consciences. You dare not let him prove himself. Feng Cece's mind sparked, decisively throwing the topic out. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao frowned tightly, just about to speak when the Phoenix King ordered first, Feng Yu, give him the card. Yes. Feng Yu quickly responded, disregarding Feng Zhao's stern gaze as he handed the card to Su Chen. Su Chen pinched it between two fingers, looking at the expressionless Feng Xiao, calmly saying, Great elder, it's not too late to admit your mistake now. Feng Xiao raised an eyebrow, remaining unfazed and not responding. Seeing this, Su Chen used his mental power to activate the card. In an instant, the card burst into dazzling spiritual light, enveloping his entire body, layer upon layer, brilliantly radiant. When the light subsided, Su Chen appeared, looking no different from before. Just as everyone was puzzled about the card's function, Su Chen extended his right hand. A clear and bright phoenix cry suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Immediately, amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, a miniature Nirvana Flame Phoenix appeared in Su Chen's hand. In that instant, a stirring from the depths of their bloodlines compelled them to pay their respects to the Nirvana Flame Phoenix. Even Feng Xiao dared not defy this almost instinctual action. The Phoenix King before the throne stared at the quiet Nirvana Flame Phoenix in Su Chen's hand, her expression complex, If she had been confused before, at this moment, all that remained in her heart was astonishment.
Nirvana Flame Phoenix. The most agitated among them was undoubtedly Fong Hung.
Looking at the Nirvana Flame Phoenix in Su Chen's hand, he deeply realized how
childish his previous actions had been.
Because he had never seen it, he could not accept the existence of such a thing. Now it seemed that his
approach had been utterly wrong.
Elder, if I were a believer of Yushio,
do you think it would linger in my palm?
In the silent hall, only Su Chen's
calm question echoed.
Or do you still refuse to admit your mistake at this point?
Feng Zhao's eyelids twitched, and he raised his head, finding
that everyone's gaze was upon him. Seeing this, Feng Zhao steadied himself and said coldly, "This indeed proves your innocence."
"I admit, it may have been a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding?
Su Chen interrupted him with a cold laugh, his tone growing increasingly indifferent.
"Elder, do you think you can just brush off the mistake with a single word of misunderstanding? Don't you find it amusing? Just because I am a foreigner, I deserve your suspicion?"
Feng Zhao's expression darkened, and he patiently replied, "Sir, this is the Phoenix Ruins, and I have the right
to reasonably suspect outsiders."
Su Chen shot him a cold glance, bowed to the silent Phoenix King, and said with neither humility nor arrogance, "Phoenix King, please send someone to accompany the Nirvana Flame Phoenix in search of the person." Upon hearing this, the Phoenix King nodded
slightly,
but before she could speak, Feng Zhao lowered his voice and said, "Phoenix King, let the others handle this matter. The issue of the
one Phoenix's remnant soul still needs to be addressed by you."
After saying this, Feng Zhao waved his hand to summon two people, instructing them
to find Li Jueki.
Watching this scene, a flicker of anger flashed in the Phoenix King's eyes. She had long known that Feng Zhao did not respect the royal family and was more like a puppet master. In the past, to protect her sister, she could grit her teeth and endure.
But now, with the
evidence clear, Feng Zhao's evasive remarks clearly indicated that he thought she could be easily deceived.
"Elder, the matter of the one Phoenix's remnant souls is related to this issue as well. I believe this matter will be handled by me."
The Phoenix King spoke calmly, her gaze locking with
Feng Zhao's, showing no sign of retreat.
Upon hearing this, Feng Zhao looked at her for a long time, then turned to Su Chen and suddenly smiled. "Very well, let the Phoenix King handle it. I hope you can uncover the truth. I won't disturb you any further."
With that, Feng Zhao walked out of the hall.
Almost as soon as he left, the others in the hall began to take their leave.
The already empty hall felt even more desolate after
their departure. The Phoenix King showed no surprise in her eyes, slowly sitting back on her throne, closing her eyes, and sighing, "I apologize for letting our esteemed guest witness this."
"Phoenix King, no need to apologize. Please allow Lord Feng Yu to accompany this one in the search."
Su Chen looked at Feng Yu and Feng Hong, a serious expression hidden deep in his eyes. Just now, after using Dragon and Phoenix presenting auspiciousness, he discovered that all members of the true Phoenix clan were entangled with an unknown malice. Among them, Feng Zhao had the most, almost turning into a tangible misfortune. He vaguely sensed that Feng Zhao's targeting of him was not merely due to his identity as a foreigner or
the fact that he might have used the Phoenix Ruins token.
There was likely more to this matter than met the eye.
"Are you not afraid I will ruin things?" Feng Hung asked in surprise, looking at Su Chen.
His previous attitude had made him feel somewhat guilty. This Su Chen, had he really let
it go so easily? "Lord Feng Hong, I know clearly what is public and what is private. From your standpoint, I do not believe there is anything wrong with that." Su Chen's calm words made Feng Hong feel a sudden sense of shame. He lowered his head towards Su Chen, solemnly bowing, his voice resonant and powerful. "Thank you for your understanding, Your Excellency.
I will handle this matter with Feng Yu, the mountain patrol envoy.
I will not let you down."
After saying this, Feng Hong exchanged a glance with Feng Yu, nodding to each other, and then followed the soaring Nirvana
Flame Phoenix, quickly departing.
Once the two left, Su Chen glanced at the sides of the great hall, confirming no one was around, and turned
to the Phoenix King, saying, "Your Majesty, do you have anyone else available?" The Phoenix King was momentarily taken aback by the question, then
shook her head, her expression silent. Since the disaster many years ago, the royal family had only her and her younger sister left.
She had not
yet matured, and her sister was still naive. She could only watch as power slipped away, becoming a puppet. If she did not act, the royal family
would likely be left with only one member. "Sister, you still have me."
Feng Sisi clung to the Phoenix King's arm, tears welling in her eyes.
The
Phoenix King patted her head and looked at Su Chen, saying, "Your Excellency, once you find a way to make the Nirvana Flame Phoenix spit out the
remnants of the 10,000 phoenixes, you should leave early. This is not a place to linger."
Feng Zhao seemed to compromise, but in reality, it
was a strategic retreat, secretly preparing.
With her understanding of him, once he took action against Su Chen again, Su Chen would definitely
not be able to escape.
"No, Your Majesty, it was His Highness who sent me here." Su Chen shook his head firmly, his tone flat.
The Phoenix King
stared at him in shock. Only that person could be referred to as His Highness. But that person had severed ties with the true Phoenix clan thousands of years ago. Since then, the true Phoenix clan had had no contact with that person. If it weren't for the fact that that person's soul lamp still burned brightly, they would have long believed that person had passed away. Your Majesty, whether you believe it or not, I think His Highness knows the situation here. So, he sent me. Su Chen gazed at the two, his expression increasingly calm. Chong Kong Fong Lin wanted him to win the recognition of the true Phoenix clan in order to wield the Shi Yuan divine bow. Perhaps it was not just a simple test. With her abilities, how could she not be aware of the situation here? Sending him over, the test was probably only part of it. What she hoped for more was to use his hands to resolve the issues facing the true Phoenix clan. Sister, I think he is worth trusting. Feng Cixi assessed Su Chen, her eyes filled with approval. How could this outsider, so perceptive, possibly be a bad person? Once she became queen, she would definitely promote him. The Phoenix King, hearing this, patted her head and looked at Su Chen, who had a serious expression, and said helplessly, Your Excellency, I cannot guarantee your safety. Protecting her sister alone was already difficult. The true Phoenix clan had many branches, each with a considerable number of members and their own spokespersons. Yet, her royal branch had only 2 members, making it impossible to restrain the other branches. But Feng Xiao was different. As the spokesperson of the largest branch, his words carried weight. As long as he wanted to deal with Su Chen, there were plenty of people who could assassinate him. It's fine, Your Majesty. What cannot kill me will ultimately make me stronger. Su Chen smiled slightly and then added, I will help you, and as a condition, I hope you can give me a spot in the Nirvana ceremony. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Cixi stared at him, pouting, and said, Outsider, do you really not understand? Being recognized by the remnants of the true Phoenix allows you to become a Phoenix Favored One. You are already a Phoenix Favored One, no one can stop you from participating in the Nirvana ceremony. Su Chen was taken aback by her words, then took out a mirror to check, and indeed, as Feng Cixi said, there was a brilliant pattern in the middle of his forehead. This pattern resembled a phoenix spreading its wings, looking extraordinarily remarkable. Putting away the mirror, Su Chen felt a sense of calm and looked at the two, saying, Your Majesty, we need help. Do you have any candidates? Upon hearing this, the Phoenix King waved her hand, and a surge of fiery spiritual power enveloped the great hall, serving as soundproofing. Just then, before she could speak, Feng Cixi chimed in with a childish voice. The true Phoenix clan has a total of 9 branches, of which 3 have long since submitted to that old man's branch. The remaining 5 branches, aside from the royal family, are Kai, Yen, Wan, and Li. The Kai Feng lineage is the one you refer to as belonging to the prince. They have always remained aloof from worldly affairs, hiding in the Kai Feng mountain range. The Yen Feng lineage is a vassal of the Kai Feng lineage. Whatever the Kai Feng lineage does, the Yen Feng lineage supports unconditionally. Long ago, our royal family had a conflict with the Kai Feng, which led to the prince you mentioned severing ties with the Jin Feng clan. Since then, both the Kai Feng and Yen Feng lineages have not respected the royal family. As she spoke, Feng Cixi bit her lip, tears shimmering in her eyes. The Wan Feng lineage was originally the closest to the royal family, but many years ago, they suffered a disaster caused by the Huang, suffering heavy casualties just like the royal family, and they have yet to recover. My sister and I also find it difficult to seek help. The last of the Li Feng lineage, they are descendants of both our clan and others, mostly mixed blood, with a complex array of factions. But their numbers are the only ones among the 9 lineages that can match that old man's lineage. The Feng Yu from just now belongs to the Li Feng lineage, while that Feng Hung is from the Yen Feng lineage. After saying this, Feng Cixi quietly looked at the frowning Su Chen and murmured, Isn't it troublesome? I think it's quite troublesome, too, but it's okay, let's just forget about the trouble. She had secretly sought out the Kai Feng lineage, but they were high and mighty, completely ignoring her. They even said she was just a child who knew nothing, and if it weren't for her sister's protection, she would have been gone long ago. From that moment on, she wished she could either have disappeared early or become a queen. I want to give it a try. After digesting all the information, Su Chen smiled at the two. However, I need someone to help make connections. As soon as he said this, Feng Cixi couldn't help but step forward, staring at him intently. Are you serious? This was not a good job. He was already an outsider, and once seen as a lobbyist, being kicked out would be the best outcome. Yes, I confirm, I want to give it a try. Su Chen looked at the complex-faced Feng Wang, his attitude sincere. Feng Wang, please provide a token. I will act as the royal messenger to rally the 4 lineages. In the empty room, Feng Xiao stood in front of a painting, as if waiting for something. Knock knock. A series of knocks sounded from outside the door, followed by the deliberately lowered voice of a servant. Elder, as you expected, that outsider has gained the trust of the Feng Wang and obtained the token, heading towards the Kai Feng mountain. Understood, you may leave. Yes, Elder. The servant's footsteps gradually faded away, and Feng Xiao gazed at the painting before him, his expression slightly grave. What is meant to come will come, Feng Xiao, wouldn't you agree? As soon as the words fell, an old firebird in the painting slowly raised its eyes, staring intently at the Feng Xiao outside the painting, unable to flap its wings. What a pity, if only I had come a little later, I could have successfully seized the royal bloodline. Feng Xiao shook his head slightly, sighed, and then wore a look of relief. But it's fine, after my incarnation dies, the news will be spread. This child cannot be left alive. As he said this, Feng Xiao fixed his gaze on the old firebird in the painting, his eyes flashing with deep-seated hatred. Elder, do you know? He is a true dragon. A true dragon like Chang Kong Wan Qian. He is the glorious opportunity for your Jinfeng clan, but I will not give you this chance. I will unleash the power of the dead phoenix, letting him fall during the nirvana ritual. I want you to watch as the race you sacrificed everything for completely degenerates into a puppet of the feathered decayed divine. After a cold laugh, Feng Xiao reached out, took down the hanging painting, rolled it up, and walked towards the door. I've already chosen the location, Elder, the show is about to begin. With a loud cry, the large firebird soared through the clouds with Su Chen on its back. Its speed was incredibly fast, seemingly eager to contribute to the royal family. In less than half a day, it brought Su Chen to a tranquil place. The mountains stretched endlessly, with faint clouds swirling around the peaks like ribbons. On the sunlit side, the mountain reflected a faint glow, making the mountains appear vibrant and colorful. The rich, spiritual mist transformed into a mountain fog, permanently residing at the foot of the mountain. Taking a breath of it clears the mind and refreshes the spirit. Standing before the mountain and gazing up, it feels like looking at a celestial mountain among the clouds, evoking an involuntary longing. Su Chen recalled the Phoenix King's instructions and, after bidding farewell to the large fire sparrow that served as his transport, stepped onto the mountain path. In an instant, the scene before him changed, the steps twisted and turned, leading deep into the clouds. Looking around, Su Chen only saw an unfathomable deep pit, as if a single misstep could plunge him into an abyss of no return. To see the lineage of the colorful phoenix, one must rely solely on their own strength to ascend the cloud ladder, without any cards. The number of steps on the cloud ladder is unknown, determined by the fears within one's heart. The only thing you can do, my lord, is to keep climbing until the end. The Phoenix King's words continuously drilled into Su Chen's ears, carried by the mountain wind. Su Chen steadied his mind and began to walk up the mountain. Whoosh! The wind in the mountains seemed to grow stronger, as if trying to blow him into the deep pit. Unfazed, Su Chen continued to ascend. Although he couldn't use cards, the connection function of the fictional panel was still active, and his physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. As the saying goes, the higher the skill, the bolder the person. He faced the increasingly strong wind, not only unafraid but also feeling a refreshing exhilaration. Who is this person? At the peak of the colorful mountain, within the palace, the members of the colorful phoenix lineage, who had appeared the moment Su Chen stepped onto the cloud ladder, stared at the image reflected in the mirror with expressions of disbelief. A pure-blood human could actually walk against the spiritual wind of the colorful mountain, seemingly without any pressure, which truly puzzled them. It should be known that this spiritual wind of the colorful mountain was specifically used by their younger kin to temper their bodies. Ordinary humans simply could not withstand it. News from the Phoenix capital says he is the Su Chen from the outside world. Su Chen? The first place in the hidden dragon cup of the three-color land? A card maker is supposed to be physically weak, right? How come he seems to have a physique comparable to that of our young ones? Indeed strange. Bang bang. The sound of a cane striking the ground echoed as the elegantly dressed old woman seated at the head spoke slowly. Everyone, please be quiet. As her words fell, the scene fell silent. The 9 individuals in charge of the colorful phoenix lineage's affairs all looked at the old woman, the decision-maker. Seeing everyone comply, the elegantly dressed old woman, Feng Xia, was quite satisfied and turned to the woman standing at the door, revealing a gentle smile. Little colorful phoenix, is there something you want? The woman at the door smiled lightly and said, Grandma, may I walk around? Clearly, this was not a place she should be, and she felt uncomfortable staying there. It was better to wander about. Silly child, let can take you for a stroll. Looking at the woman and the golden little bird on her shoulder, Feng Xia displayed a doting smile. All right then, let the clever, knowledgeable, and adorable me take little colorful phoenix for a walk. Here, no one will disturb our little world. I don't have to pretend to curry favor anymore. I can be a little bird that expresses its feelings for the mountains and rivers, free from lowly interests. Ken shook its head and wagged its tail, leaving the woman speechless. Instinctively, she raised her hand, wanting to swat it away. But upon noticing her grandma and all the uncles and aunts looking over, she had to put on a ladylike smile and gracefully walked outside. Just as she stepped outside, she suddenly grabbed Can, who was still chattering away. No, little colorful phoenix, what are you doing? With a guide as clever, knowledgeable, and adorable as me, you actually, the woman forcefully threw it down the mountain and happily walked towards the back mountain. Su Chen had been climbing for a long time, and the surroundings were already shrouded in swirling clouds and mist. However, the cloud ladder was hidden in the clouds, making it impossible to tell how much further there was to go. If his physical condition were a bit worse, he might have found it difficult to continue. Su Chen, however, felt quite relaxed, and the more he walked, the more he felt that this cloud ladder seemed to bring peace to the heart. Just then, a frightened cry for help came from the clouds. Help! Help! Su Chen looked up in surprise and saw a golden light falling. He instinctively reached out to catch it. Safe, feeling himself being caught, Kan's cry for help abruptly stopped. It slowly opened its eyes, only to see a person before it radiating with holy light. Its little heart couldn't help but thump wildly. But when it clearly saw the person's face, it abruptly closed its eyes again, crying and sobbing. It's over, it's over. My clever, lovely, and knowledgeable little bird, dying young, my little peacock, may we meet again in our next life. Ahem, Kan, don't you have wings? Why not fly? A clear voice, tinged with a hint of teasing. Kan's body stiffened, and then it cautiously opened its eyes, only to unexpectedly meet Su Chen's gaze. In an instant, it flew up from Su Chen's hand and said seriously, of course I know I have wings. I was just testing you to see if you have a heart for helping others. Saying this, it flew onto Su Chen's shoulder, leisurely preening its golden feathers. Very good, Master Su Chen, you have passed my test. You are a good person. To repay you, I have decided to accompany you for the rest of the journey. Let's go, the big shots are waiting for you up there. Su Chen glanced at its trembling feet, feeling the wind between the clouds, and suggested, how about we go in? Yes. 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 Master Su Chen, you truly are a good person, a really good person. Kan flew into his arms, showering him with generous praise. Let's set off. With my help, you will definitely pass the test. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. For a moment, he suddenly understood why the colorful phoenix treated Kan this way. This bird really had a sharp tongue. The moment they reached the end of the cloud ladder, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. In the vast clouds, a colorful palace stood majestically ahead, shining brightly. The solemn and grand atmosphere spread throughout the clouds. Kan flew out of Su Chen's arms and landed on his shoulder, exclaiming, we are amazing, we passed such a difficult test. Su Chen glanced at it, not refuting, and stepped towards the palace door. By the way, Master Su Chen, what are you doing here? Kan, regaining its composure, had a glint of curiosity in its eyes. This was the maternal home of the little colorful phoenix. Could it be that Su Chen was here to propose? But that didn't seem right. Shouldn't proposals be made at the little colorful phoenix's home? Hearing this, Su Chen paused and briefly explained the situation to it. That's not going to work, they won't agree. Kan shook its head without hesitation, denying his next course of action. Even if you are a favored one now, they won't support the royal family just because of you. The conflict between the two lineages is not as simple as you think. You are still an outsider, how can you interfere in such matters? Kan said, looking at Su Chen, and seeing his expression unchanged, it realized it couldn't persuade him. After thinking for a moment, it whispered, you go in and deal with them first, I'll find the little colorful phoenix to help you. Su Chen felt a bit confused and was about to ask how the colorful phoenix could help when Kan had already vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Su Chen could only walk alone into the colorful palace. Almost as soon as he entered the main hall, numerous gazes turned towards him simultaneously. Curiosity, surprise, doubt, indifference, the various looks were all different. Su Chen remained calm and composed, bowing to the elegantly dressed old woman sitting at the head of the table, and said loudly, Elder Fiancée, I come on the orders of the Phoenix King to seek the help of the colorful phoenix lineage. As soon as these words fell, a hint of disdain appeared in the eyes of everyone in the hall. They had always despised anyone associated with the royal family, even though Su Chen had made a decent impression by climbing the cloud ladder. Fiancée was no exception. She scrutinized Su Chen and said flatly, outsider, do you know the conflict between the royal family and my colorful phoenix lineage? Su Chen first nodded, then shook his head. I know there is a conflict, but I do not know where it originated. As an outsider, I shouldn't pry, but I want to tell Elder Fiancée that if His Highness sees this scene, he will surely be very disappointed. Within the hall, the expressions of the crowd changed slightly. The words, His Highness, stirred up too many memories for them, but how could the humans before her know about His Highness? Fiancée stood up with her cane, gazing at Su Chen, her eyes filled with suspicion. Have you seen His Highness? How can you prove it? The Kaifeng clan had indeed sent people to search for His Highness. Because of this, the Kaifeng clan abandoned tradition and allowed their members to intermarry with other races. Her little Kaifeng was born from such a union. Yet even so, regarding that His Highness, little Kaifeng's grandfather, the head of the Kai family, still dared not reveal too much information to the Kaifeng clan. Every time she sent someone to inquire, the other party would only say that His Highness was well, and there was no need to worry. Over time, like the elders before her, she became less obsessed with the matter of finding His Highness. Because I am the one sent by His Highness. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Su Chen remained calm. Bang! The cane struck the ground fiercely. Fiancée was furious, scolding, you bold one, daring to impersonate His Highness's messenger. Someone, throw him off the mountain. As soon as her words fell, a series of synchronized footsteps echoed from outside the hall, and stern warriors entered, ready to seize Su Chen. Stop! An anxious voice resonated in the hall. Everyone felt a blur before a woman in a colorful dress blocked the white-haired youth behind her.
Little Kaifeng, what are you doing?
Seeing her granddaughter protect Suchin in front of her, Fengxia tightened her grip on the cane. At that moment, her initial
intent to test had turned into a hint of anger. Little Kaifeng was exceptionally talented, resembling her late mother. She had plans for little Kaifeng, but seeing her like this, clearly infatuated with this person, made it hard for her to feel pleased. Grandma, Suchin wouldn't lie. If he
says he was sent by His Highness, then he must have been sent by His Highness.
Kaifeng stood in front of Suchin, unafraid of the crowd's gaze.
Grandma, and all the elders, you may not know, but Suchin replicated a Kaifeng character card at the Hidden Dragon Cup's provincial competition,
and it turned out to be of legendary quality.
Afterward, a mysterious woman's projection appeared, dressed in maple red clothing, with an indescribably noble appearance, making all the important figures present treat her with respect.
I believe this woman is the His Highness we of the Kaifeng clan are trying to find. His Highness sent Suchin here, likely to test our attitude.
At this point, Kaifeng looked at Fengxia, her
expression serious. Grandma, if His Highness knows we misunderstood the messenger she sent, what would she think? If this delays the important
matter of finding His Highness, we would become the sinners of the Kaifeng clan.
Little Kaifeng has said all she can. I hope Grandma and all the elders will think twice.
As these words fell, the hall fell silent. Even Fengxia felt a sense of caution. Whether Suchin was indeed sent by His
Highness was indeed hard to say. But what if he was? If this matter angered His Highness, how would she face her ancestors? Realizing this, Fengxia
glared at Suchin and slowly sat down, feeling quite displeased. Logically, it made sense, but her granddaughter, whom she cherished, was now
siding with an outsider. How could she feel happy about that?
Looking at him, it seemed her granddaughter was still in unrequited love. This made her even more displeased.
How outstanding was little Kaifeng? Even the head of the Kai family praised her. This kid had such high standards? Ahem. Elder Fengxia, regarding what I just mentioned, what do you think?
Seeing Kaifeng turn and signal with her eyes, Suchin respectfully bowed and
continued to inquire.
Upon hearing this, Fengxia replied lightly, let's set this matter aside for now.
What is your relationship with my little Kaifeng?
As soon as her words fell, the brilliant fan on Saifeng's body flapped its wings, flying before everyone. Facing the crowd's gaze, it spoke with righteous indignation.
Grandma, and everyone, I guarantee with my bird's honor that they are innocent. Little Kaifeng is currently helping
Master Suchin with his work. I won't hide it from you, Master Suchin is hailed online as the #1 card maker of the younger generation in
the ancient Qian kingdom.
As he spoke, Ken became increasingly excited. This isn't just me talking, people online have compared the results of the Hidden Dragon Cup participants from various houses. Our Master Suchin completely crushes the other contestants in every aspect.
From my wise and knowledgeable perspective, Master Suchin will be the champion of the Hidden Dragon Cup in the ancient Qian kingdom, and he will represent
our kingdom to participate in the final competition at the Card Maker Association headquarters.
Ahem. Ken cleared his throat twice, standing tall. On that day, I will accompany him. With my help, he will surely make a name for himself in the alliance and be known across the tribes. Inside the Great Hall, there was a moment of silence, with only Kan's voice echoing. Fengxia took a long time to regain her composure. She stared at Suchin, who was being praised by Ken yet showed no signs of complacency, feeling secretly alarmed. This person might truly be an envoy sent by the prince. After pondering, Fengxia slightly nodded. Why has the Phoenix King sent you here? If this is indeed the prince's intention, then she could only assist. Upon hearing this, Suchin described everything in detail without embellishment. After listening to him, Fengxia and the others showed expressions of surprise. Uniting the 4 veins to help the royal family regain power seemed simple, but in reality, it was far from easy. They lacked a legitimate reason to deal with Elder Fengxiao. Acting rashly against him based solely on his rudeness would leave them vulnerable. This matter requires careful planning. I will first contact the other 4 veins. Yes, the Nirvana ceremony is in 3 days. I will invite the elders of the other 3 veins to join us. To ensure your safety, you should stay here for the next 2 days. After giving her instructions, Fengxia leaned on her cane and walked towards the door. Passing by Kaifeng, she called her to walk together. Seeing this, Kaifeng cast a reassuring glance at Suchin before leaving with her grandmother. The others in the Great Hall also left one by one. Only a middle-aged man remained in the hall, politely saying, esteemed guest, my name is Fengming. I will take you to your resting place. Suchin nodded and smiled. Thank you, Senior Fengming. Fengming responded with a smile, then his expression turned sincere. We were quite neglectful earlier. I apologize. Suchin was momentarily taken aback by his words. After noticing his unusually serious demeanor, he nodded again. If Kaifeng weren't here, he actually had a trump card. Once the divine bow of Shi Yuan was drawn, no one would doubt him. The two traveled in silence until Fengming brought Suchin to a courtyard. The environment here was pleasant, looking quite suitable for living, with only one other similar small courtyard Nearby. Esteemed guest, are you satisfied?
Seeing Su Chen admiring the surroundings, Feng Ming smiled slightly.
The adjacent courtyard was where
little Kai Feng lived. Strictly speaking, this courtyard also belonged to her. However, judging by little Kai Feng's attitude earlier, she shouldn't blame Feng Ming for taking Su Chen here without permission.
Very satisfied, thank you for your trouble, senior.
Su Chen withdrew his gaze from the scenery and nodded in satisfaction. Hearing this, Feng Ming felt relieved and left slowly under the pretext of having matters to attend to.
Su Chen entered the courtyard, intending to wait for Kai Feng to come over, but for some reason, a wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over him, like a tide.
As his consciousness became hazy, he heard a series of frenzied murmurs. Soon after, he felt his awareness begin to plummet.
The murmurs initially sounded very vague, but as his consciousness descended, they gradually became clearer. Gradually, he understood the content of the murmurs. Kid, aren't you coming over yet?
A clear and magnetic voice echoed in his ears.
Su Chen's consciousness jolted awake, realizing he was in a pitch-black space. The only source of light was a vague pavilion not far ahead. In that pavilion sat an extremely indistinct figure, facing away from Su Chen, seemingly enjoying the view. The voice came from his mouth. Kid, aren't you coming over? He kept repeating this phrase. Su Chen
felt a chill run from his feet up his spine, straight to the crown of his head.
Who are you? Watching this bizarre scene with caution, Su Chen
tried to summon a character card in this strange space.
However, no matter how he tried, not a single character card responded to him. His question
seemed to touch upon some kind of rule, and the vague figure in the pavilion slowly turned around, revealing a blurry face covered in feathers. Its mouth opened and closed, releasing a sinister energy that swirled like black mist, rushing towards Su Chen.
Kid, aren't you coming over?
The voice gradually became monotonous, stiff, as if a machine was endlessly repeating a single phrase.
Su Chen's body tensed up, staring at the
black mist energy that was clearly different from the darkness, and began to slowly retreat, his mind racing at that moment.
It was evident that
he had been pulled into a dreamlike space by Yushio. Here, he could not use character cards.
The sinister energy of Yushio appeared in the form
of characters he was familiar with. He could not know what would happen to his consciousness if it were tainted by this sinister energy, but his intuition told him that this was definitely not a good thing.
Realizing this, Su Chen simply turned around and ran into the boundless darkness.
During the process, he occasionally turned back to confirm the position of the black mist energy. Suddenly, he stepped into empty space, and his consciousness began to fall again in an instant. This state was peculiar. He felt himself descending, but he found he could do nothing.
He did not
know how long it had been when the fall of his consciousness suddenly stopped and a hazy light appeared before him. Su Chen focused his gaze, and his expression changed drastically. In the endless ancient city, numerous soldier statues stood guarding the streets of the ancient city as if
watching over something.
The piles of eerie white bones on the street sent chills down his spine.
To Su Chen, these bones were clearly not human.
They were all bizarrely shaped, and just by looking at the skeletons, he could tell they did not belong to any familiar animals, resembling more like the deformed abyss monsters from his impressions.
Could it be this is the abyss within the sinkhole? Has he pulled my consciousness into here?
As this thought flashed through Su Chen's mind, he felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to look back, and the swirling black mist energy had already caught up.
With no time to think, he could only choose to step into the ancient city.
However, as soon as he took a step, he felt a
mountain-like pressure descending upon him.
Looking up, there were no longer any statues in the ancient city, only soldier souls surrounded by a sinister aura, all staring at him, the outsider.
It was as if they would immediately attack if he made any sudden movements. Su Chen felt trapped. Glancing back to see the black mist energy was now just a breath away.
He could only brace himself and take another step, fully entering the ancient
city. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into the imperial tomb?
The sudden question left Su Chen momentarily stunned. He focused his gaze, and among the many soldiers, a tall and robust general stepped forward. Although his features were vague, his eyes were particularly striking.
Amber in color. In a daze, a flash of insight struck Su Chen, and the word slipped out. General Amber. Save me. I am being chased by the evil god. Yushio.
The air fell silent for a few seconds, and Su Chen saw that the general's expression did not change in the slightest. This was clearly inconsistent with the story of the divine General Amber, who was ambushed by abyss monsters and ascenders. After all, if it were really General Amber, hearing the name Yushio would definitely elicit a change in his gaze. Just as Su Chen was pondering this, the Soul General said calmly, "What is pursuing you is not Yushio, but your curse power. The ascender can use the curse as a medium to pull you into the abyss." Su Chen was shocked to hear this and hurriedly asked, "Is this really the abyss?" "Indeed, this is the eternal abyss." The Soul Body General replied calmly, his gaze sharp as a blade, and his tone turned fierce. "If you do not leave quickly, do not disturb the Emperor's deep slumber." In front of the unknown ancient city, the Soul Body General's resonant voice indeed held a certain intimidation. But Su Chen was only momentarily dazed, then curiously
stared into the depths of the ancient city. General, who is the emperor you speak of? If it were the Eastern Qin emperor, that would be astonishing. No comment, outsider.
I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise, your consciousness will be lost in the eternal abyss and you will never escape. The soul-body general warned sternly, turning to return to his ranks. Seeing this, Suchen hurriedly called out to stop him, asking earnestly, General, how do I get out? The soul-body general did not pause, replying, Concentrate your attention, meditate to return to your body.
Upon hearing this, Suchen glanced again into the depths of the ancient city, suppressing his curiosity, then sat down on the ground and entered a meditative state. Before long, just as the soul-body general had said, he felt his presence. At the same time, anxious shouts gradually became clearer. Suchen, wake up, Master Suchen, hurry and wake up.
In the courtyard, the colorful phoenix gently shook the young man, trying to rouse him from his dazed state. The golden fat bird flapped its wings, scattering glimmers of gold that enveloped the young man, restraining the bloodline that was slowly extending from his wrist. I'm fine. Suchen awoke softly, seeing the anxious expressions of the person and the bird. He comforted them in a low voice. Are you sure? The colorful phoenix took out a mirror and held it in front of Suchen. In the mirror, the young man had hair as white as snow, and on his unusually youthful face, the vertical lines on his forehead were flickering continuously, as if dispelling something. The phoenix affection pattern has an automatic effect of dispelling evil and misfortune. If it weren't for this, even if song, and I arrived in time, who knows if you would be dead, or alive. As she spoke, the colorful phoenix's voice grew softer, then gradually louder. The scenic consultant of the Ruins Management Bureau deceived me. They didn't actually cure you, only restrained it, right? Suchen looked up at her, sensing her concern, and shook his head slightly. I came here to solve this problem. The issue of the curse was indeed pressing. He had originally thought that by connecting with the character card he could effectively suppress the curse. In fact, he had been too optimistic. As the fortune teller deepened the curse, his situation was now far from optimistic. Do you want to increase your lifespan through nirvana? The colorful phoenix frowned slightly. The nirvana ritual of the true phoenix clan is protected by the power of the ancestral phoenix. Even outsiders without true phoenix blood can undergo nirvana. The difference is that for these individuals, nirvana is more about the tempering of the nirvana flames. By using the tempering of the nirvana flames to eliminate impurities in the body and then nourishing the body with the vitality of the nirvana flames, it can indeed achieve the effect of extending lifespan. Is there a problem? Just as Suchen was about to get up, he felt utterly exhausted, a wave of weakness washing over him. The nirvana ritual is fine, but you have a serious problem right now. The colorful phoenix helped him up, supporting him as they walked into the room and sat him on the bed. Your curse, for some unknown reason, has suddenly deepened. If Sonya and I hadn't arrived in time, you would probably have become a dried corpse by now. But even though we saved you, the depletion in your body is quite severe. I don't know how the Ruins Management Bureau compensates for this depletion. Do you know? Suchen was momentarily stunned, the face of the director flashing through his mind. The vitality that has been lost, I cannot help you recover. You only have about 2 years left. If you don't want to die, you need to find a way to replenish your lifespan. Ordinary vitality can no longer be effective for you. The director's words from that day echoed in his ears once more. Suchen shook his head, calmly saying, I don't know, but ordinary vitality cannot make up for my loss. This curse of his was indeed extraordinary. The only thing that can be certain is that if he really can't hold on any longer, he can only hide in the great wasteland realm. Because there, he would feel no weakness at all. The power of the wood god could completely allow him to ignore the negative effects brought by the curse. But staying in the great wasteland realm indefinitely is clearly not an option. He must find a way to resolve the curse issue. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Are you going back now? Kai Feng moved a stool over and sat down, staring at him with a hint of tension in her eyes. Let them help take a look? Suchen, upon hearing this, looked elsewhere and said, I can't go back. I'm being targeted by Yu Xiao. If I go back now, the situation might get even worse. That's really strange. Why is the curse deepening? While you're here? Kai Feng narrowed her eyes, her brows furrowed. The Wasteland Management Bureau had let him hide here, which meant they were sure that the curse wouldn't worsen. In other words, even if it couldn't make up for the loss of Suchen's lifespan, at least it could maintain the status quo. So why has it suddenly deteriorated? The Ascendant can use the curse as a medium to pull you into the abyss. The words of the soul-body general flashed through his mind. Suchen's lips curled slightly as he looked at the puzzled Kai Feng and said, Master, I understand. Connecting the known clues, he quickly thought of someone. Can you say who it is? Kai Feng stared at him intently, her tone serious. If she wasn't mistaken, there was an Ascendant hidden within the Phoenix Wasteland. I know too. Can't stand being ignored, can flapped its wings, shaking its head proudly. Kai Feng shot it a glance, staring it into closing its beak, not daring to say more. Recently, it had discovered that little Kai Feng's temper was getting bigger, and it didn't know why. Looking at the pair of them, Su Chen found it somewhat amusing, then straightened his expression and said, Feng Xiao has a problem. The true Phoenix clan is indeed exclusive, but it wouldn't target him, an outsider, for no reason. This was evident from Feng Heng's changing attitude. But Feng Xiao was completely different. This person seemed to have only one goal from the beginning, to kill him. At that time, he was puzzled as to why Feng Xiao was so intent on targeting him. Now it seemed that Feng Xiao was most likely an ascendant, or even possibly an incarnation of the fortune teller. Are you sure? Upon hearing the name Feng Xiao, Kai Feng's expression grew even more serious. If it were someone else, she would think it was easy to handle, but if it were Feng Xiao, then it would be a big problem. The actual controller of the true Phoenix clan was currently Feng Xiao. If this person was disguised as an ascendant, then the problem they faced would be very tricky. I'm sure. When I was in disguise, I saw a wave of misfortune surrounding him. Now that I think about it, he has a big problem. Recalling the scene at that time, Su Chen's brows furrowed. This ascendant's method of concealing his aura was even more sophisticated than that of Tian Fu. Using the aura of misfortune to cover the aura of the evil god and then letting many true Phoenix clan members be infected as well. This way, even if someone noticed something unusual, it would be hard to think in that direction. I'll take you to meet someone. Kai Feng suddenly nodded, squatting down with her back to him. Get on. Su Chen's eyelids twitched as he looked up, and Ken was staring at them with a peculiar expression. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, reached out to hook her neck, and leaned down to whisper, Who are we going to see? Kai Feng's jade face flushed slightly, then she regained her composure. Your Highness, I saw her in the back mountain just now. The winding path led deep into the back mountain. The environment here was secluded, looking as if it had rarely been tended to, with weeds growing vigorously on both sides. The sound of flowing water came from the end of the road, approaching from afar, giving a sense of joy at an unexpected encounter. Following this sound and continuing forward for about 100 meters, the view suddenly opened up. Before them was a pavilion, with a mountain spring flowing into the adjacent bamboo grove. Su Chen steadied his gaze, his sword-like brows slightly furrowed. He saw a woman standing in the pavilion, dressed in the same style as Feng Lin, exuding unparalleled grace. However, the color of that garment was not maple red, but a kind of indescribable pale black. To Su Chen, it felt as if something had shed its rightful color, becoming a distorted gray in memory, like a shadow. Your Highness, I did not recognize you just now, please forgive me. Kai Feng earnestly bowed, and upon seeing Su Chen still standing in place, she couldn't help but cast a puzzled glance. Su Chen shook his head at her, took a few steps forward, and fixed his gaze on the silent woman, stating firmly, You are not His Highness, who are you? The feeling that Feng Lin gave him was one of having experienced the passage of time, a sense of worldly indifference. The woman before him, however, felt completely different. She glanced at the two of them and said lightly, Shadow. Kai Feng was taken aback, her expression serious. You are His Highness's Fenging. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's brows slightly raised. Fenging was a term exclusive to the true Phoenix clan. Compared to other long-lived races, the longevity of the true Phoenix clan required continuous rebirth to maintain. It is said that after a certain number of rebirths, a Fenging would be born from a member of the true Phoenix clan. This is an extremely peculiar existence, attached to the main body yet possessing independent thought. Generally speaking, members of the true Phoenix clan would eliminate their own Fenging, as the existence of a Fenging consumes their spiritual power. Most importantly, Fenging typically do not heed the main body's commands, making it somewhat dangerous to keep a Fenging nearby. The fact that Feng Lin's Fenging still existed was truly incredible. That is not important, you have come to find me for a reason. Shadow stepped to the edge of the pavilion, quietly gazing at the two, her calm voice carrying an affirmative tone. Kai Feng hesitated for a moment, looking at the contemplative Su Chen, wanting to seek his opinion. Speak. She was sent by His Highness. After some thought, Su Chen nodded to Kai Feng. The main body was aware of the existence of Fenging, and since Shadow could exist, it indicated that Feng Lin had intentionally left her behind. Seeing this, Kai Feng turned to Shadow and detailed their speculations and evidence. After an unknown amount of time, a mountain breeze swept through the pavilion, and Shadow's voice followed. I am already aware of this matter. You may rest assured and prepare for the rebirth ceremony. The rest, I will handle. With that, Shadow glanced at the two, and like a gust of wind, she vanished without a trace. The pavilion fell silent for a while, and Su Chen came back to his senses, exchanging glances with Kai Feng, both nodding slightly, feeling a bit of the weight lift from their hearts. Dealing with an ascendant being was still too much for the two of them at their current abilities. With Feng Lin's Fenging agreeing to help, at least there was an added layer of assurance. In Feng City, in a secluded courtyard, Feng Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion appearing in them. That kid's curse was clearly just a step away from causing his sudden death. But for some reason, no matter how he borrowed the power of the Feather Decay deity, he could not make the curse fully erupt. This is truly bizarre. Feng Xiao slowly rose, murmuring to himself. The last person who made him feel this way was Chang Kong Wan Qian, who established the once mighty Dong Qian Empire, drawing all races to pay homage. Even after being confirmed dead, he still felt a chill, because he simply did not believe that such a powerful person would suddenly die. After all, even curses could not harm that person. Lost in thought, Feng Xiao took out an ancient copper coin that he hadn't used in a long time and casually tossed it to the ground. Clang! The ancient copper coin trembled continuously on the smooth stone before finally coming to a stop. Just one glance, and Feng Xiao's expression changed drastically. The divination showed that he was undoubtedly doomed. But how could this be possible? He had not exposed himself until now. The subsequent plan did not require him to take action, as he had already prepared everything. With such a favorable situation, why was it a certain death? Feng Xiao thought to himself, picking up several ancient copper coins and tossing them again. This time, the divination showed great fortune. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. That's more like it, the advantage is mine. 2 days later, in Feng City. In the Feng Royal Palace, the elders of the True Phoenix 9 Veins gathered one by one. This year is really lively. Those who haven't come for a while are all here. The middle-aged man standing behind Feng Xiao wore a fake smile, squinting as he scanned the other 4 factions led by Feng Xia. Do I need your Feng Shan's permission to come or not? Feng Xia leaned on her cane, staring at Feng Xiao as she spoke. Could it be that you're feeling guilty, hiding something you don't want us to see? As soon as she finished speaking, the elder beside Feng Xia stroked his long beard and said, Sister Feng Xia, in my humble opinion, Feng Xiao must have something to hide, otherwise, why would he target our young friend Su Chen? Upon hearing this, everyone in the Great Hall turned to look at the young man standing behind Feng Xia. Facing their gazes, Su Chen stepped forward, first bowing to the Feng King on the throne, then looking at Feng Xiao with a smile. Elder Feng Xiao, is Brother Li here today? Should I get him to prove something for you? Feng Xiao's closed eyes slightly opened, gazing at Su Chen with a calm tone. Young man, one must be low-key to live a long life. Elder Feng Xiao, let me tell you this, if you want to keep something from others, you must not do it yourself. After saying this, Su Chen stepped back behind Feng Xia. Watching this scene, Feng Xiao felt a surge of killing intent in his heart but suppressed it. The divination was very auspicious, as long as he remained steady. He would not lose. The upcoming Nirvana ceremony was the disaster for the true Feng clan. He might not be able to kill that person's daughter, but he could completely destroy her ancestral land. Feng King, everyone is here, we can start the Nirvana ceremony now. With this thought, Feng Xiao looked at the Feng King on the throne, feeling a sense of anticipation rise within him. Decades of planning would culminate today. Soon, he would see his masterpiece. Well, everyone, due to the Nirvana Fire Phoenix, the number of participants in this Nirvana ceremony is very limited. Therefore, I decree that the card housing the Nirvana Fire Phoenix be returned to Sir Su Chen, allowing him to release the Nirvana Fire Phoenix in the Nirvana realm. This way, perhaps the marginalized clansmen will have a chance to become favored ones during the Nirvana ceremony and undergo Nirvana. As soon as the Feng King finished speaking, Feng Xiao smiled and chimed in. Feng King, this is a brilliant idea. Truly, heaven was helping him. The more people there were, the more intense the power of the dead phoenix would erupt. Hearing this, the Feng King also smiled. Then it's settled. Saying this, she slowly stood up, revealing her faded garments behind her. However, no one noticed, as the others were continuously walking out of the Great Hall. In Feng City, the Blue Stone Square was packed with people. As the participants from each faction gathered for the Nirvana ceremony, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. The one responsible for hosting the ceremony was an elderly man with white hair and beard. He glanced at the people from each faction, his gaze lingering on some foreigners. Especially on Su Chen, he stared for a full 30 seconds. Once he withdrew his gaze, his expression became serious as he walked to the center of the square. There stood a stone tablet as tall as an adult, inscribed with intricate phoenix patterns that looked extraordinarily mysterious. Su Chen observed carefully. Thanks to Bai Zai's talent, he understood the meaning of these phoenix patterns. That ancestral phoenix roams far and wide, returning to immortality, its body perishing to enter the Nirvana realm. Those of its bloodline may receive its legacy and blessings. Non-bloodline individuals may also cleanse the dust of their bodies, be reborn, and ascend to immortality. Those entering the Nirvana realm must remember the grace of the ancestral phoenix and show respect. Ancestral phoenix. Su Chen fell into deep thought, a look of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. As far as he knew, this ancestral phoenix was no ordinary being. Players had once gathered related tasks in the forum, ultimately reaching a shocking conclusion. The so-called ancestral phoenix existed in many desolate realms. According to the official setting, the ancestral phoenix in these many desolate realms was actually the same one. Some were merely energy projections belonging to it, not truly existing in those realms. So, the question arose, was the ancestral phoenix recorded on this stone tablet an energy projection similar to a clone, or was it the true body of the ancestral phoenix? During Su Chen's contemplation, the elder in charge of the ceremony recited an obscure and difficult prayer, and the phoenix patterns on the stone tablet lit up one after another. An indescribable wave of terror spread out. Immediately after, under the gaze of countless people, the stone tablet shone brilliantly, shooting a beam of light straight into the sky. A clear and bright phoenix cry echoed through the clouds. Boom! The beam suddenly widened and grew larger, forming the size of a door. Enter in an orderly manner, the elders shouted, and the participants began to step into the space that the light beam led to in an orderly fashion. Let's go, they reminded from the side. And Su Chen nodded, stepping inside. Before entering, he deliberately glanced at Feng Xiao, only to find the latter's gaze cold and sinister, as if looking at a corpse. However, the shadow that knew his background did not appear, and Su Chen could only suppress his doubts. Crackle! As soon as he stepped into the beam, a gust of hot wind rushed towards him. Su Chen looked around, and the red volcanoes stretched endlessly, forming a magnificent mountain range. In the center of this mountain range lay a gigantic skeleton. This skeleton shimmered with colors clearly not real bones but solidified energy. The entire space was filled with an inexplicable pressure, making it impossible to fly, only able to walk. This is the ancestral phoenix energy skeleton. All the energy needed for the entire Nirvana realm's distant transfer comes from it, introduced beside him, her eyes also filled with astonishment. It was the first time she had seen such a spectacular scene, having only heard about it from her grandmother before. Su Chen nodded slightly, took out the illusion, and was about to attempt to summon the Nirvana Flame Phoenix when his expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Everyone, don't approach the ancestral phoenix energy skeleton." Those who heard him stopped in confusion. However, some not only did not stop but instead quickened their pace towards the ancestral phoenix energy skeleton. Stop him! Su Chen shouted while chasing. Those close to that person intended to act, but they were all frightened by the person's crimson eyes and dared not make a move. By the time Su Chen gritted his teeth and caught up, the person had already reached the ancestral phoenix energy skeleton, turned to face the crowd, and revealed a stiff and sinister smile. All of you, die. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick black mist flew out from his body, rushing towards the true phoenix energy skeleton. A clear cry. Su Chen timely summoned the Nirvana Flame Phoenix to rush over, but not only did he fail to stop it, but it also allowed the black mist to make contact with the ancestral phoenix energy skeleton even faster. In an instant, under the terrified gazes of the crowd, the black mist rapidly enveloped the entire ancestral phoenix energy skeleton. Boom! As if triggering some mechanism, the ancestral phoenix energy skeleton erupted with terrifying energy. Su Chen had no time to dodge and was sent flying by this terrifying energy. But before he could react, cracks appeared all around the space. This Nirvana realm could not withstand the energy explosion of the ancestral phoenix energy skeleton and was on the verge of collapse. Su Chen, hurry! As everyone rushed towards the exit, ran up to help Su Chen and also rushed towards the exit. But as soon as they stepped out of the Nirvana realm, everyone despaired to find that this was completely another place. The hazy sun in the sky was absurdly large, and the sprawling mountains soared into the clouds, with no top in sight. The black forest they were in was eerily quiet, with a faint black mist surrounding them, and the sunlight could not penetrate it at all. This is a dead zone, someone exclaimed, pointing at the blackened skeleton under the black ancient tree, their face showing fear. The crowd followed his gaze and couldn't help but feel a chill. From the exposed roots of that black ancient tree, it seemed that the ground was filled with blackened skeletons. Many people immediately began to dig at the ground with their feet. The fluffy black soil was easily kicked away, revealing the truth beneath the thin layer of mud. Skeletons, countless skeletons, all piled up beneath their feet, becoming the nutrients for these black trees to grow. This was clearly not a good place. Boom! The exit of the Nirvana realm suddenly made a collapsing sound. The crowd looked over, their faces turning extremely pale, as the spatial barrier of the Nirvana realm had already been shattered by the energy of the ancestral phoenix energy skeleton. The place they were in had already merged with the realm of Nirvana. It should be noted that this was a dead zone, and what would happen next was beyond their imagination. Ah! My hand! Poison! This mist is poisonous! My foot! It hurts so much! Help me! Help me! Don't touch anything here! The members of the Jinfeng tribe on the outer edge suddenly fell ill, their faces covered by a wave of black mist, their bodies permeated with the aura of death. Those who had come into contact with the black soil or touched the black trees showed even more severe symptoms. Their hands and feet were gradually rotting, revealing white bones that were starting to turn black. The Jinfeng tribe members in the inner circle, witnessing this scene, were filled with terror. What kind of toxin was this that even their bodies could not withstand? Help! Save us! I don't want to die! Please save us! We beg you! Feeling the approach of death, the crowd infected by this inexplicable aura of death turned to their fellow tribesmen for help. But in the face of the scene before them, what could they do but watch helplessly as their kin struggled in pain? Some even summoned flames, preparing to drive away the suffering for them. Stop! I can save them! The sudden voice drew everyone's attention. Looking at this scene, the helpless Kai Feng gazed at Su Chen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a strange light, yet she still worriedly said, "Don't overexert yourself." The mist gave her the impression that it was not poison, but rather some kind of death aura. Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled slightly at her. "Sister Kai Feng, this is the great wilderness." As he spoke, Su Chen pinched a card between his fingers and stepped forward, his expression calm and I am the god of the great wilderness. And I am the god of the great wilderness. His plain voice neither emphasized a single word nor raised its volume intentionally. Yet, for some reason, everyone sensed an absolute confidence in it. Then, under their gaze, everything seemed to fall into place. A gust of spring breeze blew from where everyone stood, spreading outwards. In an instant, the thick fog dissipated, and the weather turned clear. On the black soil, one after another, energy-formed blue lotuses emerged, absorbing all the dense aura of death and transforming it into another pure life force. The towering black trees, encountering this life force, withered as if struck by poison, turning into dry wood in a moment. Those who had just been wailing felt their rotting wounds as if covered with a divine medicine, cool and refreshing. In a daze, everyone felt as if they were bathed in divine radiance. They looked up to see Su Chen standing in midair, the enormous sun becoming his backdrop. At that moment, he resembled a true deity, his demeanor gentle yet commanding, impossible to gaze upon directly. The great wilderness. The new wood god. The knowledgeable outsiders in the crowd stared intently at Su Chen in the air, their eyes filled with disbelief. No wonder the West Queen Mother of the great wilderness had searched the world for the new wood god. With such power, it was no exaggeration to seek him out. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. A great kindness that we will never forget. Your Excellency, Feng Ying's life is at your command. Without a second thought. Your Excellency, we are willing to go through fire and water for you. This kindness will be remembered in our hearts, never to be forgotten. While others were still in shock, those saved from the outer circle bowed deeply, their expressions filled with gratitude. Su Chen descended from the air, smiling slightly. There's no need for such formality. It was just a small effort. He finally understood why Ying had allowed them to enter without stopping them. In the end, Feng Xiao had deceived a member of the Jinfeng tribe, causing the ancestral Phoenix's remains to stir, merging the realm of Nirvana with this treacherous land of the great wilderness. And with the old entrances and exits of the realm of Nirvana rendered ineffective, the Jinfeng would inevitably seek to open new ones. This way, not only would the realm of Nirvana merge with the great wilderness, but even the Phoenix ruins would also merge with it. As long as the plan went smoothly, the death aura of this treacherous land would surely spread throughout the entire Phoenix ruins. Feng Zhao's scheme was intricately connected, undeniably malicious. Su Chen, do you know that exposing yourself is very dangerous? If Kai Feng approached, glancing around and lowering her voice to remind him, the identity of the new wood god in the great wilderness seemed to be full of glory, but the hidden crises behind it were not few at all. The West Queen Mother of the great wilderness, ambitious as she was, would have many followers in their world once she learned of Su Chen's true identity. With Su Chen being so high profile, he would inevitably face targeting. Sister Kai Feng, I've already been exposed, Su Chen said, looking towards the horizon with a serious expression. What do you mean? Kai Feng asked, puzzled, focusing her gaze only to see the brilliant colorful clouds at the edge of the sky, beautiful beyond the mundane. The sun told me that we are already surrounded, Su Chen replied calmly, then asked everyone to gather near the ancestral phoenix's remains. Kai Feng followed closely, questioning, surrounded by whom? Su Chen suddenly stopped, blocking her behind him, gazing at the floating colorful clouds in the sky, and smiled faintly. The West Queen Mother, long time no see. Whoosh! The colorful clouds suddenly dispersed, revealing a woman riding in a phoenix chariot entering the sight of the crowd. Accompanied by celestial birds and strange beasts, extraordinary figures followed, with Kunlun slaves of various appearances and statures, arranged in formation, exuding a fierce aura. As the colorful clouds parted, they floated beneath this imposing group, making them appear otherworldly. Ethereal celestial sounds carried a sense of aloofness. New wood god, this time there will be no DE to help you, the West Queen Mother on the Phoenix chariot slowly stood up, gazing at Su Chen with surprise in her eyes. Originally intending to seize the ancestral Phoenix's remains, she did not expect to gain an unexpected harvest. Perhaps this was fate, requiring her to capture the new wood god and incorporate him into her plans. In this way, the integration of the great wilderness and that realm would be imminent. She would be able to completely break free from the constraints of the great wilderness's rules and advance further. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled meaningfully. West Queen Mother, how do you know that Senior DE isn't hiding in the shadows? Before the words fell, the West Queen Mother had just wanted to distance herself from the Phoenix chariot but suddenly reacted. She looked at the smiling young man below and coldly said, New wood god, I will give you one more chance to serve me, and I can spare your life. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Su Chen, secretly alarmed. They could see that the West Queen Mother before them was not someone they could contend with. Once both sides tore their masks off, the battle would be without suspense. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Su Chen smiled calmly. West Queen Mother, I also give you one last chance to submit to me. I will make you my top dog, living as long as the heavens, never withering. As these words fell, the venue fell silent. Whether it was the participants of the Nirvana ceremony or the many followers of the West Queen Mother, they looked at the disrespectful Su Chen, shocked. Good, very good. The West Queen Mother, enraged, sat back on the Phoenix chariot, her gaze icy and piercing. She waved her hand and commanded, "Shi Long, capture him for me." "Yes, Queen Mother." Shi Long flew out from the back, staring at Su Chen below, a hint of brutality flashing in his eyes. He opened his mouth wide, spewing out several streams of scorching breath, attacking the crowd like fireballs. Su Chen stood still, his thoughts slightly moving, energy like blue lotuses spreading all over him, continuously extending to form a domain. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs splitting in the air were detonated. By the blue lotuses extending into the sky, even the aftermath was swallowed, failing to threaten those below. Shi Long glanced back at the West Queen Mother, secretly thinking it was not good. This kid was from that realm. As long as he faced this kid, under the constraints of the great wilderness's rules, his realm had to remain consistent with this kid's. But the problem arose. This kid already knew how to use divine power and employed the wood god's authority to counterattack, making his chances of defeating this kid nearly zero. Waste. The West Queen Mother reacted, coldly scolding, and then waved her hand again. "Shen Nu, Tungshi, Kong Yz, Jin Shan, capture the new wood god for me." As her voice fell, a celestial aura floated as a woman flew to Qi Long's side. A flying snake with 6 wings, flicking its tongue, coldly stared at Su Chen. The hollow locust tree, covered in withered vines, stood in the air, indifferent to Su Chen. A golden toad grew larger in the wind, its abdomen slightly bulging, and its entire being suddenly radiated danger. Watching this scene, Su Chen maintained his smile and, in front of the Queen Mother of the West, drew 2 cards. "What a coincidence, I happen to have 2 helpers as well." As he spoke, Su Chen casually threw the 2 cards into the air, transforming them into 2 figures. One was as white as snow, wings spread, hovering in the air, with eyes full of wisdom that seemed to see through everything. The other shone with golden light, cradling the true fire of the sun, as unapproachable as the sun itself. The appearance of these 2 figures made the atmosphere in the arena tense and charged. Just as the onlookers thought a great battle was about to ensue, the attendants sent by the Queen Mother hesitated, not daring to move. The ethereal Shen Nu, gazing at the white beast figure, tensed up, not daring to act. The 6-winged Tang snake's cold gaze suddenly became clear. The golden toad's bulging abdomen deflated like a punctured ball, losing all its earlier momentum. The hollow locust tree, covered in withered vines, darted its eyes, even avoiding direct contact with the white beast figure. In its eyes, a brutal red dragon suddenly awakened, slowly opening its mouth to utter 2 words. Bai Zhe. As this name was called out, an invisible breeze swept through the arena. Bai Zhe spread his wings, riding the wind, and, under Su Chen's astonished gaze, flew to a height equal to that of the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother, feeling threatened, fixed her gaze on Bai Zhe, anger flashing in her eyes. "It's you, Bai Zhe, Golden Crow. You dare to deceive me." The furious shout received no response. The sun in the sky seemed eternal, unable to respond to anyone. The Queen Mother tightened her grip on the ends of her phoenix chariot, her voice icy cold. "Bai Zhe, do you wish to oppose me?" She understood everything. No wonder her flawless plan had failed. It turned out this all-knowing Bai Zhe was behind it. This kid's rise to become the new wood god was likely connected to him. Now, he even divided his spirit to descend upon this kid's card. All these actions indicated that Bai Zhe had been watching her every move from the shadows. "Queen Mother, you jest. Bai Zhe is merely a beast of the wild. How could he dare to oppose you? It's just that this kid has a connection with Bai Zhe. I hope the Queen Mother will give Bai Zhe some face and not hold it against him." Bai Zhe's voice was clear and magnetic, making one unconsciously believe him. Su Chen focused his gaze. Aside from the Queen Mother, all her attendants had almost lost their hostility. At that moment, Su Chen showed a strange expression. In the great wilderness, he had hardly used the Bai Zhe card, and now it seemed he had complicated matters. However, this last golden crow was indeed well hidden. It appeared to stand with the Queen Mother, but in reality, it was an undercover agent. He, not holding it against him? The Queen Mother laughed in anger. She hadn't even pursued his schemes yet. Yet he wanted her to let this kid go first. Suppressing all her anger, the Queen Mother maintained a blank expression. "Bai Zhe, what if I don't give you face?" Since she started taking action, she had never fallen twice on the same person. This new wood god was the first. If word got out, how would the beings of the great wilderness view her? The Queen Mother of Kunlun, who shook the great wilderness, defeated by the new wood god twice? Queen Mother, Bai Zhe knows the place where the candle dragon fell, the resting place of the heavenly Emperor. If you think these 2 are easier to deal with than him, then Bai Zhe has nothing to say. Saying this, Bai Zhe flew to one side. "You can take action yourself. Bai Zhe is far away and cannot intervene." Upon hearing Bai Zhe's words, the Queen Mother appeared calm on the surface, but inside, she was like a stormy sea. The creator god Candle Dragon and the heavenly Emperor Dijun, she could not provoke either. "Queen Mother, the new wood god is a good person. I beg you, please don't harm him, okay?" The smallest of the 3 Qing birds flew in front of the Queen Mother, tears in her eyes. Almost as soon as she spoke, the other attendants also began to persuade her, providing ample support. Hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West looked down at Su Chen and said lightly, I can choose not to kill him, but I must deal with the ancestral phoenix's energy.
Queen Mother of the West, let me remind you, this energy is too vast for you to control. If you accidentally awaken the remnants of Zhu Long or the consciousness of Emperor Jun. Bai Zai's words trailed off. The Queen Mother of the West shot him a fierce glare, her figure flashing to the ancestral phoenix's energy, extending her delicate hand to begin absorbing the energy. After a moment, she released her hand, coldly glanced at Su Chen, and returned to her phoenix chariot. Return. With a calm command, the Queen Mother's phoenix chariot was once again enveloped by colorful clouds and headed into the distance. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at Bai Zai in the air, curious. Senior Bai Zai, you. The spiritual light continuously overflowing from Bai Zai coalesced into a card that fell into Su Chen's hand. Looking back at Bai Zai, he had already become a phantom, as if he would disappear at any moment. Then, he deeply looked at Su Chen and vanished before everyone's eyes, leaving only his voice echoing in Su Chen's ear. Would God, I cannot stop the Queen Mother of the West, her plan is already more than halfway successful. I know that you are planning to ally with the major clans to resist the Queen Mother of the West, but as far as I know, the Queen Mother of the West has also allied with many forces. If things go awry, I can only ask you to go to the place where Zhu Long fell and awaken the remnants of Zhu Long, to stop the Queen Mother. Before that, strengthen yourself, that place is a dead zone, extremely perilous. After hearing this, Su Chen looked down at the Bai Zai card in his hand, lost in thought. Zhu Long, after all, was the creator god of the great wilderness. According to the game's setting, he fell due to a plot after battling the heavenly Emperor Jun, and his lingering resentment turned the place of his fall into a dead zone. There, order was inverted. The universe was turned upside down, and the environment was extremely harsh. Attempting to venture there was essentially a matter of life and death. Most importantly, he would ultimately have to face the irrational, hate-filled remnants of Zhu Long. It would be impossible to fight, he could only outsmart them. He had to find Zhu Long's descendant Gu, and go there with him to have a chance to awaken Zhu Long. Is there anything else? Seeing Su Chen in a daze, silent for a long time, the phoenix's eyes flashed with a hint of worry. She could tell that the real Bai Zai had said something to Su Chen before leaving. What could it be? Even he had to furrow his brow? It's nothing, just thinking about some trivial matters. Su Chen came back to his senses and gave the phoenix a reassuring smile. Facing something like Zhu Long, if he didn't explain clearly, it would be hard for the phoenix to understand. And those who understood, like De and Quafu, would definitely not allow him to take risks. But as Bai Zai said, even if the external countries and the clans of the great wilderness allied against the Queen Mother of the West, there was no absolute certainty. This Queen Mother of the West could even use ascendants. The hidden forces behind her were likely formidable. If it weren't for Bai Zai today, he might have truly stumbled, because no matter how powerful the shadow was, it could not have predicted that this phoenix owl had actually allied with the Queen Mother of the West. Crack! A strange sound suddenly came from the edge of the ancestral phoenix's energy. A passage is being opened outside. We can get out. But if that's the case, the phoenix ruins in here. This side isn't bad either. Getting to know other races, I think that's also good. The place where the spiritual light burst forth, the barriers of space, were slowly appearing cracks. Perhaps it was because the Nirvana realm originally belonged to the Phoenix Ruins. After merging with the Great Wilderness, its barriers had not been strengthened. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, a passage to the outside world was formed, but no one dared to step out. On their own, one by one, they looked at the composed Su Chen. Then I'll go out first. Seeing them like this, Su Chen took the initiative and stepped forward. At the passage, he held his breath, his eyes hiding the pride of the phoenix owl, calmly glancing this way. However, it was precisely this glance that made his pride vanish into thin air. He stared intently at the young man walking out of the passage with a faint smile, his heart churning like a storm, unable to calm down. How is this possible? How could this be? What on earth is that West Queen Mother doing? Why did she leave a survivor, and why not a true Feng clan member? Elder Fengxiao, are you disappointed? Looking at Su Chen, who walked out of the passage, and hearing his teasing words, Fengxiao's expression remained unchanged as his hand quietly slipped into his sleeve. Su Chen seemed completely oblivious, stepping steadily towards Fengxiao. As the two were less than 3 steps apart, Fengxiao's gaze sharpened, and the hand hidden in his sleeve suddenly shot out, transforming into a black hand, covered in sharp feathers, lunging at Su Chen. Swoosh! The tip of the sharp feather pierced into Su Chen's heart, and crimson blood gushed out instantly, staining his green robe. Taking you away isn't a loss. Fengxiao grinned savagely, quickly retracting his hand and turning to look at the shocked crowd, narrowing his eyes. Changkong Fenglin, I know you're here, why don't you come out and see me? Swoosh! A long spear made of energy suddenly attacked from behind Fengxiao, piercing directly through his heart. He looked down in disbelief, seeing the faint gray at the spear tip and the putrid black blood, a surge of rage swelling in his heart. He reached out to grab the energy spear, veins bulging on his forehead, a blurry phantom appearing above his head. Ugh! After a furious roar, he forcibly tore the spear apart, unable to maintain the Fengxiao form any longer, transforming into a monster covered in pitch-black feathers. Damn it!
He crushed the energy spear into scraps, turning to glare fiercely at the unharmed Su Chen.
His shadow unmistakably
maintained the posture of holding a spear.
Strangely, Su Chen himself just stood there, looking contemplative. Good, good, good. The monster repeated 3
times, scanning the surrounding elders, its black feathers gradually tightening, revealing a sinister smile.
Your Highness is indeed calculating, hiding in
his shadow, making me walk into a trap.
Su Chen was slightly startled by the words,
looking down to see that his shadow had already split into 2. One was undoubtedly his own, but the other was clearly Ying. Under Su Chen's gaze, Ying slowly detached from his shadow, transforming into Feng Lin's form, exuding
an extreme aura of danger.
She stared at the feathered monster and said lightly, "Diviner, where is Feng Shao?"
Ha ha ha, I won't tell you. The diviner
laughed heartily, but the anger in his eyes burned fiercely, wishing he could tear everyone apart on the spot. Yet, he was not skilled in combat. How could
he possibly contend with her shadow?
He only regretted not being cautious enough in encountering this troublesome kid.
Swoosh! The diviner's laughter abruptly stopped, and the crowd didn't even see how Ying made her move.
A phantom flashed by, and the diviner completely lost his life, his body collapsing forward, dying with his eyes wide open. Elders of all clans, enter the Nirvana realm and maintain order. The Nirvana ceremony continues.
Su Chen, come with me.
Ying issued her command decisively, and the elders dared not disobey, obediently heading into the passage.
Su Chen followed Ying into the palace
of the Feng King. After confirming that no one was around, Ying turned to stare at him, her gaze seeming to penetrate his heart.
What did Bai Zhe tell you?
Su Chen's heart trembled, but he maintained a calm exterior. Princess Ying, he said he has high hopes for me and told me to work hard, promising to
give me benefits in the future.
Ying shot him a glance, her tone unruffled.
Su Chen, do you believe what you just said?
Bai Zhe had discovered her, yet still made a move, clearly intending to make Su Chen owe him a favor, so he could later ask Su Chen for help. These hidden divine beasts of the great wilderness
knew many secrets and always operated in that manner. First, they give benefits, then they can command others. Princess Ying, I truly didn't deceive
you. This wooden deity was indeed a gift from Senior Bai Zhe. Su Chen's eyes were sincere, his voice serious, as if pleading for her to believe him. How
could he possibly bring up such matters?
It concerned the Candle Dragon and the creator god of the great wilderness. If even a hint of information leaked, he would face endless troubles.
He is using you, you know?
Seeing Su Chen still hiding the truth, Ying had no choice but to patiently explain.
Su Chen was
someone the main body had high hopes for, and he seemed to have some connection with that person. She couldn't just stand by and watch him being used.
Stepping into a dead end.
A task involving such an existence was undoubtedly a matter of life and death. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart, and then said seriously, Your Highness Ying, while Bai Zhe certainly has his own motives for using me, I truly need his help.
Without Bai Zhe, he wouldn't
inherit the powers of the wood god and become the new wood god.
Therefore, saving De Yi would naturally be out of the question. The plan of the West Queen Mother would proceed incredibly smoothly.
Perhaps he could convince himself to stand by and respect the fate of the great wilderness.
But what then? Was what the West Queen Mother wanted really just as simple as the great wilderness?
If he guessed correctly, the West Queen Mother's true target was the world
they inhabited. After dealing with the great wilderness, the next would be their world. By then, disaster would still descend. Without any help, where would they go?
For his past self, this might have been just a game, but for his current self, this was already his place of life.
And every realm ultimately
shared a fate closely tied to the place he lived, because these realms would eventually merge with the main world, connecting with it.
When that time came,
they would have no reason and no choice but to stand by and watch. Sensing his determination, a hint of admiration flickered in Ying's eyes.
I understand your resolve, but I just want to remind you that individual power is ultimately limited. Since you regard me as your support, I have the right to be responsible for you. Hearing this, Su Chen looked into Ying's calm eyes and nodded slightly.
After hesitating for a moment, he recounted everything Bai Zhe had said. After listening, Ying's expression became slightly serious. Although she didn't know what type of divine beast Bai Zhe was from the wary gaze of the West Queen Mother and the aura emanating from Bai Zhe, she could tell that Bai Zhe was not only powerful but also knew many secrets. But why would such an existence choose Su Chen, who even dared not step into that place? Unable to understand, Ying could only conclude that Su Chen himself was very special. This was someone who could pique the interest of the main body and repeatedly thwart the schemes of the fortune teller. His innate talent was also sufficiently
outstanding, not much weaker than the main body back then.
With this thought, Ying had made up her mind.
She looked at Su Chen, who was gazing at her, and
said calmly, Go participate in the Nirvana ceremony, help those people become favored ones of the Phoenix, and afterward, I will give you Phoenix materials.
Su Chen was delighted to hear this but did not move. Instead, he shamelessly asked, Your Highness Ying, do you have any tokens from the realms of the great wilderness?
Ying glanced at him, her tone flat.
What do you need so many realm tokens for? Su Chen smiled but did not answer. Seeing this, Ying said, Lightly, I only have one Qingqiu token. Do you want fox materials as well?
Ahem, your highness Ing, when it comes to mythical materials, the more the
better. What do you think? Su Chen coughed lightly, his face full of expectation. It depends on your performance.
Ing turned away, her voice as
calm as ever.
Upon hearing this, Su Chen realized she had agreed, and after bowing, he eagerly ran into the passage, preparing to summon the Nirvana flame.
Phoenix to help the true Phoenix clan become favored ones.
In the great hall, only Ing remained. She turned around, looking at the entrance of the hall,
and whispered to herself, can I obtain the corresponding mythical materials from the realms and then create character cards of mythical quality? Hooray! The Nirvana flame Phoenix circled in the air, surrounded by the remnants of countless Phoenix souls, as if performing a grand ceremony. Dressed in the illusion
of dragon and Phoenix presenting auspiciousness, Su Chen stood among the crowd, quietly feeling the marvelous energy contained in the space. This was clearly the power of Nirvana, silently drilling into his body and continuously gathering.
Try getting close to the ancestral Phoenix's remains. Next to him,
the colorful Phoenix had faint patterns appearing on her forehead, having already become a favored one of the Phoenix. Seeing Su Chen's unchanged hair, she could only suggest he come a bit closer.
I'll give it a try.
Su Chen slowly rose and walked towards the massive ancestral Phoenix's energy remains. The people on the path ahead saw him and said nothing, silently standing up to make way. Before long, a clear path directly to the ancestral Phoenix's energy remains was opened by the crowd. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Chen slowly approached the ancestral Phoenix's energy remains.
During this process,
the patterns on his forehead became increasingly radiant and an unending stream of Nirvana power surged into his body through this entrance. Gradually, Su Chen felt a kind of heat, as if his entire body was wrapped in fierce flames. Immediately after, an extreme burning pain relentlessly assaulted his mind, causing his face to involuntarily twist into a grimace. Hold on to your heart, the Nirvana has already begun.
If you want to replenish the deficiencies
in your body, you can get as close to the ancestral Phoenix's energy remains as possible within your limits. The voice of Shadow suddenly pierced his ears. Su Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and struggled to move his feet towards the ancestral Phoenix's energy remains. At this moment, the burning sensation was so intense, but alongside the extreme pain was the silent transformation into vitality of the Nirvana power. They were undoubtedly scorching, but once tamed, they would turn into the purest vitality, replenishing the deficiencies in his body. This was destined to be a long struggle.
Su Chen
worked hard to maintain his clarity, but the continuous pain left him no chance to catch his breath.
Many times, he wanted to give up, but just thinking of
the view of the pilgrimage and the successful calculations of the fortune teller filled him with inexplicable strength, urging him to persist.
If he fell
on the path of progress, he would naturally have no regrets, but if he stagnated due to his own cowardice, he would surely feel remorse.
This is just the beginning. It's only the first Nirvana. Su Chen gritted his teeth, staring at the blurred ancestral Phoenix's energy remains in his sight. After adapting to
the burning pain at this distance, he resolutely took a step forward. In that instant, an even more intense pain struck his mind, yet it also made him more
alert. I feel I can still hold on, he muttered to himself and stepped forward again. Whoosh! In a daze, he felt as if he had entered a sea of fire. Surrounded by flames that left him disoriented, his nerves gradually numbing. Standing on the periphery, Fiancée and the others looked at his state with a hint of worry in their eyes. Every Nirvana was a transformation of body and spirit,
but it usually came with great risks. A moment's carelessness could
harm both body and spirit. Su Chen's entry into the second Nirvana state was not looking good. Your Highness, should we pull him out? Fiancée looked at the calm Shadow and respectfully inquired. No need, he's not that fragile.
Watching Su Chen struggle to hold on, Shadow showed no sign of tension in his eyes.
If he wants to unleash the true power of the Shooting Abyss Divine Bow, this is something he must go through.
The Shooting Abyss Divine Bow required 9 Nirvanas to obtain the Nirvana certificate before it could unleash its true power. The main body seemed to be testing him, giving him a reason to hold the bow. But in reality, it was helping him learn how to wield the Shooting Abyss Divine Bow. After all, it was that person's bow, not something that
could be easily used. But, Your Highness, he can't hold on any longer. Fiancée stared at Su Chen's face, twisted in pain, sensing his condition with a look of hesitation.
This child was someone the prince valued. He couldn't be injured here.
Shadow shook his head and calmly said, when the body can no
longer endure, the will lead him to break through. His persistence has only just begun.
As if in response to her words, Su Chen moved forward another step with great difficulty. Suddenly, the true Phoenix remnants hidden within the Phoenix favor patterns began to manifest, swirling around him. With their
appearance, more and more Nirvana power surrounded Su Chen.
Is this a Nirvana phenomenon?
Fiancée and the others were astonished at this scene. How
favored is this kid by the remnants of the true Phoenix to actually step in and help during the third rebirth?
Generally speaking, such rebirth phenomena only appear during the 6th rebirth. His physical condition is terrible. He gives off a strong impression, yet internally he is completely in a state of depletion. Perhaps they also don't want to see him fail due to external factors. An elder from the Flame Phoenix lineage analyzed seriously. The other elders nodded in agreement. If this Su Chen weren't in a state of depletion, he might have been able to cross the 6th rebirth as an outsider. But at this point, 4 rebirths is the limit. Ying listened silently, quietly watching the persevering Su Chen. Time passed second by second, and as the few had guessed, when they reached the 4th rebirth, Su Chen's condition visibly became chaotic. Just when they thought Su Chen would stop there, he unexpectedly took a step forward. This step caused the faces of the elders to change slightly. Upon focusing again, they saw that Su Chen's state was still in disarray. Yet he was still holding on. This kind of willpower, observed by the few, sparked a sense of recognition within them. Just based on willpower, enduring the 4th rebirth with such resilience had already surpassed many. However, the upcoming rebirth was destined to require more than just willpower to endure. As this thought flashed through the elders' minds, the young man in the arena exhibited another anomaly. A phantom of a precious orb appeared above his head, continuously emanating spiritual light, mingling with the power of rebirth, and completely integrating into his body. He actually possesses such a spiritual object? With this spiritual object, 6 rebirths are guaranteed. Incredible! Step by step, he has persevered to this point. The elders of various lineages expressed their amazement while Ying gazed at the precious orb, a hint of surprise crossing her eyes. She had originally planned to control the rebirth flame phoenix to lend him a hand. Unexpectedly, he had hidden a precious orb refined by the merfolk for generations. Didn't the merfolk king come by once? His daughter took it back. Didn't she retrieve the orb? Or did the merfolk princess conceal the truth? It's the 6th time, an elder from the flame phoenix lineage exclaimed excitedly. Ying focused her gaze, and the patterns on Su Chen's forehead had already lit up with 6 phantoms of phoenixes appearing behind him, signifying that he had officially stepped into the 6th rebirth. However, Su Chen had also reached his limit. Seeing this, Ying was about to intervene, but unexpectedly, a golden figure emerged from Su Chen's consciousness. See, this golden figure was unmistakably a 3-legged golden crow. Its indifferent gaze swept over everyone, then it spread its wings and flew towards the sun in the sky. That is, the onlookers raised their eyes in disbelief. They saw the 3-legged golden crow fly into the sun, and when it reappeared, its body was enveloped in flames, holding a glimmering golden stone in its beak. The moment they saw the stone, even Ying couldn't help but be taken aback, for this was undoubtedly a mythical quality. Spiritual material, the Sun Essence Stone. With this stone, 9 rebirths would merely be a matter of time. The golden stone, resembling a pebble, felt warm when held in the palm. Thank you, Golden Crow. Su Chen looked up at the golden crow phantom that had transformed from the source and softly expressed his gratitude. The golden crow phantom glanced at everyone, remained silent, and transformed into a beam of blazing golden light, diving back into Su Chen's consciousness. See, Sun Essence Stone. Su Chen gazed at the stone in his palm, slowly tightening his grip and closing his eyes to feel it. In the next moment, the continuous power of rebirth around him mostly flowed into the Sun Essence Stone. After absorbing the heat, they were tamed and transformed into pure energy, merging into Su Chen's body through the patterns of the phoenix's favor. In that instant, Su Chen felt the depletion in various parts of his body being rapidly replenished. This sensation was akin to a person who had been starving for 3 days and nights suddenly feeling an influx of energy. What delighted Su Chen even more was that this pure energy, transformed from the power of rebirth, contained a small amount of harmless spiritual power. Despite the extremely low concentration, the sheer volume was overwhelming. As time passed, Su Chen realized that not only was his physical strength steadily improving, but even his mental power was growing at a slow yet constant rate. The joy of becoming stronger made Su Chen lose track of time and place. He didn't know how long it had been when he woke up again, only to find the surroundings empty. Not far away, there was a long table where Kai Feng was dozing. Su Chen first checked his own condition. It was a shock to him. In the sea of consciousness, the stars of mental power numbered a full 17. This nirvana ritual had actually allowed his mental power realm to break through to the 8th rank of cardmasters. And this power. Su Chen tightened his fists, feeling the abundant strength within him, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. His physical quality was now at least 3 times that of before nirvana, and he could no longer be described as an ordinary human. It had to be termed extraordinary. Little Kai Feng, the little master is awake. The drowsy can, upon seeing the completed nirvana, Su Chen flapped its wings in front of the girl. Shoo! Su Chen quickly stepped forward, stopping Can in time and signaling for it to be quiet. Seeing this, Can flew to his shoulder and whispered, "Little master, how do I look?" Su Chen glanced at it, the corners of his mouth lifting. "Can, I won't raise a bird." Upon hearing this, Can leisurely groomed its feathers, then straightened up with a serious expression. "Am I such a sycophantic bird?" Su Chen's mouth twitched, but he did not respond. "Humph. Little master, let me tell you, I am a clever, knowledgeable An adorable bird, a bird that has transcended lowly interests different from ordinary birds, can place its wings on its hips, looking quite proud. Don't be fooled by how little Kai Feng treats me. She can't do without my care. And little master, it's precisely because of my companionship that we can tackle challenges together. Suchen chuckled helplessly and said, Kan, do you know why the master wants to hit you? Kan was taken aback, then flew off Suchen's shoulder, glaring at him. Little master, I misjudged you. You are actually jealous of my intelligence. I originally thought we were both geniuses meant to appreciate each other. I didn't expect you to be like little Kai. Slap. A sudden slap sent Kan flying several meters away. Kai Feng, who had woken up at some point, clapped her hands, her expression indifferent. Why are you wasting words with her? Just ignore her. Little Kai Feng, you are insulting my bird dignity. I'm getting angry. Kan flew closer, puffing up its round belly in anger. Kai Feng glanced at it casually and said, If you keep nagging, I won't give you pocket money. Just look at that male peacock. Kan turned its head away, putting on a I'm very angry look, but its body honestly flew to Kai Feng's shoulder. Congratulations, 9 times Nirvana. Focusing her gaze on Suchen, Kai Feng found herself at a loss for words about her feelings at that moment. The only thing she could be sure of was that she was very happy, because she had bet right. Nothing could make her happier than this. Do you want to try again? Suchen smiled encouragingly as he handed her a Sun Essence stone that had shrunk to half its size. This Sun Essence stone could automatically counteract the scorching heat of Nirvana power, serving as a purifying energy. No matter how many times Kai Feng had undergone Nirvana, the remaining portion should be enough for her to complete 9 times. Really, for me? Glancing at the Sun Essence stone, Kai Feng's eyes sparkled. As she fixed her gaze on Suchen's eyes, a smile blooming. Even though the Sun Essence stone had been partially used, its value was still immense. She suspected that Suchen was being overly polite. In her view, there was a hint of trying to win people's hearts. Hearing this, Suchen took her hand, opened it, and placed the Sun Essence stone in her palm with a slight smile. Master, go ahead. Kai Feng's heart trembled as she gazed at his serious expression. For a long time, softly saying, It seems I have to do things for you for a lifetime. Suchen smiled without speaking, slowly sitting down at the long table. Kai Feng held the Sun Essence stone, gazing deeply at him before resolutely walking towards the remains of Zhu Feng. She had already undergone 6 rebirths, and with this Sun Essence stone she could advance several steps further. Such temptation was something she could not refuse. After all, she was already prepared to work like a horse for him. Since he was willing to part with it, she might as well take advantage of it. Moreover, I don't want to fall behind. Looking at the remains of Zhu Feng, Kai Feng tightened her grip on the Sun Essence stone, closed her eyes, and began to absorb the power of rebirth. Once more. Behind her, Suchen noticed this and began to meditate and cultivate, solidifying his own realm. The night in the great wilderness was as long as the day. After a night passed, Suchen suddenly opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was the woman resting her chin on her hand, staring at him. In her bright eyes, there was a hint of color, more beautiful and lively than glass. Awake? Kai Feng withdrew her hand from under her chin, showing no sign of panic even when caught peeking, behaving quite gracefully. Suchen glanced at the sleeping Kan on her shoulder and nodded gently. Kai Feng stood up, elegantly stretching her waist, and looked at him, saying, Prince Sing said you passed the test, but she cannot decide on the Shujing token matter. You need to personally negotiate with the prince. At this point, there was a hint of curiosity in Kai Feng's eyes. I asked Prince Sing, and the token in her hand is from the Qingqiu Shujing. You wouldn't want to create a fox-type character card, would you? As far as she knew, the foxes in the Qingqiu Shujing were skilled in seduction. Just thinking about Suchen disguising himself as such a fox made her feel strange. Not necessarily, we'll see when the time comes. Suchen recalled the character cards he already had and the mythological sources he possessed, his brows slightly furrowing. Theoretically, the fox from the Qingqiu Shujing was indeed not a necessity. But since he already had the token, how could he not go there to dig up some good stuff? The Qingqiu Shujing belonged to the great wilderness. While it might not be a land of treasures, it was at least rich in materials. Not to mention, who could have known that the withered seeds given by Mu Xiu could truly grow into the Jianmu? This Qingqiu Shujing, the area where the 9-tailed foxes resided, was worth a visit. After all, each Shujing token was a marvelous journey for him. In the Phoenix capital, inside the Grand Hall, everything was in order. Tap tap. A series of clear footsteps came from outside the hall. The elders of various factions waiting on either side of the hall turned their gazes towards the sound. The Phoenix King on the throne could no longer contain himself and stood up, staring at the entrance of the hall. The young man walking in was none other than Suchen, who had completed his rebirth, accompanied by Kai Feng. I have seen the Phoenix King and esteemed elders. Upon seeing everyone staring at him, Suchen was surprised but still performed his greeting meticulously. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. After all, this was the Phoenix Shujing, and the rules that needed to be followed should still be observed. Your Highness, no need for formalities. If it weren't for you, our clan would have faced great disaster. The Phoenix King took 3 steps at a time, descending the steps from the throne, personally helping Su Chen up, his eyes filled with gratitude. In fact, even when Su Chen volunteered to unite the various factions for her, she still held no hope. She merely thought of it as a last-ditch effort, giving Su Chen a token of trust. But she never expected that Su Chen was truly sent by Fenglin, that prince. Your words are too kind. Your Highness, I can quell the disaster, but it is thanks to the prince and all of you. After the initial surprise of the Phoenix King coming down personally, Su Chen humbly replied. As soon as these words fell, the gazes of the elders from various factions towards him became increasingly friendly. This person was exceptionally talented, favored by the remnants of the 10,000 phoenixes, and was so courteous and aware of propriety. No wonder the prince liked to use him. If it were them, they would also cultivate him as the most outstanding junior. Master Su Chen, with high moral integrity, I hope you can forgive the rudeness of this old woman earlier. Fengxia suddenly stepped forward a few paces, respectfully bowing to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled slightly and said, Elder Fengxia, it's no trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man standing in the corner slowly walked closer. The moment Su Chen saw him, he was first taken aback, then suddenly realized, you are the true Elder Fengxiao? Fengxiao nodded gently, expressing gratitude. I must thank you, my young friend, otherwise Fengxiao would have become a sinner. As he spoke, Fengxiao knelt before everyone, preparing to perform a bow of respect. Su Chen, quick to react, supported him, his expression serious. Elder Fengxiao, the matter has already passed. You need not bear too much psychological burden. Assisting the Phoenix King in development is what you should be considering. At this point, Su Chen glanced at the crowd. The great wilderness is vast and boundless, fraught with both danger and opportunity. Everyone must be extra cautious. Fengxiao nodded earnestly, replying, young friend, your words will be etched in Fengxiao's heart. Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled and nodded, just about to continue the conversation when a sudden shout came from outside. The envoy from the Nanli tribe, under the command of the sacred beast Juke, has come to pay respects to the true phoenix. The expressions of everyone in the hall, including Su Chen, changed slightly. How did the Nanli tribe learn so quickly about the arrival of the true Phoenix clan? Su Chen cast an apologetic glance at the Phoenix King, who turned and returned to his throne, commanding the guards to let them in. Su Chen stepped aside, joining the elders to look towards the hall's entrance. A woman dressed in a light red long robe approached. The robe was embroidered with fire patterns, subtly forming the shape of a bird. Looking at the woman, she wore a smile, her demeanor graceful, with a head of beautiful red hair that burned with enthusiasm. Upon seeing so many people in the hall, she showed no signs of shyness and cupped her hands in salute to the Phoenix King. Greetings, Phoenix King. My name is Li Hua, and I am the envoy sent by the sacred beast. I have come on behalf of the sacred beast to represent the Nanli tribe and form an alliance with the true Phoenix clan to jointly reside in the great wilderness. The Phoenix King nodded slightly, saying, Envoy Li Hua, how does the sacred beast know of our presence? Li Hua paused for a moment, then smiled. The sacred beast can sense the fire in this world, gaining a bit more spirit and vitality. It said that the descendants of an old friend have arrived, and then sent me over. After saying this, Li Hua scratched her head shyly, filled with anticipation, and added, the sacred beast said that the true Phoenix clan would host a grand feast for me, and that. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, and the Phoenix King summoned a maid to arrange a feast for Li Hua. Thank you. Wow, this is so delicious. The sacred beast truly did not deceive me. Almost as soon as the dishes were served, the envoy from Nanli, in everyone's eyes, completely dropped her pretenses. She rolled up her sleeves, sat on a stool, and began stuffing pastries into her mouth like a starving ghost, eating with great relish. Everyone watched the scene, finding it inexplicably amusing. The task hadn't even been completed, and she was eating so heartily, showing no signs of sophistication or fear of poison. Would you like some? Seeing everyone staring at her as she ate, Li Hua felt a bit shy and raised her plate in invitation. After everyone shook their heads, she showed no restraint, grabbing more food to stuff into her mouth. After a whirlwind of eating, she seemed a bit unsatisfied and looked towards the Phoenix King, her eyes revealing anticipation. Seeing this, the Phoenix King smiled and had more food brought to her. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with the sound of her moving plates. Is she really human? How can she eat so much? Sun, perched on the shoulder of the colorful phoenix, stared at Li Hua, dumbfounded. This envoy from Nanli had an appetite at least 7 or 8 times that of an ordinary person, yet her figure was so slender, it was truly strange. She is the one chosen by Juke, not an ordinary person. Su Chen observed Li Hua devouring her food, narrowing his eyes slightly as he calculated in his mind. He had already obtained 2 of the 4 symbols, Juke and Baihu. If he encountered them, he could prepare in advance. Hearing Su Chen's voice, Li Hua curiously glanced over. However, that one glance made her stop eating. She slowly stood up and strode over to Su Chen, scrutinizing him for a long time before scratching her head and saying, have we met before? Why do I feel so close to you? I have a long-lost brother. Could it be you? Envoy Li Hua, this is my first time meeting you.
Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. How can one be so certain of kinship? The
sense of familiarity can only stem from the connection between Zhuke and Qinglong, as they are both part of the four symbols.
It cannot possibly be for any other reason.
Li Hua nodded slightly, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes, then she reached out and smiled, saying, I must have mistaken you
for someone else. Please don't mind my ramblings.
According to the Holy Beast, her brother had been separated from her during a famine.
After so many
years, she felt it was possible that her brother might not recognize her. But the Holy Beast had told her that when fate arrived, she would naturally meet
him.
She wasn't in a hurry. The Holy Beast had never deceived her, and her brother was surely somewhere, waiting for their reunion.
That won't happen, Su
Chen smiled and shook her hand, but his smile vanished in an instant. Li Hua looked at him in confusion and curiously asked, You still haven't told me your
name? Su Chen calmly withdrew his hand and replied, Su Chen, nice to meet you.
As he said this, Su Chen's heart was in turmoil.
Thanks to the power of
the wood god, he had come to a terrifying realization upon encountering the woman before him. The envoy from the Nanli tribe was a dead person. She believed she was alive, but in reality, she had already died.
What just happened?
Seeing Su Chen find an excuse to leave the hall, Kaifeng, who had followed
him, asked curiously.
Su Chen glanced around, noticing no one was paying attention, and leaned in to whisper his discovery in her ear.
Kaifeng's brows furrowed
tightly, a serious expression flashing in her eyes. A person was dead but believed they were still alive? This sounded absurd, but in the ruins, anything was possible. However, this raised the question, was this so-called envoy from Nanli real or not? What do you want to do? Coming back to her senses and seeing Su Chen looking at her, Kaifeng brushed her loose hair, her face inexplicably warm. I plan to ask someone, but since we can't go out for less than 7 days, I thought I would just wander around to see if I can determine our location, Su Chen said, glancing at the sun in the sky. Based on the sun's position, he figured that if he used the Kwafu tribe as a reference point, he should be located to the southeast. In other words, this Nanli tribe might not be too far from where the Jinfeng clan currently was. After all, Mu Xiu had told him that the Nanli tribe was to the south. I'll go with you. Kai Feng only thought for a moment before deciding to follow him. If this Nanli envoy had issues, the Jinfeng clan would need to be cautious. As a half-member of the Jinfeng clan, she certainly couldn't just stand by. Okay, together. Glancing at the sleeping Ken on her shoulder, Su Chen nodded gently and then added, How about you inform His Highness Ing? Kai Feng shook her head, looking helpless. His Highness Ing left a long time ago, she can't be away from him for too long. Then you go tell Elder Fengxia that we're going to wander around now. After saying this, Su Chen looked towards the northwest, took out the Bai Zhe card and silently recited the words Bai Zhe. However, no strange phenomena occurred. Realizing this method wouldn't work, Su Chen could only take Kai Feng and fly towards the northwest. Once they left the territory of the Jinfeng clan, the surrounding scenery was shocking. The vast land was covered in large patches of withered yellow, the vegetation lifeless, with hardly a hint of vitality. Everything flying in the sky, swimming in the water, or walking on the ground appeared sickly, as if afflicted by an unknown plague, devoid of energy. Su Chen lingered at a high point, gazing at this scene, his brows tightly knitted. The ground was not cracked, the temperature was suitable, and the humidity in the air was normal. This was not the doing of the Jinwu, rather, there was another issue causing the loss of vitality in this region. There's a tribe over there. After observing the surroundings, Kai Feng pointed to a small tribe by a stream. Let's go take a look. Su Chen nodded gently and descended first outside the tribe, with Kai Feng following closely behind. As they landed, the two looked up to see that the wooden fence surrounding the tribe was dilapidated, seemingly in need of repair for a long time. At the gate of the tribe, two tribal men leaned against it, wrapped in coarse burlap, their faces pale and emaciated, with occasionally moving eyeballs indicating they were still alive. Upon seeing the arrival of the two, one of the men struggled to support himself against the doorframe, looking at them with hope, his lips twitching and turning pale. Masters of the Qi refining, have you come to cure the plague? Su Chen gestured for Kai Feng to remain silent, stepped forward, and waved his hand, infusing a strong vitality into the man's body. In an instant, the man, who had been on the brink of death, visibly flushed, having regained some vitality. This miracle ignited hope in the heart of the other man, who struggled to prop himself up and knelt down, stammering, Qi refining master, please, save us. Su Chen nodded slightly, then turned to the temporarily unharmed man, calmly asking, help him up, what happened here? The revitalized man helped his companion up from the ground, sorrowfully saying, Master of Qi refining, we don't know either, we only know that a month ago, the birds and beasts, the flowers and trees, including ourselves, suddenly became sickly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen infused another burst of vitality into the man beside him and asked, what about your tribe's leader? He died. The leader was injured a month ago and couldn't survive this disaster. The revitalized man looked mournful. Master of Qi refining, it's the power of Shi Rang. Someone is extracting the power of Shi Rang. The older man, who had just regained his vitality, spoke, causing Su Chen's expression to grow serious.
Shirang is a magical soil mentioned in the legends of the Great Wilderness used by Du during his flood control efforts. This soil, in the lore, is everlasting and is a mythical material. The soil of the Great Wilderness is rich in the power of Shirang due to Du's use of it during flood control, which is why the Great Wilderness can nurture many rare and exotic beasts, as well as various strange races. It is no exaggeration to say that while the creator god Zhulong created the world, Shirang endowed this world with infinite possibilities. However, whether any remnants of Shirang still exist after Du's flood control is unknown, but those in the know are aware of one possibility: extracting enough power of Shirang might be able to create Shirang. Do you know who it is? Su Chen calmed his emotions, having already flashed a name in his mind. I don't know.
The man shook his head, clenching his fists, his voice filled with helplessness. If I knew, I would definitely report it to the Jiuli Great Tribe. Upon hearing the words Jiuli, Su Chen's eyes lit up and he asked, how far is Jiuli from here? The older man, hearing this, glanced at the two and hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Masters of Qi Refining, the Jiuli Great Tribe does not welcome outsiders. If you intrude recklessly, the consequences will be severe. I cannot endanger you. Since Qi used defeat, Jiuli has lost its ambition for expansion, preferring to guard its own territory. For small tribes like theirs, being sheltered is fine. They wouldn't face exclusion or targeting there. But if two Qi refining masters who clearly do not belong to this area went, they would likely be captured, interrogated, and might even lose their lives. Hearing this, Su Chen devised a plan and smiled, saying, to be honest, I am a Qi refining master from the Eastern Xingmu tribe, sent by the Wood God to investigate the loss of vitality in this area.
Eastern Xingmu tribe?
The two tribal men exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. The older man swallowed hard, murmuring, you are actually a Qi refining master from the tribe of that priest. As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, and his expression grew more excited. We are saved. We are saved. Su Chen looked at their state and gently reassured them. Don't hold too much hope. The priest has matters to attend to and cannot come. It's all right. Your presence means that the Great One has noticed us. That is the priest who shot down the sun. Even the West Queen Mother must kneel and beg for mercy from him. The two answered excitedly, but Su Chen felt a sudden weariness in his heart. When did he ever make the Queen Mother of the West kneel and beg for mercy? How did this story change so drastically? Sir, the Jiuli Great Tribe is in that direction. We need to walk for half a day to get there. The older man, regaining his composure, pointed westward. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded to the two and said seriously, tell them not to lose hope. I will return. After saying this, amidst the respectful send-off from the two, Su Chen and Kai Feng flew westward. Almost as soon as they left, a shadow emerged from the darkness, eyes glinting with murderous intent, approaching the two tribal men. Run! Upon seeing the black-clad figure suddenly enter their line of sight, the older tribal man immediately sensed the danger. He resolutely ran towards the black-clad man, trying to buy time for his companion. Overestimating yourself. The black-clad man drew his blade, his figure darting forward like a ghost. Whoosh! At the critical moment, an arrow shot in from the distance. Swoosh! The two tribal men only heard the sound of the arrow piercing flesh, as the black-clad man was pinned to the ground by a turquoise arrow, unable to break free. Damn it! The black-clad man cursed, swinging his knife towards his pinned right arm. Rustle! A colorful rope slithered in like a snake, binding him tightly and rendering him immobile. When he looked up, the two who had just left were now hovering in the air. One held a large bow, while the other pulled the colorful rope, working in perfect harmony. Thank you, two Qi refiners, for saving our lives. The two tribal men, having escaped death, found it hard to express their gratitude in words. Su Chen descended lightly, nodded slightly, and then turned to the black-clad man, saying indifferently, I noticed someone was following me long ago. Let me guess, you are one of the Queen Mother of the West's people, right? The black-clad man's heart jolted, but he showed no sign of it on the surface, coldly replying, Su Chen, I advise you not to meddle in bang. Su Chen lifted a foot and stepped on his face, smirking. I just love to meddle. I haven't seen the Queen Mother do anything to me. But do you still not understand the situation? The black-clad man glared at Su Chen, filled with anger but unable to voice it. He is not from the Great Wasteland. Kai Feng, after observing, calmly reminded him. Although the black-clad man spoke the local language, using cards was possible. His attire clearly indicated he was from the outside world. A flicker of panic crossed the black-clad man's eyes, and just as he was about to argue, Su Chen directly pulled a card box from him, smiling slightly. The Queen Mother's lackeys are indeed numerous, but very few are useful. After saying this, Su Chen knocked him out and bound him tightly, then instructed the two tribal men a few words before heading towards the Jiuli tribe. He had been worried about lacking evidence to convince the Jiuli tribe, but now with evidence in hand, he had no need to worry about this trip being in vain. What's the deal with the priest you mentioned? Glancing at the unconscious black-clad man, Kai Feng asked softly. The wind howled past their ears as they looked at the desolate landscape beneath them, and Su Chen smiled at her. It's pretty much what you think, the priest they refer to as me. At the same time, I am the wood god of the great wasteland. Kai Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed ahead, saying softly, Su Chen, you are truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, she thought she would be surprised, but she wasn't. It seemed that as long as it was him, he could accomplish anything. Master, the world is vast, so vast that you and I can hardly imagine it. In such a large world, I am not remarkable. Facing the wind blowing towards him, Su Chen replied with a smile. He didn't mention other ruins, but just in this great wasteland ruin, there were countless secrets. As for being remarkable, there were many extraordinary beings here. I will always stay close to you. Looking at his spirited demeanor, Kai Feng whispered in her heart and earnestly followed him. The two flew for about an hour, and in the distance, they spotted a grand city built against the mountains. Before they could react, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon their shoulders, forcing them to land. As soon as they landed, the terrifying pressure suddenly vanished. The two exchanged a glance, their expressions somewhat grave. This dreadful pressure was not directed at them, but at every flyer, as if to remind those arriving from all directions that this place was a no-fly zone. Let's go. Looking at the towering grand city ahead, Su Chen's eyes held a hint of anticipation. How strong was the warlord Chi Yu of the great wilderness ruins, residing in the Zhuli tribe? Now, the two stepped forward, and the surroundings gradually became solemn. Abandoned weapons stood on either side of the road, creating an atmosphere of slaughter while also conveying a sense of desolation, as if this place had become a grave for soldiers. The closer they got to the grand city, the thicker the atmosphere became. The wide road was empty, and even on the city walls, only flags fluttered, with no sign of a single person. Just as the two felt an ominous premonition, a gray mound of flesh suddenly crawled up from the nearby soldiers' grave. It held a discarded blade in its hand, stuffing it into its mouth, its cold gaze fixed on the two uninvited guests. Noticing its unfathomable aura, Su Chen signaled Kai Feng to be quiet, then bowed to it and said, Lord Iron Eater, I am a priest from the eastern Qingmu tribe, sent by the wood god to investigate the loss of vitality in the south. I hope you can relay this message. Creak, creak. The Iron Eater became increasingly engrossed in its meal, completely ignoring Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen scoffed. Has the companion of the warlord Chi Yu now fallen to the point of eating such mundane iron? Creak. The Iron Eater abruptly stopped its gnawing, tossed aside the discarded blade, and slowly stood up, its rounded body resembling a small mountain, instilling fear in those who looked at it. It stared at the smiling Su Chen, nostrils flaring with hot air, seemingly quite displeased. Unfazed, Su Chen continued, Lord Iron Eater, I know of a place with countless divine weapons and treasures that will surely provide you with a hearty meal. The Iron Eater's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, it turned away and resumed stuffing the discarded blade into its mouth, seemingly unwilling to engage with him. Witnessing this, Su Chen calmly said, Lord Iron Eater, it doesn't matter if you don't help me, but if the Zhuli tribe disappears in this disaster, how will you explain it to the warlord Chi Yu? As soon as these words fell, under Kai Feng's watchful gaze, the rounded giant suddenly turned, baring its teeth and appearing fierce. Its aura was filled with murderous intent, almost tangible, enveloping the area. The discarded blades in the soldier's grave trembled as if responding to its anger. Step, step. It advanced slowly, its small mountain-like body casting a shadow over the two. Roar! It raised its massive fist, gesturing towards the two, as if showcasing its strength. Su Chen watched quietly, his expression calm. Lord Iron Eater, you are indeed formidable, but how can you maintain your powerful body by only eating mundane iron? The place I know not only has elixirs and miraculous medicines but also divine weapons. If you seize it, you will once again shake the great wilderness and uphold the warlord Chi Yu's might. The Iron Eater paused, scratched its head, then stepped aside and pointed towards the city gate. Seeing this, Su Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, bowed to the Iron Eater, and was about to move forward. Suddenly, the Iron Eater shook its body, shrinking down to the height of an adult. Now, its fur appeared glossy, black and white, with a round head that looked quite honest and simple. Kai Feng stared at it in amazement, finding it hard to connect the fierce giant from earlier with this creature. Noticing the two staring at it, the Iron Eater glared at them, tightening its fist. But as a voice came, it immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, losing its imposing presence. Nibbler, you stole food again. At the entrance of the grand city, a boy half the height of a person stepped out. As he looked at the Iron Eater, his youthful face showed a hint of helplessness. However, when his gaze shifted to the two outsiders, his expression instantly became serious, and his entire aura subtly changed. At that moment, both Su Chen and Kai Feng felt as if they were being targeted by a fierce beast. Who are you? Why are you deceiving Nibbler? The boy drew the cold blade from his waist, his voice sharp and fierce. If you don't explain clearly, I won't let you leave just like that. Bang bang. The iron-eating beast clenched its fists and nudged forward. Although it hadn't transformed into its giant form, its momentum was still formidable, and the pressure was significant. Seeing the boy and the beast like this, Su Chen blocked Kai Feng behind him and smiled slightly. I am a chi refiner from the eastern Xingmu tribe, sent by the wood god to investigate the reason for the loss of vitality in this area.
I hope, little brother, you can inform me. Eastern Xingmu tribe?
The boy muttered, sizing up Su Chen and the kai foam behind him, finally resting his gaze on the black-clad person beside him. Looking back at Su Chen, the boy's eyes turned sharp. You're lying. I've been to the east. The Qingmu tribe has long been destroyed. You are not a chi refiner, and you, along with the person behind you and this unconscious one, are all outsiders.
After saying this, the boy pointed his knife at the two. Speak quickly. Who are you?
If you lie again, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Su Chen's expression changed
slightly as he began to scrutinize the boy.
Although the boy was young, his clothes were exceptionally luxurious, with intricate patterns intact despite the dark colors. Looking at his neck, a part of a jade ring was visible, and the ornaments tangled in his hair were clearly not ordinary.
Su Chen hesitated for a
moment and smiled. Little brother, I did lie just now, but I mean no harm.
Can you tell me your name first?
Upon hearing this, the boy sheathed his sword
and stood tall.
I am Qi Zhang, the current leader of the Jiuli tribe and outsider.
State your names and your intentions, or I will consider you intruders.
So it is leader Qi Zhang in person, my apologies. Su Chen was slightly surprised. He knew of Qi Zhang, but in his impression, Qi Zhang was an adult. This was too young, he didn't recognize him. Don't play tricks, just say who you are and why you are here. Qi Zhang's momentum grew stronger, gripping his unsheathed long knife tightly, staring intently at the two. Recently, the tribe had been unsettled, and the elders were busy dealing with crises. He had finally found an opportunity to play, only to discover that the crisis facing the tribe was something even the elders couldn't handle. As the leader, he should stand up and lead his people out of the predicament. After thinking it over, he decided to investigate first and came to find the Iron Eater for company. Unexpectedly, he encountered two sneaky outsiders carrying an unconscious one.
The leading outsider was even trying to deceive the Iron Eater. That fool, Iron Eater, was so easily misled that it was truly embarrassing. Reluctantly, he had to step in. If he waited any longer, that big guy might sell him out.
Leader Qi Zhang. Qi Zhang came back to his senses, looking at Su Chen, who had a serious expression with some curiosity in his eyes.
For some reason, this outsider gave him a very approachable feeling.
Suddenly, Su Chen leaped into the air, the power of vitality spreading from his feet.
Forming a domain.
Blossoms of energy transformed into lotuses surrounded him, making him appear even more sacred. Facing Qi Zhang's astonished gaze, Su Chen smiled calmly. Qi Zhang, although I am an outsider, I am also the wood god of the great wilderness. After saying this, Su Chen took out the Shi Wan divine bow, looking down at Qi Zhang, whose eyes were wide open, speaking in a calm tone. I shot down the Golden Crow's source controlled by the West Queen Mother on the Zheza Plain, and later, at the Kwafu tribe, I joined forces with Dei and Kwafu to stop the Golden Crow's rampage.
The West Queen Mother
personally descended because of this matter, wanting to capture me, but Dei shot down her phoenix carriage with an arrow, forcing her to retreat.
This bow was given to me by Dei. I wonder if it can verify my identity. Gulp. Qi Zhang swallowed hard, stammering, You are the new sun shooter? And the wood god? The new sun shooter is actually an outsider and also the wood god of the great wilderness? These contradictory identities, assembled together, made it somewhat difficult for Qi Zhang to digest news from the north spread like a plague, and many tribes learned that another sun shooter had appeared. Even the West Queen Mother of the western Kunlun mountain had to avoid his brilliance. The character from this story now stood before
Qi Zhang, leaving him truly shocked.
No doubt about it.
Su Chen lifted the bound black-clad man, his expression serious.
Leader Qi Zhang, although this man is a foreigner like me, he is actually one of the West Queen Mother's people. Through my investigation, the power of the soil in this land is waning, causing this disaster. I suspect that this is the West Queen Mother's doing in secret, so I wish to cooperate with your tribe to investigate this matter together.
Upon hearing this, Qi Zhang regained his composure, glaring fiercely at the unconscious black-clad man, gritting his teeth.
What a West Queen Mother! How dare she invade my Jiuli territory? When Chief Chi was here, did she dare to show her face? Bang!
The nearby iron-eating beast clashed
its fists together, expressing its anger. Nibbler, what are you doing? We have guests here.
Seeing the dust rising, Qi Zhang shot at a glare and stepped forward, speaking earnestly. Your Excellency, the wood god, I am still too young to make decisions, so please come into the tribe for a discussion.
I will call the elders to come and discuss this matter.
Hearing this, Su Chen exchanged a glance with Kai Feng, then nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation
in his eyes.
He didn't know what the elders of the Jiuli tribe thought, but in his view, although Qi Zhang was young, he already possessed the capabilities
expected of a leader.
The two followed Qi Zhang into the city, with the iron-eating beast stepping behind them like a follower.
Compared to other tribes Su Chen had seen, Jiuli was clearly much stronger, and their weapon forging skills were far ahead.
Weapon shops were everywhere, with sharp blades
crafted from spiritual metals.
However, despite the abundance of weapon shops, there were no forgers to be seen, and the streets were eerily empty, giving off
an indescribable sense of desolation.
This renowned Jolie tribe, after the defeat of Chiyu, seemed to have entered a period of decline, unable to regain
its former formidable might. Suchen looked at the scenes before him, feeling a bit emotional.
In the era when even gods had to avoid the brilliance, the Jolie clan was defeated only when the Xianyuan and Shinnon clans joined forces.
Such a powerful tribe also had its time of decline. It is easy to fall from
prosperity, but difficult to rise from decline. According to the timeline in the game, although Qi Zhan was a competent tribal leader, he would ultimately be swept away by the currents of history, becoming an unremembered figure.
We've arrived. Look, that is Chief Chiyu. Xi Zhang brought the two to the
front of the central house, suddenly pointing at the statue standing not far away, his words filled with pride. An unknown clay statue stood in the
stone square. Through the outline of the statue, one could vaguely glimpse Chiyu's heroic figure. He was tall and robust, wrapped in beast skins, wielding
a forged weapon, his gaze cold and stern.
His proud and extraordinary demeanor was revealed as he looked up at the sky. Suchen stared at it for a while,
then withdrew his gaze, feeling slightly dazed. It was just a statue, yet he felt a powerful aura of malice.
Could this be the lingering malice of the war? Master Chiyu, after his defeat, used to protect Jolie? You two, please wait in this house for a moment, I will be right back. Xi Zhang led the two inside,
poured them tea, and hurried off to another place.
Kaifeng glanced at the statue outside the window and said softly, Chiyu is stronger than the West. Queen Mother in life.
Suchen took a sip of tea, looking at the statue, his tone calm. Lord, when Chiyu and the other two were around, the West Queen Mother hid in the western Kunlun mountain and did not dare to show herself. Many divine beasts went into seclusion, and most mountain spirits and strange
creatures were forced into the war.
In that era of the great wilderness, the main characters were the three major tribes, while the other beings, even gods, were merely supporting roles.
Kaifeng turned to look at him, curious. How do you know so much? Ahem, hearsay, hearsay. Suchen nearly choked.
Hurriedly coughing and speaking ambiguously, Kaifeng watched silently, not asking further questions. She could tell that Suchen was trying to deceive her. Although she felt a bit displeased, there was nothing she could do. She couldn't force him to speak.
For a moment, the two sat in silence. After about a
quarter of an hour, a sound of footsteps came from outside. Both of them focused their attention, and a tall, sturdy elder walked in, his expression serious. As soon as he entered the room, the elder's sharp gaze fixed on Suchen.
After sizing him up for a moment, his pupils constricted slightly, and he clasped
his hands in salute, saying, Li Tsong pays his respects to the wood god.
Suchen stood up and smiled. Elder Li Tsong, I apologize for the disturbance.
Li Tsong nodded slightly, looking at the bound figure in black, his voice heavy. Wood god, the leader has already clarified the situation.
Combined with
the information you provided and what we know, we can confirm without a doubt that this matter was orchestrated by the people of the West Queen Mother.
We have also captured someone.
After interrogation, they belong to an external organization called the Sacred Defilement Group, which is secretly supported
by the West Queen Mother.
Pausing, Li Tsong looked at Suchen, whose brows were tightly furrowed, and clasped his hands again, saying, Wood god, please,
hand this person over to us. Li Tsong would be immensely grateful. Suchen pulled his thoughts away from contemplation, gazing at Li Tsong's serious face.
His voice calm. Elder Li Tsong, I have no ulterior motives, I just want to stop the West Queen Mother's plans. He didn't mention cooperation but instead
asked for the person, making it clear he had no intention of collaborating. How could he possibly let someone who might know more information go? The Sacred Defilement Group was no small organization. It specialized in collecting rare materials from the wasteland.
They were very active in the western continent. But due to the strict control of the ancient Xian kingdom, the members of the Sacred Defilement Group dared not act recklessly within its borders.
What exactly did the West Queen Mother, as a being of the wasteland, want by secretly supporting this organization? Wood god, Li Tsong knows that you wish
to leverage the influence of the Jolie in this area to better handle this matter.
Li Tsang glanced at Qi Zhang,
who seemed hesitant to speak, and sighed. But I must tell you, this group from the Sacred Defilement has already achieved their goal. They have stolen the power of the soil from the earth and have long since fled the Great Wasteland. Our clan will use the unexpectedly obtained soil power to restore vitality to this land.
However, Li Tsong's
gaze fixed on the unconscious figure in black, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The sinner responsible for all this must be punished.
He will bear the consequences for the organization he represents. Suchen remained silent for a long time before reminding him, Elder Li Tsong, the real culprit is the West Queen Mother. He did not deny the crimes of the Sacred Defilement Group, but he believed that such an act of pure venting anger would be futile. Li Tsang clearly wanted to place the blame for this disaster on the Sacred Defilement Group rather than the West Queen Mother.
In this way, the uninformed Jolie people would only harbor hatred towards the Sacred Defilement Group and at the extreme towards foreign outsiders.
Suchen himself was an outsider, so
he naturally disapproved of this approach.
If even a large tribe like Jolie feared the might of the West Queen Mother, what about the other tribes? This was clearly self-deception, a way to numb their own people.
When the West Queen Mother finally pointed her forces at the Great Wasteland, how many people would stand up? Would God? Jolie is no longer the Jolie of the past. Li Song turned his head away, not daring to look at the statue outside the window. I understand, then I must take this person away. Please do. Li Song replied calmly, his back unconsciously bending slightly. Seeing this, Su Chen glanced at the statue of Chiyu, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He then lifted the unconscious figure in black and stepped towards the door. Great Elder, you! Qi Zhang's dissatisfied voice came from behind. Su Chen paused, set down the figure in black, and walked towards Qi Zhang with a slight smile. Leader Qi Zhang, do not blame Elder Li Song. He is merely doing what is necessary to protect the clan. But speaking of which, Leader Qi Zhang, when you come to power, you might as well send someone to take a look at the current Great Wasteland and draw your own conclusions. By then, if you decide to confront the Queen Mother of the West, you can go to the Liangzi Plain to find the Kwafu tribe. I'll wait for you there. After Su Chen finished speaking, he patted Qi Zhang's shoulder, smiled at the two, and left with the man in black. Would God? Qi Zhang couldn't help but follow for a while, and when he looked around, his eyes widened in surprise. He saw that the previously sickly plants along the road had suddenly come to life. Would God? Qi Zhang looked up. It wasn't just the sides of the road, but everywhere Su Chen had passed, the plants had regained their vitality. For a moment, Qi Zhang was frozen in place. Chief, are you alright? Li Song, who had followed behind, saw the scene and, although surprised, felt it was only natural. After all, he was the wood god. Even if weak, he had the ability to revive the plants. Great Elder, I am the chief, right? Qi Zhang turned his back to him, gazing at the plants, his voice suddenly becoming exceptionally solemn. Li Song was taken aback, then smiled wryly. Chief, you need to think this through. The current Jiuli cannot afford to fail again. The Queen Mother of the West was at the height of her power, and no one could restrain her. The three major tribes that once hunted deer had long lost their former strength. This group of outsiders was in a chaotic state, yet they possessed the ability to determine the outcome of battles. Jiuli did not understand them, nor did they understand the Queen Mother of the West. How could Jiuli choose a side? Although what the Queen Mother did was underhanded, she knew that Jiuli had a small piece of fertile land but did not take action against them, which indicated her stance. If they rashly opposed her, the next loss for Jiuli would not just be a piece of fertile land. Qi Zhang turned around, his gaze sweeping past Li Song, fixing on the distant blurry statue, his voice resonant and powerful. Great Elder, even if Chief Chiyu is no longer here, Jiuli will not fear anyone. The Queen Mother of the West has violated our Jiuli territory. It is unforgivable. Pass the word down, prepare the entire tribe for battle. Once I pass the trial, I will head to the Liangzi Plain to meet with the wood god. Upon hearing this, Li Song's face lit up with joy, and he respectfully replied, yes, Chief. After such a long delay, Qi Zhang was finally willing to inherit the demonic energy. Could this be an unexpected joy? On the other side, Su Chen and Kai Feng hurriedly returned to the territory of the Jinfeng clan, holding the man in black. In a separate guest room, glancing at the man in black who had been knocked out again by Su Chen, Kai Feng curiously asked, what do you plan to do? Also, why didn't you ask about the situation of the Nanli tribe back then? Su Chen snapped out of his thoughts and calmly replied, we should hand him over to His Highness. The Nanli tribe has most likely fallen victim to the Queen Mother of the West. The Duxing group was collecting rare materials from the ruins for the Queen Mother, and the sacred beast of the Nanli tribe, the vermilion bird, had likely been harmed. The specific situation would only be known after interrogation. Having thought this through, Su Chen cast a reassuring glance at Kai Feng and smiled. You don't need to worry, His Highness will handle it. So should we go out now? Kai Feng gently nodded, not asking further. Hearing this, Su Chen looked at the unconscious man in black and slowly nodded. All right. 7 days had passed. After returning, he would hand over the person, and he should start making the Xuanwu card. The mountain breeze was cool, gently blowing away the heat of dusk. Upon returning from the Phoenix ruins, Su Chen was surprised to find that he was the only one left in the entire management bureau. The reason was quite simple. A new ruin had appeared within the territory of the Kaijiang mansion. An unnamed ruin has appeared in Mingjiang City. If Yui is trapped again, I will handle it. Bing Mei. Looking at the message on the communication terminal, dated 2 days ago, Su Chen frowned slightly. It had been 2 days, and there had been no further news. It seemed this ruin was quite troublesome. While thinking this, Su Chen scrolled through other unread messages from others. Among them, a message from Longya caught his attention. Tianfu ran into the unnamed ruin in Mingjiang City. I took people in to capture him. The timestamp showed 4 days ago, and there were no follow-up messages. Su Chen rubbed his temples. The sudden appearance of the ruin and the fact that the unscathed Tianfu had escaped into it with no news from the people he knew after entering left him uneasy. These messages appeared together, making him feel an uneasy premonition. I can only hope they are fine. I still have to meet with His Highness. As soon as he finished speaking, the communication terminal rang with a projection call request. Seeing the caller ID, Su Chen returned to his room and then answered. Accompanied by a flicker of light and shadow, the expressionless Fenglin came into view. After confirming that Su Chen was unharmed, her gaze shifted to the unconscious figure in the corner, and she said lightly, "This person should be an external member of the Holy Disrespect group. Quite weak, even you could subdue him, and he won't be able to provide much information. I'll send someone to retrieve him shortly. You just need to hand him over, and you don't have to worry about the rest." After saying this, her expression grew slightly serious. As she changed the subject,
"You need to go to the unnamed ruin in Ningjiang City." Su Chen, curious, asked, "Your Highness, what type of ruin is it? Is it that troublesome?" The director's strength is not weak. If even she has to go personally, could this ruin be too difficult? Currently, it's unclear, but the fluctuation coefficient of this ruin is very similar to a known one.
Fenglin furrowed her brows, her seriousness deepening. "In that ruin, there is a monkey, and no one has been able to catch a stick from it so far. It belongs to a challenge-type ruin. However, that monkey does not take lives. As long as you retreat in time after being defeated, it's fine. The ruin in Ningjiang City is different. Once someone enters, they become trapped and cannot get out.
I currently cannot ascertain any conditions inside.
Also, from now on, call me advisor."
Su Chen raised his sword-like brows and nodded. "All right, Your Highness. What are you thinking?"
Seeing Su Chen lost in thought, Fenglin stared at him, curiosity flashing in her eyes. It is not surprising to obtain mythological materials in a ruin, but being able to obtain mythological materials every time in a ruin is worth being alarmed about.
The secrets Su Chen holds are something everyone wants to explore.
And she is no exception, especially considering how similar he is to that person.
Is there?
Your Highness, I was just wondering if there is any connection between these two ruins. After all, their fluctuation coefficients are close. Su Chen came back to his senses and replied calmly. Fenglin stared at him for a while before saying lightly, "Speak directly if you have
something to say, don't hide it."
She said he should treat her as a support, yet he guarded her like a thief. When he was told to change how he addressed her, she acted as if she hadn't heard. If it were someone else, she would have long since lost interest.
"Your Highness, do you think it's possible that these are different time periods of the same ruin?" Su Chen
said this with a tone of certainty. The great sage's ruins are diverse.
Among them, the most representative are the main ruins that symbolize its growth process.
These ruins are actually
different time periods of the same ruin.
It's like a long river of time. If someone throws a stone upstream, the ripples will eventually reach downstream.
In the known ruin Fenglin
mentioned, the great sage inside might be in its complete form, which is why no one can catch a stick. But if one changes their approach and enters that ruin, perhaps they can avoid
catching a stick.
That would mean entering an earlier time period, allowing the incomplete great sage to owe a favor.
This way, in the later time period, they wouldn't be seen as enemies
by the great sage. This method was earned by players collecting fragments of the great sage's tokens, exchanged with blood and tears.
At that time, they couldn't win by fighting, so they had to do it this way. Your speculation is not without reason, but how do we confirm the time periods?
A flicker of intrigue crossed Fenglin's eyes, and her voice rippled.
In the known records, there indeed exist ruins of different time periods.
However, the fluctuation coefficients were not as similar as these two ruins, probably only about 30% similarity. The similarity of the fluctuation coefficients of these two ruins is as high as 80%. Hearing Fenglin finally ask what he wanted to know, Su Chen smiled slightly and confidently said, "Your
Highness, it's very simple, just let me try."
Isn't it about catching a stick? He didn't know if he could take a hit after making the Xuanwu card, along with the other character cards.
"Do you know what you're saying?" Fenglin asked him calmly, observing his expression. "Try it?" The previous realm administrators had similar thoughts. Then a few of them spent their lives in the shadow of that hit, unable to escape. Among them, those of the same age as Su Chen made up the majority. She didn't believe Su Chen could handle a hit. "Your Highness, there's no loss in trying, is there? Besides, what if the realm in Ningjiang is just as I said? Even if I can't take a hit, at least I'll be familiar with it." Seeing her disagreement, Su Chen earnestly persuaded her, almost writing "let me try" on his face. He definitely couldn't win, but he wanted to witness the majestic figure of what seemed to be a complete great sage. In the realm,
Fenglin waited in her heart, thinking of Guanjing's expectations for Su Chen, and nodded slightly.
"All right, let you try." Although Guanjing, that junior, liked to slack off and wander around, his insight was always exceptional. Since Su Chen could be seen as his successor, it was enough to show that Su Chen's mindset was not something ordinary people could compare to. "You'll come over with Ing later."
After saying this, Fenglin hung up without hesitation, leaving Su Chen somewhat bewildered.
Later? Prince Ing was far away.
In Xiandu, it would take at least half a day to get here.
Could it be that there was already a teleportation array? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Su Chen suddenly felt something unusual. He looked down and saw his shadow suddenly split into two, one of which condensed into a solid form right in front of him, taking on Fenglin's appearance. Is this the shadow communication technique?
Su Chen looked at the shadow that had appeared, his expression astonished.
Ing nodded calmly and said lightly, "Do not resist me." Without waiting
For Su Chen to react, Ing stepped forward and collided into his body. In an instant, Su Chen felt himself plunge into a pitch-black darkness, unable to see his own hand. The unknown. Fear compelled him to instinctively hold onto the shadow that was guiding him through this place. Ing suddenly stopped, her bright eyes calmly staring at him. Prince Ing, why are you looking at me? Let's go, it's really dark here. Su Chen held her tightly, curiously glancing around. After hearing this, Ing said nothing more and continued to guide him through. Inside the palace, feeling the unfamiliar sensations in his body, Fenglin was as cold as ice. Thud. The time spent traversing the unknown space was fleeting. Before Su Chen could react, Ing suddenly vanished, and he naturally fell. Even though he wasn't high off the ground, he still stumbled a bit, looking somewhat awkward. Your Highness, is Prince Ing angry? Su Chen patted his clothes, standing straight, and curiously asked Fenglin, who had a blank expression. From his interactions in the Phoenix realm, he felt that Ing was quite easy to get along with. Although her attitude was cold, she was very decisive in her actions. Something like just dropping him like that shouldn't have been her style. I told her to drop you. Do you have any objections? Fenglin replied indifferently, her eyes cold and distant. Su Chen was taken aback by her words, glanced at her, and calmly said, Your Highness, what did I do to make you uncomfortable? Everything is uncomfortable. Then you can just hold it in. Su Chen replied without hesitation, leaving Fenglin momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Your Highness, aren't you bored? Seeing her silent, Su Chen could only take the initiative to bring up a topic. Fenglin came back to her senses, glared at him, and said lightly, It has nothing to do with you. What I mean is, shouldn't you be doing something important? Su Chen looked at her in confusion. Was his intention not clear enough? Did he need to spell it out? Fenglin's expression remained unchanged as she looked elsewhere and said, Right now, I find you very unpleasant. Following her gaze, Su Chen saw an empty corner and said, Seriously, Your Highness, I said, then you can hold it in. Besides, you're not looking at me right now. Fenglin fell silent for a moment, then forcefully threw out a token. Whoosh! The token sliced through the air, heading straight for Su Chen's face. As it was about to crash down, Su Chen reached out his hand and easily caught it, then bowed and smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. I will definitely remember your kindness. So how do you plan to repay it? Su Chen looked up at Fenglin, and seeing that she was indeed asking, he smiled and said, Your Highness, since you are not in a hurry, let's talk about it when I can help you. After saying this, Su Chen shamelessly added, Your Highness, before I go in, I still need to prepare. Please give me some space. What are you going to do? Make cards. Su Chen answered decisively, his eyes shining. Create character cards. Fenglin stared at him for a moment before disappearing from sight. Watching her leave, Su Chen took a deep breath and arranged the card-making tools one by one. After finishing all this, he looked at the card surface, pen in hand, lost in thought. Xuanwu, one of the four symbols, represents the north and corresponds to winter. Xuanwu, depicted as a snake entwined around a turtle, symbolizes longevity and immortality, embodying the essence of life. Its form is towering like a celestial pillar, guarding a realm, unshakable. A multitude of inspirations flashed through his mind, ultimately prompting Su Chen to recall the Xuanwu in the ruins. Unconsciously, he began to draw. In another grand hall, as the complete image was projected, Fenglin stood beside Su Chen, gazing at the small card surface. Once she looked, her gaze could not be torn away. The card surface showed a raging blizzard, with endless ice mountains stretching into the infinite distance. At a glance, it appeared to be a desolate world, lonely and empty, completely dominated by the swirling snow. But upon closer inspection, beneath the snow-covered heavens, the undulating ice mountains faintly outlined the silhouette of a giant beast. This giant beast stood tall like a celestial pillar, quietly coiled, as if supporting the world's snow and wind. Gradually, Fenglin's mind was drawn into the card surface. Whoosh! The biting cold wind howled past her ears, and the frigid air made it hard to open her eyes. In the white, snowy world, there was not a trace of life. It seemed as if only Fenglin existed between heaven and earth. Loneliness, desolation, despair, all these negative emotions enveloped her mind like the blizzard. Fenglin felt a bit surprised and was about to actively withdraw her consciousness and leave this emerging card world when she suddenly felt a tremor. This tremor came from beneath her feet, as if telling her that she was not alone here. She instinctively looked down, but all she saw was the white snow, with no sign of what caused the tremor. A flicker of curiosity crossed her eyes, and her mind elevated in an instant, observing this card world from an omniscient perspective. Rumbling! The sound of the earth shaking grew louder, and under her gaze, a towering giant beast carrying the endless snow mountains slowly stood up. It resembled a giant turtle, with the dark shell exposed beneath the snow mountains, entwined by a long, dark snake, which was quite peculiar. The two were clearly two different creatures, yet they cleverly merged into one, indistinguishable from each other. Thud! Thud! It gently lifted its heavy front foot, slowly stepping down, and a dull sound echoed through the heavens and earth, lingering for a long time. Fenglin quietly watched it, her mind constantly searching for information, ultimately locking onto two words: Xuanwu. At that moment, her usually calm expression showed a hint of surprise. Xuanwu, listed in top secret. files was a key component of a card set. Logically, no one should be able to conquer the Xuanwu ruins. How did this Su Chen manage to do it? Could it be that his character card was far more powerful than she imagined? Buzzing. The tremor of the card surface jolted her mind awake and she focused her gaze, slightly startled. She saw that on the card surface, amidst the fierce wind and snow, Xuanwu had already transformed from stillness to motion, the majestic aura vividly displayed through those images. Majestic Xuanwu. Su Chen, immersed in card making, murmured softly, and a blank panel appeared before him. Without any hesitation, he filled in the fictional story. Xuanwu Fictional Story 1, Majestic Xuanwu. I opened my eyes to the cold heavens, mountains and rivers stretch for thousands of miles, not seeing stars or sun, only the wind blowing and snow drifting. In a days, I gazed at the vastness around me, faintly recalling the past when the mountains were green and the waters clear, the sun blazing and the moon bright. Everything here was wonderful, unmatched by anything else. Suddenly, a cold wind swept in, making it impossible for me to reminisce. I could only look at the present and ask the cold sky and frozen earth, how could they teach me to gather the wind and snow and restore the 4 seasons to the world? The cold sky remained silent, the frozen earth did not speak, the biting wind whipped against my body, leaving me restless. To find peace for my heart, I climbed thousands of mountains and crossed countless waters, traversing the 9 cold abysses, asking the wise ones of the world if there was a method to gather the wind and snow to keep the 4 seasons in the human realm. The wise one laughed and pointed to the ice mirror, saying the method lay within, and one would understand upon seeing it. Hearing this, I looked into the ice mirror, and there was nothing else within it, only my own reflection, my towering body bearing the weight of the blue mountains, my guarding soul calming the wind and snow, all beings residing, each finding their joy, the earth frozen and the sky cold, yet my heart was at peace. The hardships of the journey need not be known, nor must I ask where the road leads. Where my heart finds peace, there lie the 4 seasons of the world. The wise one laughed and said, you already know, as towering as the pillar of heaven, guarding one side, calming the wind and snow of the world. You are Xuanwu. As the golden letters filled the blank space of the panel text, the entire card began to tremble. Under foam Lin's gaze, the card's spirit light emerged, causing it to slowly hover in the air. When the spirit light retracted, a long, fair hand reached out with 2 fingers, pinching the card. With a slight turn, the aura of spiritual power on the back of the card reflected in Feng Lin's eyes, making it hard for her to maintain her calm. For on the back of the card were 6 intact auras of spiritual power, perfectly corresponding to its quality, mythical. Character card, Xuanwu, one of the 4 symbols. Gathering all 4 symbols can trigger deck effects. Compatibility 60%, summoning or illusion spirit power consumption reduced by 54%, compatibility times 0.9, connection talent and physique inheritance ratio is 6%, compatibility times 0.1. Type, summon/illusion level, flowing jade 1 star, 9 stars can attempt to break through to blooming blue, quality, mythical talent, guardian true soul skills, Xuanwu true body, extreme, cold shield, Xuanwu deathlight. Guardian True Soul, the Xuanwu True Soul is indestructible. Under the blessing of the True Soul, its own defense and recovery power are increased by 200%. Each time Xuanwu is summoned, it can unconditionally exempt 1 death. Xuanwu True Body, 14 stars. Xuanwu reveals its true form, intimidating the enemy and lowering their morale. After revealing its true form, defense value doubles, and recovery speed increases to twice the original, with single damage not exceeding 1%. Extreme Cold Shield, 10 stars. Xuanwu unfolds an extreme cold domain, adding a cold shield to itself, applying negative status to the enemy. While the cold shield exists, it will not take damage. Xuanwu Death Light, 10 stars. Xuanwu, in anger, summons a serpent body and releases a death light. This death light automatically seeks enemies and can ignore shield values and defense values, dealing true damage equal to 100% of its own defense value. Activated Deck Bond for symbols return, February 4th. For symbols return, for each symbol present, the card's basic attributes increase by 20%. When all 4 symbols gather, the deck domain and card combination skills can be released. Can I see it? Seeing Su Chen staring at the card, silent for a long time, Feng Lin couldn't help but feel curious. She returned to the main hall and reached out to him. Su Chen came to his senses, smiling as he handed over the card. The effect of the Xuanwu card could be said to be somewhat singular, but it was precisely this singularity that achieved perfection in one aspect. This was exactly what he wanted. Now that he had gathered enhancement, healing, combat, and defense cards, he could say he no longer had any weaknesses. In this pure White Cup competition, whether in individual matches or team matches, he was full of confidence. Not bad. After checking the Xuanwu card, Feng Lin returned it to Su Chen, her gaze towards him filled with more appreciation. Your talent, even in the Dongqian era, is not inferior to anyone. I will help you keep an eye on the other 4 symbols. The Qinglong is with you, right? Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and gently nodded. He was troubled, not knowing how to find Zhuke and Baihu. With Feng Lin's connections and influence, it must be much easier for her to locate them than for him. Zhuke had most likely fallen into the hands of the douching group, and if he wanted to retrieve her, he could only rely on the organization. Very well, I can hand over the Phoenix Source to you, but, considering your current mental strength, I will keep it for you for the time being. Feng Lin said, whenever you reach the 5th level of Cardmaster, you can ask me for it, and I will give it to you. As she spoke, Feng Lin waved her hand forward. In an instant, colorful storage cards floated in the air, shimmering in a dazzling display. Su Chen glanced over and recognized several familiar tokens: Huagua Mountain Ruins, East Sea Dragon Palace Ruins, Underworld Ruins, Heavenly Court Ruins. He even saw tokens related to the true monarch. However, even though these ruin tokens were stored, a hint of terrifying energy still seeped out. There was no doubt that with his current strength, venturing into these ruins would mean certain death. Feng Lin rummaged through the storage cards and finally locked onto a dark golden card. She pinched it between 2 fingers and handed it to Su Chen. As soon as he took it, Su Chen focused his gaze and was stunned. The face of the card displayed the appearance of a ruin token. This token was entirely dark golden, with 2 single-sided monkey faces facing each other. On the front, each monkey face had an incredibly spirited gaze, identical in every way, making it impossible to distinguish between them. What's wrong? Seeing Su Chen in a daze, Feng Lin asked curiously. She always felt that Su Chen seemed to know a lot about the entities within the ruins. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use the corresponding mythological materials to create the corresponding character cards. But where did he learn so much? It's nothing, I need to think about it some more. Su Chen rubbed his temples, his expression somewhat troubled. He should have realized earlier that these 2 ruins were too similar. They were clearly the true and false Great Sage ruins. If he wanted to obtain the Great Sage's token from this part, he had to help the true Great Sage eliminate the false Great Sage. This meant he first had to distinguish between the 2, then merge the 2 ruins, and finally assist the true Great Sage in defeating the false Great Sage. But the problem was, how could he persuade Feng Lin to merge the 2 ruins? After all, if handled poorly, it could spiral out of control. Once the true and false Great Sage ruins intersected with reality and merged, the consequences would be unimaginable. If there's something to say, just say it. I'm not an old-fashioned person. Noticing Su Chen's silence, Feng Lin reminded him calmly, her expression unchanged. I'll go in and take a look first. Su Chen nodded lightly, disguised as the new god of wood, then took a deep breath and resolutely activated the ruin token. In an instant, a dazzling dark golden light coalesced into a door, swallowing Su Chen's figure. Splash! A waterfall cascaded from an infinite height, crashing into a deep pool, the sound echoing endlessly. A golden monkey, wearing a purple gold crown with phoenix wings, clad in golden chainmail, and stepping on lotus silk cloud shoes, stood quietly by the pool, holding a ruby golden staff, its piercing eyes fixed intently. On the other side of the pool, accompanied by a flash of golden light, a door appeared on the opposite bank. A young man with dragon horns emerged from the door. Whoosh! The golden monkey raised its staff with one hand, silently chanting a spell, and the golden staff grew larger and longer, extending to the opposite bank. It effortlessly lifted the staff and swung it fiercely at the figure stepping out of the door. In an instant, the sky darkened, the sun and moon changed color, and a terrifying force was unleashed, all bearing down on the intruder with the weight of the golden staff. Are you going to attack right away? Su Chen looked at the shadow looming above him, and without time to think, he immediately released the Xuanwu card. Boom! The moment the Xuanwu appeared, before it could fully materialize, it was crushed into spiritual light by the staff. But that ball of spiritual light reformed into the silhouette of Xuanwu, barely blocking the staff for a moment. However, the final outcome could only be a collapse. Facing the cold patterns of the golden staff just inches away, Su Chen remained calm. Strictly speaking, Xuanwu had managed to block a strike, which was commendable. But the great sage in this ruin clearly had no intention of letting him go. The moment this thought flashed through his mind, Su Chen was astonished to find that the enlarged golden staff no longer fell. Before he could react, the golden staff quickly shrank back down and was retracted. Once he regained his composure, he focused his gaze, and the figure on the opposite bank came into view, their iconic attire causing him to feel a bit dazed. Dragon! The golden monkey leaned on its staff, its gaze still indifferent. Su Chen suddenly understood, it was the great sage of the ruins, and he was the intruder. This was a warning to him. The sound of the waterfall crashing into the deep pool drowned out the howling wind. The young man and the golden monkey stood across the pool, facing each other in silence. In that moment, many thoughts flashed through Su Chen's mind, but he decisively cut them all off. Because the great sage of the ruins on the opposite bank could not communicate at all, it only possessed the instinct to fight. In other words, its existence was solely to battle another great sage of the ruins whose authenticity was uncertain. As for what would happen after a defeat or a victory, Su Chen had no idea. In his past life, strategies for obtaining the great sage's token were exceedingly rare, as it was simply too difficult. Seeing him lost in thought, the golden monkey lifted its staff and gently tapped it against the ground. Bang! Su Chen felt the entire ground tremble. Coming back to his senses, he looked at the golden monkey across from him and cupped his hands in salute, saying, I have met the great sage, I would like to ask for your help. The golden monkey remained silent, simply gazing at Su Chen. The instinct to fight urged it to eliminate the intruder, yet an unknown emotion held it back from destroying the intruder before it. Its memories were fragmented, only recording two exceedingly simple goals: eliminate the intruder, eliminate another version of itself. Great sage? Su Chen looked at the unresponsive golden monkey, feeling a sense of worry rise within him. If it wouldn't even acknowledge him, how could he discern the truth? Click! A sound of something being removed echoed. Su Chen focused his gaze, and the golden monkey took off its crown, removing the golden hoop that radiated spiritual light from its head. Upon seeing the golden hoop, Su Chen's breath quickened slightly. The token! He murmured, his eyes filled with fervor. Yet even so, he did not dare to move an inch, fearing he might be struck away with a single blow. Whoosh! As he was lost in thought, the golden monkey on the opposite bank threw the golden hoop directly over to him. Su Chen reached out to catch it, and the complete golden hoop instantly vanished by more than half, leaving only a small segment that emitted dazzling light. Golden hoop. Fragment, a fragment of the great sage's token. Collect pieces to synthesize a complete golden hoop, which may yield unexpected effects. Type, special mythical. Material fragment description, the golden hoop is not worn on the head. As his mental energy swept over it in an instant, the information contained within the golden hoop fragment was fully received by Su Chen. However, just as he was about to ask why it had casually given him this token, slap, the dark golden staff coming from the front directly jabbed Su Chen out of there. Plop! Inside the great hall, the vanished portal to the ruins reappeared, and a figure flew out from the door, crashing heavily to the ground. Su Chen grimaced in pain, slowly getting up, and met Feng Lin's gaze, saying earnestly, Your Highness, the situation has changed. Upon hearing this, Feng Lin nodded slightly. Indeed, there has been a change. Just now, Director Bing Mei and Administrator Ruoyi, along with the people who accidentally entered the ruins, all came out. This ruins is currently in containment. Hearing this, Su Chen hurriedly asked, What is the situation inside? He had just obtained the fragment of the great sage's token when the situation over there suddenly changed. Could there be a connection between the two? Feng Lin glanced at him, who was anxious, feeling slightly surprised, and then said seriously, Just as you guessed, there is also a monkey inside, but just now, it vanished into thin air within the ruins. Vanished? Su Chen touched the golden hoop fragment in his pocket, his brows furrowing tightly. Was this reasonable? Could it be that it wasn't the true or false great sage ruins? Alright, thinking too much about this is pointless. Perhaps being confused is the best option. Stop thinking about it, focus on preparing for the competition. At this point, Feng Lin hesitated slightly. She looked at Su Chen and said calmly, The grand event of the Boundless Sea is about to begin. Would you like to come with me and see the world? The relationship between the mermaid princess and him was clearly not simple. Out of both emotion and reason, she had to do something. Is that okay, Your Highness? Will we make it in time for the event? Upon hearing about the Boundless Sea, a charming figure flashed through Su Chen's mind. In an instant, the hidden longing he usually kept buried surged to the surface. He had no idea what would happen when the Mermaid King returned from the Great Wasteland. He also didn't know what kind of obstacles she would face upon her return. In the past, he might have only been able to yearn for her. But now it was different. With Feng Lin as a backing, he might be able to strive for more. If possible, bringing her back would be the best outcome. Ing can send you back here at any time, but once you return, she won't be able to take you to the Boundless Sea. In other words, you won't miss the event, but the time you have to meet the Mermaid Princess will be very short. As Feng Lin explained, she watched his expression with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Would taking a troublemaker to the grand event of the Boundless Sea ultimately lead to the situation she wanted to see? She was very curious. Ahem, Your Highness, since you say so, it would be inappropriate for me not to go. Under her gaze, Su Chen felt as if he were being pricked by needles. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he became more composed. It didn't matter what he did, after all, he had Feng Lin to fall back on. At this stage, the various water tribes of the Boundless Sea, which were generally friendly towards the human race, would likely give Feng Lin some face. As long as he acted low-key, there shouldn't be any major issues. Well, then it's settled. Feng Lin nodded, reached out, and took back the storage card from Su Chen's hand. After doing all this, she looked at Su Chen, who still seemed a bit reluctant, and warned him, The spirits in these wastelands are not something you can touch yet. Don't aim too high. Your Highness, I understand. Su Chen suppressed his unwillingness and replied calmly. These wastelands would basically have to wait until later for him to have a chance to conquer them. As for now, unless he figured out why the spirit of the wasteland sage wanted to give out the token, dreaming of obtaining these mythical materials early would be futile. That's good to know, Feng Lin replied, turning to look at the throne, her voice taking on a more ethereal tone. The god Bao of Shi Yuan will be entrusted to you from now on. You can find the person who brought you here to lift its first layer of seal. Remember, don't be greedy, one layer of seal will be enough for you. Upon Hearing this, Su Chen looked up at her desolate figure and hesitated. Your Highness, aren't you curious about who he is? Feng Lin did not turn around again but simply shook her head calmly and silently walked up the steps to the throne. He is not the person I am looking for. He is just a friend of the Eastern Qin Emperor. If there's nothing else, you may leave. We will set off the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, Su Chen silently bowed and stepped out of the great hall. Almost as soon as he left, Ing appeared beside Feng Lin and whispered, Your Highness, there must be a connection between them. Feng Lin turned to look at the entrance of the great hall, her gaze deep. Ing, I know, but he is not him, is he? Ing remained silent for a long time before saying, Then, Your Highness, what will you do in the future? Feng Lin tilted her head to glance at her and smiled sweetly. Ing, I am Feng Lin now. Ancient Qian Kingdom, Qiannan Prefecture, Nanning Port. The bustling port was lively even in the early morning. In the distance, the sound of cargo ships' horns could be heard, while nearby, vendors shouted their wares. The salty sea breeze blew in from the deep blue sea, and just a glance to the side felt as if it would hit one in the face. But Su Chen's thoughts were entirely elsewhere. Like many early market-goers, he stared blankly at the suspended buildings above the sea. The exquisite palace complex was as captivating as a dragon palace. Colorful glass, moonlight pearls, and jade corals, various spiritual items had become mere decorations. Looking closely at the palace, it was grand and magnificent, like a heavenly palace mistakenly appearing in the mortal realm. Every year there are such mirages. Has anyone ever been there? Even just to catch a glimpse would be fine. This vast sea is so large that even these aquatic beings can't find it. How could we possibly find it? Don't think about it. This palace is most likely in the inner sea of the boundless ocean, Yuanhai. What kind of place is that? One goes there and one dies. This year's mirage looks extraordinary, much more spectacular than in recent years. The whispers of bystanders fell into their ears. Su Chen stared at the mirage for a while, then turned to Feng Lin and said softly, Advisor, hasn't the ship arrived yet? In the boundless ocean, the weather was unpredictable, and relying solely on flying to the venue was clearly unrealistic. Those living by the sea could not do without ships. Therefore, at Southing Port, there were dedicated ships responsible for taking people to the event. Hearing this, Feng Lin glanced at the time and frowned. Let's wait a bit longer. It was now 8 in the morning, and logically, the ship she had booked should have arrived by 7:50. But considering the peculiarities of the boundless ocean, she decided to be patient. Past experiences told her that urging was useless, only waiting was effective. After hearing this, Su Chen could only nod. However, after nearly half an hour of waiting, there was still no sign of any ship approaching the dock. Before Su Chen could ask again, Feng Lin made a phone call, but it rang with an unreachable tone. Realizing that something might be wrong, she was about to take Su Chen to the local patrol office when a strange ship floated onto the sea, causing many pedestrians to change their expressions dramatically. The ghost ship is here. Hurry, hurry. What bad luck. Why has this ship appeared again? What are you babbling about? If you see something unclean, be careful it doesn't cling to you. Scatter, scatter. Everyone, hurry and scatter. The once bustling port instantly fell silent with the arrival of that eerie ship. Su Chen steadied himself and looked at the ship entering the port. It was shabby and worn, its surface marked by the ravages of time. One couldn't help but marvel that it hadn't sunk yet. A flag, whose original appearance was unrecognizable, fluttered weakly on the mast, adding a touch of eeriness to the already strange vessel. The deck was completely empty. It approached as if it truly was the ghost ship spoken of by many. It's here, let's go. Feng Lin said softly and stepped towards the place where the ship docked. Su Chen was momentarily stunned but quickly followed, scrutinizing the ship more closely. No matter how he looked at it, the ship appeared dilapidated, with nothing worth noting. But since Feng Lin didn't explain, he could only suppress his confusion and follow her onto the ship. Almost the moment he stepped onto the ship, the scene before him changed. The previously eerie and dilapidated ghost ship transformed into a completely jet-black vessel, with a group of jellyfish people standing on the deck. They were almost transparent, and beneath their jellyfish hats was a face resembling a human. Upon seeing them, a word flashed through Su Chen's mind: Water Xia clan. The Water Xia clan had voluntarily submitted to the human race during the Eastern Qian Empire period and were under the protection of the empire. Looking at them now, it seemed they still had ties to the ancient Qian kingdom. Your Highness, this is the captain. Shui Wen squinted at the young man, who was observing them, a hint of unusual color flashing in his eyes. In previous years, the prince had always attended the event alone in secret. Why was he bringing someone this time? Could it be that the prince was also getting involved in that matter? Shui Wen, don't ask what you shouldn't. Feng Lin replied lightly and turned to enter the cabin. Seeing this, Su Chen did not follow her in but instead gazed at the distant mirage, feeling the ship's movement, his eyes deep. Little brother, are you also interested in this dragon palace? Shui Wen, standing nearby, looked at the mirage and smiled slightly. Then you are in luck. This event is all about exploring the dragon palace together. Upon hearing this, Su Chen turned to glance at him, curiosity evident on his face. Captain, is this the dragon palace? In The East Sea Dragon Palace's ruins. He had been there before, and it was much more spectacular than this. The mirage reflected here could not possibly be the
East Sea Dragon Palace.
The likelihood of it being another dragon palace was also slim, as the area covered was a bit small. To him, it looked more like a part of
an island's scenery. Hee, little brother, I don't know either, but that's what everyone else says. It can't be wrong, right? Since the prince has brought you here, it must be to have you explore this place with those aquatic prodigies. Shu Weiwen said this while keeping a close eye on Su Chen, trying to read something from his face. Their Shu Wei Xia clan had only one quota to explore the Dragon Palace. His son had worked very hard for this day. If the qualification were to be snatched away without clarity, it would be frustrating not just for his son but for him as well. However, he had no choice. Their ancestor had sworn an oath to serve the Eastern Qian Empire unto death.
Although the Eastern Qian Empire had fallen, the prince still existed, and the power of the oath within their bloodline could still
bind them.
Even if he wanted to resist, he couldn't. Su Chen noticed his gaze and shook his head slightly, saying, "Captain, I'm here to find someone. That's not my
purpose.
When out and about, it's better to act low-key and avoid causing her trouble. That would be the best way to express his gratitude for her help."
"Oh, who are you looking for? Little brother, do you need my help?"
Hearing that Su Chen wasn't here to seize the quota, Shu Weiwen felt a surge of joy, and his attitude became
much warmer.
Su Chen turned to look at him and smiled slightly.
"The 7th princess of the Merfolk, Captain, can you help me?" Shu Weiwen's smile froze at the
corners of his mouth, and his expression gradually became serious.
He stared at Su Chen and whispered, "Little brother, don't you know?
The mermaid pearl was lost by the 7th princess, and the Merfolk king is furious, locking her in a clam prison. After 7 days of confinement, she will be sent to the boundless sea prison to refine the mermaid pearl, with no chance of coming out again."
Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression instantly turned cold. "Captain, did the Merfolk king really say that?"
He admitted he hadn't given the pearl that Senior De had sent him to the Merfolk king, but he had said that as long as Qingyin came, he would
definitely give it. Yet, the Merfolk king had accused him? Accused his own daughter? If that were the case, then he couldn't be blamed for being merciless. Su Chen's face darkened as he turned and entered the cabin.
Inside the clean and tidy cabin, Feng Lin set down her teacup and looked at the young man standing before her.
Bowing,
her voice was calm. "Su Chen, the Merfolk pearl was used on you by her."
Su Chen was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Your Highness, do you mean that the Merfolk king did not wrongfully accuse Qingyin?" In Mei Chemu, Feng Lin's nod plunged Su Chen into deep thought. When had Qingyin used the pearl on him? Could it have been when he awakened his innate wisdom? "Speak, what do you want to do?" Seeing Su Chen in contemplation, Feng Lin was quite interested. What would he do in the face of the Merfolk princess who had saved his life and was wholeheartedly devoted to him? She was very curious.
"Your Highness, I want to exchange the Merfolk pearl
obtained in the great wilderness for Qingyin.
But I alone cannot accomplish this. I hope your Highness can help me."
Su Chen bowed earnestly, his words sincere, but he felt a bit anxious inside.
He wished he could take Qingyin away from that dreadful place right now.
Unfortunately, he lacked the ability and needed to rely on others' strength. "MHM, what if I don't help?"
Feng Lin slowly stood up, looking calmly at Su Chen. "You should know that I have no obligation to help you. I only
provide you with protection."
Su Chen was taken aback by her words, then immediately said seriously, "Your Highness, if you help me, I will repay you 100-fold.
In the future."
Feng Lin turned away, saying lightly, "I can help you, but afterward, you must help me with one thing."
"What is it? Please tell me, Your Highness. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help."
Fixing his gaze on her back, Su Chen's expression was solemn. Qingyin had risked her own safety to use the Merfolk pearl for him. Therefore, he too would go to any lengths to rescue her. "Remove the seal in the pit for me." Feng Lin turned around, her expression blank.
"Release the abyss." Su Chen's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Your Highness, the monsters in the abyss." Feng Lin raised an eyebrow, her tone indifferent. "That's not something you should be concerned about. Just answer me, will you help or not?"
Su Chen stared at her for a long time, then nodded firmly.
"Your Highness, I will help." The arrival of the abyss was only a matter of time, but no one could say when it would come. However, if the seal was lifted, they could control the timing of the abyss's release. This way, they could be fully prepared before facing the great terror of the abyss. "Good, go out and inform Shu Weiwen, tell him to take us to the sea area where the Merfolk reside. This time, I will actively protect you during the Merfolk expedition, but how to save her, you need to figure out on your own." After saying this, Feng Lin closed her eyes and began to rest. Seeing this, Su Chen solemnly bowed and left the cabin, heading outside. On the deck, after hearing Su Chen's words, Shu Weiwen said nothing more, silently instructing the crew to change course towards the sea area where the Merfolk lived. In the forbidden area of the Merfolk, the clam prison, a huge, snow-white clamshell was half open, a transparent membrane enveloping the woman inside. With each flicker of light from the membrane, the woman's breath weakened. Splash! A sound of movement approached from afar. The woman in the clam prison lifted her pale face, her dim eyes fixed on the newcomer.
She felt neither anger nor hatred, even though it was this person who reported her. "Sister, how tragic," said the newcomer, who bore the same face as the woman, looking at her miserable state with a hint of smugness in her eyes. "But this is what you deserve, sister." Li Qingying replied flatly, "Qianying, I cannot be the crown prince, and
neither can you."
"Shut up." Li Qianying leaned her face close to hers, glaring at her angrily.
"You self-degrading fool. We had a chance. Why did you give up so easily?" "Ha? Why? You know how much I need the pearl, but not only do you refuse to let me use it, you want to use it on a human. Li Qingying, do you still see me as your sister?" At this point, Li Qianying gritted her teeth in hatred, her eyes turning red. "What have I worked so hard for? Isn't it to make us the crown princes and control our own fate? But what about you, Li Qingying, my dear sister? What have you done?" Tears streamed down her face as Li Qianying felt increasingly wronged. "You said you didn't want to be the crown prince, and I said it was fine, I could take your place, didn't we agree on that? Sister, why are you going back on your word? What's so good about that human? Can he compare to your sister who has been with you day and night?" Li Qingying sighed and turned her face away. "Qianying, it has come to this, I have nothing more to say." As the elder sister, she certainly understood her sister's ambition. But was being the crown prince really that easy?
In her sister's eyes, their father and grandmother held her in high regard because she was the elder sister, so she had the chance to become the crown prince. But the reality was that neither their father nor grandmother had any intention of making her the crown prince. They valued her because her bloodline had returned to its ancestors, making her the most capable of nurturing the merfolk pearl. In their eyes, that was her greatest value, followed by marriage alliances. As for that crown prince, with the third and fifth brothers around, how could they possibly become the crown prince? Her sister was too naive. The competition for the crown prince was far from what she imagined.
"Ha, Li Qingying, you have nothing to say? I see you want to protect that human."
Li Qianying clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with deep hatred. "I tell you, I have already found out who it is, and I came to say goodbye to you."
Li Qingying's face turned pale
as she glanced at her obsessive sister, softly pleading, "Qianying, the merfolk pearl has already fused, you can't take it out.
Wait until I condense a new pearl and give it to you, okay?"
"No," Li Qianying answered decisively, her eyes filled with disappointment and pain. Once a new pearl was formed, it would signify the end of her sister's life. How could she allow such a thing to happen? The reason she reported it was that she wanted to avoid being implicated, so she could find a way to save her foolish sister.
"Sister, you disappoint me too much."
Li Qianying shook her head, turned away, her voice cold.
"I will disguise myself as you,
get close to him, test him. If he is not worthy of your trust, I will kill him myself. If he is worthy of your trust, then he should willingly offer his body." Hearing this, Li Qingying panicked, patting the shimmering membrane, pleading, "Qianying, please, don't hurt him.
It was my fault."
Li Qianying's expression remained unchanged as she looked back at her sister, who was begging in a low voice, her gaze growing colder.
"It's too late, Li Qingying. I have already given you a chance." With that, Li Qianying resolutely turned and drifted away. She skillfully avoided the guards outside and returned to her palace, packing her sister's belongings, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, a maid rushed into the hall in a panic, shouting, "Princess! Princess! It's bad! I saw a human!" In the luxurious and elegant palace, the elders of the merfolk sat on either side, squinting at the young man standing calmly in the center of the hall. For some reason, ever since they laid eyes on the young man, they felt inexplicably uneasy. It was as if standing before them was not a human, but an ancient being of a more noble bloodline. He looked very weak, yet the feeling he gave them was so contradictory. This left them momentarily hesitant to speak. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Chen appeared calm, bowing to the merfolk king on the throne, saying, "Merfolk king, my elder wishes to invite you to reminisce. I wonder if you..." The merfolk king's face twitched as he looked at the serious Su Chen, smiling slightly. "Nephew, this matter can be discussed later. That merfolk pearl was borrowed by Qingying for you to remove the toxins. Did you come today to return it?" As these words fell, all the elders fixed their eyes on Su Chen, their gazes gradually sharpening. The merfolk pearl was a treasure upon which their clan relied to maintain the purity of their bloodline, and it was of great importance. Anyone who was not of their clan should not touch it. The seventh princess knew the clan rules yet still lent out the merfolk pearl, and she had already been punished. Therefore, Su Chen, who stood before them, should also be punished if he did not return it. "Merfolk king, the pearl is in my elder's possession. If you wish to take it, you can send someone with me to retrieve it." Su Chen smiled, looking at the merfolk king on the throne, his gaze carrying a hint of amusement. As soon as he finished speaking, before the merfolk king could respond, a handsome young man stepped forward, saying loudly, "Father, I am willing to share your burden." Almost immediately, another older young man stood up, saying, "Father, the fifth brother is rather reckless, I am willing to accompany him." Upon hearing this, Su Chen looked at these two men, who were clearly his brothers-in-law, and revealed a harmless smile. "Both princes are extraordinary. With your company, the matter of retrieving the pearl is sure to be foolproof." The merfolk king's eyelids twitched incessantly. Just thinking of the man in the wasteland made him feel uneasy. After a moment's thought, he looked at Su Chen and said kindly, Singer, Lanner, let's set the matter of the pearl aside for now. Nephew, would you like to go see Xing Ying first? It was impossible for him not to feel heartache knowing his daughter was still locked in the clam prison. Now that a key figure had arrived, he might be able to use this opportunity to release his daughter. Su Chen's expression changed slightly, and he nodded gently. However, at that moment, a calm voice rang out. You are a king, how can you go back on your word? Although Xing Ying is my granddaughter, she violated the clan's prohibitions and should be severely punished. If we do not enforce this strictly, what chaos will ensue below? Su Chen turned to see a dignified elderly woman approaching, flanked by two women who bore some resemblance to Xing Ying. Seeing him look over, the old woman's gaze was indifferent, while the woman in pink smiled charmingly, and the woman in blue appeared calm. Xiaoqi has a good eye, Grandma, this human really is quite a handsome fellow, isn't he? The woman in pink covered her mouth and giggled, but there was a hint of mockery in her pink eyes. Humans are all the same, selfish and self-serving. Sister, don't be deceived by his appearance, the woman in blue replied, lightly, not even bothering to look directly at Su Chen. The old woman, upon hearing this, did not express any opinion but turned to the right where Feng Lin was resting with her eyes closed. She slightly bowed and said, Your Highness has traveled a long way, this old one has failed to welcome you properly. Feng Lin opened her eyes, glanced at the three, and spoke in a very plain tone. You're joking, old lady. This is the territory of the merfolk. I wouldn't dare to call myself your highness. In the vast ocean, the merfolk were not weak, and the old woman before her, being of the Tsanglong clan, had exceedingly high standards. Her status could not intimidate the old woman. The reason for her politeness was merely to test the old woman's attitude. Your highness is still your highness, even if Dongqian has become a thing of the past, the respect that is due must still be given. The old woman spoke to herself as she walked toward the seat beside the throne. During this process, the merfolk king remained expressionless, only occasionally showing a vague, indescribable meaning when his gaze met Su Chen's. Once the old woman was seated, many elders seemed to come back to their senses and stepped forward one after another. Your Majesty, the seventh princess has violated clan rules. This is a fact that cannot be easily overlooked. Your Majesty, the urgent matter is to retrieve the pearl and stabilize the hearts of the clan. Your Majesty, matters should be prioritized. The pearl is the foundation of our clan and should be placed first. Your Majesty, this matter should be handled by the old queen. A series of voices rose and fell. To Su Chen, these were rather harsh words, but the merfolk king seemed unaffected. He turned to the old woman and respectfully asked, Mother, shall I leave this matter in your hands? The old woman slightly raised her eyes, looking down at Su Chen, and said lightly, Your Majesty, Xing Ying is your daughter. This matter should be handled by you. However, the elders are correct. Matters should be prioritized, and your Majesty should consider carefully. The merfolk king listened earnestly, nodded slightly, and then scanned the many elders, saying solemnly, The elders are right, I misspoke earlier. The merfolk pearl is indeed the most important matter. Therefore, I ask the elders to send 2 representatives to accompany my nephew to retrieve the merfolk pearl from the ruins. I will wait here for your good news. As soon as these words fell, the elders exchanged glances, feeling puzzled. Why should this human be the one to retrieve the merfolk pearl? There was no need to go through such trouble and send more people. Elder, second elder, you go with him to retrieve it. Seeing that no one was expressing their stance, the old woman's face turned serious as she directly pointed to 2 elders. Upon hearing this, the elder and the second elder stepped forward, bowed to the old woman, and then looked at Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at the merfolk king, who appeared unfazed, nodded slightly, and activated the token for the ruins, leading the 2 elders into the ruins. In less than 3 minutes, he emerged alone, looking at the remaining elders, and said, Seriously, to retrieve the pearl, we need more help. Elders, please lend this young man a hand. The remaining elders exchanged glances, and immediately 2 of them stepped forward to follow Su Chen into the ruins. In less than a moment, Su Chen came out again, looking a bit more anxious. We need 2 more elders. We can retrieve the merfolk pearl right away. Upon hearing this, the remaining elders again sent 2 more to follow Su Chen into the ruins. However, in less than half a minute, Su Chen appeared alone again, still looking anxious. We're almost there. Immediately, an elder followed him. This repeated 10 times, leaving the hall feeling somewhat empty. When Su Chen appeared once more, the old woman slowly stood up and coldly said, Human, does it really require so many people to retrieve a single merfolk pearl? Hearing this, Su Chen stopped in his tracks and looked at the old woman, speaking neither humbly nor arrogantly, Elder, things have their priorities. The pearl is the most important. Losing some clansmen for the pearl is nothing. Why are you in such a hurry? Impudent! Do you dare to play tricks on me? The old woman was furious, her imposing aura pressing down on Su Chen. At that moment, Feng Lin flashed and appeared in front of Su Chen, smiling gently. Elder, he is just an impudent junior. Why bother with him? In the vast hall, the standoff between the old woman and Feng Lin drew everyone's attention. Suddenly,
The king of the merfolk stepped forward, placing himself between the two, and first bowed to the old woman. "Mother, please calm down, I will handle this matter." Upon hearing this, the old woman gave the king of the merfolk a deep look but said nothing, silently returning to her seat. Seeing this, the king of the merfolk turned to face Su Chen and Feng Lin, his expression solemn. "Your Highness, please remain calm, I will discuss this matter thoroughly with my esteemed nephew." Feng Lin remained non-committal, standing to the side with her arms crossed, not revealing an ounce of her aura, yet everyone could feel the terrifying presence emanating from her bloodline. The rumored prince was the only offspring of the Eastern Qian Emperor, and his mother was the first phoenix of the Phoenix Ruins, holding a noble status. With a mother of such noble blood and a father once known as the sovereign of all races, one can imagine how powerful this prince of Eastern Qian was. Not to mention, the revival of the ancient Qian kingdom was inextricably linked to this prince. For a moment, the hall grew increasingly oppressive. At this time, the king of the merfolk looked at the composed Su Chen, his voice sincere. "Esteemed nephew, the elders are all innocent, please release them." Su Chen raised his eyes to look at the king of the merfolk, glancing at the old woman seated behind him, and said lightly, "King of the merfolk, why don't you come with me?" As soon as these words fell, the others present changed their expressions. "Father, don't agree." The two princes of the merfolk spoke in unison. The other elders also urged one after another. "Your Majesty, absolutely not." "Yes, Your Majesty. Who knows what his intentions are?" "Your Majesty, you must not take risks. This matter can be deliberated over time." The voices of persuasion echoed in the hall, while the old woman in the back listened with an expressionless face. Her gaze flickered between Su Chen and the king of the merfolk. "I have made up my mind, elders, there is no need for further persuasion." The king of the merfolk waved his hand, speaking with righteous indignation. "Xingying is my daughter, her violation of clan rules ultimately reflects my failure as a father. Such a sin, how can I let her bear it alone?" The king of the merfolk turned and bowed solemnly to the old woman. "Mother, if I encounter any mishap, I entrust all clan matters to you." Seeing this, the old woman's expression finally changed. She opened her mouth, but before she could speak, the king of the merfolk followed Su Chen into the ruins right in front of her. She had to swallow her words, pressing her hands on the ends of her seat, her mood slightly uneasy as she began to wait. "Kid, my mother is quite suspicious, you know what to do." By the riverside in the ruins, the king of the merfolk looked at Su Chen, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. As expected of a descendant of a powerful being, he could cooperate in the act without needing any prompting. As long as today's matter was handled well, in the future, the elders would have to consider the feelings of this king when listening to his mother. "King of the merfolk, if anything happens to Qingying, not just you, even the Tsanglong clan will have to pay a painful price." Su Chen stared at the king of the merfolk, the suppressed anger in his heart leaking out slightly at that moment. If it weren't for the king of the merfolk insisting on bringing Qingying back, this incident would never have occurred. Hearing this, the king of the merfolk was not angry. Instead, he replied calmly, "Kid, Qingying is my daughter. It is not up to an outsider like you to speak out." The image of Qingying was the last gift his wife left him, and she resembled his wife the most. Any suffering inflicted upon her weighed heavily on his heart. "If you don't want me, an outsider, to meddle, then you should protect your daughter, king of the merfolk." Su Chen glanced at him and stepped deeper into the peach grove. Upon hearing this, the king of the merfolk's eyes flashed with a hint of anger, and he quickly followed. As soon as they reached the depths of the peach grove, the king saw the elders, who had entered earlier, each one immobilized by a pressure that rendered them unable to move. Upon seeing his arrival, the leading elder exclaimed, in terror, "Your Majesty, what are you doing here? You shouldn't have come." The king of the merfolk, undaunted, stepped forward with righteous resolve. "Elders, I am the king of the merfolk, and I have the responsibilities of a king. You are trapped here because of the pearl incident. It is my duty to come in and rescue you." As these words fell, the elders' eyes turned slightly red, and warmth surged in their hearts. How had they not noticed such a good king before? Now it was too late to say anything. If anything happened to the king, they would have no face to live on. Ahem. I didn't expect the little king of the merfolk to have such integrity. Dei coughed lightly, and as he stood up, the pressure emanating from his robust body made the merfolk elders tremble in fear. This mysterious human from the ruins was incredibly powerful. They couldn't see through which realm he belonged to. Also, why did this person seem somewhat familiar? Lord Dei, this matter has nothing to do with the elders. Please let them go. I am willing to bear the responsibility alone. Seeing Dei cooperate, the king of the merfolk began to perform. His words made the merfolk elders feel a pang of guilt. The leading elder was even more agitated, shouting, "Your Majesty, don't worry about us, just get out first. Our clan cannot lose you." The king of the merfolk shook his head firmly and said sincerely, "If I am missing from the clan, my mother can choose a new king. But if the clan loses you elders, how will it function?" After saying this, the king of the merfolk, disregarding the elders' pleas, resolutely faced Dei. "Senior Dei, I will stay. Please let the elders leave." "All right, then I will grant your wish," Dei said in a deep voice, waving his hand, and the elders were directly blasted out by the token he held. Once only 3 remained, Dai smiled at Su Chen and said, "Kid, how was my performance?" "Senior Dai, whether it was good or not depends on the parties involved," Su Chen replied, looking at the king of the merfolk with a beaming smile. "Good. Very good, Lord Dai." The king of the merfolk immediately donned a radiant smile, completely shedding the deep feelings he had for his clan just moments ago. Dai chuckled and gestured for the king of the merfolk to exit the peach grove first. The king glanced at the two, realizing Dai had something to discuss privately, and thus politely took his leave. As soon as he left, Dai fixed his gaze on Su Chen, curious, is she outside? He had never met the daughter of an old friend, only heard that wandering youth mention her, said to be a strong-willed girl who didn't want to live in her father's shadow. "Yes, Senior Dai, do you want to meet her?" Su Chen nodded slightly, his eyes filled with anticipation. "No, I don't know her, and meeting her would only add to my troubles," Dai replied, extending his hand toward Su Chen. "Give me the bow, I will help you unlock the first seal." Su Chen's heart trembled, and he solemnly took out the bow and presented it to Dai. Holding the bow with one hand, Dai looked at Su Chen and said earnestly, "Kid, this seal contains his power. I don't know what effect it will have once released, but in any case, use this bow with caution." After saying this, without waiting for Su Chen's response, Dai's palm erupted with countless spiritual lights, which flowed into the divine bow of shooting abyss. Boom! As the countless spiritual lights merged, the divine bow of shooting abyss shone brilliantly. Under Su Chen's incredulous gaze, the light on the bow gradually gathered behind Dai, forming a tall silhouette. At that moment, Dai also realized something, turning to look at the silhouette, and asked in surprise, "Is this his projection of shooting abyss?" The blurred figure stood quietly in place, emanating a mysterious wave. Staring at this figure, Su Chen felt an inexplicable sense of palpitations coming. Back to his senses, he looked at Dai and curiously asked, "Senior Dai, what is the Shiyuan projection?" Dai glanced at him, placing the bow in front of the shadow while slowly absorbing the energy that made up the shadow, and explained, "The Shiyuan projection is a type of energy. Projection, you can think of it as a form of inheritance. A person injects their own energy into the bow to nurture it, enhancing its spirit. Gradually, the person will become more adept with this bow, and similarly, when future generations inherit this bow, if their aura is similar to that of the predecessor, they will be able to master it more quickly. Moreover, when in use, there is a chance to trigger the predecessor's projection, receiving the energy boost from them. This bow is called Shiyuan, so this projection is called the Shiyuan projection." Upon hearing this, Su Chen stared intently at the glowing patterns as if the Shiyuan divine bow had come to life, and asked in surprise, "Senior Dai, are you saying that when I use Shiyuan, there's a chance to summon the Shiyuan projection?" After saying this, Su Chen felt a bit dry in his mouth. The Shiyuan projection is the projection of the Eastern Shan Emperor. If it were truly summoned, it would likely scare quite a few people. In theory, yes, but whether it will fight alongside you, I cannot say. Dai shook his head, his thick brows furrowed. In fact, he had another question he didn't voice. This Shiyuan divine bow has a total of 9 layers of seals. Once the first layer is lifted, the bow contains the source power of the Wandering Wanderers. Main card. What else is hidden in the remaining seals? When it was first given to him, he was told to find a fated person. Was there some deeper meaning behind that? Unable to figure it out, he looked at the bow absorbing the projection and solemnly handed it to Su Chen, advising, "If you don't want to damage the energy source contained in this bow, you must not draw it more than 3 times a day." Su Chen nodded lightly, casually, touching the Shiyuan divine bow with a card. Buzz. Accompanied by a tremor, under Su Chen's astonished gaze, this 2-star spirit vortex card actually disintegrated into spiritual light and vanished. Dai found this scene somewhat amusing. "Kid, the bow he used is already maxed out. Do you think your low-star spirit vortex card can contain it?" Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed and helplessly said, "Senior Dai, I just wanted to see the information about this bow." Without forming a card, he couldn't know the specific information about the Shiyuan divine bow. How could that work? Dai patted his shoulder and smiled, "Don't think too much, follow your heart's desire, and the Shiyuan projection will respond to you." "Well, Senior Dai, I'll take my leave now." Su Chen nodded earnestly, bidding farewell to Dai, and turned to walk out of the peach grove. Shiyuan. Watching Su Chen's figure, a look of speculation flashed in Dai's eyes. Is he? As soon as Su Chen stepped out of the peach grove, the waiting Sea King approached and asked, "Kid, where's the mermaid pearl?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, "Sea King, if I give you the pearl, can you guarantee that Xing will come with me?" "Kid, Xing is my daughter. Do you want to trade the pearl for her? You want me to sell my daughter?" The Sea King's face showed displeasure as he turned away. "Since you can't guarantee that, how can I trust you to give you the pearl?" Su Chen fell silent for a moment before calmly asking. He came here with only one request, to use the mermaid pearl to exchange for Xing's freedom. If the Sea King couldn't do that, he would have to find a way himself. "If you don't give the pearl to me, how can I guarantee anything for you?" The Sea King countered, his attitude resolute. The merfolk already had a pearl, although it wasn't as large as this one, they had one nonetheless. But his foolish daughter had used it on this human. Now he naturally felt that Su Chen should return this pearl without compensation. As for his daughter, he had his own ways to rescue her. But to agree to Su Chen's conditions because of that was absolutely impossible. The bigger Su Chen's background, the less he could flatter him. He firmly believed in one principle: what comes easily is often not cherished, while what is unattainable often becomes the most precious in people's hearts. He saw Su Chen's excellence clearly. If he doesn't die halfway, his future achievements won't be lower than his. Therefore, it is very necessary for him to plan well for his daughter. So there's nothing to discuss? Stopping in his tracks, Su Chen took out the Shujing token, his expression unchanged. He had originally thought that the Sea King would be easy to talk to. Now it seems he was overthinking it. This Sea King, who knows what he is thinking, is determined to obstruct him in Qing'ing. Kid, my meaning is very simple. You hand over the mermaid pearl, and I will rescue Qing'ing. Facing Su Chen's gaze, the Sea King replied indifferently. After rescuing her, Qing'ing will come with me. No way, she can visit you, but she can't go with you. What's the difference? Su Chen raised his sword-like eyebrows. If she can visit him, doesn't that mean it's already a tacit agreement? How could he not understand the Sea King's attitude? Hearing this, the Sea King looked at Su Chen and said flatly, if you are sincere about her, let me see your sincerity. Humph. Sea King, you really are just like what Senior Shan Juefeng said. Su Chen scoffed, thinking that wanting to see his sincerity was just a way of saying he found the benefits he offered too little. Ultimately, the Sanlong clan currently brings greater benefits to the merfolk, and although he is poor, his potential is indeed great. So the Sea King just wants to wait and see for a while. Truly worthy of being a king, he plays a good game of chess. Su Chen, regarding Shan Juefeng, I have nothing to say, because I was indeed that kind of person back then. But since that incident, I have reflected on it, and I am no longer the person I used to be. You can choose not to believe it, and I won't explain too much. After saying this, the Sea King turned his head to look at the distant scenery, no longer speaking. Seeing this, Su Chen silently activated the Shujing token and said lightly, Sea King, I hope you keep your word, otherwise, I will not let you off in the future. As his words fell, spiritual light enveloped the two of them, taking them away. In the Great Hall, the returning elders were glaring angrily at Fenglin. With the return of the two, those elders who had been rescued were first taken aback, then they all bowed. Your Majesty. The Sea King nodded slightly, took the pearl from Su Chen's hand, scanned the crowd, and said indifferently, I have retrieved the pearl, take the two esteemed guests to rest. They will join me for the grand event soon. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, and just as the Grand Elder was about to step forward, an old woman's voice floated over. Your Majesty, no need to trouble the elders. Finchy, you take the two esteemed guests to rest. All right, Grandma. The woman in pink walked gracefully to Su Chen and the others, smiling charmingly. Esteemed guests, please follow me. Su Chen glanced at the Sea King and silently followed her. As the three of them exited the Great Hall, a hidden figure in the shadows quietly followed. Water blue bubbles enveloped one elegant coral room after another. Sunlight refracted through some kind of mirror, slightly illuminating the coral rooms, making the scenery here exceptionally elegant. Here, esteemed guests, feel free to choose any room. These are all guest rooms leading Su Chen and the others to this place. Finchy generously pointed at the coral rooms, her smile bright and captivating. I want this one. Fenglin chose the nearest room, and with a flash of her figure, she entered. Seeing this, Su Chen was about to choose as well. Suddenly, Finchy reached out and pulled him back, her smile playful. You are Su Chen, right? I am Qingying's sister. Can you tell me how you met Xiao Qi? Su Chen turned to look at her, calmly withdrawing his hand, and said lightly, Miss Finchy, it was just a common misunderstanding, nothing to talk about. Liar, human. Xiao Qi is the most talented among us. If the encounter wasn't romantic, how could she choose you? Finchy clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, speaking to herself, her eyes sparkling. Hurry up and tell me about the not at all romantic human. I am Xiao Qi's sister, and you can't even be bothered to give me a perfunctory answer? Seeing Su Chen disappear, She's chest heaved with anger, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. She had never been outside and only wanted to listen to a good story, yet this human couldn't even meet that small request, which was truly infuriating. When Xiao Qi comes out, I will tell on you. Let her have a good talk with you. Humph. After convincing herself, she transformed into a fishtail and swam away from the spot. Almost as soon as she left, a woman hidden in the shadow swam out, looking in the direction of her disappearance, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. How could she have such a foolish sister? Actually yearning for the human world. She must have ruined her brain by reading those books, remembering the romantic novels hidden under Finchy's bed. Li Qianying's eyes filled with even more contempt. Those beautiful love stories were all just nonsense made up by humans. She read them with a critical mindset. Her fourth sister was truly an idiot, actually believing in them. And you, sister, never read such books, yet
You also believed it.
Li Qianing thought to herself as she quietly swam towards the coral room chosen by Su Chen.
Inside the room, on the soft
sponge bed, Su Chen was meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly heard a faint knocking sound.
Who? Su Chen opened his eyes and looked towards the door. Phone, it's me.
A familiar voice, slightly stiff, came through the thick door.
Su Chen rolled off the bed, his figure flashing to the door.
He suddenly pulled it open and, seeing the familiar figure at the entrance, without saying a word, he pulled her into his embrace, closing
the door tightly behind them. Xing. Breathing in the fresh scent, Su Chen whispered her name.
Thousands of words and all kinds of longing were encapsulated in those 2 words. However, the person in his arms stiffened, not only failing to respond but also struggling slightly.
What's wrong, Xing?
Su Chen gently released her, taking a step back to quietly look at her, his eyes filled with concern.
And no, nothing, Li.
Qianying's delicate face turned red as she lowered her head to respond. I came late, but don't worry, your father has already agreed to return your freedom, and he also allowed you to see me.
Su Chen pulled her into his embrace again, holding her tightly and speaking softly. How could father do this? Li Qianying's mind went blank, instinctively voicing her thoughts. Su Chen gently pushed her away, lowering his gaze to meet
her flushed face. Xing, he must have his own difficulties, I can accept this outcome.
When I become stronger, I will make him agree. Li.
Qianying's heart trembled, and she lowered her head under his gaze, murmuring, Phone, I
mean, how could father suddenly agree to you? Has father lost his mind? Does he really want to marry her sister off to this human? Has he even asked her?
That is her sister. The sister who shares her face. The sister who belongs only to her. Su Chen squinted slightly, reaching out to touch her head, but Li Qianing instinctively dodged, then realized and obediently leaned her head closer. In that moment, she kept convincing herself.
I'm doing this for my sister's sake. Humans are so despicable. What if my sister gets deceived? He speaks nicely, but who knows what he really thinks? I must expose his true nature and let my sister understand who truly cares for her. Xing, what are you thinking? Can you tell me? Su Chen slightly bent down, pressing his hand on Li Qianying's shoulder, his eyes sincerely meeting hers.
Li Qianing felt her mind go blank, stammering, I
think of you, yes, I think of you.
Hearing this, Su Chen smiled slightly and said, I'm right here, you don't need to think about it.
Narcissist.
If it weren't for my sister,
do you think I would look at you?
Hee, I don't like looking at you, I'm just doing it for my sister. Li Qianing regained her composure, her delicate face flushed and hot, but her heart was filled with cold laughter. She was so clear-headed, deceiving this human was a piece of cake.
Xing.
Do you remember the first time we met? Su Chen straightened his body, a gentle smile on his face, and took half a step forward.
Li Qianying instinctively stepped back. Su Chen moved another half step, and she retreated another half step. He advanced, she retreated, advanced, retreated, until she had nowhere left to go, cornered by him. Do you remember? Su Chen's smile was tender, his gaze holding a hint of nostalgia.
Li Qianying nodded dumbly, murmuring, I just woke up, my head feels a bit fuzzy.
Is that so?
Then let me help you remember, Su Chen said understandingly, his eyes growing more sincere.
But, is that okay?
Li Qianying slowly lowered her head, her hands twisting the hem of her clothes incessantly. What should she do?
This human was too difficult to deal with. Calm down. She had to stay calm.
She came to expose his true nature and to make her sister change her mind. How could she be afraid?
Xing, what's wrong? A concerned
voice rang in her ears. Li Qianying mustered her courage to look up and softly said, Phone, I'm feeling a bit unwell.
Can I sleep here for a while? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Of course, Xing, you can sleep. I'll keep watch beside you.
Li Qianying nodded gently, lying on her side on the bed, turning her back
to Su Chen, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Luckily, she was clever enough to find an excuse.
Next, she needed to plan carefully. She couldn't act impulsively and
start talking to him. Xing, I remember you said you have a sister who looks exactly like you, right? Su Chen's voice suddenly echoed in the room. Li Qianying's heart skipped a beat at his words.
Without any hesitation, she closed her eyes, pretending to have fallen asleep.
Are you asleep?
A low voice brushed past her ear.
Li Qianying
felt a cool silk blanket gently cover her, and then the room fell silent. After about a quarter of an hour, Li Qianying slowly opened her eyes, only to meet Su Chen's calm
gaze. You are not Xing. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be her? What is your purpose? The atmosphere in the coral room was delicate. Under Su Chen's serious gaze, Li Qianying showed a pitiful expression. Phone, you're scaring me. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh in anger.
His Qianying would never show such an
expression or say such things. Speak, who are you?
His expression returned to calm, his tone indifferent.
Since you've seen through me, I won't pretend anymore. I
am her sister. Be smart and hand over the mermaid pearl to me, or else. Li Qianying suddenly sat up, her dangerous gaze fixed on Su Chen, her tone sharp.
Don't blame me for being rude. Knowing she wasn't his sister and still daring to expose her true identity, did he really think she wouldn't take action? I'm not interested in arguing with you. Get out.
Suze walked to the door, pulling it open, his voice cold.
I won't leave. If you don't give me the mermaid pearl, I won't go. Let's see what you can do about it.
Sensing the faint aura spilling from the adjacent room, Li Qianying felt a chill. She knew that if she acted, it might attract that woman, so she decisively
chose not to make a move. If you won't leave, then I will. Suchen walked out without hesitation, not forgetting to close the door to the coral room. Hee, do you think I'm stupid? I won't follow you.
Li Qianying sneered, flinging the door open and rushing out.
But unexpectedly, in a flash, Suchen entered the room and locked the door tightly.
Her smile instantly froze at the corners of her mouth, and she could only run to the window, glaring angrily at Suchen inside.
Shameless. Despicable. How could my sister fall for someone like you? Suchen raised an eyebrow slightly, saying lightly, how could my Qingying have a sister like you? You wretched human. If you have the guts, don't come out.
Li Qianying gritted her teeth in anger, wishing she could kick the door open and barge in. But if she did that, she would definitely face punishment. In everyone's eyes, she was the perfect little princess. She couldn't let a mere human's provocation ruin her image.
Boring, go play somewhere else. Suchen pulled the
curtain shut, not even giving her a chance to look.
Come out. If you don't come out, I'll go tell my sister that you're bullying me.
Li Qianying stomped her feet in
anger, her hands clenched tightly.
With a whoosh, the curtain was pulled open from the inside, revealing Suchen's indifferent expression.
Do you know where your sister is? Li Qianying was momentarily stunned by the question. A flash of inspiration struck her mind, and she said cutely, you want me to take you to see my sister? Her sister was locked in a forbidden area, where outsiders were not allowed to enter or exit. Even she couldn't let anyone know when she came and went. If she brought Suchen in and then threatened him, saying that if he didn't want to be exposed, he should hand over the mermaid pearl, wouldn't that make things much simpler? Oh, you're so kind? Suchen looked at the mischievous Li Qianying, who clearly hadn't thought this through, with a half smile. What else? She's my sister, not someone like you, an outsider, who can compare. Speaking of her sister, Li Qianying crossed her arms, slightly raised her chin, revealing her snow-white swan neck, making her look quite proud. All right, you take me there, and I can fulfill one of your conditions, but I've already given the mermaid pearl to your father, so I can't give it to you again. Suchen pondered for a moment. His rationality ultimately couldn't overcome his longing.
If possible, he hoped to take Qingying away this time instead of leaving her here.
As for the consequences,
with Fenglin here, he had no need to worry.
Then let's go. Li Qianying replied dismissively with a cold smile. The mermaid pearl was given to her father? Did she look so clever that she could be fooled by such nonsense?
She had been so close to him just now and could smell the faint aura of the pearl emanating from his body. Although it was very weak, she was almost certain that the pearl was still within him.
Humans were indeed untrustworthy. Her sister was suffering in the clam prison, and he was here, bringing a beauty to the mermaid clan.
If she couldn't retrieve the mermaid pearl for her sister, she might as well not be a sister at all.
With this thought in mind,
Li Qianying looked at him with disdain and said, broken human, keep close, don't get lost, and keep it quiet.
Suchen nodded gently in response. Thus, the two of them swam westward, one in front and the other behind.
You really know how to stir up trouble, but that's just what I want. In the coral room, Fenglin watched the two of them leave, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. To her, the more chaotic this vast sea gathering was, the better.
In the dim area, security was tight.
Li Qianying led Suchen, skillfully avoiding numerous guards, until they reached the final line of defense. This was a coral area where colorful corals concealed their figures. Hiding here, they could vaguely see a figure lying in the clam prison in the distance through the colorful corals.
Suchen's gaze was firmly locked on that figure, a sense of urgency building in his heart. However, the Li Qianying who brought him here suddenly turned cold, her right hand emanating a faint chill as it pressed against his chest, her voice indifferent. Don't move, hand over the mermaid pearl, or I'll leave you here to become an outsider who trespassed into the forbidden area. Suchen looked at her calmly and said, don't make a scene, your sister is right over there, I don't want to make her sad. After all, she was Qingying's twin sister, and he didn't want
to say harsh words or do anything out of line.
Do you think I want to?
Li Qianying glared at him, her lowered voice hiding deep-seated hatred. My sister promised to leave
the pearl for me. You took it away.
As she spoke, Li Qianying's other hand, covered in coldness, pressed against Suchen's neck, threatening, I'll count to 3, and if you don't give it to me, I'll expose you. I forgot to tell you, you can't afford the crime of trespassing into the forbidden area. Upon hearing this, Suchen quietly released his domain of life, sincerely saying, I'm sorry, due to some special reasons, I used the pearl that should have belonged to you.
Since you want it so much, I'll give it back to you.
Before she could react, Suchen pressed her sharpened hand, now cold, into his chest.
Are you crazy?
Li Qianying's eyes widened as she looked at his suddenly pale face, panic causing her to break into a cold sweat.
Who taught you to take the pearl like this? I should be the one to take it. Looking at the blood staining her hands, Li Qianying burst into tears. She just wanted to take the pearl, but she never intended to take his life. If her sister found out, she would never forgive her for the rest of her life. So, are you still going to take it? Testing her attitude, Su Chen calmly asked. Who wants your broken heart? Li Qianying pulled her hand back and hurriedly used her spiritual power to stop his wound from bleeding. But Su Chen suddenly grabbed her hand and said lightly, the mermaid pearl is in my heart. Your sister put it there. If you don't take it now, don't think about taking it later. Li Qianying glared at him fiercely and muttered, you're just a madman. I won't let my sister be with you. Su Chen looked down at the wound that was healing rapidly and smiled. I'm not afraid of your father. Why would I be afraid of you getting in my way? Ha! Then let's wait and see. Li Qianying sneered twice, and just as she turned around, her expression froze. The two of them had already been heavily surrounded by the guards of the forbidden area, and the one leading them was her father, whose face was ashen. Father! Father! Li Qianying's face turned pale, and she lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. The Mermaid King looked at her like this and sighed inwardly, his expression growing more serious. If word got out that she had brought outsiders into the forbidden area, even he wouldn't be able to protect her, he could only watch her face the consequences. Mermaid King, it was I who forced her to bring me here. Is there a problem? A calm voice passed by. Li Qianying raised her head and looked at the young man who had walked up to her, her expression momentarily stunned. Had she treated him like this? He actually took the initiative to take the blame? Was it just because of her sister? Hearing this, the Mermaid King narrowed his eyes at Su Chen and said coldly, Kid, you kidnapped my daughter and forced her to bring you into the forbidden area. Do you know your crime? It has nothing to do with him. I wanted to bring him woo-woo. Li Qianying's mind heated up, and before she could finish her sentence, Su Chen quickly covered her mouth, remaining calm and composed. Mermaid King, it's just as you think. I wanted to see Qianying too much, so I couldn't help myself. Hearing his words, Li Qianying suddenly became quiet and stopped struggling. Just when Su Chen thought she would calm down, a sharp pain shot through his palm. He frowned and let go, revealing a row of neat bite marks on his hand. Li Qianying glared at him, then straightened her chest. Who asked you to act on your own? Let me tell you, broken human, I don't want to owe you any favors. I alone enough. The furious shout of the Mermaid King directly interrupted her words. Before she could react, the Mermaid King waved his hand and she was sent into the clam prison where Li Qianying was. After doing all this, the Mermaid King stared at Su Chen and said coldly, Kid, you wanted to see Qianying, right? Then you can stay here for one night. Guards, keep a close watch on him, he must not be allowed to leave. Yes. The guards responded in unison and then returned to their posts to continue patrolling. The Mermaid King, after giving Su Chen a calm glance, disappeared from the spot. Is there a problem here? A thought flashed through Su Chen's mind but was quickly dismissed. He flickered and appeared in front of the clam prison. Looking at the slightly emaciated woman inside the membrane, he felt a twinge of guilt. If it weren't for her, whether he could survive was a question, let alone achieve what he had now. Qianying, I'm late. Li Qianying shot him a glance and said worriedly, this below is a note of the endless sea prison. Every night, the cold air from the purgatory rises, you won't be able to hold on. Beside her, Li Qianying, seeing her worried expression, pouted and said, it's better to die. Seeing him is annoying. Hearing this, Li Qianying turned her head to glare at her, and she glared back defiantly. He deserves it. He deliberately set me up, ruining my image. Li Qianying sighed, turned her face away, and said disappointedly, Qianying, you were the one who had bad intentions first, right? Feng isn't the one who causes trouble. Sister, I'm your sister. Seeing Li Qianying's expression, Li Qianying's face turned pale, and she feigned calmness to argue, but you can't act recklessly. Li Qianying rarely wore a stern face and coldly reprimanded, whoa, you're scaring me. Li Qianying sniffled, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Noticing Su Chen still watching, she glared at him fiercely. What are you looking at? Are you feeling proud? You human. Yes, I lost. So what? Do you think I would acknowledge you? Let me tell you, absolutely not. I will never agree to my sister being with you. Su Chen smiled slightly at her words. Whether Qianying is with me or not does not depend on you, but on her. Hearing this, Li Qianying suddenly remembered something and shook her head at him. Su Chen, seeing this, was about to ask for details when Li Qianying wiped her tears and stubbornly said, you human, my sister and I share the same life. If I don't want to live, she shouldn't think she can live alone. If you have the ability, then try it. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he said seriously, you can act recklessly, but I don't like you making jokes about this. No one should think they could take her away from him. Sensing his anger, Li Qianying sniffed and coldly said, then why don't you find a way to save us? She didn't want to spend the rest of her life in a dark place, refining some broken mermaid pearl with her sister. I can't break this membrane. Glancing at the thin membrane enveloping them, Su Chen furrowed his brows tightly. This was clearly a special spiritual power restriction. Unless he was powerful enough, it was impossible to tear it apart by brute force. As for
burning it, that was also unrealistic. His card level was too low, and the intensity of the flames couldn't keep up, making it impossible to burn through.
The reason the Mermaid King allowed him to stay here was that he was certain he couldn't break the restriction.
As expected, I never had any hope for you.
Upon hearing this, a
hint of disappointment flashed in Li Qianying's eyes, but her words were unrelenting.
Why not just move away directly? Su Chen's sudden suggestion made Li Qianying both amused and angry. You human, do you know what this clam prison is connected to? It's the spiritual vein of the boundless sea. Don't even think about moving it, not even my father. The spiritual vein was equivalent to the momentum of heaven and earth, and it couldn't be moved. The weight of this clam prison could be said to be equal to that of heaven and earth. Want to move it? Is that possible? Really? Do they stay away from this area at night? Su Chen glanced at the patrolling guards not far away and asked Li Qianying. Before she could answer, Li Qianying interjected, they will guard the edges, just like us, watching you suffer from the purgatory cold. Su Chen, hearing this, calmly looked at her and said seriously, do you really want to see me suffer? Who wants to see you? It's you who keeps getting in my face. Seeing you annoys me. You'd better, then why don't you close your eyes? Su Chen ruthlessly interrupted her, staring into her eyes. I'm looking, so what? Do you think I care to see you? Li Qianying gritted her teeth, glaring at Su Chen as if she wanted to bore a hole into him. Seeing this, Su Chen decisively ignored her and turned to the frowningly Xingying, speaking gently. Xingying, don't worry, I won't be in any danger. With the Xuanwu in hand, even if he couldn't withstand the purgatory cold, he could protect himself easily. If it really came to it, he would carry them and find another place. But the wind. Li Qianying looked at him, her eyes filled with worry, not lessening, but increasing. The mermaid pearl was formed by merging the power of the mermaid bloodline with the purgatory cold. Once formed, it would slowly and automatically absorb the purgatory cold and the power of the mermaid bloodline. The mermaid pearl integrated within Su Chen was likely to automatically draw the surrounding purgatory cold at night. With the protection of the mermaid pearl, he certainly wouldn't die, but the suffering he would endure would be far worse than death. His father clearly wanted him to experience the pain of refining the mermaid pearl. You care about him, but I don't see you caring about yourself. Are you saying you haven't suffered enough? He only endured one night of pain, and you can't take it anymore? Li Qianying, filled with jealousy, mocked coldly from the side. Li Qianying shot her a glare but chose not to respond, her gaze filled with worry for Su Chen. Sensing something, Su Chen looked up, noticing the only light above was fading. Darkness began to silently spread here, while the patrolling guards had already retreated in an orderly manner to the edges. Clearly, the night of the boundless sea had arrived. The retreat of the light caused the surroundings to gradually dim. The hazy glow of the clam prison became the only source of light here, but as time passed, this last light was also swallowed by darkness. Looking at the clear shadow within the membrane, Su Chen revealed a reassuring smile, though his sword-like brows furrowed slightly. In his perception, a chill began to silently creep up from the area beneath his feet. Without any warning, like the darkness itself, it enveloped him. Immediately, he felt a small pull at his heart, slowly absorbing this chill. In an instant, he couldn't help but shiver. If it weren't for the illusion state still being active, he would have thought he was already dead. This inexplicable chill, after drilling into his heart, gradually spread throughout his body, making his thoughts sluggish, his limbs stiff, and his face pale. Hey, are you okay? Seeing her sister staring at him intently, tears welling in her eyes, Li Qianying pouted. Can't you just stay close to the clam prison? At least it can absorb some of the hellish cold for you. Upon hearing this, Su Chen did not move closer to the clam prison but instead gathered his spirits and took out the Xuanwu card. Please, Xuanwu. He tossed the card downward, and the dark spiritual light silently coalesced into a smaller version of Xuanwu. Before the two women in the clam prison could react, a faint sound of movement arose. Li Qianying was stunned for a moment, then leaned against the membrane to look down, only to see a pitch-black shadow that resembled some kind of giant beast. What do you want to do? She stared at the dark giant, feeling a bit panicked. Was it just an illusion that the clam prison was actually shaking? Su Chen completely ignored her, the chill had slowed his thoughts. At this moment, he had only one thought, to escape this place with the so-called clam prison. Others might not be able to bear the clam prison, but he firmly believed that the Xuanwu, which could support the land of the ruins, could certainly uphold this realm as well. Splash! As if in response to him, the Xuanwu beneath the clam prison began to slowly rise, bearing the clam prison on its back. At that moment, the sea water in the entire area suddenly became turbulent. How is this possible? Realizing that the clam prison she was in was floating upwards, Li Qianying stared at Su Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief. The card he threw was clearly not of high rank. Why could it support the clam prison? Is this reasonable? Splash! No one answered her inner questions. Only the increasingly turbulent sea water ran rampant. What is going on? I don't know. Is the sea hell in turmoil, and are the things below about to break free? The outer guards, feeling the surging seawater, were all filled with inexplicable terror. You go report to the king, the rest of you follow me to retreat. The guard captain designated someone to report, then led the others back.
Outside the halls, countless awakened merfolk felt the surging seawater and shivered.
The boundless sea has long been said to imprison a terrifying giant beast beneath the deep sea.
Once this giant beast awakens, the entire boundless sea will be destroyed, turning into ruins. Therefore, every water tribe has guarded every spiritual vein node for generations, ensuring the concentration of spiritual power remains within a certain range.
King, could this really be?
In front of the palace, the elder and others looked at the merfolk king, whose expression was grave, their voices heavy.
Beneath the sea hell lies a true sky-supporting giant beast. If the legend comes true, every water tribe in the boundless sea will face a catastrophe.
It shouldn't be. There are no signs, only the surging seawater, which may be a precursor. The merfolk king calmly analyzed the situation and looked towards the nearby Fonglin, who had been invited, and said with a hint of
respect, Your Highness, what do you think?
Upon hearing this, Fonglin tilted his head to glance at the panicked elders and replied indifferently, I'm just watching. The merfolk king's face twitched. This sounded just like something that Brat would say. Your Highness, this matter is of great importance.
The king is also seeking your guidance, so please enlighten us.
The elderly woman standing beside him spoke in a much kinder tone, completely shedding her earlier coldness.
The safety of the entire
boundless sea was at stake, and she knew how to weigh the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing this, Fonglin felt the surging seawater and spoke in a calm tone.
The giant beast beneath the sea prison, according to the records of the Ruins realm, is called Koan. It appeared after the fusion of the North Sea of the Ruins realm and the
boundless sea, and no one knows how large it is. When he was invited to participate in the suppression, he exerted all his strength but could only seal it.
After sealing,
he told the king of the boundless sea at that time that the giant beast Koan would eventually break the seal, but he didn't know how long that process would take.
The only
thing he knew was that when Koan awakens, the entire boundless sea will turn into a storm zone with relentless heavy rain.
At that time, Koan will transform into another
form, soaring through the sky with the wind, blocking out the sun. After hearing these words, everyone fell silent, their hearts feeling heavy.
Even the human overlord could only seal this beast. If it were to awaken, wouldn't the boundless sea be doomed? Is there a way to resolve this?
The merfolk king was the first to regain his
composure and respectfully inquired. The boundless sea is home to countless aquatic races, and they could not migrate. Therefore, before the giant beast awakens, they should
find a way to resolve the crisis of the boundless sea.
A solution? Haven't you all been trying? Fonglin raised an eyebrow and replied casually. The boundless sea Grand
Assembly was originally convened by the former king of the boundless sea to address the crisis. His intention was to gather the strength of all races to find a way to break the deadlock. But then he suddenly disappeared, and this meeting, which was supposed to be held regularly, gradually evolved into a grand event.
This wouldn't
have been a problem, but you leaders of the boundless sea intentionally chose to distance yourselves from the human race and selectively forgot this part of history.
And now,
in my view, it's a case of reaping what you sow. As she said this, Fonglin looked at the surging seawater outside the shield, her eyes showing a hint of
anticipation.
I've lived for so long and have never seen such a gigantic beast from the Ruins realm.
I wonder what a sight it will be when Koan transforms into Pang. Will it overturn the entire boundless sea? I'm quite looking forward to it.
Your Highness, how can you say that?
The elderly
woman beside her showed signs of panic, her voice becoming increasingly serious.
The many aquatic races of the boundless sea have
historically maintained a friendly relationship with the human race, and they will continue to do so in the future.
The merfolk
king looked at his mother in surprise and then spoke up. Your Highness, as long as you help the boundless sea resolve this crisis, I cannot control the other aquatic races, but the merfolk are willing to befriend the human race for generations and never betray. Hearing this, the elders all bowed, looking at Fonglin with hope. Observing their attitude, Fonglin remained as calm as ever. The solution is quite simple: withstand the cold of the North Sea, reach beneath Koan, and bring him out of the boundless sea and
into the Ruins realm.
As soon as these words fell, the merfolk king showed a bitter smile.
Your Highness, please don't joke.
The cold of the North Sea must be that hellish chill. Surely, they could think of a way to withstand it.
But bringing that giant beast Koan out, was that even possible? Even the human overlord couldn't do it. Just how big and heavy was Koan?
They had to resist the cold and bring the giant beast out of the boundless sea. The difficulty was immense.
I used to think it was impossible, but now I believe it's still possible.
Fonglin suddenly smiled mysteriously, her gaze meaningful as she looked at everyone. Please tell us, Your Highness.
Upon hearing that it might be possible,
the merfolk king respectfully inquired.
Su Chen.
Facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, Fonglin calmly uttered two words.
Him, he, Your Highness, that's not how jokes are made.
As the expression of the merfolk king stiffened, the old woman beside him spoke disdainfully, her words dripping with contempt. Su Chen, brought by Fonglin, had a low level of mental power, and compared to the human prodigy she had seen, he was several tiers weaker. As for that Ruins realm, the elders who had entered said this kid had a significant background.
But so what?
The aquatic races of the boundless sea had long ceased to care about the human race's opinions. This person was entangled with her most favored granddaughter, and all she felt was disgust. Ching Ing, whom she had spared no effort to cultivate, was meant for her maternal family's descendants, not for some human brat who appeared out of nowhere. Hearing this, Fong Lin calmly glanced at the old woman and smiled. Elder, you also want to witness the day when the boundless sea is turned upside down, right? Upon hearing this, the old woman's face turned crimson, and she moved her throat but lost her voice. In that moment of anger, she forgot who Fong Lin was. The prince of the Eastern Qian Empire, even if he had been dormant for a long time, had experiences that she could not compare to. The merfolk king regained his composure, sighed deeply, and said seriously, Your Highness, can Su Chen really resolve the crisis of the boundless sea? Associating Su Chen's identity, for some reason, he actually believed it to some extent. But thinking of the terrifying chill beneath the sea prison and the unknown size of the beast, he felt uncertain again. Even the former human overlord could not completely resolve this crisis. Could this kid really have a way? Merfolk king, I've already mentioned the method. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I'm tired, so I'll go rest first. Don't disturb me. With that, Fong Lin vanished without a trace, leaving the crowd in silence. King, the Grand Elder and others looked at the merfolk king, wanting to say something but hesitating. Regardless of whether it was true or not, they felt that trying wouldn't hurt. What if it worked? This matter needs to be considered carefully. Elders, go stabilize the clansmen first. Guards, patrol the sea with me to ensure no one gets hurt. The merfolk king calmly ordered, then led the guards to begin patrolling the sea. Above the forbidden sea area, a giant beast of deep black carried the clam prison and the youth above the surface, like an island, anchored in place. The bright moonlight fell like sand, spreading over the pearly shell, and the transparent membrane appeared to be dyed with a layer of gauze, beautiful and hazy. Inside the membrane, the woman bathed in moonlight resembled a celestial maiden under the moon, pure and flawless, only to be admired from afar, not to be desecrated. Wind, are you okay? Seeing Su Chen shivering all over, Li Qingying had no mind to think of anything else. She stared at him intently, her hands pressed against the tough membrane, like a caged bird yearning for the outside world. I'm fine, Xingying, just a bit cold. After moving away from the forbidden area, Su Chen felt his body warming up rapidly. He looked at her, who was worried for him, smiled, and gestured for her to relax. Hey, what kind of card is that? How can it carry the clam prison? Li Qianning snapped out of her daze, her gaze intense, as she fixed it on Su Chen. Since earlier, Su Chen had suddenly gained a sense of mystery in her eyes. A character card capable of carrying the clam prison was definitely not something ordinary. Su Chen glanced at her but did not answer. Instead, he gazed beneath the sea surface, lost in thought. Since the appearance of the Xuanwu, through its connection, he vaguely felt that something beneath the deep sea was calling to him. But as he ascended, that feeling diminished significantly. Although it still existed, it was nearly negligible. And this sense of calling was very similar to when he encountered the heavenly tree seed with the Qinglong card. If he guessed correctly, there must be treasures in the deep sea that the Xuanwu could use. Damn human! Are you even listening to me? You're driving me crazy. You keep ignoring me. The frantic voice pulled Su Chen's thoughts back. He looked inside the membrane at the woman who looked exactly like Qingying but had a completely different personality, her sword-like brows slightly raised. I have no obligation to answer your questions, and can you stop making a fuss like you've never seen the world before? What did you say? I've never seen the world? Li Qianying was furious, like a wild cat with its tail stepped on, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. You human! What gives you the right to say I've never seen the world? Let me tell you, I don't care about your human trinkets. And those silly romance novels, do you think I enjoy reading them? Heh, those are just what I have to read to critique you. As for the various entertainment items you create after my sister sends them back, I just play with them once and then toss them into the warehouse to gather dust. I'm telling you all this because I want you to know that I've seen the world. Don't look at me with your narrow-minded perspective. Upon hearing this, Su Chen looked at her with a caring expression, as if addressing someone with a mental disability, and said flatly, and then, is arguing meaningful? Ah, what kind of look is that? Just wait until I get out. I'll bite you to death. Li Qianying pounced on the membrane, slapping it vigorously, wishing she could jump out and take a few bites out of him. Xingying, why does she look like a mad dog? Su Chen asked, concerned, as he watched her in a fit of rage. Li Qingying shot him a glance and pulled her angry sister closer. Xianying, calm down. Whoa whoa, sister, you don't say anything about him, and he just bullies me. Just moments ago, Li Qianying had been glaring at Su Chen, but now she collapsed into Li Qingying's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Li Qingying held her, softly comforting. Qianying, Feng means no harm, he's just joking with you. You're being too sensitive. Whoa whoa, Li Qianying cried even louder. Seeing this, Su Chen was about to say something when Li Qingying stopped him with a look. She gently patted her sister's back, her cool voice melodious and soothing. Why don't you take a nap? Sister will always be here with you, sleep now. Her gentle words seemed to have a kind of magic, even making Su Chen feel a drowsy sleepiness. In a daze, he caught a glimpse of the woman and her sister in her arms, as if revealing their true forms. The tail, the same color as the sea, had scales tinged with moonlight, hazy yet glossy. But when he focused again, Li Qianying was already fast asleep while Li Qianying was staring straight at him, her flawless jade-like face tinged with a hint of blush. Under the moonlight, Su Chen couldn't see anything unusual. Feng, you didn't see anything just now, right? Li Qianying lowered her head, her voice a bit anxious. She had instinctively transformed into her true form while coaxing her sister to sleep. By the time she realized he was staring at her, it was too late. Although she would be seen eventually, for some reason, she still felt a bit concerned, even though she could transform into a human. I think I almost fell asleep just now. Su Chen pretended to be startled awake, his gaze carrying a hint of apology. Qianying, I'm sorry for troubling you. Li Qianying secretly breathed a sigh of relief, looking up at him with a charming smile. Feng, Qianying is just a bit willful. You don't have to indulge her because of me. Qianying, what's wrong? Feng? Seeing Su Chen suddenly lean closer to the membrane, almost face to face with her, Li Qianying's face flushed slightly. How about I take you away right now? Su Chen asked earnestly, his eyes sincere. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qianying's face suddenly turned pale and she shook her head vigorously. Feng, that's not possible. Why not? Let me try to take you to the ruins and I can have one of my elders help. Su Chen suddenly fell silent, the sound of the waves around them seeming to fade away at that moment. He turned around, realizing what was happening. Above the sea, the fish king, clad in armor and holding a trident, was surrounded by many fish warriors. Under the moonlight, their arrival brought an eerie silence to the place. Kid, say that again? The fish king waved his hand, and the fish warriors surrounded Su Chen, standing solemnly. Dare to abduct this king's daughter? Do you really think I can't deal with you? Under the bright moon, the neatly arranged fish warriors surrounded the young man. The oppressive atmosphere enveloped the area, sending a chill down one's spine. Hearing the Merfolk King's imposing words, Su Chen remained unafraid and smiled lightly. Merfolk King, I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? The commotion caused by the Xuanwu was indeed a bit too much. Otherwise, he might have had a real chance of success. This time, return the clam prison. The Merfolk King glanced at the clam prison that had surfaced, secretly alarmed. This scene undoubtedly proved to him that what the prince said was not false. The clam prison connected to the boundless sea's spiritual veins, heavy as the heavens and earth, and no one could move it. Yet, Su Chen's character card could move it. Thus, transporting the giant beast koan was not impossible. Su Chen raised an eyebrow at the words, just about to refuse. But after catching a glimpse of Li Qianying's worried expression, he could only silently drive the Xuanwu to return the clam prison to its original place. As long as the thought of saving someone doesn't falter, there are plenty of ways. If one attempt fails, he would try 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. But to make her worry about such matters, even once was too much. Follow me, the Merfolk King said sternly, glancing at his daughter before leading Su Chen to a secluded spot. With a wave of his hand, he wrapped the two of them in the surging seawater and scrutinized Su Chen, saying seriously, Kid, there is a daunting task at hand. As long as you complete it, no one will be able to stop you and Qianying from being together. Su Chen frowned at the Merfolk King's words. Did he think he was easy to deceive? Did he want to exploit his labor for free? Kid, this time it's for real, the Merfolk King said, seeing his disbelief, and detailed the crisis facing the boundless sea. In the end, the Merfolk King gazed at Su Chen, speaking earnestly. I didn't believe it at first either, but your ability to move the clam prison shows you still have a chance. As long as you succeed, even my mother wouldn't dare to disrespect you. After hearing this, Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, but his face showed a troubled expression. Merfolk King, I really want to help, but this task is too difficult. You also know that my realm is low and my strength weak. Such an important task is a bit overwhelming for me. As he spoke, seeing the Merfolk King staring at him intently with an unfriendly expression, Su Chen cleared his throat. Ahem. If there are any rare treasures that could help me increase my strength and relieve my father-in-law's worries, I would be very willing. The Merfolk King's mouth twitched slightly as he said, Kid, you really are shameless. Not only did he cling to his daughter, but now he wanted to exploit his clan's resources. Thank you for the compliment, Su Chen replied with a smile, completely unbothered. The giant beast koan from his previous life, as far as he knew, eventually transformed into a pang. On that day, wind, rain, and thunder enveloped the entire boundless sea. Koan leaped out of the boundless sea, nearly overturning it entirely. After transforming into a pang, it blocked out the sky and sun, and fortunately, it flew into a desolate realm. Otherwise, if it stayed for several days, the entire world would be thrown into chaos. Such a terrifying beast koan, and he was being asked to take the risk of transporting it into the desolate realm without any benefits? How could that be acceptable? Alright, I promise you, I will provide you with resources to break through to card master level, as well as resources for all character cards to reach the Liuyu 5-star level. The Merfolk King said after a moment of thought, nodding slightly, offering what he considered reasonable benefits.
Upon hearing this,
Su Chen's sword-like brows furrowed, shaking his head. Merfolk King, that's too little. The Merfolk King's eyes flashed with displeasure. At his words, kid, know when to stop. Greed is not a good thing.
This kid's cards were clearly not of low quality, and the resource consumption was probably dozens of times that of the same level.
The conditions he offered were already quite generous. Merfolk King, you misunderstand, Su Chen explained calmly, his tone gentle. I'm very satisfied with what you offered, but I'm not
satisfied that others haven't given anything.
The Merfolk King fell silent, staring at Su Chen for a long time before saying, Kid,
do you want to eat everything?
The Boundless Sea indeed had more than just the Merfolk, but how could other races be so easy
to negotiate with?
This kid was truly bold, actually thinking of taking advantage of every race.
Su Chen turned around and said lightly, Merfolk King, for such a dangerous matter, each race should show some sincerity, shouldn't they? You're raising the price. I'll just raise the price on the spot. What can they do to me? You're right, they can't do anything to you, but how are you going to convince them?
Well, Su Chen turned around and flashed an innocent smile at the Sea King.
I have always been one to persuade with reason and virtue, and I don't like violence.
You don't need to worry about that, the Sea King said flatly, his expression unchanged. Kid, you'd better stick to what you said. Su Chen's smile grew even brighter as he confidently replied, of course. To keep these aquatic beings in check, he would still need to summon the shadow of the Emperor.
Once this shadow appeared, who would dare to claim it was fake? Who would dare to doubt?
Opportunities for sudden wealth are rare. He must seize every chance to fleece every sheep. After their conversation, Su Chen returned to his room, but he found his heart unable to settle.
The mysterious call from the depths of the sea lingered in his mind. What kind of treasure could make the Xuanwu respond? This question kept tugging at his heartstrings. How about taking a look?
As soon as this thought emerged, it was like a wild horse that could no longer be
restrained. Su Chen gently opened the door, glanced around, and after sensing no one, resolutely swam downwards. Unbeknownst to him,
this scene was just caught by Fiancée, who had hurried over.
What does he want to do so late? Could it be?
Fiancée rubbed her white chin, lost in thought. Soon, her eyes lit up and she muttered to herself, it must be treasure, I have to follow and see. With that, she completely forgot her original purpose for coming and quietly followed him.
Shadow, why is he so restless? Feng Lin, hidden
in the shadows watching this scene, rubbed her temples, her expression slightly helpless. The shadow emerged from behind her and
bowed, saying, Your Highness, I'll go. Below should be the ruins of the Infinite Sea King's palace. Just protect them in secret.
Don't act rashly, there may be dirty things around.
The shadow nodded and vanished from sight. Splash! The seawater along the
way was isolated by spiritual power, and Su Chen's body fell at a constant speed.
The surrounding light grew dimmer. Silence, emptiness,
darkness, like a beast tearing at his spirit.
But in Su Chen's eyes, there was not a hint of fear. Instead, it was filled with anticipation.
In his perception, that sense of calling grew stronger, and the Xuanwu card in his hand was trembling continuously. There was no doubt that what lay beneath was definitely not an ordinary object. Whoosh! A strange sound suddenly came from behind, and Su Chen had no time to think. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot.
Boom!
A massive wave of water crashed down, creating
quite a commotion.
Su Chen focused his gaze, his brows furrowing tightly.
What was this thing before him? A shark-headed man? A
shark head, human body, with abnormally short and underdeveloped arms. The sight of this monster made Su Chen's expression slightly serious. In his perception, the monster did not possess a level. However, the earlier wave of spiritual power was enough to indicate that this monster could manipulate water spiritual power.
Boom!
Seeing that it had missed Su Chen, the monster opened its mouth wide
and spat out another water sphere towards him. Instinct? Protecting the treasure? Su Chen analyzed while dodging the water sphere, his figure flashing into the illusionary state of Baizé. He thrust his spear straight, the tip of the spear exuding a fierce momentum, as water spiritual power gathered from the surrounding sea to form a water dragon that roared towards the monster. Boom!
The water dragon struck the monster, sending it flying several dozen meters away. However, Su Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. The sensation when the spear tip struck the monster felt wrong. He only felt as if he had pierced something slippery, causing no
effective damage at all. Boom! Just as Su Chen expected, the monster regrouped and spat out another water sphere towards him. Su Chen
frowned and dodged, reaching out to summon the Qinglong card and the Xuanwu card into his hands.
Go! He threw out the two cards,
and the Qinglong and Xuanwu appeared simultaneously, forming a triangle around the monster. Su Chen stepped forward with his gun, coordinating with the Qinglong to control the monster in a relatively small area.
Crash! Xuanwu raised its head, and a dark beam shot out from its mouth, hitting the monster's body with precision. Bang! As expected, the death ray from Xuanwu pierced through the monster, taking away its life force.
Seeing the monster explode into a sphere of light after its death, Su Chen's figure flickered. As he was about to pick up the light sphere, suddenly, a pink figure swept past above him, and in the blink of an eye, his trophy appeared in the hands of a girl in pink. The girl was none other than Qingying's sister, Fengxi. Holding the light sphere, her pink eyes were filled with joy. Human, there really are treasures. Su Chen flashed in front of her and firmly said, "This is mine, give it to me. If I give it to you, why be so stingy?" Fengxi rolled her eyes at him and directly tossed the light sphere to him. Su Chen reached out to catch it, discovering that this light sphere was actually the glow emitted by a pearl. Holding it in his hand, he felt a faint chill, similar to the feeling brought by the purgatory cold. If he had to distinguish it carefully, this chill was much less intense, about 1/10 of the purgatory cold. "Do you know what this is?" As he touched the pearl, Su Chen found that it had a subtle connection to the Xuanwu card. Clearly, this was a cold attribute material that could be used to create related auxiliary cards for the Xuanwu card. But that sense of calling was evidently not coming from it. This looks very much like a cold spirit pearl. Fengxi propped her chin, and after some thought, she answered seriously. The records state that the cold spirit pearl is birthed from the monsters nurtured in the purgatory cold of the sea hell. These monsters have no intelligence, only the instinct to attack. How strange, shouldn't the sea hell be a long way down? How could it appear here? Upon hearing this, Su Chen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing the situation, he focused his gaze. All around him, there were monsters closing in. Their cold beastly eyes hid a bloodthirsty gaze. "So many monsters," Fengxi exclaimed, covering her small mouth, her expression gradually becoming serious. "Human, we must notify the patrol army." Su Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing the calling feeling just 100 meters below, and said lightly, "Not for now." Are you joking?" Fengxi, hearing this, kindly reminded him. "Although they don't have levels, their defense is extremely strong. Below the 4th realm, you can't break through their defenses at all. I'm just a support, you can't expect me to fight." Su Chen glanced at her, staring at the slowly approaching group of monsters, and calmly said, "Support me." After saying that, Su Chen activated Xuanwu, releasing a shield to protect both of them. Boom! 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 The monsters' water wave balls seemed to have made an appointment, all firing together, crashing against the cold-emitting shield. However, this seemingly grand attack did not cause any substantial damage to the cold shield. Fengxi was quite surprised to see this scene. Then, her legs transformed into a fishtail and she began to sing a melodious, unknown tune that echoed in Su Chen's ears. In an instant, Su Chen felt his state restored to its best and Xuanwu's shield was constantly rejuvenating, always maintaining its optimal condition. This song made him feel a sense of relaxation, as if he were immersed in it, not thinking about anything else. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Fengxi, only to see the figure of Qingying. He bit his tongue and focused again, discovering that Fengxi was looking at him in surprise. "You actually woke up so quickly?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He suddenly remembered the Siren Clan song, which, while possessing various restorative effects, also had a fatal flaw. It could easily lead one into hallucinations. The higher the realm of the siren, the lower this negative effect could be reduced, almost to none. But Fengxi, in front of him, clearly couldn't achieve that. At least the outcome is good. This thought flashed through his mind as Su Chen looked at the scene below, his eyes filled with a bit more shock. The originally dark deep sea area was now filled with a faint glow, illuminating an underwater ruin in a hazy outline. The smooth, jade-like stone pillars made the collapsed buildings still appear majestic. Among the broken walls and remnants, one could vaguely see shattered stone statues, their fragments spreading all the way to the altar at the center of the ruins. From the direction of Su Chen and the others, an ancient-looking altar stood, with a dark black trident inserted into it, silent and mute. "Treasure! It's treasure!" Fengxi suppressed her ecstatic joy and whispered in surprise. Listening to her delighted voice, Su Chen's expression was grave. After transforming into Baizhe, he could see that the area around the altar was filled with a dark, sinister aura. Although these auras were weak, they gave him an overwhelming feeling. Clearly, if they were to awaken the presence that possessed these auras, it would be a miracle if they could escape with their lives, let alone take the obviously precious trident. Realizing this, Su Chen made a shushing gesture towards Fengxi. She nodded gently, indicating she understood, and pointed at the trident on the altar, looking at him with eager eyes. Su Chen shook his head slightly, urging the Xuanwu to start rising. He was certain that the calling sensation came from the trident, but going to retrieve it now would be courting death. Therefore, he needed to go back and get reinforcements. "Human, what is that?" Fengxi's voice, kept extremely low, suddenly rang out. Su Chen focused his gaze, and his expression changed drastically. He saw that the dark, sinister aura around the altar had inexplicably coalesced into a single mass, forming a pitch-black object that charged towards them. The terrifying momentum it exuded was at least above the 5th realm, far beyond what the two of them could contend with. "This is trouble." Splash! The object formed from the dark aura resembled a water ball, crashing through the surrounding seawater and heading
straight for the two of them. Just as it was about to collide with them, a shadow suddenly emerged from behind Su Chen and darted out in an instant. Boom! Wherever the shadow passed, even the seawater was devoured, and the massive dark aura was directly dispersed, emitting a piercing scream. However, it did not disappear, it reformed and charged at the nearest enemy. The shadow struck again, scattering it once more. It continued to coalesce. As the shadow and the massive dark aura fought fiercely, a flash of inspiration struck Su Chen's mind, and he immediately transformed into the Qinglong's dragon and phoenix, presenting auspiciousness state. In an instant, the speed at which the dark aura coalesced visibly slowed down. Each time it was defeated, the speed of its reformation was almost several times slower than the last. Restraining type cards are indeed useful. Seeing how effective the skin cards dispelling effect was, Su Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Minutes later, the dark aura was completely eradicated, leaving no trace behind. Su Chen immediately stepped forward and bowed to the shadow, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness Shadow. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do." The shadow withdrew its gaze from the altar below and said lightly, "It was His Highness who called me to follow." Your Highness Shadow, do you know what this place is?" Hearing it was Feng Lin's intention, Su Chen had no doubts. With Feng Lin's strength, she could naturally monitor his movements if she wished. This was good, it could help him deal with some unexpected factors. "It should be the Jinyuan altar," the shadow said uncertainly, and Fenshi immediately picked up the conversation. "So that treasure is the Jinyuan trident? The weapon of the infinite Sea King? No, that can't be right. My father should have patrolled here. How could he have missed such a good treasure?" Fenshi's delicate brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. The aquatic race usually paid great attention to anomalies in their jurisdiction. Such a large ruin appearing in the merfolk's territory would not have gone unnoticed during patrols. Even if this was the deep sea and patrols were infrequent, at least the monthly Grand Patrol would have discovered it. The shadow glanced at her, and in a flash, appeared beside the altar. Seeing this, Su Chen followed suit. "Hey, wait for me." Fenshi hurriedly followed. As they got closer, Su Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. The stones that made up the altar were as deep black as obsidian, and the intricate patterns on them gave him a sense of déjà vu. He quickly took out the Shiyuan divine bow to compare. As expected, the patterns on the altar stones were very similar to those entwined on the Shiyuan divine bow. However, upon closer inspection, he found that the two patterns were completely different. One appeared sharp and aggressive, while the other seemed restrained and steady. "What a beautiful bow. Is it yours? Can I touch it?" Fenshi suddenly leaned in, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the Shiyuan divine bow. Su Chen calmly put it away, prompting her to huff in annoyance. "Stingy." Su Chen ignored her and looked ahead at Ing. "Curious, Your Highness Ing, what is this altar for?" The Jinyuan altar sounded like it was built to suppress the abyss. Could it be an entry point to suppress the abyss? The Jinyuan altar, of course, was built to suppress the abyss. As you can see, there are a total of 81 such altars recorded, and these 81 places are all spatial passages constructed by the abyss attempting to invade. As she spoke, a hint of sorrow flashed in Ying's eyes. It seems the infinite Sea King went into the abyss and couldn't return in time. The trident before them was not simply placed in the center of the altar. It looked as if someone had thrust it out from within the altar. If she was not mistaken, the infinite Sea King must have chosen to enter the abyss through this altar for some reason, only to encounter an accident upon trying to come back. And this hidden, pitch-black evil energy should have been brought out by the trident at that time. "Your Highness Ing, this trident is called the Jinyuan trident. Could it be that the infinite Sea King was responsible for guarding this altar?" Su Chen stepped closer, gazing at the entirely dark trident, a hint of awe flashing in his eyes. This trident had no apparent attributes, but it gave him a sense of weight as heavy as a mountain. Clearly, this weapon named the Jinyuan trident was highly compatible with the Xuanwu, which is why it could attract the Xuanwu. However, a question arose. Do weapons also call out? Buzz. The heavy Jinyuan trident suddenly began to vibrate, causing the surrounding waters to ripple. "Your Highness Ing, what is this?" Staring at the Jinyuan trident that was making the commotion, Su Chen was filled with uncertainty. Could this weapon really possess intelligence? Give it a try. Ing suddenly showed a strange expression, stepping back while gazing deeply at Su Chen. Su Chen, trusting her, who had long held expectations, reached out to grasp the trident's shaft. In an instant, a sensation that touched his soul surged within him. In a daze, his consciousness seemed to connect with a scene where the Jinyuan trident had fought. A dark red blood moon, a sinister land of flesh and blood filled with distorted monsters. And these monsters were all too familiar to Su Chen. Abyssal creepers, abyssal flesh mountains, abyssal fish and bugs, abyssal evil puppets, abyssal corpse ghosts, an endless tide of monsters surged from all directions. Behind them, Su Chen even caught a glimpse of the figures of the high-intelligence race from the abyss. It was a creature with 6 pairs of fleshy wings on its back, resembling a human in shape but with blood-red eyes, and its mouth was filled with serrated teeth.
A word flashed through Su Chen's mind: Redwing clan. Kill. The cold syllables were spat out, as a redwing woman wielding a blood-colored scythe seemed to merge with the blood moon, forming a massive blood-red blade that swung down towards the wielder of the trident. Su Chen could do nothing but watch helplessly as the blood-red blade descended. Boom! The moment the blood-red blade occupied his vision, all illusions vanished, and a writhing mass of dark liquid appeared before him. Before he could react, the dark liquid transformed into a mini-dragon, calling out to him in a babyish voice. Hungry, hungry. Looking at this excessively adorable dark mini-dragon, Su Chen was momentarily stunned. How did it come out? When she leaned over, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, you have a child now." Su Chen's mouth twitched, and after giving her a glare, he turned to the strangely expressioned Shadow and asked, "Your Highness Shadow, what is it?" Shadow glanced at the Jinyuan spear, then at the altar in the center, and calmly said, "I guessed wrong. The Infinite Sea King has returned, and it has come back attached to the Jinyuan spear." Upon hearing this, Su Chen lowered his eyes to the little dragon that was constantly crying out for food, incredulously saying, "Your Highness Shadow, do you mean this little guy is the Infinite Sea King? It is the Infinite Sea King?" Hearing Su Chen's words, the nearby Finchi stared at the mini black dragon, her pink eyes filled with skepticism. Although this little creature did bear some resemblance to the true form of the Infinite Sea King, it was hard for her to believe that the only king who had unified the Infinite Sea for thousands of years would be such a small thing. Theoretically, no, Shadow pondered for a moment before answering seriously. The little black dragon before them was in a newborn state of the Infinite Sea King, having lost all past memories and could be considered a completely new life form. In this state, it could no longer be called the Infinite Sea King. Well, what should it do? Su Chen picked up the little black dragon, which not only did not get angry but affectionately pressed its face against his hand. "Raise it, it is a water spirit, and once it matures, it can become your capable assistant. All the waters of the world will be at your command," Shadow said, calmly, waving his hand to lead the two and the dragon away from the altar, then reaching out to strike a palm, burying the entire altar. However, beneath the collapsed structure, a biological sheen suddenly emerged. "What is this?" The three of them focused their attention, their expressions slightly changing. They saw that this ruin began to slowly move, as if something was carrying it. Kuan. Shadow stared for a while, his expression serious, uttering a single word. "Has it already awakened?" Su Chen followed the strange light but could not discern anything, only realizing that the entire ruin was moving slowly. "It should still be lying dormant," Shadow said, quickly leading the two away from the area. Once they reached the coral room, he released the two and slipped behind Feng Lin. "This little guy is your harvest?" Feng Lin looked at the adorable little black dragon, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. And this, Su Chen lifted the Jinyuan spear in both hands. The spear was very heavy, and even in its illusory state of the azure dragon, it felt laborious to lift. How about I give it a name?" Feng Lin suddenly revealed a playful smile. Su Chen nodded slightly at her words. Let's call it E." As soon as Feng Lin finished speaking, Finchi frowned and said, "Your Highness, wouldn't that be too offensive?" E was the name of the Infinite Sea King. Although this little guy was not the Infinite Sea King, naming it that and keeping it as a pet for humans made her feel strange. Offensive? Is it? The Infinite Sea King is also a water spirit, and it is also a water spirit. Water spirits have always been a lineage. This is enough to prove that it is a descendant of E. If that's the case, calling it E, hoping it can restore the glory of its ancestors, what's wrong with that? Feng Lin's words left Finchi speechless, and she could only obediently agree. But soon, she remembered something and said to Feng Lin, "Your Highness, Grandma is looking for you. She wants to discuss something with you." "Oh?" Feng Lin pretended to be curious, but a hint of playfulness flashed in her eyes. From what Shadow had seen and heard earlier, the giant beast Koan in the ruins had already awakened. Therefore, the most urgent matter must be the dominant species of the Infinite Sea. Among them, the most representative was undoubtedly the Tsanglong clan. The sister of the former Tsanglong clan leader was probably very anxious now, wanting to ask her for more specific information. Thinking of this, Feng Lin glanced at Su Chen and said to Finchi, "Take me over, don't keep the old lady waiting." "Yes, Your Highness, please." Finchi put away her playful thoughts, and her charming face took on a more solemn expression. Su Chen watched the two leave, staring eye to eye with the floating little black dragon. "Hungry, hungry." The little black dragon circled around him, softly calling out. Seeing this, Su Chen could only take out a few spirit stones and toss them to it. Crunch, the little black dragon, with its excellent appetite, grabbed the spirit stones and stuffed them into its mouth, the crunching sound surprising Su Chen. It was the first time he had seen a living creature eat spirit stones. "Hungry, hungry." After swallowing 6 spirit stones, there was no change in the little black dragon's belly. It looked at Su Chen and continued to whine. Remembering the deep pool in the Qiangqi ruins, Su Chen hesitated for a moment before continuing to take out spirit stones to feed it. This little creature was a water spirit, and even though it wasn't fully grown, it would be quite helpful for his exploration of the waters. By feeding it now, it would be easier to get it to work later. With this thought in mind, watching pile after pile of spirit stones being consumed, Su-chen felt much better inside. Half an hour later, after consuming over 200,000 spirit stones, the little black dragon finally stopped saying it was hungry and transformed into a ball of black light, diving into the Jinyuan halberd. It eats too much. Seeing that a quarter of the spirit stones he carried had been consumed, Su-chen furrowed his brows. Aside from the 2 fictional points on the imaginary panel, he had just over 1,000,000 spirit stones in total. This little creature could eat over 200,000 spirit stones in one meal. He didn't know how long it could last. If it couldn't last a week, it could be said to be a gold-swallowing beast. The burden on him had increased significantly. However, selling it didn't seem realistic. The Jinyuan halberd had a very high compatibility with the Xuanwu, and after some fictional adjustments, it could completely become a weapon for the Xuanwu. Currently, the little creature was bound to this halberd, so he couldn't sell it to Feng Lin. That said, he had already fed it over 200,000 spirit stones, and if he wanted to sell it, he at least needed to earn back those spirit stones. Sigh. I'm still short on materials. Taking out the Hansha spirit pearl, Su-chen sighed. The Xuanwu card currently didn't have a skin card. It wasn't that he didn't want to create one, but he lacked rare materials. This Hansha spirit pearl, by classification, was only an epic quality material. To finally create a card, getting a high quality skin card would be the limit. If he wanted a super quality skin card, he would need to collect at least 3 legendary quality compatible materials or 1 mythical quality compatible material. I hope these water tribes can give me some strength so I can experience what luxury feels like. Thinking of the koan lurking in the deep sea, Su-chen couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. The water tribes of the boundless sea, if not all wealthy, at least most of them were. He didn't expect mythical materials from them, but if he couldn't get legendary quality materials from them, where else could he obtain them? Although the ruins could also allow him to obtain mythical materials, the materials compatible with the Xuanwu were non-existent in the ruins he currently managed. Tomorrow is the Boundless Sea Grand Assembly. Glancing at the deep sea area, Su-chen turned back to the coral district and began to meditate. Meanwhile, in a quiet palace, Feng Lin sat across from the old woman. Your Highness, please speak honestly, is what you said not long ago true? Upon hearing this, Feng Lin's tone was calm. Old lady, whether you believe it or not is up to you. I provided a solution. If you don't adopt it, that's your business. In fact, you should know that I really don't want to manage too many affairs because it's too exhausting. If possible, I wish I had gone away along with the fall of the empire thousands of years ago. That way, I wouldn't have to deal with a pile of mess. The old woman, hearing this, forced a polite yet awkward smile. Your Highness is joking. It's us who have troubled you. Rest assured, the water tribes of the Boundless Sea will express their stance at this grand assembly, giving your human race behind you a clear answer. Feng Lin raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, that would be best, but old lady, you should know what my true purpose is. Upon hearing this, the old woman showed a troubled expression, her voice heavy. Your Highness, it's really not that we don't return that ruined storage card, but that card has long merged with the Boundless Sea. The sea stabilizing needle in that ruins has also become the key to maintaining the stability of the Boundless Sea. Without it, that koan would have escaped long ago. After a sleepless night, Su-chen withdrew his mind from meditation and just opened his eyes. Hungry, hungry. The little black dragon called softly around him when it saw him wake up. Su-chen raised an eyebrow and calmly said, if you keep this up, I'll sell you. The little black dragon immediately fell silent, lowering its head and appearing very obedient. Seeing this, Su-chen felt quite satisfied. After washing up with his daily supplies, he confidently headed straight for the merfolk's forbidden area. The morning sunlight was still somewhat weak, but a few golden rays managed to penetrate the water's surface, struggling to reach this secluded place. Su-chen stood at the edge of the forbidden area, waiting quietly. Today marked the beginning of the endless sea grand gathering, and he didn't believe the merfolk king would still be holding people back. However, after waiting for nearly an hour, there was no movement from within the forbidden area. Feeling a bit anxious, Su-chen approached the guard and asked, Hey, brother, aren't you going to let them out? The guard glanced at Su-chen, then stared straight ahead, his tone flat. They've been released. When was that? Su-chen's mouth twitched a couple of times. Thankfully, he had asked, or he would still be waiting here. Foolishly. No comment. The guard's indifferent attitude was noted by Su-chen, but he could only feel helpless. He turned and hurried towards the merfolk king's palace, where he spotted a sneaky figure. He raised the corner of his mouth and quietly approached, asking, What are you doing? Ah! Li Qianying, who hadn't noticed him at all, was startled and turned pale. After realizing it was Su-chen, she glared at him fiercely, hiding her hands behind her back, and complained, Damn human. Are you doing this on purpose? Su-chen raised an eyebrow, curious to look behind her. Seeing his blatant action, Li Qianying stepped back a few paces to ensure he
couldn't see what was behind her, then angrily said, "Damn human, what are you doing?"
"My sister went to the council hall, aren't
"You going?"
Hearing this, Su Chen revealed a meaningful smile.
"What are you hiding behind you?" Li Qianying's face instantly turned bright red and she snapped, "What's it to you? If you don't leave, I'll tell my sister that you're bullying me." Upon hearing this,
Su Chen looked at her deeply and said lightly, "I saw it, it's a book, right?"
Sneaking around and stammering, could it be that she stole Qianying's book?
This thought flashed through his mind.
"What do you know? Do you believe I'll beat you up?" Li Qianying,
with her hands hidden behind her, glared at him, looking somewhat fierce but also a bit cowardly.
"Studying is a good thing, why do you have to sneak around?"
Su Chen felt it was all quite baffling, and after saying this to her, he hurried towards the palace.
On
the way, he encountered the furious Fiancée, who, after asking about Li Qianying's whereabouts, gave him a roll of her eyes when he
curiously inquired.
So strange. Suppressing his confusion, Su Chen arrived once more at the front of the Merfolk King's palace. Compared to yesterday, there were more guards around. Other than that, nothing seemed different.
However, as soon as he stepped into
the hall, everyone's gaze turned towards him and the entire palace fell into silence.
Su Chen scanned the many Merfolk elders, his gaze finally landing on a woman at the side of the hall. She was wearing a fitted water blue dress today, exquisitely crafted and elegantly adorned, showcasing her serene temperament to the fullest. The moment she saw him, her pure eyes sparkled like stars, blinking 3 times as if to greet him. "Ahem, kid, since you came with the princess, just stand next to her, got it?" The Merfolk
King on the throne squinted at Su Chen, finding him thoroughly displeasing.
Hearing this, Su Chen looked up at the old woman and the
Merfolk King, then slowly walked to stand behind Fenglin.
Whoosh! A sudden sound of flapping wings erupted, and before Su Chen could react, the little black dragon from the Najie card suddenly flew out, clawing and snapping at the Merfolk King on the throne, looking extremely fierce. The Merfolk King's pupils constricted, and he suddenly stood up, staring intently at the little black dragon. How could this little creature resemble the Endless Sea King so much?
The old woman beside him also stood up closely, watching the little black dragon, her eyes filled with shock. The Endless Sea King, as a water spirit, had no fixed form die in front of
them. The water spirit, why was it imitating the Endless Sea King? Could it be a descendant of the Endless Sea King? Water spirit. How could there still be water spirits? It looks just like it. Incredible.
The elders were in a heated discussion, the hall filled
with noise.
Li Qianying stared at the little black dragon, a hint of speculation flashing in her bright eyes.
Water spirits do not have
a fixed form. When they are born, they perceive the beings they feel closest to as kin and mimic their forms.
This appearance is clearly that of a little water spirit imitating the wind card. "Kid, where did you get this water spirit?" After the initial shock, the mermaid
king regained composure, gazing at Su Chen with a look of confusion in his eyes.
Could it have been around for a long time? Was it intentionally kept to show off today?
But that didn't make sense. It had clearly just run out on its own.
"I found it yesterday. I was just wandering around out of boredom, and then I picked it up,"
Su Chen said casually, reaching out to bring the little black dragon back, gently
soothing it. "It's a bit shy. It didn't scare you all, did it?"
As soon as he said this, the expressions of the crowd became slightly
unnatural. This little water spirit looked so much like the Endless Sea King that they were all a bit startled. "Since it was found in our clan's territory, human, this water spirit belongs to my mermaid clan. I'll give you 10 million spirit stones as a reward. How about that?"
The old woman suddenly interjected, her tone appearing nonchalant.
The hands she had pressed on the seat had tightened significantly, without her realizing it.
Many mermaid elders exchanged knowing glances, all looking at Su Chen with a hint of fervor.
If the mermaid clan could obtain this water spirit, dominating the endless sea would not be a dream. Ha! Is it really worth that much? Upon hearing 10
million spirit stones, Su Chen displayed a shocked expression. The old woman sneered inwardly. Being so surprised by 10 million spirit
stones while standing next to the prince showed just how lacking he was. Thinking this, the old woman's smile became even more amiable, her tone softer. "That's right, human.
As long as you sell it to my clan, you will also gain 100 years of friendship from us."
"Well,"
Su Chen looked at the little black dragon in his hand, showing a conflicted expression.
"I'm sorry."
Hearing Su Chen's whisper, the old woman glanced at Fenglin, and seeing her unresponsive, felt a surge of joy in her heart. She suppressed her excitement and said kindly, "Don't worry, you can come here to see it in the future."
"No need, I'm not selling it." Su Chen looked up, giving her an innocuous smile. "Old lady, I'm sorry to have gotten your hopes up for nothing." Creak.
The old woman tightened her grip on the edges of her seat, her expression unreadable.
"Human, have you thought this through? Can you afford to raise it?" This kid actually dared to play her in front of so many people?
Su Chen, hearing this, looked at her and politely smiled. "I can definitely afford to raise it, so no need for you to worry, old lady."
"Humph."
The old woman snorted coldly, angrily walking out of the
palace through a side door. The Mermaid King watched this unfold, sighed inwardly, and said, "Elder, notify everyone to prepare for immediate departure." "Yes."
Your Majesty. The elder bowed respectfully, casting a glance at Suchen that held more than a hint of awe. This kid held a grudge too deeply. On the boundless sea, a massive pod of spirit whales suddenly surfaced, rushing in one direction. The wind rushing past, the overlapping splashes of waves, the cries of spirit seagulls, all composed a unique melody of the endless sea. Suchen stood on the spirit whale, gazing into the distance. In the far-off sky, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed. In contrast, this side had a gentle breeze and small waves, with clear skies for miles. Your Highness, is that a storm area over there? After watching for a while, Suchen curiously asked. The endless sea is vast. According to the forum back then, no one knew just how big it was. There was a direction that was a forbidden zone, where entering meant death. No, you can't see a storm area from here, that's just a normal weather phenomenon. Fenglin glanced at that direction and calmly explained. Her experiences at sea had accumulated over time and were not few. She had seen even worse celestial phenomena than this, so she wasn't surprised. It's just a normal celestial phenomenon, isn't it? Suchen squinted and gazed, secretly astonished. This natural power was indeed extraordinary. TCH. Useless humans, look at you acting like you've never seen the world. Li Qianying, who was riding the same spirit whale, spoke disdainfully. Hasn't anyone taught you that the attributes of the boundless sea's spiritual power are 77% wind, water, and thunder? Here, as long as you can manipulate celestial phenomena, you can create an absolute advantage in the field. Upon hearing this, Suchen glanced at the skill of the Qinglong card and smiled mysteriously. Thank you for the reminder. True Dragon Divine Ability, 10 stars. As a true dragon, you are born able to ride the clouds and mist, summon thunder and lightning, and call forth wind and rain, freely manipulating celestial phenomena to influence the land and water. This skill was probably a divine technique here. Thanks for the reminder, but what does it matter? You can't manipulate celestial phenomena. Knowing it only leaves you staring blankly. Li Qianying, feeling displeased, seized the opportunity to berate him, wishing to belittle Suchen to highlight her own prowess. That may not be the case. Suchen smiled slightly and replied cheerfully. Hearing this, Li Qianying crossed her arms and raised her chin, saying lightly, with your vanity, what will you do when we reach Boundless Island? As if having a few cards made her impressive. She had just reported her to the authorities this morning, causing her to be caught by that fool Fiancée. What were a few worthless books to her? She only used them for criticism. Only that fool Fiancée pretended to be mature on the surface while secretly cherishing those books. Upon hearing this, Suchen laughed and said, if it rains later, you should be polite to me from now on. As soon as he said this, Li Qianying looked up at the clear sky and coldly smiled. Ha! What if it doesn't rain? Will you stay away from me in the future? Having lived in the sea for years, how could she not know if it would rain? This useless human was as foolish as that idiot Fiancée. Suchen glanced at the figure on the spirit whale and smiled. What if you go back on your word? Ha! Me, go back on my word? Li Qianying laughed in anger, pulling the dazed Fiancée beside her, and seriously instructed, Sister Fiancée, you come as a witness. If it doesn't rain later, this useless human can't come near Sister Xingying anymore. Fiancée came back to her senses, looked at the smiling Suchen, and hesitated. Little sister, what if it rains? This human was not simple, he was full of mysteries. According to the book, he was blessed with great fortune and favored by heaven and earth. From her years of reading experience, it was hard for this human to lose. Sister Fiancée, can you think before you speak? Have you gone stupid from reading too much? Li Qianying said with a face full of disdain, then turned to the cold-faced woman standing at the edge. Sister Bingshi, why don't you come as a witness? She's not interested in this, I'll do it. Fiancée replied energetically, her eyes starting to fixate on the sky, her naturally charming face showing a hint of anticipation. Li Qianying saw this and felt an unnamed anger rising within her. That fool Fiancée was clearly looking forward to the rain. Which side are you on, anyway? Li Qianying gritted her teeth and whispered in Fiancée's ear. Hearing this, Fiancée seriously looked at her and Suchen, saying earnestly, little sister, I'm the witness, so I will definitely be fair. Alright then, I can declare that I've won. Li Qianying smiled triumphantly, casually pointing at the sky. It's impossible for it to rain, useless human, you lose. Boom. A sudden thunderclap echoed across the clear sky. In an instant, the sky turned dark with thick clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Pouring rain fell in torrents. The fierce wind aided the rain, and the sudden downpour rushed in. In less than a moment, this sea area was enveloped in a heavy downpour, losing its tranquility. The spirit whales quickly deployed their spiritual shields to block the raging wind and rain. The moist air brought a comfortable coolness but also left everyone puzzled. Strange, it shouldn't be raining today. On the spirit whale at the front, the mermaid king frowned, staring at the gloomy sky. This rain came out of nowhere, almost as if someone was deliberately manipulating it. But with such a wide impact, could the ones in the shadows be those old monsters? The Grand Elder and the others, watching the sudden change in the sky, couldn't help but speculate. The old woman remained the
calmest, saying lightly, there's no need to make a fuss, sometimes feelings aren't accurate. The sky over the boundless sea is inherently unpredictable.
Hearing this, the merfolk king and others nodded, suppressing their doubts.
Meanwhile, on the spirit whale at
the back, Li Chenying was dumbfounded. The sudden thunder just now had truly startled her. Little sister, it seems you've lost. Feng, she said, pulling her gaze from the rain curtain, looking at her with a serious tone.
Humph, losing is losing, what's with the seems? Do you think I'm someone who can't handle a loss?
Li Chenying was quite displeased, glaring at Fengxi, then viciously shot a look at Su Chen, her figure flashing as she moved to the edge, away from him.
Human, how did you do it? Seeing her leave Feng, she curiously examined Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head gravely. This isn't my doing. He had only summoned a bolt of thunder, and suddenly this sea area was like this. Indeed, it's not your doing. Someone is demonstrating, Fenglin said, standing atop the spirit whale, facing the storm with indifference. She hadn't even set foot on the island for the grand event, and some people were already impatient. It seemed this trip was destined not to go as she wished. Does your highness mean that they don't welcome us? Su Chen gazed at the dark sky, his expression serious. He had thought this trip would be relatively easy. Now it seemed he had been overly confident. Fenglin looked at him curiously, then said after some consideration, you, actually, are not within their considerations. Put. Ha ha ha. You crack me up. Human. Who do you think you are? You can't even beat me, yet you want others to respect you? Li Chenying, who had been listening from behind, couldn't hold back and laughed heartily.
Hearing this, Su Chen turned to look at her, making her feel flustered under his gaze, and he smiled confidently.
Princess Chenying, would you like to have a match with me at the same level? The loser has to listen to the winner. Humph. Why should I lower my level to compete with you? Do you think I'm foolish?
Li Chenying snorted, raising her chin high, looking quite proud. Seeing this, Su Chen was about to provoke her further when a calm
voice suddenly reminded them, we're almost there.
Turning to look, Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly.
Under the dark sky, a bright island appeared ahead, like a lighthouse in the night guiding the way. Upon closer inspection, the area around the island was free of wind, rain, or thunder, bright as ever. Splash! Suddenly, a group of spirit sharks darted past beside the spirit whale, and at the forefront, a young man stood with his hands behind his back, exuding confidence. Noticing he had caught the attention of those on the spirit whale, the young man deliberately slowed the spirit sharks down, glancing at everyone with a mocking tone. Senior Merfolk King, these useless ones are too slow. Our fierce shark clan has long abandoned this. Why are you still using it? No. One answered, and the Merfolk King merely glanced at the young man, remaining calm and composed. Seeing this, the young man turned to Fengxi on the spirit whale, grinning wickedly. Princess Fengxi, I'll come to propose marriage to you another day. Don't hide from me again. Fengxi frowned slightly, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Then, she seemed to think of something, glancing at Su Chen, who was eating melon seeds nearby, and transmitted a message. Human, strike him for me, and I'll help you keep an eye on Chenying's sister, acting as your inside informant by grandma's side. Upon hearing this, Su Chen calmly looked towards the island. Boom! A bolt of thunder suddenly exploded, striking straight at the young man who was about to leave. Splash! The agile spirit sharks deftly dodged, and the young man looked up at the sky, his brow slightly furrowed. Boom! Dozens of bolts of thunder suddenly struck down. The young shark, Shark Tua, narrowed his eyes, reaching out to unleash several palm strikes, easily shattering the descending lightning. Who is targeting me? Shark Tua's sharp gaze swept over the people on the spirit whale, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't find any suspicious figures. What are you looking at? So many people, and you alone were struck by lightning, not knowing to reflect on yourself? Li Chenying glared back fiercely when she saw him looking over. Humph, the merfolk are only fit for petty tricks. Shark Tua snorted coldly, leading his kin to the island. Rumble! Hundreds of bolts of lightning surged down like silver snakes. Whoosh! The furious wind howled, and the rain poured down. In an instant, the area where Shark Tua and the others stood was completely enveloped by wind, rain, and thunder. On the sea surface, a burnt smell suddenly wafted through the air. As the commotion subsided, Fengxi looked over, her expression frozen in shock. She saw that the previously arrogant Shark Tua now had his hair standing on end, his face charred black. Except for him, the others were unharmed, as if the lightning had singled him out. Gritting his teeth, Shark Tua felt a surge of anger. He was certain that this lightning was definitely being controlled. His spiritual power was of the water attribute, and the shield he hastily created could not block the lightning at all. His kin were the same, and the spirit shark beneath them was no different. Yet, most of the lightning's power was concentrated on him. Who did this? Shark Tua glared fiercely at the people on the spirit whale, clenching his fists. As the young master of the fierce shark clan, he had never suffered such a humiliation. How would I know? I told you to reflect on yourself properly. Li Chenying regained her composure and found it inexplicably amusing. It's you, isn't it? Shark Tuo's gaze instantly locked onto Li Qianying, his expression icy. Seeing
this, Li Qianying stood tall and said, "If I had that ability, I'd strike you down so hard your mother wouldn't recognize you."
Good. Very good. In the upcoming duel, I will beat your two brothers into cripples. Shark Tuo made a harsh remark and quickly led his kin onto the island, not daring to linger in the area for even a second longer.
Once he left, the Merman King in front suddenly
turned around, his gaze meeting Su Chen's, who was staring straight ahead. In that moment, the people on the three spirit whales all looked towards Su Chen, and the atmosphere became subtle. "Kid, well done,"
the Merman King casually praised before retracting his
gaze.
The elders of the merfolk, witnessing this scene, looked at Su Chen with a hint of surprise.
After an unknown powerful being manipulated the weather to form a domain, Su Chen was still able to interfere with it. This undoubtedly meant that Su Chen's ability was
prioritized higher than that of the unknown powerful being. In other words, his skill level was higher.
Extraordinary. Deeply hidden.
No wonder he can make the water spirit recognize him as its master. Thoughts raced through the minds of the elders.
Did you do this?
Li Qianying stepped forward, staring intently at Su Chen's profile, her face full of skepticism.
Su Chen maintained his usual expression and shook his head, saying, "How could that be?
I'm just a card maker, I don't have such powerful abilities."
Really?
Li Qianying frowned, feeling that there was something more to Su Chen's words, but she couldn't quite grasp it.
Fine, she rolled
her eyes beside them, not exposing Su Chen's lie.
"It's fake,"
Su Chen replied calmly, looking at the boundless island nearby with
an indifferent expression.
"Anyway, you don't believe me, so the truth doesn't matter." Li Qianying smiled coldly at his words.
"Then it must be fake.
I don't have such powerful abilities, how could you?" Su Chen turned to glance at her, a meaningful smile on his
face. "Princess Qianying, I just like your stubborn disbelief." "Disgusting, who asked you to like it? Let me tell you, sister is sister, and I don't develop such thoughts about me."
Li Qianying shot him a fierce glare, her figure flashing as she appeared beside Li Qianying, tightly holding her arm while not forgetting to turn back and show off.
"Thanks for earlier." Funshi transmitted a sound and flew to the front.
Soon, only Su Chen and Feng Lin remained on the spirit whale.
"Let's go." Feng Lin stepped into the
wind, and Su Chen followed closely behind. As the group just set foot on the island, the dim sky instantly vanished, replaced by a
bright sky.
What came into view was a broad avenue paved with white jade, leading straight to the center of the island.
Su Chen looked around, noticing many such avenues, all leading to the center. In other words, no matter where they land on the island, a grand road will be in front of them.
Hungry. The little black dragon suddenly popped out, looking ahead and calling out incessantly. Noticing its unusual behavior, Su Chen picked it up and shook his head, signaling it to be quiet. Seeing this, the little black
dragon lowered its head, pretending to admit its mistake.
Seeing it so obedient, Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to put it away to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Let it stay outside, it might help you." Feng Lin's voice suddenly rang in his ear.
Su Chen was momentarily taken aback and looked up at her.
Although having her as a support meant he didn't have to worry about others stealing the water spirit, it was still better to have one less thing to deal with. Without the little creature, he was confident he could accomplish
what he wanted to do.
"Don't worry, I won't harm you," Feng Lin transmitted again.
Su Chen glanced at the little black dragon,
which was looking at him with longing, clearly not wanting to enter the Najie space.
"All right then, you have to behave." Su Chen nodded
slightly, placing it on his shoulder, and walked towards the center of the island with the others. At the center of the boundless island, the enormous jade square was bustling with activity. Rarely seen figures from the vast sea tribes were gathered here in large numbers. The outstanding individuals from each water tribe were undoubtedly the subjects of conversation among these prominent figures. At a jade table near the center, an octopus-headed elder looked at the calm-faced middle-aged man across from him and smiled
slightly. "King of the fierce sharks, where is my virtuous nephew Shark Tuo? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Seeing everyone at the
table looking over, the king of the fierce sharks smiled back. "Elder Zhang, Shark Tuo has recently taken a liking to hunting in the
wild sea area, so he might be a bit late." TSK.
The wild sea area, isn't that a place only those from the four realms can go
to train?
Elder Zhang praised, his eyes revealing a hint of interest, and his smile grew even brighter.
"King of the fierce sharks,
I have a granddaughter who has just come of age. I'm quite satisfied with your nephew Shark Tuo. I wonder."
Hearing this, the
king of the fierce sharks smiled wryly. "Elder Zhang, that kid Shark Tuo is quite arrogant. I can't make decisions for him.
It all
depends on his own wishes."
Others nearby couldn't help but chuckle.
The transformation of the Ling Zhang clan was never complete, and their appearance was naturally not very appealing. Elder Zhang's granddaughter had never found a peer from the same level of race who was interested in her. Over time, she had no marriage prospects.
"Sigh, isn't it just a shell? The young people nowadays."
Elder Zhang sighed, but a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes.
He knew very well what everyone was thinking, but the king of the Fierce Sharks was quite straightforward. Before coming, he had asked him to praise Shark Tua, saying they should look out for each other. Now, he had praised him, yet the king of the fierce sharks seemed completely oblivious to the previous promise. Brother Shark Tua, why are you so late? Ha ha. Shark Tua was just outside teasing the Mermaid King's daughter and got taught a lesson by a mysterious person. It was quite a disaster. Is that true? Is there any doubt? I recorded it. The lively square grew even noisier. With the arrival of a group of people, the king of the fierce sharks and others turned to look, seeing Shark Tua with a pale face, sitting at the edge of the jade table, staring intently at the young master of the water monkey tribe. As the projection appeared, Shark Tua's disheveled appearance came into view, causing many to stifle their laughter. This, oh dear, king of the fierce sharks. Your nephew Shark Tua is still too arrogant. He needs to temper his temperament. After all, the Mermaid King is also a formidable leader, Elder Zhang exclaimed dramatically, his unreserved voice reaching the ears of many, prompting several nods. The king of the fierce shark's expression darkened slightly as his gaze swept over the outstanding individuals from various tribes, landing in the direction of the square's entrance. The Mermaid King is here, someone shouted, and the crowd, already curious about the Mermaid King, due to Shark Tua's incident, turned to look at the entrance. Upon seeing many water tribe elites' eyes lit up. The merfolk approaching, led by the Mermaid King, exuded an extraordinary presence. However, what drew the most attention was the Mermaid Princess. Each one radiating exceptional grace, especially the two youngest princesses, standing together, were the most unforgettable. If my granddaughter looks like this, what worries would I have about finding a marriage partner? Old Zhang couldn't help but sigh, which resonated with many of the water tribe kings. The mermaid princesses were renowned for their beauty across the vast seas, making them the first choice for many water tribe unions. The commotion caused by the mermaid princesses quickly became the topic of conversation. Once everyone was seated. However, the arrival of Su Chen and Fenglin did not cause much of a stir. The little black dragon, coiled up, did not surprise the water tribe elites at the edge of the square. You just stay here and find a spot to sit. The inside is where I'm going, Fenglin instructed seriously as they reached the boundary between the outer and inner square. Su Chen nodded in response and walked unhesitatingly towards the jade table where Li Qingying and the others were seated. What are you doing? Who told you to sit next to me? Upon seeing Su Chen arrive, Li Qiangying clutched her sister's arm tightly, glaring at him as if he were a thief. Her voice drew the attention of many around them. One water tribe elite, feeling a surge of energy, immediately stood up and walked over to Su Chen, warning, "Human, I don't care how you got here, now get out of the way, this is not a place for you to sit." Before Su Chen could respond, Li Qiangying's voice rang out again. "And who are you? What does it have to do with you?" The water tribe elite was taken aback, glancing between Su Chen and Li Qiangying. "Still looking? I'm talking about you," Li Qiangying glared at him, unceremoniously. "You!" The water tribe elite's face flushed red, fists clenched and then slowly relaxed, leaving in defeat. Su Chen watched this unfold, feeling it was strange, and glanced at Li Qiangying out of the corner of his eye. Human, don't think I'm speaking up for you, I just want a fair competition," Li Qiangying said, pressing closely to her sister and snorting coldly. When she noticed him looking over, Su Chen remained composed, but he heard the voice of Feng Shi in his ear. "Qiangying relies heavily on Qiangying, and don't be fooled by her facade, she's not a good person. I heard from Bingxi that Qiangying often steals my books and then frames others for it. When we used to play together, Qiangying often boasted about being the youngest and would hog the good stuff. She even called me a fool and Bingxi a dimwit, saying her brothers were useless, but she really likes Qiangying. She likes her a lot, but she refuses to admit it and often says privately that she just wants to see Qiangying become a king. But I heard from Bingxi that she actually wants to be a king herself. That's all I know. In any case, just be careful." As the voice faded, Su Chen glanced at Li Qiangying beside him, only to find her staring intently at him. Seeing her like this, Su Chen recalled her various attitudes, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. Proud, obsessive, ambitious, what is truly most important to her? Song Qiong is here. The sudden voice snapped Su Chen out of his thoughts. Song Qiong, according to the Mermaid King, was precisely the one his mother wanted to form an alliance with, right? With this thought, Su Chen looked up. He saw a young man in blue walking towards him, handsome and poised. He walked with the grace of a dragon and tiger, and his peers behind him looked at him with respect. The group, grand and imposing, had just stepped onto the square when the young man became the center of attention. 5th realm. 9th tier, he should be equivalent to a half-step mythical purple level in your human cards, Finchie's voice echoed in his ear, and Su Chen frowned. The first 5 levels of cards were pure white, flowing jade, blooming blue, flourishing green, and purple level. Is this the strength of the elite from the dominant race of the boundless sea? Truly impressive, Su Chen thought, feeling a mix of admiration and caution, as Tsang Qion was walking towards them. Brother Tsang Qion. Upon seeing the young man approaching, Li Qiangying stood up and happily called out. Song Qion glanced at her and smiled, nodding. "Qiangying, your sister Kanglin is still waiting for you to come play with her. Do you want to go this time?" Li Qianying looked at Li Qingying full of anticipation.
Sister. Li Qingying shot her a glance and politely nodded to Sang Xiong, saying, Jianying is just being playful, I hope cousin won't mind. Upon hearing this, Sang Xiong seemed to sense something and looked at Su Chen beside Li Qianying, raising an eyebrow. Who is this? The person that Qingying's sister has taken a liking to, she interjected without hesitation.
Oh, I am Sang Qiong, and you are? Sang Qiong's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest upon hearing this.
He extended his hand to Su Chen with a polite smile. Seeing this, Su Chen stood up to shake his hand, smiling. Su Chen, nice to meet you. Sang Qiong nodded, his gaze unconsciously falling on the little black dragon resting on Su Chen's shoulder, his expression slightly changing.
Little brother Su Chen, is this a water spirit?
Su Chen tilted his head to glance at the sleeping little black dragon on his shoulder and nodded calmly.
It really looks a lot like the Infinite Sea King.
I almost thought the Infinite Sea King was alive. Sang Qiong marveled as he examined the
little black dragon.
The Sanglong clan was once a vassal of the Infinite Sea King, comparable to the human clan's retainers.
As the
young master of the Sanglong clan, his understanding of the Infinite Sea King was naturally deeper than that of many water clans.
The
little black dragon before him could be said to be indistinguishable from the Infinite Sea King in appearance.
Thinking of this, Sang Xiong's gaze towards Su Chen grew increasingly curious. A human who could tame a water spirit was certainly not an ordinary person.
However, to his knowledge, there was no one named Su Chen on the human clan's list of prodigies.
The Grand Princess of the Haimao clan has arrived.
A voice from somewhere drew everyone's attention again, including Sang Xiong, who had just taken his seat. A proud and coldly beautiful woman walked in from the entrance, her tail swaying behind her as she faced the gazes of the crowd without a hint of change in her expression.
Some people are completely mesmerized. Seeing everyone at the table staring at the
woman, Li Qianying sneered at Su Chen. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, glanced at her, and said lightly, not as good looking as you. Hearing this, Li Qianying's face flushed slightly and she glared at him angrily, saying, human, don't think that this will make me
happy. I know you are complimenting my sister.
Su Chen smiled without replying. However, a sudden voice in his ear made him instantly
alert. Can I sit here?
He looked up to meet the gaze of the Haimao clan's grand princess. From her eyes, he saw surprise, curiosity,
and a hint of something unclear. Clearly, this stunning beauty recognized him.
After all, he had not disguised himself and was in
his normal illusion form. Feel free, Su Chen replied indifferently, but this response drew Li Qianying's dissatisfaction. She looked at the table and muttered, you didn't even ask for anyone else's opinion, this table isn't just yours. Upon hearing this, Mao
Lian glanced at Li Qianying and slowly sat down, coldly saying, little sister Qianying, you are not yet qualified to make me ask.
Fine, you seduce others,
you're amazing, you're something else. Li Qianying clenched her hand tightly under the table.
Hearing this, Mao Lian turned to look at Su Chen, then looked back at Li Qianying and smiled, is he the one you like?
Stop talking.
Nonsense. How could I possibly like him?
Li Qianying suddenly stood up, fuming.
Then what does it have to do with you if I approach him? Mao Lian asked calmly, her expression indifferent.
Until she figured out how the water spirit on Su Chen's shoulder came to be,
she would not give up any opportunity to get closer.
It has nothing to do with me, but it has to do with my sister.
Li
Qianying's face turned red and she immediately sat down, pulling Li Qingying to signal her to take charge. Seeing this, Li Qingying
sighed, Qianying, don't speak recklessly.
It was indeed surprising that the Grand Princess of the Haimao clan chose to sit with them,
and coincidentally, right next to Su Chen.
But she vaguely felt that this was likely related to the water spirit. Those who were well-informed probably recognized what this little fellow was. As long as I can control the little guy, once it matures, dominating
the boundless sea is just a matter of time. With such a huge temptation, how many can resist? If it's not seduction, then it
must be for some ulterior motive.
Human, you'd better be careful.
Li Qianying snorted coldly, seemingly casually mentioning it. Upon hearing this, Su Chen glanced at the little black dragon, the corners of his mouth curling slightly.
This is the water spirit. Just its appearance can make those who know it flock to it. Did you come alone, Your Excellency?
Listening to Li Qianying's barbed words, Mao Lian didn't mind. Instead, she smiled gently at Su Chen.
Su Chen replied in a flat tone, so what if I did? So what if I didn't?
Mao Lian gave him a meaningful look, playing with the teacup on the table, her voice calm.
Your Excellency, the boundless sea is not a place you can come and go as you please. Especially since you are carrying such a precious thing, it's easy to become someone else's target. Our Sea Cat clan is willing to provide you with protection and escort you safely to shore. As soon
as these words fell, many of those eavesdropping around changed their expressions. They recognized that it was the water spirit and had originally planned to find an opportunity to steal or snatch it. This Sea Cat clan's princess had directly exposed their thoughts,
clearly warning them.
Su Chen glanced around with a hint of helplessness in his heart.
He knew this would be the outcome. Innocent bystanders suffer when one possesses something precious. What are you looking at? Never seen a water spirit before?
all of you. With your thieving eyes. He is someone brought by the human prince. Before thinking about those sordid matters, you should weigh whether you have the ability to bear the consequences. Li Qianying suddenly stood up, glaring at the people around who were looking this way, her eyes filled with warning. However, these people merely averted their gazes, not taking her words to heart at all. Those powerful alien races settled in the cracks had long since united in secret, and for the races friendly to humans, these powerful aliens quietly extended olive branches. This time, the grand event of the Boundless Sea appeared the same as before, but in reality, it was a discussion among the various races of the Boundless Sea. From now on, whether to stand on the side of humanity or the side of the alien races in the cracks was the main topic of this grand event. According to the secretly circulated news in the Boundless Sea, nearly half of the water races agreed to ally with the alien races in the cracks, while the remaining water races mostly held a neutral attitude. As for those siding with humanity, there were almost none. Realizing the indifference of these people, Li Qianying suddenly understood something. She looked towards the center of the square but found it already shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see clearly. Brother Tsangxiong, you guys wouldn't. Knowing some secret news, Li Qianying glanced at the seemingly indifferent Su Chen, her eyes fixed on the calmed Tsangxiong, her face slightly pale. Upon hearing this, Tsangxiong took a sip of tea and said calmly, Sister Qianying, some things are better left for you not to understand. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding water race elites all gathered around, each one staring at Su Chen. In the center of the square, an old woman approached with a cold smile. Grandma, you guys. Li Qianying, realizing too late, stood up to shield Su Chen behind her, her face turning pale. This grand event was actually a conspiracy against that prince? There's something, just one chapter today, the suddenly changing situation in the square left many water race elites dazed. Looking at Tsangxiong and the others who surrounded him, Su Chen regarded the slowly approaching old woman with composure. Elder, what do you mean by this? The old woman stopped 5 steps away, speaking slowly. Do the rude human juniors still not see the situation clearly? Grandma, how can you do this? The reacting Li Qianying looked at the old woman leading Tsangxiong and the others in disbelief, her voice filled with sorrow. She indeed disliked Su Chen, but she could not accept treating him this way. Such conduct should not appear among their merfolk. Qianying, it's only been a few days, and you're already helping an outsider? The old woman showed a displeased expression, her voice cold. That's still better than you. Li Qianying glared at everyone, her tone agitated. At least I won't resort to such schemes. The old woman's face twitched as she lightly touched her cane to the ground and said calmly, Tsangxiong, aren't you going to make a move? Hearing this, Xiong's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness, but he had no choice but to comply. He stepped forward, his imposing aura no longer concealed, causing a stir among the crowd. If you want to touch him, have you asked me first? Li Qianying said flatly, extending 2 cards with her fingers. One transformed into a shield to protect Su Chen, while the other scattered into spiritual light enveloping her entire body. As the spiritual light retracted, she appeared before everyone in ice blue battle armor, holding an ice blue spear in her right hand and a blue shield in her left. She stood there like a valkyrie from the sea, her presence grand and overwhelming, making it hard to look directly at her. In that moment, her aura even subtly overshadowed Tsangxiong's. Su Chen watched in astonishment. In his memory, Li Qianying had always been serene and gentle, never displaying such an imposing demeanor. Good. Qianying, you truly have hidden depths. The old woman trembled with anger at this scene. The junior she had high hopes for was now openly opposing her for the sake of an outsider. Such a thing happening right before her eyes was simply unacceptable. Sister. You? Li Qianying stared at her sister, dumbfounded. She knew her sister had strong cultivation talent, but she never realized that her usually gentle sister was even stronger than Qianying, protect him well. Li Qianying said calmly, her eyes scanning the surrounding water clan prodigies who were gradually revealing their auras, her expression serious. She didn't know what was happening inside, but since only her grandmother had come out, it was enough to indicate that the human prince had not yet been captured. Her grandmother had always prioritized interests. It was likely she had come out privately, intending to see something from Feng. He, Finshi, Bingshi, Xiaozong, Xiaolan, you all step back. The old woman sneered repeatedly, reminding the 4 juniors to leave. However, an unexpected scene suddenly unfolded. Finshi walked up to Li Qianying, a charming smile appearing on her face. Grandmother, Qianying is my sister. I can't just stand by and let you bully her. As soon as she finished speaking, Bingshi stepped forward and said coldly, Grandmother, Bingshi wants to be willful for once. Li Tsong and Li Lan exchanged glances and silently chose to step forward, standing on either side of their sister. Grandmother, we only listen to father. If father hasn't spoken, we just want to protect our sisters from harm. Grandmother, no matter what happens inside, this person is now our guest. How can we be rude to a guest? Their words made the atmosphere in the room suddenly delicate. The many water clan prodigies who were still observing turned their gazes toward the old woman, eager to see how she would respond.
surrounding
a weak human, they felt a hint of disdain in their hearts. But the old woman's appearance likely represented the attitude of the various clan leaders, so they could only harbor disdain
internally, not daring to show it openly. He, you really have raised a good bunch of children. For the sake of an outsider, they actually come to oppose their grandmother. The old
woman laughed, her expression growing increasingly cold. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened and she struck the ground with her cane.
Song Cheon, where are the Sanglong troops? Hearing
this, Sang Cheong helplessly glanced at Li Qingying and the others, raising the signal water staff in his hand and firing a signal into the sky. In an instant, powerful warriors surged in from all directions. The leading warrior's aura was unfathomable, just his presence rendered everyone unable to move. General Sun Yuan, kill this human to set an example. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, the old woman raised her cane, pointing at the calm Su Chen, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. She had lost face today. If she didn't kill Su Chen, she
would become a laughingstock. Yes, Elder Tsanli.
The leading warrior, Sun Yuan, stepped forward, his palm covered in water spiritual power, reaching for Su Chen's head.
Hungry.
The little black dragon lying on Su Chen's shoulder suddenly lifted its head, staring intently at Sun Yuan. That he had never cared about its origin, but upon meeting its gaze, a wave of instinctive fear surged within him, as if the little black dragon before him was indeed a powerful being.
General Sun Yuan, what are you doing?
Seeing Sun Yuan only halfway through, the old woman suddenly felt the aura dissipate and hurriedly reminded him.
Yes, suppressing the
fear in his heart. Sun Yuan's expression turned cold as he unleashed his aura to suppress everyone again, reaching out to grab Su Chen's head.
Wind.
Witnessing this scene, Li Qingying tightened her grip on the spear, channeling all her spiritual power into her right hand, attempting to thrust out a strike. But the gap between their realms was like the difference between clouds and mud. No matter how hard she tried, she found herself unable to break free from the domain suppression that the other party naturally possessed.
Xingying, don't worry. Su Chen smiled at her, calmly watching the giant's spiritual
hand reach for him, with no trace of fear in his eyes. The old woman, seeing this scene, suddenly realized something and shouted, General Sun Yuan, be
careful.
As soon as her words fell, the shadow behind Su Chen suddenly split into two. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and the previously imposing
Sun Yuan was directly pierced in the chest by a sharp blade, staggering back.
When they regained their composure, a black-clad woman who looked exactly
like Fong Lin stood in front of Su Chen, holding a pitch-black dagger, indifferent to the old woman.
Old hag, do you really think the prince hasn't seen through your tricks? The old woman's face turned extremely ugly as she stared at the shadow, coldly saying, Everyone, aren't you going to make a move? Hee, Senior Tsangli, you know what will happen if we make a move.
A man in purple descended from the sky, gazing at the little black dragon in the arena.
His eyes filled with greed.
Sigh, how did it come to this?
An old man with white hair appeared in the square in an instant, shaking his head in regret. The human prince is indeed formidable, managing to restrain so many big shots from the boundless sea clan. A burly man with a pig's head swept through the crowd, forming a triangular encirclement with the purple-clad man and the white-haired elder around the shadow and Su Chen.
The Purple Thunder Clan.
The White Leopard Clan, the Pig Head Clan, it seems the first to rebel is the Extreme Thunder Rift,
the shadow calmly declared while observing the three.
But his gaze shifted outside the arena.
So soon, no one left?
Upon hearing this, the three burst into laughter, and the strongman from the Pig Head Clan waved his hand, shouting, Then let everyone show themselves, so our human prince can give up. As soon as his words fell, dozens of powerful figures appeared, flickering in the sky. The shadow saw the scene and said lightly, Are we all here? The faces of the three changed slightly, and before they could react, the shadow took out a card radiating dazzling colors in front of everyone and threw it towards Su Chen.
Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen reached out to catch it and immediately activated it.
In an instant, colorful light enveloped the entire boundless island.
The many aquatic prodigies
were horrified to find that their realms were rapidly suppressed to the second stage of flowing jade.
Damn! This is the 14-star balanced domain.
Our realms have all been suppressed.
What are you panicking about? With so many of us, are we still afraid we can't take them down? Kill whoosh!
The chatter among the crowd was suddenly interrupted by the sound of roaring flames. Accompanying it was a wave of terrifying heat that enveloped the entire
area. Quack!
The sound was like a crow's mournful cry, leaving many aquatic beings in a daze.
They focused their attention and were all taken aback. In
the sky covered by the domain, there were actually two suns. One of the suns faintly outlined the shape of a three-legged divine bird within.
This is...
The strong man from the Purple Thunder Clan widened his eyes, struggling to utter a few words from his throat.
The Great Wilderness Golden Crow? Quack!
The three-legged golden crow flew out from the sun, its blazing flames engulfing the entire boundless island, with one small golden crow after another
automatically locking onto hostile targets.
In an instant, the aquatic beings caught off guard were entangled by the small golden crows, letting out cries
of pain. Damn! Someone come with me to kill this kid.
Realizing the situation was dire, a strong man from the White Leopard Clan shot towards Su Chen like
Lightning. Bai Zhe. Su Chen remained unhurried, throwing out the Bai Zhe card. Whoosh! The white beast shadow swept through the many aquatic beings.
Like the wind, sending all the aquatic prodigies flying in its wake. With this momentum, he gathered a blade of spiritual power in his mouth and charged
towards the incoming White Leopard Clan warrior. Boom!
The moment they collided, the White Leopard Clan warrior remained unmoved, while Bai Zhe was pushed
back several dozen meters. But the many Water Clan prodigies who witnessed the scene were all horrified.
This was because the White Leopard Clan warrior had a deep bone-deep wound on his face, healing at an extremely slow rate.
Everyone be careful, this kid's card is of mythic quality. The White Leopard Clan warrior's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. Although his realm was suppressed, his physical strength had not diminished. He could guarantee
that if his physical strength matched this realm, he would already be a corpse by now.
What? Mythic quality?
The momentum of the crowd suddenly halted. They scattered in the air, dodging the attacks of the little golden crows, not daring to approach Su Chen. The balanced domain, among the myriad races, had
another name, the Mythic Arena.
The meaning was quite simple. Wherever there was a balanced domain, it belonged to the realm of mythic quality cards.
A bunch of cowards.
I'll hold this one down. The pig-headed clan warrior, enduring the burns from the little golden crows, charged towards Bai Zhe.
As soon as they clashed, they fought fiercely, and for a moment, it was a stalemate. Kill. The purple lightning clan warrior, like a flash of lightning, wielded a thunder spear, dancing like a silver snake, darting towards Su Chen. With him leading the charge, the crowd's momentum surged again, and they all followed. Seeing this, Su Chen calmly threw out his last character card. Thud! A smaller version of the Xuanwu landed on the ground, causing the entire plaza to crack at a visible speed.
Before anyone could react, a shield radiating cold air enveloped Su Chen and the others.
Boom boom boom. Countless attacks poured onto the cold shield, yet it stirred not a ripple. This scene sent chills down the spines of the purple lightning clan warrior and the white leopard clan warrior. With their experience, they could tell that this was yet another mythic quality character card. Aren't you all coming together?
The purple lightning clan warrior looked at the dozens of fellow warriors in the air and shouted urgently. As soon as he finished speaking, these dozens of figures descended onto the battlefield one after another. They split into two groups, one part teaming up to attack the golden crows in the air, while the other part flew over to prepare to join forces against Su Chen. Wind! Seeing this scene, Li Qingying came to her senses and wanted to step out of the cold shield to help Su Chen fight. Princess Qianying! The sudden shout startled the dazed Li Qianying awake. She looked at Su Chen, who was holding her sister back. Her delicate face flushed, stammering, What's wrong? I won't go out. Su Chen pulled Li Qingying to her side and instructed, keep an eye on your sister, don't let her step out of the shield, understand? Oh okay, then, what about you? Holding onto Li Qingying's arm tightly, Li Qianying stared at Su Chen's back, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation. I'm going to kill some people, Su Chen said calmly, reaching out to summon Bai Zhe, who was fighting the pig-headed clan warrior in the air, transforming him into spiritual light that flew into his fingers, forming a card. Ha! This is mythic quality card, nothing more. The pig-headed clan warrior appeared outside the cold shield, staring at Su Chen with a cold sneer. Hearing this, Su Chen's lips curled up, confidently saying, I'll count to 3, and you will undoubtedly die. Oh, is that so? Then let me see how. Before the pig-headed clan warrior could finish his sentence, he was suddenly engulfed in flames from the inside out, under everyone's gaze. In less than a few breaths, he turned into a cloud of black ash, drifting into the hearts of the crowd like a cold wind. What just happened? At this moment, not only were the water clan prodigies terrified, but even many strong warriors from the Purple Lightning clan felt a surge of fear. The pig-headed clan warrior was considered the strongest in defense among them. How could he suddenly vanish without a trace? Don't let those little golden crows hit you, they are strange. The White Leopard clan warrior wiped the cold sweat from his brow, constantly dodging the attacks of the little golden crows. The strong warrior of the Purple Thunder clan, upon hearing this, had a flash of inspiration in his mind and shouted, first, break the golden one in the sky. Whoosh! A dark black beam, like a sharp arrow, pierced through the chest of the Purple Thunder clan warrior. In front of everyone, the warrior's face was filled with shock. How is this possible? Thud! His body fell heavily to the ground, quickly engulfed by flames, disappearing without a trace. This scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Seizing the moment, Su Chen transformed into Bai Zhe, raised his spear, and stepped into the air, with the azure dragon following behind him. Facing the gazes of the crowd, he pointed his spear diagonally at the many strong warriors of the Water Clan and said indifferently, You can all come at me together. As these words fell, anger flashed across the faces of those present. Arrogant! What courage! Human brat! Everyone! This little thief is so arrogant! Don't hold back! Alright, let's go together! As the words fell, dozens of alien strong warriors charged towards Su Chen under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In the face of their attack, Su Chen's expression was as calm as a still lake, his eyes unperturbed, his words clear.
Xuanwu, true form. Thud. The Xuanwu, which had been on standby, suddenly grew larger until it obscured the sky, blocking Suchen completely before it stopped expanding. Boom! The attacks of the strong warriors all poured onto its protective shield. Yet not a ripple was stirred. Damn it! Why is it so tough? Damn! If it weren't for this balanced domain, the situation is unfavorable, everyone. I'm making a run for it. As soon as the words fell, someone immediately dashed out of the area covered by the balanced domain, disappearing from sight. Seeing this, the others dared not stay any longer and rushed out of the balanced domain, fearing to follow in the footsteps of the two unfortunate souls. Su Chen, seeing this, did not mind, because if he guessed correctly, the outside was already a net of heaven and earth. Seizing this opportunity, he looked down at the many water clan prodigies, pointed his spear diagonally, and spoke with indifference. Who else? In the vast square, there was silence. Many water clan prodigies, facing Su Chen's gaze, could only choose to lower their heads. For character cards, each one of mythic quality, within the balanced domain, they could not possibly be Su Chen's opponents. Seeing that no one responded, Su Chen glanced towards Song Qiong and the old woman. The old woman's expression was grim, but she said nothing. Cough, cough. Kid, aren't you coming down? The sudden sound of a light cough startled all the water clan prodigies. They focused their attention and saw the Fish King and others walking in from outside the balanced domain. Behind them were the alien strong warriors who had just fled. The water clan of the boundless sea. You dare to plot against us. Our clan will not let you go. Standing with the humans will not end well for you. Do you think capturing us will make us submit? Dream on. You are despicable and shameless. Listening to the curses from the many alien strong warriors, many water clan prodigies felt utterly confused. How could the alien strong warriors, who were just partners with them, suddenly become prisoners? Kid, you were too ruthless. Seeing the many water clan prodigies lying down, the Fish King frowned, his voice filled with both blame and barely concealed shock. The younger generation is formidable. Elder Zhang looked at the tragic scene in the square, gazing at the young man standing in the air with a spear in hand, astonished. You were a bit too heavy-handed, didn't His Highness give a warning? Seeing the half-dead water clan prodigies at least occupying 1/10, the fierce Shark King was shocked but couldn't help feeling a bit dissatisfied. His clan's Shark Tua lay in a pool of blood, now uncertain of life or death. No, I'm very sorry, I misjudged his strength. Seeing the listless water clan prodigies, Feng Lin glanced at the silent Su Chen, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. This was the effect she wanted, otherwise, how could she make these water clan members submit? However, she truly did not expect Su Chen to be stronger than she imagined. Those two alien strong warriors were actually killed by Su Chen within the balanced domain. Your Highness, please fulfill the agreement. The Sanlong King appeared in the arena, glancing at the scene below, staring at Su Chen in the air with a deep gaze. At this moment, no one knew what the king of the renowned Sanglong clan of the Boundless Sea was thinking. Feng Lin nodded slightly and casually threw out another card. In an instant, the Nirvana flame transformed into a sea of fire, enveloping the many injured water clan prodigies. As time passed, in less than a quarter of an hour, all the water clan prodigies, who had been on the brink of death, regained their vitality. Seeing this scene, the imprisoned by Bao clan expert had a dark expression and coldly said, Your Highness has quite the means, making us dance to your tune. Pretending to have the Boundless Sea Water clan agree to unite with them, they set a trap for her on Boundless Island. In reality, she had long reached an agreement with the water clan of the Boundless Sea, playing them at their own game. This trap was aimed at them from the very beginning. For this, she did not hesitate to use rare cards from the Balance Domain and the Nirvana Domain. She even specially invited a human prodigy to wreak havoc in the Balance Domain. This way, not only did it intimidate the Boundless Sea Water clan, but it also made them jump into the trap willingly. Brilliant! Truly brilliant! Upon hearing this, Feng Lin glanced at him and said to Su Chen, By Xiao, whether you believe it or not, the water clan of the Boundless Sea turning against us happened just last night. She wasn't a deity, how could she have calculated so much? In her mind, she envisioned herself using cards to dominate the battlefield. But Ying had given a great suggestion, so she simply adopted it with a try-it-and-see attitude. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. We admit defeat. The Bai Bao clan expert Bai Xiao sneered coldly, staring fiercely at Su Chen, feeling a mix of shock, fear, and anger. But Your Highness, of the human race, how many such prodigies are there in your clan? The Zile clan and the Zhushou clan lost 2 elders, they will never let this go. What awaits him will be the endless pursuit of the 2 clans. At this point, Bai Xiao closed his eyes. For us, exchanging for such a prodigy is worth it. Upon hearing this, Feng Lin swept her gaze over the many kings of the water clan and said lightly, Everyone, you may begin. As soon as she finished speaking, the kings of the water clan, in front of their own prodigies, began to kill the alien experts in their hands. The square was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood, and an air of slaughter permeated the atmosphere.
At this moment, even the dullest Water Clan prodigy understood that this grand event was entirely a
game between powerful figures,
and they were kept in the dark, reduced to pawns in the schemes of these great figures against the alien experts.
This is the human prince, this is the human prodigy.
The many Water Clan prodigies looked at Fenglin and Su Chen,
their hearts trembling. The battle just now was very real, asking themselves, if they continued fighting, they would definitely lose.
Losing their advantage in realm and battling on par with this person was
simply courting death.
The grand event continues, let's get familiar with each other.
Seeing the alien experts fall, Fenglin advised Su Chen and then entered
the core area of the square with the strong Water Clan members.
Su Chen, seeing this, returned to the table.
As soon as he sat down, Li Qianying's murmurs sounded in his ears. Sister, he has harmed us terribly. Grandma must be cursing us as ungrateful wolves. Hearing this, Li Qianying looked helplessly at her
sister and hesitated.
We didn't know the plan. Grandma shouldn't blame us. The nearby Fiancée rolled her eyes at this and whispered, Xingying, do you believe
that yourself? Grandma's face was livid. Even if this was a plan, their reactions at the time were genuine. What are you afraid of? Isn't he here? Ask him
to help and let that prince say a few good words. With a calm expression, Bingshi tossed the topic to Su Chen, who was silently sipping tea.
In an instant, everyone at the table turned to look at Su Chen. Ahem, I'll see what I can do about this later. Remembering his earlier actions, Su Chen felt inexplicably guilty.
Although Fenglin hadn't mentioned the plan to him, he had actually guessed it after taking action. However, he felt a bit dissatisfied with that old woman, so he had deliberately looked over to make her afraid to speak more, intending to diminish her authority.
Alright, we're not blaming you. Those cards of yours are so impressive. Can you make one for me too?
Li Qianying's tone suddenly became relaxed, her eyes fixed intently on Su Chen, her expression
showing a mix of anticipation and respect.
Hearing this, Su Chen looked up at her and smiled slightly.
My services are a bit pricey, starting at 10 million spirit stones.
Li Qianying's expression stiffened for a moment, then she forced a smile and shot him a fierce glare.
Why don't you just go steal it? 10 million
spirit stones would be hard for her to come by, even as a princess of the merfolk.
She wasn't the one in charge, how could she possibly afford it? I'll go steal it later, you just watch closely,
Su Chen said with a mysterious smile as he gazed toward the core area of the square.
Then go ahead and steal it.
Li Qianying glared at him, her eyes filled with defiance. Listening to her taunting voice, Su Chen smiled without replying.
Just then, Sang Xiong sat down again and looked at him, saying, Lord Su Chen, you must be the candidate His Highness mentioned, right? What candidate? Li Qianying asked, a bit confused, and quickly pressed for more information.
Sang Xiong shot her a glance and replied seriously, the candidate to go to the North Sea ruins.
Upon hearing this, Su Chen was surprised. The North Sea ruins? Didn't it merge with the Boundless Sea?
According to Fenglin, the Boundless Sea was now the North Sea, and the
Koan was hidden beneath the Boundless Sea.
Sang Xiong shook her head and explained, in fact, His Highness knows less than our clan.
The North Sea and the Boundless
Sea are indeed merging, but they haven't completely fused together. At this point, Sang Xiong lowered her voice and added, the previous Sanglong king borrowed a ruins card from His Highness and placed it at the fusion node to halt the merging. As soon as she said this, a flash of insight struck Su Chen, and
he asked with a strange expression, that ruins card, doesn't it contain the sea stabilizing needle? How did you know? Sang Xiong looked at Su Chen in surprise, then answered herself, it was His Highness who told you. Su Chen smiled without speaking. Fenglin hadn't told him, he had figured it out himself.
In the previous life, players searching for other ruins might not have been very effective, but when it came to mythological ruins, they were quite powerful. Especially for popular mythological ruins, players would wish to gather them all in one night.
Although some people wouldn't make a fuss after finding them, such individuals were ultimately in the minority. In the Boundless Sea area, while there were many ruins, the most famous one was undoubtedly the Dragon Palace ruins, where the sea stabilizing needle was located. Kid, come here.
Just as Su Chen was pondering, the Merfolk King suddenly walked out from the core area
of the square and waved at him.
Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Chen stood up and walked over.
Kid, don't ask for too much later. Seeing the smile at the
corner of Su Chen's mouth, the Merfolk King's eyelids twitched. If he wasn't mistaken, Su Chen had already guessed what was coming next and was thinking about
how to extort him. Senior, you're joking. I have a very small appetite.
Su Chen humbly smiled. The merfolk of the Boundless Sea were so wealthy that asking for a bit more was just a drop in the bucket. Such a good opportunity only came once, and he needed to seize it well.
Kid, you better stick to what you said.
The Merfolk King gave him a deep look and then led him into the core area. As soon as they stepped in, a series of gazes, some sharp, some kind, some curious,
all fell on Su Chen.
The person accompanying the human prince was already enough to catch everyone's attention.
Moreover, what had just happened
in the balanced domain had truly shaken their minds. According to records,
there were indeed humans who relied on myth quality cards to defeat stronger opponents in the balanced domain.
But someone like Su Chen, who had killed so cleanly and decisively, was definitely the first.
They or even wondering if they could withstand this human prodigy in the balanced domain. The final answer was something they didn't want to face. I greet all the esteemed elders of the Water Clan. I hope you can forgive me for the accidental injury earlier. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Suchin cupped his hands in salute. His humble and polite demeanor dissipated the resentment in many Water Clan kings' hearts, and they nodded in acknowledgement. Let's skip the pleasantries, young human. What are your terms? The old woman tapped her cane, her dissatisfaction audible to everyone present. The merfolk king sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. He was well aware of what had just transpired outside. His children had gone against their grandmother for Su Chen. Even he hadn't anticipated this scene. In his view, Xing would choose to stand up, but the others shouldn't have. Now, it seemed, his mother was likely filled with resentment. Su Chen, hearing the old woman's barbed words, didn't take them to heart but instead frowned and said, "Esteemed elders of the water tribe, the Shujing behemoth Kuan is far too powerful. I'm afraid I cannot handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of those present became subtly awkward. Many turned to look at the old woman, their faces showing dissatisfaction. This human prodigy was shirking responsibility right from the start. How could they continue the discussion? Su Chen, what do you want? Seeing no one else respond, the Sanlong King, seated in the center, asked calmly. Su Chen looked at him, his heart racing. Undoubtedly, the Sanlong King was the strongest presence in the room. Just looking at him made Su Chen feel a chill. But he couldn't show fear. Steadying himself, Su Chen replied earnestly, "Elder, this isn't about spirit stones or materials." The merfolk king scoffed at this. The expressions of the many water tribe kings darkened upon hearing this. The Sanlong King stared at Su Chen for a long time before saying lightly, "We can gather 500 million spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Su Chen continued to look troubled. "Elder, this really isn't about spirit stones." The Sanlong King's eyelids twitched slightly, and he added, 1 billion spirit stones, no more. Seeing the Sanlong King's firm attitude, Su Chen respectfully bowed and said, "Esteemed elders, it's not that I don't want to relieve your worries, but my abilities are truly limited. Perhaps you should consider someone else?" After saying this, Su Chen quietly moved behind Fenglin, becoming a transparent figure. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a headache coming on. Negotiating with a human boy still left them with some hope. Negotiating with a human prince only left them feeling pained. The Sanlong King took a deep breath, looking at the calm-faced Fenglin, and said steadily, "Your Highness, we are allies with the human race now. Could we perhaps get a better deal?" Upon hearing this, Fenglin rarely showed a hint of a smile. Of course, the human race has always been generous to its allies. How about this? You provide 1 billion spirit stones each year for 10 years. Materials of equivalent value can be used as substitutes. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the water tribe kings turned sour, secretly cursing this as robbery, but no one dared to show it. This human prince was not to be trifled with. If they said too much, the price would likely go up again. The Sanlong King remained silent, instead looking at Su Chen behind Feng Lin, his meaning clear. "Kid, what do you think?" The merfolk king suddenly stepped behind Su Chen, patting him on the shoulder in a friendly manner. Su Chen glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and found his smile very friendly. After a moment's thought, Su Chen nodded slightly and said, "I will listen to your highness, but before I can relieve the elder's worries, I need ice attribute materials of legendary quality, or higher." He was certainly satisfied with the reward of 100 billion spirit stones. However, to solve the problem posed by Kuan, the Xuanwu's auxiliary card had to be arranged. Who has it? The Sanlong King frowned, looking at the others. The Sanlong clan had plenty of water attribute materials, but ice attribute ones were scarce. "I have it, the essence of the Han Sha Ling Pearl and the Ice Spirit Pearl," Elder Zhang replied loudly, beaming. "I also have it," the Han Jingpa, the Fierce Shark King chimed in, looking somewhat pleased. No one else had it, only he did, and that feeling was not something to share with outsiders. "These are all of legendary quality. I know a place that has ice attribute materials of mythical quality." The sudden interjection was like a thunderclap echoing through the crowd. In the center of the Wuyin Island square, everyone's gaze turned to the old woman, their expressions varying. Materials, in a narrow sense, refer specifically to card making. Materials, while in a broader sense, it includes all items rich in spiritual essence, but whether from a narrow perspective or a broad one, materials of mythic quality are rare treasures in the world, worth their weight in gold. 100 legendary quality materials cannot compare to a single mythic quality one. It's easy to imagine how surprised they were when someone at the scene mentioned the news of mythic quality materials. Moreover, this person happened to be Songli, who had always looked down on Su Chen. "That place is very dangerous. It all depends on whether you dare to go," she said, glancing at Su Chen with a tone that revealed her disdain. "What the elder says is true." Although Su Chen was surprised that Songli was speaking, the news about the mythic materials was enough for him to overlook the grievances between the two. Mythic materials are too scarce, and their sources are exceedingly singular, not to mention those corresponding to specific attributes. At the bottom of the north
undersea, the North Undersea Cold Soul.
Song Li calmly uttered these 8 words, and many of the kings of the aquatic races present showed expressions of realization.
They all knew this news, they had just subconsciously overlooked it.
Now that Song Li mentioned it, they all remembered.
Due to the location of the Dinghai Divine Needle, the fusion of the North Undersea and the Boundless Sea was restricted.
Therefore, the North Undersea's realm actually exists.
Over the years, their ancestors had sent people to explore the North Undersea realm.
However, this realm
had an extremely harsh environment, with storms and heavy rains being the norm. Within the North Undersea, there existed a fierce and powerful
race, the Sea Yaksha.
The North Undersea Cold Soul was precisely the sacred object of the Sea Yaksha clan.
Elder Song Li, the bottom of the North
Undersea is extremely dangerous, and the North Undersea Soul is regarded as a sacred object by the powerful Sea Yaksha clan.
Not to mention young brother Su Chen, who among us can guarantee their safe return?
As the crowd fell silent, Elder Zhang frowned and retorted.
In his view, Song Li had ulterior motives.
Su Chen glanced at the elder with the octopus head and nodded to Song Li, saying, "Since I have to go to the North
Undersea anyway, Elder, do you have a map?"
As soon as these words fell, everyone turned to look at Su Chen, their expressions a mix of confusion
and skepticism.
The North Undersea realm is not like some other realms that automatically suppress the realm levels of beings within. In other words, if Su Chen dared to go to the bottom of the North Undersea, he would undoubtedly face the extremely powerful Sea Yaksha clan.
Kid, are you confident?
The Merfolk King frowned, looking at Su Chen with a serious expression.
If Su Chen were to fall in the North Undersea, the one from the Great Wilderness realm would surely vent their anger on the Boundless Sea aquatic race. He didn't want to face any repercussions for failing to dissuade Su Chen.
"No, but I want to give it a try," Su Chen replied with a smile.
Upon hearing about the Sea Yaksha clan, he had a hunch.
The bottom of the North Undersea might be intertwined with the realm where the Dinghai Divine Needle is located.
After all, the Sea Yaksha in the East Sea Dragon Palace is a force not to be underestimated. This clan is fierce in nature, looks intimidating, and excels
in diving and combat, often serving as scouts and raiders in the Dragon Palace. But none of this concerned him, he only needed to confirm whether this Sea Yaksha belonged to the East Sea Dragon Palace. If it did, the Qinglong card would be of great use. Human youth, I have already warned you about the dangers, it is your insistence to go. If you fall there, don't blame anyone else, Song Li said lightly, distancing herself
completely.
Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled at her and said loudly, "Elder, I won't fall in such a place, I still want to rely on the support of all the seniors to become stronger."
Hearing this, many of the aquatic kings twitched their lips. However, with Feng Lin present, they couldn't show their impulse to hit someone. Alright, then it's settled.
The Songlong King stood up, gazing at Su Chen with a calm voice that carried a sense of authority. "I will send Song Qiang with you, he is familiar with the North Undersea area.
Additionally, we need someone to
assist and a water race prodigy with speed advantages." As he said this, the Songlong King glanced at the Merfolk King and the Fierce Shark King. "I will send Bingxi," the Merfolk King replied steadily after a moment of thought. He certainly wouldn't send his daughters Qing Ying or Qian Ying, then they could only choose between the two daughters, Finxi and Bingxi. Finxi was prone to emotional outbursts, and after much thought, he concluded that the more obedient Bingxi was the better choice. "I'll talk to Sharkto," the Fierce Shark King said with a stern face, somewhat
reluctant to express his opinion.
Although he didn't want to put the pride of his clan at risk, the safety of the Endless Sea was at stake,
and he had to act.
"Well, it's settled then." The Songlong King nodded slightly and turned to the silent Fenglin, saying, "Your Highness, do you
have any questions?" Upon hearing this, Fenglin met the gazes of everyone and replied calmly, "Yes." She then looked at Su Chen and added, "Ying cannot go in with you. If you exceed the 7th realm, the Sea Yaksha will immediately appear to drive away intruders." Su Chen nodded calmly upon hearing this. "Your Highness, I know my limits."
He would only try the Qinglong card. If it worked, he would continue.
If it didn't, he would retreat as far as possible. After all, the Sea Yaksha clan was considered mid-tier elite monsters, not something he could contend with at this moment.
"Well, take care of yourself then."
Seeing Su Chen was so determined, Fenglin didn't try to persuade him further. The scene
fell into silence until the Mermaid King and the Fierce Shark King returned, bringing with them Sangxiong, Sharkto, and Bingxi, which made the
atmosphere lively again.
After that Songlong King briefly explained, the three nodded, each looking at Su Chen with different expressions.
Sangxiong's eyes were filled with suspicion. He knew how dangerous the Biming Sea was and understood the power of the Sea Yaksha. Yet, even so, Su Chen still wanted to give it a try, which truly surprised him. Sharkto stood with his arms crossed, his expression cold. To follow the orders of a human was something his proud heart could not accept, even if this human's card was indeed powerful. But as the card levels increased, the quality of the cards would drop. Would Su Chen still have the same prestige then? He doubted it. Bingxi looked at Su Chen calmly, neither sad nor
happy, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes.
At first, she thought Su Chen was just an ordinary human, lacking in all aspects except for his looks.
But after observing him for some time, she realized that the person her sister Qingying had found was indeed remarkable. Especially now that Sanglong King had actually spoken, asking the three of them to follow Su Chen's lead once they entered the Biming Sea ruins.
There's no time to waste, young human, shall we set off now?
Seeing everyone was present, the Sanglong King looked at Su Chen, seeking his opinion.
This scene stirred 1,000 waves in the hearts of the three juniors.
Sure, but I must state in advance, if I obtain the Biming Cold Soul, it will all
be mine.
Su Chen nodded slightly, his words causing everyone to stifle a laugh. That place was so dangerous that even they dared not take risks.
Where did Su Chen get his confidence from? Boom!
The vast, dark sea was covered with thick clouds, and thunder rumbled.
The fierce wind stirred up giant waves. Torrential rain poured down.
In such an environment, one felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if a massive stone
were hanging over their hearts.
The four of them, just arriving here, had serious expressions.
Lord Su Chen, are you all right? Song Qiong,
feeling the pressure of the environment, looked at Su Chen and kindly inquired. He had been to the Biming Sea ruins more than once, but each time, he was overwhelmed by the harsh conditions.
I'm fine, I can handle it.
The overwhelming might of the Biming Sea was naturally difficult to bear for those of lower levels. However, after adapting, Su Chen felt that the situation wasn't the worst.
It was just that resisting the
might of heaven and earth accelerated the consumption of his spiritual power after the illusion was cast.
Well, we are about half a day's journey
from our destination.
Sangxiang looked at Sharktoe, his expression calm. Brother Sharktoe, can the spirit shark be used? Sharktoe gazed at the treacherous environment and shook his head without hesitation. This environment is too harsh. The spirit shark could easily encounter accidents. I'll go myself. With that, under the watchful eyes of the three, Sharktoe sank beneath the surface, transforming into a 5-meter-long giant shark. Get on!
The giant shark steadied itself in the water and called out to the three, a protective shield of spiritual power surrounding it.
Su Chen felt a bit surprised and glanced at Sangxiang and Bingxi, unconsciously imagining their true forms. What are you thinking?
As she walked onto the back of the giant shark, Bingxi suddenly tilted her head and stared intently at Su Chen.
Nothing, Su Chen replied,
looking ahead to dispel the distracting thoughts in his mind. For some reason, whenever he thought of his true form, he recalled the scene from that night in the merfolk's forbidden area, where he seemed to have caught a glimpse of Qingying's true self.
What do you plan to do once we arrive?
Noticing his evasion, Bingxi didn't mind at all and shifted the topic. Just as Su Chen was about to speak, his gaze suddenly sharpened,
and he quickly shouted, Shatua, move left. The giant shark flicked its tail, and Shatua's disgruntled voice echoed, why should we go? Swoosh! A trident-like weapon suddenly shot in from the side, striking the giant shark's abdomen. In an instant, crimson blood mingled with the dark seawater, making it even murkier. Damn it! Shatua cursed, enduring the excruciating pain as he swiftly swam forward. However, amidst the surging waters, figures began to emerge one after another. These figures, in the storm, were eerily silent. As a few of them focused their gaze, they noticed that these figures were mostly bare-chested, their green skin resembling copper rust, appearing particularly menacing. Their expressions were fierce, devoid of any warmth, only cold, bloodthirsty eyes. Armed with spears, they stood on the tumultuous sea surface, exuding a chilling atmosphere that sent shivers down the spine. Knowing escape was futile, Shatua transformed into human form, clutching his abdomen, facing
Sangxiang, his pale face revealing a hint of anger.
Sangxiang, what's going on? Wasn't this route supposed to be safe? Having been struck
for no reason and now trapped in what seemed like a certain death situation, Shatua was already thinking of cursing.
He hadn't wanted to come
in the first place, and now it seemed he would truly die here. Do not resist, Sangxiang said, wiping the rain-soaked sweat from his brow and slowly raising both hands. Upon hearing this, Shatua had no choice but to shut his mouth and obediently raise his hands. Bingxi beside him also raised her hands. Only Su Chen, instead of raising his hands, took a few steps forward. Human, are you seeking death? Shatua hissed in a low voice upon seeing this scene. Sangxiang quickly shouted, Lord Su Chen, do not act rashly, they are intelligent and will not kill innocents
indiscriminately.
Bingxi, standing nearby, remained silent, her eyes peering through the rain, intently watching the sea night demons, a look of
confusion on her face.
Why did she feel that these sea night demons showed a hint of respect in their eyes after Su Chen transformed into another?
Roll, splash. As the three of them wore different expressions, a prominent night demon stepped forward from the group. In the storm, he bowed in front of everyone, and the other night demons followed suit. We greet the true dragon. The obscure syllables sounded very familiar to Su Chen. He steadied himself and said calmly, get up. Upon hearing this, the numerous night demons stood up, respectfully gazing at Su Chen. This scene left the three behind Su Chen utterly dumbfounded. What is going on? Shatua's eyes burned as he stared at Su Chen, his heart in turmoil. So many sea night demons. Such powerful sea night demons. They were actually bowing to a human? Not quite sure, but it might be related to Lord Su Chen's card.
Sung Cheong swallowed hard, closely observing everything before him, feeling a wave of numbness wash over him.
The sea. Night demons, regarded as a major trouble by the boundless sea folk, were resolved just like that? Who exactly was this Su Chen? Was the human race really this formidable? He has many secrets. Bingshi gazed at Su Chen, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Once they returned, she would definitely ask Qingying's sister about it. Su Chen was unaware of the thoughts of the three. He was inquiring about the numerous night demons, appearing outwardly calm as a rock while internally feeling a bit flustered. From the night demon leader, he learned that they were indeed the night demons of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Moreover, they were ordered to mine the North Underworld Soul Stone here. The essence extracted from this North Underworld Soul Stone was precisely the North Underworld Cold Soul. Your Excellency, the true dragon, the third prince is about to come here for an inspection. Would you like to meet him? If the third prince sees you, he will surely be very pleased. The sudden invitation from the Yaksha leader left Su Chen stunned in place. After regaining his composure, he raised an eyebrow and asked, which third prince? Hearing this, the Yaksha leader's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, but he didn't doubt it and replied honestly, Prince Ao Bing, our Dragon Palace's most formidable prince. Ah, so it's Prince Ao Bing. Su Chen nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He had thought it was the third prince from the heavenly court. It turned out to be the third prince who had been skinned and flayed by that heavenly court third prince. So, would you like to meet him? The Yaksha leader was very respectful, giving him enough face. As an envoy from the Dragon Palace, he hadn't had a good day since taking on this job. Now that he had found a true dragon with such pure bloodline, if he could get a few kind words from this esteemed figure, wouldn't his return be just around the corner? He couldn't stay in this wretched place any longer. He was only thinking about making progress and then going back to the Dragon Palace. Ah, I was ambushed by an enemy not long ago, sustaining serious injuries, with fire poison deeply rooted in my body, and my celestial rank has fallen. Seeing my own kind, I fear I might be ridiculed. Su Chen sighed, revealing just the right amount of melancholy. Upon hearing this, the Yaksha leader's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Your Excellency, the true dragon, isn't it a coincidence? There is an item we guard here that can subdue the stubborn fire poison. Is that so? Su Chen was taken aback, but then he sighed again. Ah, General Yaksha, that item is precious, and that third prince will likely demand a reward from me, but After saying this, Su Chen let out a long sigh, his face showing a hint of shame. The Yaksha leader gritted his teeth and said, Your Excellency, the true dragon, I can exchange my salary for it, but I ask that after you recover, you can speak a good word for me in front of the Dragon King, so that my brothers and I can be reassigned from this bitter and cold place. Well, how can I accept that? Su Chen was overjoyed inside but pretended to decline on the surface. What are they talking about? Shark Tua clutched his abdomen, staring at Su Chen, who was conversing with the Yaksha, his eyes filled with astonishment. Just now, he had seen the Yaksha leader actually bowing to this human. Is this really reasonable? A strong person bowing to a weak one. Try this. Song Xiong came to her senses, took out 3 cards from her bosom, and handed one to Shark Tua and one to Bing Shi. These are language cards made from the sensory organs of the sensory clan. No wonder. You are the young master of the Tsanlong clan, you have such things. Shark Tua took it inside, immediately using it. Bing Shi followed suit. After the 3 of them used the language cards, the originally obscure and difficult syllables of the Yaksha instantly became understandable. Language. Your Excellency, the true dragon, please do not decline. I, Li Chaintsong, meeting you in this place is a sign from heaven. Just when you are injured and I have healing treasures, isn't this fate? Don't say anything else, Your Excellency, the true dragon, please, we will protect you. As Li Chaintsong said this, he bent down and respectfully invited him. Since General Yaksha has said so, if I refuse again, it would seem that I am unaware of etiquette. However, my attendant. Su Chen turned around, looking at Shark Tua, whose face was pale, showing a difficult expression. He actually referred to us as attendants. Shark Tua clenched his fists, his expression showing a hint of dissatisfaction. Song Xiong stepped forward and patted his shoulder, comforting him. This is just a temporary measure by Lord Su Chen. Brother Shark Tua, bear with it and it will pass. That's right, we have to listen to him here. There's not much difference from being attendants. Bing Shi picked up the conversation, her eyes fixed on Su Chen, who was talking to the Yaksha, her face full of curiosity. Your Excellency, the true dragon, it's all my fault for not managing my subordinates well. This is the spirit jade dew from the Dragon Palace, apply it and you will see immediate results. Seeing the 3 people behind Su Chen, the Yaksha general presented a jade bottle, feeling anxious. Although this true dragon seemed easy to talk to, he was of noble status. Right now, he was just temporarily down on his luck, which was why he was being polite to them when the moment to soar through the skies truly arrived. Characters like them had no interest even in taking a glance. But he had no choice but to gamble, hoping that this true dragon would assist him afterward. General Yasha, there's no need to blame yourself, we didn't communicate.
Well in advance, and you were just fulfilling your duties, Suchin said, taking the jade bottle with a tone that carried more sincerity. The Yasha before him, though respectful due to his status, had not shown any intent to kill when he was not disguised as the Azure Dragon. As for Shark Tua, they could have easily delivered a fatal blow but chose to avoid the vital points. Judging by this alone, the Yasha general had
no grounds for blame. Your Excellency, the true dragon, thank you for your understanding. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Li Qingsong felt a
slight sting in his nose. He knelt and clasped his hands in a bow, his expression growing more respectful.
Su Chen helped him up and then walked
over to Shark Tua, pouring out a thumb-sized amount of spirit jade dew from the jade bottle.
It was a translucent paste, shimmering like jade.
Su Chen gestured for Shark Tua to release his grip, then flicked his fingers, and the spirit jade dew precisely covered the wound on his abdomen. In an instant, Shark Tua felt a cool sensation at the site of the injury. Before he could react, the wound had already scabbed over, leaving
only a faint pain.
Such miraculous effects not only astonished him but also left Song Qiong and Bing Shi beside him in disbelief.
Give me some more, Shark Tua rasped, asking Su Chen.
Su Chen shook his head slightly and said, You just used up 100,000 spirit stones.
After
saying this, disregarding the astonished expressions of the three, Su Chen returned the spirit jade due to Li Qingsong.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the true dragon. Li Qingsong caught the spirit jade dew, feeling warmth in his heart. This is a good person. He usually hesitated to use this bottle of spirit jade dew. He would only squeeze out a little to apply when seriously injured. This stuff is a healing treasure in the Dragon Palace. General Yasha, when will Prince Ao Bing arrive?
Suppressing his urgency, Su Chen feigned calmness as he inquired. Although he knew that with the trust Li Qingsong had in him now, if he asked for it, the other party would definitely provide him with the North Sea cold soul. But since he was already here, if he only sought immediate benefits, it would be too short-sighted. He was quite envious of the sea settling needle in the East Sea Dragon Palace. According to the rules of various realms, if he obtained the sea settling needle from the realms of other great saints, he wouldn't be able to take it out. But the one in the East Sea Dragon Palace was different. This realm's sea settling needle was genuine, and if he obtained it, he could completely take it out of the realm. Well, Your Excellency, the true dragon, I'm not too sure either. If we calculate the time, Prince Ao Bing should be arriving in the next couple of days. General Yasha scratched his head, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Logically, today was the scheduled inspection date. The third prince had never been late before, yet this time he had not arrived. Could something have happened? Then I shall wait. The matter of the North Sea Cold Soul is not urgent, after all. This treasure is under your guard, General. If it is used without permission, it would attract criticism. Su Chan's understanding words made Li Qingsong's eyes moisten a bit. He had never expected to encounter a true dragon who could understand them in this harsh and cold place. Thinking of this, Li Qingsong bowed again and said solemnly, Your Excellency, the true dragon. Rest assured, although I, Li Qingsong, am a minor character in the Dragon Palace, I can still handle this matter. With that, Li Qingsong turned and shouted, Li Chen, go fetch the North Sea Cold soul for the true dragon. Yes, General. The Yasha named Li Chen responded and then dove into the water, disappearing from sight. This scene left the three behind Su Chen utterly dumbfounded. The North Sea Cold Soul was not a sacred object of the Sea Yasha clan? How could it be given away so casually? Was it really that easy? General Yasha, I will remember today's kindness. Seeing Li Qingsong being so supportive, Su Chen could only return the gesture with cupped hands and a solemn promise. Upon hearing this, Li Qingsong felt greatly reassured and invited, Your Excellency, the true dragon, would you like me to show you around the underwater palace? Su Chen nodded slightly, signaling the three behind him to follow, and under the crowd of night demons he headed towards the underwater palace. The three trailing behind him exchanged strange glances at the spectacle. If this scene were to be seen by the big shots outside, they would probably be left speechless. Even though the three were trying to accept it, they still felt a sense of unreality. These were the fierce sea night demons, yet upon encountering Su Chen, they had turned into a group of loyal servants. Song Qiong, do you know the origin of this card of his? Shark Tua stared at the dragon horn on Su Chen's head, his brow furrowed. He could basically confirm that this card was the reason Su Chen was respected by these sea night demons. Not really. Sure, Sang Qiong shook his head, but a guess formed in her mind. Su Chen's character card must be related to dragons. Upon hearing this, Bing, she was about to speak. Suddenly, a high-pitched beast roar echoed throughout the entire North Undersea region. Su Chen, surrounded by the night demons, changed his expression slightly. Next to him, Li Qingsong's body trembled, and he quickly said, Your Excellency True Dragon, the third prince has arrived. There's something, only one chapter. General Yasha, the matter is urgent. My injury is nothing for now. Sensing the sudden pressure in the space, Su Chen smiled at the troubled Li Qingsong. When I was in the East River water vein, I had long heard of Prince Ao Bing's great name and had always wanted to meet him. Li Qingsong nodded heavily at this, then led his group and the four of them back to the
Surface.
As they emerged from the dark sea, what caught everyone's eyes was a deep blue giant dragon soaring in the sky, changing the colors of
Heaven and earth. Roar. The giant dragon swooped down, transforming into a handsome young man. He had dragon horns atop his head, an extraordinary appearance, and the armor he wore looked anything but ordinary, shining brilliantly under the dim sky. As he released his aura, the surrounding area became calm. Su-chen was slightly startled. Ao Bing before him felt no weaker than the Merfolk King, only slightly inferior to the Song Long King. So strong. Shark Tu and Song Chung exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Bing Shi looked at Su-chen, her gaze filled with curiosity. Could such a powerful being from the ruins still be able to survive? Jin Song, who is this? As the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Bing could be said to be the most outstanding offspring of the Dragon King. His bloodline purity was naturally among the top among the dragon sons and daughters. Yet even so, when he saw Su-chen below, there was still a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Such a weak fellow of the same clan, with a bloodline purity comparable to his father, looked quite young. Could it be that he was the illegitimate son of his father from outside? To the third prince, this true dragon is called, Li Qin Song's words trailed off, suddenly showing an awkward expression. After talking for so long, it seemed he didn't even know the true name of the person beside him. Prince Ao Bing, this seat is Ao Foam, the master of the East River water vein, known to the world as the East River Dragon King. Not long ago, I encountered an ambush from an enemy during my tribulation, causing my celestial rank to fall. Recently, passing through this place, General Yasha warmly invited me, and I couldn't bear to disappoint his kindness, so I stayed for a few days. Su-chen slightly bowed, speaking each word with neither humility nor arrogance. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing glanced at Li Qin Song and nodded, saying, since we are of the same family, we should naturally assist each other. Qin Song, you did well. Li Qin Song was overjoyed in his heart and bowed to Ao Bing, saying, it is all thanks to the third prince's guidance. I am merely fulfilling my duty. Alright, I don't like all this formalities. Is the offering ready? Ao Bing ignored the others and directly asked. Li Qin Song quickly lowered his head, presenting a jade bottle with both hands, respectfully saying, third prince, it has long been prepared, just waiting for your collection. Ao Bing waved his hand to take the jade bottle, then looked at Su-chen, a rare smile appearing on his face. Brother Ao Foam, this place is rather simple. Why not come with me to the Dragon Palace for a chat? I will definitely ask my father to treat you well. Su-chen heard this and turned his head to glance at Li Qin Song, who was bowing his head in silence. He then clasped his hands and said, thank you, Prince Ao Bing, for your kind intentions, but to be honest, I am deeply afflicted by fire, poison and need the chill of this place to suppress it. I fear I cannot leave for the time being. Once I recover, I will certainly visit the Dragon King and the Prince in the Dragon Palace. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing nodded slightly, then suddenly realized something and quickly said, Brother Ao Foam, the North Ming Cold Soul is exchanged once a month and has significant uses. It cannot be shared with you. As he spoke, Ao Bing looked at Li Qin Song and instructed, Qin Song, you all work a bit harder to help Brother Ao Foam refine the North Ming Cold Soul. When I return, I will definitely report to Prime Minister Gue. Yes. Thank you, Third Prince. Thank you, True Dragon Ao Foam. Li Qin Song suppressed his joy and responded loudly. Ao Bing nodded gently, just about to leave when Su-chen suddenly called out to him. Prince Ao Bing, do you know about Chuntang Pass? Ao Bing was momentarily taken aback, looking at Su-chen in surprise, and curiously asked, Brother Ao Foam, I am on my father's orders to go to the Jiuwan River estuary to bring rain and provide for the people. Isn't Chuntang Pass nearby? Do you have acquaintances there that you need me to send a message to? Su-chen was startled in his heart but maintained a smile on his face. Prince Ao Bing, exactly. So, the general of Chuntang Pass, Li Jing, has a young son named Neza. This person is a reincarnation of a spirit pearl, a disciple of Tai Jinren, and is my sworn brother. I would trouble Prince Ao Bing to make a trip for me. After saying this, Su-chen took out a stack of spirit vortex cards and solemnly handed them to Ao Bing. These are some novel items I obtained while traveling through realms. Please deliver them on my behalf. My brother has a mischievous nature, so I hope Prince Ao Bing will be understanding. Ao Bing suppressed his shock, took the spirit vortex cards, glanced at them seriously, and nodded. Brother Ao Foam, then I will take my leave. Take care of your injuries, and when I return, I will treat you well. This fellow from the same clan was not simple. He actually knew a disciple of Tai Jinren. When he returned, he would definitely have a good talk with his father. Prince Ao Bing, this journey will be difficult. If you can endure, then endure. Su-chen earnestly advised, and Ao Bing felt a bit strange but said nothing more, transforming into a giant dragon and soaring into the sky. Once Ao Bing left, the scene fell into silence. Shatua and Song Chon looked at Su-chen, their eyes filled with astonishment, mixed with a hint of respect. They were unaware of. To be able to call such a person a brother, even if it was a deception, was quite remarkable in their eyes. Chuntang Pass. General? Neza?
Bingshi murmured these words, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She remembered hearing the name Neza somewhere, but she just couldn't recall where. Ahem, Lord Aophone, please. Li Chim-sung cleared his throat twice, and his attitude was not only more respectful than before but also filled with gratitude. Su Chen nodded slightly and under the crowd's escort headed towards the underwater palace. On Boundless Island, as Su Chen and the others departed, the atmosphere became quite lively. I've been to the North Ming Sea ruins. It's a dangerous place. Even if this human is strong at the same level, he can only run away if he goes there. Exactly, I really don't know what he's thinking. Thinking that after killing 2 strong ones in the balanced realm, he is invincible? That said, isn't there Song Cheong and Shatua, plus the merfolk Princess Bingshi? With those 3, this human should at least be safe, right? You're overthinking it. What kind of place is the North Ming Sea? And what kind of good-natured beings are the sea ikshas? If they really encounter them, I can guarantee that none will escape. Hiss, is it really that dangerous? The discussions of the onlookers kept reaching their ears. The more Li Qingying listened, the more terrified she felt, and she couldn't help but stand up and walk towards the center of the square. Hey, sister! Seeing this, Li Qiangying hurriedly followed. The Pingshi behind also quickly followed. As the 3 entered the core area, the gazes of many Water Clan kings turned towards them. What are you here for? Upon seeing the 3, the merfolk king's frown deepened even more. Li Qingying stepped forward a few paces, biting her lip and said, Father, is there any news from Feng's side? It's been almost an hour, and there's not a word of news, which truly makes her feel tormented. It would be better if he were dead. Sitting beside the Sea Dragon King, Son Li replied coldly. In the center of the square, as Son Li's icy words fell, the expression on the Fish King's face became slightly awkward. As a parent, he naturally couldn't harshly criticize the sharpness of her words. But seeing his daughter's pale face, he felt equally uneasy. It's fine, that kid must have some confidence since he wants to go. The Fish King patted his daughter's head, feeling a twinge of resentment in his heart. That kid loves to take risks so much that it makes those who care about him anxious. Thinking of this, the Fish King unconsciously glanced at Feng Lin. It was better not to look. Once he did, his brows furrowed even tighter. He saw Feng Lin leaning back in her seat, seemingly dozing off, as if she had fallen asleep. Was she not worried at all? This thought popped into the Fish King's mind. Time passed in silence. They waited for a whole day. By the next evening, even the seemingly calm Sea Dragon King had a hint of worry in his eyes. Something had happened to Su Chen, and he could only worry about how to deal with the monstrous Kuan in the Void Realm. But if Song Cheong was involved, the loss for the Sea Dragon clan would be significant. Song Ming, open the Void Realm, I want to go in and take a look. The first to lose patience was the fierce Shark King, who suddenly stood up, shot a glance at the meditating Feng Lin, and then looked at the Sea Dragon King with an aggressive tone. Upon hearing this, the Sea Dragon King calmly replied, Fierce Shark King, this matter is not trivial, we should wait a bit longer. Wait? Song Ming, let me tell you. Worst case, we fight those sea night demons. What do I have to fear? Open the Void Realm for me. If you won't go, I will. The fierce Shark King showed a fierce expression, shaking his body as his spiritual light transformed into battle armor, 2 crescent axes falling into his hands, glinting coldly. Seeing this scene, the Sea Dragon King sighed and said, Everyone present, those willing to take action, come with me to seek justice. After speaking, the Sea Dragon King activated the Void Realm token, opening the entrance to the northern undersea. Immediately, several people stood up, intending to follow the Sea Dragon King inside. This Void Realm token can only allow 3 to enter. If you don't want any accidents, it's best to follow my instructions. Suddenly, Feng Lin, who had been meditating, spoke up to remind them. Upon hearing this, the Sea Dragon King pointed to the fierce Shark King and the Fish King, then stepped into the Void Realm. In an instant, they were enveloped by the harsh environment of wind, rain, and thunder. Looking at the dark, perception dulling seawater, the 3 frowned in unison. Lead the way, Song Ming. Seeing the Sea Dragon King standing still without taking the next step, the fierce Shark King reminded him with dissatisfaction. The Fish King frowned slightly, surveying the surrounding waters, and said seriously, There's a lot of movement beneath the water. His perception was much sharper than the other 2, allowing him to sense the surging hidden beneath the surface. Upon hearing this, the Sea Dragon King and the fierce Shark King immediately formed a small formation with the Fish King. The 3 stood back to back, facing 3 different directions. At the same time, the Sea Dragon King said solemnly, The leader of the Sea Night Demons is slightly weaker than us, but he excels at arranging troops. Their demon formation is extremely powerful, and we must not confront it head-on. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding water surface began to surge. One after another, Sea Night Demons wielding tridents surfaced, surrounding the 3 of them. Their positions were extremely strategic, relying on each other in pairs. The 3 observed this with serious expressions, their bodies entering a state of readiness. However, just as they were on high alert, a large whirlpool suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. In the next moment, a powerful demon led 4 others to rise from the water. Upon seeing these four, whether it was the Sea Dragon King, the Fierce Shark King, or the Fish King, they all froze in place. Lord Ao Fong. The Dragon Palace is not as harsh as this place, it is a residence of immortals. If I and these brothers can be transferred back, I will definitely treat you to a feast of mountain delicacies. Li Qinsong cupped his hands in salute, and his respectful words sounded somewhat cloying to Song Qiong and the others. Throughout this day, they had witnessed the underwater palace and Su Chen's ability to deceive. The nightmarish leader before him was on the verge of giving his life to this human named Su Chen. General Yasha is a capable person. Prince Ao Bing and the Dragon King have a keen eye for talent, and they will surely allow General Yasha to showcase his abilities. Su Chen caught a glimpse of the Mermaid King and the others, maintaining his composure, as he exchanged pleasantries with Li Qinsong. Xiong'er, what are you all doing here? Upon seeing the three waiting behind Su Chen, the Songlong King flashed a look of surprise. Although Su Chen had been rampaging through the balanced realm, it was unlike Song Qiong's nature to follow him like a subordinate. And why were these Yasha treating Su Chen with such respect? At that moment, the Songlong King felt his mind go blank, and the other two were not much better off. They stared at the perplexing scene before them, instinctively feeling as if they had fallen into an illusion. Father, King, Song Qiong and Sha Tua called out upon seeing the three, abandoning Su Chen to walk towards them. Only Bingshi glanced at the Mermaid King, called out, and still remained behind Su Chen. Li Qinsong turned his head to look at the Mermaid King and the others, then immediately turned to Bingshi beside Su Chen, waved his hand, and soon a subordinate stepped forward, presenting a gleaming pearl. Upon seeing the pearl, the Mermaid King swallowed hard. This was yet another mermaid pearl, evidently refined by the Zhao people from the ruins. Lord Ao Fong, this place is bitterly cold, and the North Ming cold soul was gifted by the third prince. This is my humble gift, I hope you will be satisfied. This pearl is a relic of the ancient Zhao people. It fell into my hands during the distribution of rewards. Li Qinsong spoke softly, his gaze fixed on Su Chen, his heart uneasy. He really wanted Su Chen to owe him a favor. However, the North Ming cold soul was a command from the third prince, and as a subordinate he could not regard it as a personal favor. In a moment of desperation, he rummaged through his private stash and could only find one gift that was somewhat presentable, and this gift was awarded for his contributions in expanding territory. Unfortunately, he had the ability but no background, and even the rewards were what others had left behind. He wondered if this pearl would be enough to satisfy this true dragon who lacked nothing in terms of respect. The general is being too polite. I came here empty-handed this time, so I feel bad to accept a gift. Su Chen reached out to push it back, causing the Mermaid King to break into a cold sweat from a distance. He frantically signaled his daughter with his eyes, but his daughter remained indifferent. At that moment, the Mermaid King felt a pang of regret. He could have sent anyone, but he chose this lazy daughter. Now, the pearl was about to fly away from him. Well, Lord Ao Fong, since you don't want it, how about I give it to your attendant? Li Qinsong noticed Su Chen refusing the gift, his expression stiffening slightly, his tone tinged with disappointment. Was he already distancing himself before the wound had even healed? Then I will take it, General. Catching a glimpse of the Mermaid King's serious expression, Su Chen reached out to accept it. Seeing this, Li Qinsong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Lord Ao Fong, may we meet again in the Dragon Palace? Su Chen smiled slightly at his words. Certainly, I will drink and chat with the general then. After saying this, Su Chen led Bingshi towards the Songlong King and the others, who wore complex expressions. Li Qinsong watched the group disappear before reluctantly returning to the underwater palace. The empty North Ming Sea once again became a realm of wind, rain, and thunder. But this time, two unnoticed thoughts intertwined in the air. Strange. I can't figure this person out. It's right that you can't. Changing Ao Bing and Nez's fate with just a few words is beyond our understanding. Forget it, at least it's a good thing, but this calamity will likely fall upon him. That statement is incorrect. This calamity should fall upon the three of them. True, haha, let me think it over and come up with a way to gather the three in one place. Junior brother Tai, be cautious about this person's affiliation. Hey, brother you. Ding, can't I just rub up something like that? A thought quickly withdrew from this place, and another thought soon vanished as well. Deep in the North Sea, a pitch-black eye slowly closed, returning to silence. Boundless Island, center of the square. From two ethereal blue gates, Su Chen and the others gradually emerged, easing the atmosphere on sight. Fong, seeing Su Chen safe and sound, Li Qingying stepped forward, her face filled with joy. Qingying, I'm fine. Su Chen nodded slightly and then handed her the precious orb he had just obtained. This is for you. Li Qingying looked at the orb, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She had already given her own orb to Su Chen, and afterward, Su Chen somehow managed to acquire another orb, rescuing her from the clam prison. Logically, he shouldn't have any orbs left. Could it be a gift from her father? Li Qingying glanced at the Sea King, only to find her father signaling her with his eyes. However, before she could take it, a strange voice interrupted. Yue, did you recklessly give the orb to a human without considering the king's judgment? Song Li approached with her cane, her expression cold. Upon hearing this, the Sea King did not respond but looked at the Tsang Dragon King, a smile that was not quite a smile on her face. Seeing this, the Tsang Dragon King said, lightly, Elder Tsangli, this orb was given to young brother Su Chen by the leader of the Sea Night Demons. Do you have any objections? Song-Li's face turned pale and flushed, her nephew asking her this in front of so many people. Undoubtedly, it stripped her of the last bit of dignity she had. Seeing her silent, the Tsang Dragon King continued, Elder Song-Li, young brother Su Chen will be a great contributor to our boundless sea, and in the future he will be a bridge for friendly exchanges between our boundless sea and the Dragon Palace. At this point, the Tsang Dragon King paused, deliberately emphasizing his tone. I hope Elder Song-Li can set aside her prejudices and refrain from such deliberate targeting. If you can correct your stance, both your nephew and your son would be very willing to hear your advice. The scene fell silent for a moment, the others looking at the lonely old woman leaning on her cane and the calm Tsang Dragon King, their eyes filled with astonishment. The Tsang Dragon King's current attitude was not just a complete turnaround from before, it had changed significantly. If previously he had to ask Su Chen for help due to the safety of the boundless sea, now it could be said he was leaning towards Su Chen. He was even starting to criticize his own relatives. Alright, it seems I spoke too much. Tsang Dragon King, I dare not presume to be on your level. After saying this, Song-Li felt a loss of face, leaning on her cane and striding out. The Sea King sighed at this and quickly followed her. It was only then that the other Water Clan King suddenly woke up and turned to the Fierce Shark King for inquiries. This matter, the Fierce Shark King, now the subject of everyone's questions, glanced at Su Chen not far away, his expression complex. Shark Tua, you tell the elders. Such an unbelievable matter was still hard for him to believe. This Su Chen's character card could actually earn the respect of the Sea Night Demons and attract the attention of the powerful figures behind them. He had seen that Ao Bing before. In terms of strength, they were on par. But the other party had numerous treasures, and if he got serious, he would be no match at all. Even the Tsang Dragon King said that they could not provoke the forces behind these Sea Night Demons. Yet, this Su Chen could actually be on friendly terms with a key figure among such a powerful faction. What? The Sea Night Demons treated you? This human junior has such a big face? Ao Bing? The third prince? This Sea Night Demon is just an exploration team? Incredible. Hard to believe. Is it true or false? As Shark Tua recounted the story, many prominent figures from the Water Clan gathered around, each more astonished than the last. They knew the strength of the leader of the Sea Night Demons, coupled with the formations of those Night Demons. It was no exaggeration to say that even the Tsang Dragon King and the others would find it hard to gain any advantage. Yet, such a powerful army actually respected a human junior, which truly opened their eyes. Li Qianying, who was eavesdropping nearby, looked at Su Chen not far away, her expression quite complex. She hadn't absorbed much of what was happening, but she had figured out the origin of that precious pearl. It was a gift from the Sea Xia in the ruins, and now he had given it to her sister. In that case, their father would definitely feel embarrassed to take it back. Thinking of this, Li Qianying's eyes burned with intensity. What was hers was her sister's, and what was her sister's was hers. Therefore, this pearl was essentially hers. Sister, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Looking at the smiling woman slightly ahead, Li Qianying's lips curled up, a flash of greed passing through her eyes. With the pearl, she could refine her own bloodline and improve her cultivation talent. This way, surpassing her sister would be just around the corner. By then, she would overpower her two brothers and could very well be chosen as the Mermaid Queen. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly came from afar. Before anyone could react, the entire boundless island began to shake. Steady the island. The Tsanlong King's face turned serious as he issued a low command, then leaped into the air, his hands radiating dazzling spiritual light, raising the protective barrier of the boundless Tao Island. Seeing this, the others hurried to channel their water spiritual power into the barrier to protect the island. Your Highness, what's going on? Someone looked at the calm Fonlin, their eyes filled with tension. Such a commotion was hard not to overthink. It's not a koan, something else has come out with them. Fonlin slowly stood up, gazing at the pitch-black clouds suddenly emerging from beyond the island, his expression calm. Your Highness, what is it? Looking at the dark clouds that were spreading towards them, even the sea surface becoming extremely turbulent, the Sanglong King's expression grew increasingly grave. In his perception, the approaching entity gave him an extremely ominous feeling. Fonlin glanced at Su Chun in the crowd, then fixed his gaze on the surging tsunami, saying lightly, Abyss Ebony Whale. Splash! As if in response to this statement, an enormous shadow suddenly soared into the air from the oncoming tsunami. The moment everyone saw the true form of the shadow, their expressions changed drastically. The massive shadow was a gigantic flying winged black whale, its body rotting, not a single good piece of flesh. It seemed to be imprisoning darkness within it, continuously exuding a sinister black aura, forming a pitch-black mist that obscured the sky. Most sinister of all was the black single eye on its head, resembling a small black hole capable of devouring one's mind. The moment everyone saw it, they felt a momentary daze.
You all protect the island, I'll deal with it.
The Sanglong King instructed in a deep voice, fully armed, just about to charge out of the barrier when Fong Lin's voice made him stop. The Ebony Whale itself is a portal to the abyss. If you
kill it, the abyssal aura will coalesce into the abyss gate.
What lies beyond the gate, no one knows. But Sanglong King turned to look at Fong Lin, calmly saying, Your Highness, how do you
suggest we handle this?
Upon hearing this, Fong Lin looked at Su Chen and said, Shadow, shoot an arrow with him.
As soon as the words fell, before Su Chen could react, the shooting abyss divine bow hidden in the nascent card flew out and landed in his hands, radiating brilliant spiritual light. This feeling, Su Chen's mind jolted, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a
glimpse of the projection standing behind DE at that time.
Shooting abyss emperor's shadow.
Behind the youth holding the bow, a faint golden figure stood quietly, an indescribable pressure
slowly spreading around. This is the projection of that one. No doubt about it, this aura. Terrifying. Whispers filled the scene one after another, as the pressure from the
projection dissipated, forcing the Sanglong King and the others to descend. Even so, their gazes did not waver, fixated tightly on Su Chen with the bow, their hearts filled with inexplicable shock. Now, there was still an energy projection of that one, which truly made it hard for them to remain calm. Splash! The surging tsunami was suddenly scattered midway, and the Ebony Whale's pitch-black single eye fixed intently on Su Chen, revealing a hint of fear. Without waiting for the crowd to react, it clumsily changed direction and fled straight away from the endless island.
Where do you think you're going?
Su Chen pulled the bowstring back to a full moon and aimed at its escape route, fiercely shooting an arrow.
Whoosh! The moment the arrow was released, the energy projection scattered into spiritual light and merged into the arrow. Boom!
A path of azure and gold formed where the arrow passed, and a terrifying, unparalleled energy slowly spilled
out from the void along this path.
The arrow, which everyone was fixated on, led this energy, all of which penetrated into the abyssal whale's body.
Bang! The arrow suddenly exploded,
generating a pale golden vortex, and the energy along the way seemed to find its home, continuously pouring in.
Meanwhile, the pitch-black evil energy that obscured the sky was completely absorbed
by the growing golden vortex.
Moments later, the abyssal whale and the dark evil energy were devoured by the golden vortex, and an inexplicable fluctuation emerged from it. Immediately
after, the golden vortex suddenly burst open, scattering countless rays of light into a scene.
In an endless ancient city stood statue-like warriors, dignified and solemn. Behind them was a
tomb that shimmered with golden light.
Your Highness, what is that?
The various kings of the aquatic race, witnessing this scene, felt a moment of daze. They vaguely guessed what it was but
dared not confirm.
Hearing this, Fong Lin scanned their expressions and smiled slightly.
You know the answer, of course, that is his tomb.
Upon hearing this, everyone awkwardly smiled, and no one dared to respond.
Alright, let's put a pause on this for now.
Su Chen, prepare yourself, the matter of summoning the Kuan will be entrusted to you.
After giving a few instructions, Fong
Lin looked at King Sanglong and the others, speaking in a calm tone.
Regarding the alliance, I can clearly tell you all that it is the ancient Qian kingdom that is establishing an alliance with you, not the so-called human alliance.
Upon hearing this, King Sanglong glanced at everyone and asked as a representative, Your Highness, can I understand that the human alliance is already
a mere formality?
Ancient Qian is one of the strongest nations in the human alliance, boasting a rich heritage. However, the other strongest nations are not to be underestimated, especially on the Western continent where the headquarters of the Cardmaker Association is located, attracting nations from all over. After all, it is considered a holy land in the eyes of cardmakers,
and the status of cardmakers among humans is supreme.
You can understand it that way, as some countries have long been eroded by the beings of the ruins.
Fong Lin calmly stated the grim reality. Su Chen, listening nearby, sighed inwardly.
Although he was unaware of many details, his advantage of information from his previous life made the general direction of the alliance clear.
To him, the alliance becoming a mere formality was inevitable, and soon hostile alien races would launch attacks.
During this time, various nations would be too preoccupied with their own
affairs, rendering the alliance virtually non-existent.
Ultimately, the arrival of the abyss would lead to the cessation of war.
To resist the all-consuming abyss, former adversaries would join forces against the enemy.
With this thought, Su Chen's mind stirred.
Did Fong Lin want to release the abyss early to prevent this war?
Yes,
Your Highness, we understand. After a moment of
silence, King Sanglong nodded slightly. For the aquatic race of the Endless Sea, forming an alliance with humans was not a big deal. However, allying with a nation that could resolve the crisis
of the Endless Sea was very necessary.
As long as you understand, the storms will never cease, only differing in magnitude. After finishing, Fong Lin stepped towards the resting house on the
island.
Seeing this, Su Chen hesitated for a moment, nodded to Li Qingying, and followed suit.
The two arrived at a seaside room, one after the other.
Standing by the railing, Fong Lin gazed at the endless sea, listening to the sound of the waves. Her expression as calm as ever.
Your Highness, is the task you want me to do to prevent the impending war? Su Chen hesitated for a moment but lowered his voice to ask.
He always felt that Fong Lin knew many things, yet she seemed to prefer keeping them to herself, not sharing with others.
Just like the recent scheme, all
the powerful beings sent by the hostile alien races were taken down by her in one fell swoop, but he had not heard a whisper of it beforehand.
War? What makes you think there will be a war?
Hearing Su Chen's words, Fong Lin turned to stare at him, appearing calm on the surface, yet her heart was stirred. She knew there would be war because she was aware of the covert movements of various races within those rifts. But Su Chen, as far as she knew, had no chance of coming across such information.
So how did he arrive at this conclusion? I guessed, Your Highness, do you believe me?
Su Chen spoke without hesitation, knowing that after understanding her character, she wouldn't be angry at such words. As he expected, Fong Lin merely glanced at him before looking
out at the sea and said lightly, so what if it is? So what if it isn't? The others could not see the situation clearly and had no idea who the real enemy was. She knew that if she spoke out, no one would believe her. To the others, those terrifying abyssal monsters were merely an inconspicuous line in history books, not worth mentioning.
But having experienced it herself, she knew
those abyssal monsters were enemies that even he would frown upon and personally confront.
Your Highness, although you are my support, there are some things you need not hide from me.
Within my capabilities, I can still share the burden. Su Chen replied calmly, his tone sincere.
His current strength was indeed a bit lacking, but he had a significant information advantage.
If he could
combine it with the latest news, he could definitely help Fong Lin. Upon hearing this, Fong Lin did not respond, merely gazing quietly at the sea, lost in thought.
Seeing this, Su Chen said, Your Highness, please think it over. I will go make cards.
With Bei Ming Han Pei in hand, the card for the skin of Xuanwu should be prioritized.
Cohen was still waiting for him to operate, and
the Pure White Cup event was about to start. He needed to hurry back.
Shadow, how do you think he knows?
Once Su Chen left, Fong Lin looked at her shadow, her eyes filled with confusion.
Would those alien races go to war?
The leaders of various countries were skeptical.
Even she only thought it was a possibility.
However, Su Chen's words gave her the feeling that those alien races
would inevitably choose to go to war.
I don't know, Your Highness, but I want to see him make cards. Shadow replied calmly, and Fong Lin raised her brows slightly, nodding.
You go ahead. I'll take a look too.
The night of the boundless sea, the sound of the waves spread freely, like thoughts rising and falling.
The brilliance of the night pearl overshadowed the hazy moon, making the view less illusory and more real.
Su Chen sat at the card-making table, turning the Changling pen, his mind elsewhere. Sometimes, having too many ideas can also be a burden.
Just like at this moment, he was quite hesitant. How could he perfectly integrate the hard-earned mythological materials into the cards to achieve excellence?
This was clearly a difficult problem.
Human, are you making cards?
A voice came from behind, and Su Chen snapped back to reality, replying without turning his head, Don't you know to knock before entering?
Li Qianing bit her lip,
glaring fiercely at the back of his head, and said defiantly, This palace, if you hadn't come, this room would have been mine.
Su Chen put down the pen, stood up to look at her, and smiled slightly. Now it is mine.
Without waiting for her to retort, Su Chen added, If you have something to say, just say it.
Don't beat around the bush. Upon hearing this, Li Qianying's gaze flickered a bit, and then she stammered, Can you help me persuade my sister to give me the treasure pearl?
She had been pestering her sister for a long time, but her sister said that pearl was a gift from him and couldn't be given to her. She was on the verge of breaking down.
Su Chen instantly became alert, staring at her. What do you want the pearl for? The words of Fun, she echoed in his ears.
When he first met Li Qianing, he could sense that she definitely harbored ambition.
Of course, to purify my bloodline, what else could it be for? Li Qianing answered
obediently, then lowered her head, sweetly saying, Brother-in-law, can you please? Her charming voice made Su Chen feel uncomfortable all over.
He quickly waved his hand, saying without
hesitation, I gave the pearl to Qingying. If she wants to keep it, she can, and if she wants to give it to someone, she can do that too. Strange occurrences must have their reasons. Someone who dislikes him suddenly acts this way, which shows how much they desire that thing. Hee, Su Chen, stop playing mind games with me.
My sister only believes you. Do you think you can get away with it? Today, I'll make it clear. Will you give it or not?
Seeing that soft tactics weren't working, Li Qianying approached with a cold face, revealing a shimmering water spirit whip in her hand, her tone turning aggressive.
Su Chen raised an eyebrow at the sight. What? Do you want to fight?
Li Qianying sneered coldly, proudly saying, So what if I do bang bang?
Fong, can I come in?
A knock accompanied by a voice suddenly rang out. Li Qianying shot a fierce glare at Su Chen, threatening, If you dare tell my sister, I won't let you off.
With that, she transformed into a shadow, hiding in the darkness. If one didn't look closely, Su Chen might not even notice anything unusual. Steadying himself, Su Chen called out, Come in. After a while,
Li Qianying arrived at the small terrace and seemed a bit surprised to see only Su Chen.
What's wrong, Qingying?
Su Chen asked with a concerned expression, his face unchanged.
Nothing. Fong just came to see you.
Li Qianying smiled sweetly, walking over to the card-making table to help mix the skin essence.
Watching this scene, inspiration suddenly struck Su Chen, and he blurted out, Qingying, how can we perfectly integrate a mythical material like Hanpa?
Upon hearing this, Li Qingying pondered for a moment, her expression serious.
Phone, perfect. Integration means supreme quality, you can't be too hard on yourself.
Multiple legendary materials can be perfectly integrated during the crafting process to create a superior skin card.
However,
for a single mythical material, as long as it is performed stably, creating a superior skin card is still difficult but simpler than integrating multiple legendary materials.
As for perfect integration of a single mythical material, that is quite challenging. Even the top card makers today would likely struggle with it.
You're right, I've fallen into a misunderstanding.
Su Chen nodded gently, feeling a bit more relaxed.
Perhaps it was because this mythical material was something he had fought for himself. Thus, he felt a psychological burden, always thinking that if
he didn't perform well, it would be wasted.
This led to his hesitation in facing the inspiration in his mind. Now it seemed he had overthought it.
Falling into perfectionism was not advisable. With this thought, Su Chen smiled and said, Qingying, will you be my assistant?
Li Qingying nodded gently, her eyes glinting with cunning.
You won't blame me if I don't perform well, right? How could I?
Su Chen chuckled, the words reminding him of their first meeting.
Damn it!
Li Qingying, watching this scene from the shadows, clenched her fists, her head boiling with
anger.
That was her sister. This human actually dared to steal her sister right in front of her.
Just you wait. I'll become the king.
Li Qingying kept vowing in her heart, but her body was honest, tiptoeing, her eyes fixed intently on Su Chen's card face. This human card maker, she wanted to criticize fiercely, to belittle him completely,
to establish an advantage for their future conversation.
With this in mind, Li Qingying focused her expression. Not just her, Li Qingying also had a focused look. The shadow hidden in the darkness had long been fixated on the card face.
Unaware of others' thoughts, Su Chen held the spirit pen, scenes flashing through his mind. Some were from the Xuanwu ruins, some from the great wilderness, and others from his recent experiences in the boundless sea.
Many images eventually faded, leaving only the image of the Jun Yuan halberd.
Jun Yuan.
Su Chen murmured softly, his eyes shining.
The Xuanwu already had a
majestic and heavy meaning. Since it could bear the weight of the heavens and earth, it should also be able to guard the bottomless abyss. Bearing the weight of the heavens and earth, suppressing the calamity of the abyss. This was the concept of the skin card. With this thought, Su Chen's pen finally moved.
The pitch-black color, like darkness, shrouded the heavens and earth, heavy and oppressive, making it hard to breathe.
One after another, black whirlpools representing the abyssal portals appeared in the world of the card face. The terrifying and grim black shadows flickered in and out of these whirlpools, as if peering at the beauty beyond, longing for the day they could break free. The abyss, isn't it a skin card? A shadow hidden within the darkness was filled with confusion.
Is that it? What nonsense! I thought it would be something impressive.
Li Qianying secretly rejoiced in her heart, unable to resist glancing at her sister.
To her surprise, Li Qingying wore a smile, seemingly unconcerned. This must be the love-struck brain,
Li Qianying muttered, refocusing her gaze, her expression gradually losing its joy.
In the
background of the card, a vast expanse of snow-capped mountains appeared, with snowflakes swirling in the air.
Perhaps due to the mixed colors, the mountains and snow seemed a bit dimmer, making the background feel oppressive. However, amidst the undulating snow-capped peaks, a giant turtle shape was faintly outlined. It almost occupied the entire frame, majestic and unshakable. On its back, a figure clad in deep black seamlessly blended into the background, appearing completely unremarkable. This figure held a heavy halberd, standing alone against the swirling snow, gazing at the black whirlpool in the sky, with a cold and unafraid expression. Who? At this point, Su Chen let out a long sigh, using the solution made from mythological materials to depict this sudden snowstorm and the figure. The wind and snow were fierce, calamity from the abyss loomed. The mountains bore snow, and the deity reigned over the abyss. Xuanwu, deity of abyssal suppression. Deity of abyssal suppression, one of the incarnations of Xuanwu, as imposing as a towering mountain, tasked with suppressing the abyss. Type: skin card, for illusion use only. Quality: super rare. Description: wielding the halberd to suppress the abyss, unaware of the return date. Abyssal suppression, high quality bond against abyss faction monsters, continuously. Triggers special attacks, ignoring defense, and can easily destroy abyss portals. Special Note 1, when the deity appears, it brings an extreme cold domain that continuously weakens enemies. Special Note 2, when the deity appears, it can summon the true shadow of Xuanwu to fight alongside. Special Note 3, when holding the abyssal suppression halberd, it will be targeted by abyss creatures. The card, with a black tone, shimmered faintly. When Su Chen picked it up, its brilliance faded entirely, leaving only the brand new card face, hinting that it had just been created. Not bad. After glancing a few times, Su Chen smiled at Li Qingying. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The basic attributes of Xuanwu destined him to be unmatched at the same level. The abyss would eventually descend, and preparing in advance seemed very necessary. The level of the wind is getting higher and higher. Li Qingying suppressed her surprise, praising him.
while stepping forward to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Suchin stared at her, completely forgetting that there was a third party present.
What's wrong?
Seeing him staring at her intently, Li Qingying's delicate face turned crimson, her eyes showing a hint of shyness. Unable to help himself, Suchin reached out just as he was about to touch her face. The hiddenly
Xianying could no longer bear it.
She immediately revealed herself, gritting her teeth and shouting, "Human!
Move your hand away."
Upon hearing this, Suchen not only did not withdraw but instead caressed Li Qingying's face, sliding his hand to the back of her neck, gently pulling her into his embrace. He then looked levelly at the furious Li Qianying and said lightly, "Breaking into someone's home without the owner's permission, is this the quality expected of you as a princess of the merfolk? Ah, I'm so mad. Damn human. Woo woo woo. Sister, he's bullying me." Li Qianying, so upset she didn't know what to say, immediately summoned her weapon, tears. As she cried, Li Qingying helplessly broke free from Su Chen's embrace, turning to look at her
with a calm tone.
"Qianying, Feng is right, it's not appropriate to barge in like this without knocking."
Woo woo woo.
Li Qianying cried even louder, her shoulders shaking from time to time. Seeing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "Next time I go to a resource-rich realm, I'll get you a precious pearl." As soon as the words fell, Li Qianying's cries abruptly stopped.
She rubbed her reddened eyes and stared at Su Chen, looking pitiful as she asked, "Really? Could a broken human be so kind?"
"I have no use for this, Qingying already has one, so the next one must be yours," Su Chen replied calmly, his expression unperturbed. In the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, there were more treasures than just the sea-stabilizing needle. The mere pearl of the merfolk was just an ordinary treasure. Since there was the first one, there must be a second.
Then I will trust you this once.
Li Qianying wiped her tears and took a few steps forward, directly
grabbing Li Qingying's hand. "Sister, it's too late, we should go back to sleep."
Upon hearing this, Li Qingying glanced at Su Chen, nodded at him, and had no choice but to leave.
"Sister, you can't go looking for him alone in the future."
The faint voice fell into his ears, and Su Chen squinted, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
If Qingying couldn't come to find him alone, would he not go to find Qingying by himself?
I need to think of a way to make her give up on Qingying. Rubbing his temples, Su Chen tidied up the table. On the other side, Feng Lin was receiving the images transmitted back by Ying, her eyes reflecting a hint of unusual color. She unconsciously recalled Su Chen's solemn promise from not long ago.
"Your Highness, although you are my support,
I can still share the burden." The voice echoed in her ears as Feng Lin slowly stood up, casually flicking out a ruins card and placing it before her. The exquisite card surface depicted a vividly lifelike nine-tailed fox with two ancient characters boldly engraved beside it.
"Ying, what do you think about using this ruins to test him?" Feng Lin asked Ying calmly. The ruins cards she could use were actually quite limited. To avoid unexpected fusion between ruins, most were sealed in various ruins management offices. The ruins tokens that couldn't be
stored in cards were the same.
"Your Highness,
the Qingqiu fox is very exclusive and powerful. Aren't you afraid he?" Ying revealed herself, a hint of hesitation flashing across her face. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu was not easy to deal with. If Su Chen rashly entered, he might be caught and interrogated.
Forget about doing anything, just getting out alive would be a good outcome.
Ying, you're overthinking it. He is the great wilderness wood god, there's no need to worry about his life.
Unless you are worried about something else. Feng Lin walked up to Ying,
looking directly into her eyes, a smile playing on her lips.
"Are you afraid he might have his soul entangled, right?"
Ying calmly shook her head and said, "The nine-tailed fox is indeed skilled in enchantment, but with its proud nature, it should disdain to charm anyone." That nine-tailed fox had guarded Qingqiu Mountain for countless years, remaining extremely low-key. Although Su Chen was special, it was unlikely that this fox would personally come down to enchant him. The nine-tailed fox certainly wouldn't do that, but her followers might not be so restrained.
Feng
Lin smiled mysteriously and handed the ruins card to Ying. "Alright, you give this to him and tell him I want a piece of Qingqiu spirit jade essence.
If he can bring it back, I will consider giving him other ruins cards."
Ying reached out to take it, respectfully responding. A quarter of an hour later, after listening to Ying's account, Su Chen in the room looked at the ruins card. In his hand, his brows furrowed tightly. The Qingqiu spirit jade essence was not an ordinary item, it was a genuine specialty of Qingqiu Mountain.
Classified by quality, it was a legendary material. However, its usual purpose was not for card making but for wearing. Because this Qingqiu spirit jade essence, when worn, could accelerate the growth of mental strength, making it a top-tier meditation treasure. In his past life among the player community, this item was priceless and rarer than common mythical materials. For no other reason, this Qingqiu spirit jade essence could only be refined by the nine-tailed fox. And the nine-tailed fox was the guardian deity of the Qingqiu Fox clan, holding a status comparable to that of the Eastern Qian Emperor in the hearts of the ancient Qian people. Asking him to snatch the Qingqiu spirit jade essence from the nine-tailed fox was akin to asking him to steal the imperial seal from the Eastern Qian Emperor. This was clearly an extremely difficult test. I'll go first. You, be careful if you go in.
After seeing Su Chen remain silent for a long time, Ing gave her warning and disappeared from
the room.
Su Chen, noticing this, stared at the Qingqiu Shujing card for a while before putting it away and decisively sitting on the bed to meditate.
Tomorrow is the day of the Yunkuan, so going in tonight is definitely not an option.
He could only wait for another time to go in and take a look. In the morning of the boundless sea, the silence was broken by the sound of commotion. As Su Chen arrived at the center of the square, the gazes of the crowd gradually turned towards him.
Kid, don't overexert yourself. If you can't do it, you can wait until you get stronger.
To help, the Mermaid King said as he walked up to Su Chen, patting him on the shoulder, his words filled with concern. Su Chen glanced at Sonli, who had a cold expression and wasn't looking
this way at all. Kid, give me some face and don't provoke the old man, okay?
Seeing Su Chen's action, the Mermaid King looked somewhat helpless. These two were at odds with each other, making it difficult for him to be caught in the middle. Su Chen nodded lightly and turned to look at the Tsanglong King who was walking over.
This is the cold resistance pearl. It can effectively weaken the cold. He handed a blue pearl the size of an egg to Su Chen and pointed to Tsang Qiong and the others behind him.
They will accompany you deeper, but they probably won't last long.
The only one you can truly rely on is yourself.
Seeing this, the Mermaid King explained from the side, the Shujing giant beast Koan has already awakened.
The area it occupies is where the North Undersea and the Boundless Sea merge, which is very unstable, so we cannot go there. Su Chen glanced at his three old partners and nodded. According to the plan, the three of them would
be far from the North Undersea Shujing merging point, releasing another Shujing entrance, while he would transport the Koan into this Shujing.
Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but curiously ask, what about the Shujing that will accommodate the Koan? It's also a sea, but there are treasures that stabilize the sea, so the Koan won't be able to stir up waves there. The Tsanglong King answered seriously, but Su Chen's expression became strange. Was this throwing the Koan to the East Sea? Would the Dragon King really not fight if he knew? Is there a problem? Seeing Su Chen's expression, the Tsanglong King asked in surprise.
The Shujing where the stabilizing sea needle is located cuts off the merging of the Boundless Sea and the North Undersea.
The situation of the three is that you are in me and I am in you, but these overlapping parts are very small.
They had investigated, and the ocean where the stabilizing sea needle is located is much larger than
the Boundless Sea and the North Undersea. Accommodating the Koan there would definitely be no problem.
But he still had to listen to Su Chen's opinion.
No problem, let's set off now. Su Chen
replied loudly, nodded at Li Qingying, who was looking this way, and then took out the Jin Yuan God Lord, disguising himself in front of everyone.
This kid has a new card again.
The Mermaid King watched with a sigh in his heart. The other Water Tribe Kings were also slightly surprised to see Su Chen change cards.
But soon, their surprise faded as Su Chen led Tsang Qiong and
the others into the sea, disappearing without a trace. They all looked at the Tsanglong King, who knew their thoughts and waved his hand in the air. The scene formed by the water spirit power immediately displayed the surroundings of the four of them in real time. Obviously, the cold resistance pearls carried by the four had all been enhanced by his water mirror technique. The crowd's attention was quickly drawn to the scene. For a moment, the place fell silent. The sound of the seawater swept past their ears, and the surroundings of the four became increasingly dark. A profound darkness seemed to want to swallow their minds, while the gradually intensifying cold began to instill fear. At this moment, both Su Chen and the three Tsang Qiong felt a vague sense that a colossal creature was lurking beneath the deep sea. After diving for a long time, when they reached a whirlpool, Tsang Qiong, along with Sha Tuo and Bingxi, stopped and looked at
Su Chen, saying, Su Chen, this is the entrance to that Shujing.
We will try to expand it, and your task is to bring the Shujing giant beast here.
Su Chen, upon hearing this, glanced at the
inconspicuous whirlpool, nodded, and continued to dive deeper. The surrounding light had long been swallowed, and the only sound left was the rushing of seawater, a bone-chilling cold beginning to
seep into his body. Su Chen's expression remained calm as he continued to descend.
Thanks to the skin card, this cold was well within his tolerance, even without the need for the cold-resisting pearl. Su Chen's gaze sharpened slightly, and the expressions of the many watching him changed as well. What should have been the dark depths of the sea was instead marked by a particularly conspicuous halo of light. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen dove toward the direction of the halo. However, as he got closer, the halo grew larger and brighter.
When he finally reached it, the source of the light became clearer.
It was several hundred meters in diameter, resembling a small moon illuminating a section of the seabed.
The moment they saw its true form, both Su Chen and the onlookers were taken aback.
This light source was unmistakably the slightly opened eye of an enormous beast. The scene was too shocking. Whether it was Su Chen or those on Infinite Island watching this moment, they all fell silent. After a long while, someone questioned, can it really be moved? Such a massive beast had once left even the Eastern Qian Emperor helpless. Although Su Chen was a prodigy of the human race, could he really surpass the Eastern Qian Emperor? I don't think so, it's just too big. It's hard to imagine that such a creature exists in the world. Incredible, if it were to move. If it were to move, the entire infinite sea would surely be thrown into chaos. The crowd buzzed with discussion, expressing their
opinions.
King Sanglong furrowed his brow, glancing at the calm-faced Fonglin. After some hesitation, he continued to watch the scene. Since Fonglin had chosen this Su Chen, he must have some extraordinary qualities. At this point, he could only wait and see. Prolonging this would do no good for the infinite sea. What a huge monster, can he really do it? Upon seeing that giant eye, Li Qianying's eyes were filled with doubt. Although he could lift the clam prison, the environment back then was relatively mild. In this deep sea, the cold was terrifying, and the consumption of spiritual power was accelerating. From her perspective, Su Chen probably couldn't manage it. Li Qianying didn't respond, merely gazing quietly, a hint of worry in her eyes. I feel he should be able to, you don't need to worry, Qianying. Looking at Su Chen standing before the giant eye, although there was hesitation in Fengshi's eyes, she still expressed her trust. This human, Su Chen, was truly special. That was her intuition. What is that? Someone's question drew everyone's attention back to the screen. They saw Su Chen standing before the giant eye, suddenly summon a giant beast resembling a turtle. This giant beast was indeed large, but compared to the owner of that giant eye, it was like an ant facing a whale, hardly worth mentioning. Is he trying to use that? Are you kidding? Someone voiced the thoughts of the crowd, disbelief written all over their face. Indeed, that size just won't do. The person who was about to speak fell silent, staring fixedly at the screen, eyes wide open. The giant turtle in the image swam to the bottom of the giant beast, moved slightly upward, and to everyone's astonishment, the giant beast actually began to move. The commotion caused by this movement made everyone feel the island tremble slightly. This was no illusion. Everyone, get ready. Brace for impact. King Sanglong ordered sternly, and everyone immediately stood at attention. Infinite Island was the spiritual vein center of the infinite sea, and there could be no mistakes here. Lift. The phantom of the true form of Xuanwu bore the weight of the Kuan, all the weight pressing down on Su Chen. At that moment, even though he was disguised as the Xuanwu card, he felt a strain. Heavy. Too heavy. Is this the Kuan? Incredible. Divine power. So big. I can't even see how big it really is. Looking at the screen, completely engulfed in darkness, the people on Infinite Island were astonished. It was rumored that this giant beast had a second form. If it were to transform at the bottom of the sea, what kind of disaster would that be? Splash! As the crowd marveled, the waters in the sea grew increasingly turbulent. Fortunately, with everyone's spiritual power shielding the island, it was spared from damage. However, the three of them, Sang Qiong and the others, who were expanding the entrance to the ruins, were having a terrible time. The surging sea water transmitted a terrifying force, causing the released entrance to the ruins to continuously expand, completely out of control. This is troublesome. If this continues, the integration of this ruins with the boundless sea will deepen, and the balance will be broken. Song Qiong watched this scene, her expression extremely grave. The ruins where the sea stabilizing needle was located could accommodate levels far higher than this side. Once the integration deepened, it would affect the entire world structure. By then, those ruins still in the process of merging might greatly accelerate their integration speed due to the merging here. If things went wrong, a large ruins could directly descend and merge. What should we do? Shatua resisted the impact of the seawater, his brows tightly furrowed. We need to seek help over there. Song Qiong's face turned pale, but her expression remained relatively calm. Right now, the integration is not beneficial for either side. If they are wise, they will definitely agree to help. Upon hearing this, Shatua looked speechless. Who will go? He had heard from the fierce Shark King that in the ruins where the sea stabilizing needle was located, there were plenty of beings at the 8th and 9th levels, and the 10th level was as common as dogs. Undoubtedly, this was a high-level ruins, and it was connected to some high-level major ruins. In such a ruins, they wouldn't even get to see the big shots over there. They would probably be kicked out as soon as they arrived. We can only let Su Chen go. Song Qiong pondered for a moment and sighed. Whether it was the king or other water tribe kings, they wouldn't be taken seriously over there. But Su Chen was different. That character card was enough to make him valued there. Isn't he still operating the Kuan? Bingshi assisted the two, rolling her eyes secretly. Shouldn't they have done this earlier? Now, they needed Su Chen to put it down again. I'll go call him. Shatua, you keep holding on. After Song Qiong finished speaking, she resolutely dove down. A quarter of an hour later, the struggling Su Chen, after hearing Song Qiong's explanation, had 1,000 words on the tip of his tongue, which turned into one sentence. In the future, when making plans, we need to consider the actual situation. Please let it down again, and try to make as little noise as possible. Song Qiong endured the chill around her, her eyes filled with apology. Let it down? Why let it down? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, instantly transforming into the Qinglong, summoning the Xuanwu card in a flash to withstand the giant beast Kuan. Without waiting for Song Qiong to persuade him, Su Chen threw out the Bai Zhe to reinforce the Xuanwu. I'll be right back, you all. Stay put. After Su Chen said this, in front of everyone, he transformed into the Qinglong for the first time and charged towards the expanding entrance to the ruins. Is this the original form? It's a dragon.
No wonder. I thought the horns on his head were just for show. Where did this guy get the dragon character card? The younger generation is formidable. On the Boundless Island, everyone who witnessed this scene was buzzing with discussion. The Sunlong King, who had been to that ruins, suppressed his shock and looked at the calm Fonglin, smiling. Riley, Your Highness, you have kept this from us quite well. If they had known that Su Chen's character card was a dragon, the plan would have been much simpler. Hearing this, Fonglin replied. Lightly, there are many types of dragons. She certainly knew that Su Chen's character card had a dragon. But in the ruins where the sea stabilizing needle was located, the dragon clan was not the strongest. One could even say it was weak. According to her thoughts, if they could avoid going there, they should try their best to do so. I hope we don't encounter any strange ruins. Powerhouses. Fonglin slightly closed her eyes, suppressing the impulse to go in. The sky was clear for miles, and the azure waves stretched for thousands of acres. The sea breeze, blowing towards him, carried a rich aura of spiritual power. Su Chen stood on the vast sea surface, gazing around, but he couldn't see a single figure. Only in the eastern direction was there a faint outline of an island. Su Chen stared at it, lost in thought, and couldn't help but say, "That can't be." Thud. An object suddenly fell from above, hitting Su Chen on the head, and by sheer coincidence, it landed right in his hand. This is a ruins token? The light red token, with patterns that looked like a child's doodle, was completely incomprehensible. However, the aura it emitted made Su Chen certain that this was a ruins token. But the question arises, where did this token come from? Su Chen looked up at the sky. Apart from the blinding sunlight, there was nothing else. After a moment's thought, Su Chen clasped his hands and bowed in all directions. I wonder which senior is present. Could you please show yourself to this young man? No one answered. The only sounds in the world were the waves crashing and the wind whispering past his ears. Forget it, I'll keep it for now and take a look later. For now, I should. Just as Su Chen was thinking, the entire sea surface suddenly surged. Before he could react, the sky darkened abruptly. Roar! A high-pitched dragon's roar echoed through the clouds. Splash! A giant dragon burst forth from the sea, transforming in midair into a majestic man, looking down at Su Chen below. The sharp gaze swept over him, making Su Chen feel a chill run down his spine. Who are you? Why are you making such a commotion here? The majestic man stood with his hands behind his back, questioning loudly. Su Chen regained his composure and replied, "This young man is Ao Foam, here to meet the Dragon King." "How do you know this king?" Ao Guang stared at Su Chen, a look of surprise on his face. He usually presented himself to guests in the form of a human with a dragon's head. This appearance was what he used while walking among humans, and very few people recognized him. How could an outsider know him? Hearing this, Su Chen smiled confidently and said, "With such majesty, you must undoubtedly be the Dragon King." This figure was designed by him, how could he not recognize it? The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, the 10 Yama Kings, the various immortals of the Heavenly Court, he knew them all by heart. Ao Guang frowned slightly and said, "Are you the one mentioned by Binger?" Clearly an outsider, yet he recognized him. He had previously skillfully resolved Binger's calamity. Could this person truly be the true dragon of his domain? Indeed, Dragon King, this young man has a request. Seeing Ao Guang's expression return to normal, Su Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his method had worked. The third prince of the East Sea had not clashed with that third prince. Thank you for that matter. The other day, Ao Guang's expression softened slightly as he descended to the sea surface and bowed to Su Chen. The Dragon Clan had been in decline for a long time. In this world full of schemes, having such kin to guide him was indeed a blessing for Binger. It was just a small effort, nothing to mention. Su Chen replied politely, then pointed to the nearby rift in the void. "Dragon King, please help suppress this spatial rift." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang waved his hand, and the scene outside the rift appeared before him. Looking at the giant beast whose size and shape were unclear in that image, Ao Guang said calmly, "Sir, do you intend to transport the giant Kuan to my East Sea? Sir, do you intend to transport the giant Kuan to my East Sea?" His tone was flat, with a hint of questioning. Su Chen suppressed his shock and maintained a calm expression. "Dragon King, the East Sea is vast and boundless. A mere Koan should be easy to accommodate." After hearing this, Ao Guang quietly observed Su Chen without speaking. "Dragon King, please give me a definite answer." Seeing him just staring, Su Chen clasped his hands and bowed, his attitude sincere. Ao Guang nodded, then shook his head. Seeing this, Su Chen tentatively asked, "Does the Dragon King mean?" Ao Guang gazed at the giant Koan in the image, walking back and forth with his hands behind his back, his tone steady. "It is too large, even the East Sea would be affected by it. It would be better to teach it the art of transformation, allowing it to learn the methods of the ancient Kuanping to achieve freedom." Su Chen was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed in delight, "Dragon King, do you have it?" Ao Guang turned around, rarely showing a hint of a smile. "This art of changing size is naturally available, but the methods of the ancient Kuanping, you must seek for yourself." After saying this, Ao Guang took out a jade slip. "This is the art of size at will. Although it is not a superior technique, it should be sufficient for the giant Koan to live normally." Su Chen received it respectfully, clasping his
Hands in bowing, thank you, Dragon King. Ao Guang waved his hand and smiled, no need for thanks. When you have time, feel free to visit the Dragon Palace. I would like to thank you on behalf of Binger. At this point, Ao Guang sized up Su Chen. People say the Dragon Palace is filled with rare treasures and divine weapons. If you could choose one or two, it would not be unworthy of this name. Cough cough. There's no better day than today, Dragon King. How about I pay a visit later? Hearing this unmistakable hint, Su Chen's heart raced. The Qinglong cards still lacked any decent weapons, while the Jinwu card at least had the Shiyuan Divine Bow to make do. Setting those aside, other equipment could also be arranged, such as battle robes, armor, shoulder guards, and so on. After all, this was the Dragon Palace where the great sage had gathered all his gear. Of course, you can. Ao Guang nodded slightly, a hint of depth in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Chen took his leave and exited the Void Realm. Seeing this, Ao Guang stepped forward a few paces, extending a hand to restrain the expansion of the entrance, while his mind began to calculate. The calamity was approaching, and with Binger and that Tai Jinran's disciple, this disaster would not go unaddressed. It would surely be compensated for later. According to Tai Jinran's speculation, the next calamity would undoubtedly envelop all three of them. However, this outer realm compatriot seemed quite capable, untouched by the calamity completely. Unlike someone with troubles. If Binger follows this person, can he avoid a disaster? Ao Guang absent-mindedly suppressed the entrance's expansion. On the other side, Su Chen exited the void realm and dove straight into the deep sea. In the dark waters, the outline of the giant koan became increasingly clear, and upon seeing the familiar halo, Su Chen instantly transformed into Bai Zhe. What does he want to do? Seeing that the Xuanwu was still in place, watching from the boundless island, he was greatly astonished. Su Chen's next actions quickly answered the question. Koan, can you hear me? Su Chen stood before the giant eye, conveying his thoughts through mental intent. The giant koan's eye opened slightly wider. Who are you? I'm so sleepy, so tired. Where is this? I want to go home. The childish thoughts conveyed its emotions. Upon sensing this, Su Chen sighed in relief. My name is Su Chen, and I'm your good friend. I'm here to teach you the spells to grow big and small. Once you learn, you can become small. Become small? Why do I want to become small? I want to become big. Really big. Very, very big. The childish thought suddenly became excited, causing the giant koan's body to tremble. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly said, if you become small, you can go to many places to play. You have a very powerful relative named Kuanping Laozu with boundless magical power. Don't you want to learn from him? The childish thoughts conveyed a sense of hesitation. Su Chen intensified his persuasion. Don't you want to transform into a pang? I do. The childish thoughts instinctively felt a surge of desire upon hearing about the transformation. Transforming into a pang. It wanted to transform into a pang so badly. Every day, apart from sleeping, it thought about how to transform into a pang. If you want to transform into a pang, you have to listen to me, because I can help you. Transform, Su Chen said earnestly. Really? You can really help me transform into a pang? The childish thoughts now held more desire and a hint of awe. Is there any doubt? After all this time, am I not the first person who can communicate with you? Su Chen's lips curled up. The Bai Zhe card was indeed useful, completely barrier-free in communication. Then hurry and teach me how to grow big and small. I will listen to you. The childish thoughts became obedient, and after sensing this, Su Chen did not hesitate to press the jade slip against the giant koan. In the next moment, the surface of the jade slip glowed brightly, and mysterious characters drilled into the giant koan's body. In just half a quarter of an hour, the childish thoughts conveyed joy. Great! I can become small now. Before Su Chen could react, the giant koan's size visibly shrank. A few minutes later, a plump, white fish resembling a dolphin appeared before Su Chen's eyes. Blub! The koan swam around him, blowing bubbles. Su Chen, let's go play. Su Chen smiled and replied, I have to visit someone else's house. How about I take you home first? The koan wagged its tail, looking pitiful. Su Chen, I don't want to go home, I want to play. Seeing it like this, Su Chen furrowed his brows, and after some thought he nodded. Okay, but you must promise me that you won't grow big without my permission. Su Chen, you have a name, I want a name too. The koan circled around him, occasionally swishing its tail, appearing quite anxious. Isn't Kuanping good? Su Chen chuckled in disbelief. Such a large creature was acting just like a child. No, when I grow big, I can be called Kuanping, but right now I'm so small, I definitely can't be called Kuanping, the koan replied without hesitation, swishing its tail. Well then, you can be called Little Koan, Su Chen said after serious consideration, giving it a name. That sounds bad. Su Chen, your naming skills are terrible, but it fits, so I'll go with Little Koan, Little Koan said, gently swimming to rest on Su Chen's shoulder. Let's go, Su Chen, I'm ready, you can set off now. Su Chen glanced at it, his mouth twitching. Can't you swim by yourself? Upon hearing this, Little Koan swished its tail and said, No, I can't waste energy, I still need to transform into a pang. Hearing this, Su Chen had nothing more to say and immediately took it upstream. Just as they reached the entrance of the Dragon Palace ruins, the strange gazes of
Song Cheong and the others fell upon them.
Bing Shi even came up directly, staring intently at the little Kuan on his shoulder.
What are you doing? I know I'm cute, but if you look at me like that, I'll get shy. Little Kuan swam behind Su Chen, cautiously peeking at Bing Shi. Struggling to understand, Bing Shi looked up at Su Chen and asked, what did you do to it? How can it be so small? And it can talk now? Su Chen was about to explain when Song Cheong, suppressing her surprise, complexly said, Su Feng, let's talk about it above. This scene undoubtedly shattered his worldview. Surely his father and the other aquatic kings were just as eager to hear an explanation from Su Chen. On Boundless Island, in the center of the square, looking at the harmless little Kuan lingering on Su Chen's shoulder, everyone had strange expressions. After all that fuss, it turned out that this colossal beast of the ruins could shrink. Hadn't they paid too high a price for this? Su Chen, my young friend, you just said you were going to visit the East Sea Dragon Palace? King Sanglong, regaining his composure, looked at the calm Su Chen with mixed feelings. From their interactions over the past few days, even he had to admit that Su Chen was indeed an extraordinary person. Yes, I originally didn't want to go, but this East Sea Dragon King invited me warmly, and I happen to owe someone a favor, Su Chen said, feigning difficulty without a hint of embarrassment. What a shameless opportunist, Li Chenying thought to herself, clenching her fists in dissatisfaction. That East Sea Dragon King really had no vision. Why didn't he invite her instead? Su Chen, be careful, it's not like here, King Sanglong said after a moment of silence, managing to squeeze out a warning. The others looked at Su Chen, wanting to say something but finding it hard to start. In the end, they could only stare at the napping little Kuan on Su Chen's shoulder with resentful eyes. If it weren't for this Kuan, they wouldn't have had to pay such a hefty reward. What are you all staring at? Haven't you seen a cute Kuan before? Little Kuan, sensing something, opened its eyes and swished its tail. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at its dolphin-like body and large head, their mouths twitching several times. Originally, dolphins were quite cute in their minds, but now they felt it was simply vicious. Forget it, being so big, I should be more tolerant. I won't hold it against you. Su Chen, let's set off. It's too boring here, little Kuan said, blowing a bubble and tilting its head at Su Chen. Ahem, well then, everyone, I'll take my leave now, Su Chen said quickly, sensing the atmosphere was awkward, and hurried towards the entrance of the ruins in the sea. That damn human, not even bringing someone along. Li Qianying stomped her foot and then pulled her sister, muttering softly. Hearing this, Li Qianying shot her a glance, her expression showing some concern. Foam, don't listen to her and take things recklessly. The resplendent crystal palace loomed majestically in the sea. Coral-like jade pillars were everywhere, standing tall among the strange stones and jade mountains, embellishing the elegant atmosphere. A broad avenue, resembling a jade ribbon, led directly to the crystal palace. On both sides of the avenue stood the true essence of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Clad in sharp armor, they exuded a fierce aura. Clearly elite warriors. Su Chen watched in astonishment, secretly alarmed. This was the high-level dungeon spoken of by players in his previous life. Even a mere minion was beyond his current capabilities. To the great sage, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were mere lackeys, but in the eyes of players, they were elite monsters. As for the heavenly soldiers and generals of the celestial court, whom the great sage could sweep away with a single stick, they were seen as the elite by players. Your Excellency, please. Seeing Su Chen staring at his elite soldiers, Ao Guang felt a slight sense of pride and then extended his hand, signaling Su Chen to proceed. Dragon King, these Dragon Palace soldiers are truly elite. I find them quite intimidating, Su Chen said, his face filled with astonishment. Ha ha, Your Excellency is joking. No matter how formidable they are, can they compare to your guidance? Ao Guang laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased, and his words became a bit more courteous. Upon hearing this, Su Chen shook his head and said seriously, Dragon King, that is not the case. I have not only seen the elite guarding the Dragon Palace but also the Yaksha soldiers dispatched to the North Sea, each one a loyal and righteous person. With them around, the Dragon Palace will thrive and never decline. This is no idle talk. Ao Guang, upon hearing this, was slightly moved and nodded. Since Your Excellency has said so, then this king should not be overly modest. It seemed that, as Binger had said, Ao Feng valued human relationships greatly. That Li Qingsong had merely received him politely and gifted him an unwanted mermaid pearl, yet he specifically mentioned it here. Binger had gifted him the North Sea's cold essence, and he had used a little trick to resolve Binger's calamity. Such a person, who knew how to be grateful, was indeed of his own clan, and he should get closer to him. With this thought, Ao Guang's smile grew wider as he entered the Crystal Palace with Su Chen. As soon as they entered the Crystal Palace, a woman in pink emerged from the side of the avenue. She was strikingly beautiful, with 2 crystal and dragon horns atop her head. Upon seeing the shrimp soldiers and crab generals standing tall, she curiously asked, Who is Father hosting today? Princess, it is said that a true dragon from another domain has come to assist the third prince, replied the crab general leader, bowing respectfully. Assisting third brother? A true dragon from another domain?
Ao Rue pondered for a moment, her delicate face suddenly flushing. Glancing at the Crystal Palace, she turned and walked towards her residence. Inside the Crystal Palace, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Your Excellency, this is tender tea picked from the tea trees on the nearby islands of the East Sea. It can only be harvested once every 100 years and must be sun-dried for 49 days. This is the fruit of the spiritual root, available only during the season each year. This is golden silver jade rice, which pairs excellently with spiritual meat and spiritual wine. This is... The array of exquisite dishes on the crystal table, already dazzling, became even more extravagant under Ao Guang's introduction, making Suchun feel overwhelmed. He glanced over, and everything was what he desired. However, the real prize was clearly not just the food. Nevertheless, no matter who was wronged, he could not wrong himself. With this thought in mind, Suchen began to indulge in the delicacies on the table. As he ate and praised the food, Ao Guang's smile became uncontrollable. After feasting, Suchen felt a slight intoxication. He looked at the completely devoured food on the table, felt his bloated stomach, and sensed his growing spiritual power without needing to meditate. He awkwardly said, "Dragon King, it's all this delicious food. I couldn't help myself for a moment." Eating while increasing his spiritual power was simply too addictive. His willpower was weak, and he truly could not resist such temptation. "Ha, if it suits your Excellency's taste, that is excellent. But next, would you like to rest first?" Ao Guang smiled at him, secretly pleased. The East Sea was not lacking in heavenly materials and treasures. This Ao phone truly came from a small domain. It's not much different from the peach banquet of the Celestial Court in terms of taste, Suchen said, his eyes hazy with intoxication, pointing at the crystal table and shaking his head. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is attentive. Ao Guang's eyes widened slightly in surprise as he hurriedly supported Suchen, saying, "My lord, have you been to the peach banquet?" The peach banquet, a grand event of the heavenly court, is something he could only attend occasionally. What kind of background does this fellow from the same clan have to possess such abilities? Brother Ao Guang. Suchen, taking advantage of his drunkenness, draped one arm over Ao Guang's shoulder while patting his chest with the other. "It's just a mere peach banquet. Once I regain my celestial status, there will be no place in this world I cannot go. Rest assured, when I regain my celestial status, I will also take my nephew Ao Bing to see the world. I'll ask Lao Jun for a gourd of elixir, and a few big peaches. I guarantee Ao Bing will have his fill. In this world, only delicious food and cards should not be neglected." Hearing this, Ao Guang was alarmed and quickly echoed, "Brother Ao Phone, be cautious with your words. It's fine, I just need to sleep for a bit." Suchen waved his hand and directly laid his head on the crystal table, falling into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Ao Guang wanted to call two clam girls to take him to a guest room, but unexpectedly saw his daughter at the door. "Ruer, what are you doing here?" And nothing. Father, I have something to do. I'll be leaving now." Caught eavesdropping, Ao Rue quickly suppressed her shock and hurried away. This girl, always so jumpy. Ao Guang turned back to glance at the sleeping Suchen, chuckling as he scolded, then called two clam girls to take Suchen to a guest room to rest. "This one is truly a dragon. Indeed, his dragon horns are even more handsome than the third prince's." "Shoo, keep your voice down. What are you afraid of? We're not speaking ill of him," the two clam girls whispered as they helped Suchen onto the soft clam bed. Once they left, Suchen suddenly sat up, the drunkenness gone from his face, his eyes sparkling with clarity. Overindulged. Feeling his bloated stomach and heightened spiritual energy, Suchen sighed softly. Then, a smile crept onto his lips. Truth comes out after drinking. Ao Guang probably believed his nonsense. However, if I really developed like this, I wouldn't mind eating at the peach banquet. Slowly standing up, a glint of determination flashed in Suchen's eyes. His ultimate goal in the Dragon Palace must be the sea-stabilizing needle. As for everything else, they were just appetizers. The first step is to find out where the sea-stabilizing needle is, pretending to be drunk. Even if I'm discovered in the end, Ao Guang won't suspect too much. Suchen calculated in his heart, his figure like a ghost, swimming through the water. Pop! A sound of bubbles suddenly erupted, startling Suchen to quickly hide. He looked at the little koan that had appeared and whispered, "Little koan, you go in first and I'll let you out to play later." "Suchen, it's not fun, that silly guy is no fun at all." The little koan swished its tail, its eyes filled with displeasure. "That little black one only knows how to say hungry and doesn't play with it at all." Hearing this, Suchen thought of Kan, who followed the colorful phoenix, and quickly said, "You behave. When I get back, I'll introduce a fun friend to you. It's a bird that can fly, and you can ask it about transforming into a pang." "Really? It can teach me how to transform into a pang?" The little koan's eyes lit up, its tail wagging non-stop. "No doubt about it, it's the most knowledgeable bird in the world. If you don't believe me, you can ask it in person later." Suchen's lips curled up, seriously coaxing. After all, Ken is so good at boasting, having a supporter would surely make it very happy. Suchen, we have to agree, you must introduce me to this most knowledgeable bird in the world." the little koan said, looking full of anticipation. I want to take it as my master and learn from it. Cough. Cough. Suchen almost couldn't catch his breath, quickly coughing twice. Suchen, are you okay? The little koan, about to enter the Najia card, looked at him with concern. I'm fine, you. Go in first. Suchen smiled back, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. If this little koan becomes Ken in the future, he simply couldn't imagine it. At that time, let the colorful phoenix. Keep an eye on it. Ken can sometimes be reliable. After seeing the little koan enter, Suchen thought this way in his heart and continued to swim forward. However, after circling around, he did not find anything suspicious. The guards of the Crystal Dragon Palace were mostly gathered on the outskirts, and there were hardly any guards between the palace clusters. After searching again, Suchen hid behind a peculiar stone, his brows tightly furrowed. He remembered what was said in the forum, that the sea-stabilizing needle was hidden in the forbidden area deep within the Dragon Palace. However, the Dragon Palace was vast, and he had already made a round without discovering anything suspicious. Could it be that the sea-stabilizing needle was not hidden nearby? Just as this thought arose, Suchen suddenly felt as if he was being watched. He turned around and met a pair of bright apricot eyes. In those eyes, he saw his own astonished expression. What are you doing here? Aorue glanced at her own sleeping quarters, then looked at Suchen, a hint of shame and anger flashing in her apricot eyes. Do we know each other? Can't I just take a stroll? Suchen restrained his expression, clasped his hands behind his back, and feigned calmness. Heh, you strolled all the way to my sleeping quarters? Aorue sneered twice, suspiciously, staring at Suchen. Are you a scammer? Did you come to the Dragon Palace to eat and drink for free, and plan to steal treasures? Suchen was secretly alarmed but maintained a calm facade, saying lightly, who are you to make such malicious assumptions about me? Me? With your strength, you can't even defeat my maid. Aorue crossed her arms and scrutinized Suchen. You do look decent, so honestly tell me, what are you here for? Suchen's face turned angry, and he waved his sleeve, saying, is this how the Dragon Palace treats its guests? I can leave any time. Why? Send you to humiliate me? Originally, I wanted to help you all out of kinship. Before he finished speaking, Suchen turned and left without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Aorue was immediately flustered and hurriedly pulled Suchen into her sleeping quarters, bowing seriously. My lord, I was just joking earlier, please don't take it to heart. She often saw her father frowning and sighing about the future of the Dragon Clan when she visited him. Recently, her father sent her third brother out, and he was even more distracted, not eating or drinking. When she asked, her father only spoke ambiguously, saying she wouldn't understand that her third brother would face a calamity. Now that she thought about it, her father could smile today because of him, who was of the same clan. Her third brother's calamity might indeed be related to him. Humph. Suchen could not break free from her restraints and could only snort coldly. Seeing this, Aorue had no choice but to release him and bow respectfully. My lord, my name is Aorue, and I am most familiar with this Dragon Palace. I can show you around. Oh, so you are Aorue? Upon hearing the name Aorue, Suchen began to scrutinize her seriously. Her apricot eyes were bright, her small horns on her head were delicate, her appearance was handsome, and her demeanor was noble. No wonder many players remembered her and called her a rich beauty. However, having seen many beauties, he overlooked her looks. My lord, do you still want to stroll around? Seeing him scrutinizing her like this, Aorue felt a bit of anger and some emotions she herself did not understand. As a dragon girl, she naturally knew her fate. Considering her age, her father should be looking for a husband for her. Hearing this, Suchen's mind stirred, and he said solemnly, Miss Aorue, to be honest, I sense that there is something ominous in the Dragon Palace, which is why I was wandering around. Upon hearing this, Aorue's face turned slightly pale, and she bit her lip, saying, My lord, is this true? Could it be that the decline of the Dragon Clan was related to this thing? Is there any doubt? You know Prince Ao Bing, right? If I don't remind him a few times, he will be in trouble with that Tai Jinren's cough cough. You know Tai Jinren, right? Suchen was afraid that his only audience was unaware, so he quickly stopped. Yes, I know, please go on. Aorue's eyes brightened. She knew Tai Jinren, as she had just visited Yangchan a while ago. Well, Tai Jinren has a disciple who is the third son of the General Li Jing from Chuntang Pass, Neza, who is a spirit pearl descended to the world. He carries calamity energy, possesses numerous magical treasures, and is highly skilled. Logically, Prince Ao Bing would confront him and then be flayed alive, brother. Upon hearing the words, flayed alive, Aorue covered her mouth, her eyes wide with fear. He's fine, don't make a fuss, okay? Suchen, nearly startled, glanced at the doorway and earnestly persuaded her. Aorue's gaze was intense, fixated on him. That Neza she had heard about from Yangchan was a mischievous child, yet he was favored by the great master Tai, while his father did not care for him. If such a person were to confront third brother, the outcome for third brother would be obvious. This person before her seemed genuinely capable. However, she still couldn't fully trust him. She needed to consult Yangchan for advice. Forget it, I won't say anything more.
Sensing another presence watching, Suchen dared not linger and quickly dashed out. Ao Rue
felt something amiss, stepped out of the hall and looked towards a peculiar stone which was now empty.
Is it father?
Ao Rue whispered to herself, then quickly cast a spell and vanished.
From the spot, Yuling Mountain, Jinxia Cave.
Tables and benches were set on the green stone, the shade providing a natural coolness to the two women sitting at the table.
Princess Ao Rue, as you
said, this person is indeed suspicious. His words are half true and half false. The woman sitting opposite Ao Rue had bright teeth and clear eyes, exuding an elegant demeanor and exceptional beauty.
Yang Chan, I told you not to call me princess.
Ao Rue muttered in dissatisfaction, then propped her chin in her hands, lost in thought. Should I remind father to pay attention to
this Ao phone?
Upon hearing this, Yang Chan furrowed her brows slightly. It wouldn't be good to expose him directly, after all, he does have some skills. She had never heard of this person.
But since he knew Nez's background and seemed to be aware of the calamity, it indicated he had some ability. However, if even Ao Rue couldn't handle him, he was indeed a bit too weak. After all, even she could subdue Ao Rue with the Lotus Lantern. Knowing secrets but lacking a powerful companion, how could one fend off calamity energy? Yang Chan, why don't you come with me to the Dragon Palace and help me test him?
Ao Rue sat beside Yang Chan, grasping her hand, her eyes sparkling. You've read so many books, you understand more than I do. Please help me.
As long
as you help me, I'll give you more spiritual materials each month. You know your brother's training consumes a lot. Yang Chan,
hearing this, looked at Ao Rue helplessly. The two had been
close for a long time, and Ao Rue naturally knew that her brother was her Achilles' heel. Yet, Ao Rue was so despicable that she had no way to counter her. Her brother's master, the Jade Ding
Jinren, was extremely poor. Sometimes she wondered if her brother were a disciple of the great master Tai, would he not have to train so hard? Sister Yang Chan, I beg you, this is really important to me.
Seeing Yang Chan silent, Ao Rue shook her hand.
All right, but you must not reveal my identity. When I go to the Dragon Palace, I will be your maid. Yang Chan did not
hesitate for long. Her brother's training consumed a lot, and she truly could not refuse Ao Rue's support.
Sister Yang Chan is the best. Ao Rue nodded gently, then took out a pile of
rare treasures.
Hurry back, we set off immediately.
Yang Chan, seeing this, thanked her, collected the spiritual items and entered Jinxia Cave.
I'm back.
Inside the bright Jinxia Cave, there were only 2 or 3 cushions and several books, looking quite impoverished. A middle-aged Taoist was reading, and upon seeing Yang Chan, he smiled warmly, the 2 strands of white hair
at his temples slightly glaring.
These items entrusted by the true person should not be said to be from me.
Yang Chan placed all the spiritual items given by Ao Rue on the table. Upon seeing this, Yuding sighed inwardly and said, Yang Chan, since they are given by you, why can't you say they are from you? Are you still resenting me for not teaching your brother the profound arts?
Yang Chan turned around, closed her eyes, and said, the true master does not teach. There is a reason for the true master's ways.
Yang Chan does not dare to resent the true master.
The grace of saving my life I will not forget, nor can I forget. Back then, when the heavenly soldiers were pursuing her and her brother, the only one willing to take them in was this unassuming
golden immortal of the Chan school.
Upon hearing this, Yuding calmly replied, Yang Chan, your brother's state of mind is still insufficient and needs further tempering.
If you trust me, it
would be wise to wait patiently.
Thank you, true master. Yang Chan turned and respectfully bowed.
Please tell the true master that if my brother returns, just say I went to the Dragon
Palace to play and will definitely be back within 7 days.
Yuding gently nodded, his gaze falling upon the book, his voice steady and calm.
It's good for you to go out and clear your mind, just be careful in your actions.
Yang Chan respectfully bowed again and left the Golden Cloud Cave, departing with Ao Rue.
Sigh.
Yuding sighed, putting down the book, his eyes filled with worry.
A great calamity was approaching, and he only had one precious disciple. How could he use them to replace the calamity?
But if he were to intervene himself, his master would
surely not allow it. But that profound skill is not easy to cultivate. If driven by hatred, how can one succeed?
As he pondered this, Yuding couldn't help but recall the person he had seen that day, narrowing his eyes.
It seems I must use such an extraordinary person like my junior brother.
I'll ask my junior brother later how he obtained the cave token.
Achoo! Achoo!
In the room, Su Chen, deep in meditation, sneezed several times, startling him into a cold sweat. If this were the outside world, he wouldn't be afraid of sneezing no matter how many times.
But where was this? The Dragon Palace of the East Sea. The timing was quite clever, right at the moment when the calamity of the investiture of the gods was about to begin. Not good. Su Chen
rubbed his nose, his eyelids twitching. He was most likely being plotted against. That feeling of being watched from the shadows was likely due to some big shot keeping an eye on him.
Leaving now is definitely not an option.
Su Chen approached the window, gazing at the beautiful scenery of the Dragon Palace, his sword-like brows furrowing tightly.
Since he was here, he had to take full advantage before leaving.
Not to mention anything else, he needed to figure out where the sea stabilizing needle was.
But then again, as a minor character, who would be so idle as to have their eyes on me? Su Chen thought for a moment and couldn't help but chuckle. Continue meditating and cultivating. I should be able to break through to Card Master in about half a month. Returning to his comfortable bed, Su Chen continued his meditation.
The long night passed quietly as he immersed himself in fulfilling meditation.
The next morning, looking out at the
noticeably brightening window, Su Chen got up and just stepped outside when he was met by the clam girl waiting outside, holding a jade basin.
After washing up, Su Chen stared at the clam girl, his expression suspicious. Your Excellency, what's so special about a clam girl? Ao Rue suddenly appeared, pulling Su Chen's thoughts back. He looked at Ao Rue and smiled. I must have mistaken you for someone else. I thought I saw an acquaintance. It was truly strange. There was actually a clam girl who looked so much like the three holy mothers. Acquaintance? What? Acquaintance?
Ao Rue glanced at the clam girl, who was looking down, her heart skipping a beat, but she maintained a calm exterior.
Hearing this, Su Chen stepped forward with his hands behind
his back, deliberately creating an image of a transcendent figure.
I told you, you wouldn't understand, so why ask? Your Excellency, so knowledgeable, just satisfy my curiosity. Ao Rue's words were fragmented, and Su Chen did not suspect anything, instead replying lightly, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. The secrets cannot be revealed? Your Excellency, guiding my third brother to avoid calamity is already obstructing the secrets of heaven. Why fear the sin of revelation? Or are you just being mysterious? After saying this, Ao Rue broke out in a cold sweat, knowing that Yang Chan had already harbored murderous intent. After all, the identities of Yang Chan and her brother could not be disclosed to outsiders. At this moment, the one in the heavenly court, high and aloof, cold and ruthless, had never given up searching for the two. Hearing this, Su Chen turned around and sighed. Princess Ao Rue, this matter cannot be discussed. Speaking of it would harm others. Then let's not talk about it. Didn't you tell me yesterday that there are ominous things in the Dragon Palace? Aori glanced at the clam girl, feeling a sense of relief in her heart, and quickly changed the subject. Well, Su Chen looked at the clam girl and fell silent. Seeing this, Aori said seriously, she is my person, only loyal to me. Let's talk inside. Glancing around, Su Chen gathered his spirits and entered the room. Aori noticed this and looked at the clam girl, who was lowering her head, just as a voice echoed in her mind. Princess Aori, if he speaks falsely, hand him over to me. Aori was startled and quickly transmitted, Yang Chan, you heard that too. He means no harm. Yang Chan held the Baolian lantern, ready to activate it at any cost if necessary. Not to mention Su Chen, even her father would be gravely injured. I know my limits. Yang Chan calmly transmitted, and after entering the room with Aori, she closed the door and stood in front of it. Ahem, Princess Aori, do you know about the ancient emperor Yu's water control? Seeing the two enter, Su Chen threw out a topic and couldn't help but glance at the clam girl. It was too similar. The more he looked, the more it resembled, though it was a bit immature. Emperor Yu's water control? You mean Yu, right? I'm not very familiar with it, Aori said, her face slightly flushed as she shook her head. She had never liked reading. She was good at listening to stories. Your Excellency, you must be referring to the Heavenly River's divine treasure iron, right? Yang Chan raised her head and spoke calmly. Hearing this, Aori muttered, Heavenly Rivers. Divine treasure iron? I think I've heard Granny Long mention it. Indeed, that's what I'm talking about. Seeing one clam girl so knowledgeable, Su Chen felt a hint of suspicion and smiled at Aori, saying, Princess Aori, your maid is truly well-versed. Upon hearing this, Aori could only smile awkwardly. Yang Chan, however, said, Your Excellency, you recognized me long ago. Didn't you? As soon as these words fell, Su Chen felt a chill run from his feet up his spine to the crown of his head. Looking at the clam girl again, her bright eyes held a deadly aura, and her demeanor had changed from before's weakness. Realizing the situation was not good, Su Chen did not panic but turned around and sighed. It's only to blame that I was wandering around back then and couldn't arrive in time to rescue, causing Brother Young to lose his life at the hands of the Heavenly Court's lackeys. Now that I am ambushed by enemies, my celestial status has fallen, and I meet the child of an old friend, yet I am ashamed to acknowledge it. Nixiang Chan, indeed, I recognized you long ago, but I am now in such a fallen state that I cannot help you siblings. At this point, Su Chen turned back, looking intently at Yang Chan, his expression complex. I once visited Yuling Mountain and saw you siblings living in peace. It eased my heart a little. After many years apart, I never expected to meet the children of old friends in this manner. Ha, what nonsense. Yang Chan sneered twice and took out the Baolian lantern. Su Chen's eyelids twitched, and he calmly closed his eyes. Nixiang Chan, I was a close friend of Brother Yang Tianyu. His death has always been a regret of mine, and I have felt guilty all these years. You might as well kill me. After all, I am no different from a useless person now. Bang! A force suddenly pressed against his abdomen, forcing Su Chen to retreat. His body pressed against the crystal wall. He opened his eyes to find Yang Chan holding the Baolian lantern against his chest. Stop with the act, you deceitful person, who exactly are you? Yang Chan moved her
right hand, and the Baolian lantern flickered, a subtle pressure spreading out.
Su Chen remained unfazed and said, I am the Dragon King of Dongjiang, once the master of the Tao of creation.
Later suppressed by the heavenly Tao, ambushed by enemies, and my celestial status has fallen. It is normal for you not to recognize me. I was born before the dragon in Phoenix Calamity and kept a low profile after attaining the Tao. Yang Chan furrowed her brows tightly, slowly retracting the Baolian lantern in her hand. She had read countless books, which Aori considered knowledgeable, but only she knew that what she understood was but a drop in the ocean compared to this world. She only knew fragments of the dragon and Phoenix Calamity from some incomplete, ancient texts. Although she couldn't determine this person's identity, there was indeed a rich vitality within him. However, to be cautious, she decided to go ahead with her previous idea of stripping Su Chen of the memory of having seen her. This way, she wouldn't have to be on edge. I don't care who you are, I want to erase the memory of having seen me from your mind. You either agree or. Yang Chan stared at Su Chen, brandishing the in her hand. Upon hearing this, Su Chen remained calm and said, Yang Chan, I know many secrets. These matters must remain buried. If you see them, do you think you will be safe? Trying to scare him with a, he knew very well that she couldn't activate such a treasure at her current level. Yang Chan's face turned pale, gripping me tightly, coldly staring at him, and fell silent. She didn't dare to gamble, because if she lost the bet, it would be a dead end for her and it would also implicate her brother. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled slightly. Alright, stop looking at me with the eyes of an enemy. Rest assured, when I regain my strength in the future, I'll call a few friends to help you. Teach that jade. Yang Chan reacted quickly, covering his mouth tightly before he could finish. Are you crazy? Do you want to get me killed? She glared at Su Chen, her eyes reddening. Sorry, I misspoke. Su Chen fell silent for a moment and sincerely apologized. Although the Jade Emperor was just a shorthand, thinking of the Jade Emperor while directly calling his name would inevitably attract his attention. At this moment, he didn't know whether the Jade Emperor was still angry or not. But if the Heavenly Court discovered Yang Chan, they would definitely go for a complete extermination to establish the strictness of their laws. Yang Chan slowly relaxed her grip and hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands again. Su Chen watched this, his lips twitching. He suspected she was implying something about him, but he had no evidence. Ahem, Yang Chan, A.O. Rue, who had been watching the drama unfold, came back to her senses and cautiously asked Yang Chan. Upon hearing this, Yang Chan regained her former confidence and said without hesitation, he came to steal treasures. The divine treasure iron from the river of heaven is the measuring device used by Diyu to gauge the depths of rivers and seas. What could be ominous about that? Ao Rue, upon hearing this, fixed her gaze on Su Chen, her eyes gradually becoming dangerous. The Dragon Palace indeed had many treasures, but a con artist like Su Chen was truly rare. Did he really think he could play them for fools? However, I can't be sure of his true identity. Yang Chan hesitated for a moment and added deliberately. Upon hearing this, Ao Rue's expression became clear again. If even Yang Chan couldn't confirm, what if he was genuine? If her father treated him this way, perhaps he really had some ability. Lost in thought, Ao Rue became conflicted again. Yang Chan, what do you think we should do? Since she couldn't figure it out, she naturally tossed the problem to someone else. Ao Rue decisively threw the question back to Yang Chan. Yang Chan pondered for a moment, staring at the composed Su Chen, and coldly said, I'll use thee to plant a mark on him. As long as he dares to deceive you, I'll kill him. Upon hearing this, Su Chen chuckled in disbelief. Dear niece, that mark can only trap a person, it can't kill. Yang Chan shot him a glare and coldly replied, be honest, and if you keep calling me that, do you believe I'll cut off your dragon horn? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, unafraid. If my dear niece likes it, I can give it to you. Shut up. Yang Chan shot him a fierce look, then reluctantly used the in her hand to plant a mark in his palm. Dear niece, this is quite magical, I can sense where you are. Su Chen touched the lotus flower mark, his brows slightly raised. This lotus flower mark was indeed planted in his hand, but its true reliance was in his sea of consciousness. Just in this short moment, his mental strength had actually increased by a minuscule amount. Could it be that this mark could assist him in meditation? You shut up. Yang Chan was both angry and annoyed, her chest rising and falling. The state of mind she had cultivated through so many years of reading was completely ineffective in front of this person. If it weren't for Ao Rue being nearby, she would have really wanted to close the doors and windows tightly and give him a good beating. Hearing this, Su Chen cast her a faint glance and said nothing more. Her heart was in turmoil, and it was clearly impossible to think clearly anymore. She no longer felt any fear of her. Next, he should consider how to extract more information from Aurue. Yang Chan, let's leave first, it's getting late, and I'm afraid of what father might. Aurue, seeing the mark had been planted, looked at Su Chen with a complex expression. After careful thought, she decided to hand Su Chen over to her father to deal with. After all, she and Yang Chan had a grip on his lifeline, so they weren't afraid of him playing tricks. Yang Chan nodded, opened the door, and her face turned pale in an instant, unable to take another step. Father. Following her gaze, Aurue saw the serious expression of Ao Guang, and her delicate face instantly lost all color. She knew her father well. He was a staunch supporter of the heavenly court, always looking up to that figure in the heavenly court. Since he knew Yang Chan's identity, he would undoubtedly report it to the heavenly court. Yang Chan clearly realized this as well, raising the Balian lantern to take action. However, Ao Guang was quicker. With a flick of his hand, a wave of water coiled around her right hand, and with another swift motion, he snatched the Balian lantern from her grasp. By the time she reacted, the Balian lantern was already in Ao Guang's hands. The Balian lantern is indeed a top-tier spiritual treasure, but unfortunately, you are too weak. Ao Guang looked at the Balian lantern with a calm tone. Upon hearing this, a glint of determination flashed in Yang Chan's eyes as she contemplated sacrificing her life to take Ao Guang down with her. Suddenly, a hand reached from behind and pulled her back. She instinctively looked up, only to see the person she had despised the most in her life standing in front of her. Brother Ao Guang, this is my niece's possession. Just tease her a bit, don't let her take it seriously. Otherwise, she might fight you to the death, and her brother could destroy the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas in the future. The voice was calm, with a hint of teasing. But at that moment, even the dullest Aroe could hear the warning embedded in those words. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang stared at Su Chen for a long time, unable to find a flaw, then smiled slightly and returned the Balian lantern to Yang Chan. He then expressed his apologies, saying, I hope for your understanding, I was just a bit too quick. Yang Chan was taken aback. After receiving the Balian lantern and putting it away, she still felt a bit dazed. The Dragon King of the East Sea, in her impression, had always been submissive, doing whatever the heavenly court commanded without any opinion of his own. She had come to the Dragon Palace this time fearing that he would discover her identity. But the scene before her undoubtedly shattered her preconceived notions of the Dragon King of the East Sea. Ruaer, take your friend to play elsewhere. Remember to treat her well. I have important matters to discuss with Lord Ao Fong. Seeing Yang Chan like this, the Dragon King of the East Sea smiled and, after giving Aroe a few instructions, invited Su Chen to another place. Sister Chan, let's go. Seeing Yang Chan still frozen in place, Aroe tugged at her. Sister Rue, I want to thank him in person. Coming back to her senses, Yang Chan looked at Aroe with an extremely serious tone. From that moment on, she suddenly felt that everything Ao Fong had said was true. There was no one else in this world who would dare to openly shield her, a criminal of the heavenly court, in front of the Dragon King. Even that Jade Ding Jinren had taken her and her brother in only because he hoped her brother would inherit his legacy. But this Ao Fong, after she had been so offensive, could still stand up without hesitation to speak for her and reclaim the spiritual treasure. Thinking of this, Yang Chan looked at Aroe, who seemed to want to say something but hesitated, and said, Sister Rue, my judgment might be wrong. What he said is likely true. Ha! Aroe's expression changed drastically, visibly anxious. Don't worry, hasn't the Dragon King already gone to discuss it with him? Seeing her reaction, Yang Chan found it amusing yet felt a twinge of envy. She finally understood why Aroe, being so much older than her, still seemed so immature. With a capable father like the Dragon King of the East Sea, Aroe was well protected and naturally didn't have to live in fear like she did. If my father were here, he wouldn't be any worse than the Dragon King. The memory of her father, who had met a tragic end at the hands of the heavenly court, surged a wave of bitterness in Yang Chan's heart. Accompanying it was a deep-seated hatred. She must take revenge. Even if it meant death, she had to avenge him. Lord Ao Fong, why do you protect her? In the Crystal Palace, Ao Guang sat upright, observing Su Chen, who was calmly sipping tea, with an inscrutable expression in his eyes. Brother Ao Guang, I know you don't want to stir up trouble. Su Chen set down his teacup, savoring the lingering sweetness of the tea, and smiled lightly. But do you really think that the one up there can be truly heartless and ungrateful? Upon hearing this, Ao Guang's eyelids twitched slightly, and he hurriedly said, Your Excellency, be cautious with your words. The Dragon King maintains the order of the heavenly court, so he must set an example. Su Chen looked at Ao Guang, his smile carrying a profound meaning. But if you report it, and the heavenly court ultimately corrects the law, you won't have any issues in the short term. However, if someone from the Dragon Clan makes a mistake, the first one to be punished will be you, the head of the Four Seas Dragon Kings. Ao Guang's eyelids twitched violently as he raised his teacup to signal Su Chen, then drank it all in one gulp. Once his mood settled, Ao Guang said seriously, Thank you for your guidance, Your Excellency. But for a moment, he hadn't thought that far. He was only concerned about the consequences of not reporting if the heavenly court found out, forgetting that the one up there, despite being supreme, had also endured hardships to achieve his status. Being heartless and ungrateful is something even saints struggle to do. How could that one up there manage it? If he really reported it and the heavenly court caught someone, it would be disastrous for the Dragon Clan, and he would become a sinner of the Dragon Clan. As long as you understand, then I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I came here to obtain that divine treasure iron from the river of heaven. If the Dragon King is willing to give it, I will grant Ao Bing a great fortune, allowing him to ascend to the ranks of immortals in the future.
If the Dragon King is unwilling, I won't force it.
As he spoke, Suchen slowly stood up, his demeanor growing
even more composed. That North Ming cold soul, the hospitality of the Yaksha leader, is enough to match the guidance I would give Ao Bing. You and I are clear of any debts. The cause and effect have been resolved. Brother Ao Foam, why do you say that? Ao Guang chuckled in disbelief, raising his teacup in a gesture, then drank it down, as if it were wine. Thud.
Setting down the teacup, Ao Guang's expression turned serious.
Brother Ao Foam, the dragon clan of the world is one family. I already know your
intentions, but that divine treasure iron is no trivial matter. Not to mention others, even I cannot budget an inch.
Hearing this, Suchen smiled and said, Brother Ao Guang, I have my ways. Even if there seems to be no way, he must find a way. Well, since that's the case, Brother Ao Foam, follow me. Ao Guang pondered for a moment, and nodded lightly. That divine treasure iron was a thing of the sea, inherently heavy. He didn't believe Suchen could lift it. After all, such treasures have a spirit, and if one cannot gain its recognition, even if they can lift it, it would be useless. With this in mind, Ao Guang led Suchen out of the crystal palace, stopping in front of an inconspicuous sea cave. Suchen looked around at the empty surroundings and frowned. Brother Ao Guang, such an important thing, don't you have anyone guarding it? No wonder he couldn't find it. In such an unremarkable place, he would never have thought of it. Ha ha, Brother Ao Foam, this divine treasure iron cannot be stolen. Ao Guang smiled confidently, waving his hand, and the deep sea cave transformed into a whirlpool. Please. Ao Guang stepped back half a step, inviting Suchen to go first. Seeing this, Suchen was not polite and stepped into the whirlpool. A passage through the sea, with deep waters on both sides, barely illuminated. As Suchen walked through, his gaze unconsciously turned forward. Not far ahead, a dark golden rod, resembling a pillar of heaven, stood firmly. It looked unremarkable, with its divine light rained in, appearing quite ordinary. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the surrounding seawater was as still as dead water, showing no ripples. As the distance closed, Suchen looked up at it again, and a sense of awe arose in his heart. It was magnificent, he couldn't even see its top. Alfing, my brother, you can give it a try. Ao Guang stood in the back, calm and composed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He wanted to see how Alfing would manage to take the sea-stabilizing divine iron. Upon hearing this, Suchen, undeterred, stepped forward to touch the surface of the rod. A cool sensation rose in his heart as spiritual power flowed from his palm, wrapping around the rod, attempting to lift it. However, no matter how hard he tried, the sea-stabilizing divine iron remained completely still. Ao Guang, witnessing this scene, burst into laughter. Alfing, my brother, I can't lift the sea-stabilizing divine iron either. With your current diminished celestial rank and greatly reduced strength, how could you possibly lift it? Take my advice, I have many divine weapons in my treasury that would definitely suit you. Let this sea-stabilizing divine iron stay here. Hearing this, Suchen replied earnestly, Ao Guang, my brother, if I find a way to take it, you can't go back on your word. The fragments of the great sage's token reacted more and more strongly. He was 80% sure it was related to the sea-stabilizing divine iron. Go back on my word? Hee Alfing, my brother, as long as you can lift it, I will never go back. On my word. Ao Guang stood with his hands behind his back, his smile growing even brighter. This item was forged by Taishan Laojun, and many had coveted it. Yet, after all these years, it remained in the East Sea, which spoke volumes. In his view, Alfing could never take it away. With the assurance, Suchen quietly took out the fragments of the great sage's token and held them in his palm. In an instant, he felt a surge of inspiration, gazing at the sea-stabilizing divine iron, murmuring, if only it could be a little smaller. As soon as he finished speaking, Ao Guang's smile froze on his face, for the sea-stabilizing divine iron before them had clearly shrunk his size. Ao Guang still couldn't believe his eyes. He quickly stepped forward, staring intently at the sea-stabilizing divine iron. Suchen glanced at him and calmly said, smaller. Make it smaller. Buzz. The sea-stabilizing divine iron trembled continuously, shrinking again. Alfing, my brother, what is happening? Ao Guang's face showed shock, his thick brows furrowed. Having guarded it for so long, this was the first time he had witnessed such a phenomenon. I don't know, Ao Guang, my brother, you won't go back on your word, will you? Suchen smiled as he looked at him, asking again. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang's heart skipped a beat, hesitating. Alfing, my brother, it is smaller, but it still can't be used. I have many divine weapons in my treasury, how about I take you to choose? Suchen shook his head with a smile, saying, Ao Guang, my brother, I will take it first. Saying this, he ignored Ao Guang's expression of losing his smile and focused on the sea-stabilizing divine iron. Smaller, even smaller, smaller. Buzz. The sea-stabilizing divine iron kept shrinking until, in Ao Guang's stunned gaze, it transformed into an ordinary stick. What a treasure! Suchen reached out to grasp the middle of the stick, lifting it effortlessly and admiring it closely. Then, Suchen's lips curled up as he gently stroked the rod, saying, I shall name you Rui Jingu Bang.
As soon as he finished speaking, 5 large characters automatically appeared on the rod, radiating dazzling golden light. Aogwon, witnessing this scene, was no longer surprised. He stepped forward to stabilize the turbulent waters that had become restless due to the absence of the divine iron. Then, he looked at Su Chen and said softly, Alfeng, my brother, now that you have this, please don't go around spreading the word or I will be in trouble. This sea-stabilizing divine iron ultimately belonged to that figure from the Duishui Palace, and it had never been taken back, said to be waiting for a fated person. But that figure in the heavens didn't care about any fated person. If they found out the sea-stabilizing divine iron had been taken, the underwater monsters would have a chance to escape, and his position as the Dragon King of the East Sea would be in jeopardy. Aogwon, my brother, rest assured, I won't tell anyone. Now, let's go check out the treasury. After putting away the Rui Jingu Bang, Su Chen felt refreshed and turned his attention to the treasury. Since he was already here, he couldn't just take the Rui Jingu Bang. He needed to gather the great sage's set of equipment and also collect some gear for his character card. No one should suffer, especially not himself. Well, Alfeng, my brother, I still need to handle things. Here, it won't do if something goes wrong. How about another day? Aogwang suppressed the disturbances at the sight of the Dinghai God Pearl, forcing out a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled slightly and said, what's so difficult about that? As he spoke, Su Chen took out a card and tossed it over. The card transformed into spiritual light, coalescing into the Jinyuan halberd, which slowly pressed down. Whoosh! The Jinyuan halberd fell into the pitch-black abyss, and in less than a moment, the seawater in this area returned to calm. Before Aogwon could feel pleased, Su Chen's words left him frozen in place. Brother Aogwon, let's head to the treasury first, and you can come back to suppress it later. Aogwang remained silent for a while, then nodded with difficulty. He understood now, his fellow clansmen would not give up without some benefits. Seeing this, Su Chen patted Aogwang's shoulder and said enthusiastically, Brother Aogwang, the more gifts there are, the greater the karma. How should I repay you in the future? Hearing this, Aogwang regained some spirit and said seriously, as long as you help my brother Bing ascend to the celestial ranks and allow our dragon clan to prosper, that would be the greatest repayment. Su Chen nodded earnestly. I will. After the two left, the place fell into silence. Not long after, a thought swept through the area. Strange, who took it away? Forget it, wait for the Dragon King to report. In the Dragon Palace treasury, divine weapons piled up like mountains, and the equipment sets were dazzling. Su Chen looked at all this, and beneath his seemingly calm expression, waves were already surging. The Dragon Palace was a good place. He would have to come often in the future. Brother Aophone, pick whatever you like, I'll wait for you outside. Glancing at his own treasury, Aogwang couldn't bear to look any longer and just wanted to go outside and be quiet. Wait a moment, Brother Aogwang, I have a few pieces of equipment that I need your help to gather. Su Chen quickly stopped Aogwang, and in response to his surprised gaze, he recited a list of equipment names like a treasured family heirloom. Phoenix wing purple gold crown, locking, golden armor, lotus silk cloud shoes, just these 3. Aogwang's mouth twitched, and he said faintly, Brother Aophone, I don't have those here. These 3 pieces of equipment sounded familiar to him. However, they were all part of his brother's collections. How did Aophone find out about them? Brother Aogwang, I still have 3 older brothers, right? You can ask them to help gather. Su Chen replied with a smile, his tone becoming a bit more serious. Brother Aophone, as long as you help gather them, I guarantee that my nephew Ao Bing will not only ascend to the celestial ranks, but our dragon clan will also prosper and be at peace. Upon hearing this, Aogwang nodded lightly. All right. If a few treasures could bring about such results, he would gladly agree. Okay, thank you. Su Chen clasped his hands in a bow and then walked among the many treasures, carefully sensing. Seeing this, Aogwang no longer hesitated, stepped out of the treasury and used a sound-transmitting conch to notify his 3 younger brothers. This is too slow. In the treasury, after glancing at the countless treasures, Su Chen simply threw out all the character cards. As the surface of the character cards overflowed with spiritual light, many treasures responded from the pile. Su Chen immediately began to select, and in less than half an hour he had gathered 4 sets of equipment with different attributes. Raging Sea Tsunami set, 9 stars. Sunfire Fury set, 9 stars. Northern Abyss Cold set, 9 stars. Endless Life set, 9 stars. Looking at the 4 sets he had chosen, Su Chen could no longer suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. As expected of the Dragon Palace, these sets would be enough for him to use until the mid-game. Moreover, the set effects were quite impressive, providing a 45% attribute boost. The only regret is that I haven't found a weapon for the Azure Dragon. Life attributes are too rare. Glancing at the treasury, Su Chen felt a bit disappointed. He estimated that life attribute weapons would likely be more abundant in the realm where the elves resided. However, since the Azure Dragon card was a healing-type character card, not having a weapon for the time being wouldn't affect him much. Contentment brings happiness. I should come often in the future. Reluctantly bidding farewell to the treasury, Su Chen took the 4 sets of equipment and went out. Have you chosen? Guang, who had been waiting outside, was slightly surprised to see that Su Chen had chosen all sets. Although he felt a bit pained, he maintained a calm expression. No matter what, it was a stroke of luck that his most valued treasure was not coveted.
Brother Ao Guang, do you have any more of the mermaid pearls? Suddenly, recalling the previous promise, Su Chen hurriedly added.
Li Qianying had no sense of the situation and often interrupted his world with Qingying. If he could use the pearls
to silence her, that would be the best outcome.
We're out. Ao Guang paused for a moment, then shook his head.
In the East Sea, it has been a long time since I've seen their traces.
Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a bit regretful but could only let it go.
If there were none here, he would look for them in the Great Wilderness later.
As far as he knew, the mermaid clan in the Great Wilderness was a true large clan. It was impossible for them not to have mermaid pearls.
For those 3 treasures, you will
need to wait half a day. You can stroll around the Dragon Palace in the meantime. After explaining, Ao Guang hurriedly took his leave, bringing some people to suppress the
sea cave. Not long after, a shrimp soldier delivered a card transformed from the Jinyuan halberd. Just as Su Chen was putting it away, he suddenly heard Ao Rui's voice behind him. Your Excellency, I have something to say to you. Su Chen turned around, looking at the inseparable duo, raised an eyebrow and said, let's go. The 3 of them remained silent as they entered Ao Rui's palace.
Yang Chan bowed slightly to him and whispered, Your Excellency, I was rude earlier, please forgive me.
Su Chen clasped his hands behind his back and nodded slightly.
It's just a small matter, there's no need to take it to heart. Yang Chan replied and stepped aside, looking elsewhere.
Suddenly falling silent. Next to her, Ao Rui, noticing the joy that Su Chen couldn't hide, asked suspiciously, have you already succeeded? Princess Ao Rui, some things shouldn't be said casually, do you understand?
Su Chen reined in his expression and warned with a stern face. His identity couldn't withstand scrutiny, he could fool the Dragon King because the Dragon King was a competent ruler with an ambitious heart. Taking away the sea-stabilizing needle would definitely be hard to conceal, but that one from the Doshui Palace usually didn't meddle in others' affairs. As long as the Dragon King didn't bring it up, that one from Doshui Palace likely wouldn't mention it in front of the Jade Emperor either. But if this matter reached the Jade Emperor's ears through someone else, and the Jade Emperor asked that one, then the Dragon King would surely suffer. If he were still here, his fate wouldn't be much better.
Understood.
Ao Rui mumbled, feeling a bit wronged. She had only mentioned it, did she not know to keep
it a secret?
Seeing her good attitude, Su Chen nodded and turned to Yang Chan, his expression becoming serious.
Next time, don't be reckless. You can only use the lotus lantern when you have control over it, understand? He could guarantee that if he weren't here and Ao Guang discovered her identity, she would definitely be a snitch to the heavenly court. An ambitious Dragon King wouldn't miss such an opportunity.
As for whether the Jade Emperor would intentionally retaliate against the Dragon Clan afterward,
he didn't know.
But he knew that once Yang Chan was caught, it would ultimately lead to her being punished in front of the multitude of gods and Buddhas, as she, like Yang Jian, was born of both immortals and mortals, trampling on the laws of the heavenly court.
Senior, I want to take you to meet my brother to thank you for saving my life.
Yang Chan nodded gently, her eyes fixed on Su Chen, her tone very serious.
I don't have time right now, I'll visit you when I have the chance. Su Chen shook his
head, decisively refusing. What a joke, there was still the low-key Jade Dingjinwen over there.
This Jade Dingjinwen seemed unassuming, but to be able to teach Yang Jian, what kind of person could that be? If he went over, he would definitely expose himself. By then, Yang Jian, who was protective of his sister, would surely have a lot to say about him. Really? Yang Chan took his casual remark seriously, staring intently into his eyes. Su Chen shifted his gaze elsewhere, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Once he was ready, it wouldn't be impossible to visit. The spells and divine abilities in this market realm could be made into skill cards. Those 8 or 9 profound skills, he considered as good as in his pocket. Without the support of these abnormal spells and divine abilities, how could he tackle the challenges in the Great Sage's various challenge instances? After all, the mythical character cards were merely the threshold for the challenges. Well, senior, I'll wait for you. Hearing his response, Yang Chan nodded.
Seriously, her heart filled with anticipation. It seems that father completely trusts him. Standing at the palace door, watching Su Chen leave, Ao Rui was lost in thought.
Father trusts him so much, and he is of the same clan. Could it really be like that? Princess Ao Rui, I should be heading back. Yang Chan watched Su Chen depart, turned
her head to look at Ao Rui, and smiled slightly. She had gained quite a bit from this outing.
Ah, so soon? Stay and play with me a little longer, I'm so bored alone. Ao Rui grabbed Yang Chan's hand and shook it incessantly, with a chuckle.
Seeing her like this, Yang Chan couldn't help but smile.
In that fleeting moment, Ao Rui was left in a daze. After a long while, Ao Rui murmured, Sister is really beautiful, but you seem to be smiling more? Yang Chan immediately composed herself, cleared her throat, and said, I just think that when going out to play, one should be happy. Yes, one should be happy. Ao Rui hugged her arm, her smile bright. Stay and play with me for 2 more
days. Hearing this, Yang Chan inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Alright, then let's play for 2 more days. Half a day later, in the Crystal Palace. Elder brother, you called us over just to deliver this treasure? The South Sea Dragon King Ao Chin had just sat down, took a sip of tea, and spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. He wouldn't even mention the matter of demanding treasures. It was clear that they could have sent someone, yet he insisted they come in person. Wasn't that just looking for trouble? The West Sea Dragon King Ao Run glanced at the composed Ao Guang and whispered, since elder brother wants us to do this, he must have his reasons. Reasons? I think elder brother has been deceived by that clan member who popped up from who knows where. The North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun, sitting to the side, immediately retorted. This elder brother of his really didn't consider their feelings. With the calamity approaching, their outings could be counted on one hand. Yet, because of his one idea, all 3 of them had to make the trip in person. You 3 brothers have worked hard. Elder brother's considerations may indeed be lacking, but that brother Ao Fong is truly remarkable. I must let you meet him. Seeing that 2 of his 3 brothers were resentful, Ao Guang had to first appease them before revealing his purpose. Then elder brother, where is he? Ao Chin put down his teacup and asked in return. They had already come, yet this Ao Fong still hadn't arrived. What a big show of arrogance. Just as Ao Guang was about to respond, a clear voice came from outside the hall. Thank you for your patience, Dragon Kings. I was just observing the heavenly secrets and forgot to welcome you. Before the words fell, a handsome young man in a blue long robe stepped into the hall under the gaze of Ao Chin and the others. After a brief assessment, the 3 of them were secretly astonished. This young man, though of low realm, had pure blood and a natural demeanor, truly possessing the air of a transcendent being. I am Ao Fong. Honored to meet South Sea Dragon King Ao Chin, West Sea Dragon King Ao Run, and North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun. Taking advantage of the 3's moment of appraisal, Su Chen smiled and called out their names one by one. Seeing Su Chen accurately recognize his 3 younger brothers, Ao Guang's heart trembled slightly. His 3 younger brothers were also using their incarnations from the mortal realm. This Ao Fong truly had some skill. Elder brother, this West Sea Dragon King Ao Run looked at Ao Guang, unable to hide his surprise. How did this Ao Fong recognize them? I never said that. It was Ao Fong himself who recognized you. Seeing all 3 younger brothers looking over, Ao Guang smiled and replied, unconsciously straightening his back. The more extraordinary Ao Fong was, the more it proved his good judgment. The 3 Dragon Kings need not be surprised. I possess the ability to observe appearances, and I can generally know those I meet. Seeing the 3 stunned, Su Chen appeared calm on the surface, but inside he found it amusing. If he could forget these appearances, he wouldn't need to create cards. Oh, may I ask where brother Ao Fong hails from? Who is your master? How do you possess such abilities? South Sea Dragon King Ao Chin squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Su Chen. That he suspected that Ao Guang had deliberately informed Su Chen of their humanoid forms to make them take it seriously. Otherwise, how could an outsider distinguish the 3 of them at a glance? Hearing Ao Chin's question, Su Chen smiled mysteriously, sat down leisurely, and took a sip of tea. Then, meeting the gazes of the 4, he casually said, Are you asking about the former me or the current me, 3 Dragon Kings? Ao Chin and the others exchanged glances, and finally, the Dragon King of the North Sea, Ao Shun, stepped forward and asked, We want to know about both the former you and the current you. You are not worthy to know about the former me. As for the current me, not long ago, I was the Dragon King of the East River in another realm. Due to a plot by enemies, my celestial rank fell, and I ended up in this state. As he spoke, Su Chen stood up with his hands behind his back, looking outside the hall, his voice resonant. I hold the power of life and creation, can observe the heavenly secrets, and know that this place can help me soar like a dragon in the sky. Upon hearing this, Ao Chin waved his hand to block the outside, coldly saying, Do you know who forged the divine treasure iron of the heavenly river? Do you know the cause and effect? Within, Su Chen smiled gently, turned to look at Ao Chin, his tone indifferent. That person from the Doshui Palace. As he spoke, without waiting for the 4 to react, Su Chen stepped closer to Ao Chin, his gaze sharp. South Sea Dragon King, are you planning to report this to the heavenly court? Ao Chin suppressed a strange sense of fear that arose in his heart, stepping back a few paces and saying, If you don't report it, and the heavenly court holds you accountable, what will you do about your elder brother? Tap. Su Chen halted his steps, smiling indifferently. The heavenly court's attention has long been drawn by the calamity. If you don't speak, who would care about this trivial matter? Reaching out to pat Ao Chin's shoulder, Su Chen smiled ambiguously. Ao Chin, you don't really think the heavenly court sees you as important figures, do you? How pitiful, how majestic was the Dragon Clan back then? How did it come to this with you all, so pathetic? As these words fell, the expressions of the 4, including Ao Guang, changed. The glory of their ancestors and the harsh reality collided, and the wounds formed by this clash were exposed by Su Chen, becoming increasingly painful. Enough, I don't want to waste words with you, I just want to tell you one principle. Su Chen turned around, facing away from the 4, pointing one hand to the sky. If you Want them to take you seriously. Being humble and accommodating won't work. We must become strong ourselves.
Otherwise, even if you are ranked among the immortals, you are no different from the four of you, just minor characters. As he spoke, Su Chen turned back, looking at the four who were shaken, the corners of his mouth lifting. If you are not strong enough, you must expand your connections, make friends who are grateful and willing to help, and secretly support promising juniors from various sections. I have two candidates here. As long as you befriend these two, in the future, even that one in the sky will have no way to deal with you. So, what do you think? Do you want to hear my rebellious words? Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and the others exchanged glances, and then Ao Guang stepped forward, leading the three in a respectful bow. We hope Lord Ao Feng can guide us. Su Chen stepped forward, helping Ao Guang up, smiling slightly. Brother Ao Guang, you won't regret it. Princess Ao Rui, the Dragon King asks you to bring your friends over. He is waiting for you in the Crystal Palace. The voice of the clam girl came from outside the Coral Palace. Got it, you can go first. Ao Rui's reply came from within the hall, and upon hearing this, the clam girl quietly left. Why is father looking for us at this time? What could it be? Not long after, Ao Rui led Yang Chan out of the Coral Palace, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Yang Chan bit her lip and forced a smile, saying, no matter what, Princess Ao Rui, let's go take a look first. She was a sinner, and the Dragon Palace was under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court. Because of Ao Feng, Dragon King Ao Guang could conceal it, but to avoid future troubles, how could he let his children become close friends with a sinner? Thinking this way, Yang Chan's expression was somewhat grim. On one hand, her brothers' cultivation needed resources, on the other hand, she didn't want to lose Ao Rui as a friend. However, the world is unpredictable, and fate always toys with her. For Ao Rui's sake, she had to agree to the Dragon King's request. I'm coming now. In front of the Crystal Palace, Ao Guang was pacing when he spotted Ao Rui and Yang Chan, a smile spreading across his face. I have seen the Father King. I have seen the Dragon King. Ao Rui and Yang Chan both bowed, surprised by the evident joy on Ao Guang's face. Come in, I have something to discuss with you. Noticing Yang Chan's politeness, Ao Guang nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, Yang Chan and Ao Rui stepped into the hall, only to discover that three other individuals were seated inside. I have seen the three uncles. Seeing the three Dragon Kings in the hall, Ao Rui was momentarily taken aback, then quickly revealed their identities to Yang Chan. I have seen the three Dragon Kings. Yang Chan, being quite clever, immediately bowed, though confusion stirred within her. What could be so important that all four Dragon Kings had gathered? Ahem, Yang Chan, since you are friends with Xiao Rui, I will take the liberty of calling you my niece. It is like this. After guidance from Lord Ao Feng, we have decided to assist the beloved disciple of the Jade Ding real person, and we hope you can help facilitate this. Ao Guang cleared his throat lightly, somewhat awkwardly stating his purpose. As soon as these words fell, Ao Rui stood frozen in place, while Yang Chan felt as if she had been struck by surprise. Yet she still couldn't believe it. Looking at the four Dragon Kings, she bit her lip and asked, is this really true? She was used to the cold stares of immortals, and the only kindness she had ever seen was from the Jade Ding real person's shelter. From the moment she became aware, she understood that everything had to rely on herself and her brother. In times of danger, even the Jade Ding real person might not be reliable given the growing power of the Heavenly Court. Is there any doubt? Ao Guang and the others exchanged smiles. Since Yang Jian was the disciple of the Jade Ding real person, his background was already extraordinary. They secretly supported him, doing a great favor, and they weren't worried about Yang Jian not repaying them in the future. After all, he was the nephew of that figure in the heavens, and once he truly made a name for himself, he would likely be recruited. The disciple of the Jade Ding real person from the Chan teaching, the emperor's nephew, this background alone could overshadow many. Great! I will thank you all on behalf of my brother. Yang Chan observed the expressions of the four and, with no more reservations, bowed sincerely. Well, this matter of assistance will be entrusted to Xiao Rui. You two go have fun. Ao Guang nodded gently, smiling as he watched the two leave. Just as Yang Chan stepped out of the palace, as if recalling something, she hurriedly turned around and asked, Senior Ao Guang, what about Lord Ao Feng? Ao Guang was momentarily taken aback, then calmly replied, Lord Ao Feng has already left. I don't know when he will return next. Senior Ao Guang, if he comes back, please ask Princess Ao Rui to inform me. I want to thank my brother in person. Yang Chan bit her lip, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. I will. Ao Guang nodded, but his thoughts drifted to his son. That matter with Neza will have to be left to Binger. On Boundless Island, in the center of the square, the atmosphere was subtle. The kings of the water tribe looked at the gifts placed before them, their expressions filled with surprise. This Su Chen, after visiting the Dragon Palace, actually brought gifts for them all? Everyone, these specialties from the Dragon Palace are just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't find them lacking. After distributing the gifts he had brought, Su Chen beamed and cupped his hands in greeting. Ha ha, how could that be? I really like this gift. The octopus-headed elder chuckled as he stroked the spirit jade. Young friend Su Chen is very thoughtful.
The Sanlong King played with the jade pearl, a rare smile appearing on his face. This gift is all about the thought behind it. Young friend Su Chen thought of us even while visiting the Dragon Palace, which shows his sincerity. The fierce Shark King held a jade knife, a smile breaking through his usually indifferent expression. For a moment, everyone present began to praise him. Only the Mermaid King wore a stern face, clearly displeased. He suspected that this Su Chen was doing it on purpose. Everyone else had received gifts, yet he had none.
Well, human, what about Father King's gift?
Li Qianying, who could no longer contain herself, immediately called out when she saw that her desired gift was missing. As soon as she spoke, the others turned to look at the Mermaid King.
I have put it away.
Taking out a piece of jade casually, the Merfolk King felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was the leader of his clan, yet he had to stoop to please a human. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to do so. Father, Li Qianying wanted to say more, but the Merfolk King raised his hand casually, silencing her.
My daughter is mischievous and doesn't understand the rules, he
said lightly, turning his gaze to Feng Lin behind Su Chen.
Your Highness, shall we consider this matter concluded? Feng Lin glanced at the returning Su Chen, nodded gently. In response to the crowd's gaze, since the beast in the wasteland has been dealt with, we can consider it over. If there are any further matters, I will have someone inform you.
The Merfolk King nodded, his gaze shifting to the Sanlong King, and he fell silent. Noticing his gaze, the Sanlong King spoke loudly, in that case, let's hold a banquet
tomorrow to celebrate the conclusion of this matter.
Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Su Chen bid farewell to Li Qianying and found an excuse to return to his temporary residence. As soon as he entered the room, he took out the hot unknown wasteland token, his brows furrowing tightly. He still felt wary of this
token that had fallen from the sky of the wasteland. Why not give it a try? Looking at the flickering flames drawn on the token, Su Chen's caution was suppressed by curiosity about the unknown. Recalling his actions in the wasteland, he vaguely guessed who this wasteland token was related to. Coupled with the flame patterns resembling a child's doodles, his speculation gained further basis. Just a quick look and I'll be out. After making up his mind, Su Chen's expression became calm as he activated the wasteland token. In an instant, a beam of light shot out from the token, forming a door. With a sense of anticipation, Su Chen stepped inside. Just as he crossed the threshold of the wasteland door, a childish voice rang in his ears. Who are you? Why are you in my room? Are you trying to steal my treasures? A small figure with a childish face, dressed in bright red clothes and sporting a skyward braid. These vivid features instantly awakened Su Chen's memories. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Seeing the stranger who barged into his room completely ignore him, Neza glanced at the gold brick on the table, then glared fiercely at Su Chen. Ha, I don't want your treasure, I have more fun. Treasures. Su Chen glanced at the gold brick, then reached into the air with his right hand, a shiny card landing between his fingers. What is this? A magic trick? Staring at the exquisite image on the card and then at the shabby gold brick on the table, Neza's curiosity was completely captivated by the card. This is a spirit card, a very rare treasure. Su Chen twirled the card skillfully, smiling. After all, he was a child at heart, and he quickly forgot that Su Chen was a stranger who had suddenly intruded into his home. Very rare? Neza's eyes lit up, then he grabbed the gold brick from the table, pouting, your treasure isn't as good as mine is big and shiny. Hearing this, Su Zhe flicked his fingers, and the spirit card scattered into light, forming a flashy husky. The husky that appeared in the room howled at the sky. This? How did you make that? Neza put down the gold brick and circled around the husky, which was taller than him, his eyes filled with surprise. The husky, hearing this, stared at Neza with wise eyes. That's a secret, I can't tell you. Watching the scene, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. Alright, I should be going now. Going? Where to? Neza, who was examining the husky, suddenly perked up. He stared intently at Su Chen, afraid that he would disappear from his sight. I accidentally intruded and got the teleportation wrong, so of course, I have to leave. Seeing Neza take the bait, Su Chen put away the husky, playing with the card, and suspiciously asked, You're not eyeing my treasure, are you? Nonsense. How could I possibly want your treasure? Neza grabbed the gold brick from the table and waved it in front of Su Chen, boasting, See, my treasure is better than yours. Su Chen looked at the gold brick seriously for a few moments, then nodded. Your treasure is also quite rare, but unfortunately, it's not as fun as mine. Hearing this, Neza was immediately silenced. He glanced at the card in Su Chen's hand, then at the gold brick in his own, and the more he looked, the more displeased he felt. After thinking for a long time, he looked at Su Chen with anticipation, his face flushed, and said, Would you be willing to swap with me? I'll play for just 7 days, then we can switch back. Su Chen shook his head and calmly replied, This treasure of mine is not for strangers, it can only be played with by good friends. Isn't that simple? I'll consider you my good friend, then you can let me play. Neza answered without hesitation, his eyes never leaving the card. Well, being my good friend is quite difficult, can you manage that? Stop looking down on people. With someone like you, I can take on many
Hearing Su Chen's provoking words, Neza clenched his fists and put on a show of strength. Seeing this, Su Chen sighed and shook his head. No, you can't be my good friend. Why not? Neza's momentum instantly deflated, looking at him in confusion. To be my good friend, one doesn't necessarily have to be strong, but they must be able to distinguish right from wrong. I'm being serious in discussing this with you, yet you want to fight me. I think you're not suitable to be my good friend, Su Chen said earnestly, putting away the card and pretending to leave. Wait, can't I just change? Neza's figure flashed, blocking Su Chen's path, looking up at him. As long as you let me play, I can change anything. Oh, should I trust you then? Su Chen slowly bent down to meet Neza's gaze. I keep my word. Seeing Su Chen's action, Neza's expression softened considerably. At that moment, he truly felt that this stranger was indeed different from those adults. His master and mother were naturally good to him, but they always treated him like a child, which he didn't quite like. Alright, I'll trust you this once. Su Chen smiled slightly and solemnly extended his hand. Hello, I'm Su Chen, also known as Ao Feng. Neza was taken aback for a moment, then imitated Su Chen and extended his hand, placing it in Su Chen's. I'm Neza. Why do you have two names? Su Chen smiled mysteriously, took out the summoning card from earlier, and handed it to Neza. Because I like it. Because I like it? Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Neza took the card, repeating the phrase, his eyes shining. Ahem, Neza, if you want to play, you need to finish your homework every day first. If you perform well, I have even more fun spirit cards. Su Chen stood up, taking out a stack of spirit cards, his smile radiant. But if you don't perform well, I will revoke your good friend status. Upon hearing this, Neza stared at the spirit cards in his hand, nodding blankly. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden, urgent knocking on the door interrupted them, and before the two could react, a tall man burst in, wielding a golden whip. You wretched spawn! You dare to kill in secret! Today, I must. The voice abruptly stopped as Li Jing looked at the dragon-horned youth in the room, his expression uncertain. Sir, are you also here to deal with this wretched spawn? Hearing this, Su Chen frowned, glancing at Neza. He found that the latter's joy over the card had vanished without a trace, and Su Chen sighed inwardly. Neza was indeed mischievous at this moment. But Li Jing, as a father, had not fulfilled his responsibilities. With this thought, Su Chen shook his head slightly and said loudly, Neza is my friend, General Li. Is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? That Skeleton Mountain's Lady Shurji has come to seek justice. As soon as the matter was mentioned, Li Jing's anger flared, raising the golden whip and glaring at Neza. This wretched spawn, he shot and killed Lady Shurji's Biyun boy. Seeing this, Su Chen stood between the father and son, calmly saying, Neza, I know you're responsible. Was that arrow intentional? Neza pressed his lips together and replied flatly, No, I was just testing the arrow. Who knew it would? You see, generally, Neza didn't do it on purpose. He was just playing around and accidentally shot that thunder arrow. Su Chen directly interrupted Neza, calmly explaining. To Li Jing, the raised golden whip slowly lowered, and Li Jing's expression turned slightly cold. Your Excellency, the cloud boy sent by the Skeleton Mountain's Lady Stone is waiting outside. If I don't provide an explanation, what will happen then? Su Chen calmly interrupted, his imposing aura undeniable. Generally, do you think beating him up will bring back that vibrant life? Or do you think, generally, that you bear no responsibility at all? Li Jing was caught off guard by the question, momentarily speechless. Enough, generally, go and entertain them. I will bring Neza and join you shortly. Su Chen stated directly, not giving Li Jing time to think. By the time Li Jing regained his senses, he realized he was already outside the door. After staring at the door for a moment, he could only put away the golden whip and walk out. Inside the room, Su Chen glanced at the downcast Neza and said calmly, Tai Jinren, I know you are here. Ah! A long sigh echoed in his ears. Su Chen felt a blur before a slightly plump Taoist appeared in the room. The Taoist had a kind expression, twirling a whisk, exuding a hint of an otherworldly aura. Master! Upon seeing the Taoist, Neza weakly called out, You child, how did you get into trouble again? Tai muttered in front of Su Chen, but his eyes only showed helplessness. The calamity was approaching, and the heavenly secrets were in disarray. Neza's trouble had a portion of heavenly will behind it. This he could do nothing about. Tai Jinren, this is not the time to blame anyone. Shouldn't we find a way to remedy the situation? Su Chen's gaze was piercing as he stared at Tai Jinren. Neza's trouble meant that Li Jing had to bear the responsibility, and Tai, as the master, also had a share of the blame. Hearing this, Tai turned away, closing his eyes and saying, Alfing, my young friend, I understand your meaning, but some things cannot be changed. It can be changed, Tai Jinren. As long as you help, this cloud boy can be saved. Su Chen glanced at the confused Neza, arguing his case. Upon hearing this, Tai did not respond but looked at Neza, comforting him, Disciple, leave this matter to your master, just listen to your friend. Seeing this, Su Chen said lightly, Jinren wants to silence him, right? Has Jinren considered who will bear the blame in the end?
What will Li Jing's attitude be? Tai's expression darkened as he turned to look at Su Chen. Alfeng, are you saying you want to bear this karma? Seeing Su Chen silent, Tai's expression became solemn. Do you know the weight of this karma and retribution? Su Chen listened to this, staring at Tai for a while before smiling and saying, I want to give it a try. His karma and retribution were already impossible to offset. From the moment he guided Ao Bing to avoid the calamity, all his subsequent experiences had been accumulating karma. Guiding the declining dragon clan, plotting to obtain the sea-stabilizing needle, and now getting involved in this incident, it was already impossible to extricate himself. But if he were afraid of this karma, he would have just stood by and watched Ao Bing die from the start. The reason he did so much was merely for the recognition of that great sage's token. Because he wanted to do it, he did it. As for the karma and retribution, he would deal with it later when he caused a ruckus in the heavenly court. Good. This is what you said. Upon hearing Su Chen's agreement, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Tai's eyes. He had been waiting for this very sentence from Su Chen. Indeed, I said it. Su Chen replied calmly, his tone indifferent. What is there to fear about mere karma? With many debts, he had already taken the sea-stabilizing needle, and he was determined to cause a stir in the heavenly court. Well, in that case, I will accept the Dragon Clan's goodwill on behalf of Neza. I will help you with Brother Yuding. Tai Zhenren nodded slightly, revealing Su Chen's plans in the Dragon Palace. Hearing this, Su Chen showed no surprise, bowing in respect. He could now basically confirm that the one spying in the Dragon Palace was the Tai before him. Alfeng, let's go and save that boy, lest Lady Stone entangle us further. Tai Zhenren waved his whisk, his brow slightly furrowed. If it weren't for Neza, he would have definitely used the 9-dragon divine fire to confront Lady Stone, knowing it was a deadly calamity. He still had to come over, and now it was causing him trouble. Neza, follow me. Seeing Neza remain silent throughout, Su Chen reminded him and then headed to the reception hall with Tai Zhenren. Just as they stepped out of the courtyard, the three heard voices arguing. Generally, I don't want to hear you covering for him. My lady said Neza must go over and explain in person. The soft, childlike voice carried an unusual calmness. Kaiyun Xiantong, although my rebellious son has made mistakes, it was unintentional. In that case, go back and tell Lady Shurji that Li Jing will discipline his rebellious son, and please ask her to be lenient. Whatever compensation she wants, just say it. As long as Li Jing can do it, he will definitely take the blame for that rebellious son. Li Jing's voice carried a hint of flattery, following closely behind. Tai Zhenren glanced at Su Chen out of the corner of his eye, secretly astonished. This person truly could avert disasters. He had tried for so long without getting Li Jing to let go of his prejudices. Yet, with just a few words from Su Chen, Li Jing's attitude had changed so drastically, which was quite telling. General Li, do you know that one must pay with their life for murder? Just as the calm childlike voice spoke, Su Chen felt a gust of wind rush past him, and Neza ran forward. He was about to call Tai Zhenren to control Neza, but the youthful voice left him frozen in place. One person does the deed, one person takes the blame. That child was shot by me. Why are you forcing him? Isn't it just a life for a life? You tell your lady to come over, and I, Neza, will repay her with a life. The scene fell silent immediately. Kaiyun Tonzi, seeing Neza so small yet so responsible, was momentarily at a loss for words. Li Jing looked at Neza, the sound of Su Chen's questioning echoing in his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. Kaiyun Xiantong, right? Go back and tell your lady that I and Tai Zhenren will lead Neza to apologize shortly. You can return to report. Su Chen stepped forward, breaking the silence. Upon hearing this, Kaiyun Tongzi turned around, looking at the unfamiliar Su Chen, then glancing at the inscrutable Tai, stammering, okay, both of you, Zhenren. After saying that, Kaiyun Tongzi took off like a shot, fearing that if the two disagreed, she would be left behind. Zhenren, Your Excellency, alas, Neza has troubled you. Li Jing sighed, his face showing difficulty. This matter will be handled by me and my young friend Alfeng, so General Li need not go. Tai Zhenren nodded slightly, his attitude appearing somewhat indifferent. Upon hearing this, Li Jing glanced at the downcast Neza, shook his head slightly, and said seriously, Zhenren, I also have faults in this matter. If it weren't for my negligence and discipline, how could Neza have caused such a great disaster? As he spoke, Li Jing looked at Su Chen, feeling ashamed, and added, if it weren't for your reminder, I would still be angry and ruin things. Before Su Chen and Tai could respond, Neza turned around, his shoulders slightly trembling. I also have faults in this matter. Hearing Li Jing say this, Tai also showed a look of shame, pretending to reflect. Su Chen looked elsewhere, suppressing the urge to expose Tai's lie, because he knew that Neza was very receptive to this kind of thing. The more indifferent one appeared, the more they craved it inside. According to the original development, how much did a child who wanted to make a belt for his father by peeling dragon tendons desire recognition? Enough. It's all my fault. You are all innocent. I will repay with my life.
Neza suddenly wiped his eyes, summoned the wind fire wheels, and rushed towards the direction where Kaiyun Tonzi had left like a shooting star. Seeing this, Tai Jinren waved his dust, bringing Su Chen and Li Jing along to quickly pursue. This is going too far. This kid is acting up again. I should have known not to give him the wind fire wheels. While chasing, Tai Jinren muttered, but there was worry hidden in his eyes. Was this calamity still unavoidable? Roar! A high-pitched dragon's roar suddenly came from ahead. Tai's expression tightened, maintaining maximum speed as he led Su Chen and Li Jing to catch up. In the distance, the three saw Neza, standing on the wind fire wheels, being blocked by someone. This person had a tall stature and extraordinary demeanor, with two horns on their head, revealing their identity. It was Ao Bing, who had met Su Chen once before. Oh, you little rascal, why are you running? Tai lightly waved his whisk, binding Neza, his breath slightly disordered. I have met with Tai Jinren, General Li, and Lord Ao Foam, you have come as well. Upon seeing the three, Ao Bing earnestly bowed. I must thank you for stopping this child, otherwise, it would have been a big trouble. Tai Jinren nodded slightly, his gaze towards Ao Bing becoming increasingly favorable. You jest, Jinren. Neza is exceptionally talented, just a bit mischievous, he won't cause any trouble. Ao Bing glanced at the silent Neza, smiling humbly. Where are you headed? Tai Jinren, noticing he wasn't going towards the Jiuwan River, asked curiously. To the source of the Jiuwan River. I heard that 3 vicious flood dragons have come, wreaking havoc on the villages. As a junior, it is my duty to go suppress them. Please allow me to take my leave first, and I will return to speak with the elders afterward. After saying this, Ao Bing bowed again and hurriedly left. Seeing this, Tai pulled Neza along, taking Su Chen and Li Jing towards Skull Mountain. 3 vicious flood dragons. Su Chen glanced in the direction Ao Bing had left, deep in thought. If he guessed correctly, these 3 flood dragons would transform into Yang Jian's weapon, the 3-edged two-bladed spear. If that were the case, Ao Bing would most likely not be able to capture these flood dragons. We've arrived. While Su Chen was pondering, the group had already reached their destination. Below, the mountains were pitch black, faintly outlining the shape of a skull. The mountain had many wind tunnels, and chaotic winds howled through the caves, sounding like ghostly wails and wolf howls, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Tai Jinren, seeing this, lightly waved his whisk and called out, Lady Shiji, Tai has arrived, why not come out to meet me? His voice was clear and echoed through the mountains, startling many birds in the forest. However, no one appeared. The deathly silence caused Tai's expression to change slightly. He led the 3 down, heading straight for a cave. As they entered, a strong smell of blood assaulted them. Tai involuntarily quickened his pace. Su Chen followed closely, his expression growing more serious. The scene that followed was as he expected. The stone hall inside the cave was in disarray, and the returning Kaiyun Tonzi lay in a pool of blood, eyes wide open in death. Not far from her, the stone essence, which had been radiating spiritual light, was shattered into pieces, completely unrecognizable. After inspecting, Tai furrowed his brow and shook his head at Su Chen. There's no saving her, her soul has scattered. The one who did this had no intention of letting her live. Li Jing looked at this scene, horrified. Jinren, someone has framed us. Lady Shiji was a disciple of thee, and to die so inexplicably would surely be blamed on them in the end. There's nothing we can do, the heavenly secrets are unclear. We entered here and became tainted by their aura. No one will believe us. Tai Jinren sighed, lightly waving his whisk to collect the bodies of Kaiyun, Tonzi and Lady Shiji. I will report this to my master, you need not investigate further. The one who could deceive his senses and brazenly frame him was not someone they could pursue. They would have to bear this blame, whether they wanted to or not. Su Chen nodded lightly at this, remaining silent. At this moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. Tai could not pinpoint who it was, but how could he not know? Killing Lady Shiji would deepen the conflict between thee and thee. Such a method, aside from those 2 from the west, who else could it be? He could be almost certain that the one who killed Lady Shiji was sent by those 2. Moreover, it was highly likely that it was Tai Jinren's senior brothers, or even that Taoist ran. Dang. Ao Phone, my young friend, do you perhaps know something? Seeing Su Chen's reticence, Tai looked at him, curious. I just feel it's a pity. If we had kept Kaiyun Tonzi a little longer, would the outcome have been different? Su Chen shook his head, looking at the still drying bloodstains on the ground, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Tai gave him a deep look, said nothing more, and hurriedly left with the 3. Su Chen could see that something was amiss. Naturally, he could also sense that something was wrong, but he did not dare to think too deeply or pursue the matter further, for he knew well that he was no match for them. Shortly after the 4 left, ripples began to spread through the space, coalescing into 3 figures. Who is that person? They possess something that can block probing. The objective has been achieved. Why complicate matters further? What you say is true, this person cannot influence the overall situation. After a brief exchange, all 3 figures vanished from the scene. On the other side, back at the general's residence, Li Jing was still shaken. After advising Neza not to go out for the next few days, he hurried off to handle affairs. Tai glanced at Neza, who had remained silent since that moment, and sighed. Neza, I need to return to the Jade Void Palace for a while. You must not run around, understand? Given the gravity of the situation, he did not dare to take Neza with him. The road to the Jade Void Palace was likely not very safe. Master, just send a message, it won't be of any use to go anyway. Neza, you stay here, I must leave first. Su Chen's sudden words made Tai's brow furrow. Su Chen's statement clearly held deeper meaning. While it was indeed difficult to meet with his master, Yuan sure, he could still meet with the Lantern Master who managed internal affairs. Was Su Chen implying that this matter was closely related to the Lantern Master? With this thought, Tai smiled and said, Alfeng, my young friend, rest assured, although my master cannot appear, the Lantern Master's prestige is enough to vouch for us. Upon hearing this, Su Chen looked at Tai and remained silent. Among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, 4 would leave in the future, and this Lantern Master would also depart. It was no exaggeration to say that none of those in power at the Jade Void Palace could be trusted. Alfeng, may I have a word with you? Tai sensed something unusual and lightly waved his whisk, stepping aside. Seeing this, Su Chen approached. Once Tai isolated their conversation, indicating they could speak, Su Chen said, Master, we cannot interfere in this matter, and you should not go personally, lest you become entangled in trivialities and unable to look after Neza. Hearing this, Tai stared at Su Chen for a long time and said softly, Alfeng, you are not afraid of cause and effect. I am very curious about what you are afraid of. At these words, Su Chen turned his face away, closed his eyes, and fell silent. His abilities were limited. He could help Neza and Yang Jian, but that did not mean he could intervene in the larger affairs of the Chan sect. Unless he could find a sufficiently strong backing, he would merely be a pawn in the hands of others. Forget it, Alfeng, I will listen to you. Seeing Su Chen's attitude, Tai had no choice but to compromise. I won't go personally, I will send a message instead. As he said this, Tai's heart was already in turmoil. He had made up his mind to use the jade talisman bestowed by his master to inform them of everything. He wanted to see who was stirring trouble behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, walked over to Neza to give a few instructions, and then exited the void realm. Just as he returned to his room, a gaze swept over him. Where have you been again? What business is it of yours? Upon seeing Li Qianying, Su Chen raised an eyebrow, unceremoniously. You entered my room without my permission. If this were in our place, I could accuse you of trespassing. Heh, this isn't your place. Li Qianying crossed her arms, scrutinizing him closely, seemingly unwilling to miss a single detail. Su Chen ignored her gaze, opened the floor-to-ceiling window, and stepped onto the balcony, gazing up at the starry sky. At that moment, his tense mind relaxed slightly. Speak, what is it? Under the bright moonlight, Su Chen's figure appeared somewhat hazy, his voice carrying a hint of ethereality. Li Qianying stared for a while, then shifted her gaze elsewhere, pretending to be indifferent. I see you are quite skilled at making cards. I would like to ask for your help in creating a skin card. Oh? Su Chen turned around, looking at her bathed in the moonlight, momentarily taken aback. What type? A character card? Upon hearing this, Li Qianying retreated into the room without speaking, quietly watching him, her meaning clear. Seeing this, Su Chen became somewhat interested, walked into the room, and did not forget to draw the curtain. You have to sign a contract with me first, promising not to leak any information about this card. Li Qianying's gaze was intense as she fixed her eyes on Su Chen, her serious tone leaving him somewhat taken aback. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. Since this card is so precious, perhaps it's better not to show it to an outsider like me. What if I get tempted and steal it? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for you? You really want to go against me, don't you? Hearing Su Chen's teasing words, Li Qianying was filled with anger, her chest heaving. He had taken her sister's place, and she hadn't even settled the score with him yet. Now, he was turning the tables on her. In response, Su Chen shook his head and said seriously, it's not like that. It's just that you have your concerns. If I were to create cards, you wouldn't be able to trust me completely, which would affect my performance. As he spoke, Su Chen turned away, his voice softening. For a card maker, every card must be crafted with full effort. If this factor leads to subpar cards, I might as well not make them at all. Upon hearing this, Li Qianying was momentarily stunned, then stammered, You're not lying to me? What would I lie to you about? You're not worth my effort to deceive. Su Chen turned to look at her, his expression calm and unruffled. If it weren't for your sister, I would have kicked you out long ago. A flicker of embarrassment and anger crossed Li Qianying's eyes, but she didn't argue. Instead, she solemnly took out a faded card box from her pocket and carefully placed it on the table. Take a look, she said dryly, her eyes fixed on Su Chen with a watchful gaze, as if any unusual movement from him would prompt her to snatch the card box back immediately. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. What kind of cards? Hadn't he seen? Would he really covet hers? He moved the faded card box closer and slowly opened it.
In an instant, a brilliant golden light burst forth, overshadowing the glow of the night pearls in the entire room. When Suchen finally saw the card inside the box, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The dazzling golden frame surrounded an exquisite card face, resembling a piece of art. Initial white, flowing jade, blooming blue, prosperous, green, noble purple, dazzling gold. Clearly, this was a card of the sixth realm. The level was secondary. Suchen was momentarily entranced by the card face. Under the bright moon, on an endless ocean, floated an indescribable hazy figure. Its aura was ethereal, standing barefoot in the air, draped in a veil that seemed woven from moonlight, exuding a mysterious and hazy beauty. This card, where did you get it? Suchen struggled to shift his gaze away and looked at the vigilant Li Qianying, feeling a surge of heat in his heart. This card was clearly the apostle card of the ancient god of this world, the moon god Linglong. As long as one possessed this card, not only could they refine rare moon essence using the essence of the moon, but they could also become an apostle of the moon god Linglong. As for its quality, he knew without looking that it was definitely of mythical quality. Because there should only be one apostle of the moon god Linglong, this card could only be of mythical quality. If there were two or more, the quality would decrease. Upon hearing this, Li Qianying immediately covered the card box, hugging it tightly, and stared at Suchen, saying, I'm telling you, this card is mine. Even if it's my sister, I won't give it up. This was her trump card for becoming a queen. According to her plan, once her sister became queen, she would swap identities with her, taking her sister's place as queen while granting her sister freedom. But it's just a mythical quality card. Do you really think I would want it? Suchen calmly took out his own card, showing her the energy halo on the back. All my cards are of this quality. Do you think I would covet yours? Li Qianying glanced at his card suspiciously and said, but my card is golden, yours clearly can't compare. She knew that golden mythical quality character cards were rare, as recorded in the human books, and could be counted on one hand. So what? Once I level up, I can compare too, right? Are you stupid? I already have so many mythical quality character cards. Do you really think I would covet yours? Suchen said, calmly, extending his hand towards her. This was his first time seeing the apostle card in person, and if he didn't study it carefully, it would truly be a great regret in his life. Li Qianying hesitated for a moment and slowly handed it over. Suchen carefully took it, opened the card box again, and took out the moon goddess apostle card to admire it closely. At that moment, he suddenly understood why, in the legends of cardmakers, the first character card was made by imitating the apostle card. Because this apostle card, no matter from which angle you looked at it, was flawless, comparable to his mythical quality character card. Human, have you seen enough? Can it be made? How many spirit stones do you need? Let me be clear, I don't have many spirit stones. Can I use other treasures as a substitute? Li Qianying's voice rang in his ears, and Suchen frowned slightly, replying calmly, the skin card for this card is difficult to make. I need to know how it was created. The auxiliary card of the moon goddess apostle card, no matter how perfectly crafted by the card maker, would not take effect without the recognition of the moon goddess's will, because the image on this card is essentially an energy projection of the moon goddess Linglong. For the skin card to take effect, it must possess the aura of the moon goddess. In other words, it requires the recognition of the moon goddess's will. However, how difficult is it to attract the attention of a deity without a medium, that is, a place where the moon goddess has descended? Even if he worked himself to death, he might not gain the recognition of the moon goddess's will. You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Let me tell you, human, I'm not stupid. If I find out you're lying, you can forget about seeing my sister. Li Qianying quickly thought of a threat she deemed effective. Upon hearing this, Suchen raised an eyebrow. He placed the apostle card back in the card box, carefully closed it, and then pushed it back to her. If you don't want to talk, you can leave. Li Qianying was momentarily stunned, and after realizing he wasn't joking, she whispered, this was given to me by my mother. She said it was the choice of the deity. You're lying, you can go. Seeing her gaze flicker, Suchen unhesitatingly issued the order to leave. Fine, I'll say it. This is what my mother left for me and my sister. Are you saying your mother is the moon goddess's apostle? Hearing Li Qianying say this, Suchen's eyes widened in shock. If Li Qianying wasn't lying to him, then both she and Xingying could possibly be apostles of the moon goddess. Because the apostles of the moon goddess cannot decide the fate of the apostle card. It is like a legacy that can only be inherited by those chosen by the moon goddess. Moon goddess apostle? The deity my mother believes in is the moon goddess? Li Qianying mumbled, her face showing curiosity. She had heard of the moon goddess, an ancient deity with deep ties to the merfolk. In the origin stories recorded in her clan, the ancestors of the merfolk transformed into human form only after bathing in moonlight. Suchen frowned and said, wait a moment, I'll call your sister over. What are you doing? Why are you calling her? Li Qianying suddenly panicked, hurriedly putting away the card box and glaring at him. This is a secret between us, you can't tell her. Her sister had once asked her for this card, but she had refused to give.
it, and later her sister stopped insisting, only telling her that it should not be used unless absolutely necessary. To her, this was clearly nonsense. The card left to her by her mother, could it really be dangerous? Do you think being an apostle is easy? Su-chan met her gaze calmly, his expression serious. Deities have always been high above. Since they actively asked your mother to hand this card over to you, they must have ulterior motives. If he wasn't mistaken, there was a high probability that one of them was an embodiment of the moon goddess's will. In other words, it was the moon goddess, using her own source power to create the most suitable embodiment for herself. This embodiment could not only perfectly match the moon goddess apostle card but also provide a vessel for her future descent. Upon hearing this, Li Qianying's face turned pale and she shot him a fierce glare, saying angrily, "If you dare to lie to me, you're finished." After saying this, she put away the card box and hurried out the door. Phew, Su-chan let out a long sigh, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as scenes with Qingying flashed through his mind. At this moment, the urgency and panic in his heart felt like a flood threatening to drown him. He knew that once Qingying became the embodiment of the moon goddess's will, it would be difficult for him to stop her awakening. And the day she awakened would be the moment she completely forgot him. This was something he could not tolerate. She was herself, belonging only to herself, not to anyone else. Knock, knock. A cheerful knocking sound echoed, and Su-chan composed himself, revealing a smile. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open from the outside, and as he looked over, his smile gradually faded. 4 people stood outside, 2 of whom were uninvited guests. What? Are we not welcome? Then we'll leave. She crossed her arms, looking at him with a teasing smile. Su-chan glanced at Li Qianying behind her, rubbed his temples, and said helplessly, "Just come in." After saying that, he took the opportunity while the others were entering to shoot a fierce glare at Li Qianying. He had only asked for Qingying to come, but this big mouth had brought everyone along. Why? Are you glaring at me? How was I supposed to know these 2 sisters would come too? Li Qianying pouted, looking displeased, feeling a bit wronged. Inside, she had said she didn't want them to follow, but they didn't listen. What could she do? It's us who wanted to come along, so don't blame Xiao Yao. She glanced at the 2 and explained with a smile. But soon, her expression turned serious. Su-chan, since you know that's the moon goddess's apostle card, how could you agree to Xiao Yao's request? Do you know that making the auxiliary card for the apostle card could lead to death? The moon goddess Ling Long, while not an evil god, was certainly not a benevolent deity either. Like most ancient gods, she was a neutral entity. If you didn't offend her, she naturally wouldn't bother with you. But once offended, or even blasphemed, she would certainly bring down divine punishment. Creating the auxiliary card for the apostle card was essentially a risky endeavor. If one couldn't gain her approval, then the creator would be committing an offense, or even an act of blasphemy. What would happen next, she didn't know, but it would definitely not be a good outcome. After hearing her words, Su-chan looked at Li Qianying, who wore a worried expression, and asked in surprise, "You all know?" Beside him, She rolled her eyes and said flatly, "In this room, you are the outsider." Exactly. You are the outsider. Li Qianying clung to Li Qianying's arm, speaking defiantly. Su-chan's eyelids twitched slightly, mentally taking note of her behavior, then calmly replied, "Of course I know, but I have confidence in pleasing her." As a skin card maker, if he didn't even have the courage to gain the deity's approval for his skin card, wouldn't that be quite ridiculous? He could concede with other cards, but for the skin card, he considered himself the best and wouldn't fall short of anyone. "She won't see you," She suddenly interjected. Her tone is calm as water. "Because your gaze is a form of blasphemy to her." She nodded and softly added, "According to records, only pure female mermaids and those recognized by her can possibly see her. Humans probably cannot." Upon hearing this, Su-chan remained non-committal. He looked at Li Qianying seriously and said, "I have to try." He had to try to confirm whether Qingying was the embodiment of the moon goddess. If she was, he needed to prepare early. If not, then the moon goddess's embodiment would be Li Qianying, and he wouldn't need to worry too much. She can't use it right now. Seeing Su-chan's firm attitude, Li Qianying thought he was considering Li Qianying's feelings and immediately reminded him softly. Li Qianying was only at the first stage of the 5th realm, and as a pureblood mermaid, she needed to reach the 6th realm to use this card. It's not about her, Qingying. I just want to see if the legendary moon goddess will cast her gaze upon me because of my card. Su-chan looked directly into Li Qianying's eyes, smiling slightly. Don't worry, I won't get into trouble. He was completely confident that while the moon goddess cast her gaze down, he could ensure his own safety. However, he currently lacked the materials and needed to gather some in the ruins. Seeing his determination, Li Qianying had 1,000 words on the tip of her tongue, but they only turned into a soft murmur. She saw his efforts and could only refrain from adding to his troubles, and at the right moment, accompany him to face difficulties. Since he wanted to do this, she would simply be there with him to face that moment together. Su-chan smiled at her, just about to say something, when Li Qianying suddenly stepped between them, gritting her teeth. "Sister is mine. You're not allowed to look."
Su Chen raised an eyebrow and said lightly, this skin card. Upon hearing this, Li Chenying's brows furrowed tightly, her nose wrinkling as she said, even if you say that, I'll only let you look for a bit. After saying that, she stepped aside, her eyes still fixed on Su Chen, as if guarding against a thief. Seeing this, Su Chen said irritably, is your father making you do this? Nonsense. Would I be that kind of person? Kid, do you have a problem with me? Today, you're the only one not giving me a gift. Pa, who wants your broken gift? I'm here to keep an eye on you. A sudden voice from outside the balcony plunged the entire living room into a dead silence. Father. Seeing the Sea King enter through the window, Feng Shi and the others shouted in unison. You all go back. I need to talk to this kid alone. The Sea King stood with his hands behind his back, wearing a serious expression. Li Chenying looked at Su Chen with glee and then pulled the reluctant Li Chenying away. Seeing this, Feng Shi and Bing Shi followed suit, not forgetting to close the door behind them. Kid, I must warn you, there are some things you cannot take for granted. The Sea King stared intently at Su Chen, his face full of warning. As for anything involving deities, keep your distance as far as you can. The moon goddess Linglong took his wife's life, and from that moment on he understood that there was no good deity. Hearing this, Su Chen said softly, Sea King, I must confirm one thing, it concerns Qingying's safety, you don't need to worry about that. She is my daughter, and I will protect her well. The Sea King interrupted Su Chen loudly, looking very agitated. Seeing Su Chen fall silent, the Sea King turned away, his voice softening. Don't think that you're so impressive during this time, but those external forces are ultimately not your own. Without the protection of others, you can't even protect yourself, let alone protect others. Sea King, I understand your point. Su Chen replied calmly, his voice only filled with composure. But what I must do. It has nothing to do with whether I am weak or strong. The Sea King turned to glance at him, coldly saying, if you want to seek death, no one will stop you. With that, the Sea King left directly. This time, even if he had a good temper, he felt that Su Chen was crazy. The moon goddess Linglong. Could she be seen whenever one wished? If things went wrong, Su Chen would undoubtedly die. How could one casually attempt such a dangerous thing? Seeking death, huh? Su Chen smiled indifferently, directly entering the bedroom, pulling open the curtains, and bathing in the moonlight to meditate. The next day, the banquet was quite lively, but Su Chen was absent-minded. There's nothing you can do. Who told you to have such dangerous thoughts? Those two were sent back. Overnight. Feng Shi, sitting at the same table, softly explained upon seeing Su Chen gloomy. Father is doing this for your own good, he can't bear the consequences. Bing Shi, beside her, was drinking a beverage, her words unusually more frequent. Su Chen picked up the jade cup, taking a small sip of tea, the bitterness blooming on his tongue, soon followed by a sweet aftertaste. At this moment, he had already roughly formulated a plan in his mind. Meaning the moon goddess and gaining recognition for the subordinate card was secondary. He had to find 3 types of materials to summon the moon goddess's avatar. The first type required a spirit jade to seal the moon goddess's power. The second type needed spirit pond water to nurture the moon goddess's power within the spirit jade. The third option requires a piece of moonlight stone to replicate the moon goddess. He can go to the Qingqiu ruins for the spirit jade, and he can also search for spirit pool water in the Great Wasteland. But the moonlight stone might be a bit difficult to obtain. You could ask Taiyi Jinren, and also the Dragon King. After thinking it through, Su Chen felt much more relaxed. Since he had discovered it in advance, as long as he responded actively, everything would still be manageable. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? The voice of Feng Shi came from beside him. Su Chen returned to his senses and looked at her curiously. Is there something wrong? It seems His Highness is about to leave. Feng Shi pointed ahead, and Su Chen followed her gaze just in time to see Feng Lin walking towards them. Su Chen slowly stood up, and the gazes of the surrounding water tribe members gradually turned towards him. The boat has arrived, we can leave now, Feng Lin said softly as he passed by. Su Chen nodded and was about to follow when he turned to glance at the Sea King. This kid. The Sea King rubbed his nose and chuckled, scolding him lightly in front of the others. He had good intentions, but this kid was completely ungrateful. At the edge of Boundless Island, the boat of the Water Xia tribe was docked. From a distance, Xu Wei-wen, wearing a water mother hat, quickly approached with a beaming smile upon seeing Feng Lin and Su Chen. Your Highness, young friend Su Chen, I hope I'm not late? Feng Lin calmly glanced at him and stepped towards the boat. Xu Wei-wen, seeing this, was not annoyed and looked at Su Chen, exclaiming, young friend Su Chen, I've heard about your deeds, truly impressive. You've made our younger generation open their eyes. Hearing Xu Wei-wen's noticeably warmer tone, Su Chen smiled but did not respond. Young friend Su Chen, you must be a bit tired, come aboard quickly. By the way, there are 2 distinguished guests who are said to be with you. Xu Wei-wen, being perceptive, immediately stopped the flattery and invited Su Chen onto the boat. With me? Su Chen, who was about to board, frowned slightly. Before Xu Wei-wen could answer, a familiar voice of disdain came from nearby. Human, are you not coming up? My sister and I have been waiting for a long time. Su Chen, upon hearing this, joyfully boarded the boat and focused his gaze. On the deck stood two identical women, each with a different aura. Ignoring Li Qianying's dissatisfaction, Su Chen looked at the smiling Li Qianying in surprise. Did he agree to let you go? Li Qianying nodded seriously. Father said he was worried about you, so he asked us to keep an eye on you and not let you do anything foolish. Hearing this, Li Qianying frowned. Sister, I'm here to keep an eye on you. Father knew she was reliable and would watch over her sister closely, which was why he sent her. As a critic master, she had already decided that once they reached the human realm, she would harshly criticize those books that led her sister astray. Li Qianying glanced at her but said nothing. In a daze, their father's teachings echoed in her ears. Qianying has a stubborn personality, fixated on using you to become a king, not even considering her two brothers. Continuing like this isn't a solution. Take her to the human realm for a stroll. Perhaps if she has some fun, she won't think about these things. Remember, the mermaid pearl must not be given to her. Sister, what are you thinking about? Li Qianying suddenly appeared in front of Li Qianying, her seemingly innocent eyes hiding emotions that were hard to decipher. Li Qianying came back to her senses, patted her head, glanced at Su Chen not far away, and said earnestly, Qianying, once we enter the human realm, you must listen to what your sister and Feng say, understand? Li Qianying shot a glance at Su Chen, hugged Li Qianying's arm, and muttered, I only listened to my sister, not to him. A liar who said he would bring her the mermaid pearl but then told her he didn't have it, making her wait in vain. He still wants to be alone with her sister? Such things are the best opportunities for feelings to deepen in those books. She would never allow that to happen. Her sister was hers, and on this point, she would never back down. Fine, you've caused trouble, don't come begging me. Hearing Li Qianying's words, Su Chen replied nonchalantly and walked into the cabin. The biggest piece of good news is that Qianying can go back with him. Although there's an extra light bulb, it doesn't matter, he can always find opportunities to get along. During the return trip, he needs to catch up on sleep and plan to visit the Qingqiu Shujing when he gets back. I hope everything goes smoothly by then. With his hands resting behind his head, Su Chen fell into a deep sleep. However, in this sleep, his consciousness, hazy and unclear, unexpectedly attached itself to someone. Brother, you're injured again. It's nothing, Xiaochan, tell me, who exactly is Ao Feng? A gentle stream flowed beside the mountain path, brilliant clouds hung at the horizon, and the cool breeze carried the sights and sounds of the journey. Arriving at the mountain spring, the voices of the siblings conversing made it pause in curiosity. Brother, as long as we know he means us no harm, that's enough, isn't it? Touching the bullion lantern hidden in her sleeve, Yang Chan struggled to activate it, and a soft glow instantly enveloped the man's right arm. In less than a moment, the wound on his right arm had healed. Xiaochan, I've told you not to go to such lengths. Just let the wound heal naturally. You've spent days in hard training for my injury, and it's all gone to waste. Yang Jian slowly stood up, gazing at his sister by the spring, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Hearing this, Yang Chan fiddled with the reflection in the spring, smiling gently. If my brother becomes stronger, he can better protect me, right? She wasn't suited for cultivation. This was made very clear by that Master Yuding. It wasn't that she lacked talent, but her mindset was lacking. Yang Jian nodded lightly, turning to look at the colorful clouds, rarely showing a hint of a smile. Xiaochan, my master has agreed to teach me the profound arts. Splash! Yang Chan suddenly withdrew her hand from the spring, standing up to look at her brother, her joy evident. Really? Brother! Yang Jian turned around, reaching out to pat Yang Chan's head, his smile warm. Of course it's true, Xiaochan. Once I master the profound arts, I can rescue our mother as instructed by my master. Yang Chan nodded with a smile, but her expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Yang Jian furrowed his brows, asking curiously. Yang Chan lowered her head, taking out the bullion lantern from her sleeve. A puzzled look on her face. The once quiet bullion lantern was now flickering, as if responding to something. Did it used to flicker like this? Seeing it was the spiritual treasure left by their mother, Yang Jian's brows relaxed. No. Yang Chan shook her head, a strange feeling rising in her heart. She vaguely sensed that there seemed to be a familiar consciousness lingering on the bullion lantern. Recalling her experiences in the Dragon Palace, Yang Chan's spirit lifted. Could it be his consciousness? Brother, I have some important matters to attend to in the Dragon Palace, so I'll be leaving first. Yang Chan suppressed her shock, politely bidding farewell to Yang Jian before hurriedly departing. The Dragon Palace. Watching Yang Chan's retreating figure, Yang Jian tightened his fists, gratitude flashing in his eyes. Helping in times of need is far better than mere embellishment. He remembered the Dragon Palace's secret assistants. Yang Jian, come to the Jinxia cave. A ethereal voice drifted into his ears like the wind. Yang Jian glanced at the horizon, then ascended the steps towards the Jinxia cave. Meanwhile, Yang Chan returned to her residence, seeing the flickering bullion lantern. She tentatively asked, Senior, is that you? The flickering of the bullion lantern suddenly stopped. After a few breaths, it began to flicker again. Realizing it was indeed Su Chen's consciousness, Yang Chan raised her brows lightly and calmly said, Senior, are you looking for me for something?
As soon as she finished speaking, the Bolian lantern flickered 8 times, paused for a moment, then flickered 9 times again, and stopped. This repeated twice, and the smile on Yang Chan's face vanished, her expression turning to one of suspicion.
Senior, do you want to see the 8-9 profound arts? The Bolian lantern abruptly stopped flickering, and the cave fell into a dead silence.
Yang Chan bit her lip, her brows tightly knitted. The 8-9 profound arts are extremely difficult
to cultivate. Theoretically, it wouldn't be impossible to leak them.
But the method cannot be passed lightly. Even her brother, the only disciple of Yuding, had gone through numerous
trials to reach this point.
She absolutely could not use her brother's hand to commit the act of stealing the profound arts. Ao Foam had done her a favor, and if she didn't repay it, she would feel guilty. After thinking for a while, Yang Chan gritted her teeth and said, Senior, I can only do my best. I may not be able to get it. As soon as she finished speaking, the Baolian lantern flickered wildly, as if expressing some emotion. Seeing this, Yang Chan grasped the Baolian lantern, closed her eyes, and focused on feeling it.
I didn't ask you to steal it. Just take the Baolian lantern to Yudingjinren, and I will have my ways. Where are you? Why is there no sound? Hurry up and respond. This is troublesome. If I had known, I wouldn't have said anything.
A desperate voice suddenly pierced her ears. Yang Chan smiled sweetly, conveying her thoughts.
Senior, I'm still here. As long as you're still here, don't do anything foolish. Take me to see Yudingjinren. Senior, with your great powers, do you still need my help? Sensing the weak thought, Yang Chan couldn't help but smile. The Baolian lantern, as a medium, allowed her to easily perceive the intensity and state of the consciousness on the other side. She could guarantee that Ao Phone was not injured. Although the consciousness was weak, it was whole. In other words, the various stories he had mentioned earlier were most likely just to fool her. Ahem, one lives and learns. Hurry up. Hearing this, Yang Chan held the Baolian lantern and walked towards the cave entrance, unable to resist chatting along the way. Senior, why do you want to help us? Don't say you know my father. That's a lie. Why are you silent? Is it because you have nothing to say, or because I've seen through you and you're embarrassed? If I want to help, I will. How much longer until we arrive?
Yang Chan stopped in her tracks, glancing at the nearby Jinxia cave, her eyes flashing with reluctance.
Senior, I have one last question for you, and you must answer me. Ask, is it because of your powers that you are helping us?
As soon as this thought was conveyed, the consciousness on the other side hesitated for a moment.
I don't know either. Upon
hearing this answer and sensing the emotion conveyed by the consciousness, Yang Chan raised her brows and smiled. Senior, I already know the answer. Although he was a false senior, his heart in helping her and her brother was genuine.
No wonder he could gain the Baolian lantern's recognition and communicate with her through it.
With this in mind, Yang Chan stood at the cave entrance and respectfully said, Jinrun, Yang Chan seeks an audience. As soon as she finished speaking, the barrier of Jinxia cave slowly dissipated, and a strong voice came from inside.
Come in.
Seeing this, Yang Chan
stepped into the familiar cave.
Yuding Jinren, sitting cross-legged on a mat, turned his gaze towards Yang Chan as she entered, showing a
look of surprise. I have met the Jinren and my brother.
Upon entering the cave and seeing Yuding Jinren looking at her, Yang Chan bowed.
Yang
Chan, no need for excessive courtesy.
What brings you here? Noticing the sleeves of Yang Chan's robe, Yuding Jinren raised an eyebrow. Hearing
this, Yang Chan glanced at her brother, who was looking at her in surprise, and then took out the Baolian lantern, briefly explaining the situation. After listening to her, Yuding Jinren's expression remained unchanged as he said lightly, Yang Chan, you know that the law should not be lightly
passed on. Why did you bring an outsider here? Thud.
Yang Jian knelt on one knee and said solemnly, Master, my elder brother is like a father to me.
It is my fault. Please do not blame Xiao Chan.
Upon hearing this, Yuding Jinren sighed inwardly. His disciple was indeed somewhat pure-hearted. He had intended to severely punish Yang Chan to make Ao Foam realize the weight of this favor. However, his disciple, eager to protect his sister, had
not even thought of coming here.
With this thought, Yuding Jinren calmly said, All right, Ao Foam, do not resist, I will pull you over.
Inside Jinxia cave, it was quiet and still. Su Chen, who had descended in a manner similar to projection, was instantly captivated by Yang Jian. He wore a dark black Taoist robe that outlined his extraordinary figure, with a jade belt around his waist adding a touch of elegance. Upon closer inspection, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuded a cold light, embodying a celestial being's grace and demeanor. Compared to the impression of the Shang
Jinjun, he was only missing some items and a dog. Not right, there are still the 6 brothers of Maishan and 1200 grass head gods missing. As Su Chen was pondering this, a light cough pulled his thoughts back.
Ahem, I've met with the Jade Dingjinren, Erlang, cough cough. Su Chen,
who almost let something slip, felt the atmosphere become subtle under the 3 pairs of suspicious gazes.
Alfeng, my young friend, do you know my disciple?
The Jade Dingjinren stared at Su Chen, his sharp gaze seeming to want to see right through him.
However, no matter how he probed, he could
only tell that Su Chen came from his domain, untouched by calamity. Hearing this, Su Chen glanced at the 2 siblings who were looking over him calmly. Said, Jinren, let's talk about serious matters. No matter how he answered, the Jade Ding would know the answer, so he simply skipped over it.
What do you need that mysterious skill for?
The Dragon Clan has a strong physique. Practicing this skill would only become a hindrance.
The Jade Ding Jinren bypassed irrelevant topics and went straight to the point.
Although the 8-9 mysterious skill could lead to many transformations and
even allow the body to become holy, its cultivation was extremely demanding.
In his view, it was nearly impossible for Su Chen, as a member of the
Dragon Clan, to master it.
Jinren, regardless of whether I can master it or not, I still want to see it for myself to fulfill my wish.
Su Chen clasped
his hands in a bow and replied earnestly. The 8-9 mysterious skill inherently brought about changes and could allow the body to become holy. If he could turn it into a skill card, it would be a game changer.
The Jade Ding Jinren slowly nodded,
his expression indifferent.
Do you know that the law should not be lightly passed on?
Su Chen nodded seriously, looking at Yang Jian standing nearby, and smiled. Jinren, you can now set
your conditions.
Seeing this, the Jade Ding Jinren squinted. Alfing, my young friend, it seems you were prepared in advance. He himself, of course, had no demands, so as a master he naturally had to worry for his disciple. Su Chen said he wanted him to set conditions, but it was more like he wanted him to set conditions for his own disciple.
That's not important, Jinren. I see that you're disciple and I have a connection, which is why I was prepared in advance. Su Chen withdrew his gaze from Yang Jian and calmly accepted the Jade Ding's scrutiny. Then tell me, what preparations have you made? The Jade Ding Jinren asked curiously, staring at Su Chen.
Upon hearing this, Su Chen began to speak without pause.
Upstream of the Jiuwan
River near Chentang Pass, a 3-headed evil flood dragon has come from the west. It can transform into divine weapons.
I know of a place with a
celestial dog that has the power to devour the sun and moon. It can be a battle pet.
To split the mountain and save my mother, I need the heaven opening axe. I know where it is. I also, ahem.
The Jade Ding Jinren lightly coughed twice, interrupting Su Chen, his eyes fixed on him with a strange
expression.
In this golden cloud cave, who exactly was Yang Jian's master?
What's wrong? Does Jinren know all this? Su Chen looked at the Jade Ding Jinren in confusion.
According to the setup, these treasures were rarely directly given to Yang Jian by the Jade Ding Jinren. Most were obtained
through Yang Jian's personal training.
The locations of these treasures were collected by players in the forum for convenience in strategy.
If the Jade Ding Jinren knew all this, it would be hard to fool him. Where did you learn this from?
The Jade Ding Jinren furrowed his brows tightly, astonished that he knew so much about the treasures, even more competent than him as a master, which was indeed a bit unbelievable.
Jinren, that's not important. I am very sincere.
Su Chen replied earnestly, his expression calm. Behind him, Yang Chan stared at him, her eyes filled with gratitude. After all these years, it was the first time she had seen someone as good as Su Chen. In dealing with her brother, he was even more attentive than she, the
sister. Ahem, the only one I know about is the heaven opening axe.
The Jade Ding Jinren coughed lightly twice, concealing his embarrassment.
As a
master, it was indeed shameful that he was outdone in this regard by an outsider.
It's okay, Jinren, I just need to know.
Su Chen noticed his awkwardness and replied with a smile.
The treasures he knew about would either be obtained by Yang Jian himself in the future or pointed out to Yang Jian by the Jade Ding Jinren.
He was merely taking advantage of the information and informing him in advance to save a lengthy process.
That's fine. When will you come to see?
Yuding Jinren quickly regained his composure and calmly inquired. The profound arts cannot be comprehended in a short
time.
Your state of divine wandering, even relying on the Bolian lantern, cannot be sustained for long.
Su Chen sighed and smiled. Within 7 days, I will definitely come by.
He still needed to prepare for making skill cards. The High Star Spirit Vortex card, the special spirit power solution for skill cards, and the specialized tools were all necessary preparations. Well, I see my disciple and Yang Chan both have something to say to you, so you two can chat first. After Yuding Jinren finished speaking, his figure had already vanished, leaving 3 people in the cave.
Thank you, sir. Yang Jian broke the silence, cupping his hands in salute. Su Chen looked at him and smiled. This can be considered karma, you will have to repay it in the future, no need to thank me. Would the Erlangshan in the special challenge realm have memories of this moment? He didn't know, but he was certain that the characters in those special challenge realms should have some connection with the characters in the main realm. The relationship between the two might be similar to that of battle projections and their subjects. If that were the case, it would still be beneficial to navigate these challenge realms and befriend certain key figures. There was a significant difference between a life and death battle and a spar. Karma, huh? Yang
Jian rarely smiled, but a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He did not believe in karma, he only believed in himself. He had always remembered the importance of gratitude and repayment. Alfing, it seems your time is up. Seeing Su Chen's figure becoming increasingly faint, Yang Chan softly mentioned. Su Chen looked down and indeed saw that his consciousness projection, the divine wandering state mentioned by Yuding Jinren, was dissipating like smoke. Goodbye, both of you.
Smiling as he bid farewell to the two, Suchen suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Just as he opened his eyes, a beautiful face entered his view, prompting him to unconsciously reach out his hand. What do you want? The sudden question made Suchen realize that the person sitting by his bedside was not who he had thought. He retracted his hand and rubbed his temples, sitting up and saying lightly, Li Qianying, are you sick? You come into my room without knocking? Also, I remember locking the door. Upon hearing this, Li Qianying frowned and said, how? Was I supposed to know you were in here? I came into the room and saw you sleeping. After saying that, she shook the key in her hand. Seeing the key, Suchen suddenly remembered that the door had not been locked when he entered the room. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Knowing this was a misunderstanding, he stood up and opened the door to leave. However, the moment the door opened, a force pushed him back and in came Li Qianying, looking bewildered, along with the stern-faced Ying. We encountered an ambush in the domain. I am responsible for protecting you. As Ying's voice fell, the entire ship suddenly shook violently. An ancient voice echoed in everyone's ears, like a series of thunderclaps. Chomkong Fonglin, this time, we will not miss. The surging seawater wrapped around the lone ship and the faint light of the domain isolated this area like a canopy. A white-haired elder in a long robe stood with his hands clasped behind him in mid-air, exuding an imposing presence. Behind him stood 11 people, each with a fierce aura, none below the 10th realm. Faced with this aggressive scene, Fonglin stood at the bow of the ship calm and composed, while not far behind. Shu Weiwen trembled and crawled on the ground. Shu Weiwen, why? The calm question carried no waves, as if merely asking a very ordinary question. Shu Weiwen pressed his head tightly against the deck and trembled. Your Highness, if I don't do this, I will be killed by them tomorrow. Chan Kong Fong. Lin, this matter is between you and us. If we kill you, it naturally won't involve the innocent. The white-robed elder said, his gaze sharp as lightning, piercing through the cabin and fixing on a certain spot. That human genius, if he does not come out, do not blame us for being merciless. Hearing this in the cabin, Suchen's mind raced. In just a moment, he looked at Ying ahead and said calmly, Ying, let me out. You protect them well. Wind, you've gone mad. The voices of Li Qianying and Li Qianying rang out one after the other. Upon hearing this, Suchen looked at the two and calmly said, their target is me and the prince. You are the daughters of the Sea King. They don't want to provoke unnecessary enemies. Since I am going out, I naturally have a way. After saying this, he stopped Li Qianying from trying to persuade him and turned to the figure that had turned around. You want to lure them into the ruins? After a moment of thought, Ying understood Suchen's intention. The current situation was indeed unfavorable. Even the prince could not eliminate the invading enemies without lifting his own seal. But if Suchen's plan was just this, it might be a bit dangerous. Ying, please. Suchen nodded heavily and walked out without hesitation, heading to the deck. You are Suchen? The old man in a white robe, standing in midair, squinted his eyes upon seeing Suchen step out, a hint of killing intent emerging. Although the news of the boundless island had been sealed, some key points could still be uncovered if one was determined. The name Suchen had already caught the attention of people like them. No one wanted to be slaughtered by a junior in the realm of balance. Indeed, I am. Do you seniors want to give it a try? Suchen met the gazes of the crowd, stepping forward with composure. His calm demeanor made the group led by the old man in white secretly wary. The reason they dared not act rashly was that they feared being enveloped by the realm of balance upon approaching. Although having one of these cards was already quite abnormal. Facing the Longkong Fonglin, they did not dare to be careless. Seniors, are you afraid? Suchen's thought transformed into a Qinglong, soaring into the air. Facing the old man in white and others, his smile growing brighter. Humph. Longkong Fonglin, after all, you have taught him well, full of tricks. Do you think we would fall for it again? The old man in white snorted coldly, waved his hand, and the people behind him scattered, forming a surrounding circle that subtly aligned with the realm covering the area. Below, Fonglin looked up at Suchen upon hearing this, then fixed her gaze on the old man in white, remaining silent. Seeing this, Suchen deliberately hid his hands behind his back, looking at the old man in white with a smile. Senior, if I call you, would you dare to respond? The old man's eyelids twitched violently and he snorted coldly. This kid is full of tricks and must have some backing. Ignore him. Let's set up a formation to kill Longkong Fonglin first, then we'll deal with him. Upon hearing this, Suchen's expression turned cold and his hidden hand shot forward suddenly. Scatter! The old man in white flashed and disappeared from his spot. But when he reacted, he saw a shimmering portal standing in midair. Cunning brat! How dare you play tricks on us? The old man in white, furious and embarrassed, pointed at the people beside him and said coldly, you go catch him back, dead or alive. The rest of you, come with me to surround and kill Longkong Fonglin. As soon as he finished speaking, the designated alien powerhouse charged into the ruins portal with sharp claws in hand. Only 3 breaths later, a charred corpse was suddenly thrown out from the portal, hurtling towards the old man in white. Bang! The old man in white smashed the corpse into pieces with a punch, looking at the ruins portal with a frown. Can't you come out, Can Eagle? Old ancestor, the one you just smashed was King Eagle. A fearful voice rang out from the crowd, and the old man in white realized too late, looking at the charred remains, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He stepped back a few paces and directly pointed at three people. You three, go in and take a look. The three exchanged glances, and one hesitated, saying, Ancestor, this might be a trap, we shouldn't take the risk. The old man in white glanced at the ruins portal, nodded after a long while, and said, Alright, then let's first, boom. The ruins portal suddenly seemed to be stimulated, expanding directly. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered by the ruins portal. At this moment, the shimmering ruins portal resembled a canopy hanging over everyone's heads. Crash! The waters of the boundless sea became chaotic as if drawn by an unknown force. Before a few people could react, another scene suddenly emerged above the sea. An endless unknown ocean, countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals standing on the surface, flags fluttering in the wind, a chilling atmosphere seemed to penetrate through the image, directly reaching everyone's eyes. Damn it! The fusion of the wasteland. How could it happen at this time? Seeing this mirage-like scene, the old man in white felt a surge of fear. This was clearly a precursor to the fusion of the wasteland, and the beings from the opposite wasteland were evidently preparing to invade this side. Ancestor, what should we do? Ancestor, should we still surround and kill? Ancestor. The old man in white listened to these words and scolded. What are you afraid of? This fusion of the wasteland is not something that can happen so easily. Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive spatial rift opened up on the sea surface, pure seawater flowing out from it, flooding into the slightly murky endless sea. Seeing this scene, even Fong Lin on the deck couldn't help but change her expression slightly. Logically speaking, there should be the stabilizing needle of the sea over there, which should be enough to stabilize the East Sea Dragon Palace, so how could it fuse at this time? Ancestor. The powerful beings of various races were shocked at this sight. The old man in white barely maintained his composure and calmly said, It's too late to retreat now. Instead, we might be seen as targets of attack. Let's observe the changes. Crack. More massive rifts opened, one after another. Powerful shrimp soldiers and crab generals stepped out of the rifts in an orderly manner. Why do I feel they are coming for us? Someone whispered, and the old man in white's face turned slightly pale, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Hearing this, he suddenly felt that the concentration of wasteland beings in this area was indeed a bit too dense. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar echoed across the endless sea. Under everyone's gaze, a giant dragon broke through the rift, transforming into a tall man with dragon horns, standing on the surface of the sea. His cold gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on the old man in white. His icy voice conveyed an unspeakable authority. Take them down, kill anyone who resists, no mercy. Splash! Splash! The sound of surging waves was incessant. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals surrounding them didn't seem like a big deal at first. But when they saw tens of thousands, the old man in white gritted his teeth and led the others to abandon resistance. Fighting was impossible, just the sight of the dragon-horned man standing there made him feel terrified. Without a doubt, the opponent's strength was far beyond his level. Shin Sung, go and call out. Looking at the portal connecting to the wasteland, Aogwang turned to the nearby Yasha general. Yes, Dragon King. Li Qin Song, who had been called back, looked delighted and rushed into the wasteland portal like a gust of wind. Demon, take this shot. A long spear engulfed in flames, accompanied by a youthful shout, pierced forward with a chilling aura of death. Li Qin Song's pupils suddenly constricted, and he hurriedly raised his weapon, trying to block the strike. However, even as he did so, he knew in his heart that he was on a path to death. Neza, it's our own. A familiar shout came just in time. Crack! The long spear in Li Qin Song's hand shattered into several pieces, the flame-tipped spearhead hovering before him, the scorching heat he could even smell. Whoosh! Stepping on the wind fire wheels, with arms wrapped in the mystic sky silk, Neza retracted the fiery spear and looked at the cold sweat-drenched Li Qin Song, cupping his hands. My apologies. Gulp! Li Qin Song swallowed hard, wiped his cold sweat, and barely maintained his composure, saying, I am Li Qin Song, under the order of the East Sea Dragon King, calling for Lord Ao Feng to come out. Those people have already been captured. Hearing this, Neza looked back at Su Chen, his eyes filled with confusion. He had wanted to go over earlier, but Su Chen wouldn't allow it, saying he couldn't go. How could the East Sea Dragon King be over there in just a short while? Yasha General, how could you go over? Su Chen noticed Neza looking over and furrowed his brows tightly. Logically speaking, the East Sea Dragon King's activity range should only be that small part of the fusion. It shouldn't be possible for the East Sea Dragon King to descend in the area outside. Lord Alphen, I'm not quite sure, but since yesterday there have been strange phenomena over the East Sea. The Dragon King said the time has come, and it can only be this way. Li Qin Song explained briefly, and Su Chen suddenly understood after hearing this. The merging of the market realm was clearly due to him taking away the sea stabilizing needle, which led to the loss of a stabilizing factor. Ugwine couldn't possibly stay there all the time, so allowing the merging to happen became the only option. Realizing this, Su Chen looked at Neza and nodded with a smile. You can go now, Neza.
As soon as he finished speaking, Neza dashed into the market realm gate. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly called for Li Qinsong to follow, fearing that
Neza might mistakenly attack the wrong person.
The three of them almost went out one after the other through the market realm gate.
Are all of these fightable?
As they reached above
the boundless sea, Neza's gaze swept over the numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals, finally settling on Aoguang. Aoguang's eyelids twitched slightly as he smiled and replied. You must be Neza, right? Truly a disciple of Tai, your reputation is well deserved. Most of these are my Dragon Palace soldiers, so I hope Neza won't accidentally injure them. Upon hearing this, Neza's gaze locked onto the woman on the ship below Fonlin, his expression slightly serious. Could it be her? The woman below gave him a feeling that
she was not to be trifled with, akin to what his master conveyed. Although it was subtle, it was indeed there.
Neza, it's that old man with white hair. Su Chen, who had chased out
from the market realm, immediately pointed out the enemy upon hearing Neza's words.
Just them? Alfing, you still say this isn't a trick?
Neza raised his fire-tip spear, pointing at the pale-faced group led by the old man in white, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. He had taken out all the treasures bestowed by his master, thinking he could have a grand battle with these weaklings. It would be impressive if they could withstand even one of his moves.
Not letting you enjoy yourself is my fault. Su Chen coughed lightly twice,
first reflecting on himself, then focusing on the old man in white and the others, smiling slightly.
Heaven has a virtue of cherishing life. Are you willing to submit to me? As soon as he finished speaking, the old man in white glanced at Aoguang, then at Neza, who was standing on the wind fire wheels, exuding overwhelming strength, and stammered, Who exactly are you? Is this a human prodigy? Are we sure he isn't some old monster reincarnated and cultivating again? You old man, so long-winded. Do you believe I'll roast you?
Neza raised his right hand, pointing the fire-tip spear, while his left hand's Qianquan circle glimmered with a faint light, a terrifying aura pressing down that left no one
present daring to speak.
Aoguang stood to the side, watching the fully armed Neza, his heart racing.
This is the descent of the Spirit Pearl, a disciple of Tai. If Alfeng hadn't pointed out his Binger that day, Binger would have undoubtedly died. Old ancestor, just surrender.
Old ancestor, isn't there a saying among humans that those who know the times
are heroes? Old ancestor, we can't fight at all. Old ancestor, humans are too terrifying, let's surrender. Old ancestor, surrendering is not shameful. As the old man in white hesitated, the juniors who followed him began to speak up. Hearing these words, the old man's face turned bright red, and after a long pause, he slowly bent down, facing Su Chen and bowing.
Old servant, has met the young master.
As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood.
If he dies here, his race
will inevitably be divided by those allies. Conversely, as long as he is alive, his clan will never fall.
Given the circumstances, preserving his life is the priority.
I have met
the young master. Please forgive us, young master, for our earlier ignorance and for offending you and your highness. Compared to the old man's shame, his juniors had no psychological
burden at all. One by one, they bowed down, eager to show their sincerity. Not fun at all a bunch of spineless cowards. Alfing, I'm going back now. Seeing these people all submit, Neza pouted and turned back to Chintang Pass. He thought there would at least be one or two tough bones waiting for him to deal with, but it turned out that this was even less entertaining than playing with that oddly shaped dog. Your Highness, I'll leave them to you to control. I have matters to discuss with the Dragon King. Su Chen nodded to the old man in the white robe and the others, signaling Fonlin before stepping aside with Aoguang. So, what do you think of this Neza? Su Chen smiled, noticing Aoguang's somewhat excited expression. Seeing is believing, my lord, I am no match for him.
Reflecting on the Neza from earlier, Aoguang sighed deeply, feeling a mix of emotions.
This Neza
was extraordinary, equipped with numerous magical treasures and the techniques taught by Tai.
If it came to a real fight, even in the sea, he would be no match. Earlier, he had worried that Su Chen's mention of Neza among the two names was too subjective. Now, it seemed he had been quite ignorant. The other one is even stronger, with resources that can be tilted. Neza is not lacking.
Su Chen reminded him with a smile, causing Aoguang to shudder slightly before slowly nodding.
The other one, the nephew of the Jade Emperor and a top disciple of Yuding, was certainly not an ordinary person.
These two would likely become significant figures in the future.
Alright, if there's nothing else, let's withdraw to avoid alarming the aquatic creatures here.
Su Chen said calmly, turning to leave with his hands behind his back. Aoguang watched his retreating figure, narrowing his eyes.
He could come and go freely between the two realms without restraint.
This fellow from his clan was clearly not very pure.
However, as long as the Dragon Clan could regain its glory, he didn't mind being used. Splash! As Aoguang and the others departed, the surface of the sea gradually calmed, the sound of waves becoming gentler. On the deck, the atmosphere felt particularly delicate. Shuiwen knelt, a thin layer of sweat covering his forehead, and whenever he dared to look up, it only weighed heavier on his mind. Continue sailing. Fong Lin's
flat voice sounded like celestial music in his ears, causing Shui Wen to wipe away the cold sweat, hunching over to steer the ship. Standing beside Fong Lin, Suchen noticed her calm
demeanor and couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt.
Shui Wen's betrayal was likely something she was aware of, but she was pretending not to know. This had both a probing intention
and a purpose of luring the enemy forward. Su Ping, you all can leave, we don't need so many people here. While Su Chen was pondering, Fong Lin's command rang out again. Yes, Your Highness.
The old man in the white robe, Su Ping, respectfully replied, then led everyone to bow to Su Chen.
Young master, we will take our leave first. Su Chen nodded
slightly at the words, but his gaze turned to the alien woman standing aside, her expression somewhat cold. The latter noticed his gaze, her eyes sharp as knives, piercing back at
him. Bang!
Almost the moment she showed such an expression, an inexplicable pressure forced her to kneel on the deck. She is Su Ping's granddaughter, by Chang, and is considered the only tough nut to crack. Fong Lin introduced calmly, pinching a card between her fingers and handing it to Su Chen. This is her contract card, if you control her well, she won't
be able to resist you.
Upon hearing this, Su Chen looked at Bai Chang, who was forced to kneel on the deck yet still wore an expression of defiance, and frowned, saying, Your
Highness, I have no use for her.
If she were a man, he might have reluctantly accepted it. Arranging for a woman to follow him was something he wasn't accustomed to.
You don't
need to, she can be used to protect others. Hearing this response, Su Chen gladly accepted, taking the card and tossing it to the still somewhat dazed Li Qingying, smiling at her. Qingying, let her be your personal bodyguard from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingying looked at him with eager anticipation, her voice sultry.
Brother-in-law, I want one too ahem.
Su Chen coughed twice, quickly shaking his body, then stared at her seriously.
Act normal. Human, if you give her to me, I won't stop you from meeting with my sister.
Li Qianying returned to normal, her gaze burning as she looked at the card in Li Qingying's hand. With this card, she essentially had a personal 10-realm fighter, making
everything much easier.
Su Chen smiled at her and waved his hand.
Come here.
Li Qianying's face lit up with joy as she hurried over. When Su Chen gestured for her to lean in closer, she complied eagerly. However, when she was filled with anticipation, dream on, get lost. The flat voice carried a certain authority, leaving Li Qianying momentarily stunned. In place upon hearing those words. By the time she reacted, she was fiercely glaring at the already departed Su Chen, hugging her sister's arm, biting her lip, and shouting loudly,
Damn human!
As long as I'm here, don't even think about getting close to my sister. As soon as she finished speaking, she squeezed back the tears that were welling up in her eyes, leaned against her sister, and cried, Sister, he bullied me again. Hearing this, Li Qingying looked down at the card in her hand, then turned to the kneeling Bai Chang, and calmly said, Qianying, if you weren't my sister, I would see you no differently than her. Li Qianying's sobs suddenly stopped, a flicker of anger passing through her eyes as she whispered, Sister, we are the ones together, he is just an outsider. Li Qingying shook her head, letting out a helpless sigh.
Qianying, I always feel like you've changed. Sister.
It's you who has changed. Li Qianying buried her head in her embrace, a glimmer of moonlight flashing in her beautiful eyes.
I will keep an eye on you, sister. A quarter of an hour later, at Fong Lin's temporary residence. In the bright room, Fong Lin stared at Su Chen for a while, frowning and saying, I'm curious, how did you become friends with Neza? Associating with the East Sea Dragon King Aogwine could be explained by that Azure Dragon character card, but Neza, according to the organized information, would later become one of
the three great deities of the Heavenly Court, a force to be reckoned with.
How could someone like Su Chen become friends with such a character? Well, Your Highness, it's a secret.
I just like making friends, Su Chen replied calmly with a smile. Upon hearing this, Fong Lin looked at him for a moment, then slightly nodded, as if to skip the topic.
For the
Pure White Cup individual competition, you can directly participate in the league competition. You don't need to attend the national competition.
Why? Su Chen asked in surprise. Although his cards were indeed strong, those ancient families still had low-level myth-quality character cards. He was still thinking about having a good exchange with these people. Because those people, like you, have directly skipped the national competition to avoid being targeted in the league competition. There are some organizations internationally that specialize in selling information about people like you.
Fong Lin paused at this point. In team competitions, you can use non-myth quality character cards.
Hearing this, Su Chen shook his head. Your Highness, you know that all my cards are myth quality.
Fong Lin was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a brief silence, she turned her head away and said softly, Be gentle.
Okay, Your Highness, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Go ahead. Su Chen bowed and stepped out, returning to his room. Several hours later, a group successfully landed. Is this the human realm?
Looking at the towering buildings and various novel things, Li Qianying's eyes were filled with curiosity.
Li Qingying
gently nodded and quietly introduced her from the side. I still need to inspect the management bureau here, you can take them yourself.
It's fine whether you go back first or wait. For me. Fong Lin seemed to think of something, turned to say a few words to Su Chen, and then quickly walked away.
Seeing this, Su Chen could only take the three of them to find a Place to stay. After booking a hotel room, Li Qianying excitedly said she wanted to go out and explore, but he had no interest at all. Just thinking about bickering with her on the way and enduring Bai Chang's gaze like that of an enemy, he decisively chose to stay in the hotel room. Taking advantage of this rare free time, he took a moment to comfort the little Kun in the Najie space. Just as he exited the Najie space, he received his first communication request after landing. Seeing it was Kai Feng, he didn't hesitate and chose to answer. Accompanied by a flicker of light and shadow, Kai Feng's projection appeared in the room. Long time no see. Upon seeing Su Chen, a smile instantly replaced Kai Feng's calm expression. Su Chen chuckled lightly and said, "Long time no see, is there something you need from me?" Hearing this, Kai Feng glanced around and joked, "Your sweetheart isn't here, right?" Su Chen's eyelids twitched slightly, then he shook his head and replied, "It doesn't matter if she is." Kai Feng nodded gently, suppressing a hint of disappointment that arose in her heart, and said seriously, "My grandfather's birthday is in 3 days, and I need your help." "Of course, I can invite a few more people, right?" Facing Kai Feng's slightly nervous gaze, Su Chen smiled faintly. Kai Feng's willow brows relaxed, and she nodded gently. Of course, as long as he could go and stand by her side with his current reputation, it would be enough to persuade her grandfather to change his mind. Well, then it's settled. Su Chen's smile remained, and he then curiously asked, "What about Kan?" Kai Feng frowned slightly, puzzled, and asked, "What do you want her for?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen summoned Xiao Kun from the Najie space and smiled mysteriously. "I found it a very powerful little brother. Is that true?" Before Kai Feng could respond, a projection of a chubby bird suddenly appeared on Kai Feng's shoulder, shaking its head and tail, looking adorably clumsy. "Are you the knowledgeable bird?" Xiao Kun floated in the air, circling around Kan, a hint of confusion flashing in its eyes. "You're so small, are you really knowledgeable?" Upon hearing this, Kan placed her wings on her hips, looked up at a 45-degree angle, and proudly declared, "Of course. You can't judge a bird by its appearance. And you can't measure the sea by a bucket. There aren't many birds as knowledgeable and adorable as me in this world." Xiao Kuan's eyes lit up, wagging its tail, instantly becoming Kan's loyal fan. "That's great. Can you teach me how to transform into a pang?" "It's a piece of cake. Transforming into a pang is simple." Kan patted her chest, looking quite pleased. Although she had no idea what transforming into a pang meant, with the atmosphere set like this, how could the knowledgeable her admit otherwise? "Kan, you're amazing. Stay humble, let's talk over there." Catching a glimpse of Kai Feng's expressionless face, Kan's heart raced, and she hurriedly called Xiao Kuan to the side. Kai Feng looked at the fish and bird, then turned to Su Chen, her brows tightly knitted. "Where did you find this fat-headed fish?" Su Chen withdrew his gaze from them and smiled. "They seem quite suitable together. One is silly enough, and the other is vain enough. Kan isn't a good bird." Kai Feng hesitated for a moment and reminded him seriously. Su Chen smiled as he looked at the fish and bird. "It's fine, let it take Xiao Kuan, maybe it won't bother you in the future." "I hope so." Following his gaze, Kai Feng rubbed her forehead. Why did she feel that this silly fish would also be led astray? Hungry, hungry, hungry. A sudden cry instantly attracted the attention of the two and the bird and fish. "Boss, this is the idiot I told you about, only knows how to shout hungry." Upon seeing the little black dragon that darted out, Xiao Kuan immediately got excited and started talking non-stop. Not bad, from now on it will be the third brother." After sizing it up, Kan nodded in approval and then pretended to be profound. "Second brother, with my knowledge to guide you can just enjoy yourselves. In time, not only will you be able to transform into a pang, but you will also inherit all my skills." Upon hearing this, Xiao Kuan vigorously swished its tail, circling around Kan, looking very pleased. "The boss is the boss. No wonder Su Chen wanted to introduce the boss to me." Hearing this, Kan tidied her silly hair and said lightly, "That Su Chen kid, besides being good-looking, what else can compare to me? Second brother, from now on you have to listen to me." Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, a delicate hand grabbed Kan and threw her out of the projection range. Kai Feng glanced at the stunned Xiao Kuan and shouted to Su Chen, "Hang up for now, it's getting restless again." Do. With the trailing sound, the room was suddenly filled only with the cries of the little black dragon. "Su Chen, hurry up and call the boss out. I haven't asked enough yet." Xiao Kuan came back to its senses and circled around Su Chen. With no choice, Su Chen could only patiently explain to it. "So amazing? Su Chen, can you buy me one? I'll trade this for it." Xiao Kuan spat out a pearl that emitted a cold aura, and the moment Su Chen saw it, his eyes widened, and his breath quickened. This pearl was clearly the essence solidified from the North Minghan Po.I. In other words, this one can be divided into 3 portions of mythical material. "Isn't it enough? This is all I have." Seeing Su Chen not respond, little Kuan looked a bit disappointed. "It's enough. You keep this for now, and if I need it later, I'll come to ask you for it." Suppressing the greed in his heart, Su Chen pushed the Baiming Hanpa pearl back. As it stands, he only has Xuanwu as an ice attribute. As a defensive character card, the current development of Xuanwu is sufficient for now.
This binding hampa pearl is not needed at the moment. Great. Su-chen, you are a good person. After putting away the pearl, little Kuan circled around Su-chen 3 times before taking the little black dragon back to the Najie space. Good person? Su-chen muttered the phrase, chuckling to himself. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid knocking sound, dense like a drum beat. Su-chen came to his senses, frowned, and opened the door, revealing Li Qianying's anxious expression. Sister suddenly fainted on the way. You need to hurry over and take a look. Hearing this, Su-chen's pupils constricted, and like a gust of wind, he rushed into Li Qianying's room. Wind? What are you doing here? Li Qianying, leaning against the bed, put down the book in her hand and looked at him curiously. Su-chen breathed a sigh of relief, staring at her with a smile. It's good that you're fine. I heard you fainted on the way, so I came to check on you. Li Qianying's expression was natural as she nodded gently. I probably just haven't been resting well lately. I just need to take a good rest. Then I'll be on my way. Catching a glimpse of Li Qianying standing with her arms crossed by the door, Su-chen had to abandon his previous thoughts to avoid her making a fuss. Again. After giving a few instructions, Su-chen turned around and took a deep look at Li Qianying before returning to his own room. How could Qianying faint out of nowhere? Su-chen took out the Su-jing token, staring at the fox on it with deep eyes. Some hidden dangers should be resolved sooner rather than later. Let's go in and check the situation. The distant mountains were as green as indigo, and the nearby water was as clear as jade. A few green willows nestled by the stream, their branches swaying in the wind, gently caressing the fox sleeping against the trunk. The tranquil evening glow spread across the sky like a painting, breathtakingly beautiful. The sound of cicadas grew increasingly urgent, as if bidding farewell to the setting sun. At a certain moment, the fox on the branch woke up lazily, stood up, and stretched its body, its demeanor resembling that of a human. Ing. It looked at the pure white fox in the stream, its lively eyes revealing a hint of affection. It was just that beautiful, stunningly so. Rustle. A faint sound of footsteps suddenly startled the white fox, breaking its laziness. It turned around, its body instantly tensing, its eyes filled with vigilance. Not far away, a man dressed in green was sneaking and staring at it. Clearly, this was the human mentioned by the elders. They coveted its fur and the beauty it would possess after transformation, definitely with ill intentions. Ing. The white fox jumped down from the willow tree and quickly charged towards the man in green. As the most beautiful little fox of the Qingqiu fox clan, it decided to take the initiative to capture this human and bring him back to the clan. This way, no fox would care about its lazy nap today. The brilliant sunset reflected in the sky, and the cool evening breeze brushed against its face, making the vast wilderness at dusk exceptionally serene. The sound of flowing water seemed to wash away the noise in the ears, allowing one to easily listen to the last cicada's call. In such a beautiful and harmonious scene, Su-chen had no mood to appreciate it. Watching the white little fox run over, baring its teeth at him, Su-chen frowned. No wonder they say the Qingqiu fox clan is exclusive. He hadn't even stepped into Qingqiu territory when a little fox blocked his way, which was quite unusual. Who are you? What are you doing in Qingqiu? Do you know that humans are not allowed here? The little fox placed its hands on its hips, its two glass-like eyes fixed on Su-chen. My dear, I am not a human. You can see I have horns on my head. Su-chen pointed to the dragon horns on his head and replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the little fox shifted its gaze to the dragon horns, crossed its arms, and wagged its tail, saying, You're deceiving the fox. Human. Don't think that just because you have 2 broken horns, you can fool a fox. Su-chen chuckled silently, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. If you don't believe me, you can check. Upon hearing this, the little fox wrinkled its nose and cautiously stepped forward, its eyes fixed on Su-chen's expression, as if it would flee at the slightest hint of something amiss. However, seeing that Su-chen's demeanor showed no change, it suddenly flashed and appeared on Su-chen's shoulder, grabbing the jade-like dragon horn and tugging at it vigorously. Boring, why don't you trick the fox? The little fox jumped down from his shoulder and walked in front of him, looking at him curiously. If he were to trick the fox, it could act openly. Why would I trick you? Su-chen looked at it with a gentle smile. I came to Qingqiu this time to do business. The little fox wrinkled its nose, eyeing Su-chen suspiciously. I've seen traveling merchants. Aren't they all dressed very simply? How come you're so ostentatious? There were many ferocious beasts in the great wilderness, and anyone with a bit of aesthetic sense would snatch up good things. Dressed so well, hadn't he been robbed before? I'm different from them. I'm a special merchant coming from the east, and I won't sell 2 items to the same person. Su-chen replied calmly, slowly bending down to take out a dozen cards. I have rare treasures from the outer realms, each one is a unique gem. Do you want to buy any? Upon hearing this, the little fox slyly looked at the cards in his hand, her glass-like eyes momentarily dazed. Each card depicted beautiful clothing, some vibrant, some delicate, some elegant. It dazzled the fox's eyes. But soon, Li snapped back to reality and muttered, These things can only be looked at, not used. What kind of rare treasures are they? Hearing this, Su-chen smiled slightly and said, These are just samples for customers to choose from. If you find something you like, I can customize it for you.
As soon as he finished speaking, Bailey raised her head, gazing at Su Chen, blinking her watery big eyes, her tail swaying gently. How do I know if what you customize will look good? Why don't you make one for me first? If I think it looks good, I'll help you promote it. Su Chen slowly stood up, shaking his head, and looked at her suspiciously. You don't want to get free clothes, do you? Nonsense. Bailey placed her hands on her hips, her tail standing tall. Am I that kind of fox? How can I trust you? Su Chen put away the cards, saying lightly, and turned to leave. Stop. Aren't you a merchant? Bailey suddenly darted in front of him, blocking his path. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and bowed slightly, saying, I hope the great white fox will understand. I will no longer do business with you. Ah, how can you do business like this? I just want to bargain. Do you really know how to do business? You're so clueless. I'm worried for you. Bailey stomped her foot, her tail wagging rapidly. A fox as beautiful as her should definitely wear such lovely clothing when transformed. She couldn't let this opportunity slip by. But isn't Xingqiu off limits? Su Chen glanced back, looking somewhat hesitant. What are you afraid of? Aren't you a merchant? I'll take you in, but you have to listen to me. Bailey thought of something, her eyes spinning as a plan formed in her mind. Alright then, I'll trouble the great white fox. Su Chen pretended to agree with difficulty, secretly relieved. As long as he could sneak in, everything would be easier. Call me Bailey. You haven't told me your name yet. Bailey walked ahead, leading the way, her tail swaying enticingly. Great Bailey, my name is Su Chen. Su Chen looked at her, finding it's somewhat amusing. Suddenly, Bailey stopped in her tracks, turning around to stare at him, her gaze sharp as if trying to see through him. What's wrong? Su Chen's heart sank slightly. Could it be that he had exposed himself? Nothing. Bailey stared at his horns for a moment before turning away and shaking her head. She must have been mistaken. How could such a silly merchant be the rumored new wood god? That figure was someone who could shoot down the golden crows, a big shot even the detestable Queen Mother of the West couldn't handle. Such a powerful new wood deity must be quite imposing, heroic, and extraordinary. With this thought, Bailey couldn't help but blurt out, Su Chen, why don't you change your name? Ha? Why? Su Chen looked at her in confusion. Was there something wrong with his name? In any case, just change it. I won't harm you. Bailey turned again, quietly gazing at him. The name Su Chen had already spread among many prominent figures. If others found out he was called that, it would surely bring him trouble. She was doing this for his own good. Well, okay, I'll be Ao Feng. Seeing her so serious, Su Chen nodded gently. After all, it was just a name, merely a code. In the great wilderness, his name wasn't important. The title of new wood deity was what mattered. Ao Feng. Bailey murmured, her eyes lighting up. I didn't expect your name to sound quite nice. Upon hearing this, Su Chen thought of little Koan and couldn't help but smile. You're not the first to praise me. Bailey wrinkled her nose and then suddenly flashed to his shoulder. I'm a bit tired. Talking to you is too exhausting. From now on, you can carry me. I don't mind, and you won't mind, right? The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. The last one who treated him as a mount was now sleeping soundly in the nascent space. What kind of expression is that? Am I heavy? Bailey swayed her tail, lowered her head, her voice a bit dejected. It must be because she had slept today. She had definitely gained a little weight. No, you're very light. Su Chen composed himself and replied calmly. Really? You're not just trying to make the fox happy, are you? Bailey's tail swayed lightly, floating in front of him, her eyes fixed on his. In that moment, in her pure and flawless eyes, Su Chen only saw himself. After a while, Su Chen nodded slightly. Lady Bailey is very light, like a fluffy white cloud. That's not true. Bailey hurriedly returned to his shoulder, her gaze a bit lost, and she could only sway her tail to ease the feeling. She glanced at Su Chen's profile, feigning anger. You're not allowed to praise me anymore, otherwise I'll get proud. Su Chen, upon hearing this, did not respond but looked ahead and said softly, Lady Bailey, we've arrived at Qingqiu. The Green Mountains loomed over the gently rolling hills, with winding rivers flowing on either side. Not far from the Green Mountains, there were vast flower gardens. The gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers. The busy fox people, in groups, were heading home at the foot of the Green Mountains. Just as the sun retracted its last rays, the beautiful scene vanished in an instant. Ao Feng, what are they doing? Seeing Su Chen staring ahead, silent for a long time, Bailey floated in front of him and waved her hand. You have to listen to me, you can't stare at them, understand? Su Chen came back to his senses, and upon hearing this, nodded in surprise. Then let's go, remember not to look around. You're so good looking, if someone takes a fancy to you, don't blame me for not reminding you. Bailey returned to his shoulder and pointed to a pavilion halfway up the Green Mountain. My home is right there, let's hurry. Su Chen followed her finger and raised his eyebrows slightly. As a divine mountain, those who could reside halfway up Qingqiu were certainly not ordinary beings, because aside from the mountaintop, this halfway point was the only place with residences. In other words, the foxes. Living in these pavilions beneath the nine-tailed fox palace at the peak were the most powerful. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, or the old lady will blame me. Bailey flicked her tail and tapped his shoulder. After hearing this, Su Chen could only quicken his pace toward the Qingqiu Divine Mountain. The fox people he encountered along the way paused to stare at him, their expressions somewhat strange. Su Chen was surprised that they did not stop him. Could it be that the rumors he heard about the Qingqiu Fox clan being exclusive were just that, rumors? With this thought, Su Chen arrived at the foot of the Qingqiu Divine Mountain. At the entrance of the green stone steps leading up the Divine Mountain stood 2 rows of fox guards. The leading guard stepped forward coldly upon seeing him and said, "Outsider, put down Lady Bai Li and you may leave." He is a traveling merchant I found, and he is making clothes for me. Can you make an exception just this once? Bai Li jumped down from Su Chen's shoulder and looked up at the guard captain, pleading softly. Shook her head and said firmly, "Lord Bai Li, you trust others too easily. This outsider clearly has ulterior motives. This was not the time for traveling merchants to be around. Moreover, this person before them did not resemble a merchant at all. Dressed in luxurious garments and adorned with extravagant accessories, he looked like someone of high status. Clearly, he was a person of significance. Although the Qingqiu Fox clan's territory did not prohibit humans from entering, such individuals were not allowed to set foot on the sacred mountain. But I want him to help me make beautiful clothes." Bai Li tugged at Yin's hem, looking pitiful. Seeing this, bent down, gently touched Bai Li's ear, and said softly, "Lord Bai Li, making clothes is not an urgent matter. You can come to see him again tomorrow." "Oh." Bai Li replied softly, then turned to look at Su Chen, lowering her head and saying, "Ayo, Foam, I'll come find you again tomorrow. You should go rest in the guest room first." As soon as she finished speaking, a shadow illuminated by the glow of the night pearl suddenly enveloped Bai Li. Immediately after, the shadow shrank rapidly, huddling together. Bai Li seemed to sense something and slightly raised her eyes just in time to meet Su Chen's gaze. "Lord Bai Li, you must choose wisely," Su Chen said, handing over a card he had been practicing with, seriously entrusting it to Bai Li. Bai Li took the card, nodded, and happily ran up the mountain. Just as she was about to enter the attic, she turned around to glance at Su Chen below. "Human, you are after the Qingqiu spirit jade on Lord Bai Li, aren't you?" Seeing Bai Li disappear from view, holding her curved blade, coldly scrutinized Su Chen. Those who came to Qingqiu at this time were most likely such people. Su Chen calmly shook his head upon hearing this. No, what he sought was the Qingqiu spirit jade in the possession of the nine-tailed fox, which had nothing to do with Bai Li. Moreover, that was his ultimate goal here. As for this time, he was merely here to gather information. If possible, he would also like to achieve a small goal, obtain a piece of Qingqiu spirit jade. Regardless of whether you are or not, you must stay away from Lord Bai Li, otherwise, don't blame my clan for being inhospitable," said, raising her curved blade to show its gleam, causing Su Chen to squint at the cold light. Steadying himself, Su Chen took a few steps back and bowed, saying, "Please take me to the guest room." Now that he was here, it was impossible for him to just leave. Calmly pointed to a low house at the edge and said lightly, "That is your place to stay. Don't wander around at night. If you are mistaken for a thief, Lord Bai Li won't be able to protect you." Su Chen nodded gently and walked towards the low house. The fox people he passed along the way all stared at him closely, as if monitoring him. Creak. Under the moonlight, Su Chen pushed open the door of the low house. What met his eyes was an empty room, save for a wooden table and a bed, with a broken window letting in some moonlight. The room was even dimmer. What a shabby place. Su Chen took out a tissue and wiped the table and bed clean under the moonlight, then sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes to meditate. He didn't know how long it had been when he was startled awake by a strange sound. It sounded like some creature moving and rubbing against the ground. Su Chen quietly approached the window and peered outside. Through the broken hole, his brows furrowing tightly. Under the bright moonlight, he saw a group of strange fish crawling up from the nearby river. These fish had human faces and resembled lantern fish, but they carried pieces of jade on their backs. They crawled onto the shore, and the sound of their scales rubbing against the ground seemed somewhat terrifying in the still night. The silent fox. People standing not far from the shore added an eerie feeling to this already frightening scene. Don't wander around at night. If you are mistaken for a thief, Lord Bai Li won't be able to protect you. Yin's words echoed in his mind, and Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Could it be that what he meant by not wandering around referred to the scene before him? Was the formation of Qingqiu spirit jade somehow related to these human-faced fish? Where is my jade? Where has my jade gone? The sudden shout shattered the night silence. Many people, like startled fish, rushed towards the river. The fox. People waiting on the shore also visibly stirred. In an instant, the scene descended into chaos. Sensing something was amiss, Su Chen decisively lay down on the bed, pretending to be asleep. However, in less than a quarter of an hour, slightly disordered footsteps surrounded the place. The voice that followed left Su Chen speechless. "I saw the jade thief running this way." Bang bang. Almost as soon as the words fell, a knock on the door sounded. Su Chen did not rush to get up. Instead, he waited for the knocking to sound 3 times before pretending to just wake up, rubbing his eyes as he opened the door. Creak. The groan of the wooden door shattered the night silence, making the night lose its chill. "Jade thief. Execute him." The earlier sharp voice came with a strong malice.
Upon hearing this, Suchen lowered his hand from rubbing his eyes, confusedly asking, "What jade thief? What happened?"
He hadn't even touched the jade yet and was already being falsely accused. The customs of the
Qingqiu Fox clan were truly simple.
Yin's eyes sparkled in the night. After hearing this, she waved her hand calmly and said, "Take him down, I will interrogate him myself."
The moonlight fell like fine
sand, spreading across the ground, creating a sense of artistry. The withered vines in the small courtyard twisted around the frame, their entangled shadows resembling aquatic algae intertwining, adding
a unique charm. After a long gaze from Yin, Suchen withdrew his gaze from the withered vines and said lightly, "Yin guard, since you want to help me, why are you silent?" Yin frowned and replied, "How? Do you know I want to help you?"
"It's simple, because I am not the jade thief. You just said you would personally interrogate me to silence the crowd and calm their hearts.
Then you can find an
opportunity to identify the real culprit."
Suchen smiled, responding calmly.
If he hadn't understood her thoughts, he would have slipped away long ago instead of wasting time here. At worst, he could
just change his appearance and come back.
After hearing Suchen's explanation, Yin was surprised in her heart but maintained a calm exterior, saying, "I never said you weren't the culprit."
The Qingqiu spirit jade had been going missing frequently lately.
However, the clan member who stirred up the trouble couldn't find out the reason. As the captain of the guards responsible for maintaining order within the clan, she was already extremely troubled, and now with Suchen being falsely accused, she felt he was just adding to her troubles.
"It's okay, I just need to know I'm not the culprit," Suchen
replied with a smile, then shifted the topic. "Yin guard, I have a way to catch the jade thief, but I need your cooperation." Yin raised an eyebrow, standing up to look at the bright moon in the sky, her
voice somewhat ethereal.
"Once they disperse, you should leave quickly. This matter doesn't require your involvement." The Qingqiu Fox clan produced a lot of Qingqiu spirit jade, which was considered a rare cultivation resource in the eyes of the chi refiners of the Great Wilderness. Although she couldn't discern Suchen's background, she could be sure he was a chi refiner.
In her mind, Suchen was not much different from those jade thieves.
They were all coveting the Qingqiu spirit jade.
"Yin guard, why do you hold a prejudice against me?" Seeing her not yielding, Suchen couldn't help but ask.
Yin turned to look at him, her eyes shining brightly under the moonlight. "Because you have been lying from the beginning, I will not trust a liar." The courtyard fell silent for a moment, with only the faint sound of the night wind passing by. After a long while, Suchen stood up, fiddling with the dry vines hanging down, his voice calm.
"At least, I have no ill intentions, do I?"
He indeed wanted the
jade, but that didn't mean he intended to steal or rob it.
He had lied, but it was also to avoid bringing trouble to the Qingqiu Fox clan. The Queen Mother of the West had her eyes everywhere. Who could
stop her in the Qingqiu Fox clan besides the nine-tailed fox?
He didn't want to bring possible disaster to the originally peaceful Qingqiu Fox clan because of his mistakes.
That's your perspective.
"Sir, I am a guard of the Qingqiu Fox clan, responsible for protecting the Qingqiu Sacred Mountain. Please consider it from my point of view." Yin and Suchen locked eyes, her gaze filled only with
determination. "I cannot allow a person of unknown origin to deceive Lord Bai Li.
Even if I know you mean no harm, that is not enough reason for me to permit you to interact with Lord Bai Li.
Because I cannot convince myself.
Similarly, I know you are not a jade thief, so I will not wrong you." After hearing these words, Suchen fell silent for a moment and softly said, "Actually, I am Xin Mood Bang."
"Bang! Lord Yin, something's wrong. The Qi Yen is in trouble."
The urgent shout broke the silence of the night, interrupting Suchen's words.
Yin's expression changed slightly as she glanced at Su Chen and instructed, "You stay here, don't go anywhere."
With that, Yin dashed out of the courtyard like a gust of wind. Seeing this, Suchen stepped to the edge of the courtyard, leaped into the air, and
landed on the roof, looking towards the riverbank from a dark corner.
He saw the previously lively human-faced fish lying on the shore, seemingly drained of vitality. The spirit jade on their backs, under the bright moonlight, appeared increasingly dim. This scene seemed to hint that their lives were also nearing their end. Suchen vaguely sensed something and quickly transformed into Bai Zhe, looking
again.
In his view, under the moonlight, wisps of eerie black mist rose from those human-faced fish, as if draining their life force.
Is someone outside causing trouble? Seeing the strange black
mist, Suchen thought for a moment and directly activated his skill to purify the malevolent energy.
In an instant, under the watchful eyes of many fox people, rings of jade-like spiritual power suddenly
formed in the air, enveloping the Qi Yen on the shore. In just a short while, the previously dying Qi Yen all perked up, scrambling to crawl into the river.
"Lord Jiwei has manifested," someone
shouted, and the many stunned fox people all bowed down, tears of gratitude in their words.
Only Yin stood among them, looking out of place.
Her sharp gaze swept around, but she only noticed a slight
change in spiritual energy in one spot.
And that spot was her residence. "You keep an eye on the Qi Yen in the Yingshui, I still need to interrogate that person."
After instructing her subordinates, Yin
hurried towards her courtyard. As she approached the courtyard, she deliberately lightened her footsteps and then suddenly pushed the door open. The scene that met her eyes, however, left her standing in shock. She saw that the withered vine flowers in the courtyard had, under the moonlight, become lush with green leaves, with one colorful vine flower after another dotting the area, quietly and beautifully. A strange, ethereal fragrance wafted past her, carried by the gentle breeze fading into the distance. How is this possible? Looking at the blooming vine flowers, Een murmured, her eyes filled
with astonishment.
The vine flowers had died many years ago. Even Lord Bailey said they could never come back to life.
How could they suddenly be alive?
The figure of Su-chan flashed through her mind, and Een hurriedly searched the courtyard. But after searching everywhere, she could not find the lying alchemist.
Lord Een, these vine flowers are alive? A fox person, drawn by the fragrance,
looked at the vine flowers blooming under the moonlight with a confused expression.
Hadn't these vine flowers already withered away?
No, these are newly planted by me. Everyone go out, it's nothing.
Serious.
Unable to find Su-chan, Een suppressed her shock and immediately asked her clan members to leave the courtyard, then went to the riverbank.
Lord Een, the Chi Yen are full of vitality. Upon seeing Een, her subordinates reported with joy.
The Qingqiu spirit jade is extremely difficult to form. The crucial water essence and moonlight essence must rely on the Chi Yen.
It is no exaggeration to
say that the condition of the Chi Yen can affect the yield of the Qingqiu spirit jade. Just how frightening the previous scene was, the current one was equally delightful.
Where's Lee? What did she say?
Een stared at the lively Chi Yen in the water, her heart unsettled. Only she understood that those rings of light were definitely not the manifestation of Lord Zhouwei. Connecting it to the strange occurrence of the vine flowers in the courtyard, she had a bold guess. Those rings that brought the Chi Yen back to life and the rebirth of the vine flowers were all the work of one person.
Sister Een, little Lee is here. A red fox that had yet to take form bounced over. As it got closer, its nose twitched uncontrollably, and its eyes sparkled.
I smell the fragrance of the climbing vine flowers, and, there's also a very special scent.
Upon hearing this, Een fixed her gaze on little Lee and asked, Lee, what special scent?
Little Lee tilted its head, wagged its tail lightly, and looked up at the
moon, saying, how should I put it?
Everything in the world has a scent. The moonlight is cold, the Ying water is sweet. This scent feels like spring has arrived.
Spring has arrived? The scent of spring?
Een repeated, her pupils narrowing.
Could it be that this person is, but how could that be possible?
Een suppressed her shock and looked again at the red fox.
Little Lee, can you smell where this scent is coming from?
Little Lee nodded, pointing towards Yin's courtyard, and said earnestly, the scent and the fragrance of the climbing vine flowers are both coming from that direction.